When you just turned 18, the first thing you did was to go to the hospital to donate sperm. But unexpectedly, the life crystal was chosen by the beautiful female president for pregnancy. It turns out that she is your unknown little aunt, and a year later, she brought the child to meet you for a blind date. The reason was that your father had recognized a sister back then, and on this day, your father asked you to pick up this little aunt who was returning to the country. When you arrived at the airport and were looking for someone according to the location sent by your father, you completely ignored the red light at the intersection while passing the road. Suddenly, a sharp brake sound rang out, and a Ferrari suddenly stopped in front of you, with a distance of only 0.001 millimeters at that time. Inside the car, Shir-Ching's big belly hit the steering wheel due to inertia. She lowered her head and saw a hot flow seeping out from underneath her, causing a brief moment of panic. Shir-Ching quickly calmed down and realized that she had caused trouble for you. She quickly ran over and said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was walking and looking at my phone just now, and I saw a child." Shir-Ching slowly rolled down the car window and said, "My water broke. Please come with me to the hospital." Upon hearing this, you got into the car without saying a word. What surprised you was Shir-Ching's unexpectedly calm demeanor. Despite her water breaking, she continued to drive as if nothing had happened. "From now on, you are my husband. When we arrive at the hospital, you will need to sign as my family member. You know you made a mistake and should accompany the other person to the hospital. However, one thing puzzled you. Why didn't you call your family? We both don't know each other. My name is Shir-Chang, and now we do." After a moment of thought, you tentatively asked, "Do you not have any family?" Shir-Chang's hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly, and the baby in her belly seemed ready to come out at any moment. After arriving at the hospital, Shir-Ching was pushed into the emergency room, and you went to help her with the hospital admission procedures. Suddenly, a phone rang. "Son, did you pick up your aunt?" Shir-Ching's father, Gu Yunshan, asked on the other end of the phone. "No, I got into trouble on the way and can't go pick up my aunt." Gu Yunshan was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath. "What trouble did you get into again?" "It's nothing serious. I should be able to handle it," you said before hanging up the phone. Then you added in your mind, "If I can't handle it, get ready to sell the house and pay up." At this moment, in the maternity ward, Shir-Chang also received a call. "Big brother Gu, I'm fine. I haven't seen my nephew. He's probably busy with something. Don't worry about him. I have things to take care of here. After I'm done, you can call your nephew to come, and we'll have a meal together." Not wanting to worry the person on the other end, Shir-Chang didn't say much and ended the call. Just then, the door of the maternity ward clicked open. Seeing you walk in, Shir-Ching thought you were there to collect the hospital fees, so she subconsciously reached for her bag at the bedside. But she didn't expect you to first open your palm to her. "Do you want some?" Shir-Ching looked at the pieces of chocolate in your palm. She was stunned for a moment. Then she took the chocolate and said, "Thank you. Were you trying to give me money just now?" Shir-Ching was about to apologize for her practical thoughts when she saw you reach out your hand again. "Then give it to me." Shir-Chang was full of question marks. "Today's incident was my fault. It's only right for me to accompany you to the hospital, but I think you still need postpartum care from family members and signatures for other procedures. I've arranged the best ward for you. 500 yuan per day. A total of 500 yuan for 3 days. Just give me this money, and the rest will be on me. I will take care of you until you are discharged." Shir-Ching couldn't help but smile at your clever plan, using companionship as compensation. But this was exactly what she needed, and she couldn't refuse. Afterwards, Shir-Ching transferred 500 yuan to you using her phone. Not long after, Shir-Ching's stomach started to feel uncomfortable again. Next, she was pushed into the operating room, while you waited outside the delivery room. A few hours later, the door opened, and the doctor came out and smiled at me, congratulating you on becoming a father. A little girl weighing 700 grams. Upon hearing the word father, you were stunned for a moment, but also felt relieved that the operation went smoothly. That night, you returned to school, and during the day, you came to take care of Shir-Ching. However, on the third day when you arrived, the ward was empty. Someone had come to see your wife and had taken your child away with them. When the nurse said this, she looked at you with a strange look, but at that moment you thought, she only stayed in the ward for 2 days, but I received payment for 3 days. An extra 500, I have to return it. However, since the two of you did not exchange contact information, you searched for Ching's name online with a try it attitude, and indeed found something. Shir-Ching, a citizen of Shenzhou, is the current chairman and legal representative of the 1991 Shirshir Film and Television Media Company, Limited. But sadly, you can't even enter the company's gate, so you can only keep the extra money for later. The next morning, while you were studying in the dormitory without classes, your father called again, inviting you to lunch at the Yingchun restaurant at 11 o'clock. Don't be late this time. Don't worry, Dad. I am the most reliable, good son. Dad trusts you. To avoid being late again, you set off more than an hour early. Walking on the road, you happen to see a stray cat taking a nap, with the sunlight slanting on the wall and shining on the cat. Seeing this beam of light, your inspiration burst like a collapsing riverbank, flowing for miles. Unable to resist the urge, you took out your portable paint and started dabbling on the wall. Time passed by. Passing pedestrians cast strange glances, and a living thunderbolt silently dialed the police and slipped away. It went well. Guji's superior painting skills touched the police and he was invited for tea. East End, a neighborhood. Shirqing was breastfeeding the baby in her arms while dealing with the paperwork at work. Dong Shi, you have a dinner party later, right? The female secretary asked. It's an acquaintance get-together. The time is uncertain. Help me push back the schedule behind. Shirqing looked at the baby in his arms and smiled gently. The secretary flipped through the itinerary on the pad. You have a very important interview afterward. Keep the get-together to 2 hours if you can. The reporters at that company have always been notoriously frantic. Aha, I'll try, Shirqing said, handing the baby over to her sister-in-law and picking out her clothes in the checkroom. She picked out an understated black coat, put on light makeup, and dressed up in a way that wasn't ostentatious. With less than half an hour to go, Shirqing grabbed her bag and said to her secretary, call the driver and have him bring a commercial over, and leave now. Okay, chairman. Soon, Shirqing arrived early at the Incheon Hotel. Big brother Gu, sister-in-law Su, long time no see. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were seen from afar. When the couple saw Shirqing, they happily went forward. Qingqing, you're finally here. Your sister-in-law misses you every day. I'm embarrassed that your medical center is so busy and still invites me to dinner. Shirqing laughed. Where's the word? Your sister-in-law and I treat you as our own family. This is a family gathering. You said that you returned home alone and had a sudden birth. So in the future, if there's anything, feel free to call your sister-in-law. Gu Yunshan said. Good, when the baby catches the week, I'll cook a meal and invite you over. Shirqing said, looking around and asking, why haven't I seen my little nephew? Ah, why is his kid slow? I guess he is still on the way. Gu Yunshan face embarrassed. Do not care about him. Let's eat our first. Slowly wait for him just fine. Good thing too. Timothy and the couple went to the table and sat down. Seeing that so many of the meals on the dining table were medicinal meals to replenish the body, she was touched and said, Big brother and sister-in-law have gone to a lot of trouble. I will currently stay in the country and be busy for a while. If there is anything the medical center needs my help with, or if it's about my little nephew, as long as I can help, I will definitely do my best. Don't say that. If it wasn't for your help back then, your big brother and I wouldn't have been able to open our medical center now. Inviting you to dinner today is just getting together, Su Shi said. Gu Yunshan also chimed in. Yes, what happened back then? The two of us have been remembering it until now. Big brother and sister-in-law treat the sick to save people and promote Chinese medicine. It's an honor for me to help the two of you, Shirqing said, picking up a cup of soup in front of him and smiled. Soup instead of wine. Ha ha, good. The three of them talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was as cordial as a family. On the other hand, Gu Shi, who had received an educational warning and a fine of 100, was finally released. He took a cab and went straight to the hotel, recording the inspiration he had just felt on his cell phone on the way. Probably because he drank a little too much tea at the police station. Guru just arrived at the hotel, and could only solve the major events of his life first, turning his head and rushing into the restroom first. Because Gu Ji hadn't arrived, Shirqing couldn't stay too long, and Gu Yunshan and Su Shi could only send Shirqing away first. The three of them just happened to walk out of the private room on their hind feet. Gu Yunshan guiltily said, Xiaoru, this child also do not know where to run away again. Have said to him to come on time. Really? It's okay, brother. There will be plenty of opportunities later, Shirqing said, then asked the two to stay behind. The car is right outside, so I'll leave first. Big brother and sister-in-law don't need to see them off. After Gu Yunshan and Su Shi left, Shirqing headed for the door. Suddenly, she paused. There are a couple of people dressed as journalists heading this way. What's with the early chase? She gave the driver a retreating gesture, then turned her head and headed back to the hotel. Those reporters saw Shirqing's car, directly picking up the car to see. After not seeing anyone, will be the target to shift to the hotel. Seeing the group of reporters chasing into the hotel, Shirqing panicked and rushed straight into the nearest toilet. Whoa! At this time, Guru was releasing himself. The two fought. Secretary? Rhetoric. Shirqing's eyes glanced downward, filled with surprise and moved away instantly. She wanted to exit, but heard the sound of cluttered footsteps approaching outside. It was a dilemma. The men's restroom. It's the men's room. Guru's tiger's body shook and almost broke the flow, covering his crotch with one hand and pointing at the notice board to remind the other party. Just when he thought that Shurching looked a bit familiar, he saw Shurching striding towards him. When Guji reacted, he didn't even lift his pants before he was pushed into a cubicle by Shurching, and the haphazard pushing and shoving caused Guji to lose his innocence at this moment. Ah! Guru covered his crotch with a dumbfounded face and questioned in some panic. What are you doing? At close range, he remembered the pretty face of Shurching, and Shurching recognized him. Guru never expected that the person he couldn't see even after chasing him to the company could be seen in the restroom. And it's still the men's room. Shoo! Shurching made a silent gesture, followed by the sound of footsteps from outside the restroom. Guru was uncertain. Emphasized. This is the men's room. Please can you go out first? My pants are. Don't make a sound. Shurching pushed Guji into the corner of the cubicle. The two were close together. Guru frowned slightly. Don't move. Someone's out there. Timothy warned in a low voice, while being alert for movement outside. Guru said with a helpless face, it won't move if you don't move it. Shurching also glanced down and blushed slightly, muttering, rascal, who is a hooligan? Guru was anxious, aggravated. I was properly going to the toilet there, and you whooshed in and blocked me here, and pressed me and touched me. Ah! Listening to Guji breaking into pieces, Shurching impatiently, finally making Guji shut up. At that moment, the sound of very close footsteps came. Someone walked into the restroom. Seeing Shurching's face full of tension, Guji followed suit. Bang! The reporter violently pushed open the door to a cubicle, and both men shuddered with simultaneous panic, pushing the other doors open one by one immediately afterward. He soon reached the next door. Guji nervously shrank back, and the paint in his pocket touched the wooden wall and made a sound. He looked at Shurching, who was staring at him angrily, with an aggrieved face, but he didn't do it on purpose. What's that sound? A reporter had already noticed this way and quickly went to the door of the cubicle the two were in and twisted the door handle. Worried that the group of reporters would crouch down to look at his feet, Shurching jumped onto Guji. Guru looked at Shurching suspiciously, and Shurching just made a gesture of please. Knock, knock. The reporters outside kept knocking on the door. What's the rush? Guru shouted at the people outside. Hearing that it was a man, the reporters outside left. The two of them sighed in relief, and Timothy was ready to leave in a hurry. Suddenly, Guji pulled her hand. Shurching glanced at Guji, then helped Guji tie his pants. Still with the standard bow. Thanks for today, little brother, I gotta go. Shurching wanted to leave, but Guji grabbed his wrist. Do you remember that day at the hospital when you transferred me $8,000? He asked. Remember. Why? When I went in on the third day, the nurse said you were discharged, that you were in the hospital room one day less, and gave me an extra $2,500. Guru said, took out the paper bag that contained money. Here is $2,400. Because today there was a small accident. Spent 100. I WeChat transfer to you. He went to the police station for tea, and after being criticized and educated, he was fined $100 on his way out. And instead of scanning the code and paying, he took $100 from a paper bag when he was in a hurry. Still remember that 100 doesn't need to be given. Tim Ching was in a hurry and took the paper bag and was about to leave. Wait, I'll transfer it to you. Guru stopped Shurching and wanted to take WeChat to transfer money. You child. Shurching helpless, have said do not have to give. I'm in a hurry. No, Before Guru finished his sentence, he saw Shurching run out. He chased him out, and Tim Ching had already gotten into another car and left. Guru indignantly withdrew $100 in cash and clipped it to his cell phone case. It was abominable, and he had to give it back. It's not his, let alone 100, even $1, a dime, is not his. He want it. Chairman, where did you hide just now? That group of reporters actually didn't even notice you, the driver casually asked. Toilet, Shurching faintly said, while taking the sterilized wipes to wipe his hands. Perhaps being reminded by the driver, Shurching recalled the scene he saw in the restroom. She muttered, what do kids eat to grow these days? That's big. She held the bag of money and seemed to smell a faint Taoist aroma. Nose close to the paper bag, there was a scent of sweet orange-flavored laundry detergent warmed by the sun and brushed by a slightly chilly wind. The kid seems to have taken it out of an inside jacket pocket. Shurching held his forehead, not realizing that he had been messed up in his thoughts by a child, and a nerdy kid at that. I remember the account so well, and I still have the money on me, and I have to give $100 even though I said I didn't have to. I'm afraid it's not a naive kid who grew up being too obedient. Brat, what did I tell you today? How you promised. You didn't listen at all. At this time, Gu Yunshan lectured Gu Ji on the phone. I didn't want to be disobedient. And something came up at the last minute and delayed it, Guru said, recalling the tea given by the police station lady. But it was good. Otherwise he would not drink a bellyful of tea and run to the toilet when he arrived at the hotel. Last time when I asked you to pick up your little aunt, you also said that you encountered something. Can't it be that you and your little aunt are in conflict? Gu Yunshan gasped. It's probably a real offense. Guru thought to himself that he hadn't been able to meet with his sister-in-law until now. And every time there was an accident. What was it if it wasn't a foul? So for the sake of your son's safety, it's better if I don't see that little sister-in-law of some kind, he said. You're still on the nose, aren't you? Let me tell you, Gu Shi, your little aunt is not easy to be alone. Anyway, it's close by. Often go and help out. And by the way, apologize to your little aunt. My mom can just go. It's not like I can babysit. Your little aunt did the healer a great favor back then, and from now on you'll be the kid's brother. Well, I'll be there when I can. Guru had to agree and bought Kanto boiled on the way back to school. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Wei Zhiheng sneaking around his desk. What are you doing? He asked. No, didn't do anything. Wei Zhiheng scratched his head vainly. Not far away, Li Feng took off his headphones and warned. He ate all your wafers last time and quietly bought new ones to return to you today. So be careful. Guru glanced at the drawer, and sure enough, his cheese wafers had turned out to be chocolate flavored. He frowned and grumbled. Wei Zhiheng, I hate you. Don't. Wei Zhiheng curtly approached. I still have something to ask for your help. Don't help you. I have to prepare for 6th grade. Guru sat in his seat and read. Don't think I don't know. With your ability, the 6th grade won't be hard for you at all. As long as you promise me that the next time you go to the drawing room, I'll help you get rid of all those schoolgirls who are watching. How about that? You'll have a drawing room all to yourself. A drawing room alone. Seeing the pen in Guru's hand pause for a moment, Wei Zhiheng instantly felt hopeful. You tell me what it is first. Guru faltered. Ha. Wei Zhiheng sat next to Gu Ji. Today, my father called me and asked me to meet a girl who has a good relationship with my family. I really don't want to go. You go for me. Obviously. It's a blind date. Li Feng by the window pushed up his glasses and analyzed. Only then did Guru react. A blind date? Wei Zhiheng you. No. It's not like I like her. Wei Zhiheng pleaded. The two of us haven't met before. She doesn't know me. Feel free to mess up any way you want. As long as you make her have a bad impression of me, that's all. It won't take much of your time. It's only 10 minutes. Guru's face was a bit difficult. Wei Zhiheng slapped the table and said boldly, extra 3 boxes of brand new paints for you. Guru hesitated. Ugh. Wei Zhiheng went straight for the jugular, and then extra white pigment for you. Individually portioned. Full. 3 buckets. Okay, when and where? Guru thought to himself that Wei Zhiheng had already asked him so sincerely to this point, so it wouldn't be a waste of time anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to help. Day after tomorrow, 2:30 p.m., West Street Starbucks, 2nd floor. Deal. I'm going to use the drawing room today, Guru said. He couldn't wait to start that subject. Willing to serve my righteous father. Wei Zhiheng coaxed a number of female classmates who were squatting on Gu Ji, so he said that a certain drawing room was going to be renovated, and then let Gu Ji quietly go in. Really have a drawing room all to yourself. Wei Zhiheng, Wei Zhiheng, you are worthy of the Imperial Temple. Gu Ji is so cool. Those girls next door have not been waiting for him, and soon they all left. The quiet studio. He was inspired like a spring, pouring out on the drawing paper, as if the world was left with him alone. On the second day of the Guru turned in his project and was exhibited again. He painted a glimpse of life he saw that day on a street-side wall as a window, in which he drew many wild animals, laying down a positive moral of wildlife protection without qualifying his intention. On the 3rd day, when Guji came back from class, Wei Zhiheng was waiting for him in the dormitory. Seeing those 3 brand new unopened boxes of paints and a bucket of white paint, Guji was a little itchy to paint all day. I've given you everything, so you have to get things done for me, Wei Zhiheng reminded. Guru held the bucket of white pigment without taking his eyes off of it, only nodding his head repeatedly. Don't worry, I'm the most reliable. Wei Zhiheng was still a bit uneasy. Remember, this afternoon, just give me the opportunity to casually piss her off. Taunt her, and just piss her off. I know. Guru nodded solemnly, knowing that Gu Ji was obedient. Wei Zhiheng was relieved to go to class. At this time, the east side of the neighborhood. Ching. A woman dressed in a trendy outfit pouted in exasperation as she walked in the door. I can't believe you didn't even tell me you were having a baby. It didn't happen suddenly. Shirching smiled helplessly. At this time, Suman noticed the pink ball in her sister-in-law's arms and rushed over with both eyes glowing. Ooh, it's a little baby. excited but not daring to get right to it. She picked up the sterilized wipes and wiped them off before gently touching the little baby's round face. Duong yes, and smells like milk. You came just in time for her to be awake. What's her name? So cute. So fragrant. Suman loved it and muttered. It's making me wanna have a baby. Toki soft, Timmy said. Soft, soft, soft. Suman almost lost her mind in softness and suddenly remembered something. Right. I'm here today because I have something big to ask for your help. She turned to stick next to Timothy. What does Miss Sue have to do with a woman like me? Shirching smiled. It's not even my father, who insisted I go on a blind date, and said that if I don't go, he won't give me money to spend. Suman embraced Shirchang's arm with an aggrieved face and smiled ingratiatingly. Ching, you're the best to me. Will you go for me? Me? Shirching looked at Suman with some surprise. If you're not interested in a blind date, why don't you simply go over and talk to the other person yourself? Suman was instantly a little embarrassed, squirming. Actually, my father also said that if I can get married within 2.5 years, he will buy me a nationally limited sports car, which I have liked for a long time. So, if you can go and negotiate with that guy instead of me, I can contractually marry him for mutual benefit. You know, I'm not good at negotiating. When I'm upset, a few words and I'm in a hurry. When I'm in a hurry, the sports car is gone. She collapsed her little face and shook Shirching's arm. In exchange, I'll help you bring Softy, okay? As long as you're busy, I'll help you stay with her for as long as you want. I purposely did my parenting homework when I came here. It seems you must grind until I say yes? Shirching was a bit hesitant and said bluntly, you should know that I will only negotiate in business, not any contractual marriage negotiations. It's just nonsense, like a child playing house. Ching. Suman blinked her eyes. Please, 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 just help me this once from now on. Softy will be my goddaughter. I'll be her godmother. I'll spoil her to the heavens. After all, it was a good girlfriend, one who had known for many years, and Shirching had no choice but to nod her head in agreement when she was worn down. It's so good. Love you, Bishin. Suman added as a reminder. Today at 2:30 p.m., West Street Starbucks, 2nd floor. His last name is Wei. In advance, I'll say what I need to say, and it's up to him whether he agrees or not. Besides, I won't be long. I have to come back to my home office. Okay, I'll wait for your good news at home. 2:30 p.m., West Street, Starbucks, 2nd floor. Wei Jihung, remember, you're Wei Jihung now, and the girl's name is Sue. I told you I was reliable. Guja used the membership card Wei Jihung gave him and ordered a table full of desserts, eating them with gusto. He usually wouldn't come here to eat at all, so he ordered everything he hadn't eaten before. He hadn't noticed in the slightest that there was a Ferrari parked downstairs, a beautiful sight in the back seat of the car that attracted the attention of many guests. Timothy pushed back his sunglasses and went straight down the stairs, up to the 2nd floor. Her eyes locked onto a white figure in the corner, and she lowered her eyes slightly as she took a large step forward. Hello, is this Mr. Wei? Hearing the words Mr. Wei, Gu Shi, who was in the middle of eating, reacted to the fact that he was now Wei Jihong and quickly turned around. I am. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Shirching froze in place. She was glad she was in the habit of wearing a mask and sunglasses when going out. Nice to meet you, she said, sitting down across from her. I'm not happy, Guru said. Why aren't you happy? I can't see what you look like with your mask and sunglasses on. This, I don't think looks matter if we get along. I don't think so. Guru interrupted Shirching very rudely. I'm a face person, and the appearance of a blind date is just about the most important thing to me. And of course, the body, he said, surveying Shirching's chest. Miss Sue, are you stunted? Shirching blocked the outline of her chest because she was wearing a plus-size garment, but what surprised her was that this kid was so rude. Seeing that Shirching didn't say anything, Gushi picked up a piece of black coquettish snack and handed it over. Miss Sue, want to taste it? Yeah. Thinking that Guji might just be emotionally unavailable, Shirching didn't care and reached for the cake. But the next moment, Guji took the cake away again. Forget it, you should stop eating. You're too fat. He took a big bite of that cake in front of Shirching. Shirching took a deep breath. She had been in the shopping mall for a long time. What big storms hadn't she seen before? It's just a little kid. She'll put up with it. Mr. Wei, I came here today to have a friendly talk with you. I've inquired about you, and I've heard that you don't have any plans to talk about marriage right now, but the two families are pressing very hard, and as you know, wouldn't it be better if you could get it over with? Shirching spoke calmly. Guru was still eating the snacks on the table and nodded symbolically. Seeing that the other party had listened, Shirching continued. How about you and I contractually marry just to cope with the family and not interfere with each other after marriage? Married by deed. Guru looked at Shircheng, not expecting the other party to come with the heart of marriage, and his temper seemed to be very good. He was so rude and still put up with it. But Wei Jihan's things he has already received, and delicious food has been eaten. This thing he must do well before. Mr. Wei, if you think it's okay, leave me a phone number and I can draw up a contract for you, Shircheng said. Are you worthy? Guru went out on a limb, ignoring the other party and speaking boldly. With your crooked ass, don't even give me anything for nothing, let alone a contract marriage. Get out of my sight with your surgically failed breasts. Timothy was silent. Guru had said all the hard words he could think of. He had done his best. A moment later, he saw Shircheng stand up with his bag. Guru breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had succeeded in his mission. Suddenly, Shircheng grabbed the iced Americano on the table and splashed it directly on Guji's face. Guji couldn't react in time and was splashed all over his face. His white shirt was stained with color, and his whole body froze in place. What are you doing? He yelled, simply going into rip-off mode and grabbing a piece of crispy kosher and throwing it at the other man. But Toki-Hiai is faster. Bang! A standard boxer's maneuver. The punch was sharp and swift, directly hitting Guru's face. Seemingly not relieved enough, he raised his leg and kicked again. Luckily, Guru dodged quickly, or else this kick would have a name. The severed son and grandchild kick. He took a few steps back and pointed at Shircheng and was just about to say something when his foot tripped over the flower pot behind him and he fell backwards, taking Kiso with him. Just behind it was the second floor railing. Shircheng only wanted to teach Guji a lesson, and not wanting Guji to fall into a brain-damaged state, she quickly stepped forward and pulled Guji. Guru subconsciously grabbed something to lend strength, just in time to grab a soft mass. The touch made the two men look at each other. At close range, the deep, snow-white beauty that was covered by the loose clothing was glimpsed by Guru. Guru was hit with a line of blood running down his nose. Timothy realized something and immediately covered his chest. Shameless scum. Snap. One compared to a pocket, nearly knocking Guru out of the way. He covered his face and cursed. Shrew. He vowed to see what the person who hit him looked like, so he reached down and peeled off Shircheng's sunglasses and mask as fast as he could while she wasn't looking. Timothy hastily reattached his mask and sunglasses, but Guru had already recognized that handsome face. Time. Guru pointed at Shircheng, and before he could shout out Shircheng's name, his mouth was covered. Not afraid of 10,000 things, after all. Afraid of being recognized, Shircheng has always kept a low profile. At this time the manager of the coffee shop arrived late, went to the second floor and saw the mess, and a few waiters froze in place. Shircheng locked Guji's throat and covered Guji's mouth. Sorry, I'm teaching my boyfriend a lesson. I'll pay for the damage to the store. Shircheng hurriedly nodded and apologized, taking out the cash he had with him and handing it to the store manager before fleeing the scene with Guru in lockstep. She, Toki Ching, had lived 32 years and was in such a mess for the first time. She's never seen it in her life. She was actually messed up by a child. When they reached a place where no one was around, Guji broke free from the soft mass. Feeling his cheeks a little wet from something other than coffee, he once again turned his gaze to Timothy's chest. You're still looking? Looking for a fight? Shircheng wrapped her arms around her chest in annoyance and crumbled. Wei Ziheng, right? I'll remember you. Wait, look at your clothes first, Guru reminded. Shircheng looked down and realized that her breasts had risen. She tugged at her jacket with both hands, trying to cover the two wet patches, but there was so much wetness that even her coat soaked through a bit. Guru hesitated for a moment, but still shoved his jacket to the other party, and then retreated to a step away. I, for one, am not bothered with you. As he spoke, he saw Shircheng silently holding his jacket around his body and inquired, You have to tell me now. Isn't your name Shircheng? Why did you say your last name is Su? Are you lying to me? Shircheng thought for a moment and calmly explained. Actually, I have two names, because of my special identity. One name, it's very unsafe. Anyway, you, a child, won't understand. Who kids? I'm 23. Guru almost forgot his mission for the day and quickly pulled back to the topic. Anyway, I'm telling you, contract marriage is out of the question. Don't take me for a fool. You have a child. Ahem. Wei Ziheng. Definitely not a stepfather. He puts down a tough word and then slips away. His acting skills in this life have come to an end. He really can't act anymore. Wei Ziheng. Shircheng secretly memorized the name. When the driver brought the car around, Shircheng called Su Man. I beat up that Wei Ziheng. If the Wei family has a problem with that, let them come to me. Hit. Hit? What's going on? Why is there a fight? How are you? Are you okay? Su Man was nervous. Something's wrong. It's him. Ching quickly returned home. Su Man anxiously asked, what's going on today? No matter how unwilling the Wei family's son is, he can't do anything, right? I started it because he was babbling nonsense and was just a dandy. Ching said, recalling those words, pinched his brow. Just Wei Zhiheng this kind of child. It's best not to let me see, or else I'll see it once and beat it once. The family didn't educate it well but also put it out to annoy people. His son is such an asshole? Su Man was a bit frustrated. Looks like I need to change my contractual partner. Suddenly, she noticed a men's white jacket on Ching. Where did you get that dress? She asked. That asshole kid's. Liaoqing University of Fine Arts. Men's dormitory. But, Wei Zhiheng laughed so hard that he was trembling, while taking ice cubes to Gu Ji's face. Is it funny? Gu Ji looked at Wei Zhiheng with a gloomy face. You really deserve to die. I took a beating for you and you're still laughing so happily. Ha 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 ha. Count your work injury. Wei Zhiheng could not tense up. Tears were laughing out. Fortunately, I did not go. Ahem. I didn't know that Miss Su would box. I didn't know her. I only know that she likes to be a docent at the pavilion. I don't know the rest. Simply a shrew. Someone with a child is still so violent. Guru spat. Ha ha. Rains? Kids? Wei Zhiheng pondered for a moment with a puzzled look on his face. Can it be that the Su family is looking for a receiver? Crap, I have to tell my dad. Deep cell phone message. Guru glanced at it, and it was actually Su Lingyin. The last time the two of them had talked was a couple weeks ago. Su Lingyin, I heard you were beaten up? Where? Guja inevitably encountered a few people when he went back to school, and it was normal to be seen, but he just didn't expect Su Lingyin to actually ask. Face. He was honest, and there was a moment of silence across the room. Su Lingyin, meet me downstairs in the girls' dormitory in 10 minutes. Guru put a band-aid on the tip of his still slightly red nose, and then went downstairs. Every time Su Lingyin invited him to go somewhere, although he was too lazy to go, he wouldn't refuse, because he was too afraid of missing the drafts of those famous artists. The chaotic and organized drafts on those drawing papers helped him too much. When I arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, I saw Su Lingyin, who was the most eye-catching among the several people. At a glance, long hair, high ponytail plus JK, full of vigor. What took you so long? Dawdling. Su Lingyin walked to Guji in big strides and stood on her tiptoes to look at Guji's face. I thought you were disfigured. She saw that Guji's face was still handsome before she put her heart down. What are you doing to get beat up? It's nothing. Guru didn't say much. If you don't have anything for me, I'll go back. He saw that there was Su Lingyin's little sister next to him, as well as Wei Zhiheng's earlier comment that the sculpture department was the oil king, and he didn't want to stay here. Whenever I call you out, you always think about the draft. Is there nothing else in your mind but the draft? Aren't you my boyfriend? Can't you say something nice? I had my hair done today and you didn't even see it? Su Lingyin muttered with some displeasure. Although she was only using Gu Ji, she still wanted Gu Ji to compliment her when he came out to see her as her boyfriend with such a clean and good-looking face. Even since she had been with Gu Ji had never said anything nice to her. After all, Gu Ji was known to be a straight man. Guru was silent for a moment, and spoke with slight doubt. Why would I say that? Wasn't it you who said you liked me and chased me? Su Lingyin was speechless. This has nothing to do with who is chasing who. Forget about not talking to you. You wait here. I'll go get a milk tea. Take a picture with me later. I want to send it to my friends. When she finished, she ran toward the school's entrance. Guji was used to Su Lingyin's request for a photo from time to time, and also found that Su Lingyin seemed to be satisfied with his photogenic face, and that was the deal between them. Hey, buddy. At this moment, the sculpture department boy patted Gusher's shoulder and took out a white hairband and handed it to Gusher, with an unknown smile on his face. Enin left her hairband here with me that day. You're her boyfriend, so you can return it to her for me. Guru took the hairband and faintly said, "Oh, good." Jiangwon was a bit puzzled by Guji's calmness. "Aren't you going to ask why her hairband is here with me?" Guru was silent for a moment and smiled kindly. "Her hairband? Don't I always have it?" He had always adhered to the mentality that he would pretend he didn't see Su Lingyin doing anything suspected of betraying him, and silently accepting the drafts of the famous family given by Su Lingyin. Jiangwon felt speechless and stopped pretending, suggesting to Guji in a low voice, "Break up with Su Lingyin earlier. She said herself in bed that I'm much better than you." Guru didn't bother with this guy this time, because he didn't have any physical relationship with Su Lingyin at all, and besides, the one who even believed the words in bed. Stupid one. Soon, Su Lingyin came back with takeout milk tea, and also brought a cup for Guru. He guessed that the probability was that it was to be used for taking pictures. but he changed his mind this time, and instead of taking a picture with Su Lingyin, he took away a cup of milk tea and returned the hairband to Su Lingyin before leaving. Even though Gu Shi didn't say anything, Su Lingyin understood when she saw the hairband and immediately caught up with Gu Shi, saying sharply, "What kind of temper are you playing with? I accidentally dropped my hairband in the school, and he picked it up for me. Don't waste your time, hurry over and take pictures with me. Don't you want those drafts anymore? You haven't given it to me in a long time, and he said for me to break up with you, so I think it's time for me to think about it." After Guru finished speaking, he went straight back to the men's dormitory. After not getting what he wanted for a while, it was time for him to take over a bit of dominance. Seeing Guru leave, Su Lingyin was so angry that she glared at the boys from the sculpture department. "Are you idle? What are you talking nonsense with him? This is great. I can't even post my friend's circle today. Enin, don't be angry. If he doesn't shoot with you, I'll shoot with you." Jiangwen came to Su Lingyin's front. "Who wants to shoot with you? Look at Guji's face, and then look at your face that grows on pimples. And you're only thanks to those beads down there. If it wasn't for the fact that someone said today that Xia Huanning always secretly follows Guji lately, I wouldn't have purposely asked Guji to come out and show his love. And now that it's screwed up, it's all your fault, ah stupid beep." Su Lingyin couldn't even drink her milk tea anymore, and directly threw it on Jiangwen, angrily returning to the dormitory. Men's dormitory. Guru returned with some annoyance. Today was another wasted trip. Before Su Lingyin gave him a draft, he studied every single stroke of the artist. If Su Lingyin didn't get him a new draft, he didn't want to see Su Lingyin anymore. Back, Zhao Chen saw Guji come back and handed over a pink paper bag. "Here, someone gave you something just now when you weren't there." "For me?" Guru took the pink paper bag, untied the bow on it, and saw that it was loaded with bruise medicine, anti-swelling medicine, and bruise spray, and a pack of cartoon band-aids, and a soft yellow bunny notepad. "Be good and take care of yourself. And, I like your new work, Xia Huaning." Whoops. Zhao Chen stretched his neck to aim over and said in a conspiratorial manner, "I thought it was which schoolgirl was so bold to dare to give a gift to schoolgirl Su's boyfriend, but it turned out to be your little Qingmei. I'll look at that. It's so warm, envious of great god Gu." Every day, Guru put his things away and took out his cell phone to send a message back to Xia Huaning. "Rhetoric, got the stuff, thank you." The moment he sent it, it showed above that it was being typed. "Xia Huaning, does it still hurt?" It doesn't hurt anymore. The top shows that it's being typed again, only to pause every now and then for a while before seeing the new message. "Xia Huaning, a new dessert store opened near the school. The second one is half price. I can't finish two. Say when all my friends are on a diet. Are you free?" Dessert, ah. Guru thought about it. He usually seldom ate desserts, but the one he got at Starbucks today was not bad, so there was no harm in having another one. "What time?" "This weekend. I'll be there." "Zeet, the pale end of the sky is my love." "Mom, Xiaoru, ah, have you visited your little aunt recently?" Su Shi asked. "Not yet. Been a little busy the last couple days coming up." "What's up?" "The new herbs from the pharmacy have arrived, and I wanted you to come and pick them up so I could deliver them to your little aunt," Su Shi said. "Okay, got it. I'll be there tomorrow." Gu's medical center on the next day of the. Since there were no classes this morning, Gushi came over early and bought breakfast for Mom and Dad on the way. "Dad, Mom, I'm here." Guru had just stepped into the medical center when he saw a delicate figure, shoulder-length short hair, knit barrettes, and a lightweight workout outfit. "Xia Huaning?" He was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" "Resignation, brother." Xia Huaning was also a bit surprised to see Gu Shi, and bit her lips slightly nervously. "Xiaoru came ah." Su Shi walked out and smiled with kind eyes. "Ning Ning often comes to the medical center when she doesn't have classes, and today when she heard that your father and I were organizing herbs, she came to help." No wonder Xia Huaning's pants legs were stained with a bit of dirt. "Well, I'm this morning. It just so happens that I don't have class either," Xia Huaning said, keeping her head down as she silently organized the herbs. Guru put breakfast on the table. "Mom, I bought breakfast. You and Dad eat first." "Oh, two breakfasts." Huaning didn't eat either, Su Shi asked. Xia Huaning hurriedly waved her hand. I don't need to. I ate bread on the way." Su Shi laughed darkly. "Why don't you and Xiao Qiu go eat something nearby?" Xia Huaning's cheeks flushed slightly and she was about to open her mouth. "I'll get another breakfast. It's close." After Guru finished speaking, he walked out of the medical center to go buy breakfast. Su Shi sighed helplessly. Xia Huaning saw Gushi walking away before she couldn't wait to cast her gaze at Gushi's back, looking at it for a long time before returning to her senses. Seeing Su Shi grabbing medicine, she asked, "Auntie, who is this medicine for?" "These are for Xiuju's aunt. She's in need of physical conditioning after giving birth." I'll have Xiaozhu send them to her later. Oh, soon. Gushi came back and gave Xia Huanning her breakfast. Baki, cooked kodanopsis, cortex ukami, dried huaishan, tianma chuanxiong. Su Shi checked the herbs, then wrapped them up and gave them to Gu Shi. Gu Shi took the herbs and left. Walking too fast, Xia Huanning took out her cell phone and quickly sent a message to Gu Ji. I just saw that Gu Ji was in the middle of typing. Resignation, thank you for coming to the medical center to help. Xia Huanning smiled sweetly and replied, thanks for breakfast too, see you on the weekend. She ate the tofu brain bought by Gu Ji, realizing that it didn't have the cilantro she didn't like added to it, and her heart pounded so hard that every bite she took seemed to carry a sense of full happiness. Guru didn't have breakfast either, so he bought a fried cold noodle and soy milk on the side of the road. Beep, new message. Wei Zhiheng, it's over. Barbecue has it, bro. My dad wants to invite the Sos for dinner and asked me to apologize. Can't help you. Wei Zhiheng, my dad doesn't believe me. Will I be beaten to death by that boxer? Cry.jpg. Rhetoric, Hops.jpg. East Side neighborhood. Knock knock. Guru knocked on the door, coming a sweet voice. Opening the door, a young woman with long curly hair held the baby. Little aunt? Guru tried to ask. Ha? Who are you? Suman was confused, but her eyes glittered when she looked at Gu Shi, and the pink ball in her arms was shivering her fingers. I'm Guru, son of Gu Yunshan. I've come to send my little aunt some herbs to replenish her body, Guru said, handing over the package in his hand. Ah, like this. Suman rolled her eyes and thought of something as if she opened her mouth. Your little aunt hasn't come back yet. Do you want to come in and sit and chat? The passionate gaze was almost glued to Gu Ji. No, since my little aunt is not here, I won't bother. Bye. Gu Ji didn't give Suman a chance to speak and left directly. Suman could only look at that back reluctantly, and after handing Softy over to her sister-in-law, she made a call to Shi Cheng. Xing ah, you said before that you have a little nephew. I didn't expect that. Looks so clean, ah hee hee hee. Suman giggled. Fertilizer flow outsiders field. You put him WeChat to me. At this moment in the office, Shi Cheng frowned slightly. He's just been there? Yeah, came to deliver herbs to you. Looks so good. Suman's voice sounded like a female pervert. I advise you to break your heart before it's too late. He's my nephew. So woe betide him. Being said, Suman was a little embarrassed. Said, I didn't say what to do. Just I have to go to the Wei family's banquet tomorrow. To let the Wei family dead heart. I want to bring a fake boyfriend over. Have not found a suitable candidate. Today just met your little nephew. He is so handsome. Bring over is not a second to kill the Wei family, that bad boy? Shi Cheng pinched his brow helplessly. You've known men that could line up in the United States. Why does it have to be my nephew? I'm sick of looking at all those fancy men. You don't see how pure your little nephew looks. Sucking like a high school student. Ahem. Just this once. Just say you invited him to dinner. And I promise I won't covet your nephew just this once. Hearing this, Timothy was silent. Pure looking? Like a high school student? For some reason, she thought of a certain child that seemed to look pure as well. Only, that child was too naughty and owed to be tempered. She snapped back to her senses and responded. Okay, I'll ask. At this time, the male dormitory of Liuqing University of Arts. Guru received a call from Gu Yunshan as soon as he returned. Auntie is buying me dinner? He was a little surprised. It says I need another favor from you. Go ahead. I'll give you the time and address later. After it's over, stop by your sister-in-law's place and help cook some of the medicinal meals. Teach the babysitter the portions for each meal. Good, I got it. Guru was curious that this little aunt of his would actually ask for his help, but he thought it wouldn't be anything major. He looked over the sixth form points and the pile of teaching books, which he already knew by heart, and his hand itched to scribble on a piece of paper to the side. As she drew, the long-haired woman's appearance jumped out onto the paper. Only, the face was drawn ferociously by Gu Ji, and there were two huge fists. Think of something and look at the $100 on the back of your phone case. It's really hard to pay back this money. After all, even if they met that shrew again, I'm afraid they'd have a hard time getting along peacefully. The next day, a restaurant. Suman, who was hovering in the doorway, caught a glimpse of Gu Shi, who was walking head-on. Here, where's Auntie? When Guru looked around, Suman was the only one. She's busy, she's going to be late. Let's go in first. Suman directly took Gu Shi's arm. Guru had a puzzled look on his face. You're going to play the role of my boyfriend today, Suman whispered in Gu Ji's ear. I'll pay you for it. For a moment, Gu Ji looked like he understood something. This isn't the favor my sister-in-law asked me to do, is it? He asked. Smart Suman pulled Gu Ji into the restaurant, not giving the latter a chance to back out. Go. You just need to let that brat know to back off later. Why is this plot somewhat familiar? Gu Ji is really being driven on the shelf, But things can only go one step to see one step. The waiter helped push open a huge door, and Guji followed Su-man into the private room, wondering, "You child, delaying so, again." Su's father was stunned when he saw Guru beside Su-man. Guru also froze. It was only because as soon as he entered, he met eyes with Wei Zhiheng, who was sitting across from him. Wei Zhiheng's eyes were filled with suspicion, and although the two did not have a conversation, they had already experienced some unspeakable eye contact. Guru looked at Su-man beside him and was silent. Wei Zhiheng's blind date is Su-man beside him? But why was it Shi that he saw on a blind date that day instead of Wei Zhiheng? CPU in high speed. Man. Today is a gathering with your Uncle Wei's family. Who are you bringing here? Su's father frowned. If not for the presence of outsiders, I'm afraid that he would have wanted to count Su-man a bit. Su-man, however, was full of pride as she leaned toward Gu Shi with a sweet look on her face. By way of introduction, this is my boyfriend, Gu Shi. But, with one sentence, Wei Zhiheng, who had just tactically drank water, froze and sprayed it out. Su's father's face became even more ugly, and Wei's father was also silent. Uncle Wei, I'm still young and I'm especially concerned about the looks of my other half, so it's normal to find a good-looking boyfriend, right? Su-man took Gu Ji's arm, and in her words, she was close to directly saying that Wei Zhiheng was not as handsome as Gu Ji. Su's father slapped the table. Man, how to talk? Zhiheng is still here. You should spend more time with him instead of getting to know these unsavory people. Thumbs up. Wei Zhiheng accidentally laughed out loud, but quickly switched to a serious face. Cough. Uncle Su, you calm down. Today's matter is not to blame man. Is that I am not good enough? The future time is more. Not in a hurry. Even if there are more obstacles, I'm willing to take my time with Wanderer, to get along. After saying that, he also looked at Su-man with a deep face. Guru was shocked. Wei Zhiheng stabbed him in the back? You said you didn't like it? I'm afraid it's not a case of lust, is it? After all, Su-man's body is concave and convex, plump and pretty. If placed in their school, it is definitely counted as one of the best among the colonial flowers. What? You want plastic surgery? Su-man straightened up. Wei Zhiheng smiled. It's not impossible. Deep cell phone message. Guru glanced down. Wei Zhiheng sent it. Wei, give me face. You can pay me whatever you want. Seeing Wei Zhiheng's pleading eyes on the opposite side, Gu Shi pondered his response. His cheap sister-in-law only asked him to help. She didn't say it had to be a success or not. For a moment, he drew back his hand that was being held by Su-man and got up. Once upon a time, had the honor of hearing about Mr. Wei. I didn't expect to see him today, but he's so out of this world. I don't seem to have much qualifications to tangle with Mr. Wei's fiancé. I'm simply groundless. Gu Shi spoke impassionately, then he sighed under the puzzled gazes of several people and said to Su-man, I'm sorry Ms. Su. I'm not good enough for you. I wish you and Mr. Wei 100 years of happiness and an early birth. As the words fell, Wei Zhiheng was so satisfied that he imperceptibly nodded to Gu Ji. Kindred brothers. Hey, you're talking against your will with this face. Su-man was a bit annoyed. I'm not cut out for this. I'd better go, Guru said and planned to bolt. Ta. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the booth. The moment Guru pushed open the door of the private room, the person outside also happened to open the door of the private room. Seeing the face under those sunglasses, Gu Ji's gaze was stunned. Tim Ching. Before Gu Rui had time to ask Shi why she was here, she saw several people in the private room walk over at some point. Chairman Sure, why are you here as well? Today is really lively. Since you're here, let's gather together. Su's father and Wei's father both warmly invited Shi to come in and sit down. No, Shi decisively refused, her eyes sizing up Gu Ji. Ching. Su-man went to Shi-ching's side as if she was complaining, whispering about what had just happened, and complaining, look at this little nephew of yours, he's really disobedient. Little nephew. Shi-ching narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke somewhat incredulously. Gu Ji? Your name is Gu Ji? Gu Ji was also stunned, pointing at Shi-ching and asking Su-man, my little aunt, that's her? Right, so you guys, haven't officially met yet? Su-man said. Guru instantly felt like the sky had collapsed. His mind kept going back to what had happened earlier with Timothy. Done. A few people. I think I have some important things to take care of, so I'll leave now. We'll gather again some other time. After Shi-ching said that, he coldly grimaced and dragged Gu Ji out of the room. Su-man sighed. Dad, you know now, Gu Ji isn't an unsavory person. He's the nephew of the chairman of Timeless Pictures. Su's father wiped his sweat. I didn't say he was a miscreant. Let go. I'll yell for someone if you keep this up. Guru was blocked in the corner outside the restaurant by Shi-ching. Even if your father comes, it's useless. Shi-ching pinched Gu Ji's face. You're a really bold kid, posing as someone else to go on a blind date? You also speak and act badly, at the expense of your father who still says you're well-behaved and honest. It's all a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. I also didn't know that you would go on a blind date instead of Miss Sua. I'm sorry. Guji smiled awkwardly, although he wanted to run away. He still sincerely apologized. It's just that this sudden super addition to his generation made him a little uncomfortable facing Shurching at the moment. Which time are you apologizing for? Timothy asked. Every time? Hearing this, Shurching pulled Guji toward the car not far away. Guji, how dare to resist, directly by Shurching pulled into the car. Where are we going, Auntie? Guru asked weakly. Of course it's my house. Shurching glanced at Guru without any good humor. Didn't Big Brother Gu tell you that my family's nanny isn't clear about the dosage of herbs? I was aware that you were coming, so I followed Su-man to pick you up by the way, and I didn't expect to give me such a big surprise. Can you not tell my dad? Guru said. After all, if Gu Yunshan knew about this kind of thing, he didn't know how many days he would have to nag him. Is it that you made me break my water? Or that you insulted me by substituting for someone else on a blind date? If you're going to tell on my dad, then I'm going to tell on you. Guji broke down and said, you touched me in the restroom of the hotel. There. Shurching's pretty brows frowned slightly, turned to a smile and asked, where? The driver in the front seat, whose brain CPU was frantically digesting the content of the duo's conversation, glanced at the car's rearview mirror, his eyes tinged with some disbelief. That's the place. Don't ask knowingly, Guru said. Oh there ah. Shurching's gaze slowly moved to between Guji's legs. Yours is too average. I don't have an impression. Guru was silent for a long time before he couldn't help but ask, do you think I'm small? I was going to ask you. I have this. Tim Ching looked down at his chest. Does it really look like a failed surgery? No. I was bullshitting that day to screw up a blind date. Guru quickly denied. It's actually very big and plump and perfect. He involuntarily remembered the touch he had felt that day. Feel the warmth through your clothes. Soft and full covered into your palm. Shurching wrapped her hands around her chest, and her waves rose with it, and she said with a smug look on her face, okay, for the sake of you praising me, I won't tell your father for now. For now? Depends on how you behave. Shurching looked at Guji. Call me out to listen. Thinking of what had happened between the two before, Guji was thin-skinned and slightly reluctant, but she could only open her mouth in a well-behaved manner. Little aunt. Hey. Looking at the smug smile on Shurching's face deepened. Guji always felt like he had been grabbed by the handle, completely pinned down by Shurching. East Side neighborhood. Guja followed Shurching into the cell, and the two of them entered the elevator. Shurching suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth to ask, say, do your parents know that you have a girlfriend in college? I didn't tell them, Gushi said. After all, it was all a deal between him and Su Lingyin. I wonder how you kids get girlfriends. I didn't want a girlfriend. She was the one who confided in me. You agree as soon as someone confesses. You should be somewhat satisfied with the other person. Tell me, what type of girl? Don't you condescend to me? It's something I don't want my parents and my mom to know about. I've heard that at your age. If you're in a relationship you hide it. It's all for fun? After saying that, Shurching moved closer to Guru and whispered softly, can it be that you're actually a little scum? Everyone who knows me says that I, Guru, am only good for being played. But, Shurching hid a smile, two fingers lifting Guru's jaw, her eyes flowing. Little nephew, let me play too? You do that again and I'll tell my dad. Guru looked at Shurching with caution in his gaze, and even took 2 steps back to keep a safe distance from Shurching. Ding, the elevator doors opened. You're so out of shape for your age. How my dad recognized you as his sister. Gushi took advantage of the situation and kept spitting, not noticing a familiar figure standing in the elevator doorway behind him. Shurching smiled gently in the direction behind Gushur. Sister-in-law Su, you're here. Guru turned around with slight disdain, saying as he said, old liar, believe you I will. In a flash, he met Su Shi's gaze with anger. Mom, what are you? What are you doing here? Gusha's entire body froze in place, and before he could react, he was dragged out of the elevator by Su Shi. You child, how do you talk to your little aunt? She's at least your elder. Is that how your father and I taught you to be rude? Su Shi was rarely angry, and now she was so angry that she directly grabbed Gushi's ears with her hands. No, Mom, you take it easy for a second. Guru wanted to explain, but felt unable to defend himself, and could only look to the side as if for help to Shurching, who walked out of the elevator unhurriedly, his eyes filled with you'd rather say something. However, the latter only sighed in a fake deep sigh, stopping Su Shi from grabbing Guji's hand. Sister-in-law Su, don't talk about Xiaoru. He's still young, And it's understandable that he's resisting in his heart when he suddenly has an aunt like me. Although I'm not very good at getting along with the younger generation. After all, I'm also a mother now, and I will definitely get along with him slowly in the future, striving to become close as soon as possible, just like a real family. Shurching said, and looked at Guru with a kind gaze. Guru was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was so naive as to think that Shurching had a clear conscience. Look at your little aunt. Su Shi slapped Guji's back. You're such a child. Then he looked at Shurching with an apologetic face. I just came to see you today, so I won't stay much longer. If this child Xiaozhu makes you unhappy in any way, you can feel free to educate him. He has no emotional intelligence since he was a child, so you can't spoil him. Good, I won't see you off then. Take care, sister-in-law. Sending Su Shi away, Shurching looked at Guji, who had just received a beating, with smiling eyes, then took the key and opened the door, making a pleased gesture. Come inside, little nephew. Guru was considered to have seen the woman's routine today, and simply did not speak in case he said the wrong thing, and angrily entered the house. Whoa! Loud cries reached his ears. At the same time, Gushi saw that Shurching's eyebrows that were originally with a smile quickly tended to calm down, but she still couldn't hide her worry. What's going on? Shurching even forgot to change his shoes and walked straight to the crib. Boss, you don't know. When you're not around, the child cries a lot, and when Miss Su was around before, it didn't work for both of them to coax it. The nanny said, handing the ball of powdered dough to Timothy. Softy goody, Softy goody. Shurching hugged Softy, coaxing and rocking her gently in a gentle voice. The crying soon dropped. Guru walked over to Shurching's side and looked at the little baby in Shurching's arms with curiosity in his eyes. Soft, what's her full name? Previously at the hospital, Guji was only concerned about Shurching, and never even looked at this little baby. Toki Soft, Timmy said. Guru froze for a moment. Your husband's surname is also Shur? Shurching felt helpless at Guji's brain circuits and only said, softly follows my surname. Guru took a look at the soft little face and then looked at Shurching's big face, comparing it back and forth. The boy doesn't look like you. He came to this conclusion. Shurching blankly glanced at Guru. My own. Unlike me, does it look like you? Is there a possibility that she looks like your husband? Guru stroked his chin and analyzed. It was only then that Shurching realized that she had been led astray by Guji's brain circuits, and if the child didn't look like the mother, wouldn't it look like the father? I think there's something like me, too. Shurching looked at Softy with eyes full of love. At this time, the nanny looked at Guru and Softy and smiled. Boss, what a coincidence. Softy and your nephew both have a mole on the back of their hands. It was only then that Shurching noticed that there was a mole on the back of Wajo's hand in about the same place as Guji's. There are always so many coincidences in this world. As she spoke, she saw the soft little hand again, slowly reaching out to Guji. Guru tried to put his hand over, softly held one of Guji's fingers, grinning as she did so. Oops, boss. Softy rarely smiles. Seems to like that this is your nephew. Nanny excitedly said. Guji looked at the little guy clutching his fingers, and an inexplicable emotion surged through his heart, as if some emotion had been awakened. I like her too. It's cute, he said, jerking his finger away. I didn't expect to see Softy's little face scrunch up and cry again just as he jerked away. Guru ignored it and directly found the nanny who was cooking and wrote down the dosage and contraindications of each herb that had been delivered earlier to the nanny. Shurching walked over to Guji with Softy in her arms. That fleshy little hand was still reaching towards Guji, babbling in his mouth. You quickly help coax her. She's trying to find you. Shurching helplessly handed Softy over. Wait until she falls asleep. Guji followed Shurching's example. Extremely rusty to hold soft. This is the first time he personally held a small child. Like the weight of a cat. Warm, soft, but also vaguely has a wonderful milky flavor. Softly arrived in Guji's arms, smiling happily, her two little hands grasping carelessly and her little feet stomping happily. Shurching also unconsciously revealed a gentle smile, and the neighboring sister-in-law looked at the picture and inevitably felt like a family of three. She reached out towards Guru. Give me your cell phone to use. Guji held Softy with both hands and didn't dare to move, so he could only gesture with his eyes to the right pocket of his pants. Shurching then reached into the right pocket of Guji's pants and fumbled. Guru frowned slightly between his eyebrows and looked at Shurching somewhat uncomfortably. This action inevitably made him recall that day himself. Shurching was well maintained. Her palms were smooth. If he ignored that mature and plump physique, how do you look at it? He felt like a female college student in her early 20s. When Ching touched something, she was also a little puzzled. What is so? Realizing something, Shurching's face instantly changed, and the whole person was staggered in place. Guru sighed. You've touched it before and you still don't know what it is. Shurching clenched her fists, in the way of Guji holding Softy in her hands, which controlled herself from hitting. Seeing Guru's calm face, the words she had wanted to curse out stopped. Immodesty. She used Guji's cell phone to open WeChat, operated it and returned it to Guji. I added my WeChat for you, she said, reminding, you have a lot of unread WeChat messages on your phone. Guji faintly hummed, then hugged Softy and sat down by the sofa. Under his soothing, Softy quickly and obediently closed her eyes and fell asleep. He carefully placed Softy in the crib, tucked in, and tiptoed away, afraid the little guy would howl again. Want to go? I'll give you a ride. Timothy lowered his voice as well. No need, milk your baby. Guru quickly slipped away, and when he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. He took out his cell phone, removed the $100 clipped to the back of the case, placed it on the shoebox by the door, and walked away. Shirching was slightly shocked and muttered, actually carrying this 100 with you? This kid, he's really persistent. Gu Shi, who went downstairs and walked to the neighborhood, then looked at WeChat. There were indeed a lot of new messages, all from Su Lingyin, and he only looked at the last one. I've got Master Wang's manuscript, let's meet. The moment he saw this message, Gu Shi's pupils trembled slightly, excitement surged to his heart, and he directly left the neighborhood by running, and then called a car nearby. At this time, upstairs, Shirching watched Guji run as fast as he could, and seemed to vaguely understand something, obviously acting like they don't like it, but then running over to meet with them beautifully when they mentioned the manuscript. Little nephews, and too easily surmised. A smirk appeared on her face as she dialed her assistant's number. I remember that Timeless has worked with a few national painting masters before. Go on, contact them for me. Liaoqing University of the Arts. Because Guji's reputation as a genius in the school was extremely loud, Guji went all the way straight to the women's dormitory, and the dormitory manager didn't inquire. When he arrived at the 101 dormitory where Su Lingyin was, he knocked on the door. The door to the dormitory opened quickly, and a girl who was putting on a face mask opened the door. The moment she saw that it was Guji, the girl was surprised and delighted, and before Guji could open her mouth to explain her intentions, the other party closed the door in a panic. Yes, it's Gu Shi. The girl informed a few of her roommates as soon as she closed the door, the mask on her face falling off from the excitement. Su Lingyin, who was also taking care of her skin in the dormitory room, hooked her lips and smiled. She knew that Guji, that painting nerd, would run over here in a hurry. The other two girls were just as excited but quickly calmed down. Why are you so excited? He, Gu Shi, is Yinin's boyfriend, right? Yinin, one of the girls said. Who knows that Su Lingyin is just full of disinterest? Her tone arrogantly said. Maybe it's because I'm used to getting along with Guji. He took the initiative to come to me. I don't have anything to get excited about yet. Maybe it's time to get to the leveling off period. I really envy you, Yinin. It's just as well that your boyfriend is the schoolboy of the entire Liaoyuan University. There's also Jiang Min from the sculpture department, the girl said casually, but before she finished her words, she was met with a cold stare from Su Lingyin, and could only close her mouth and stop speaking. After all, the one who had come was the school's herbs, and the remaining three girls had made a point of organizing their appearance, and incidentally, putting away the clothes in their dormitories. However, Su Lingyin glanced indifferently at the behavior of the three girls, and with a cold snort under her breath, she walked straight to the door, opened the door and went out, and directly brought the door with her, not giving those three girls a chance to touch Guji. It came quickly. Su Lingyin smiled sweetly. I'll take the manuscript. Guru was straightforward. Su Lingyin had expected this and naturally took Guji's hand, saying in a delicate voice, let's talk somewhere else. Guru was pulled by Su Lingyin all the way to the rooftop of the top floor of the school library. Su Lingyin turned around on the rooftop through the protective netting, breathing in the fresh air. Do you remember? It was here that I first met you. At that time, because you were highly regarded in school and were often mobbed in the drawing room, came here with a drawing board to draw, and I just happened to be attracted to you, she said, turning back to reveal a different from usual, gentle smile at Guji. Remember? Guru nodded. I didn't expect the rooftop to have people on it. It's just so sad. What's pathetic? Think about it. If it wasn't for that time, I probably wouldn't have noticed you, and we wouldn't be dating if I didn't. Su Lingyin's words tried to awaken the fond memories of her first encounter with Guji, and guided Guji's thinking. Seeing Guru pondering for a moment with style, Su Lingyin thought that Guru was touched by this wave of memories and couldn't help but reveal a smile of victory. That day, it was my fault for having a bad tone, and you know my nature, so I hope you don't take it to heart. But I was only wrong for treating you badly, not for having any unseemly relationship with Jiang Min, so you shouldn't misunderstand. Guru. Su Lingyin walked to Guji's side and held Guji's arm. Let's make up. Don't say anything about breaking up in the future, okay? Guru was full of unconcern and said, those things, I didn't put them on my mind in the first place. Su Lingyin was shocked and happy. Really? Then you still said break up that day. At that time I was sad. Really? Guru's face was as sincere as it could be. I only care if you can still get me manuscripts from famous artists. I want to continue learning from them. Even if you don't come to me today, I'll try to redeem myself when I'm free. What? Su Lingyin's face changed dramatically, her expression frozen on her face. She reacted to Guji's continued lack of oil and salt, and simply took out the prepared manuscript. Want it? Of course, that's why I'm here, Guru said. Su Lingyin's voice had some pettiness in it. As long as you promise me that you will no longer associate with Xia Huan-ning, and usually show more love with me in the circle of friends, I'll give it to you, and I'll even help you ask for a book that is treasured by a famous author. No, Guru refused. He regarded Xia Huan-ning as a good friend, not to mention that Xia Huan-ning often helped his family medical center. Mom and dad like Xia Huan-ning, the two families are good friends. How can they not communicate? You don't even say yes to that. Do you like her? Do you know what those people at school are talking about? Obviously I'm your girlfriend, but I ended up being the extra one between you and her? Su Lingyin was ignited with anger. Why are you angry? We're not in a relationship. Gusha felt that Su Lingyin was a bit puzzled. I don't care about your usual messy little requests, but if you have to make such excessive requests, I still have the same words. Break up, and look for another person who can cooperate with your show of affection. Seeing that Guru was about to leave, Su Lingyin became anxious and quickly chased after him. Here, it's okay to give it to you. She shoved the draft into Guji's hand and said impatiently, you just need to take a picture with me here today. Okay. Guru had already received the draft, and had no choice but to make a perfunctory appearance before leaving quickly. Su Jing posted a friend circle that read, the irreplaceable happiness that I remember with you in the place where I first met you, purposefully put irreplaceable in double quotes for emphasis, like it was posted just for anyone to see. Walking out of the library, Guji heard a lot of students whispering about something along the way, and most of all, their eyes were always looking towards him, as if they were talking about something related to him. Class, did something happen? Guru casually asked a passing classmate. Senior Guru, you'll know if you go to the school entrance. A gossipy smile appeared on his classmate's face and he quickly ran away. Only after hearing this did Guru walk in the direction of the school entrance. The murmur grew louder, and the pupils quaked as they pushed through the crowd and saw the scene in the doorway. Several sports cars were parked in front of the school, and the black Ferrari that was surrounded in the center had a banner hanging from it. I love Gu Zhang's big baby. Time. After seeing the familiar face in the back seat of the car and staring at the banner, Guru was so angry that he couldn't speak. He subconsciously wanted to escape from here, but unbeknownst to him, that voice rang out behind him. Guru! When Ching opened the door to get out of the car, a tall and plump beautiful shadow, front and back, on who cannot see that this is the appearance of having had a child, coupled with the body of that unique mature temperament, directly let a lot of male college students cannot move their eyes. She walked straight to Guji, then handed Guji a jacket, the very same jacket that Guji had given her to cover her chest outside the hotel earlier. The last time you were at my house, you left in such a hurry that I forgot to give you back your clothes. Receiving the cleanly washed clothes, Guji's eyes were filled with dismay. What's the point of having a dress? Go you! Hurry up! Guji kept signaling with his eyes. He was losing his face. Shirqing laughed and intimately took Guru's shoulders. I'm not just here to give you clothes. A lot of students around to see what's going on. There are still taking pictures and recording video, although Guji as much as possible back over the camera. I don't want it. You hurry up and go. And also, remove that banner. Guru pushed Shirqing toward the car. Unbeknownst to him, Shirqing took advantage of the fact that she was pushed into the car by Guji at the same time, grabbed Guji's arm and dragged Guji's entire body into the car. Guru unpredictably pounced on Shirqing, once again colliding with that softness. Guji remained in a trance for a moment. Hearing a long sigh outside, Guji came back to his senses, intending to get up from Shirqing, not realizing that the other party was holding him tightly. Shirqing laughed softly in Guji's ear, and in an instant, the noise outside seemed to return to silence, and that laugh magnified infinitely in Guji's mind. What are you hiding from? I'm your aunt, she whispered, and you know you're my aunt. You? Guru was just about to accuse Shirqing of his behavior when he saw Shirqing take out a book and flip it open to display it in front of him. Seeing the scribbling and imposing brushwork, Guji instantly forgot everything, staring at each brushstroke with unblinking eyes, as if it were a one-shot piece of work made in a gush of inspiration. And looking at the technique, it looked like Master Chi's authentic, freshly baked, authentic handwriting. Where did this come from? Auntie? He had a good face. Shurching smiled smugly. If you press your aunt like this, how can she tell you? Guji immediately respectfully helped Shurching up, and even closed the car door with his hand. This small book is I go to see an old man when? I hand from his table to take away used to fan. He did not stop me. I also kept. Heard you will draw. Only to bring you see. The results. Wen Ching said. Melancholy sighed. Alas. I'm in the country only you. Big brother and sister-in-law. Is my relatives? Who knows you are so tired of me. Not to mention get along. It seems that your father let me teach you. But also difficult. No. Not like this. Guru quickly apologized. I'm sorry, little auntie. I didn't mean that. I'm not bored of you. Really? Do you like your aunt? Shurching deliberately teased. Guru pointed to the small book in Shurching's hand. Then can you lend me this to read? I'll give it to you. This kind of thing is of little use to me. Take as much as you want. Shurching directly handed that small book to Guru. Thanks auntie. I love it. Guji looked at that book lovingly. There were many painters he revered, and the paintings on this book in front of him were from one of them. I do. Shurching rested her chin in one hand and looked sideways at Guji. Like, Guru did not hesitate. Then will you listen to my teachings? Shurching stroked Guji's head. Will, you are the elder, Guru said. Shurching hooked her lips and smiled. Break up with your little girlfriend. Why? Guru was puzzled. Shurching put her hand over Guji's hand and said in a serious tone, because this is a meaningless relationship. It will waste time and energy. You don't need to talk about it. Auntie will slowly teach you more sense in the future. In the future, if you have any needs in painting, or if you want to consult any seniors, Auntie is capable of helping you make arrangements. Hearing this, Guru was pleasantly surprised. Even going to see Elder Chi is possible? Sure, I can take you to his place. Shurching smiled dotingly. Guru then nodded. Good, little auntie. I'll send her a message now. He quickly told Su Lingyin about the breakup. There was a time when the two of them, he and Su Lingyin, utilized each other. But now that Shurching's role was mostly more useful than Su Lingyin's, of course he would choose one of the two. Words are so good. Shurching looked at Guji with satisfaction. Since there were a lot of people gathered in front of the school now, she asked the driver to drive the car far away first, and only after the people dispersed did she let Guji leave, and gave him a box of macaroons in the process. The front seat co-pilot's assistant looked at Guji's back as he left, and as the car started, she couldn't help but ask a question. Sure Dong, you specifically asked me to bring quite a few rare supplements to visit old Mr. Chi. Took away the painting book that old Mr. Chi usually uses casually, just to give it to your nephew? He's so fond of delving into painting, it wouldn't be a waste to give it to him. Shurching took out his laptop to continue processing his work. Besides, Big Brother asked me to teach him more, and he, too, is about to graduate. The assistant looked into the car's rearview mirror and was silent for a moment as realization dawned on him. Toki-san, you want your nephew to go straight into Toki-san after graduation? She asked. Unexpectedly, Shurching just smiled and shook his head. Little children, they still need experience, even if they want to enter. It's not now. It's just that the kid is kinda cute, and I'd like to see him grow up. In the evening, the Su family. Su Man is applying a mask. The cell phone on the side has been ringing. The chat interface on the screen. The opposite side keeps sending messages. Wei Jihang sent a series of messages. Manila, if you're not free tomorrow, can you do it the day after tomorrow? I can be your chauffeur and take you for a ride. I heard Uncle Su said you like shopping malls. How about I go shopping with you? The spending is all on me. Second sister. Second sister. Suddenly, a noise broke the silence. Su Man got up from the couch in annoyance, only to see Su Lingyin ghostly crying in the hall downstairs, stomping her feet anxiously. Second sister. Where are you? Tone? Su Man sat up and saw Su Lingyin's look of having eaten a bitter melon, and asked curiously, every day you go to school happily, and you don't have to work to deal with things, so why do you still have a sad face? Second sister. You don't know. I actually got a breakup mention. Su Lingyin told the story of how she received the news of Guji's breakup, and how she couldn't contact Guji, with disbelief on her face, as if she didn't expect Guji to suddenly mention breaking up, or after they recalled their past. He's simply a scumbag. Not only did he break up with me after receiving my things, but he also got into another woman's car in front of the school in public. It's said to be an old woman who drives a Ferrari, and now the whole school is looking at me funny. Su Lingyin was obviously infuriated, and her voice had a sobbing tone in it, as if she had suffered a great deal of aggression. Su Man, after all, was older and didn't care, saying, what a big deal, if it's broken up, then it's broken up. Will our Su family's daughters still not be able to find a man? Su Lingyin indignantly sat next to Su Man and emphasized, The point is that he mentioned breaking up first. I should have mentioned it first, and now it's like he dumped me. What do you want to do then? Suman pinched her brow and propped her head up with one hand, holding the massager to lift her face. Su Lingyin was so pleased with herself that she had already planned it, and asked, "Second sister, help me find some seniors in the national painting industry, and ask for some of their paintings. I want to make Guji beg me to make up with him, and then when he can't stay away from me, then I'll dump him in turn. This is too young for you, Rains?" Su Man gave a beat, suddenly came to the spirit. "You just said, make up with who? Guru what's wrong?" Su Lingyin was confused. Abruptly, Su Man stood up, her mask half falling off. "Your boyfriend's name is Guru? Isn't someone's nephew named Guru? And he always drives a Ferrari." Yes, what's the problem?" Su Lingyin tilted her head and looked at Su Man, who was full of shock, and became even more puzzled. Su Man was silent for a moment, calming her emotions, and had some guesses in her heart. Second sister is telling you, don't mess with that Guji. His parents have a bad temper. It's not like he's the only male left in your Liudai. Don't cling to him, she said in a serious tone. After all, she knew in her heart that Guji was Shurqing's young nephew, and Shurqing usually drove a Ferrari most often. And Su Man said that old woman. Who else could it be if not Shurqing? She didn't want Su Man to disturb Shurqing's coaching of Guji. Su Lingyin angrily got up and directly walked away. "No one has ever dared to do this to me in all my life. Second sister, if you don't help me then forget it." Liaoqing University of Fine Arts, men's dormitory. For the rest of the afternoon, Guji was still flipping through the book page by page. "Still watching? It's hard enough to expect you to help me bring food." The roommate came over and glanced at the book Guji was reading, and suddenly, his line of sight was pulled back. After carefully looking at the inscription, he said in surprise, "Holy shit, you've started imitating Qi Lao?" Guru froze, then revealed a honeyed smile. "Yes, the imitation. Roll it up." Zhao Cheng cheaply wrapped her arms around Gusher's neck and asked, "How much longer do you want to watch? I heard that today the cafeteria special additional meals, super sumptuous, and Western food. Do you need me to bring you food? Do not have to call my father. Oh, is it something going on in the cafeteria?" Guru asked. Although the cafeteria at Liao University had always been good, clean and hygienic, with a moderate flavor, there had been no word of a sudden increase in meals. "No, I've heard that it looks like some VIPs are coming. The people in the next dorm say the school leaders are going to the cafeteria. It should be crowded then. I'll go over and eat later. I'm not hungry now." Guru thought Zhao Chang originally also thought about his dinner. Suddenly a little guilty, added, "By the way, this book is the manuscript of Qi Lao himself. If you want to see, you can join me afterward. I happen to be in the past few days to study the study." Crouch, Guru, you're such a fucking dog. At this time, the cafeteria. The first floor was fenced off as a separate area, with the school leaders and a few students sitting on the sidelines, their eyes on the woman in the main seat, her mask and sunglasses worn tightly. "Dong Shi, why are you suddenly thinking of looking for our school to cooperate? What an honor." "It's nothing much, it's just that I thought that my future children will also be going to college, and I wanted to let Principal Chen take more trouble in advance," Shurqing said, his eyes imperceptibly looking towards the crowd in the cafeteria, as if he was looking for something. Sure, Dong's child. Principal Chen and the other school leaders beside him looked at each other. "If the gossip is correct, your child is still in infancy, right? That's why I said it's in advance." Shurqing smiled, seemed to think that this reason was too far-fetched, and changed the topic. "There are quite few male students in your school." "Yes, we do have fewer boys than girls in our school," Principal Chen said. Seeing that Shurqing ate slowly, Principal Chen asked a little nervously, "Is the food not to your liking?" Tokihei would have passed something. No, it's not. I'm just savoring it slowly because it's so delicious." Principal Chen had originally heard some rumors about Shurqing and thought that she would not get along well, but now this was a relief. At that moment, several tables of female students eating in the distance all looked toward the door, searching for a figure in the crowd with delight. "It's Senior Guji coming. He's so late again today, probably painting in his dorm room again, scraping the bottom of the barrel. The white shirt on him is so handsome even with the paint." When she vaguely heard the name Guru, Shurqing's ears seemed to be infinitely stretched. It was as if she wanted to stick in front of those girls and eavesdrop. Noticing that Shurqing was listening to the voices behind him, Principal Chan snorted. "I'm sorry to make Dongshi laugh. The children enjoy gossiping in the cafeteria." "Why would I laugh? Your school has a great atmosphere to live in," Shurqing said, turning around with a big smile. And sure enough, he saw some white-shirted kid typing up his meal. She stared intently at the white, while hastily saying, "Principal Chen, find a few more students to take a group photo." I'd love to leave a photo in your school. Yeah, no problem. Principal Chen had wanted to take a photo together for a long time, but he hadn't mentioned it for fear of making Shurqing resentful, so this was just what he wanted. But the next moment, he saw Shurqing get up and walk out. Don't bother Principal Chen, I'll find it myself. Principal Chen and several school leaders were dumbfounded, only to see Shurqing purposefully walk over to Gu Ji, who had just finished his meal and was directly dragged over. One of him is enough, Shurqing said, but also took off his sunglasses and mask, signaling the assistant beside him to take pictures immediately. Guru carried the dinner plate, full of doubts. How do you? Before he finished speaking, his back waist was wrapped around, and Shurqing deliberately teased Guru as if he was still slapping down. Why did you slap my butt? Guru's tiny eyes were filled with great doubt, once again wary of this little aunt of his. Cough. Shurqing had to withdraw her hand, like a female hooligan caught in the act, and had to explain. Sister was careless. Guru? Sister? This out-of-touch guy comes to his school out of the blue and touches his ass, and then he calls himself a sister? That, Guru sure Dong appreciates you. You guys take a picture alone. Principal Chen was also very eagle-eyed. After all, having received something from someone else, Guji didn't say anything and obediently stood over, only keeping a distance of 2 fists from Shurqing. But the next moment, without warning, his waist was wrapped around and the two of them were at 0 distance. Get closer for a better picture. Don't be shy. Shurqing laughed softly in Guji's ear. Taking advantage of the two men's proximity, the assistant continuously pressed the shutter, and then showed the finished product to Shurqing. Chairman, the shot is ready. You have a look. Nice. Shurqing had a pleasant look on her face, and even took it to Guji to have a look at it, while whispering, we have a group photo. Oh, it's good that you're happy. Guru was filled with the Qilao manuscript that Shurqing had given him. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to be so calm. Principal Chen, I have other work to take care of today, so I'll leave first. The cafeteria is delicious. I'll come often in the future. A few of you stay. Shurqing looked like she was satisfied with having accomplished her goal. Okay, sure Dong. Guru, go see off Dong sure. Principal Chen reminded Guru. Anyone in the room could see that Shurqing was very much in favor of this Guru from their school. Guru had to deal with it and walked Shurqing all the way to the school entrance. The driver opened the car door, and Shurqing stopped beside the car and looked back at Guji. I'm about to get in the car, so don't say goodbye to me yet. Goodbye, Guru said without any emotion. Bring on the name calling. Shurqing was unforgiving. Guru took a deep breath. Goodbye, little auntie. Good. Shurqing smiled. His tone was like coaxing a child. I'll take you out to play this weekend. I've arranged a photographer to take pictures of Softy, and by the way, I'll take a few pictures of you too. No time, don't go, take your time. Guji left without looking back. He thought to himself that he was not Shurqing's baby. Why would he need to bring him along to take pictures of the kids? Besides, he had promised Xia wanting to go to a nearby dessert store on the weekend. Slightly disappointed, Shurqing got in the car and posted a picture of herself and Guji in a group chat. Group name, Peaceful and Joyful Family, 3 people. Qing, brother and sister-in-law. Look, I went to see my little nephew at school today. He's a hot commodity at school/funny.jpg. Gu Yunshan, really? This kid is this face with me/sunglasses.jpg. Otherwise the character of how good the girl have to let him run away. Sushi at Gu Yunshan, how can you say that? You really don't want to be ashamed of your old face/dislike.jpg. On this end of the screen, Timothy Qing was talking to the two men with a heartfelt smile on his face. Seeing this, the assistant in the front seat couldn't help but sigh. The chairman is really still in a better mood at home. That's of course, the domestic company does not have a lot of things, and there are very few projects that need me to intervene. And what's more important is that my big brother and sister-in-law are over here, so I can see them at any time. And now, there's also an extra fun little nephew, so of course I'm happy. When Shurqing was talking about Guji, her mind was filled with Guji's dull little face. Assistant pushed glasses. A look of Sherlock Holmes possessed. Analyzed, how do I feel? Chairman of the board of directors, you are extraordinarily attached to Gu rhetoric. You deliberately go to visit Chi old man. Chi old man's manuscript to him even if. Now work time. You a chairman of the board of directors to take the lead in touching the fish. All the way to Liodai to take a group photo. He is the son of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Are his elder? There's nothing wrong with caring more about him and striking a good relationship with him. Shurqing said, quickly changing the topic. This Liaoda, does it have a lot of study tasks on weekdays? How come the kids don't even have time on weekends? Hearing this, the assistant almost couldn't help but laugh out loud and cough lightly. Chairman, you have at least been in the mall for more than 10 years. How come you can't even hear this kind of excuse lie now? People might just not want to go out with you and just set a random excuse. For a moment, Shirching was like waking up from a dream, but on second thought she felt that something was wrong. He doesn't look like a habitual off-the-cuff liar that way, he's just a simple-minded kid. It's not like he's in business that much. That would be true. The assistant thought for a moment more. Then there's only one possibility. This little nephew of yours, may have an appointment. You mean, he dates girls? Tokiomi blushed in disbelief. Your little nephew is white and clean, and his grades are good, so he's very popular, and he's at the right age to fall in love, so there must be girls rushing to ask him out. Hearing this, Shirching looked out the window, not knowing what he was thinking, and only after a long time could he not help but open his mouth. Go find out where the kid is dating. I'm his elder. I always have to keep an eye on things, and besides, my big brother and sister-in-law are always concerned about his relationship status. If you're curious, just go directly. No need to find a special reason. There's nothing wrong with an aunt caring about her nephew. The assistant smiled meaningfully. Good Yuchi Rue, you've learned to mock me. Be careful, I'll deduct your bonus. Don't Tim Dong. I still have to save up to marry my girlfriend. Kinda envy you guys sometimes, Tim Ching murmured. She looked at the scenery in the car backwards, remembering what she looked like when she was at Chirue's age, when she had worked hard for her life, night and day, until now, when she had earned enough money to satisfy all of her material needs. She realized that what she had wanted from the beginning, she had never gotten. You now have hundreds of millions of assets, your business is flourishing, and now you have a daughter. If you want me to say, Chi-Rue paused, sighed, and persuaded. I've been with you for so long. In fact, I've always known what you desire. In that case, why don't you go back for a trip? How many years have passed? Your mother may not have not thought clearly about what happened back then. You still have to fly abroad this year. Meet your mother before you leave. Bloodline to bloodline. Where is the disconnect? Shirching's eyes reflected the pedestrians passing by outside, in which a family of three, somehow, the original firm heart, was finally shaken by the word affection. Arrange a trip and I'll see her next week. When she finished, she opened the U-Drama game on her phone to divert her attention as if she was afraid she'd change her mind. Liaoqing University of Fine Arts. Men's dormitory. What are you stimulated, Wei Zhiheng? What a waste of paper. Zhao Chang was shocked as he watched Wei Zhiheng draw one set of black sculpture sketches after another. Wei Zhiheng swished and drew, faintly saying, it's okay, it's your paper. Crap, my new paper. Zhao Chang then reacted, angry with a side of Guji spat. Guji, you see this goods? Really shameless. Their own so much paper do not use. Use other people's. Guru glanced at him and casually said, I think he's immersed in love. His heart is in turmoil, and he's using painting to divert his attention. Hearing this, Wei Zhiheng put down his pen. Extremely puzzled look. No, I just wondered, how can Su Man annoy me like this? I sent so many articles she didn't give a damn about me. What a waste of time to fall in love now. How nice to wait until you want to get married, Guru said. Wei Zhiheng looked at Guji and shook his head, full of hatred. Although you kid women's love is good, but how can this brain in the future how to do? Don't worry about the useless heart. We gu dish in this condition. Find what kind of daughter-in-law Almu asked the Zhao Chang laughed. Wei Zhiheng emphasized, I'm afraid that this child is a rakears. What all have to listen to the mother-in-law Lu? Zhao Chang stroked his chin, thought of something, and tapped the table, then simply find a sister. Generous, tolerant, mature and understanding. A virtuous wife, too worthy of our gu dishin. Rich woman? Wei Zhiheng looked at Guji, looking up and down, indistinctly feeling that Guji really had the ability to do this. His eyes were filled with Go Rouge, do not forget each other. You guys are so idle. Guru was helpless at the sudden change of topic to himself. At this time, he sought his cell phone game friends QQ online. He smoothly pulled friends, teamed up to start a game of U-Drama guess. We are concerned about you. Wei Zhiheng directly moved his stool next to Guru. Hey, interview you. Can accept how much older you sister. To be able to have heartfelt feelings for a member of the opposite sex should be acceptable in every way, Guru said casually. Wei Zhiheng suddenly recalled a certain jingle. When a woman is 3 years old, she holds a golden brick. When a woman is 5, she wants to be rich. When she is 8, everything happens. When she is 9, she has everything. What else was there? Those are the ones I remember. But, Zhao Chang didn't hold back a laugh. And big 9 all kinds of. The first 9 years of age is not more than 30 years old, but don't have a child. You want Gu Dishin to be the stepfather? He won't be bullied? At once, Wei Zhiheng wrapped his arm around Guru's shoulders with the look of an old father. I'm telling you, if you meet a rich woman with a baby who's still single, don't fucking hesitate. The child is not yours. But the mother-in-law is yours. You do not say that many rich women now like you this kind of tender. When the rich and powerful don't forget brother. Wei Jihan looked like he was in tears, looking at Gu Ji with disgust. He spoke firmly and incomparably. Let's not talk about age first. I, Gu Ji, will never be interested in a woman who is a mother. At this moment, in the neighborhood, Shirqing was playing You Draw Me Guess on the couch, and when she was pulled into the team by a certain godly friend, she knew that it was a sure thing. Soon it was her turn to draw and the topic was turtles. Shirqing thought for a moment, then blended the pen to green and drew a circle, and had just begun to add the lines on the turtle's shell when he heard a wow next to him. Softy woke up from his nap and suddenly cried. She immediately put her phone down and went over to check on Softy, realizing it was time for a diaper change, so she pulled out a new one and methodically changed Softy's diaper. In the game she is hanging out. The painting countdown is over, and the players all guessed soccer on first thought, and Gu Ji in the bureau thought for a moment in front of the screen and typed the word turtle up. After changing her diaper, Shirqing came back only to realize that only Gu Ji had answered correctly in this round. Can you guess that? She sends a message in the chat box. Guru quickly replied, because I noticed that you used a green brush, drawing according to the title. As long as the person guessing analyzes the intention of the drawer and thinks what the other person has in mind, the probability is that they won't be wrong. Ching, that's a good point. Guess what I'm thinking right now? I think he's thinking, how did I get so smart? This end of the screen, Shirqing could not help but be amused. She and this person named C as You Draw Me Guess game friends. The two online time often bump into each other will come to a game. Are all kids so blunt nowadays? They're really old and can't keep up with the times. Timothy smiled, glancing at Softy, who was dancing around in the crib beside him. She sent a goodnight message to her friend C and went offline. Looking back, she and this painting big brother called C have known each other for more than 3 years. Both of them talk less, never open the microphone, and play You Paint Me all just pass the time and leisure time. Although they have not talked much, but get along quite naturally. Inexplicably, she was curious about this person whom she had known for 3 years. Familiar yet strange. After all, she saw C's profile age, only 23 years old, a child only, yet it made her feel that the whole person was a bit old. Liao Chang men's bedroom. People say good night to you, and you just reply with an ah? Zhao Chang sat next to Guji eating a snack and saw the chat interface on Guji's cell phone with an expert stance. Then I'll go back to what? Dial reached down and smoothed out a couple chips. Not that I'm saying, you two have been chatting for so long. You're single. Why don't you just ask someone out to meet them? There's no harm in getting to know a few girls, Zhao Chang reminded in a serious tone. Just game buddies, Guru said. I heard that you're going out with Xia Huanning again on the weekend. You kid is really lucky. Wei Ji hung from the opposite bedside a bit. It's not a date though, but how did you guys know? Guru marveled at the power of school gossip. It wasn't Su Lingyin who said on the campus wall that she'd had a fight with you and said something about how she'd wait until you'd had enough fun before looking for you. Hearing this, Gu Shi felt helpless. He obviously said break up with Su Lingyin, but he seemed to have overestimated Su Lingyin's comprehension. Weekend. Dessert store near Liudai. Xia Huanning was wearing a cream-colored bubble sleeve dress. Her long hair was slightly curled down her shoulders, silk bow decorated. She looked gentle and cute. It's a little cooler, so it's true that warm taro is the best, Xia Huanning said, picked up the phone to take a picture. And incidentally, the opposite side of the Guji that dessert also photographed in, although did not shoot Guji, but it is obvious that it is two people to come. Sweet atmosphere pull full. It is indeed delicious, Guru agreed. Even though he's a boy, what boy doesn't have a sweet tooth? The waiter quickly brought up another taro cheese brick and taro boo-boo cake. Xia Huanning gathered her courage and spoke. Gu Shi, I want to try your share, is that okay? Alright, then I'll go get a small plate, Guru said and got up. Wait. Xia Huanning hurriedly called out to Gu Ji. She had expected Gu Ji's brain circuits. This kind of situation would have been perfectly fine for someone else to feed the other person a mouthful and then indirectly kiss by default. We'll each scoop a spoonful of our own and then just swap spoons. She didn't expect much. Here you go. Guru generously scooped a large spoonful of taro mud boo-boo cake and placed it on Xia Huanning's plate. Xia Huanning also scooped up a piece of taro cheese. Only then, handed it to Gu Ji in front of him, signaling Gu Ji to open his mouth. You taste it. The tension almost made her forget to breathe. Good. Guru took the spoon and tasted it, while then her eyes lit up. The cheese smells good. This is not bad either. Xia Huanning smiled awkwardly, then added, Can you give me a little more boo-boo? Boo-hoo. Guru then remembered what a boo-boo was, so from the center of his own taro mud boo-boo cake, he scooped another big spoonful of sandwiched boo-boo beads for Xia Huanning. Thank you brother, said Xia Huanning with smiling eyes, like when she was a child following Gu Ji. She had already done everything she needed to do and said everything she needed to say. And even though Gu Ji hadn't cooperated with any of them, the good thing was that as long as she stayed with Gu Ji, she was in an extraordinarily good mood. And a straight man was a straight man. At this moment, not far from another table, Shi Chang was wearing sunglasses to observe the direction of Gu Shi and Xia Huanning, out of breath, biting the lemon slices on the cup. "Chairman, this lemon is for decoration. Why are you eating it?" Shi Rui said, taking advantage of the reimbursement to order more desserts. It was then that Shi Qing came back to her senses, feeling a sourness in her mouth, and took that lemon slice off and put it on a napkin. "You've been looking at this for half a day. What do you see?" Shi Rui asked. "Nice girl, at first glance. She especially likes Gu Ji, and I seem to have an impression of her." Big brother and sister-in-law seem to have said that Guru has a playmate that he has known since he was a child. It should be this girl. Quite good. Shi Qing took a sip of the lemonade in her cup. It didn't take long for Gu Shi and Xia Huanning to eat almost as much on their side. Seeing Guru take the lead in settling the bill, Xia Huanning was overjoyed, but was still a little embarrassed. "I ordered a lot. It's too embarrassing to let you treat me, and it's obviously me who asked you to come today. My parents always say that you often go to the medical center to help out, so it's only right that I invite you," Guru said. "My uncles and aunts have been good to me since I was a child. And besides, I'm also interested in Chinese medicine." Xia Huanning couldn't hide the smile on her face, and she didn't even dare to look at Gu Resignation's eyes again. Not far away, Shi Rui was a little surprised. Chairman, your little nephew is not so straight. At least in girls dating no checkout. I almost thought he was going to AA with others." Shi Qing was not surprised. The children taught by big brother and sister-in-law, even if they can't be raised with emotional intelligence, they certainly can't be bad in handling things. At this time, he also saw Guji ask for a packing box and packed up all the uneaten cupcakes. "Do you want to take some back to your dorm room for your roommate?" Guru asked Xia Huanning. Xia Huanning shook her head to indicate that there was no need. "You can pack these untouched puffs together as well. My roommate and the girls come to eat them as soon as they are free. It's better to bring them to the boys in your dormitory." "Well, I'll load it up then. By the way, there's a new suspense-type movie coming out soon called Suspicious Clouds, in which a supporting role of a portrait artist is very hot, and a lot of people are running to see her. Do we want to go see it together?" "It's next Wednesday," Xia Huanning proposed. Next Wednesday. Guru thought about it. He favored everything about painting and still agreed. "Then we'll be in touch then." "Good." Xia Huanning knew there was great hope, and she and Guru left the dessert store with a smile on her face the whole way. Seeing the two leave, Shi Qing asked Chi Rui with some confusion. "What new movie is this? How come I don't know about it? It's set up so similar to our latest one." Chi Rui froze for a moment, looking at Shi Qing's clear gaze, and weakly said, "Is it possible that the Doubtful Clouds they're talking about is our company's new movie?" "Yes?" Shi Qing's eyes cleared even more. "That new movie of ours is finally titled Doubtful Clouds?" Chi Rui propped up his forehead and said helplessly, "You are really in the rhythm of a pregnant fool. You were only partially involved in the filming of this movie at the time, and the subsequent content was finalized by the project leaders meeting, so you probably didn't pay attention to it. What a shitty name to settle on," Shi Qing muttered, while then stood up with her bag, not forgetting to instruct Chi Rui, "Get 2 movie tickets for the kids in the private hall and send them there. No need to say that they're from me." "You can't say you sent it? Then how can I deliver it?" Chi Rui was dumbfounded, while handily ordering quite a few more cakes intended to bring to his co-workers. "You don't have this much business ability, and you still want to earn money for a wife?" Shi Qing took it in stride. "Why are women so hard on women?" Ziri sighed. It was a good thing she'd dabbled in a dessert today. Even with the food she'd packed, it wasn't too bad. The men's dormitory at Leo University. Holy shit, so much? Righteous father, ah! Righteous father. Zhao Cheng took the big bag of desserts in Guji's hand and his eyes glistened. "Good son. Chew and swallow slowly." Guru hooked the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. "Okay, Lu, righteous father." Zhao Cheng distributed the desserts to Wei Zhiheng again. Unexpectedly, Wei Zhiheng nestled in the quilt sleeping. Zhao Cheng slapped Wei Zhiheng on the buttocks and shouted, "Still sleeping? Get up and eat delicious food." Wei Zhiheng then yawned and sat up, picking up a piece of taro cake. "It's that new dessert store near the school, right? I haven't really eaten it before. It sells well. All open a few days." "You, this rich brother, actually did not go to eat?" Zhao Cheng is a little surprised, because Wei Zhiheng grounded in money ability. As long as there is a new store near the school, Wei Zhiheng is bound to go over first explore store. Wei Zhiheng's face was in decline. "Don't mention it. I'm a poor loser now. My dad knows that I've offended the Su family's miss, and now he doesn't give me any pocket money anymore. You also have today." Zhao Cheng mercilessly mocked. "Righteous father, Two righteous fathers, treat me to the cafeteria tomorrow. Wei Zhiheng directly hugged his thigh. Get lost? Why am I so unconvinced that you don't leave yourself a way out? Zhao Cheng peeled away Wei Zhiheng. Seeing that Li Feng was not in the dormitory, Guji left a box of puffs on Li Feng's desk and then opened his mouth as if he had seen through everything. I think you want to keep the money to ask Ms. Su out. Only then did Zhao Cheng react, pointing at Wei Zhiheng, indignantly saying, you brat, give me starvation. Wei Zhiheng snorted and urgently changed the topic. Guji how was your date with Xia Huan-ning today? You don't know. Xia Huan-ning asked you out. And how many boys in our school have fallen out of love? They're all going to be jealous of you. It's just a dessert together. Stop gossiping you guys. Guru said. Wei Zhiheng hate iron is not steel. You are really Lumelon. Clear-eyed people can see. Xia Huan-ning look at your eyes and other people are not the same. Clearly is on you. The childhood sweetheart king bomb opening. You do not hurry to hold the beauty you want to claw. Guru sighed. I've known her since we were very young. It's true that we grew up together as childhood friends, but childhood friends don't necessarily deserve to be together. I'm certain that I don't have any emotions between a man and a woman for her, and I won't have any in the future. I just want to treat her as a younger sister. Xia Huan-ning is pretty, and hardworking and well-rounded. You don't even see this? Zhao Cheng scared, but he suddenly turned his mind to think of something and looked at Guji with a strange gaze. Brother, your ideal type. It wouldn't really be the big sister type, would it? Wei Zhiheng also realized what was going on and looked at Guji with a bad smile on his face. Alright Guji, I approve of your taste. Guru was too lazy to explain and looked at a pile of books related to early childhood psychology again. One of the little dreams he had a long time ago was to teach a lot of little children to draw. And now he already had his papers in hand. And when she graduated she would apply for a job as an art teacher near her mom and dad's medical clinic. And in her free time she could also help her mom and dad share the medical clinic's business. After all, his mom and dad had been very respectful of his choices over the years, and of his love of drawing and painting, and he had to value the efforts of his mom and dad for half of his life, and help out as much as he could, to help out and make mom and dad work less hard. Zip, the cell phone vibrates. Guru picked up his cell phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number, but it was from the same city. He picked up the phone and an extremely official male voice came from the other side. Hello? Is this Mr. Gu? The Mandarin is quite standard. Staccato, like official customer service. Which one? Guru asked. I'm in charge of Manhwa Cinema, and at the request of my superiors, I'm giving away tickets to promote the new movie Cloud of Doubt. Congratulations! You've been chosen as a lucky audience member, and you're entitled to a free viewing in Manhwa's SVIP room, or if you have a companion, you can come along and make a 100-word review after the screening. Ziri on the other end of the phone deliberately finished in one breath. Please say that again at 0.8x speed. I didn't hear you clearly, Guru said. Almost every time he had something to ask customer service or when he was doing some kind of business, he did this when he couldn't hear those customer services. Ziri on the other end of the phone had to slow down and rehash what he had just said. Does free viewing mean that you can go directly to the theater without buying a ticket? Guru asked. Yes sir. I don't believe it. Chirue's brain was racing. Then we will discount the money of the movie ticket to you. Sir, that you see this is possible at the main one to stay lucky at. Can I take whoever I want? The topic finally came to a point, and Ziri hastened to offer. Of course. You can bring your friends of the opposite sex forward too. Then I want the money for 250 tickets. Gushi said. He was completely bullshitting. He hadn't encountered this good thing in all his life. He didn't even hold out hope. He was just teasing this customer service. On the other end of the phone, Chirue's brain went down for a few moments. Then he spoke with some uncertainty. How much did you say you wanted? Would you mind saying that again at 0.8x speed? I said I wanted 200, 5, 10 tickets for the money. After Guru restated it, he felt that he had gone a bit overboard again and said, more refund, less compensation. If it doesn't work, I won't go. The line. Of course line. Chirue kept his smile. Later we will give you $20,000 to your account. You don't need to return the extra. Let your friends write a 100-word review after watching the movie. Just consider it as cooperating with me. Do you think it's okay? Could be. Guru hung up the phone, pressing the other party to call the money. Only unexpectedly, the other party seems to be prepared. The next moment, he received a text message. The account arrived $20,000. He froze for a moment, then stood up and looked toward Zhao Chang and Wei Zhiheng in the dormitory with a grandiose face. Any good sons who want to watch out for free? The new movie next week? Wei Zhiheng, who kept up with current events, had long heard about the new movie, but I want to invite Su Man to go see it with me next week. I can even invite her along with me. The quota is limited. There's no store after this village, Guru said. Zhao Chang came over and asked with a smile, why are you suddenly thinking of treating us to a movie? Tell me, how many places? Guru thought for a moment. We need to reserve a place for Li Feng, the four of us in the dormitory, counting Ms. Su, and Xia Huan Ning, and the rest, make it 244 more. Zhao Chang and Wei Zhihan looked at each other before touching Guji's forehead. Are you starving and confused? Zhao Chang looked at Guji with a frown on her face. Wei Zhihan also looked disbelieving. Over 200 people. Are you watching a movie or holding a big meeting? Guru took out his cell phone and took the text message that had just arrived at 20,000 yuan to the two men. Clear in his eyes. The phone said that I can bring as many people as I want to see it. And after seeing it, I can write a comment of more than 100 words on the line. And I casually said 250%. And when I hung up the phone, the money came to the account. Wei Zhihong and Zhao Chang were directly flaxen and frozen. This heavenly bun falling thing can let you meet? Zhao Chang almost broke his voice. Wei Zhihong thought about it is a little strange. Give tickets to this kind of thing has been few and far between. I still heard the first time to give so much. Who is the theater so trench? Guru recalled what the customer service said. It's a theater I haven't heard of. It seems to be called Bright Moon Cinema. Hearing this, Wei Zhihong was stunned. Bright Moon Studios. I remember, isn't that a private movie theater? It's usually used for movie premieres under the head office to invite producers and some internal staff. So how come it's open for ticket giveaways there? The person in charge is drunk, right? Whose company? Zhao Chang asked curiously. His. This I really a little uncertain. But now the movie and television industry is not just a few giants. I guess did not run. Wei Zhihong lazy to think carefully. Tube him. Let's see not let's see. Anyway, the money to the hand. Horizontal and vertical is not a loss. To go after the really do not allow to see. Then directly turn the scene on the hotel. 244 people is it? I'm shaking people. The other departments we are familiar with those are called on. And then call a few schoolgirls. Rain and shine. Zhao Chang proposed at the side. Wei Zhihong's face was full of approval. If this heard that there were schoolgirls, more than 200 people would probably fill up in minutes. Save a couple more spots. Guru said, sending a message on his cell phone. It's scheduled for next Wednesday. I'll ask if any of the teachers are also free and can go together. Still, you're the one who thought of it, so I'll go ask, too. At this time, the East Side neighborhood. The study. Wearing a long cotton flannel housecoat, Shirching sat in front of the computer and processed her work, signing a contract, while looking up at Chi Rue, who was standing in the study. 60 rows and 40 columns in the first floor hall. Seating for 240 people. And you're telling me that's not enough? It's really not enough. Chairman, things have changed. You may have to give up a bit of the second floor hall as well. Chi Rue lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. Shirching frowned. I asked you to send 2 movie tickets to Guji and that little girl. You're a gold medal assistant. There shouldn't be a problem with such a simple thing. It's like this, Chairman. I called your nephew and told him everything I needed to say like a fraudhead. He didn't believe me, so I said I could discount it. But then he said he wanted 250 sheets of money. And if he couldn't, he wouldn't go. But thinking that it was a task you gave me, I agreed to do it. Seeing Shirching's frown, Chi Rue hurriedly said, don't be angry. There are only 6 more people who can't sit down. You can let those 6 people go to the second floor. Shirching took a deep breath and closed the contract in front of him, pinching his brow. You should know my schedule. Next Wednesday is the premiere of Doubtful Clouds. And the theater on the second floor is what I plan to entertain Director Zhang and the others with. Chi Rue immediately came up with a countermeasure. I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm looking for someone to add a bench to the first floor hall. 6 people they should be able to make do. Timothy was silent for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind. If I'm not mistaken, that kid should have invited all his classmates. It's better not to get together. Let the extra people go to the second floor and take the front row seats. Just don't disturb me and Director Zhang as they talk. You are really rare to give face. Ziri smiled and held up his glasses. After all, Manhwa Cinema, in addition to the movie premiere, will invite the director and production team to watch the movie. Is considered to be the private place where Shirching usually watches movies alone. Shirching has always disliked the noise when watching a movie, does not like to be disturbed. And this time is considered to be an unprecedented one. Right. Shirching leaned back towards the backrest of his chair, stroking his chin, seemingly thinking of something. Since you've lied to him about being able to watch movies here, why don't you just go to another studio and transfer over a few staff members? What's with the whole kid thing? Okay, Chairman, I'll make the arrangements today. Chi Rue was about to leave when he was called back by Shirching. They watch movies. Always have to eat something, right? Timothy said. Chi Rue immediately understood what Shirching meant and helplessly made an okay gesture and went out. Unexpectedly, the chairman of a film and television company, actually acted up in his own private theater. Wednesday, Xia Huanning received a message from Guji the day. Guji only a brief sentence, next Wednesday I invite you to watch a movie, but still let her delighted, so that wholeheartedly prepared to today, because such words, in her opinion, like the ambiguous period of the invitation to date, just out of the dormitory building. I saw the familiar figure at the door. Guji was paralyzed on the bench, both hands inserted into the jacket pockets, tilting his head back to look at the sky, chewing gum in his mouth. I don't know what to think again. The person she liked was waiting at the door. Xia Huaning wanted to tease Guji, so she quietly walked behind Guji, covered his eyes, and purposely didn't say a word. She had thought that Guji would ask who it was, but she didn't realize that Guji didn't say anything, and quietly allowed Xia Huaning to cover her eyes. Why don't you even guess who I am? Once again, Xia Huaning felt that Guji was a bit too straight. Then don't use jasmine-scented hand cream next time. I'll know it's you when I smell it, Guru said. Xia Huaning's face flushed. There are a lot of jasmine-flavored hand creams out there. The one you always use also has a bit of a fruity scent. Obviously, now that it's cold, your skin tends to dry out. Do you want me to help you apply some as well? Xia Huaning asked in a tentative whisper. No, I put it on, only it's odorless. Guru refused very directly and then walked towards the school entrance, not paying the slightest attention to Xia Huaning who had already taken out her hand cream. Xia Huaning sighed and followed. Soon, the two arrived at Bright Moon Studios in a car. There's actually a movie theater here. Xia Huaning looked around, when she noticed that the person standing in the parlor not far away looked familiar. Guru, what took you guys so long? Wei Zhihan walked towards the two, accompanied by Zhao Chang, Li Feng and Su Man. Why didn't you guys go in and look? Guru asked. The staff here said the first floor is full and a few of us will have to go to the second floor. Okay. Guru walked in front of him, not noticing that Xia Huaning's face, which was originally wearing a smile, seemed to be covered in a layer of gloom at the moment. Guru, do you really not know whose territory this is? Behind her, Suman tapped Guru's shoulder. Guru shook his head. Isn't this a movie city? Wei Zhihan then came to Guji's ear and reminded him in a low voice. This is the private studio of the chairman of Timeless Studios. Guru's footsteps were stunned, just in time to walk to the entrance of the second-floor studio and meet the gaze of Shiqing, who was seated in the back row. But then he saw a couple of other serious-looking people beside Timothy, a small glass table with a couple of glasses of wine in front of the couch, and he settled into his seat in the front row and didn't look back to mess around. In addition to Xia Huaning's remaining four people were very insightful, allowing Guji and Xia Huaning's seats to be very close to each other, except that Xia Huaning still didn't have any happy emotions on her face. Before the movie even started, Xia Huaning finally couldn't help but open her mouth. When you said you invited me to the movies, did you actually invite a lot of your classmates, and I was just one of them? Words just set out. Xia Huaning is a little regret. She asked what counts. This is not to show that they are jealous. In Caddy, how will Guji think she? Only Guji looked at Xia Huaning and was silent for a moment, said, actually, there's the teacher. Xia Huaning suffocated in her heart and sat for a while without saying a word. And she didn't have any appetite for the sumptuous desserts, drinks and popcorn on the table, until the movie didn't start for long, when she finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do tonight, so I probably won't be able to stay here to finish the movie. Sorry, I'll go first. Almost like fleeing, even if Xia Huaning clear that she did not do anything wrong. She just looked forward to this movie theater alone together, look forward to 3 days. She just advance understanding of the movie original, want to talk to Guji more. She just with countless pieces of clothing. It still didn't melt the ice in Gusher's heart. Guru, you this, not chase out and take a look? Wei Zhihan was a bit unable to watch. Guru shook his head and ate the snack in front of him. She said she had something to be busy with. Wei Zhihan was instantly shocked and speechless, finally realizing why the girls all felt helpless against straight men. Shiqing in the back row saw the figure of Xia Huaning running out, and felt a little strange. How to just look for a moment and then left. Dong. These are the audience you got to do the evaluation? The man next to him asked. While raising a glass of wine to toast Shiqing, Timothy picked up his glass and clinked it, taking a fake sip through the dimness of the theater. Yes, I'll have them write down their most honest reviews and observations, which is essential for Timothy's long-term development. After this movie, does Dongshi have any new arrangements? I heard that Dongshi is going abroad to talk about cooperation and prepare for a new project. Has that been finalized? Shiqing smiled, not affirming or denying. Maybe. Plans always fail to catch up with changes. This time, the shooting of Doubtful Clouds exceeded my mental expectations, and I had a great time working with director Zhang, and I'm looking forward to working with him again in the future. That's good. And it's an honor to work with Timeless. After the movie was over, perhaps because several people did not drink a lot and left without watching the ending egg, Shirching also got up to see off director Zhang and the others. And Guru finished watching the eggs before they walked out of the theater with Wei Zhiheng. It was a little late, hastily bidding farewell to the alumni and teachers in the hall on the first floor. Seeing that Shirching was busy sending the director off, Suman didn't bother to chat and asked Guji several people, "How are you going? Do you want to take my car?" "Yes." Wei Zhiheng was the first to step forward. With that, Zhao Chang and Li Feng followed suit. "Hey, Guru, you don't have to." Wei Zhiheng looked toward Shirching, who was not far away, and gave a thumbs up toward Guru. "It's still you. Really good." Then Guji, "Be a good boy and go with your aunt. We'll go first." Suman's chauffeur drove away. In fact, also Suman's small sports car accommodated 4 people just fine. One more might be a bit crowded. Guji looked at Shircheng, who was not far away, walking towards him after sending off director Zhang and the others. But he had no intention of letting Shirching give him a ride, as he had never liked to bother others. "Auntie, I'm going back too." Guru waved her hand obediently while reaching for her cell phone with the intention of calling a car. "Wait," Shirching suddenly called out to him. "Can you drive?" she asked. Even though the wine only touched her lips and pressed into her mouth, Shirching's cheeks were still slightly pink, and it seemed that at some point she had applied her blush a little heavier. Guru nodded. "I took the driver's license test the year before last. My assistant drove the co-op away, and I'm too dizzy to drive right now," Timothy said, jiggling the keys to the Ferrari. "You want me to drive you?" Guru asked. "Is there anyone else here?" Timothy looked around at the silence and shrugged helplessly. The private studio, which was already remote, was left with only Guru and Shirchang after everyone had left, without the hustle and bustle of the traffic, like they were alone in a room. "Why don't you call a chauffeur?" Guru suggested. "Luckily you still call me a little aunt, but as a result, you don't help with such a little favor." Shirching sighed and sat on the curb, muttering, "Still have to wait for the driver here. It's not that I don't want to give you a ride, it's just that I haven't driven a car since I finished my driver's license, let alone a sports car. It would be dangerous," Guji explained. "There's an unmarked path in the back of the theater." When Shirching finished speaking, she pushed Guji into the driver's seat. "I'll teach you, just drive at ease." "Alright, I'll go back after dropping you off." Guru had to agree, putting on his seatbelt as he did so. The co-pilot, Tim Ching, pressed twice on the steering wheel, flicked the side paddles to turn on the normal mode, then turned on the navigation and said, "That'll do it, let's go." Guru stepped on the gas, and the car started slowly, smoothly and quietly, with almost no bumps. "How does it feel?" Shirching glanced sideways at Guji. "It's stable. When you graduate, I'll give you one as a graduation present, in the style of your choice." "I don't want it." Guru didn't even think about it and refused without hesitation. "What? You don't like it?" "My parents said I can't accept your gift." Guru remembers his family's teachings. His parents said that outdated Qing was very wealthy and could possibly give him expensive gifts that he couldn't accept. Shirching sighed, depressed. "Big brother and sister-in-law are really too. Why are they educating you like they are teaching children not to accept things from strangers indiscriminately? You are at least an adult. You don't need to be so obedient." Guru was silent and drove peacefully. Shirching looked at Guji, and didn't know who Guji had inherited this from, obviously young and beautiful, but exuding an aura that was as boring as someone who was older. "By the way, how did you piss that little girl off today?" Shirching asked. Guru was puzzled. "I didn't get mad at her. She said she had something to do before she left first." Shirching remembered Xiaohuan Ning's face when she left. How to look at it did not look like she left because something was wrong. Besides, this kind of words were too much like a lie. "Don't you have a favorite girl in college besides that girlfriend you had before?" "Nope, it feels boring to be in love," Guji honestly said. It could also be because there really was no favorite girl, and he had never had much imagination for the so-called sweet relationships. "Aren't you afraid that in a few years, your parents will rush you?" Hearing this, Guru was silent for a moment. "Then I'll go on a blind date." "Blind date?" Shirching was a bit surprised. "You're so picky. Compared to a blind date, it's obviously better to pick from the opposite sex that you're familiar with around you." "No, I'm not picky. If my parents really rush me." Guru was serious and earnest on his face. As long as the blind date is of good character and willing to get married, he can let them have a daughter-in-law as fast as possible, and even let them hold a child. Instantly, Shirching looked at Guji, her face full of disbelief, and asked, "You mean, as long as the blind date sees you, no matter what it is, you're willing to get flash married and even have children?" Guru nodded. "I think it's a sacred thing for two people to form a family and conceive a new life. And if a girl has my child, I'll definitely give my whole heart to her for the rest of my life. Like kids? The moonlight was getting thicker, and even Shurching's smile added a bit of flavor. I do. It's not yours, but you can go over there often. I will. After all, she is sort of my sister. It just seems too early to talk about it. He turned his words around. Auntie, the destination is up ahead. Are you going to sleep here tonight? Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Guji was a bit puzzled, because this was not Shurching's company, nor was it a place where he could live. He tilted his head and only saw 4 words, Jun Shang Group. Do I look like a woman who can sleep around and not know how to get home? Shurching blankly glanced at Guru, then took a gift box from the back seat, opened the car door and got out. I need to meet someone. I'll be out soon. You wait for me, hero. On the way out, Shurching slowly walked over to the driver's side and took out a few candies and put them in Guji's hands before walking into the building. Guji looked at Shurching's back and then at the candy in his hand and frowned. What's that? Beating off kids. He really hated how Tokihei always treated him like a child and spat, peeling a candy and putting it in his mouth. It's pretty tasty. At this time, Junchung Group, the top floor chairman's office. The older woman sat in a leather seat, wearing thin-framed glasses and flipping through a folder in her hand. And even though she was extremely well-maintained, she couldn't hide the glare and shrewdness in her brow. She glanced at Shurching, who walked in, and hummed in a nonchalant manner. You're here really early. If you want to eat cold food, say it earlier, so that I don't have to make it hot for you. Shurching put the things she brought on the coffee table, and seeing the lunchbox next to her, she opened it and looked at it, then faintly said, I'm sorry, I just happened to be meeting the director tonight, and I was delayed a bit. Then he picked up his lunchbox. It's late. I'll take the food back for dinner and I'll see you next time. I see that you're arranging other things today because you don't want to talk to me. Song Jun-ro stopped the work on her hands, stood up, sat on the sofa, picked up the gift box that Shurching had brought, and took out the contents. No, it's really busy today, Shurching said, her gaze watching Song Jun-ro opening the bird's nest she had bought. You should know that I can't eat something like bird's nest lately because I'm in bad shape from fever at work, and the one you bought isn't the one I always eat. Song Jun-ro put the bird's nest back and put her hands around her chest in an educational posture. You've been in the business circle for at least 10 years. How come you can't even give a good gift anymore? Shurching was silent for a moment and just sighed. I'll buy you something else next time. She walked over to take the bird's nest away, but Song Jun-ro was stopped by Song Jun-ro. After giving it all away, there's no reason to take it back, Song Jun-ro said, putting away the bird's nest, while saying, when you were abroad, I sent people to invite you many times, and as a result, you always said next time, but this time, you came by coincidence, and I happen to have something to ask you. Hearing this, Timothy had no choice but to sit across the sofa. Ask, all those rumors out there about you, true or false? I don't believe any of them unless I hear you admit it yourself. Including the fact that they're rumoring that you have a child. Song Jun-ro also sat back on the sofa, his sharp gaze looking at Shurching. I today only ask you about the child. Whether it's true or not, you say it yourself. Since you would choose to ask that question, you must have also read the news on the internet that says the same thing. Shurching lowered her eyes and said very calmly, yes, I do have a child. What? Song Jun-ro's face changed slightly, and his tone was a bit agitated, but he still tried his best to control his emotions. Forcing himself to calmly inquire, when did this happen? You got married? No, I sent someone to check. You're not married at all. Yeah, not married, just having kids. Seeing Shurching admitted with a calm face, Song Jun-ro completely lost control of her emotions. Bang! She slapped her palm on the coffee table. The loud noise broke the quiet of the night outside the window and completely shattered the atmosphere of the conversation between the two. What did your Wei-Chen teach you all these years? How dare you learn to get pregnant without being married? You're really going to disgrace me. Song Jun-ro stood up and paced around the office, pointing at Shurching and asking after him, tell me whose child it is. No idea, but my dad taught me well, and if he were here, he'd understand what I'm really doing. Shurching's face remained calm, not even glancing at Su Jun-rouge as she took her things and got up to head for the door. He understands you? Understand that you don't cherish the fact that you fooled around with a man and gave birth to a child. How did I, Song Jun-ro, give birth to a daughter like you? Song Jun-rhythm was in a fit of anger and hysteria, and the hurtful words had already been spoken and could not be taken back. Bang! Of the lunchbox, Timothy dropped it on the floor. At least he knows I'm allergic to tomatoes. Shurching's voice trembled as she questioned with red eyes. Who are you to educate me? Born but not raised. In the family's most difficult time, you decisively left me and my father, rather than be a stepmother to marry a rich man. It is my father raised me alone. From dishwashing and cleaning, to the construction site, assembly line, courier, maintenance workers, taxi. He did all the dirty work you can think of for me. He paid off all of the family's debts and earned every penny of my tuition from childhood to adulthood. And you? Shirching let out a laugh, feeling ridiculous to the extreme, but his eyes had already reddened. When you abandoned me and Dad for your ideal life of riches, I too wondered how I had a mom like you. Snap! A crisp clang rang through the office, bringing the words to a screeching halt. At this moment, Gu Shi, who was looking for Shirching at the door, happened to see the scene. Shirching received a solid slap, and the teardrops that had been suppressed for a long time finally crossed her cheeks. Guru froze in place, completely unaware of what was happening. Little auntie you. Snap! Before Guru's words could be uttered, he saw Shirching raise his hand and return the slap. His level of shock directly doubled. After all, how he looked at the person across from Shirching was an elder, and he didn't even think that Shirching would fight back. You. Song Junro also looked at Shirching incredulously. Good for you. You dare to hit your mom now? Is this how Shi Weichen taught you? All I know is that my dad told me on his deathbed that after he left, I was going to be on my own, that I was going to have to fight back against whoever bullied me, that he didn't want me to be wronged, and that he would only be happy for me if he saw that I had my own children and a new home. Shirching looked at Song Jun Rouge, undaunted, and said sternly, "You've never been involved in my life except for giving birth to me. You're not qualified to hit me." Song Jun Ro pointed at Shirching, so angry that she was about to turn her back, and said angrily, "What kind of family are you? Do you really think that having a child means you have a home? You won't be happy if you continue on alone. Sooner or later, you'll have to beg me to take you in. Once upon a time, didn't the three of us still fail to be happy in our home?" Shirching smiled to herself and took out her sunglasses mask from her bag and put it on, while then pushing the door open and holding Guru's hand. "I shouldn't have come today, nor will I come again. Just watch. I'll get married and I'll give my kids a really happy home." After saying that, she took Guji's hand and left the office, making her way through the still busy crowd in the group and leaving the company under the sight of countless people. It was only when she got in the car that Shirching took off her sunglasses and mask, her reddened eyes and the tear tracks on her face still fresh. "Why are you still up there?" she asked. "I went up there because I saw you didn't come down for so long, and still took your car keys and said I was your driver before I went up." Guru said, saw the passenger window, reflected in the side face of Shirching looking out the window, neon eyes as if there is a backlog of years of melancholy at this moment released in the night sky. "Take you back now?" he asked in a whisper. "Aha." Shirching leaned her head against the car window, not knowing how many times she had cried along the way, and even though she desperately wanted to suppress the tears, it still didn't help. I don't know how long it took. The car drove to the East City neighborhood. Guru parked the car in the underground garage, and was about to open his mouth when he turned his head and saw the sleeping Shirching. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, walked over to the passenger seat, carefully opened the door, and proceeded to Timothy's face with his hand. Shirching slept so deeply that she didn't even wake up at all even though her face was being held in Guji's hand. Looking at Shirching's sleeping face, for some reason, Guji couldn't help but stop and look at it twice more. Sleeping Shirching liked to remove the strong woman's coat, revealing a soft, warm, just the right amount of maternal glory of the essence, that clinging to the temperature of the palm of Gushir's curled up posture, even let a person rise up a strong desire to protect. "Been alone for a long time?" Guru muttered. He thought about the conversation he had accidentally overheard outside his office. Could it be that Toki Ching only have children and no husband? Is it divorced or, realizing that he was thinking too much, Gushi quickly waved away the jumbled speculations in his mind. No matter what had happened to Shirching, what kind of past he had, even if he was curious, he wouldn't ask about it, because in his case, Shirching was a benefactor who had helped his parents, his nominal sister-in-law, someone he should respect and honor. With that thought in mind, he grabbed Shirching's handbag, then picked her up, kicked in the car door, and headed upstairs. When he reached the door, he knocked gently. Soon, the sister-in-law opened the door with the baby in her arms. "Why are you so late?" Seeing the sleeping Shirching being held by Guji, Mrs. Yu hurriedly lowered her voice and signaled Guji to send Shirching into the bedroom. Guru tucked Shirching in and gently closed the door. "Boss, is this asleep?" Sister-in-law was a bit surprised. "Well, fell asleep on the way back." Guji was heading out when she was pulled back by her sister-in-law again. "Your aunt doesn't like outsiders staying at her place. She usually has her own kids. I'll have to leave when she gets back from work, but there's no one to watch the kids, and you're her own family, so you stay here." Sister-in-law of the month looked towards Shirching's room and sighed. Since the child was born, she not only didn't sit properly during the month, she didn't have much sleep at night. She had to go to the office early in the day. Her nutrition couldn't keep up, and her body deteriorated quite a bit, and after a long time she started to suffer from insomnia at night, and her work and rest were all messed up, and sometimes when she was at home in the daytime, she also didn't have a good spirit. She's the one who brings up the children at night? Guru was a bit surprised. Yes. I want to stay here several times, but the boss won't let me, saying that I have to take care of it myself. Think about it, the child is still small. How many times in the middle of the night to get up? She also have to get up on time to see the child. Wake up and sleep. If there is a man to help can still be better. You say this. Sister-in-law of the month said. Suddenly paused. Hurriedly said. Quick. You quickly into the house. Her cell phone set the alarm clock. I just remembered. Hurry to turn it off. It's not easy for her to fall asleep. Don't wake up again. Gushi had to go back to the bedroom again, only to realize that Shirching didn't know when he kicked the quilt away, and he was afraid that Shirching would catch a cold, so he purposely covered the quilt again, and only then quickly came out with Shirching's bag. He opened Timothy's cell phone, and sure enough, there was a password, digital, that he couldn't open. I have to go. I'll come in early tomorrow to cover for you, so you can stay here tonight and watch the kids. Sister-in-law added Guji's WeChat before leaving, and on the way, she sent Guji some of the things she needed to pay attention to. Looking at the series of notes, as well as the warm and soft baby doll in his arms, Guji froze in place, finally accepting reality. He put the baby into the crib and sat down next to it, watching the notes and ways to deal with emergencies sent by his sister-in-law, one by one, as serious and earnest as a college entrance exam. This night, Shirching's alarm clock went off every hour and 40 minutes. And as soon as the alarm went off, he immediately turned it off to avoid waking up Shirching, and then went to see how the baby was doing, and when the baby cried, he either changed the diaper or fed it. He followed what his sister-in-law said, mixing the milk powder in strict proportions like a chemical experiment, testing the temperature on the back of his hand, then picking up the baby, adjusting it to the right angle and feeding it rustily, seeing Softy drinking milk with her little grape-like eyes open. Guji knew for the first time what it meant to make a milk-eating effort. Because Softy was clenching her two fleshy little pink fists hard when she was drinking milk, and the flesh on both sides of her cheeks followed suit. Softy already had a milky scent, and now she smelled even better when she was drinking her milk, like a soft little strawberry-flavored cheese. Gushi suddenly realized that the somewhat ugly, wrinkled meatball he had seen in the hospital room before was now gradually rounded and cute, and his soft and adorable appearance made him all but give birth to feelings of fondness. He burped the milk while he nagged Softy for 50 cents. However, it didn't take long for Guji to stop smiling, as he was about to change Softy's diaper, his face serious and wearing a pain mask in advance. The good thing was, even though he was prepared for it, it didn't stink as much as he thought it would, even enjoyed it a little. Of course, it's time to rub Softy's pee-pee, because Softy kept smiling at him and dancing around. You almost kicked me, soft little friend of the hour, Guru muttered to himself as he changed Softy's new diaper. Softy babbled in response to Guji's voice. What to do? I can't understand. Let's have a conversation when you grow up, Guru said. Softy, yeah, boo. Guru sized up Softy. Do you want to be a prodigy? Just how old are you and you're in a hurry to talk? Softy, boo, boo boo boo. You're not going to call dad, are you? I'm your brother. Guji and Softy chatted back and forth until Softy fell asleep again and Guji dozed off on the sofa next to the crib. Only the alarm clock went off again and again. Not only did he have to check on Softy, but he also had to take a look at Shirching in the bedroom. As soon as he saw Shirching kicking the quilt, he went in to help Shirching cover up. After all, it's fall now. Although the temperature in this room is moderate, there is still a temperature difference between under the quilt and outside. And the sister-in-law said that when Shirching's body has gotten worse, she can't catch a cold and get sick. Throughout the night, Guji just woke up and slept. And every time he had to wake up to breastfeed before he could get much into a deep sleep, he couldn't help but lament the hard work of taking care of a child. And also marveled at the fact that Shirching had labored alone for so long. It wasn't until dawn, almost 6 in the morning, that Guru woke up for the 8th time. After turning off the alarm clock and seeing that Softy was still awake, Guji walked to the kitchen in a small voice. He skillfully made a pot of nutritious medicinal porridge with the available ingredients and herbs, and then breastfed Softy once more. Well, it didn't take long for the sister-in-law to arrive. The porridge is in the pot. Guru finished speaking and left in a hurry. By the time he got to school, classes had already begun, and Guji brought the bread he bought on the way and waltzed in through the back door. When the teacher saw that it was Guji, she pushed up her glasses and ignored him. Wei Ji hung in the back row whistled and greeted Guji like a monkey. Guru sat over and took out bread and water and ate it. He was hungry himself after making breakfast for Shirching, but still came to school first. You messaged the group last night that you would be back late. Why are you back this morning? What have you been doing? Wei Jiheng approached Gu Ji like a dog, sniffing the odor of Gu Ji's body. What kind of milk did you drink that smells so good? And don't bring me a box. It was too late yesterday. So, went home to rest. Guru smiled helplessly. Would he say that he had to cuddle a child for a night before his body was flavored? Noon. East Side neighborhood. Timothy opened his eyes drowsily, the dark curtains almost making the light outside imperceptible to time, and there were no clocks in the bedroom. Suddenly, panic struck her and she ran out without her shoes. She could feel her otherwise heavy head relaxing, and she must have slept longer than usual. Hearing the sound of prancing feet on the floor, sister-in-law, who was holding her baby in the sun, turned back. You're awake. What time is it? When Shirching saw the softness in her sister-in-law's arms, she was blinking her big eyes, and her hanging heart was put down for the most part. It's after 10. I was thinking you could sleep more. Why all of a sudden? It was only then that sister-in-law noticed that Shirching wasn't wearing any shoes, and hurriedly put Softy into the crib, then got slippers for Shirching inside. But you have to wear shoes. It's not good if the cold enters your body, she said, handing Timothy the fuzzy monthly socks. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Shirching walked over to the couch to put on her socks, and the sight of Softy seemed to bring her back to life for a moment. Until this moment, as she felt her heart still beating violently and panicked, she realized that even though she always said that it was fine to be alone, and felt that she could take care of Softy by herself as long as she put her heart and soul into it, she was still afraid of what might happen, and was afraid of making a mistake. She was too afraid that she had not done her duty as a mother for the first time. She was too afraid that she would not be able to take care of this hard-won baby, and then she was afraid that she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. All she had, the home she had always hoped for, the bright future, was just this little doll babbling in front of her. Did you stay here last night? Why didn't you call me? Shirching put on his socks and covered the blanket on the couch, then took Softy in his arms. Didn't I say I'd take care of Softy by myself at night? You, look at your memory. Have you forgotten? Who fell asleep last night and was carried back by his nephew? Sister-in-law reminded. As if, it's me. It was then that Shirching recalled that she had fallen asleep in the car, and she couldn't help but pat herself on the head. She was really going to be pregnant for 3 years. I just didn't realize that her naturally dull nephew would carry her back. Obviously he could have just woken her up. You eat something first. After sleeping for a long time and getting up you're definitely going to be hungry. After you eat you'll see if you look at the home surveillance. Sister-in-law, you brought out the kitchen's pot of medicinal food and gave Shirching a bowl full of it. I just warmed it up for you. Quickly take advantage of the heat. Aha! Tim Ching had more than likely guessed that his sister-in-law had probably made do on the couch last night. She put down Softy and picked up her cell phone and went to sit down at the table, expecting a flurry of messages and missed calls waiting for her to deal with. But surprisingly, not a single one. She even thought it was the internet that wasn't connected, but the signal was full and everything was fine. It's so weird. It's like the company went out of business. Without even glancing at the porridge in front of her, she immediately called Chi Rue. The other side picked up quickly. Shirching, eyebrows slightly knit, face serious. What's wrong with you? Do not report the schedule with me in the morning. The first day of the premiere of Doubt of the Data Table, the planning team's previous program finalized, and BD side in the talks of cooperation. Wait. Chi Rue was confused and asked suspiciously. Chairman, aren't you on vacation this morning? Who told you I was taking a vacation? When have I ever taken a vacation? But your nephew came to the office early this morning and blocked me, saying that you were off in the morning, and asked me to revise my schedule for the morning, and all arrangements and meetings were postponed until you took the initiative to call me. Hearing this, Shirching froze for a moment. She did not expect that Guji ran from school to the company early in the morning to block Chi Rue, just to tell Chi Rue that she was resting? Could it be that, was afraid that she would be disturbed while she was sleeping? Just went to the company even earlier than Chi Rue. This kind of thing, kinda seems like something that kid could do, even if he is my nephew. You believe him once he says something as big as a vacation? Shirching's tone softened a bit, but remained serious. I didn't believe that you had finally allowed yourself to rest, and it was only when your nephew took a picture of you sleeping that I believed it. I was also thinking that you had been busy since you were abroad, and after you returned to China and gave birth to a child instead, you worked even harder. Resting for half a day is nothing. Don't worry, everything is fine and in order in the company. Photos? Shirching held her forehead. That kid actually took pictures of her while she was asleep. Alright, I know. It's almost lunch break. I'll go back to the office this afternoon. Hanging up and putting down her cell phone, Shirching felt more relaxed than ever. Granted, some kid had taken it upon himself to put her on vacation, but this feeling of sleeping comfortably, waking up and not having to think about anything, and enjoying the moment without worry, was extremely restful. And that sleep last night, although she fell asleep with tears in her eyes, but after waking up comfortably and feeling the midday sunshine, she felt, on the contrary, that all those negative emotions had been evaporated, and her body and mind were soothed and refreshed. Or perhaps, what she coveted was this long-lost feeling of being taken care of. Shurching's thoughts were quickly pulled back by the taste of the porridge in the bowl. She flipped the porridge rice and found that there were a lot of medicinal herbs, with a balanced and nutritious combination. Every spoonful was full. It was like a whole pot of medicinal food with white rice, small yellow rice and all kinds of beans, as well as red dates and goji berries, etc. And she was close to counting how many kinds of them there were, and it tasted better than what she had eaten before. Your cooking skills have improved. Shurching thought it was the kanji made by her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you smiled. Don't flatter me. How can I cook medicinal food? This is what your nephew boiled for you this morning and put it there. The spoon in Shurching's hand stopped in midair, and she said with some disbelief, Him? That child? He made this pot of medicinal kanji? She did know that Guji might have followed her big brother and sister-in-law to learn a lot, but she didn't expect that this child would specially make kanji for her. Yeah, he's a pretty good cook. Sister-in-law Moon praised it repeatedly. This pot of medicinal kanji. It was called a fragrance. If it wasn't for the kitchen door being closed, it was estimated that the entire living room would have to be wafting with the aroma. But even so, she still smelled the aroma when she came in the morning. It could be said to be done quickly and well. Extremely skillful. When did he come? He specially came over to make a kanji? Shurching was a bit puzzled. Although this place is not far from Liaoda, but in the morning rush hour, Guji didn't even go to class to make kanji for her? Sister-in-law then answered her question. Last night he came back with you in his arms. You were asleep, and I thought you didn't want me to stay here at night, and since no one was looking after the baby, I let him stay here, and I came a little early in the morning, and he waited until I came to leave. What? Suddenly, Shurching put down the spoon and asked sharply, You didn't stay here last night? It was him who stayed here? He was the one who looked after Softy all night? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not that she doesn't trust Guji, but Guji, in her eyes, is a childish kid who can barely take care of himself. After all, Guji always has dirty clothes, buys the biggest bucket of soda on the street to hold and drink, crosses the street without looking at the lights and still takes his time, and occasionally sexually freaks out in contemplation and can't even rationalize the handful of dorky hairs on his head. It was really hard for her to imagine how an inexperienced college student like Guji was going to independently bring up an infant for a whole night. Don't worry. I told your nephew ahead of time how to take care of the kids, and I told him he could call me if he had any problems. Sister-in-laws are used to countless new moms stressing out over the tiniest little things regarding their children. Your nephew seems to be a quick learner. He took exceptionally good care of the baby, feeding him the right amount of milk. The baby didn't even spit up, and his diapers were changed regularly. Not only that, but when he left he packed up the baby's changed diapers, the garbage in the house, the garbage in the kitchen, and took it all with him. And when I came in the morning, the kitchen and the living room were tidy, sister-in-law said, and couldn't help but sigh. This nephew of yours is really rare. It's the first time I've seen such a calm young man. At that, Shurching silently opened last night's surveillance video, only to see the surveillance of Guji from 11 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock. Dutifully, sleepy to the limit, is only in the sofa side of the head to support the nap for a while, but also occasionally and soft chatting vigorously, to be able to see some childish behavior. She looked to every part of the living room where Guji had walked, glanced at the softness, and then looked down at the bowl of medicinal food. Froze, not knowing if it was the mouthfuls of porridge she just drank that made her heart all warm. Even though she multiplied the process, the portion of over 8 hours was in her eyes and in her mind. This kid, her previous thoughts had really been too one-sided. Today, she did have the honor of seeing another side of Guji. Only, in addition to watching the kids, Guji actually made trip after trip into her bedroom? Curious, Shurching tuned into the bedroom surveillance and realized that Guji was just looking at the doorway every time. And when he saw her kicking the covers, he carefully helped her cover up. For some reason, a meaningful smile surfaced on Shurching's face, but she quickly restrained it when she realized she was smiling dementedly. She was just rejoicing, thinking that Guji knew how to be filial. Yeah, that's it. Then it's always right for her, as an elder, to symbolically praise a child, right? With this in mind, she sent Guji a Weibo message. Emily, good job last night /thumbsup.jpg. At this time, Guru was drinking coffee in the school's recreational area, and next to him, Wei Zhihang was watching Guru play You Draw Me Guess on his cell phone in boredom. A WeChat message from Shurching popped up on the top, and both eyes looked over at the same time. Wei Zhihang narrowed his eyes, then looked at Guji, revealing a mesmerizing smile, then following Guji's tone. He said, "Oops, it was too late yesterday, went home to rest." Guji didn't expect her well-intentioned lie of avoiding Wei Jihung's gossip to break when she said it did. The next moment, he saw Wei Jihung possessed as if he were a movie star, with a heartbroken look, locking Guji's throat. "Guru, ah Guru, my half-brother and half-brother, you dare to lie to me today and fail me tomorrow, for the sake of our revolutionary friendship." He looked deeply at Guji and said with a bad smile, "Tell me, how was last night hard?" "Prefer not to tell you." Guru rebelled and twisted around, sending a message back to Shurqing in passing. Wei Jihung angrily stood up. His feet stepped on the bench, pointing at Guji and counting mercilessly. "Good, Guji, the four of us in the dormitory. I thought you were the most honest, but I didn't expect you to be the most playful. Suman and I haven't made any progress at all, and you're directly on." "Woo woo." Guru directly covered Wei Jihung's mouth to interrupt the spellcasting. There were still quite a few schoolmates around the recreation area, so he couldn't let Wei Jihung talk nonsense with his big mouth open. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Ms. Su bad things about you," Guji warned. Wei Jihung directly looked like he had been pinched in 7 inches, and could only gnash his teeth and say, "Despicable." On the other hand, Toki Ching in the East Side neighborhood looked at the large string of text received on his cell phone. It was sent to her by Guji, not anything else, but Guji's record of looking after Softy last night. "I've written hundreds of words and phrases, including how many milliliters of milk I mixed for Softy during what time period, how much Softy drank, and how Softy slept, whether she cried, how long she played, and even how much Softy stunk, and babbled, all recorded in detail." Timothy looked stunned. Guji once again did something beyond her expectations. She had thought that Guji had taken perfect care of the child for the whole night, cleaned the house, made kanji for her, went to the company to take time off, and had been careful enough, but she hadn't realized that Guji had even recorded what he had done and sent it to her. Only she was a little curious again. "Ching, how come you even memorized the sounds that Softy made?" "Guru, I just wrote it out of boredom. I guess even if it doesn't mean anything, you probably don't want to miss every moment of your child's life. The rest of it is just that I'm afraid you won't feel comfortable with it. But I don't think I've done anything wrong. And Softy has been very good and hasn't made any trouble. Ching, I saw it all on the monitor. Thanks to you, I had a good night's sleep." "Guji, you heard it too?" Guru recalls the stupid things he said to Softy to beat the sleepiness. "Ching, you're a little cuter than I thought you'd be." Guru tactics on the other end of the screen drank water. "Ching, by the way, last night you saw me getting beaten up at Junshin Group. Don't mention it to your parents. And don't ask them messy questions, or else I'll beat you up. /boxing.jpg. Guru, I won't talk about it." "Ching, good boy. Tomorrow I will take you to see Mr. Chi as a thank you for taking care of Softy last night." Worrying about the child is normal, but if you can try to trust someone close to you, it won't be so hard. After all, your man is not around, the neighboring sister-in-law advised, and then without saying anything more, gave Shurqing another bowl of porridge. However, Guji, who saw this message on the opposite side of the screen, was instantly unsettled, and after excitedly thanking Shurqing, he began to organize his previous paintings, intending to seize the opportunity to properly consult with Elder Chi tomorrow. Beep WeChat message. He thought that it was Shurqing who had something to instruct him again, but he didn't think that it was a message from Xia Huan Ning. "Ning, can we meet?" Guru replied and waited at the bottom of the dormitory building. Soon, Xia Huan Ning was seen carrying a few cups of coffee running along the way with small steps. "Here." Xia Huan Ning gasped and shoved the coffee in her hand to Gushur. "I just drank it." Guru noticed that the coffee Xia Huan Ning bought was the one he always drank, the one near the school. "I met your dormitory's Li Feng today when he came back from sketching, and heard him say that you were always yawning today and didn't look as if you had much energy before I bought it. You can share it with your roommate if you've drunk it." Xia Huan Ning lowered her head. In fact, it was she who took the initiative to inquire after she met Li Feng, and it was only after she asked that she realized that Guji didn't go back to his dormitory last night. "Yesterday. I'm sorry about that. I left out of the blue. You invited me over, and I didn't even finish it properly. Why apologize? It's not a big deal. Just wait until the software is released afterwards." And rightly so. Xia Huan Ning wanted to say that she only wanted to watch a movie with Guji, but the words didn't come out in a roundabout way. Thinking for a moment, she looked up and asked tentatively, I heard that you didn't come back to your dorm room last night. Were you busy with something?" "Helping a relative watch the kids," Guru said. Xia Huan Ning was slightly stunned. "You can still take care of children? By itself? I don't know how, but I can learn." Guru was on the verge of learning last night, but it was good that it went well. At that moment, he noticed Xia Huan Ning staring at him in fascination. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. Xia Huanning returned to her senses as if she was going to smoke from shame, lowering her head and muttering, after you, should become a competent father. Just now, when Guji said the words I can learn, her mind inexplicably went to imagining Guji bringing up a child, and accidentally, she unconsciously reverie, substituting herself into it. You should be very good mother too, Guru said casually. Xia Huanning's eyes lit up. Why do you think so? There were countless moments like this one where she had guessed that although she had never had the courage to make her feelings known to Guji, perhaps Guji was thinking the same thing as her? Could that be the case? Because you've been grumpy since you were a kid. Gu rhetoric is the truth. He and Xia Huanning, childhood sweethearts 20 years, have not seen Xia Huanning angry, is not once, even if the childhood Xia Huanning because of some things feel dissatisfied, should be angry. Xia Huanning is only a person mooing and crying. It seemed that in Xia Huanning's world, there was no such word as anger, only sadness, and a grieved Baba. It really seems like it. Xia Huanning also realized her soft and fluffy character, and summoned up the courage to look at Gusher's eyes, adding, even if I'm gentle with everyone, I'm different with the people I hold dear. Guru nodded, not looking too concerned. Coffee money transferred to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Guru suddenly left and even gave Xia Huanning the money for the coffee, which made Xia Huanning once again wonder if she had said something wrong. Talking the day to death again. Next day, morning, Guru looked around outside the school. According to the license plate number that Shih said, he finally found a nondescript black commercial car in the corner. He was under the impression that Shih shouldn't have driven this car, so he walked to the backseat door and leaned out of the window to look inside. Just in time, Shih in the car glanced sideways and saw Guji staring blankly. She raised an eyebrow lightly in amusement and lowered the window. Unguarded, breaths met, and the two men looked at each other in close quarters. Little auntie. Good morning, Guru greeted him nicely. Ahem, get in the car. Shih averted his gaze somewhat unnaturally. Guru got in the car from the other side and sat in the seat next to Shih. The car started in the female voice on the radio and the car was soft. When was the last time I felt a breeze so warm? It seems like yesterday, and it seems like my last life was so far away. It was indeed a rare warm day. Is it because you know you're going to see Elder Chi that you're finally willing to wear clean clothes? Shih asked. Guji was wearing a black sweatshirt today, the neckline visible as the outline of the teenager's white neck and bones. Was I not cleanly dressed before? Guru was a bit puzzled. He really never felt unclean about those white shirts and white body shirts of his. You don't even wash it when you get paint on it. Tim Ching nodded. You said pigment. Guru dawned on him and explained. I think pigment unintentionally splashed on white clothes will make them look better and unique every time. Something like tie-dye? Shih thought back to those colorful white clothes Guji had worn earlier, and seemed to understand a bit more. Right, it's very special, but today, I'm meeting the honorable seniors, so I felt I couldn't be casual, so that's why I changed to black. Guru was serious. Shih was even more convinced that Guji's dull exterior hid a thoughtful but somewhat interesting soul. Black, Shih surveyed Guji's black clothes with a flat gaze. Not good? Guru was a little worried. He valued today, but really had little talent for dressing, and he didn't have many clothes. As long as he had enough to wear he didn't from buying new ones. That's not true. Just thought. Shih shifted her gaze to Guji's face. You seem, well, to be able to look better. Guru froze for a moment, realizing with hindsight that he seemed to have been complimented. So, my parents are good at birth. He was a bit incoherent. As Tokihi's eyes warm, knowing gaze messed with his thoughts for a moment. Talking about something weird. Ha, silly. Shih laughed out loud, then half joked. I also want a special white dress. Can Master Gu help customize it when he's free? Good. Guru was the one who agreed with all seriousness. Really? You're going to paint in my clothes? It's okay. Give me a white dress sometime after auntie. No problem, I've got a lot to look forward to. The car drove to a secluded and elegant estate. Zip, the cell phone vibrates. This is the place. I'm going to take a call first. It should be company business. When she finished, she took her cell phone and walked away. Guru got out of the car and walked around. He found an archway on the side. He walked in and heard the sound of a small child. He followed the sound and looked through the window and saw a small boy drawing by the window. Curious, he padded over and stood by the window. Seeing that the boy was painting the very same Chinese painting, with familiar brushwork that resembled what he had previously seen in Chi Lao's sketchbook, the little boy quickly spotted him and then opened the window. Little adult-like, with a serious face, who are you and why are you peeking at my drawing? Can you read? Not only can I read, I can also draw, Guru said. Che, who believes that? The little boy waved his hand. You hurry up and leave. If you bother me again I'll ask Grandpa to knock you out. Guru leaned against the window with no intention of leaving at all. You lend me a pen and I'll draw it for you, he said. The boy casually took a piece of used scrap paper, and a pen that had fallen to the ground. Here, you draw on the back. Guru didn't care. Although he liked better drawing tools, he never picked tools when he didn't have them. He took a pen, dabbed some ink, then used the window as a drawing board and drew carefully on the scrap of paper. Not a moment later, Shir-Ching, who had finished his phone call outside, walked in. Guru! Timothy shouted from the doorway. Guru returned the paper and pen to the little boy, then walked towards Shir-Ching. Why don't you be a good boy and wait for me? You have to meet Chi-Lao with me first, Shir-Ching said. Guru's eyes were clear, and he said slightly innocently, you didn't say you wanted me to wait for you. Shir-Ching sighed, then seriously instructed, you have to wait for me from now on, remember? It can't be helped. This kid and her family, the advantage is obedient, the disadvantage is too obedient. Guru nodded. Remember, go. The two of them went to the front yard. A white-haired old man sat in the house drinking tea. Saw Shir-Ching, as if he did not see. Blurry eyes in my old age. It seems like I saw a thief, Chi-Lao muttered. Thief? Guru looked around and suddenly thought of something. Placing the drawing book he had with him on the wooden table beside Chi-Lao's hand, he vaguely guessed when he saw Shir-Ching's silence that the manuscript Shir-Ching gave him was most likely taken from here. You don't say laugh. Didn't I greet you the other day? I'm just helping you pick up the useless things. What a mess your painting table has become. Shir-Ching smiled, sitting on the chair opposite Chi-Lao, with Chi-Lao beside him for comparison. Guji looked at Shir-Ching and suddenly felt that she was much younger, like a young girl in her prime. It's rare that Chairman Shir still has children of this age around him. Elder Chi pushed 2 empty tea lights over. Thanks. Guji poured a cup of tea for Shir-Ching, and then poured a cup for himself, and spent the rest of the time just listening to Shir-Ching and Chi-Lao chatting there. Chi-Lao had been chatting with Shir-Ching about work, and he couldn't interject. He only noticed 2 things. One was that Timothy might be middle-aged himself, so he got along well with older people, and the other was that the tea was very good, but after a long time he stayed a bit, not that he was impatient, but Shir-Ching just said that the manuscript given to him was picked up from Chi-Lao's drawing room. He thought that maybe he could gain something by walking around here, even if he couldn't take it with him, looking at it carefully and learning, he would be able to write it down. So taking advantage of the gap between the two chatting, Guru gently tugged on the corner of Shir-Ching's coat and whispered, I want to take a walk. Even though he was whispering very quietly, it seemed that Chi-Lao next to him had heard it. Shir-Ching let out a light laugh and looked at Guji, saying you're a child, you're really a child. Staying a while to leave. Guru, equals. At that moment, the sound of running came from outside, and a little boy ran in with drawing paper. The same little child Guji had seen earlier. Grandpa, look. The little boy handed the drawing paper to Chi-Lao and asked anxiously, how was it? Shir-Ching, who was on the side, probed to take a look and was greatly shocked. Worthy of being Chi-Lao's grandson. The painting is good. She could see that the paintings were of trees, and mountains, and there was a pattern to them. Chi-Lao, however, just grunted coldly. Good shit. Guru glanced curiously, then realized what was going on and looked at the little boy with a smile that carried a bit of smugness in it. Unsurprisingly for him, the next moment this little boy's butt was hit by Chi-Lao. Gu, why did Grandpa hit me? The little boy covered his butt with one hand. I didn't say I drew that first one. I'm worse than a sinus. You still know. How many times have I told you that no tracing is allowed, no tracing is allowed? And you still dare to trace my manuscript. Chi-Lao had a serious face. Shir-Ching watched this scene of educating a child and ate his melon with vigor, not realizing that the traced picture could also be seen. The little boy hemmed and hawed. Then you're wrong. It's not your manuscript I'm sketching. Only to see the little boy take out another piece of drawing paper. The very same one that Guji had drawn before, with some other drawings beside it and on the other side. But when Chi-Lao took it and looked at it, he saw Guji's drawing all the same. Who painted this? Chi-Lao put on his old glasses. The little boy pointed a finger at Guji. It's him. Yo! Shir-Ching also moved over to take a closer look. My Guji drew this? Not bad. More than nice. Chi-Lao scrutinized the painted landscapes and trees that were painted in the corner, then looked at the dull-witted Guji on the side, and said enthusiastically to Shir-Ching, you stay for dinner with this kid tonight. I'll be the host. Seeing that the hospitality was hard to resist, Shir-Ching nodded her head in agreement. Then my little nephew and I will dine here with you. This morning, in addition to the mealtime, Chi-Lao did not say anything. The rest of the time Light and Guji talk about the national painting, which in turn is Shir-Ching cannot insert words, can only walk in the courtyard to eliminate food, picking up the flowers raised by the old man Chi, and from time to time to look in the direction of the Guji, There is a kind of parents waiting for the children's sense of immediacy. It's true that I'm getting older, Timothy muttered. I don't know how long I waited, but I finally saw Guji come out. Did you have a good chat? Timothy asked. Guru nodded. Elder Chi taught me a lot, and said that I could come to see him more often when I was free, and let Xiao Miao and I draw together. Letting you paint with his grandson? Shurqing couldn't help but smile. It seems that Elder Chi really appreciates you and wants to teach you true skills. If it wasn't for little auntie bringing me here, I would hardly have a chance. Thank you, little aunt. Gushi sincerely thanked him. To him, helping Shurqing take care of Soft was just a small thing, while Shurqing bringing him to see Elder Chi was an extremely rare thing. Although Shurqing was there to thank him, this gift of thanks far exceeded what he had done. Shurqing stroked Guji's hair, enjoying it extremely much like smoothing a big dog's fur. Good boy. She smoothly took Guru's shoulders. It just so happens that it's lunchtime. If you want to thank me, accompany me to have a lunch. I have to continue working in the afternoon. Rarely bored with her work, she was actually a little tempted to miss work at the moment, which she blamed on taking a half day off yesterday. The two did not take a car. Shurqing led Guji to walk along the street. The buildings on both sides are ancient and simple, with traces of age. There always seems to be such a place in the middle of every city, so that people's hearts follow the quiet down. Say, you're graduating next year. Do you have any plans? Continue studying or are you going to work out in some company? Shurqing tried to ask. Guru shook his head and revealed his decision to become an art teacher at the kindergarten near the medical center after he had already taken the certificate. Isn't painting your dream? With your talent and ability, just want to be a kindergarten art teacher like this? To be honest, Shurqing somewhat do not understand. She had thought that Guji will continue to study in the art of this road to go higher and farther, but did not know that Guji will make such a decision. Although before listening to the elder brother and sister-in-law said that they will support Guji all the decisions, but this decision, even she felt condescending. Painting is really what I'm looking for. I had my vision, but so did my parents. And, in my opinion, the path they took was even more bumpy and arduous than mine, and over the past 20 years or so, they have given so much along the way, from realizing that I had a talent at a young age and buying me paper and brushes, to supporting me in learning to paint full-time. I've always seen it with my own eyes, seen them struggle even harder to keep the medical center running for my ideals, never letting me go to the medicine garden or the medical center to help out, and never needing me to visit them, only letting me focus on my painting and focus on my studies. Guru said, looking down at his own hands. In the old days when my family was in the most difficult times, whenever I sat in the school studio to paint, as long as I saw my hands that were intact and only stained with paint, I would think of my parents' weather-beaten and sometimes soil-covered wounds. I've been on the path of my aspirations for over 20 years now, with some noteworthy accomplishments, no regrets, and counting my blessings, and now, I want to do my part in my parents' quest. It's long been on my mind. At those words, Shurqing looked at Gushur for a long time without speaking. Guru breathed a light sigh of relief and added, of course, even if I become a teacher to help my family run the medical center, the road of painting and drawing, I won't easily give up on moving forward. Shurqing smoothed out the fluttering in her heart. Her gentle eyes carried a sense of relief as she quietly looked at Guji and said with a smile, in the future, I'll be like my elder brother and sister-in-law, unconditionally supporting you in all your decisions. Of course, Guru also looked at Shurqing. My parents treat you as family, and I'll treat you as family, like I would a real aunt. Family? Shurqing could not help but be stunned. The thoughts in his heart are like the vines trapped in the fall, entangled in the wall of the dead. The heart of the warm spring hold expectations, but in the bleak autumn, day after day cycle cannot go out, always bitter, powerless. Guru followed Shurqing's gaze and looked toward those dry plants in the corner, silent, not knowing what he was thinking. A moment later, he opened his mouth and asked, what is the reason why Auntie wants to be in the movie and television industry? Is it because she likes it just like me? Timothy sighed tersely as he returned to his senses. Sort of. She smiled to herself, because when I was a kid, I always heard my classmates talk about going into the city to see a movie with my mom and dad. After all, I was young, and I wanted to see it once in a while, but my dad had a hard time making money, and I never mentioned it, until once, I met my mother, who I had only seen in photos, in front of a theater, with a man and a child beside her. She denied that she was my mother, but pulled me aside and whispered to me that she didn't have the time today, and that she would take me to the movies next time, as long as I knew what I was doing. After that I lingered at the place where I had seen her every day after school, but never saw her again. Perhaps I was too stubborn to swear that I would have my own private theater, a thought for which I have fought for decades. On the first day of the establishment of timeless cinema, I watched old movies all day long alone in a private theater that hadn't been renovated yet. From one day, to the other, and finally stepped over a multi-year hurdle, even though that anticipation of movies at a young age had long been ground into crumbs by the years. And, well, the knots were scattered along with it. Shirching tilted his head and looked at the distant sky, like the day of his release. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you? A promise that wasn't kept can even become a knot in my heart. Shirching laughed bitterly. Guru thought seriously, maybe you weren't alone when you watched the movie that day. What do you mean? Timothy wondered. You seem to have forgotten why your childhood self initially looked forward to movies. Was it because you heard your classmates talk about the exciting plot of the movie? Was it because of hearing about the feats of some heroic character? No matter what it was because of, all of this later came about under the premise that you were interested in movies. Guru analyzed reasonably. You are not stupid. Instead, you value your original intention, and feel that the movies you love are beautiful and want to share them with your family. Don't you? Timothy was silent for a moment and nodded indistinctly. Yes. It's like she was suffering from her mother's broken appointment and neglected her most important first thought. She wanted to see a movie then, was really interested in movies. Guru continued. Perhaps the movie theater that day, when you, as a child, were with you, and she watched the road she had traveled all the way trying to fight for her love, and what she eventually achieved, must have been like watching the impressive heroes in the movies back then. Shirching was again speechless for a long time. His eyes vaguely glistened with a faint light, and he smiled broadly. So comforting. I'll be the first to disagree with anyone who says you're straight in the future. She had, that day, gone through what she thought were years of regrets and silence, when in reality, the path she had traveled over the years had been a difficult one, and if it hadn't been for the love of it, how would she have gotten this far? Gu Shi, however, looked indifferent and casually said, I can understand if someone says I'm straight, because I'm not comforting to everyone. I have a limited number of moving words in my head, and giving them to my family is just right. Shirching's heart moved. But then she seemed to think of something and asked with a smile. It seems that you haven't said anything nice to other members of the opposite sex? Is that girl who was your childhood friend also? Thank you Huan Ning Ah. I treat her as a normal friend to get along with. Didn't think of deliberately saying nice things. Gu Shi said. No wonder you're called straight. Guys your age talk sweet to girls. Shirching inexplicably felt that it was nice to be considered as family by Gu Shi. After all, when they first met, she had sensed that this child Gu Shi was truly cold to the extreme towards people he didn't know well. Those sweet words can be misleading, and I won't say anything about it. That's what you don't understand. What about people who like you? No matter what you say, the other person can visualize it as sweet words. Timothy said with the air of a man who had been there before. Guru sized up Shirching and joked. It seems that little auntie is very experienced, and the men who want to be Softy's father are lined up from here to country M, right? Tokihei feigned amusement as well, colorfully complimenting himself. Before your little aunt and I had children, they said I was a woman of honor. Guru followed Shirching to have a simple meal and then returned to the school. He also brought some snacks from that neighborhood back to the dormitory, where Wei Zhihong was the only one. When Wei Zhihong in the dormitory saw his righteous father returning with a full load, he wrapped himself in the quilt and mumbled listlessly, Tough job righteous father. I happen to have not eaten lunch yet. You look a bit weak. Guru sized up Wei Zhihong. It's okay. It's just a minor illness. Just lie down. Taking your meds? Li Feng went to buy medicine for me. Zhao Changnet grandson has been so busy with his internship lately that he doesn't see anyone. Then you should eat something first and take your medicine later, Guru said, finding out his meal card and handing it to Wei Zhihong. I still have some money in my meal card, so take it and use it. Wei Zhihong has always spent a lot of money, will not save money, after the family does not give pocket money. He guessed that this guy sooner or later strapped to the cafeteria do not go. What about you giving me your meal card? I can still afford to eat. Besides I don't intend to come back to stay at night lately, so I'll go ask for a vacation later, Guru said. No way. Where are you going to live? Wei Zhihong looked at Gu Ji with a face of reluctance. Come on. I'll be sad if any of you three don't come back to stay, okay? It won't be long. Just a while, Guru said on one side and took something away in his backpack, and on his way out, he also instructed Wei Zhihong. You live well until the vacation, and I can help you inquire about Miss Sue's preferences during this time. After saying that, Gu Ji left, and Wei Zhihong's burnt-out brain reacted only after the door closed. Old Han, son, on the night of the, after Guru was busy with school, he went to the East City neighborhood. Knock knock. Guru knocked on the door and then looked at the little genius watch on his hand. He was a little late, guessing that the nanny might have just left shortly after this time. Soon there were footsteps from inside, but no door was opened. Auntie, it's me. Guru took 2 steps back and waved his hand toward the cat's eye on the door. Only then did Shirching open the door and said with some surprise, Why are you here? quickly enter the house. The air outside in the evening was cold, and she was still holding Softy in her arms, who was wearing a plush little hat, blinking her big eyes, staring at Guji, and eating her hands. It's been hard on my little aunt, so I thought I'd help her take care of Softy. Guru entered the house and swept the kitchen and living room, while then took out a packed portion of marinated pig's trotters from her bag. Little auntie, eat this first. I'll cook for you, because he realized that there was no window open in the house. If he had just had dinner there wouldn't be any aroma of food at all. And there was a laptop and some uneaten instant food on the coffee table in the living room. And Shurching obviously hadn't eaten. I can't believe you brought a pig's foot. When she saw the richly sauced pig's trotters, her appetite instantly came up, and she sat on the sofa and ate with great pleasure. It was meant to be a snack for you. I didn't realize you didn't have dinner. I'll buy some vegetables and come back next time, Guru said, tying on his apron and busying himself in the kitchen. Today, did big brother and sister-in-law ask you to come? Shurching asked. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't let me tell them? That you were afraid they'd be worried. But you're my sister-in-law, and I can't watch you work so hard alone. The kitchen door was closed, but every word Guji said, Shurching heard clearly, and a different kind of touch and warmth tumbled in her heart, as beautiful as a dream. Perhaps it was the luck her father brought her in heaven that allowed her to meet Guji's parents, giving her a healthy and cute Softy and giving her someone to care about. Even though Timothy coveted the feeling, she still had concerns. Will you be holding up school if you come here? I've already explained the situation to the teacher and he approved it without even asking me anything. Besides, I brought my computer, so it won't delay things. Hearing this, Shurching actually couldn't suppress some delight. Then I'll help you organize the other room later. Guji in the kitchen seemed to be silent for a moment. It's not convenient for me to live here. I'll help you take care of Softy at night. I'll go home in the morning when I don't have classes, and if I do, I'll go straight to school, and I'll catch up on my sleep in my dorm room at noon. That's too tiring. You'll be out of breath in class. Shurching was a little worried. Guru was unconcerned. I'm in good health. It's okay to stay up late once in a while. After all, under his mom and dad's tutelage, he has always been very disciplined, knows how to take care of his body, and was eligible for sperm donation all those years, so his body is really not bad. Then do you have class tomorrow morning? Shurching still felt self-conscious about watching Guji work so hard for taking care of her and Softy. Not tomorrow morning. Let's rest here tonight and get some more sleep in the morning, Timothy suggested again. Guji didn't reply this time, just silently cooking. Shurching was also busy checking the program in the mail, and from time to time looked at Softy, who was in a daze and about to fall asleep in the crib next to him. Guji was a very sharp cook, and a dish and a soup were served in front of Shurching. You just ate pig's feet, so I made less for fear you wouldn't be able to eat too much. It's enough. I usually don't eat much. Shurching picked up the rice bowl and chopsticks, his hands still busy poking at the keyboard. Only his movements were very gentle, afraid of waking up Softy. Guru watched for a while and realized that Shurching hadn't eaten a few bites either and had been busy. Lots of work to take care of? He asked, lowering his voice as well. We'll talk about the programs in the video conference later. Timching didn't take his eyes off the screen. Seeing this, Guji took the rice bowl away from Shurching's hand. Shurching froze, only to see Guji scoop up a mouthful of rice and pass it to her mouth. She opened her mouth to eat. I can eat by myself when I'm done working. You can't go hungry and eat cold food, Guru said, picking up another dish and handing it to Shurching's mouth. That's what my dad said when my mom didn't eat in time when I was little. Shurching's heart throbbed, and the original sense of fatigue that he felt towards these jobs actually evaporated at this moment. You've been so nice to me. You're my aunt, my family. Isn't it normal for me to be nice to you? And since you helped my parents' medical center through a difficult time back then, I'm merely helping you as much as I can. Guru was frank on his face, like the sincere look of a child to his elders. Shurching wanted to say something and let Guru feed her. She did take notes for the program with two hands much more efficiently, and she had eaten almost as much as she wanted when the meeting was about to start. Guru cleaned up the dishes and then prepared a bit of fruit to hand over. The video conference screen just broke into a hand wearing a little genius. This deja vu scene froze a certain project leader in the meeting. CPU or dry burning also cannot figure out how the Time Ching family will have a young boy. The soul of gossip burning. Bold ideas also rise in his head, so that he went off for a moment. Manager Young? When Shurching saw Manager Zhang's screen was slow to move, he thought it was stuck. Manager Zhang then came back to his senses. Chairman, I think the program is fine. I'll keep following up on the project. He rushed to find a replacement. Is that what I asked? Shurching's face instantly cooled down. She is here every day to work actively and diligently, and not every day meeting. Each meeting occupies time and not much. This group of old guys still dare to walk away in front of her face. Ha, Manager Zhang froze and couldn't hold back an explanation. We're already going downhill at our age. Manager Zhang is even older than me, so it's best to take your medication early to prevent it. Dismissed. When she finished speaking, she shut down the meeting. Gu Ji on the side looked at Shi Qing, who still looked annoyed, and watched the fun. Are you insinuating that he has Alzheimer's? Isn't it? Shi Qing was angry, pointing at the computer screen, indignantly said, you are not aware that this surname Zhang's project is done slowly even if, whether it is a voice conference or a video conference, he has to be distracted for a while. I really don't know what he is thinking about. Guru ate the fruit, but he laughed out. What are you laughing at? Timothy wondered. I just saw your computer screen. The meeting seems to be full of people in their 40s and 50s. Maybe they are really old. Why don't you add some young employees in the next meeting? Not only will you be able to cultivate them, but you can also improve this heavy meeting atmosphere, Guru said. After all, he had been beside him just now, and although this meeting wasn't very long, it was just too serious and heavy, just like how Shi Qing himself treated his work. You did remind me. Shi Qing remembered that she hadn't seemed to focus on her young employees since her return. She ate the fruit and after a while, suddenly thought of something and coldly asked Gu Ji, do you think I'm old? I'm not unresponsive and constantly dumbfounded, am I? Guru was stunned, coughed lightly twice, and said seriously, little auntie is 32 years old, and is also on her way down, but she has always been flexible in her work, and if her temper is a little more calm, she should maintain her youthful mindset. He had long felt that there was an indescribable temperament in Shi Qing, but after hearing Shi Qing mention her childhood, she didn't seem like a person with a big temper. Shi Qing frowned. You're saying I have a bad temper? Guru's eyes dodged. My humble opinion. I think I've got a pretty good temper, and if I didn't have kids now, I'd be asking these old guys who look at me the wrong way out one by one for a fistfight, and getting them to lift my spirits properly, Timothy said, looking to his fists, which seemed to have gotten a little itchy. Guru, however, was incredulous, as if he had heard something extraordinary. Little ant, know how to box? He asked tentatively. Slightly, I've won a few worthless boxing awards before. When Shi Qing said this, her face was clearly proud. Guru swallowed. He now sort of understood how this aura on Shi Qing was cultivated. Late at night Gu Ji let Shi Qing go to rest. Even though Shi Qing helped Gu Ji pack up another room and got up very early for his shift, Gu Ji still didn't go to sleep in his room. After simply preparing some breakfast, Shi Qing thoughtfully arranged a driver for Gu Ji, and he quickly arrived home and fell asleep. He didn't leave until the afternoon class. The driver still drove him to school, and he didn't go back to the neighborhood again until the class was over. Perhaps it was because his attention had been on this little ant lately, and on this day he could not help but think of Shi Qing, wondering if she had eaten while it was still hot. The nanny was taking care of Softy at home, while she did the laundry for Shi Qing. Auntie wait. Guru called out to the nanny and pointed to a white dress in the pile of clothes. I promised my little aunt I'd paint her dress, so you can give me this white one. Getting the clothes, Guru stared at them before putting them in his bag. Using his free time in the afternoon, he went back to his house and washed that piece of Takiking's clothing, then sat in the backyard of the medical center and painted in that piece of clothing. Which one of your white dresses is this again, and why haven't I seen it before? Gu Yunshan, who was organizing the medicinal herbs, glanced at the clothes on Guru. Because most of Shi Qing's casual clothes were loose, Gu Ji was wearing just the right amount. A perfect fit. It's from my little aunt, promised to help her paint, Guru said. Gu Yunshan laughed. Your little aunt is just casually talking to you. How can she wear those clothes you drew, colorful as they are? Your mother and I can wear them. Upon hearing this, Gu Ji was a bit afraid to put pen to paper, but he promised Shi Qing that he could only use some dark colors as much as possible in accordance with Shi Qing's usual dressing style. Soon the inspiration in his head jumped out at him on his clothes. Yo, the painting is different this time. Gu Yunshan walked over and looked at it twice. But I don't think your little aunt can wear it. It's okay to wear it at home. She has to wear formal clothes at work. Guru took the clothes and baked them in the sun, still murmuring with some uncertainty. If you like it, you should wear it. After the clothes were baked, he helped Gu Yunshan organize the medicinal herbs, and then he took the clothes back to the East City district. Today, Shi Qing came back extra late, and after the nanny got off work, only Gu Ji and Softy were at home. Gu Ji also hungry, have to prepare meals first, but Soft cannot be put in the crib alone. He had no choice but to put on the back AY equipment, directly back Soft cooking. Afraid that the fumes in the kitchen would smother Softy, he purposely didn't open the fire and only prepared the ingredients. Shi Qing came back without knocking and opened the door with his key to see the scene in front of him. Gu Ji was carrying a baby on his back, slightly bent over and cutting vegetables. The Soft on his back was very active. two small hands gripping Guji's hair carelessly, making Guji's already unintelligent dorky hair type even more messy at the moment. The image, it's just not too new. Sorry I'm late. Shurching sharply washed his hands and sterilized them, then carried Softy down. She watched Guji chopping vegetables and asked curiously, is there any soup today? Aha, do you like soup? Guji asked. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Shurching about her dietary preferences. He didn't know anything other than that day when he overheard that Shurching was allergic to tomatoes. I followed my dad when I was a kid, and I got into the habit of not picking anything when the family was in trouble. So you're still so skinny. Where do your meals go? Guru visually estimated that Shurching was just 120. It's not like you don't know that I have meat where I'm supposed to have meat, Shurching said, hugging Softy, straightening her waist, her front and back curves. Flavorful. Guru was so mentioned, and also remembered the previous matchmaking for Wei Zhiheng, and saw a piece of Snow White in the coffee shop. Why don't you guys get out? I'm going to get started on it. He averted his gaze to stop looking at Timothy. Shurching, however, suddenly approached Guji with a good deal of interest. Ouch, 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 my little nephew is shy. Guru had a helpless look on his face. Your wise still here. Softy was still reaching Guji's messy hair with her hand, babbling with her mouth open. My Softy gave you an abstract haircut, yeah, Shurching said, reaching out to stroke Guji's messed up hair. Guru froze for a moment and met Shurching's gaze with a sideways glance, not avoiding it, and lowered his head again to cut the vegetables. Perhaps because at this moment, this corner of the kitchen world is too cozy, so that when Shurching touched Guji's hair floated. It seems that her imagined home, imagined happiness is no more than that. When she realized this thought of hers, she quickly withdrew her hand, and although her face was as if nothing had happened, only she herself knew that just now she had straightened Guji's hair, but her own heart was in turmoil. I'm going to go sit outside. Timothy held Softy in his arms as he sat at the table by the kitchen door. By the way, is little Aunt and Ms. Su close? Guru asked. I met Su Man abroad. She has a jumpy personality and acts boldly, but not too cute. She and I count on getting along and are close friends. And does Auntie know her preferences? What she likes to do in her spare time? What kind of opposite sex she likes? Why are you suddenly curious about her? Is it hard to believe that she's been looking for you again in private? Shurching's tone was a bit anxious. Once upon a time she didn't know that Guji was her nephew even if she did. Now that she knew, she couldn't let Suman's old slut scourge her pure and lovely little nephew. Guru quickly explained. No. I just wanted to ask for Wei Zhiheng. Upon hearing this, Shurching then put her heart down. I didn't realize you were quite righteous to your friends and willing to give a boost to someone else's feelings, because Wei Zhiheng has also helped me, and I help him when I can. Still really rational Shurching muttered, and then thought about it. Reminded. Suman often soak in the museum as a docent. She is very fond of all kinds of artifacts. Preferences then. Timothy seemed to recall some head-scratching memory. His brow furrowed. That guy likes stinky tofu, snail powder, and durian. Anyway, the more exaggerated the flavor, the more she likes it, and when she mixes it together she likes it until she screams like a monster. This way. Guru was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect Miss Su to be quite interesting. When the meal was ready, Guji realized that today's Shurching didn't look at the computer while eating, so he asked, no meeting today? Well, I made it a point to wrap up all the work at the office today, Shurching said, picking up her cell phone to take pictures of the meal. She had been busy for so long just so she could savor the meal Guji had made and have a nice dinner time. Guji just sat down and prepared to eat together. Suddenly, wow, sound. Softy expressed her strong dissatisfaction in the crib and cried resoundingly. I think it's time for a diaper change, Timothy guessed. She was about to get up when she was stopped by Guji. I'll do it, you eat first. Guji had long been skilled in taking care of Soft and went to change Soft's diaper, and as Shurching watched the scene, she couldn't help but be a bit out of her mind. Seemingly noticing Shurching's gaze, Guji held up the changed diaper in his hand and joked, Little Aunt, does my cooking interest you less than the diaper? Only then did Shurching lower her head to eat, and in hindsight, what she had just looked at was not Soft. It was clearly, at that moment, the alarm clock set on Guji's cell phone sounded. I'll feed her again on the way. He quickly went to the refrigerator to get breast milk and heat it up. Earlier, in order to make it easier to take care of Softy, he had set an alarm on his phone for the same time as Shurching. Seeing Guji skillfully holding Softy and breastfeeding, Shurching moved over and handed a small raw fry to Guji's mouth. Guru was a bit confused. Didn't you say that you finished eating in time? Timing Ching held up the shengjian extremely casually. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing Guji eating the shengjian, Shurching unconsciously revealed an imperceptible smile. After the meal, Shurching shared the job of scrubbing the dishes on the grounds that he had eaten too much to eliminate the food. She thought back to the days when she lived alone in a foreign country, quietly scrubbing the dishes after a meal alone, much like she was doing now, but not like this either, because she could see the cozy scene when she pulled open the kitchen door. Sure enough, a home with family is a little more comforting. When she came out after washing the dishes, she saw Guji putting Softy to sleep. It's been a rare and pleasant day. Timothy took out his laptop again and leisurely took care of odds and ends. By the way, Auntie, the dress I promised to paint for you, I painted this afternoon. Guru took out the white dress and put it on the sofa. I can't believe I actually drew it. When did you take the clothes? Shurching was a bit surprised and immediately put down the notebook she had just picked up and took the clothes. I saw the nanny helping you with your laundry during the day today, so I took one. And there's a way to wash it off if you don't like it. Guru said. Why wash it off? It's beautifully painted. I love it. Shurching picked up the dress and compared it in front of the mirror while saying, I'll wear it out tomorrow. Hearing this, Guji was stunned. You're going to wear it out? You're not going to the office tomorrow? Go ahead. Wear it. Guru always felt something was wrong and suggested, why don't you just wear it at home? It's too unserious for you, a chairman, to wear the clothes I drew to work. Just wear it. Shurching's stubbornness came up when he said it would. As a result, the next day, early in the morning, when Guru was getting ready to go to school, he saw that Shurching had already put on that dress. You're painting in the National Wave style, aren't you? It's kinda youthful, much better looking than before. Shurching put on her makeup while fixing her hair. Well, Guru did not expect Shurching to be so supportive and actually put it on. Breakfast is in the kitchen, so I'll go first. After he left, just as he arrived at school, he received a WeChat message from Shurching. It's a picture of him in the lobby of the company wearing a dress he drew. Shurching, the staff says my clothes are special. When Guru saw this message, he was in a happy mood, just delighted that someone liked his work, and his heart's favor towards this little ant increased a lot. The one who would hold up all his works like this, besides his parents, was Shurching, because of the task of having to help him, his sister-in-law, to take care of the children. Life was much more fulfilling, and in the blink of an eye it was winter vacation. Softy is about to be 100 days old too. Guru works part-time at a chain of milk tea stores near the medical center, and helps run the medical center during her breaks. At that moment, a car approached not far away. It was that familiar business car. Shurching seemed to be afraid of being too conspicuous. When he came to find Guji, the car he drove was a much lower profile black business, and the car that allowed the driver to pick up and drop off Guji was also. Guru was still at work and recognized the car, thinking that Shurching would be passing by, not thinking that he had parked directly on the road in front of the store. When Sheen, dressed in civilian clothes off, even wearing a mask, sunglasses, can see that the state of the last 3 months much better, more plump body, hands and feet style hook. A car attracted a lot of passers-by eyes. Any recommendations? Shurching slightly lowered her sunglasses to look at Guji. Guru was just about to speak when a colleague at the cashier's side spoke up. Hello, our store's strawberry fresh milk spuds are selling well. You think so? Shurching asked Guji once more. Taro mashed hot cocoa is also good, Guru said, because he drank it once before when he was studying and thought it was quite to his taste. Then, a cup of taro mashed hot cocoa and a cup of ginger oat milk. Timothy paid and sat down at a small table closest to the front desk. Guji made milk tea, thinking that Shurching came alone to order 2 cups. It's hard not to come with a friend in the car. Soon, he delivered the 2 cups of milk tea he had made to the table in front of Shurching. He was about to leave when Timothy took hold of his wrist. It's almost time for work, isn't it? Timothy asked. Guru nodded and then went back to work, and Shurching only drank the cup of ginger oatmeal milk. Near the end of the day, 2 young female customers came and kept glancing at Guji when ordering. Can I add a WeChat with the employee over there? I'll come back and patronize often, the girl whispered to the cashier. The cashier naturally didn't refuse, and after walking over to Guji and explaining, Guji didn't refuse and added WeChat with the girl. The girl immediately ordered a number of drinks with pleasure. Not far away, Shurching was frowning slightly. This little nephew of hers was really unexpectedly popular. Guru got off work, and only then did he walk over to Shurching. Little auntie isn't busy today? Guru asked. Just came over after a busy day, Shurching said, pushing the cup of taro puree hot cocoa in front of Guji. Did auntie order it for me? Or I wouldn't have asked you earlier. Thank you, auntie. Come on, let's get you home. And by the way, I'm going to see my big brother and sister-in-law. The 2 got in the car and headed back to the medical center. On the way, Shurching brought a black paper bag and handed it to Guru. What's this? Guru just looked at it without opening it. It's getting colder. Auntie will buy you a scarf, Shurching said casually. but her gaze peeked at Gusher's expression. Only then did Guji open the bag, and inside was a beige scarf, which was perfect for Guji's white skin. Guru put it around and tried it, smiling. It's very warm. Thank you, little auntie. Looking at Guji's smile, Shirching was out of her mind for a moment. I don't know what kind you like. I bought it randomly. You make do with what you have. Shirching suppressed the fluttering in his heart and averted his gaze. When they arrived at the medical center, Shirching took 2 black plastic bags and handed them to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. Gu, what's this again? Back and forth, never empty-handed. Su Shi grumbled with a smile on her face. Inside the bag were 2 fine cotton jackets. How much did this cost again? It's not like your sister-in-law and I don't have clothes to wear. Gu Yunshan picked up the cotton jacket and examined it, his face full of joy. I have a friend who makes clothing. From time to time, he will send some to me. I can't wear them all. They are all new. Big brother and sister-in-law don't mind it. Shirching said. Well, Emily just has a heart. Come on in. It's warm in the house. Su Shi and Gu Yunshan pulled Shirching into the house and chatted without a word, not even glancing at Gu resignation the entire time. Big brother and sister-in-law. I'm here today because Softy is about to be 100 days old and I want to invite you guys to the East City and have a meal together. Shirching said. Little Softy's 100th day. You should have a lot of friends to invite, right? Your big brother and I won't go. Just let Xiaozhu go for us. Yes, Qingqing. The 2 of us won't go and join in the fun. We'll have Shirji bring a gift to go for us then. Gu Yunshan also chimed in. Although he and Su Shi regarded Shirching as a family member, but Shirching was after all the chairman of the board of directors. There must be a lot of friends to invite. They gifts delivered. There is no need to go to the hustle and bustle. Big brother and sister-in-law. You say this is too much. If you don't come, I'll have to spend the day at home with Softy. When Shirching said this, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi could no longer refuse. By the way, it's the best gift for you guys to come, so don't break the bank. Shirching added another sentence. Good, then your sister-in-law and I will be on time. As Gu Yunshan said this, he and Su Shi actually had a heart-to-heart decision to prepare a gift for Shirching. After Shirching left, Guji also thought of a gift in his heart, not for the sake of face, but he genuinely likes the little soft, but also values Shirching as a family member. Gu Yunshan suddenly turned his head to look at the contemplative Guji and said solemnly, if you kid dares to part with the small treasury you've saved, I'll go to the ground and gather a wind neck to whip you. Am I that mean in your mind? Guru had a skeptical look on his face. Was he still the real son of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi? That's fine. Prepare a decent one, nothing outrageous. Gu Yunshan didn't know where he learned the words. Got it. Guru had already figured out what to send in his mind. Beep WeChat message. Su Lingyin, are you free? I have tickets to a painting exhibition. Go with me and have dinner together afterward. Su Lingyin, photo. Seemingly afraid that Guru was suspicious, Su Lingyin also took a picture of the tickets for the painting exhibition. Guji, it's late. I'm not going. During this time, Su Lingyin had been intermittently messaging Guji, and had invited him to go out countless times when he was at school, but all of them were rejected by him, and sometimes she would even call, but Guji still refused. He didn't pretend to be invisible out of politeness, but Su Lingyin was really looking for him too hard. Su Lingyin, a new medicinal food has opened on Center Street. I'll treat you to it. We can also go around the neighborhood. I'll treat you to whatever you want to buy. Su Lingyin /swipemycard.jpg. Medication? Guru's typing action paused. Over the years his mom and dad had been so busy healing people that they had never tried to sell medicinal food even though they were well versed in the use of herbs. But he was also well versed in medicinal food. And it seemed like if the medical clinic was coupled with medicinal food, it would help his mom and dad's wishes and increase the family's income. Center Street. Guru had wanted to go gift shopping in a couple of days, but this time he could do it on the way. He quickly made an appointment with Su Lingyin for a meeting place, and then set off with his small treasury. When they arrived at the appointed place, Guji saw Su Lingyin at a glance. In his perspective, Su Lingyin wore a thin lining, and a white jacket of unknown wool on the outside, which was too conspicuous, and her legs were flesh-colored, which he guessed to be a bare-legged artifact, because he had seen Xia Huanning wear it before. Su Lingyin didn't know how she suddenly changed her style, and today she was dressed on the mature side. It's been a long time. Su Lingyin noticed Guji looking at her, heart full of complacency. She had asked around for a long time before realizing that Guji might like mature ones, and that was why she had ventured to try something. Only she wore as little as possible to make herself mature and sexy, with no regard for the current temperature. Aren't you cold? Guji couldn't help but ask his doubts. This was because he noticed that Su Lingyin's nose was freezing and turning a little red. It's not cold. Su Lingyin stood up straight and tried her best to look uncold. She couldn't wait to change the subject and asked, what do you think of me today? It's very strong. You should rarely catch a cold, Gu Shi said sincerely. Su Lingyin turned out to be such a frost-resistant girl, and he only realized it today. Su Lingyin, however, looked like she wanted to say something, and after holding her tongue, she could only say, "Let's go. Go see the painting exhibition." The tickets for this painting exhibition were something she had managed to snag with great difficulty just to hook Guji up, so she swore in her heart that she could only succeed and not fail today. She must make up with Guji. The two took the elevator from the exhibition hall. Su Lingyin deliberately stood diagonally in front of Guji to straighten her shoulder straps. There were other people in the elevator. She had to wake up Guji's gentlemanly demeanor at a time like this. Any other boy in this situation should have shielded her behind him. As a result, it took a long time before Guji looked at Su Lingyin. "What are you doing?" He looked at Su Lingyin with slight suspicion. His afterglow had long since noticed Su Lingyin squirming around on the side. Su Lingyin didn't even expect Guji to ask him directly, and she stumbled over her words. "I need a convenient space. Can you get it?" Su Lingyin placed one hand at the shoulder straps, her eyes desperately hinting at Guji, wanting to use Guji's body cover to form a small space where she could organize her shoulder straps. "Hurry up and shield her. Hurry up and block her in the little corner." Su Lingyin cried out in her heart. Finally, Guru also nodded as if he had come to a realization. "You hold back a little longer," he said. "Endure? Endure what?" Su Lingyin was confused. There must be a toilet when the elevator arrives later. Guru thought that in such a big pavilion, there must be a lot of toilets. I just didn't expect Su Lingyin just came out to have to facilitate. How not to facilitate well at home? Su Lingyin took a deep breath. "It's okay, there's got to be help." Ding, the elevator doors opened. Guru found the sign for the restroom and kindly pointed in the direction of the restroom, reminding, "The restroom is over there. You go." "I suddenly don't want to go." Su Lingyin smiled skinlessly. "It can still be." Guru began to visit. Looking at the unending exhibition, he couldn't help but marvel. This pavilion is really big. That's for sure. This pavilion has a huge investment, and it also has a collection of several paintings by Qi Lao. Many people come here for Qi Lao. Su Lingyin had a smug look on her face. "Actually, I wanted to bring you to see it before, only that I was very upset when you suddenly mentioned breaking up with me. If you make up with me now, I will. Later. I thought you said this ticket was an extra." Guji interrupted Su Lingyin's words and said with some confusion, "Did you specially buy a ticket to ask me out?" In an instant, Su Lingyin afterward realized that she had missed her words, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. "I mean, I didn't break up with you before when I wanted to bring you to see it, and I didn't want to afterward, but all of a sudden it came out with an extra ticket." "Oh, thank you then, you're a good man." Guru continued to look at the painting exhibition, and he had to say that he really liked it here, so he used his cell phone to take pictures of his favorite paintings. At that moment, a familiar figure breaks into the shot. Guru's eyes detached from the screen and shifted outside. He recognized the dress he'd painted himself. "Toki, what are you looking at so seriously?" Su Lingyin followed Guji's gaze. The woman was tall. The flesh at the curve of her body was visible in her plump posture. Her long, slightly curled hair was dark and shiny. Only the white dress with the national tide pattern on her body didn't seem to have much taste to her. Of course, Guji's taste was also a bit difficult for her to understand. However, she noticed the way Guji looked at the woman and was more than half certain that Guji was interested in mature women. "Guji, am I not enough for you?" Su Lingyin took advantage of Guji being distracted and wrapped her hands around Guji's neck. Only then did Guji come back to his senses, and when he saw the approaching Su Lingyin, he subconsciously tactically leaned back, then directly barred Su Lingyin to the side. Su Lingyin stumbled, but fortunately she often wore high heels and stabilized herself. However, this also made her annoyed and snapped. "Can you be gentle? Do you know what it means to be compassionate? I don't like it when you suddenly lean so close," Guru said honestly. "You," Su Lingyin endured. "Wasn't I just watching you days and wanting to tease you? Really can't help teasing." In the time it took to speak, Shirqing had already walked towards the two. She heard someone call Guji's name and glanced over, not realizing that it was really her cute little nephew, because she hadn't seen Shirqing in person. Plus Shirqing was wearing a mask. Su Lingyin suspiciously sized up Shirqing and asked, "Auntie, do you have something to do?" "There is now." Shirqing took out her cell phone and typed a message to whomever she could before pulling Guru's hand and leaving. Su Lingyin immediately felt slighted and yelled, "Hey, why are you old woman holding his hand? He's mine." "You're what?" Shirqing took off his sunglasses and looked back at Su Lingyin, his stern gaze breaking the latter part of Su Lingyin's sentence in an instant. My ex-boyfriend." Su Lingyin's aura was crushed to nothing. Timothy scoffed, "Then you'll be in the back of the line." Saying that, she pulled Guji away, and Su Lingyin was about to chase after her when her cell phone suddenly rang. Dad. She picked up the phone and Su's father spoke up. What? The current situation, Chairman? At that moment, she was surprised and looked at Shurcheng's back not far away, finally realizing why someone would say that Guji might like older women. At this moment, Guji followed Shurcheng as she walked through the pavilion. Why did you come out with Su Lingyin again? She tricked you out with tickets to the painting exhibition? Shurcheng asked. After all, she had some understanding of Guji, and it was clearly impossible for Guji to take the initiative to ask Su Lingyin out. And medicinal food. She said it was on the house, and I happen to have something I want to get out of the house. Guji didn't say outright that he wanted to prepare a 100-day gift for Softy. He was afraid that if he said it, Shurcheng would not allow him to spend money. A medicinal meal? Shurcheng laughed. Each and every one of these Su family members are really smart, and they know how to throw in their favor. Auntie, why don't you just go about your business and leave me alone? I'll watch for a while. Guja had just seen Shurcheng chatting with the person in charge of the pavilion, and he didn't want to disturb Shurcheng's work. What are you talking about? I'm just taking the time to check out the partners and have a casual chat, and I happened to see you, so of course I had to show you around, Shurcheng said, taking Guji on the elevator. Where to? Guru asked. Go to the 5th floor, there are better looking pieces there. Can we go to all 5 floors? Guji and Su Lingyin's tickets were on the 3rd floor, and they could only see the exhibits on the 3rd floor. Even if Guji was curious about the painting exhibitions on the other floors, he couldn't go there. Sure, you know how good your aunt is, right? Timothy laughed. Knew it all along. By the time we got to the 5th floor, there were far fewer people looking at the exhibit, and they were all suited and booted. Guru followed Shurcheng as he walked by, and there were people who greeted Shurcheng. Little auntie, I've heard that there are Chi Lao's writings here? Guru asked. Yeah, I helped exhibit it. Little auntie even knows Elder Chi, so she should know more seniors, right? Then you guessed wrong. Befriending an old man Chi. Or I was about to break Chi's threshold, begging Chi to recognize me, and only then did I reluctantly speak to Chi. At that time, the situation was not good. The company almost entirely rely on a work turnaround. Need to participate in the well-known seniors. I guarded Chi Lao's door all day for 3 days before he was willing to talk to me for 5 minutes. As Shurcheng said that, his face was not the least bit despondent. Instead he laughed. You painting nerds all seem to be very difficult to deal with. Guru was a bit puzzled. Chi Lao is obviously quite amiable. How could he be? That's only amiable to people like you that he admires. Shurcheng was slightly helpless. I often visited Elder Chi after the company's matter was settled. Once Elder Chi asked me to draw a picture. I drew a picture very seriously, but as a result, Elder Chi directly kicked me out. Upon hearing this, Gushur couldn't help but smile. What did little Ant draw? A little piggy, and the mud puddle wasn't painted before I was kicked out. Shurcheng still feels strange when she thinks about it now. With a resigned face, even though I don't know how to draw, but my drawings are at least quite cute. Elder Chi expects too much from me. Is it a very round piglet with big ears and a small tail? Guru asked. You saw it? In the corner of Chi Lao's drawing room. It seems to have been used to paste the wall. Ha! Elder Chi actually didn't throw it away? Guru saw larger-sized famous paintings at the painting exhibition on the 5th floor and took many pictures before leaving the museum with Shurcheng. Unexpectedly, a mournful figure in the doorway. Su Lingyin actually hasn't left yet. She glanced at Timothy, no longer bossy, and her voice dropped. Cough, my dad said that he wants to invite Dongshur to have a meal. He'll be here soon. You wait for a while. I don't like waiting for people. Shurcheng pulled Guji into the car, leaving behind a sentence. See you at the Center Street Medicine Restaurant. Seeing the car far away, Su Lingyin was furious but could only inform Su's father and followed closely to the medicinal restaurant. Shurcheng and Guji quickly arrived at the private room, and Guji looked at the menus one by one. It's not impossible if you want to try everything, Timothy said. I'll just have one of the signs, Guru said, and even took a picture of the menu with his cell phone. You came to eat medicinal food. Is it hard to believe that you want to help big brother and sister-in-law sell medicinal food? Shurcheng quickly guessed Guji's intentions. Guru nodded. So come to investigate. Totally fine. I'll support you. Come to me anytime if you need anything. Am I not much more reliable than that Su Lingyin? Shurcheng said. Soon, the medicinal meal was served, and Su father and Su Lingyin also arrived, carrying quite a few gifts. Tim Dong, a long time no see. Enin has never seen you before. I didn't recognize you today. I'm offended. This child has also been spoiled by me. A small token of appreciation as an apology. Su's father enthusiastically came forward and shoved the gift into Shurcheng's hand. Shurcheng took it and realized that the gift bag was very heavy. She smiled heartily, An old friend has not seen for a long time. Happened to meet. Which teased your daughter. I'm not angry. That's for sure. Haven't I not seen Sherdong for a long time too? So I'm here when I say I'm here. Su Chong looked at Gu Ji again. This one is Sherdong's nephew, right? Hello again. What a talent. Hello Uncle Su. Guru politely bent down to shake hands. Hello hello hello. I've always heard Enin mention you. I just realized today that you guys had a fight. And Enin, this kid, doesn't talk to me about it? Su Chong smiled. I just asked the back kitchen to add a few more dishes. It's my treat today. Don't be shy. As he spoke, he imperceptibly pushed Su Lingyin behind him to a position beside Gu Shi. Seated across the table, Shirqing smiled wryly and took a sip of his soup. Sherdong, you see these two children. They are quite compatible, aren't they? Su Chong tentatively asked Shirqing. Su Lingyin at the moment with Gu Ji felt shy for no reason, sitting next to Gu Ji without saying a word. Gu Ji, on the other hand, was concentrating on savoring the medicinal meal. He had not been interested in the content of boring adult conversations since he was a child. Shirqing, however, smiled skin deep and was inexplicably upset. Lingyin is in her youthful years, and my family Xiaoji is handsome, so if you just look at them, they are a good match. She changed her words, but this man and woman just looking like a match is useless. The main thing is that there must also be fate, suitable to come together. To say it's suitable, last time our family brought Xiaozue when I fell in love with her. The result is that I can't imagine that this child and S age difference is a bit too much, but the two families are still destined to be together. This is not it. Yin Yin's age is similar. The hints in Su Chang's words were obvious. Shirqing suddenly changed the topic. As I recall, Wandering is 2 years younger than me? That's a good memory. Indeed. Then Wanderer is 7 years shy of Little Words, and I'm 9 years shy of Little Words. That's right. Su Chong was a bit puzzled and didn't understand why Shirqing said this, but the next moment, he saw Shirqing give Gu Ji a dish. Actually, yeah, I'd say that age isn't an issue. Thank you auntie. Guru casually thanked him and ate the bowl of medicinal food with all seriousness. He was thinking of serving another bowl of soup, but he didn't realize that just as he reached out, his hand was held by Shirqing. Auntie will serve you. Shirqing smiled and looked at Gu Ji, still brightly touching Gu Ji's hand. Guru's eyes were clear as he looked at Shirqing, with winter wormwood still hanging from the side of his mouth. Su Chong watched as Shirqing caressed Gu Ji's hand wannily, even boldly reaching into Gu Ji's sleeve, his eyes full of amazement that shocked all three viewpoints. Su Lingyin also felt strange. Being an aunt touching her nephew here? What's wrong with you, auntie? Guru was a bit rushed, and the cordyceps fell out of his mouth. Little auntie is fine. It's just that the more I look at my family's little resignation, the more I feel like it, Shirqing said, helping Gu resignation with a bowl of soup. Thanks auntie. Guru always felt that something was strange. At this meal, Su Chong didn't say anything more and finished the medicinal meal in 3 tries. That, dong sure. I still have some things to do in the company today, so I won't stay much longer. Let's get together again later. I have to hurry up and leave. Let Enin stay here to accompany you to eat before you leave. Saying that, Su Chong stood up and left in a hurry. Su Lingyin could only continue eating. Watching Su Chong obscurely fleeing, Shirqing hooked her lips with a smug look on her face. This old den is still trying to pull the wool over her nephew's eyes. What a thought. The 3 of them finished eating and walked out of the restaurant. Su Lingyin looked at Shirqing and then at Gu Ji, still feeling incredulous. Guru. Undeterred, she deliberately yanked the shoelace open, then pulled Gu Ji. Can you help me tie my shoe? Shirqing frowned slightly and was about to say something when she heard Gu Ji speak. Can't you tie your shoes? Yeah, I wouldn't. Su Lingyin thought that even if Shirqing was interested in Gu Ji, someone like Gu Ji wouldn't have feelings for her aunt, and as long as they had more romantic interactions, they would be able to make up one day sooner or later. Gu Ji looked at Su Lingyin's shoelaces in silence for a moment, then pointed to a store not far away. I think they sell shoes there. Why don't you buy a pair without laces to wear? He offered sincerely. Su Lingyin's cerebellum atrophied at that moment. Next to her, Shirqing couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that although Gu Ji would be tricked into coming out, he still didn't have to worry about it at all. Then you go ahead and get it, and I'll go around the rest of the place. Guru finished speaking and was about to leave when the angry Su Lingyin yelled out. Ah! Su Lingyin didn't know whether she was angry or cold. Her hands were shaking. Can you give me your jacket? I'm cold, she said. Guru pointed to another store not far away. There is a clothing store there. Su Lingyin exasperatedly yelled. Hey, you're a boy. Can you be a little more gentlemanly? What can you do by giving me your jacket? But if I give you my jacket, I'll be cold too. Guru didn't want to get sick. It was hard to get sick. Su Lingyin cried out countless sentences of dead straight man in her heart, then took a taxi and left. Timothy wiggled his car keys. Take you home? Guru shook his head. I still want to look around the neighborhood. He hasn't gotten his present yet. Where else do you want to go? I'll accompany you? No. I want to turn around by myself. Little auntie go back early. I'll visit her when I'm free. So, okay. Timothy was a little strange, but he drove off anyway. Seeing that Shirching was far away, Guji walked into a gold store. Unbeknownst to her, Shirching, who had returned to her residence, was still thinking about Gu Shir. She called Zaire. Ziri seemed to be getting ready for bed, with a girl's voice next to him. Dear Chairman, you're so precious. I'm off duty. She was slightly helpless. What do you think it means when boys suddenly say they want to walk by themselves? Timothy asked. She always felt that Guji didn't seem like someone who would like to take a walk alone, and if Guji was particularly free and had nothing to do, he should be nestled in his home painting. Bad mood? Not like that. If it's not wanting to be alone, it's trying to get the people you don't want to see to leave. When Shirue finished speaking, there was silence on Shirching's end. Neither. Shirching didn't think Guji would hate her. It was only in that moment just now that she was surprisingly in a somewhat bad mood, and she seemed to very much not want Guji to hate her one day. That would be to do something you don't want to be seen. Zaire yawned and asked casually, your young nephew had a falling out with you? I didn't say it was him. Now you can get off work. Shirching hung up the phone after saying that. She realized with hindsight that she seemed to be too attached to Guji's affairs, recalling today's sudden hearing of Guji's name, then ending the chat with the head of the pavilion to find Guji, and then taking Guji to eat a medicinal meal, and driving away Su Chong, who wanted to pull a red thread between Guji and Su Lingyin. Was she ever that nosy? Her mind was in turmoil, but she quickly consoled herself. Nephew, he's my nephew. It's okay for her to meddle in her family's affairs, right? Besides, the little nephew is still young. What's the point of falling in love? Convincing herself, Shirching felt instantly relieved. She opened the gift from Su Chong and took out the box that was pressed at the lowest level and opened it. Looking at the 8 gold bars inside, she couldn't help but be staggered. This old den was really generous, but her little nephew was worth more than 8 gold bars. Guru went home after shopping, and he received a message from Su Lingyin not long ago. Su Lingyin, don't blame me for not reminding you. Your aunt has bad intentions towards you. Only I can protect you. Intentions? Guru scratched his head and wasn't able to figure out what intention Shirching had as he concentrated on making a list of medicinal food menus and then wrote down the drink ideas as well. That was quick and arrived on the day of the soft 100 days. Shirching really didn't invite anyone else, other than Guru and Gu's father and mother. There was only Su Man. Yay little softy, let auntie hold you. Su Man looks like she wants to eat a child and picks up Softy from the crib. Softly glared at Su Man with her little feet in disgust. Before, Xiaoru also told us, said that Softy doesn't look like Ching Ching, and it's true, only her lips look like Ching Ching, but she's handsome. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi both felt affectionate when they looked at Softy. It is said that girls resemble their dads. Softy is probably like her unseen dad. Su Man made a wink at Shirching. Ching Ching is very good at giving birth. Our Soft's dad seems to be very handsome. Shirching glared at Su Man. You're the one who talks too much. In fact, she'd never wondered what Softy's dad looked like since she'd been pregnant with him, and had never been curious. She just needed a baby and wasn't interested in strangers who offered to help. Ching Ching you're big brother and I don't have much we can give you, so this gift will be taken as a token of appreciation. Su Shi handed 2 gift bags to Shirching. I've told you not to prepare gifts. This is too much of a bust. Shirching didn't want to brush off the 2 old men, so she opened the gift bag. One of the gift bags contained a well-made baccarat coat. Wow, so pretty. Is this 100 clothes? It's the first time I've seen it. Su Man came forward, not realizing that there were still people giving such painstaking gifts nowadays. Su Shi smiled and nodded her head. Yes, I still know a bit of craftsmanship, just with your big brother to find neighbors, a family to take a piece of cloth to sew. Don't mind if you don't mind. How can I dislike it? I really like it too much. Big brother and sister-in-law have taken the trouble. Shirching was touched from the bottom of her heart. Compared to expensive gifts, such thoughts could make her heart rejoice even more. Ching Ching, you don't even know. As soon as the neighbors heard it was my sister's daughter's 100th day, they all rushed to send cloth, all wanting to send a blessing. Gu Yunshan smiled broadly. In the end, it was the cloth that was sent first that was used. Thank you so much big brother and sister-in-law. I'll keep this dress even if Softy grows up. Shirching said. I'll go put it on Softy. Su Man took the clothes and cheerfully changed Softy's clothes. Shirching opened the other gift bag and found that it was full of medicinal powder and a small scented bag. Gu Yunshan explained, the medicinal powder in here can support positive qi, prevent colds, and increase resistance. Usually, it's packed in this small bag. Letting Softy wear it, And just change the powder once every 2 or 3 days. The changed medicinal powder can also be kept to soak your feet. Great. I've been thinking about what to wear for Softy for the last couple days. And this is just the thing. Shurching took that small fragrant bag in his hand. Light herbal flavor. Strict portion. Not very punchy. Just right for Soft, such a small baby. And the sewing is very delicate and lovely. With the pink fabric still. Ahem. Gu Yunshan reminded Gu Ji, who was standing stupidly by the side. Only then did Guru put a small box into Shurching's hand. Then went to help Suman dress Softy. His parents have been hiding from him to prepare a gift for Softy. Out of the blue is so thoughtful 100 clothes. It seems that the gift he prepared is too shabby. Gu Yunshan watched as Shurching opened the box and frowned, thinking that this kid was sending a what? A fart little box. Shurching opened the box, and the dazzling golden object came into view. It's a delicate and beautiful long lifelock. Shurching was a bit surprised. Big brother and sister-in-law, you guys are really two. How can you let Xiaozhu buy such an expensive gift? Family don't talk about two families. Software looks good on it. Gu Yunshan sighed in relief. He had thought that his stupid son would send some childish gift. Fortunately, it was quite decent and quite gratifying. Shurching then walked over to Gu Ji. You're quite good at picking. This long lifelock is very pretty. Let's put it on Softy now. And we'll take a picture together. She watched Gu Shur put the long lifelock on the soft neck. And at that moment, in her eyes, it seemed that there was something more dazzling than gold. And it was hard to be ignored in her heart. The gold locks were the right size. Not too heavy. And Softy grinned like she liked it. Guru was also happy. As long as Softy liked it, he instantly felt it was worth the purchase. Come on. I'll take your pictures. Suman held Softy in the middle of a few people and took out the camera that had been prepared in advance. Hundreds of clothes also fit well. The Soft seems to like the hustle and bustle, when there are a lot of people laughing. Plus Suman took the toys to attract the Soft's attention, pressed the shutter and took a bunch of pictures. OMG, we're Soft. So cute. Suman booed at the camera screen. Turn around and send me the picture. I'm going to tweet it. Tim Ching said. Finally willing to put your baby girl on display? It's my home. A happy smile appeared on Shurching's face. She just wanted that person to see that she was living a happy life now. After a few people ate, Shurching let the driver send Gu Yunshan and Su Shi back. And Suman also drove home. The nanny was on vacation today. And Gu Shi stayed behind to help look after the children. Say, where did you get the money to buy gold for Softy? Timothy asked. I saved up for a scholarship. Guru said, putting away the starter books and toys that Suman had sent. Shurching then picked up Softy and lifted her high, saying, honey, your little brother bought you gold locks with his scholarship. Softy responded with a hand dance. Beep, cell phone message tone. A message popped up on Guru's cell phone that was sitting on the coffee table. Are you there, little brother? Why don't you answer me? Will you be at the store tomorrow? Do you have any recommendations for milk tea? Timothy glanced over. Your cell phone is ringing. Someone is looking for you. Guru looked at the face with helplessness. It's a customer I met at the milk tea store before. I've already pushed the milk tea store app for her, but she still came to me. He pushed the little program on the girl again. The girl replied quickly. You finally got back to me. I wanted to ask you if you have a girlfriend. My friend invited me to a party. Will you be my date? Gu Shur, why me? Next to him, Timothy looked on in fascination. Girl replies, because I want you to be my NP/blush.jpg. NP. Guru and Shurching saw the two letters at the same time, and Shurching seemed to think of something. Her brows furrowed, and her face flushed red. She didn't seem to think of the same things as Guru, and could only hate herself for being too mature. Gu Shi, however, was unsure and asked, what does NP mean? Girl, stupid. Just type it in the input method and you'll know. Guja, diapers. Girl? Jun Shang Group. Song Jun Rhythm sat in his office, looking back and forth at several photos on his computer. It was the same photo that Toki Ching tweeted. In the photo, except for Shur Chang and Suman, the faces of the small child and the few people beside him were covered by cartoon patterns. Get someone to remove the watermark. Song Jun Rhythm said to his secretary. Already tried. The photo was handled discreetly, covering more than one layer, and it simply won't go away, the secretary said. The child is 100 days old, and this is how many people she invites. There's also one for the Su family's out-of-touch second miss. Song Jun Rouge zoomed in on the picture again and asked, is Timeless Pictures going to fail? The secretary shook her head. I haven't heard any such rumors. The child is 100 days old. She buys such a small gold lock for the child. It really doesn't look too shabby. And she has the nerve to take a picture of it. Song Jun Rhythm clicked off the page again and again, only to right-click in again and again. This kid is wearing little pink socks. I think it's a girl. The odds are yes, the secretary said. Seeing Song Jun Rhythm looking at the photo out of focus, The secretary added. Chairman, we found out that the two older ones, who your daughter befriended in her early years, seem to run a Chinese medicine hall. Even though the photo covers the face, you can still tell by the shape of the body. So, what about this young boy? Songjun Ballad asked. The boy. You've seen. I've seen it before? When? Songjun Rouge did not recall in the slightest that he had seen such a young man. It's the time when Shirqing came to see you. There was a boy with Shirqing's car key who said he was Shirqing's driver. The watch he was wearing on his hand was the same model, and his body shape was also like that. The probability is that it's the same person, the secretary said. Driver? Song Junro looked at the few people on the photo. She didn't even hire her own assistant. How could she possibly hire a driver? Besides, how could there be such a young driver? The one wearing it is still. Song Junyao carefully zoomed in on Guji's wrist with a strange expression on his face. Little genius watch? Song Junyao pinched his brow and was silent for a long time. There's no way my daughter would look at some brat like that. She blushed with certainty, thinking that she was thinking too much. After all, with Shirqing's heart nature, what should be preferred was a calm and mature man, and it had to be one who was willing to give his time to take care of the child as well. Can't see how you could possibly have children, the secretary said casually. Song Jun Rhythm glared at the secretary. You mean the child is this kid's? She couldn't help but feel a little amused and said firmly. Absolutely not. But Timeless Partners don't have such a young man either. There has to be a reason why Timeless would invite him to his daughter's 100th day. The secretary analyzed and tried to guess. We can't rule out a one-night stand or an ambiguous relationship. Song Jun Rouge was silent now. This kind of ungrown brat coming up here is most likely looking at Shirqing's resources. Go check what kind of person it is. The following day. Timeless pictures. You are also too presumptuous. How can you just post this kind of tweet? Is not consulting with me at all. Chi Rui handed the pad to Shirchang and said, take a look for yourself. The netizens are polarized, with positive wishes on one side, and the other side is picking apart the people involved in the 100-day banquet, as well as your daughter's father. Shirqing, however, was scrolling through the comments with total disinterest. I don't even know who Softy's dad is. They can pickpocket if they want to. The problem is that you have never positively replied to this aspect of the matter. Some people are guessing in the time and tide of the partner's male of similar age. And some people have even said that your child is the illegitimate daughter of the director of the Chu, saying that you are a mistress. Fart. Shirqing heavily put down pad. The fire directly up. We soft so good looking. Her father must be about the same age as me. The features are correct. That Chu guide are more than 50, but also back of the year. His daughter-in-law until now have no children. How not to spread he has a disease ah. Chi Rui sighed and smiled helplessly. I guess it's because Director Chu's ears are backward. You used to talk to him close. Why did you add an impromptu meeting today? Shirqing looked at the schedule. I still want to go play with my little nephew today. You can stop thinking about your little nephew every day. It was because of that one tweet of yours yesterday that the board called a meeting. This crowd really takes it with a grain of salt. Timothy glanced at the office clock in annoyance and got up to head for the conference room. The stony atmosphere in the conference room lasted for a while. Snap, the folder rested heavily on the desktop. So what you all are proposing is for me to call a press conference and find someone to act as the father of the child to quell the rumors no matter what? Timothy asked. It's the best way to avoid the incident from festering. Even if we find a random person, it's still better than letting people speculate wildly. Does this kind of thing also need to be dispelled by holding a press conference? Isn't it a bit too much of a fuss? Shirqing said. It just so happens that the new movie is going to have a press conference, along with clearing up this matter. It's not intentional and can also dispel doubts. Why not? Moreover, this matter was started because of you, Chairman. Although the incident did not affect the company too much, but it's good to be prepared, and it's also good to put our minds at ease. In the evening, Guru, who was about to leave work, had his cell phone vibrate in his pocket. Shirqing, I'm here to pick you up from work. Guru subconsciously glanced outside the store, and there was really that black business car parked outside. He quickly gathered his things and walked out. Little ant, get in the car. Timothy opened the car door. Guru sat in the back seat. Actually, I can go back by myself. Isn't it nice that I came to pick you up in the cold weather? Shirqing's voice was dull as he casually handed a small paper bag to Guji, then continued to look out the window. Guru opened the paper bag. In the paper bag were sugar-fried chestnuts. Still hot. Instead, he didn't eat it and looked over at Timothy. Auntie, did something happen? He always felt that Shirqing was in a bad mood today, and the usual driver had been replaced with Chi Rui. Shirqing sighed. Because of last night's tweets, the board of directors had an impromptu meeting and asked me to find a random man to cooperate in attending the event and act as Softy's father. Has the person been selected? Guru asked. Aha, Shirqing sighed deeply again. because of the time constraints, tomorrow we will have to briefly write the content with the other party to make it easier to cope with the reporter's questions. You dislike this very much? Gushi tried to ask. It does bother me to have to play husband and wife with a stranger and pretend to be in love. And this kind of thing will increase in the future. Softy will grow up one day. I have to deal with the rumors from the outside world. And I also have to tell Softy that she doesn't have a father. And when I think of that, I feel guilty. Why the guilt? I thought about having children for many years and thought I was ready for everything when I was ready to be a mother. But I realize now that I wasn't ready to juggle a career and a family. Shirching tilted her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. The movie and television industry that she used to have her heart set on was a burden because she was alone with her child. Actually, if I had to choose between my career and my family, I would choose Softy without hesitation. But speaking of which, it's still that ridiculous winning heart. I want to do my best to let Softy live well. And I also want to let that person see that I can be happy on my own. She continued to say. The whole person was even some emotional depression. Voicer with some raspy, goo rhetoric. You say, I in the end should not set up the current situation, or should not want to be soft. The last thing you should do is embarrass yourself. Guru spoke bluntly. You just made a great decision. It just so happens that the road is a little hard to walk, but that doesn't mean you have to give up anything in order to take this road to the end. So don't make it hard for yourself, and don't get hung up on what's right or wrong. And since you can't let go of softness and aren't willing to leave the time and place, hold on to them both well. Gushi poured out 2 chestnuts from the paper bag, put them in his palm and blew on them, then held Shirching's hand and gave those 2 chestnuts to Shirching again. The chestnuts are a little hot, so it seems acceptable if someone blows on them for you, right? He said casually, while eating the other chestnuts in the paper bag. Shirching looked down at the 2 chestnuts in her hand, took a deep breath, then smiled softly, picked up one of the small chestnuts, looked at it, and then solemnly placed it in Gusher's palm. What? Guru asked. It's fine, just suddenly wanted to share one with you, Shirching said, eyes reflecting the haloed city neon, as if all the lights are not as good as this moment of looking at each other. Aha! Guru put the chestnut that Shirching had given him into his pocket. Shirching continued to look out the car window, but it was hard to fit the 10,000 lights in his eyes anymore. The people reflected in the windows of that car were more fascinating than the lights of a million homes. Shirching couldn't take her eyes off the whole way. She knew those thoughts in her mind were wrong, but she let them roll around. Consider this, a moment of caprice. Watching Guru return home, Shirching took the car and returned the same way. She held the chestnut the whole way and eventually put it in her pocket as well. Chi Rue in the driver's seat finally couldn't help but ask, Chairman, are you? She wanted to speak, the words finishing on her lips for a long time. Are you in love with your nephew? Shirching was silent, not answering for a long time, his thoughts disorganized beyond recognition. Chi Rue's brow furrowed as he intoned, you can't, not to mention that he called you an aunt. His age, even if he is more understanding and mature than his peers, in the end, he is still 9 years younger than you. Don't let yourself be trapped because of a period of time that moves you. He is youthful, but your life is already on the downhill slope. How fast time is. You are also regarded as a person who is running towards 40. How can you gamble? She said, shaking her head helplessly. In case you lose the bet and your aunt and nephew can't make it, how will you face his parents? Timothy leaned back in his seat again. Yeah, time is going too fast. Running out of 40, she murmured, suddenly remembering her father. If her father was still around, she might have been able to sit down and talk to him unobtrusively and listen to his advice. Chairman, the person who is scheduled for tomorrow is the president of a former partner company, and is considered to know the routes, so you can see more of the others. After Chi Rue finished, the car was heavy and silent, and the sense of reassurance that Guji had felt just now when she was there was like it had been blown away and swept away by the whistling evening wind. Even though she hadn't opened the window, Shirching looked at the screen of his cell phone, gazing at Guji's somewhat childish but unique hand-drawn avatar with a unique personality, hesitating as if he were signing a multi-million-dollar contract. Finally, he tapped the screen and sent a message. Shirching, are you free tomorrow? She didn't even dare to say the request outright, so she just stared at the other party as in the process of typing above her with her brain in a void. Guru, what time? I'll be there. Unbeknownst to him, Guji had long guessed that Shirching wanted his company because she was not used to being around actors. When she saw this message, Shirching's heart warmed. She really can't gamble? Next day, noon, Guru wore a mask and sunglasses to Timeless Studios, and this time Chi Rue purposely waited in the lobby on the first floor and took him up in a private elevator. Walking into the chairman's office, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit sitting next to Shirching, and a woman across from him, and the three of them were talking about something. Is that one? The man noticed Guji and asked Shurching in a low voice. He's intern assistant, studying under Zaire. We'll talk about ours first. When Shurching finished speaking, she stood up unceremoniously, pulling Guji so that Guji was separated between her and the man, and secretly slipped a candy into Guji's hand as if she was apologizing for concealing his identity. Guji's heart, however, did not care and obediently sat beside Shurching, with Guru in the room. The originally tense atmosphere eased up quite a bit. That's probably it. To pay attention to the points, you two go back and read it again. The reporter will most likely still ask why Sherdong has not revealed his husband's business. Answer normally as written above. Be natural. Don't be nervous and it's fine. The woman said seriously. Then added, questioning side, this side is about it. The rest is the interaction. The reporters may take pictures of the two of you in action. No matter what, you need to be intimate to be able to get along more to try it out. There is a tacit understanding, then maybe it'll be perfect. Ching, sit on my side. The man gestured for Timothy to sit next to him. Timothy had to nod and sit over. The next moment, he saw Guji also stand up, not even sitting on the sofa, squatting directly in front of Shurching. Before he came, he remembered that Shurching had said that she wanted him to stay close. The man froze for a moment, glancing at Timothy with some confusion. Timothy suppressed a laugh. He actually has to get closer to people to focus on hearing them, she explained, and the man's face grew even more puzzled, but all he could do was nod plausibly. Suddenly remembering something, the man pulled out a pair of rings. It might be more believable if you wear this. The man took out his women's ring and reached out to put it on Shurching. Shurching was about to refuse. Suddenly, Guji lunged headlong and knocked that ring off. The man stood up angrily at once. What the hell are you doing? Legs went numb, didn't stand still. Guru was honest enough to tell a lie. Then he couldn't say he did it on purpose. You. The man was so angry that he pointed at Guji while looking around for the ring. Mr. He. Shurching hurriedly stepped forward. Calm down. I'll talk about him properly afterward. Seeing Shurching's face that grew on his own aesthetic, He-young froze and could no longer say half a sentence. I'm sorry, I'll find the ring. Guru pretended to be flustered as he searched for the ring on the floor, froze and pressed the ring that had originally fallen on the ground under his palm, then pushed it into the crevice under the sofa, and finally hid it in his sleeve. Find it or not? He-young waited for half a day and kicked Guji's arm with his leather shoe in an ungraceful manner. Shurching's face went cold. Mr. He, in my opinion, it would be better if we had a boxing date sometime. Boxing? I'll keep you company whenever I'm free. He-young changed his tone completely when confronted by Shurching, even though he didn't know how to box at all. Now then. Bang! Before He-young could react, Shurching raised his hand and punched, so fast that he couldn't see the movement. Straight to the face. He-young took 2 steps back, covering his nose and feeling the sky spinning as a line of nosebleed flowed out. Ouch! Shurching instantly showed a worried look and went forward to help He-young. Is Brother Young okay? Why don't you hide? Brother Young? It's my fault. Seeing Shurching's worried face, with self-reproach in her eyes, coupled with that voice of Brother Young, He-young directly fainted and quickly waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. It's just a small injury. I'm hardened. I'll be fine. He-young covered his nose. In fact, on the age has long been unable to withstand. At the moment the head is still a little dizzy. He smiled bitterly. I know you like boxing. I don't blame you. Next time, we can go to the gym. I'm sorry Brother Young. I'm just impatient. I'll have someone send you to the hospital now. Shurching still put on a look of regret. Well, is going to have to go to the hospital. He-young was soon helped out in a sorry state. Chi-rue followed out to send He-young. Before leaving also looked angrily at Shurching. She also said that other people are children. She looked at the time. Ching is similar. Net to her trouble. This assistant really can not do a day. Chairman, you can be really powerful. Actually dare to hit the president of his face just like that. The female employees next to her couldn't help but give a thumbs up, their eyes full of admiration. There times this chairman is simply a rose with thorns. I was going to ask him how he dared to kick him, Shurching said with a straight face, casually drew a disinfectant wet wipes to wipe his hands, as if he was still not relieved. He-young, if the next time I ask to go to boxing, push the schedule to also go. I have to send him to early retirement. It wasn't really a kick, he just touched me, Guru said. He hadn't expected that punch just now. He didn't want Shurching to fight all over the business district because of him. Is that the point? Is he polite? What kind of attitude? And that scornful look. Punching him is considered his luck. Shurching was furious. Thinking of that scene just now made her want to chase out and beat He-young severely. Don't you get mad. Guru did not expect Shurching to be so angry when his arm was touched with his foot. Shurching calmed down a bit and looked back at the place where Guji's clothes had been touched. You take this shirt off and throw it away and I'll get one of mine for you to wear. With that, Timothy said and went to his office locker to get a spare black sweatshirt. Guru hesitated in place without moving. Take it off quickly, Shurching urged. She really couldn't stand to see Guji wearing a sweater that had been kicked by someone else's shoes. Here? Guru asked with some uncertainty. The female employee understood and headed out. Ahem. I'll go out first, Tim Dong. Shurching and Guji were the only two left in the office. Take it off. Shurching deliberately sat on the sofa directly across from him, looking directly at Guji. Then, you turn around, Guru said. It's not that he was embarrassed, but he felt it was too rude to undress in front of Shurching. Why? It's not like I'm an outsider. Shurching looked at Guji with a deliberate smile, like she was expecting to see Guji being shy. Unbeknownst to him, the next moment he saw Guji turn around and take the clothes off his body from the collar. Before he had time to react, Guji's back was reflected in his eyes. Timothy's smile was fixed on his face and he didn't even blink. It wasn't until Guru changed into the bodysuit she gave her that she came back to her senses and pursed her lips. You still have muscles, huh? Timothy asked. My roommate has them too. It's normal to be a little muscular because you often have to carry a big art-specific backpack to paint, and boards and books and such aren't light. Plus you have to climb stairs, Guru said, flashing the muscles of his right arm. This hand is used the most. It's for painting? Shurching couldn't take her eyes off of it. Sure, it's not like I'm jerking off, Guru said. As the words fell, a blush rose on Shurching's face, and she seemed to think of something, not daring to look directly at Guji. By the way, Guru took out the ring he had hidden and handed it to Shurching. I just took it upon myself to hide this. Shurching froze, then laughed. I told you why you were picking at the ground for so long. I'm sorry, I just thought that you might not want to wear a ring with someone so casually. So just, well done. No need to apologize, and I'd like to thank you for getting out of the way. It'll save me from spending my breath trying to turn him down, Shurching said, touching Guru's head. You guessed everything. Do you know how to read minds? Not exactly a guess. Guru sat on the sofa next to Shurching. You are a person who does things very seriously and goes all out. I'm sure you must also be consistent with your feelings. So all the first times, you should want to give it to someone. It's really a pity that such a thing as wearing a pair of rings is used to act out a scene. Yeah, indeed, have a lot of firsts that I feel are important to save for important people, Shurching said, looking at Guji. Did you leave a lot of firsts too? Guru thought about it and suddenly sighed. The breath felt like it was smashing into Timothy's heart. What the hell? Did you lose your first time? It can't be. Who is it? The inside is a mess. The outside remains calm. Don't you remember? Guru collapsed. Shurching was stunned. Huh? What? Me? What do you mean? It's that time when you were in the toilet and looked at everything and touched it, Guru reminded. He did get treated that way for the first time that day. He didn't think he'd ever forget that feeling in his life. Ah, that time. Timothy twisted his head around, so embarrassed that he was dying to get under the couch. She could only change the subject and explain. That one was an accident. By first time I mean other first times. Oh, Guru was thoughtful. Shurching looked at Guji and suddenly snapped back to her senses. She was actually talking to a child about this kind of thing? Anyway, thank you for today. It's just that I probably won't let Young help with the drama anymore, and I might have to think about a solution again. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently looked at Guji, and she seemed to have thought of something, silently sizing up Guji. What's the point of looking for someone else? She got along so naturally with Guji. Wasn't Guji the best person for the job? Guru was a bit puzzled. If you don't need me, I'll go back first. Wait. Shurching hurriedly pulled Guru and said with a smile. Boy, I need you so much. She quickly couldn't wait to tell Guji her thoughts. I'll tell you what to do, and after it's done, I'll pay you, and definitely won't let you work for nothing. Otherwise, you don't want me to lose money and be annoyed because of this matter, right? Guji looked at her in surprise and tried to ask. You mean, for me to play your husband? When the time comes, you wear a hat, sunglasses and mask. Big brother and sister-in-law probably can't recognize you, and then casually say a few words to cope with the reporters. It's fine, Shurching said. But didn't you guys just talk about there being interaction? I can't act. Guru couldn't figure out how Shurching would feel comfortable handing over such a big thing to him, and wasn't afraid that he would mess it up. Instead of having unfamiliar strangers act with me, I'd rather trust you, who are supposed to be family. I'm sure you'll be able to handle it easily even if there's an interaction, right? Shurching looked at Guru, his eyes firm, smiled and said, moreover, and other people acting show the risk of obviously bigger to really and you are not good words. That is, sure destiny has a robbery Guru pondered for a moment and finally nodded. So if we have to wear a ring, will you cooperate? Timothy tried. Since I've decided to do my sister-in-law a favor, I'll go along with all of it, as long as she doesn't mind. The press conference is scheduled for this Friday, and it will take a few days to prepare for it. Shirching really thought about it in her mind, but realized that she didn't seem to resist wearing a couple's ring with Gu Ji. Is it because, aunt and nephew? Like a reason to do whatever she wants to spend time with Gu Ji. It's also like a circle that's hard to step out of, binding her every step and reminding her that she can't cross the line. Friday, the day of the press conference. Shirue sat next to Shirching and sighed. Why do you always sigh? It's not too bad luck. Shirching's eyes kept looking at the dressing room not far away, waiting for Guji to get ready so that the press conference could begin. It was only at this moment that she realized in hindsight that her decision was that bold. Chirue's face was filled with sadness. Obviously there are so many candidates, but you even chose your stupid little nephew. If this performance breaks down, the board of directors of the group of bosses is afraid that they will yell. At least with him, I'm not nervous at all, but rather at ease. And isn't that the best person for the job? I reminded you before not to get stuck in it. But you are good. You jumped in yourself, Chirue muttered, as if anticipating something. Soon the door to the dressing room opened. Shirching subconsciously looked over and couldn't help but be stunned the moment she saw Gu Shi. Originally only wearing light-colored casual clothes, Gu Ji, at this moment changed into a suit, convergence in flamboyant Bordeaux red, inside with a black shirt. The collar reveals the scale of 2 buttons. Not only let Gu Ji, the whole person appears to be more mature, but not old-fashioned, and even has a full sexual tension. The costumer and makeup artist were also quite confident. How about Tim Dong? He has a well-proportioned body type that completely holds up this suit. The effect is unexpectedly good. Shirching nodded her head out of breath. In his mind, he cried hysterically, costume artist plus chicken legs. Ahem. The ring is ready. Shirching was a little afraid to look directly at Gu Shi, and just silently handed over the men's ring. Guru put on a ring, put on a black duck-tongue hat, black sunglasses, black mask. The whole person is much more mysterious, and it is difficult to see the age. Auntie is beautiful today. When Guji was about to walk out of the backstage, he coldly said this, causing Shirching's cheeks to involuntarily blush. He wasn't bragging. The burgundy dress that Shirching matched with him today was sexy and elegant, showing off the curves of his body perfectly and lining his skin white. Click, click, click. As soon as Guru and Shirching showed up, the reporters' cameras went to work. Guru gently reached out and wrapped his hand around Shirching's waist, only for his thoughts to drift away for a moment. Nice soft waist. Next to him, Tim Ching talked about movie-related before getting to personal matters. I'm sorry that it took so long to announce the happy news with you all. In fact, my husband and I have been preparing for projects abroad before and spent our honeymoon abroad. This time, we returned home to follow up the progress of our new movie before we plan to leave the country together. I hope that you can pay more attention to the current situation, and we will continue to create better works. Tim Ching absently took the microphone with his left hand, revealing the ring. Reporters also expectedly began to interview Guji. Guji, in accordance with the answer memorized in advance, to respond one by one. The speed of speech is not hasty and not slow, calm and confident. May I ask you both who usually takes care of the children? Are there any fights in taking care of the children or any experience in bringing up children that you would like to share? A reporter who didn't know where to come out asked the unexpected question. With the microphone pointed right at Guru, Shirching reacted quickly and tried to save the day by skimming over the question, not realizing that Gu Jishu had already opened his mouth. The child is both mine and Xingxing's. Of course we will take care of it together, and I don't think it's a hassle to raise the fruit of our love. We've never quarreled, and when we encounter problems we talk calmly and solve them together. As for the experience of bringing up a child, Guru casually took away a reporter's microphone and earnestly talked about his real experience of taking care of Softy, from breastfeeding to changing diapers, meticulously detailed and colorfully narrated as if he were a promoted baby daddy. Overall, it's hard to be rusty at first, but it's no less than a wonderful experience and a precious memory between Xingxing and I. I'll use to cherish this happiness that Xingxing gave me in 10 months. After Guru finished, he nodded at Chirue, who was frozen next to him. He had reached his limit. It was only after a crowd of astonished journalists that the final signing took place, perhaps still in a state of shock. Shirching's mind was filled with Guji's voice of Xingxing, so much so that she accidentally knocked the pen off when she was holding it and dropped it on the ground. Shirching covered her chest with one hand and straightened her skirt with the other, then slowly bent down to pick it up. Only as she rose, she didn't notice the corner of the lectern table above her in the slightest. Guru casually reached over and covered the corner of the table with his hand. Shirching touched Guji's hand when she got up before realizing it later. Guru helped Shirching fix her hair again before the two signed amidst the size of a group of reporters. Shirching finished signing and handed the pen to Guji, who signed a name he couldn't even read as he had practiced in advance. Maybe it's the aftermath of being an art student who wants to draw when he picks up a pen. He puts his name close to Shurching's name, then draws a heart shape on the outside, and after he's done that, he casually writes soft underneath the names of the two of them. The press conference ended to avoid reporters flooding back to ask questions. Guru remained in the position of holding Shurching in his arms, and the two quickly returned to the backstage. I was really scared to death just now. There are more reporters invited today, and there are really those who dare to ask questions indiscriminately. Chirue took a long breath, not forgetting to give Guru a thumbs up. Good boy. Said it perfectly. I almost took it seriously. Here when really 2 words. When Ching inexplicably heart fall empty, she really almost forgot. This is just acting. Gu Shi, on the other hand, took off that ring and handed it to Shurching. Little auntie, the ring back to you? He had heard Chirue say long ago that the ring was still customized in order to be the most authentic, and it must have cost a lot. Timothy took the ring, a little lost in thought, because Guji didn't show his face and she made it public that she had a husband. That meant that Guji could take off the ring, but not the ring on her hand. She'll have to wear the ring alone from now on? What's with this bitterness? Auntie, are you not feeling well anywhere? Guji inquired with concern. He always felt that Shurching didn't look too good. No. You change your clothes? I'll have someone send you back. You've been a big help today. I'll thank you for that. Shurching smiled, and fearing that Guji would think too much, she went up and touched Guji's face, saying seriously, it's true. The performance was especially great. Handsome to my heart. At this time, in Gu's medical center, Gu Yunshan walked over to Su Shi with his cell phone and asked, look, does this boy look like our son? Su Shi was busy grinding herbs and only glanced perfunctorily. Now that your son is back so often, you can't look at anyone like a son. I'm serious. Look at it. It's very similar. Gu Yunshan once again handed his cell phone to Su Shi. On the screen was the live replay of the current press conference. Su Shi then looked squarely at him. Aya, isn't this Qingqing? She first caught a glimpse of Shurching and murmured happily. The little red dress is so handsomely worn. How could I not have seen Qingqing? I'm talking about this one next to Qingqing, with a similar body shape and voice, Gu Yunshan said, pointing his finger at Guru on the screen. Su Shi took out her glasses from the drawer and put them on, looking at them carefully again. These steps are kinda like our son, right? I told you it looked like that, and you still don't believe me. Qingqing just said this boy is her husband. Even though Guru walked properly, the familiar feeling of that walk still made Gu Yunshan and Su Shi feel the resemblance at a glance. Probably arranged by the company again, right? I don't know where they found someone. They can't be trusted in that circle of true and false, Su Shi said. Hey, also, to Qingqing hard bad. 3 days on TV, this year's New Year and then talk to Qingqing. Let Qingqing come to our home for the New Year, Gu Yunshan proposed. Su Shi also sighed. Qingqing always thinks too much in her heart. She hasn't come before for so many years. If she doesn't come this year either, let's just send her dumplings like before. Then let our son talk about it this year. I see that our son gets along well with Qingqing. Good or good. I'll message my son. Evening, milk tea store. Close to Guru's off-duty time. Shurching dressed tightly, still ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and then sat down near the order counter. While waiting, Shurching picked up her cell phone to take a selfie, adjusting the angle to include Gu Ji, who was making milk tea. At that moment, the camera broke in on a girl. The girl approached Guru and seemed to say something. Guru pointed in Shurching's direction and spoke briefly to the girl, who left somewhat unwillingly. After work, Guru walked over to Shurching. Shurching handed one of the cups of milk tea to Guji, and the two of them left the milk tea store. Was that girl just now your friend? Timothy asked. It's that lady customer from before. She seems to like me and wants me to go to dinner with her. Hearing this, Shurching remembered that Guji had just pointed at her and said a few words to the girls, so she guessed. You're not using me as a shield, are you? Her guess was that Guji told the girl that she was Guji's girlfriend before sending the girl away. Aha! Guru took a sip of milk tea. I told her that you are my parent, Tim Ching. She even made a remark about me on her way out, saying that I'm a mommy's boy. Guru was a bit aggravated. Shurching was filled with incredulity as she pointed at herself. Do I look 50? Parents even. All her attention shifted to her age. This, may be that you covered your face too tightly. I casually said that she subconsciously thought that you were my mom. Guru quickly changed the topic and complimented. Little aunt is also very pretty today. If you don't cover your face, anyone who looks at it is more than 20. Timothy was a little happier then, and the two of them got in the car and, you did me a favor this time. Is there anything you want? Auntie can give you everything, she said. Guru thought for a moment. Anything? Sure. I'll do what I say. Tokihei thought to herself that whatever the kid wanted, she could definitely get it. Is Little Ant sure? If I ask Little Ant to do one thing, Little Ant can agree to all of them as well? Guru reconfirmed. Shirching always felt strange. This child is not going to make her do strange things, right? Well, Auntie's coming home for New Year's this year. Guru had been wondering what to do to get Shirching to agree after receiving the message from his parents. And now was a good opportunity. Shirching guessed that it was probably Gu Yunshan and Su Shi who had asked Guru to act as a lobbyist. She prevaricated. Better not. Auntie's got a lot going on for New Year's. With the annual party and all the activities? Although she treated Gu Yunshan and Su Shi as family from the bottom of her heart. But in the end, she did not have any kinship. She was afraid of losing it. And it was enough for her to carefully maintain this relationship in normal times. She was an outsider after all. And she did not want to interrupt the reunion of the whole family. Even if you're busy, you have to have a reunion dinner. Guru was very determined and seemed to not stop until he achieved his goal. But Shirching had wanted to have dinner at home with Softy this New Year's Eve. Little Auntie, take her time to get busy. Mom and Dad and I will wait for you, he said. And fearing that Shirching would be dead set against coming, he added, if I don't see my little aunt on New Year's Eve, I'll take Mom and Dad to the East Side neighborhood to find her. Okay. Shirching didn't want to break faith with Guji, so she had to agree. A few days before the New Year's Eve because Shirching was having the annual meeting at the company and organizing activities, and the nanny was on vacation back home, Guji took on the task of taking care of Softy. Softy is getting more and more playful, already rolling over and grabbing things. Soft? Guji called out, and Softy, who was lying on the crib grabbing a toy, turned her head to look at Guji. Already know your name. 2. Guru followed Shirching's instructions and played music for Softy to listen to. It was just that he realized that Softy didn't like soothing music, but instead preferred extremely rhythmic ones. And Softy's favorite toys are colorful blocks in all shapes and sizes. Cute stuffed dolls don't play at all. Duong. Softy threw an unlucky bear to the ground. The force is not small. Guru picked up the doll and thought to herself that this child could not be like her mother and become a boxer in the future. It's a little unladylike, but it feels pretty powerful. Knock knock on the door. Guru ran to the door and opened it, and Shirching came back with the cold air from outside. Dusty. Buy a lot of stuff? Guli took the large bag in Shirching's hand. No, it's from the annual meeting. A few of them are delicious, so I brought them back for you to try. Thank you, Auntie. Gushi didn't expect the incredibly busy Shirching to think about bringing him something. Besides, the chairman actually packs the food for his own company's annual meeting. Did you just feed Softy? Timothy saw that there were still unpainted baby dishes on the small table by the kitchen door. She just woke up not long ago and I made some supplements while she was sleeping. Iron fortified rice powder she's almost acclimated to, Guru said. Timothy ponders, try some mashed potatoes on her? Ever since Softy was teething, Shirching couldn't wait for Softy to taste all kinds of food. But the mashed potatoes are rather dry, so add some milk, Guru said. He also updated the parenting knowledge in his head to take as much pressure off of Timothy as possible. Then, pumpkin puree, carrot puree, apple puree, banana puree, give her a taste of all of them. Shirching had already thought of a whole bunch of foods that could be made into puree. Why not? Guru took the baby dishes to the kitchen and washed them, and in his mind, he seemed to have visualized the softness turning round. By the way, Auntie, don't forget our agreement. Do I look like a man of my word? Of course not. Auntie is very nice person. I'm just reminding. Guru smiled. You kids. That's the kid. I'm not. Guru pointed to the softness in the crib. You're a child in my eyes. Tim Ching exasperated. Little Auntie regards me as she regards Softy? Then Auntie likes me a lot. At those words, Shirching's complexion changed slightly, hung her eyes, and murmured, yeah, like, and that little aunt always used to be reluctant to come home for New Year's Eve, when it was obvious that she considered Mom and Dad and I to be family. There are still many years to come. Let's all spend them together. Guru didn't notice the subtle emotions in Shirching's words. Timothy just smiled and nodded. Good, from now on, we're all together. New Year's Eve, Shirching hugged Softy and bought a trunk full of stuff to Guji's house. This is the first time Tokihei has had a place to spend New Year's Eve since his father's death. She sat somewhat restrainedly with Guji while holding the baby, and Su Shi and Gu Yunshan were busy in the kitchen. Today your brother and I will make yam and kudzu dumplings, as well as sauerkraut ones and fennel ones, so you'll have to eat a lot of them, Su Shi said, placing 2 cups of drinks and a few plates of pastries on the table and left. What's this? Timothy took a taste of the drink in his glass, and then it was so good that he was starry-eyed. Sour plum soup. Guru also tasted 12 grams of hawthorn umeboshi malt, 3 grams of chinpi licorice rose hips, 10 grams of mulberry, and a little bit of cinnamon. This time, the portion of yellow sugar is more than usual. He guessed it should be that his parents were afraid that Shurching wouldn't be able to drink it, and added a little extra yellow sugar, which made the sweetness of the drink more pronounced. It's delicious, sour and sweet. It feels very appetizing. Shurching took 2 more sips. If I had gotten this earlier, I probably wouldn't have bought milk tea. It's also contraindicated, you couldn't drink it before. Guru pushed the pastries in front of Shurching. Try it. This bout he red bean bun. This is gorgonzola cookie, and 4 gentlemen caramel pudding. Shurching couldn't stop after eating only a few pieces. In the future, you can make it for me more often. I can quit milk tea. I really let you guess. I will try all kinds of herbal milk teas in the future. You can try them out, and the successful ones will be put on sale in the medical center. Just don't get tired of them, Guru said. Shurching looked at Guji and smiled. Don't worry, I won't get tired of it. Guru drank the sour plum soup for a while and then went to help in the kitchen. Only just before he left, a figure ran in from outside the courtyard. Uncle Auntie, Uncle Auntie, Uncle. Xia Huanning ran into the house with the gifts, and at a glance, she saw Shurcheng who was holding the baby. Ah, you are? She was a little embarrassed, and for a moment she couldn't remember which one of them Toki Ching was. I'm Guji's aunt. Shurcheng didn't say her name. Hello aunt, I'm Guji's friend. My name is Xia Huanning. Xia Huanning bowed in greeting. Aha. Shurcheng passed a glance toward the kitchen. Your aunt and uncle are in the kitchen. Xia Huanning then ran into the kitchen. Shurcheng was sitting outside alone, suddenly remembered something and took out a bunch of red envelopes from his bag, which were left over for the company's employees. She unwrapped a few, merged the money in a red envelope, looked across it and thought it was too thin, and added more out of her own pocket until the red envelope looked somewhat thicker before putting it in her pocket. In the kitchen, Xia Huanning seemed to have come to visit, and after giving gifts to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, she was stuffed with a red packet prepared in advance by Su Shi. When Xia Huanning came out, Shurcheng stood up and walked over to put the red envelope into Xia Huanning's pocket. After all, they all called her an aunt, and as Guji's family member today, she had to give this little girl a red packet anyways. My aunt and uncle have already given me this. Xia Huanning took out that red envelope, only to find that the thickness froze. She never received such a large red envelope. This is too much, aunt. It's only more because business is doing well this year, so keep it and go home for dinner. Shurcheng sat back down with the child in his arms, not giving Xia Huanning a chance to refuse. Thank you auntie. Xia Huanning could only respectfully thank her, thinking that she would pay a proper visit to Guji's aunt afterwards. At this time, Gu Yunshan brought out the freshly cooked dumplings and put them in front of Shurcheng, while asking in a low voice, Ching, you saw that little girl just now, right? What do you think? Timothy nodded. Pretty good. Huanning, this child and our family live close to, grew up in Shaoji together. The two people also in the same school. This child I really like. When one quietly understand filial piety. This if the future graduation can be together with Xiaozhu. Gu Yunshan said, smiling from ear to ear. For some reason, a tremor ran through Timothy's mind. She cradled the softness in her arms, her hands clenched. It was as if suddenly, out of nowhere, something had pushed her away from here, pushing her further and further away from Guru. She was able to get the happiness that comes from affection because she was Guji's family, an identity that she could not get half a step closer to because of. Happiness had washed over her countless times, so much so that she had forgotten that she had never been able to step outside the circle of her family. Oh, those ridiculous minds of hers. You see, I always think so much. Xiaoxi may not even have this plan for the time being. Try the dumplings. I'll get you some vinegar. Gu Yunshan said and went back to the kitchen to take out another bottle of vinegar. I've made supplements for little Softy and they're drying out, so I'll let little Softy try my handiwork later as well, he said. Shurcheng nodded soulfully, poured out quite a bit of vinegar, and sat out for a while, waiting until the other dumplings were also cooked before a few people sat down to eat. The dumplings were delicious, covered in money and sugar, and tasted like home. Vinegar is sour too. Never tasted sour before. When the countdown to New Year's Eve sounded, the chaotic thoughts were pulled back just a little bit. 8, 7, 6. Shurcheng unconsciously glanced sideways at Guji. Zip, the cell phone vibrates. Guru answered the phone. It's Xia Huanning calling. The moment the countdown ended, only to hear Xia Huanning speak with incomparable seriousness and determination. Guru, I like you. Guji on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Outside, the fireworks were loud, rising and falling, and I don't know how many people's equally violent heartbeats were muffled. What did you say? Guru asked. I said. Xia Huanning paused for a moment, then raised her volume and said word for word. Gu, Resignation. Xin. Nyen. Quick. Happy. Well, Happy New Year. Hanging up the phone, Guji looked at Shi Chung, who had walked to the window at some point to eat a pastry. He walked over. Happy New Year, Auntie. Crouching down to poke Softy's cheek flesh again. Happy New Year, Softy. Shi Ching took out a red envelope and handed it to Gu Shi, casually saying, New Year's money. Guru took the red envelope and smiled helplessly. I'm not a kid anymore. The red bag is thin and doesn't feel right in your hand. Guru opened it and the red envelope contained a bank card. Little Ant, is this not too much for you to give? I haven't even wrapped a red envelope for Softy yet. How can I accept yours? After all, with all the bank cards being used, it's not like the cash won't fit. This is a card for life. I usually use it to buy things, only it's an online payment, and it doesn't cost much, so I'll leave it with you. Shi Ching said. How does this work? It's not like you don't know. I have a bad memory after I gave birth to Softy. I pay online every day, and I don't even know if I lost this card one day. Shi Ching said, looking sideways at Gu Ji. We're family, right? The words were followed by the sound of another firework. Guru nodded. Then I'll keep it for little auntie. He put his bank card away, then walked outside the house and looked up at the fireworks. Shi Ching hugged Softy and walked out as well. Softy wasn't afraid of the sound of the fireworks at all, and gleefully stretched her little hands toward the night sky. Softy is just like me when I was a kid. Ah, she likes to watch fireworks too. Guru reached out his index finger to Soft, and Soft grinned, revealing two small teeth as he held Guru's finger. I do wonder what you looked like as a child, Timothy said. If I have children later, my little aunt will be able to see it. Also, Shi Ching was silent, looking at the fireworks in the sky, but his mind had long ago drifted to nowhere. Ah, almost forgot something. She spread out her hand and handed the men's ring to Gu Ji. We'll have to take a picture and tweet it. Guru took the ring and put it on. After all, they were pretending to be a couple and had shown a great relationship at the previous press conference, so it would be a little strange if they didn't show some love on New Year's Eve. Because it was inconvenient for Shi Ching to hold Softy in her right hand, Guji took out his own cell phone to take a picture, and in order to show the ring, he put his left hand over Shi Ching's left hand. The light of the ring, holding the splendor of the fireworks in the sky, makes this moment as beautiful as a dream. Can't help but take it seriously. Guru took a few more shots and sent them to Shi Ching. Sure enough, the ring looks extra nice today. Auntie, give it back. Guru returned the men's ring to Shi Ching after the shot. Shi Ching didn't pick it up and only said, this thing called a ring, once you don't wear it, you don't know where to put it. It's easy to lose it. You keep it for me. Perhaps it was just out of pity for this ring that had no owner. Shi Ching felt that this beautiful light was the most suitable for Gu Ji, and it was best to stay by Gu Ji's side. She thought. Guru was a little worried, but this ring is very expensive and unique. In case, Shi Ching smiled and touched Guru's hair. I believe you. Besides, resignation, even if you lose it, it's nothing. Anyway, it didn't have an owner in the first place. Guru was hesitating when Su Shi walked out of the house. Why are you two out sitting? Are you cold? Go back to the house. Hearing Su Shi's voice, Guji subconsciously clutched that ring in his hand, realizing his actions afterward. Oh, good. Guru imperceptibly put the ring into his pocket. Su Shi seemed to see something and slapped Guru's back. You child. Again accepting things from your little aunt. Shi Ching and Guji froze for a moment at the same time. Guji thought that Su Shi had seen the ring and was about to explain truthfully when she heard Su Shi speak again. How old are you? You still collect New Year's money. Shame on you. You haven't given your sister a red envelope yet, have you? Turns out it was talking about red envelopes. I'll give it here, Guru said, quickly walking back to the house to get the cash. Shi Ching looked out of breath at Gusher's back. He's afraid of being misunderstood. Avoiding suspicion? Ching Ching ah. Su Shi's voice pulled back Shi Ching's thoughts. This is the red packet that your big brother and I gave to Softy, knowing that she is still small. The packet is not much, just to figure out a moral. You keep it for her. Su Shi handed over 2 red envelopes printed with cartoon dragons that looked exquisite. Then I'll thank big brother and sister-in-law for Softy. Shi Ching held the red envelope in front of Softy. Softy, are you happy that your aunt and uncle gave you a red envelope? Softy saw the bright colors and reached out with her little hands to grasp them tightly, her mouth babbling expressions of joy. Gushi quickly came down from upstairs and took the red envelope that also had a cartoon dragon printed on it and handed it to Shi Ching. Shi Ching opened it and looked at the new 888 money. Then I'll thank you as a brother for Softy too. Don't be polite between family members. Guru waved his hand. It's just that there's no need to tell my parents about me helping little aunt pretend to be her husband. They would have thought that little aunt got the actor from the company. Shi Ching nodded. Good, consider it a secret between ours. Because it was late, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi didn't let Shirqing drive back to East City at night. Qingqing will stay here for the next few days. And when it's daytime then I'll have Xiaozhu take you around the village. We're having a lively New Year's Eve here. Su Shi said. Would it be too intrusive? Shirqing was a bit apprehensive. Look at you. Saying that polite thing again. Gu Yunshan pushed Shirqing. Quickly let Xiaozhui take you upstairs to rest. Softy is sleepy and confused. Yes. Stay here properly for a few days. What's missing wait for the daytime and let Xiaoji take you out to buy. What's so disturbing in your own home? Su Shi also chimed in. I've already prepared the upstairs room. Quickly go up. The phrase his own home made Timothy drown in happiness and nodded with emotion. Carrying Softy upstairs, Guru pushed open the door of the room and turned on the light. The interior furnishings came with a sense of age, making Shirqing look at it and like it. It seems that no matter how big a house you've lived in, it's never as good as a small place with your family. Where are Softy and I staying? Timothy asked. Stay here. Guru led Shirqing inside, and only then did Shirqing see the two beds. It was two separate beds, one by the window and one on the inside, only next to each other, but a step away. The downstairs one only has a queen-size bed, so we'll take the second floor, Guru said, sharply helping Shirqing make the bed on the inside. It might be windy against the window to avoid catching a cold. You and Softy sleep on the inside. He spread soft, thick blankets on the floor again, and although the bed was rather short, it was still more or less high. There were no cribs here, and it was safest to prevent Softy from falling out of bed and getting hurt. Shirqing came without her pajamas, so she took off her coat and lay on the bed, placing Softy on the inside of the bed. Guru also lay on the bed with his eyes closed. The fireworks outside the house were still loud and clear, and inside the house there was only the sound of milk coming out of the soft from time to time. And Guru and Shirqing, just a step away from the sound of breathing. Perhaps it was the lively Chinese New Year atmosphere, which seemed a bit noisy at the moment, that kept both of them awake. Are you asleep? Timothy asked in a small voice. Not yet. Guru opened his eyes and looked at Shirqing. Little auntie, can't you sleep? Well, a little bit. Shirqing did not feel tired. On the most significant reunion day of the year, her thoughts were extraordinarily active, thinking about the happiness and beauty of the present, tomorrow, the future, the people around her, and her father, who was far away in the sky. Guru sat up, got out of bed, and sat on the blanket spread on the floor. I can't sleep either, he said, opening the nightstand between the two beds and pulling out a photo album from the bottom tier. It's a photo album? Shirqing also sat up. Softy was already asleep, so she also got out of bed and sat on the blanket with Guji. Aha, when I was a child, wasn't Auntie curious about what I looked like as a child before? And looking at the album will tell you that too. Guru flipped through the album and an old photo came into view. Thick photo albums, flipping between, memories are also layered in the heart. When as seen, as if in the mind, the Guji in the album was very different from now, smiling openly, and several of the previous pictures were of him running through the mud in the medicine garden. You were so naughty as a child. Ha! Shirqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Aha, my dad didn't beat me much for being naughty and getting into trouble. Guru had a helpless look on his face, but the good thing is that later on, I became more and more addicted to painting, and people became a lot quieter. Sure enough, flipping back, Guji grew a little taller, with a shallow smile on his face that sometimes looked a little serious, but still had the innocence and joy of a child. At that moment, Shirqing noticed the little girl in the photo running in the medicine garden with Guji. This little girl. It's Xia Huan Ning. She used to run to me to play when she was little. I told you that the eyebrows are a bit similar. Shirqing smiled faintly. It's just that I started to like observing things around me at that time, and taking my drawing book. I wanted to draw everything I saw, even though Xia Huan Ning always wanted to play games with me, and I didn't play with her very often. Then she still likes to find you so much. It's really rare. Shirqing looked at those photos and found that she actually envied this little girl Xia Huan Ning a little bit. Aha, she only likes to come to me to play. As time went on, she didn't get mad when she saw that I wasn't playing with her, so she used to sit next to me and watch me draw, and every now and then she took paper and drew with me. Guji flipped backward, and most of the photos had Xia Huan Ning in them. You've always been together. Timothy's tone was inexplicably a little sour. Yes, starting from kindergarten, to going to the village elementary school, middle school, and high school together. Before the college entrance exam she asked me which school I wanted to go to. I said Liaoqing Academy of Fine Arts. I didn't realize that she would apply for the same volunteer as me. Watching the album being turned most of the way through, Shirqing couldn't help but get lost in thought as she looked at the thickness of the turned over. Like family, she murmured. Guru also nodded without hesitation. In my eyes, she is my sister. When she was little, she used to call me her brother all the time. Tim Ching seemed a bit unconvinced. You didn't see her as an affectionate member of the opposite sex? Guru thought for a moment. She is indeed different from other members of the opposite sex, because of the time spent together, the companionship, the bits and pieces during those years. It made me feel a lot of affection for her, but only for a dear friend, a confidant, a little sister who is not related by blood but intimately attuned to each other. The same thing, if it were any other member of the opposite sex coming to me for help, I might consider my own wishes, but if it were her, I would only help her to the best of my ability. At those words, Shirching fell back with a sudden relief in her heart. You're a really straight kid sometimes. When you are liked by someone in the future, you won't know if the other person doesn't say anything, right? Shirching asked. That's not necessarily true. Guru smiled meaninglessly. The album flipped to the end, and Shirching's eyes suddenly froze. She saw that at the end of the album, it was a photo of her, Softy, Gu Chu, and Gu Yunshan in Sushi when Softy was 100 days old. Printed off. How is this one? Shirching's heart was surprised and happy. Indescribable feeling. Looking at the group photo, couldn't move his eyes for a long time. A group photo of the family. Of course you can put it in. Guru pointed to the empty space at the back. This album hasn't been filled up yet. In the future, little auntie will take more pictures with us, leaving behind memories, so that many years later you can look at the pictures together again like this. Timothy nodded his head in silence. To be able to appear in Guji's family photo album, to be Guji's family, to be promised later. What luxury could anyone else have if they were to change? Her heart was so warm that she wanted to tell her father in heaven about this joy, but at the same time she was worried. Would this wonderful later be broken by her bold words one day? Little aunt, lie down even if you can't sleep. You have to take Softy for a walk around the village tomorrow. Only after hearing Gushir's voice did Shirching lie back on the bed. Good night, auntie. The next day, Guru pushed the stroller and walked with Shirching through the village. The white-haired old woman who walked head-on landed her eyes on Guji's face, stopped Guji as she approached, and took out her presbyopic glasses to look at Guji carefully. Xiaorua. The old woman recognized Guji and pulled at him without letting go of her hand. Hello Grandma Yan, Guru said loudly. Grandma Yan looked at Shirching beside Gushir, then at Softy in the stroller, and patted Gushir's hand hard. When did you take a wife and have such a handsome baby doll? Ah? Grandma Yan had a kind face. Shirching and Guji's brains went down at the same time. Shirching didn't expect that it was actually this old woman who thought she was young enough to resemble Guji. Guru was the one who hastily explained. It's not a wife. It's aunt. Oh, it's the daughter-in-law? Grandma Yan is a little deaf. It's my aunt. Guru raised his voice. You're buying zucchini. Ha? Grandma Yan smiled and looked at Softy again, then waved her hand to Gushir and Shirching and left. This old woman is quite cute. Shirching smiled helplessly. Grandma Yan is over 90, so I guess it'll take quite a while to tell her what's going on. Forget it, it's fine, let's go. Shirching and Guji turned around in the village, learned that it was Gu Yunshan's sister's daughter. The neighbors also took red envelopes stuffed into the stroller. Shirching all the way to the light busy refused. The result of a trip down were collected a lot, especially those who previously grabbed the soft to provide 100 clothes fabric neighbors. By the time Guru took Shirching back, he had already reaped a full harvest. These people are also too enthusiastic. Shirching looked at so many red envelopes and was a bit overwhelmed. It was the first time in all these years that she had received so many red envelopes on New Year's Eve, even if it was on behalf of Softy, and it was the first time she had known what New Year's Eve really felt like. Because everyone in the village looks for my parents when they are sick, and everyone has a good relationship with my parents, Guru said. It's so good, it's hilarious. Shirching had never even dreamed of such a happy and lively scene. But it was thanks to the blessing of the Gu family that she not only had a home, but was also accepted by her family's friends. Little auntie will come back every year for New Year's Eve from now on, Guru said, as if thinking of something, and added, until little aunt gets married in the future, she can come back for New Year's Eve. Shirching froze. You child, I didn't say I was getting married. She waved the ring on her hand again. How could I possibly get married? Plans can't catch up with changes. If my little aunt is going to get married someday, I can return that man's ring to her. Someone can also follow up on this drama I'm putting on, Guru said. Shirching was silent. The bottom of his eyes were bitter, and only after a long time did he smile. And you say you think of me as family, and that bothers you? And kicking me out? I'm not. Even if auntie gets married in the future, you're always welcome here. This is that home you can come back to no matter what happens. Really? Cheating is for puppies. Time always seems to be extraordinarily fast after crossing a year in. Or maybe it's not that time has gotten faster, but rather that the time of hilarity and happiness is so unfulfilling that it feels short. But the good thing is, after the hustle and bustle, each other remains. Is it done? How did it feel? Guru asked Shirching on the other end of the phone. He gave Shirching the herbal milk tea recipe he had settled on. Let Shirching boil it according to the method, he said. Shirching was drinking tons and tons on the other end, and there was soft babbling next to her, as if she was eager to talk to Guji after hearing Guji's voice. Did ya? Very tasty. I'm already on my way to get ready to go to the medical center. I just happen to be free today. I want to go and drink more of the other flavors. And by the way, I want to see what's going on with the hiring over there. Shirching knew that Guji had found workers for the medical center, and with someone to help, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi would be able to relax a bit. Good. Guru hung up the phone, looking at the graduation. He is at school to prepare for graduation-related matters. Busy, just when Qing recently fell idle. The company's new projects are very stable, just waiting for a new round of recruitment. And since the medical center launched the medicinal drink, business was better. Guru couldn't get away. Good thing Shirchang often went over to the medical center. Only even though Shirching had been idle lately, she hadn't called Guru, nor had she said anything on WeChat until the day of the graduation ceremony. After the ceremony, the other students were taking pictures, while Guji was walking back, planning to return his clothes and then go home. He wasn't really interested in the graduation banquet. Guru, a voice called out to him. Xia Huanning seemed to be waiting early where the crowd thinned out. Come take a picture. Xia Huanning deliberately brought a camera and wore exquisite makeup. Okay, take some shots. Guru stood beside Xia Huanning. Speaking of which, it seems like I've been chasing you for 20 years. Xia Huanning said coldly. For 20 years, she just stepped in the footsteps of one person, right or wrong, and never stopped. She felt both brave and timid. Brave in the sense that she had righteously gone one way and timid in the sense that she had never dared to express her feelings. Now that Guru graduated, this footprint was going to be broken, and she always felt that it was time to do something, to say something. Click a few photos. Guji was very cooperative in taking them. Xia Huanning looked at the effect of the photo and added, do you still remember? When you were a child, you said something to me. You said that you only liked to draw and couldn't play with me. But if I was unhappy, you could give me a hug. Aha, remember. Guru of course will not forget. He and Xia Huanning in elementary school. Xia Huanning always because of all kinds of small things unhappy to come to him to complain. Although the childish words, but that is what he said out of the mouth. So he every time to give Xia Huanning a hug, and then to comfort Xia Huanning, to give Xia Huanning to solve the problem of the proposal. I have, now, something to say to you. This time, Xia Huanning bravely looked straight at Guji. Those big, watery eyes seemed to be glowing from being so nervous. What kind of words? Guru asked. Xia Huanning raised a smile at Gushi, as sincere as in her childhood, as if Gushi was the only thing in those eyes. It's New Year's Eve, words hidden in fireworks. Guru took off his bachelor's cap. I'll return the clothes first. It's too noisy here. You can talk next time. Seeing that Guru was about to leave, Xia Huanning pulled on his wrist and spoke with some uncertainty. The day you heard? Guru also nodded his head in acquiescence. Xia Huanning's breathing slowed down, her voice trembling slightly. So you, aha. Hearing that Guru remained acquiescent, Xia Huanning lowered her head, her thoughts thoroughly disturbed by this single word. She didn't understand what a childhood friend could lose in 20 years. Hug me. Little brother rhetoric. Liangjiu, a long-lost address, caught off guard, so that Guru's memories were pulled back to childhood. Guru sighed softly and turned around to gently hug Xia Huanning. Why don't you ask me why I'm unhappy this time? Xia Huanning buried her head into Guji's chest, like when she was a child. A warm sense of security. Only, this might be the last time she felt it. I'm sorry, I'm a person who was very slow to feelings. I knew it too late and made you waste this one true feeling on me for nothing, Guru said. If he had known earlier that Xia Huanning had feelings for him between a man and a woman, he would have cut off Xia Huanning's thoughts earlier. Even though this would have made Xia Huanning sad, he didn't want to hold Xia Huanning back like this. Empty possession of a person's heart would only make him feel that the minutes and seconds were hard to get through. Xia Huanning shook her head and said bitterly, I volunteered. She reluctantly ended the brief embrace. Tonight's party. I know you may not like that kind of occasion, but just think of it as a closing, final memory for my sake. Xia Huanning said, no longer able to raise her head to look at Guji. She was too stupid and foolish, and had completely and utterly ruined everything. Maybe she shouldn't have said it. She was too greedy, wanting to go further with Guji, and ended up in this situation. Just because of that one comment she made, it destroyed a friendship she once held so dear. Guru crouched down and looked into Xia Huanning's eyes. Don't do anything wrong. Don't let this be an emotional experience that you can't see straight. I'm the one who didn't deserve your affection. I'll treat you like a sister like I used to. My parents watched you grow up, and you'll still be able to come over to my house. Anyway, don't feel like you've screwed it all up because of this, and don't shed any tears because of me. He had heard the saying that lovers could no longer be friends if they failed. However, how could a friendship that had been precipitated over the years fall apart because one party's confession was rejected? At least for him, Xia Huanning is the only close friend he's been with since he was a child. He didn't want his 20-year friendship with Xia Huanning to come to that point. Guru gently wiped the tears on Xia Huanning's face with the back of his hand, still acting like a brother coaxing his sister, and said, I promise you that I'll be there tonight. For a long time, Xia Huanning looked up at Gu Shi's back and opened a smile of relief. She knew that she did not love the wrong person, even if she was brave and did not get the desired result, but at least, not living up to youth. After returning his bachelor's uniform, Guru was ready to leave the school after doing some more formalities. Unexpectedly, he ran into Su Lingyin head-on. You're leaving? Why are you so out of touch? I wanted to take a picture with you. Su Lingyin took out her cell phone and wanted to take a picture with Gu Ji, but Gu Ji peeled away her hand. Don't want to shoot. He trailed off. Su Lingyin pulled Guru. You obviously took a picture with Xia Huanning just now. I saw it all. You can take a picture with her, but not with me? Just don't want to shoot. Going home, Guru said and left with a big stride. Su Lingyin didn't chase after her anymore. She just picked up her cell phone and stubbornly took a picture with Guji's back. Walking out of the school, Guji saw a black commercial car not far from the school entrance, with a familiar figure standing in front of the door. Guru did not expect Shurqing to suddenly come over and not go in when he did. Auntie, why didn't you wait for me at school? Too many people. Shurqing walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk, then gestured for Guji to go over. Guru looked to the trunk, full of flowers. Happy graduation, kid. Timothy grinned. Little auntie, you actually sent me roses. Guru was a bit surprised and reached out to touch the flowers. They were all fresh, like they had just bloomed. Who says you can't give roses to your nephew when you're an aunt? I gave them because I thought they were pretty. Shurqing looked quite unconcerned. Get in the car. There's something else for you. And, Guru followed in the car, and Shurqing took out a set of keys from her bag, with 2 access cards hanging from the keys, as well as a black ring. Are these? Guru was a bit puzzled. The keys are the temporal gate key, the key to my office. The access cards are for the company lobby and the private elevator. And as for the ring, Timothy paused. It's specially made to open doorways as well, so you can have a spare. Why did you give it to me? Guru asked. When the time was established, that day was the day I accomplished my ideal. But I still can't forget the bitterness of no one to share it with. And giving you the key today is a way to make up for the regret of not being able to share it with my family back then. Shurqing said and added, but don't think I'm doing this for myself. I heard that you were stopped by the front desk of the lobby when you tried to find me before. And if the key is given to you, you'll be free to come and go from now on. No matter what time of day it is. We're family. We deserve that. Don't we? When Shurqing said this, Guji also took it. Thank you, auntie. I'll take good care of it. Guru put the ring on his right index finger and slipped the set of keys into his pocket. Right, that, our pair of rings, where did you put them? Timothy tried to ask. Guru then took out a string from his collar, on which the ring was hanging. This one is the most expensive, and I don't think it's easy to lose with it around your neck, he said. Shurqing couldn't help but laugh. You're very witty. Average. After Guru was sent home by Shurqing took the car and headed to the company to handle a new round of work. Shirue in the driver's seat finally asked the question he had been holding for a long time. Chairman, just now I followed you into the school and saw Guru hugging that girl. Why did you suddenly just leave? Shirue knows that those roses are when the Qing picked one by one. Originally a large bunch, now all placed haphazardly in the trunk. Holding a bouquet of roses to go and come back, but was seen by a lot of people. Of course you should go when you shouldn't be bothered. Shurqing lowered her head and turned the ring on her hand, her expression a little forlorn. She had always been good at grasping the boundaries, but for some reason, when facing Guji, it was always difficult for her to hold herself. Shirue looked at Shurqing in the rearview mirror of the car. When did the Shurqing in her eyes ever show such a complex look? Like a young girl in her early 20s trapped in love. In the evening, after Shurqing got off work, the car drove to Guji's house. She got off the bus and bought some seasonal fruits nearby before visiting Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. Why haven't you seen your little nephew? She asked. He went to a graduation event, this time seems to be at. Gu Yunshan couldn't remember for a moment and looked at Su Shi. What memory? In the center KTV la, Su Shi reminded. Then, big brother and sister-in-law. You guys rest early. Shurqing finished and left. Driving the car and arriving outside the gates of the center KTV, she realized that she had actually come to find Guji again. As an aunt, Is it a problem to pick up your own nephew? No problem. At this time, in the private room, Guji was sitting in the crowd. After all, he'd come to all of them, and it was the last party for graduation. So he participated in a little of those drinking games he'd never played before. But I didn't expect to lose the first game. After Guru accepted his punishment and drank a glass of wine, he said, "I'm not playing anymore." He didn't have much of a desire to win or lose, and it was time to pull back. No? Lose one game and quit? A few classmates had wanted to pit the schoolboy-level painting nerd amicably at their last party, but they didn't realize that Guru wasn't stupid and just stopped playing. Wei Zhiheng glanced at Xia Huaning, who was sitting next to Gu Ji, and said to Gu Ji with a bad smile, "Oops, there are so many beautiful classmates today, why don't we play twice more?" Guru was honest, "But I don't know how to play, and I don't know how to drink." He did have just a few drinks. "I'll drink for you." Suddenly, Xia Huaning beside her spoke, "You come and play. I'll drink for you." Gu Ji was stunned, not expecting Xia Huaning to drink for him. He had never seen Xia Huaning drink. Even whether or not Xia Huaning would drink was a moot point. Envious, a beautiful woman substitutes for the drink. How can you let a girl take over the drinking? Don't be such a wimp, Gu. Right. For once, what's wrong with getting painfully drunk? At this time, Xia Huaning suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Why are you calling him a wimp?" Perhaps it was because Xia Huaning had always been soft and weak, and was widely recognized as the gentle school beauty. Suddenly speaking so loudly made the group of people present subconsciously stunned, and the atmosphere of the KTV was strangely quiet. "I'm the one who said I'd drink for him." Xia Huaning's pair of handsome eyebrows were slightly knitted, with a somewhat unhappy look on her face. "Xia Huaning, this is angry?" Even Guru was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had seen Xia Huaning angry. A few little sisters around Xia Huaning wanted to make Xia Huaning sit down and advised, "Huaning, you..." Xia Huaning is completely disregarded to shuffle the poker cards on the table, voice high and powerful, unlike the former as timid and weak. "Play this time. If Guji loses, I'll drink for him, until I can't drink anymore. Then I'll let Guji drink for me." After she finished speaking, she placed a stack of playing cards in front of Guji, her voice returning to gentleness. "Brother, you touched the cards. They play this drinking game called cowardice. The rules are that everyone draws cards from the pile in turn, then pours drinks for each other and those around them, looks at their own cards, and if they think they are likely to be the smallest in the room, they drink one of the drinks from the glass in front of them. If one is very confident that they feel they won't be the smallest, they don't have to drink. But if the cards are shown at the end and the person with the smallest card doesn't take the first drink, they have to drink all the drinks in front of the others. In general, the cowardly will play it safe and only drink a glass. The bold will not drink even if the card is not big, completely gambling on luck, laughing at the cowardly, drinking the bold. Although Xia Huaning chose a not-so-difficult drinking game, Guji still prayed in his heart. Luck is something he can hardly say. He drew the first card. It's a king of hearts. And then the other students drew cards one after another and poured good wine for each other. Xia Huaning didn't drink this round because there were more people involved, and a few cowards had already drank the wine in front of them, passed with flying colors. And then after playing several games, Guji realized that no matter what cards he drew, Xia Huaning didn't drink, and his cards were obviously big and small at times, and Xia Huaning was able to see them when she was beside him. Soon, a new round. Guru still drew the first card. It's the 4 of spades. Guru felt bad all of a sudden and looked at each other with Xia Huaning. "What are you afraid of?" Xia Huaning smiled sweetly. "This is really..." Guru reminded Xia Huaning that her own cards were likely to be the smallest. "Gu, it looks like Great God Gu is finally going to fall." "Ha?" Wei Zhiheng watched to see what was going on, and a few other students chimed in. Unexpectedly, just in the next moment when the crowd was up in arms, Xia Huaning poured out the glass of wine in front of Guji in front of the crowd. Not being a coward, Xia Huaning's tone had a hint of gambling in it. "Are you not planning to drink the first cup at all?" Guru asked. Xia Huaning responded in a loud voice. "Big deal. Just drink. It's not like I can't afford to lose, right, brother?" All of a sudden, the rest of the KTV was up in arms even more. "There are no cowards in this game. Come on, show your cards." Wei Zhiheng spread his cards toward the center of the wine table. Everyone else also showed their cards. In this round, Guji's cards were the smallest. "Drink, drink." The people around them started to rise up again, but they had finally caught one. Without hesitation, Xia Huaning picked up the first glass of wine in front of her and was about to drink it when a hand grabbed the glass in her hand. "It's Guru, brother you. We agreed. I'll drink for you ah." Xia Huaning turned around and smiled at Guji. Guja, however, had no intention of letting go. There were more than 40 people involved in this game, and each disposable cup contained about 30 milliliters of alcohol. On a gender level alone, he was too big of a man to watch a member of the opposite sex drink so much because he lost the game. And secondly, he had already said that Xia Huanning was his sister. This round, I'll drink. Guru stood up, took the wineglass away from Xia Huanning's hand, and drank it all in one go. He sure didn't like the taste of alcohol, but he still didn't stop, drinking the wine in front of the person next to him in turn. 2 cups, 3 cups, 4 cups, 10 cups, 20 cups. Everyone here was stunned. They originally thought that so many people, so many cups of wine, cannot finish the performance of a talent to muddle through, but did not expect Guji cup by cup to drink. There is no intention to stop. Wei Zhiheng is also not seen to be happy to maintain the health of the Guji drink so much wine, and hastened to go over to the small voice persuaded, do not have to drink all brother. Guji, however, looked at Wei Zhiheng with a stern look and said seriously, although it's a game, but you have to follow the rules as well. Wei Zhiheng, good lord, the straight male attributes are still out in force here. I only saw Guji drinking with great effort, but after drinking, I don't know where the stubbornness came from. No one could stop it. Until 30 or 40 cups, Guru sat back down. Go on, he said, looking like nothing on his face, just a little dull-eyed. There is a type of person who, when drunk, doesn't act drunk or talk nonsense, just stays quiet and is actually confused. But if they go out into the open, there's no telling what they'll do over time. No. Hurry up and send him away. This is definitely drunk. Wei Zhiheng said. Xia Huaning helped Guji out of the private room. Guru, do you still know who I am? She called out to Guji in a low voice, wanting to make sure Guji was still conscious. Guru shook his head, like an old man in a serious tone, answering the question. Drinking, hurt the body nah. Xia Huaning sighed. Guji knew that she was just looking for an excuse to get drunk, but Guji didn't let her get drunk. I'm sorry, I wasn't brave for once until today. Xia Huaning let Guji lean against the wall of the KTV corridor and gently touched Guji's face, her voice with a sobbing tone. If, in those years, I hadn't been a coward, would our results have been different? She stroked Guji's cheek and slowly approached. In close quarters, breaths intertwined. From a distance away, some watched with bated breath. Tim Ching turned the corner at the end of the corridor with a heavy brow, like a lemon-flavored boulder weighing on his heart. Tim Dong, are you sure you're here to see your nephew? The manager of the KTV asked in a whisper, because it seemed to him that Shi Qing had this face, like he had come to catch an adulterer. Seeing that Shi Qing was silent, the manager swore again, you can rest assured, we don't have a room to sleep in, and a singing room is full of people. There is absolutely no mess. We abide by the rules and regulations. Before he could finish his words, he was plucked out by Shi Qing. You talk too close, Shi Qing said, walking out of the corner and striding towards Guji's direction. Seeing Xia Huaning looking at Guji at close range, her forehead pressed against Guji's, Shi Qing took 2 quick steps, accompanied by a reminder cough. Ahem, cough. Hearing the voice, Xia Huaning turned back to her senses and realized that Shi Qing had walked up to her. She wiped her eyes in a panic. Hello auntie. Auntie. Shi Qing pulled Guji to his side and said to Xia Huaning, let's go. I'll send you back. Shi Qing sat in the driver's seat, putting Guji in the passenger seat, and Xia Huaning sat in the back seat by herself. Looking at Xia Huaning's tear-stained face in the car's rearview mirror, Shi Qing casually asked, why are you crying? Because of his own timidity and cowardice, he failed to bravely show his heart. Xia Huaning's eyes had been quietly looking at Guji, who had fallen asleep on the passenger side. If you were given a do-over, would bravery make your heart sing? I still believe in fate and destiny when it comes to relationships, Timothy said, sighing. Anyone can be a coward at times. At least you know now that you're brave and can do your best in the face of the next person you like, right? Those who planted the trees before us will reap the benefits. At those words, Xia Huaning, who was originally a bit sad, directly couldn't tense up. I blame my aunt for being so comforting. The car quickly arrived at Xia Huaning's house. Xia Huaning got out of the car, still bowing politely. Thank you auntie for bringing me back. Aha. Shi Qing watched Xia Huaning return home, before he drove his car and took Guji back to the East City neighborhood. She parked the car in the outdoor parking lot of the district and helped Guji out of the car, who woke up in a daze at some point, blinking to see Shi Qing. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? I'm your aunt, Shi Qing said, kicking the car door shut. Hello auntie, Guru muttered, and suddenly, his footsteps lurched. What's wrong? Timothy asked. Auntie, I need to go to the bathroom. Now, it'll be upstairs soon, so bear with me. No tolerance, Guru muttered. then lifted up his shirt with both hands to undo the belt on his pants. Hey, can't be here. Tim Ching was like an enemy, and for a moment he didn't know whether to turn around or not. She thought about it but pulled Gu Ji to the nearby grass, pointed to a large tree, and reminded, Go water the tree. You can do it yourself, right? Guru didn't answer and staggered towards the big tree. Shirching was uneasy, fearing that Gu Ji had collapsed, and kept looking back. Not looking at it nearly took her back. Guru didn't know why. Flinging it around. Nice guy. Let him water the tree. He's raining on the parade here. Shirching looked at her with a black line on her face. Can she still have this child? Waiting online. Quite urgent. Ha! Suddenly, the neighborhood security guard came out of nowhere, pointing a shovel in his hand at Guru. Well, there is no quality. Which little grass let you fertilize? The security guard was about to go up and shoot the bird with a shovel, but he was pulled back by Shirching. Sorry. That's my kid. He, a little unintelligent here. Couldn't really hold it in before, Timothy said, pointing to his head. The security guard quickly understood, but still face serious. Hurry to pull away. Black lights and blindness. I thought, what? Not afraid of scaring people? This time I'll pretend I didn't see it. Next time bring a pot for the child. Really? A good green belt. Into his stage. Sorry. I'll be careful next time. Shirching nodded and took out 200 cash and stuffed it into the security guard. Consider it a fine. It won't happen again. Oops. The guard grudgingly accepted it, and his tone was much better. Actually, it's good to fertilize occasionally. Your kids are quite particular. The security guard didn't care anymore, took the shovel and left. Shirching, on the other hand, helplessly looked at Gu Ji. $200, so that Gu Ji from the shovel is worth it. Just the last time she was so humble or the last time, and so on. Where's Guru? Shirching suddenly realized that originally next to the tree Gu Ji disappeared. Just talked to the security guard she did not pay attention to. The child is lost. Shirching didn't care anymore, and directly rushed into the bushes to look for someone. Thank goodness Gu Ji just walked behind the tree. Why are you still running around? Shirching was about to leave by tugging on Gu Ji's collar when her wrist was grabbed by Gu Ji. Don't grab me without washing your hands, you kid. Shirching pawed at Gu Ji. Guru shook his head into a rattle. Washed? What did you wash your hands with? Tim Ching's voice trembled. Auntie, I'll show you. Look at the picture I drew. Guru took Shirching's hand and pointed at the land. Does this have a paintbrush that you? Shirching suddenly paused in mid-sentence. Seeing a trail on the land, she looked at Gu Ji's pants and was about to be petrified on the spot. Please stop what you're creating. Shirching quickly lifted Gu Ji's pants, then yanked the 2 strings on Gu Ji's pants and huffed up the stairs. At this time, the nanny waited for a long time, guessing that Shirching might have something to do before coming back late. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Shirching dragging Gu Ji into the room, smelling of alcohol. This kid can get so drunk too. Ha! The nanny couldn't help but laugh. After all, it was surprising to see a child who usually seems so steady and well-behaved suddenly show up drunk and red-faced. Still, it pisses me off. I heard there were dozens of drinks. Shirching threw Gu Ji into the bathroom, then said to the nanny, please stay a little longer to take care of Softy. I'll give you a raise afterward. I have to clean my nephew. No. You've given enough for New Year's Eve. Don't worry. I'll look after the little one, nanny said. Shirching quickly closed the bathroom door, picked up the shower, adjusted the water temperature and then rinsed Gu Ji's body, fearing that Gu Ji was cold. He even turned on the bath heater. It was just so golden that Gu Ji could only squint his eyes, while his head was dizzy. His stomach was even turning over. Drinking too much alcohol had apparently left his stomach a bit overwhelmed. Well, Guru looked at the bathtub as a toilet and went straight to the big U. Tim Ching froze. Guru rubbed his mouth and muttered, Aunties, the toilet is so big. Shirching crumbled. She was glad that she had sent a message to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi in advance saying that she would go to pick up Gu Ji, or else Gu Ji's appearance might not have made the two of them angry and give them a heart attack. She sighed and took Gu Ji's top off, continuing to rinse Gu Ji, and rubbing the bath ball against Gu Ji's body. But since Gu Ji's pants were also wet, it would obviously be uncomfortable against his body. She had no choice but to bring her own bathrobe, trying to take off Gu Ji's pants with her eyes closed before quickly wrapping Gu Ji in the bathrobe. But the idea is perfect. The practice is a bit hard, because after she took off Gu Ji's pants, Gu Ji took small steps backward and seemed to have an instinctive sense of protecting himself, trying to cover the key areas. Shirching couldn't catch Gu Ji, so he could only open his eyes and look upwards. Then catching sight of Gu Ji, he quickly wrapped the bathrobe around Gu Ji, tying it tightly. Only after it was finally done did Shirching bring Gu Ji into her room, as she herself needed a shower to avoid Gu Ji running out. The nanny couldn't hold it down, and Shirching even unlocked the door to her room. When Shirching returned to her room after taking a shower, she was very relieved to see Guji sitting on her bed, except that Guji was collapsing her face and was a bit unhappy. What's going on? Not trying to go to the bathroom again? Shirching's bathrobe was given to Guji, and at the moment she was only wearing a loose white shirt that just reached her thighs. Guji looked aggrieved and said pitifully, "Auntie doesn't like my paintings." Shirching froze, together with this child still thinking about painting? He really didn't forget his hobby even when he was drunk, but Shirching were to look carefully at the traces on the ground, and even if he did, he might not be able to see anything. She could only coax, "I like it. Auntie likes your drawing. Can you be good and go to bed now? Little friend Guru." Guru nodded his head vigorously. "Thank you, Auntie." After saying that, Gushi directly fell back, lying on all fours on the bed, sleeping. That's sleeping? It was the first time that Tim Ching had seen someone who reacted this way when drunk. Seems kind of cute. She moved closer to Guji and covered Guji with the quilt, then smoothed Guji's messy hair. Finally a good boy. Yo. Facing the sleeping Guji, she couldn't help but poke Guji's cheeks again, and because she had drunk too much wine, the flesh on her cheeks felt hot and soft to the touch. The line of sight unconsciously moved back to Guji's lips. "It feels a little more like a sister-in-law," she mumbled, lying down on the edge of the bed. Seeing Guji sleeping so soundly, she was a bit sleepy herself. "A little nap and then I'll go back to babysitting Softy." She thought this as she lay on the edge of the bed. Unexpectedly sleep came rushing in and it wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. During this time the nanny opened the door with the child in her arms and looked around, and after realizing that Shirching was asleep she carefully closed the door without disturbing it. Early morning of the next day the Guru rubbed his head and slowly opened his eyes, thinking he was in his own house. He subconsciously rolled over to his left to try to reach for his cell phone to check the time. Unexpectedly, he rolled over and his leg touched the smooth skin. In a flash, Guji's consciousness cleared and he quickly sat up, only to see Shirching sleeping on her side. Beautiful black hair scattered on the bedsheet. Loose white shirt. Let the pair of warm and soft hidden. One pair of legs were white and long, and the white shirt was just the right length to cover her ample ass. It seemed like if Guji slightly moved his body and adjusted his angle, he could watch a spring scene. Guru's CPU was dry burning. What the hell is going on? He moved closer to Timothy and tried, gently poking the Timothy next to him. "Little ant?" Only to see Shirching frown slightly. Then the whole person did stretching movements, and that pair of softness also became more playful. At the same time, one of her legs made a motion to ride the quilt, exposing another large swath of snowy whiteness to her plump ass. Guru turned his back for a split second. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed deliberately. Soon after, Shirching, who heard the sound, opened her eyes. Seeing Guji's back, she also came to her senses for a moment and sat up, her uncombed hair fluffed up in a mess. Hearing Shirching wake up, Guji then turned around. "Good morning, little ant." Guru controlled his gaze from ogling Shirching. "It's morning?" Overslept. Timothy scratched his hair. Her face was plain, unlike her previous job where her makeup was perfect and delicate, but those eyebrows looked light and distinctive. "That," Guji weakly spoke. "Last night, did I give my little ant trouble?" Shirching glanced at Guji and was about to say something when her gaze glanced downward and she reddened. She averted her gaze and reminded Guji with a finger. Guji then realized that the loose bathrobe failed to cover his big baby. No wonder it always felt cool. He blocked it, realizing in hindsight that he was wearing a bathrobe, and asked again, "Where are my clothes, Auntie? I took it off for you last night." Timothy was honest. "Pants too?" Guru had been a bit unable to recall exactly what had happened. Shirching nodded. "Because your clothes were dirty last night. I brought you back to take a shower, and you ended up throwing up in the bathroom, so I simply took your clothes off. For the record, I didn't peek." Shirching stretched out 4 fingers and whispered again. "Except for accidental sightings. My clothes are dirty?" "How dirty?" Guru asked. "Ahem, well, when Cheng recalled Guji's behavior in the neighborhood last night, she laughed. You drew a picture." She couldn't say that Guji was watering the tree when she watered herself as well and even touched her. Could she? Drawing. Guru's little eyes were full of confusion. Not to mention, he was impressed with the painting thing, but he remembered that he hadn't brought any paint last night. "Why do you just ask those things? Why don't you ask why you're lying in my bed? And don't ask what happened last night?" Shirching smiled and looked at Guji, not expecting Guji to be unexpectedly calm. "I am drunk like that. Maybe I will do stupid things, but I shouldn't do bad things. Except accidentally," Guru said. He still remembers things before he was drunk. He remembers that he had to drink a lot when he lost a game, and I think that's when he broke off. What could happen at that level? He couldn't get it up even if you gave him a pill. "Little ant, Thank you for taking care of me last night. Gushi sincerely said thanks. Thanks how? Timothy snapped. Didn't think of it. Calling for a sister to listen? Tim Ching had a sudden thought. Why is that? Guru was puzzled. Did this Anavis have some strange fetish that he didn't know about? There's no such thing as why. It's just that I've never been called sister. So I thought of it. It always feels weird. Your aunt I had a hard time last night if you don't want to. Forget it. Timothy said and got out of bed. Suddenly, Guru spoke in a small voice. Sister. Shurching was stunned and propped her hands on the bed. It's too low. Call out one more time. I can't hear well in my old age. Quick, quick, quick. Sis. Sis. Guru lowered his head in shame and raised his voice. Shurching was still dissatisfied and said with her arms around her chest. I'm here. Why are you keeping your head down? Why? Do you still have to call this sister down? So unsatisfied? Guru had to raise his head and look straight at Shurching, his tone helpless and aggravated. Sis. The sound was languid, muffled with alcohol, and a little inflected. It was a direct inflection into the heart of Timothy's chin. Ahem. Nice. Great. I like it. Shurching praised without mincing words, but at the same time, he also got an inch and said, in the future, when it's just the two of us, you'll call me that, okay? Not good. Guru also wrapped his bathrobe and got out of bed. The deal was just to call in and listen. It didn't say to call all the time. Seeing Guru walk out of the bedroom, Shurching repented. If she had known that Guji called out so nicely, she would have made good use of this opportunity. After the babysitter left, the two ate their breakfast fully dressed. Guru's clothes were still dry and he was wearing Shurching's clothes again. I have to say, it fits every time. The babysitter left in a hurry and made a pot of porridge. As the two of them drank their kanji, Shurching stole a glance at Guji. Oops. Some kid is afraid of being beaten and doesn't dare to go home, so he hides at his aunt's house and drinks kanji, she said conspiratorially, with a smile on her face that didn't bother her. Who is afraid of being beaten? I just want to go back later, Guru said. After all, Gu Yunshan and sushi smell all kinds of medicinal herbs all year round. This aspect is very keen, coupled with the medical skills of the evening, from time to time to give Guji to a pulse. Engage in a surprise attack. If found to drink so much wine, Guji is not afraid to be beaten, but just afraid of the two people who would have worked hard to worry about it. Don't worry, Auntie won't snitch about last night. But then, Shurching's words turned. In the future, you cannot drink like that. Oh, I heard that you drank dozens of cups, although you also vomited a lot, but also really to not take their own bodies seriously. I won't drink once in a few years, just once in a while. It's normal that it will be hard. I'm physically fit enough anyway, Guru said. After all, it is a family of traditional Chinese medicine, healthcare in this regard, completely into the family atmosphere, from childhood to the word healthcare deep brain. But Shurching looked like she didn't believe it. How good is it? Good enough to donate sperm, Gu said with a straight face. Ahem. Shurching choked on a mouthful of porridge, then drew paper and wiped her mouth. Sperm donation? Guru nodded. Yeah, donated once before. I just happened to be physically qualified and it was a good thing to do, so I went ahead and did it. That, indeed, is quite good. Shurching froze. She hadn't really heard Gu Yunshan or Sushi talk about this. At that moment, Softy, who was sitting in a baby seat off to the side, reached out her hand carelessly toward the two men. Ah, boo, boo. Softy's fleshy little mouth opened and closed. Softy wants to eat too? Thinking that Softy was hungry, Shurching got up and wanted to go get Softy some milk to drink first. Suddenly, Softy slapped the table with both little hands and spoke again. Ah, ba, Dad. For a moment, Shurching turned back, thinking he had heard wrong, and looked at Softy with some surprise. Gu Shi, who was eating kanji, also stopped moving. Dad, Dad, softly made a sound again, this time clearer than earlier, and showed two small teeth as she looked at Guru. Guru, on the other hand, looked at Shurching with some confusion. This time, he saw that Shurching was slightly frowning. Her eyes were red, and that pair of good-looking eyes were filled with tears, which instantly came out of their sockets. Gushi put down his chopsticks and walked over to Shurching, somewhat at a loss for words. Little auntie you, why are you crying? Timothy stood still, bottle still in hand, and shifted from whimpering to sobbing. Gushi panicked. She hadn't even cried like this after seeing Shurching get slapped by Song Junro before. Why oh, Shurching choked and spoke brokenly. Wait for this moment. It's been a long time. Why, it's Dad who was called. Just because of this? Guru asked. What do you mean just? Shurching slapped Guji and exasperatedly said. Do you know how much I was looking forward to her talking? I know. Guru glanced at the culprit, Softy, still shivering her fingers and watching the fun. Shirching suddenly looked at Gu Ji. Is it possible that you taught her similar syllables when you were taking care of her? Injustice. I definitely didn't. Guru reached out and swore, and explained, kids call their parents for the first time randomly, and no one teaches them that they may also pronounce the syllable dad, because the speech center is not yet fully developed. It's easier to pronounce dad than mom, which is pronounced as a retracted sound. At that, Shirching eased up a bit and sobbed. Really? Of course it's true. You'll know if you go check. Guru comforted. Maybe in 2 days she'll call her mom. Seeing Shirching wiping her tears and continuing to prepare complimentary food for Softy, Gu Ji only said, little auntie still says I'm a child. Obviously she herself is like a child, crying when she says she's crying. Shirching glared at Guru and muttered, I'm just a first-time mom and don't want to miss every moment of her growth. Guru thought to herself, it seems that Shirching has placed surveillance everywhere in the house for this reason, right? Even if he went to the office himself, he would still be able to watch the surveillance replay. Anyway, Softy spoke for the first time today, so auntie should be happier, he said. Shirching nodded her head and smiled sweetly as she looked at the growing softness. Beep, message beep. Guru looked at his cell phone, froze, and couldn't help but murmur, today is really a good day. He passed his interview. Soon, he left the East City neighborhood and met Xia Huan-ning on the road he had to take to get back. Xia Huan-ning was about to speak, then smiled blandly. Brother, why are you here? Guru asked. Happened to be passing by and thought I'd check on you. How's your health? Xia Huan-ning's face showed concern. She couldn't say that she couldn't figure out how to talk to Gu Ji on WeChat while holding her phone for an hour, so she just waited for Gu Ji on this road. It's okay, though I didn't feel too good last night drinking. That's good. Xia Huan-ning was a bit embarrassed and changed the topic. I heard my aunt and uncle say earlier that you were going to work in a kindergarten. How is it going now? Guru smiled. I just passed today. I'll be able to go to work tomorrow. And I'm especially looking forward to teaching children to draw. That's good that you're smooth. It would be nice. Xia Huan-ning clutched her handbag with both hands and raised her head again, slightly nervous. I will visit you often. Today, I'll leave first. I wish you good luck in your work tomorrow. You too. Don't you have to keep studying? Come on. Guru said goodbye to Xia Huan-ning and then went home. Behind the trees in the distance, Xia Huan-ning's eyes were full of unwillingness. Perhaps she really needed a long time to let her heart return to the state of a long time ago, treating Gu resignation as a brother. Otherwise, as long as she locked eyes with Gu Ji, she couldn't suppress her heartbeat. Who can gently let go of someone you've liked for so long? The next day, Sunnyside Kindergarten. Guru got up early and arrived at the kindergarten early, white shirt and sweatpants, in an excellent mood, looking forward to a smooth first day of work. It was close to the medical center, and although it was a small kindergarten, he had come to see it a long time ago, and it was clean and tidy, a nice environment. After meeting the principal, Guru received the schedule of classes, because there were other art teachers, and because the director wanted Gu Ji to take her time and get used to the work and the environment. She didn't arrange too many classes for Gu Ji, so that when Gu Ji didn't have a class, she could walk around, play games with the kids, and share the pressure of the other teachers. He got to his place in the office, greeted the other teachers, and then began to prepare for the lesson. The first class was taught to a small group of children. When Guru walked into the art classroom with great anticipation, he saw a mess. Some of those kids were running around on the floor, some were fighting with the kids around them, and the ones sitting in their seats fiddling with the blocks were considered honest. Guru froze in place, not expecting the first class to be like an enemy. Guru walked into the classroom to try to organize the discipline, but it turned out that one of the two kids who were picking at each other was crying. Soon the other one was crying too. Immediately afterward, several children in the classroom followed suit, crying. Guru was instantly drowned in sobs, but he quickly calmed down, ignoring the others and finding the source of the cries first. Little friend, why are you crying? Can you tell your teacher? He asked as he squatted down beside the little boy. The little boy, still in a state where he could speak, pointed to another child beside him and commiserated, said my drawing was ugly. Can I see it? Guru reached out his hands to take it. The little boy put a small piece of paper into Guji's hand. Guji took a look and didn't hold back his laughter. The drawings are not very good, but they are interesting and show the imagination. I think your drawing is very good. Can you draw it on my clothes? Guru said. The little boy stopped bawling and sobbed, a little puzzled, but the clothes will get dirty. It's not dirty, I really like your paintings. Guru put the brush in the little boy's hand, then pointed to the center of his white clothes. Draw it here. The little boy held the paintbrush and earnestly drew on Guji's clothes. The source of the crying sound stopped, and a few of the children around them were attracted to it. After all, they were only crying along, and now that they saw something of interest, they all stopped crying and came forward, and the crying in the classroom became less and less. Soon, there were children who envied that little boy and grabbed Guru's arm. To paint. You want to draw on the clothes too? Guru asked. That child nodded, and more children picked up their brushes as well. Clothes? Danger. Guru smiled helplessly. Luckily, out of all his clothes, white clothes were cheap because they were easy to get dirty. Then you guys have to draw carefully, Guru said. But because his clothes were that big, some of the kids were partial to drawing them to take up space, and a few of the kids were a little upset that they didn't get to draw them. I'll wear white clothes to draw for you every day from now on, okay? Guru coaxed. Those kids were a little happier. At that moment, a figure at the classroom door stopped to watch. By the time those children had finished their drawings, they had also quieted down and were willing to listen to Guji. Guji also smoothly taught the children to draw according to the content of the preparation. After class, Guji packed up the classroom's art supplies and walked out, only to see Shir-Ching at the door. Little auntie? What brings you here? He was a bit surprised that Shir-Ching seemed to have been standing at the door for a long time. I didn't have work this morning, so I thought I'd come and see you. And my big brother and sister-in-law said you were at work, so I looked for you, Shir-Ching said, taking out a thermos cup from her bag and handing it to Guru. What is it? Honey water. Ah, thanks auntie. Guru unscrewed the lid and took a sip. It was still warm, sweet and delicious. Did Shir-Ching go to his house to find him specifically because she wanted to bring him honey water? I just saw you having fun with these little babies, Shir-Ching said. Why does it sound like I'm one of them? I'm obviously a teacher. An art teacher, Guru emphasized. I think it's about right. I can't believe you let kids draw on their clothes. It's good that the purpose was achieved. It's just that the small class is a bit hard to handle, so we'll have to work on that in the future. Do you have class later? Timothy asked. Guru shook her head. I'll just have one session in the morning, but I'm going to go around to the other classrooms to help the other teachers and familiarize myself with kindergarten. That's so then I want to come along too. Why? Little auntie, you're a bit strange. Guru did not understand what was so together about this. It's obvious to you. Actually, Shir-Ching moved closer to Guji and lowered his voice. I just simply want to be with you. Guru revealed a skeptical little look. Little auntie, you're not thinking of dabbling in a kindergarten meal, are you? Shir-Ching froze and turned to laugh. Then even so, it's obviously just fine. Guru thought to himself. Auntie, how old are you and you still crave children's food? He sighed, though he also craves it. Spoken like who hasn't been young. Shir-Ching shook her long hair, then took Guru's arm. Teacher Gu, show me around the lovely kindergarten. Guru narrowed his eyes and warned. Watch out for the dreaded head gardener to fork you out. Ayya. Then Mr. Gu must protect me. Shir-Ching very cooperatively leaned on Guru's shoulder. No, I'm afraid of the gardener too. Are you really the chairman who sits in the office? You can be an actor with this acting skill. Shir-Ching followed Guji like a follower, familiarizing herself with the kindergarten, and the two of them went outside again, where some other teachers took the children to play games outside. When he saw the multi-person swing, Shir-Ching went up himself before the children could sit on it. 32 years old, like a 23-year-old college student, and acting like he's got his hands up in the air, waiting for woohoo to take off. The other children sit on the swing in an orderly manner, and the teacher who organizes the discipline checks one by one that the children are sitting properly. Guru also followed and checked the circle. Although the swing was safe for multiple people to sit together and the height was low, he still told the children to hold on to the rope in the middle. When he passed Shir-Ching, he coughed lightly twice and reminded in a dignified manner. This, big friend, hold on to the rope. What if I can't hold on to the rope? Can I hold on to Mr. Gu's hand? Shir-Ching blinked her eyes. No. Guru and the other teachers gently pushed the swings, while Shir-Ching mingled among the children. Even though she knew the swing was safe and she could spread her arms as wide as she wanted, her hands dutifully gripped the ropes and sat firmly in order to set an example for her little ones. Later on, we played various small games such as eagle and chicken, drill roller, lasso and so on. Toki-Ching can mix it up and play every time without any sense of contradiction. Except, of course, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to drill the rollers. When it was time for lunch, Guru came to the cafeteria with great anticipation. Look, auntie, what miniature pills. Guru pointed at the miniature little shrimp balls and craved for them, as if the cute-looking ones gave a more delicious feeling. It's still true. I feel like I could eat 50 of them in one bite, Timothy said. Although the two ate teacher portions, they still snuck in a little bit of the pills that the kids ate. It's cute, but the dishes are ordinary, Toki-Hii said. Guru nodded his head and busily dazzled with a big mouthful, getting back the feeling of dry rice in the university cafeteria. Only the kindergarten was extraordinarily fragrant. It just tastes good. I'm not picky, he said. Shirching watched Gu resignation eat, and the corners of his eyes were smiling. Do you believe that if you make a wish on this custard bun, the meal will get better and better? Shirching coldly gave Gu Ji a milky bun. Gu Ru didn't believe it. It's more or less like you're fooling those kids with that. Don't try to fool me. I'm telling the truth. Shirching's expression looked like it was true. It was a snowy winter. Poor me especially wanted to eat strawberry cake, so I wished on a milky bun. And then, the next day, I got to eat it. What you used to do. Is it true? Gu Ru asked seriously. Sure, it's what happened. That's, Gu Ru was puzzled. For a moment, he placed the milky bun in the center. Then we'll make a wish together, he said. Timothy almost couldn't help but laugh and nodded quickly. The two of them made a wishing gesture with their hands and actually made a wish on a small milky bun. Okay, eat half of it each. Gu Ru broke the milky bun in half for Shirching. It's kinda ritualistic. Not far away, a little girl who was eating saw this scene and shared her milky bun with the little boy beside her. Are you free tonight? Timothy rested his chin in one hand. Gu Ru thought for a moment. Yes. I haven't said anything yet and you can? When my little aunt asks if I'm available, there must be something that I'm needed for, but it's not like Auntie is going to ask me to do anything beyond my abilities, so of course I'm available. You child. Shirching had a feeling that his mind was fully penetrated. Then you remember to come to pick up your aunt from work tonight. Oh. After dabbling with this meal, when Shirching left the kindergarten, she left with a couple of milky buns. Across the street from the kindergarten, the unlucky Chi Rue, having waited too long for Shirching, bought bread and water at a nearby convenience store, which patted his stomach, only to come back with a ticket. Seeing Shirching get into the car, she felt that she had reached the end of her days. You said you would only go in to see Gu Ji, but as a result, you went in from the morning and came out only at noon, so at least tell me about it. She thought several times that Tokihei would be out soon and almost starved herself into a statue. I had a meal inside. Shirching distributed the milky buns in her hand to Chi Rue. Didn't I bring some for you? Ziri took a bite and said helplessly, don't tell me you're still taking classes with the kids. Yeah, and played games together. The little nephew is adorable. Looking at Shirching's worthless smile, Chi Rue was stunned. Right. When you return to the company later, you use the fastest time to contact the director of the Sunshine Kindergarten. I've just met in advance. Talk about the investment as soon as possible, so that the kindergarten can prioritize improving the quality of the children's diet. Shirching said. WTF? Going to see a nephew in kindergarten and investing in the kindergarten? It's clear that you care about the quality of your own children's diet. You can stop going to your nephew's place. People are getting love-brained. Zaire spat. It seemed that Toki Ching had spent the morning in the kindergarten, gradually possessing a rebellious backbone, which she justified. Being close to him puts me in a good mood, and when I'm in a good mood, the employees of the company are in a good mood, and everyone is more productive. After a while, Timeless Pictures, Inc. Shirching stood in the conference room with a cold face, holding a folder in his hand and casually flinging it onto the table. How are you guys taking this kind of planning? What is the market research doing? You haven't even figured out which way the wind is blowing? And the design department? An old customer's order hasn't been approved until now? Really changing it with all your heart? The conference room was silent, and some people even clenched their teeth, not daring to breathe. All right, adjourn. Shirching left the conference room in stride, and only then did the employee take a deep breath and let go. In the chairman's office. Aren't you in a good mood? Chi Rue weakly spoke. So good that you're storming out? Shirching blankly glanced at Chi Rue and looked at the financial bills. Send someone to the company to spread the word that I'm going to make mass layoffs. Zaire exclaimed. Ha? Layoffs at this period? Impulse is the devil, chairman. Go quickly if you don't want to be the first to be cut open. Timothy's eyes warned Zaire. Ziri could only do as he was told. And sure enough, someone in a good mood was all about his own children. And back at the office he was in his original form. Evening. Guru finished work and came to the downstairs of Shitsi. Because he was afraid of inviting gossip to Shitsi Ching, he wore a hat and mask. Only he hadn't gone home to change his clothes, and he was still covered in flowers. So much so that he was noticed by the receptionist as soon as he stepped into the lobby of the company. Who are you looking for, sir? The receptionist sized up Gu Ji. Guru did not say a word, swished a few quick steps, walking like the wind, arrived at the access control, passed through with the ring, and then went straight to the private elevator. Sir, that's the chairman's private elevator. The receptionist always feels that an employee's access has been stolen, and greets the security guard as she does so, unknown to the drop. The sound of Guru had already swiped his card and gone upstairs. Front desk? The chairman's elevator card was also stolen? After all, Guru wore neither staff uniforms nor formal attire. Instead, it was so weird that one had to be skeptical. The the receptionist chased her all the way up, only to see Guji striding into the chairman's office again. When Shurching in the office saw Guji, his originally serious face was flooded with smiles. Guru, on the other hand, faded the mask down a bit. "Auntie, someone from your company is after me," he said. "Chase?" Timothy was puzzled. The next moment he saw the receptionist open the door and come in, full of worry. The receptionist looked at the two with a confused face. "Chairman, are you alright? I saw someone breaking in and," Shurching said to the receptionist as she half sat on her desk, her head leaning against the heavily armed Guji next to her. "No stopping anyone you see wearing a gate ring from now on. This is my man." Bottom line, the front desk has microcephaly, but her feet were faster than her head, as if she was wearing roller skates, and she ran off in a huff, afraid of disturbing the two. Shurching was also quick to turn the glass to opaque, and unlocked the door as soon as he did so. Only then did Guru take off his hat and mask to get some air. "Why did Auntie say I was your man? Obviously you can say you're related," he asked. "What? You're still not happy about it?" "That's not something I've thought about. It's just that I'm a bit of a slob with this image, and it seems like I'd be a disgrace to my little aunt." Guru wiped the paint on his clothes, and even though it was dry, it could still rub off with force, and the whole thing was fancy. Shurching, however, smiles knowingly. I know. Little nephew is reminding Auntie that it's time to buy new clothes, right?" "I didn't say." Guru didn't expect Shurching's point of understanding to be so skewed. Alright, don't be polite to your aunt. Let's go. Go buy clothes now." Shurching's execution was strong, pulling Guru out. "Auntie is paying the bill today, from the inside out. As long as it's what you're wearing, you can buy it for as much as you want, wherever I say to buy." The floor of the company's corridor was very smooth, and Guji's soles were not non-slip, so the whole person was pushed. Shurching said graciously, "Of course, pick your favorite." When they reached their destination, Toki Ching looked around with an incredulous face. "Are you sure you want to buy it here?" She looked at the bustling night market in front of her, walking 2 steps to a stall. Her whole body was a bit confused. She thought Guji had a favorite brand store. "Okay, the clothes here aren't bad," Guru said. It actually wasn't bad, but the main thing was that it was cheap, and he often wore ground-up goods that were pretty well dressed, so he really didn't want Shurching to break the bank for him. So, okay. Although Shurching used to wear ground floor goods, she had originally hoped to buy better ones for Guji. Soon, Guru picked out a few pieces of clothing, all of which were around a few $dozen. He didn't make it easy on Shurching either, letting her pay one by one. "These are already enough. Thank you, little aunt. I'll buy some delicious food for little aunt and pack it back," Guru said. "Yeah." Shurching now seemed to be able to agree without hesitation no matter what Guji said. "Did little auntie used to come to the night market for snacks?" Guru asked. Shurching shook her head. "My dad wanted to bring me here before, but I was worried about spending a lot of money, so I said it was unhealthy and I didn't want to eat it, and my dad kept cooking and eating for me. It's kinda a shame now that I think about it. I should have gone. It's memories after all. Your father may not feel bad about it, because it's a blessing to cook for you day in and day out. Also, living with my dad was really the happiest time I've ever had. Then I hope little auntie is happier." Guru had a sincere face. Shurching couldn't help but smile. "You kid, you have a really sweet mouth. Those who don't know would think that you ate the cotton candy in front of you. Really kind of want to eat it," Guru said and went to the front to buy 2, of which the one for Shurching was still in the shape of a flower. Shurching looked at the flower-like marshmallows, felt very novel, and took a picture with her cell phone. There are still marshmallows like this now. It's so pretty. Suddenly, she thought of something and held up the marshmallow. "This is the first time I've ever gotten flowers," she said. Guru froze. "How come? Did no one send flowers to little auntie before? I've always told the public that I have a boyfriend, so no one has ever sent me flowers." Shurching fiddled with the marshmallow in her hand that didn't cost much. Surprisingly, she thought it looked better than any flower. Even she was a little reluctant to eat it. She turned to me and asked, "What about you? How many times have you kids gotten flowers?" "The one I gave you wasn't the first time, was it?" "Not the first time indeed." Guru reminisced. "When I was very young and won a prize in school, my parents would buy me flowers to celebrate. I can't count how many times, but that time was the first time my little aunt gave me flowers. I will always remember that." At those words, Shurching couldn't help but feel a surge of joy rise in her heart. She took small bites of the marshmallow, the sweetness getting to her. Next day, noon, Sunshine Kindergarten. The morning session went pretty well, just a bit of white teas. Guru came to the cafeteria, typed in his meal, looked around the seats, and saw a familiar figure. "Little auntie, why are you here again?" He was surprised at how hard Tim Ching looked for him, more so than his mom and dad. Auntie misses you, Shirching said. Guru was a bit puzzled and said bluntly, didn't we just meet yesterday? Shirching drank the hot water in front of her with some embarrassment, thinking to herself, is it that hard for this child to say I miss Auntie too? She thought about opening her mouth. Actually, it's Softy who misses you, and I came to see you on Softy's behalf. In that case, then I'll go over to see Softy when she has her birthday, Guru said. It's Softy's birthday in a few days by the count. You and big brother and sister-in-law remember to come for dinner. Yeah, we'll be there. Guru ate his meal, realizing that today's dishes were extraordinarily refined. Not only have the meat dishes gotten bigger and more substantial, but the soups are so extravagant that they don't thicken, and the bites are full of ingredients. Today's meal was so good. The principal won the lottery? I told you wishing on a milky bun works. Shirching held her face in one hand and looked at Gushur with a smile. Really? It's because of the milky buns? Guru blinked his eyes. That clear look clearly believing. Of course, it's a method I don't tell anyone else. Shirching's smile deepened. This little nephew of hers is so over the top cute. It's a pity that there are no milky buns. Today then if I make other wishes in the future, will they also be valid? Guji asked seriously. Well, Shirching thought for a moment you might have to make your wish while I'm also present for it to take effect. Why must my sister-in-law be present? Because, after all, Toki Ching is a filmmaker, and when she says she's making it up, she makes it up, because this method of wishing is mine. It originated with me, and I have to be present when I share it with other people, to avoid the wish from failing or having some other unknown effect. So it is. Guru was thoughtful. I hope that when my little aunt comes to visit me next time, the cafeteria will have milky buns. Today, Tim Ching left after dabbling in lunch at the kindergarten. After walking outside and getting into the car, she instructed Zaire, don't let this kindergarten meal go without milky buns. Milky buns? Chi Rue was flabbergasted. It was hard to believe that it was the season for what was a milky bun. Starting tomorrow, every meal at the kindergarten must have milky buns, and let the staff pack away what they can't finish. Shirching said, okay, Chairman. Soft on his birthday, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, Su Man, and Gu Chu were all there, and Shirching still hadn't invited the others. Even though they had made a sumptuous dish, a few of them didn't have time to eat it. All of them were trying on new clothes for Softy and then taking pictures. Softy was quite cooperative at first, and it was cute when someone in front of the camera was holding a toy to make her smile, so she showed her little teeth. But after a long time, she became a bit reluctant, and with a beak, she photographed the dolls all the way to the floor. Su Man suddenly remembered something. Ching, you're allowed to not prepare something to catch the week ah? We still need to let Softy catch a week today. I was prepared for a little bit of that. So grab it. Timothy took out the things he had prepared in advance, which included books, coins, calculators, celery, chicken legs, toy guns, stamps, earpieces, and rulers. Suman came forward and fiddled with the items. Wow, so many, eh? You're not looking forward to it at all as a mom? I'm super excited. I'm too curious to know what Softy will do in the future. Shirching smiled and looked at Softy while arranging all those things on the bed, leaving a spot in the center for Softy. What's there to look forward to? No matter what Softy engages in the future, as long as it's what she likes, I will support her. I don't have any particularly high expectations for her either, as long as she is safe and happy. Gu Shi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, agreed. He specially brought a paintbrush and a small notebook today to draw a portrait of Softy. Although Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had taken many beautiful pictures of Softy, he still wished to record Softy's appearance when she was 1 year old in his favorite way. Ching is right. From now on, no matter what we softly do, we will be our family's treasure. Gu Yunshan greeted Guru while talking at the kitchen door. Son, come over and cut a cake. I'm afraid I won't cut it well. Take this cake with you in a while and take a few more pictures of Softy. Okay, here it comes. Guru smoothly put the paintbrush on the side of the bed, then walked over to the kitchen to help cut the cake. Shirching and Su Man were observing Softy's movements. I saw Softy, with her little pink hat on her head, sitting in the center of the pile, looking around and gazing curiously, her two little hands clenched in little fists at a loss for words, seemingly picking them out. Su Man quietly touched Shirching's arm. Ching, what do you think Softy will grab? Timothy laughed. I think she'll grab a chicken leg. Chicken thighs mostly represent a future of no worries. Is it because the chicken thighs smell so good? Su Man pondered. Surprisingly started to help Softy offsite. She pointed her hand in the direction of the red ticket. Softy grabbed the money. Listen to Auntie. Grab the money. Shirching glared at Su Man. I've said let her grab it. You're not here to point fingers. Oops, money is obviously the best. Su Man laughed. At that moment, Softy put her little hand up to the red ticket in front of her. The two men stared at Softy's movements, but a haphazard sweep of the soft little hand raked the red ticket to the floor. Immediately afterward, the entire mess in front of him was softly raked to the ground. It seems that to Softy, these things are all that stand in her way. After she moved them out of the way, she crawled toward the bed. Shurching was afraid that Softy would fall down and had been following the bedside to protect her, only to see Softly slowly crawling towards the pens and papers that Guji had placed beside the bed. His small hands reached out and precisely held one of the pens. Suman was shocked. No way? Money she doesn't want. So many things without even looking at them. Just grabbed a pen. And it's not the one you put in those things. It's Guji's. Shurching was also a bit surprised. She watched Softy holding that pen and swaying happily. She always felt that the tip of the pen was a bit insecure, and she was afraid that it might stab Softy. She reached down and gently tried to break Softy's hand, but Softy's little fists clenched tightly and just wouldn't let go. Guji also discovered the situation over here, and was about to walk over, when he saw Shurching go to draw away the pen in Softy's hand. Softy was unwilling, and with a sudden fling, the pen fell to the ground inadvertently. That charcoal pencil fell and the front nib snapped right off. Shurching quickly picked up the pen and handed it to the frozen guru. I was afraid of sticking it in her hand. I didn't expect her to throw it out. She didn't care too much about it because it was just a broken nib, and this kind of pen could continue to be used again after a bit of sharpening. However, Guji was standing still, looking at the broken pen out of his mind. Su Shi walked over and took the pen, placing it in Guji's hand, and said to Shurching, "The cake is ready. Let's take a picture of Softy first." Good. Shurching carried Softy to the dining table, and when he took the picture, he glanced at Guji again, and Su Shi was talking about something beside him. Not a moment later, Guji threw the pen into the trash can and left without even saying a word to her. It's just that Su Shi told her, "Xiao Ru has to go beforehand. Let's eat the cake." Ah, good. Shurching always felt that something wasn't quite right, and until after she sent a few people away, she was still filled with thoughts of Guji. Finally, he couldn't resist sending a message to Guji. "Why did you leave so suddenly? Guji, something's wrong." Shurching always felt that the usual Guji's tone of voice was not like this. The usual guru would call out a small gu in front of him and then reply with a few serious words, but now she always felt that the words Guji sent out carried an eerie chill. Something's not right. She checked the house's surveillance over and over again, settling on the pen, then used her map reading skills to look it up on the shopping platform. In the same type of goods, this pen is not expensive or even cheap, and even if it was expensive, Guji didn't seem like someone who would get angry just because a more expensive pen was accidentally broken. Could be of some special significance? As she thought about it, she felt that if she asked Gu Yunshan and Su Shini, she was afraid that the two of them wouldn't say anything more, so she gave Suman a call and asked him to contact Wei Zhiheng. It took a while before Suman sent a message. Suman Wei Zhiheng said, "Guji has a special pen used to write the name. Seems to be long that way. That pen Guji the most precious. Usually installed in the box, covered with a pen cap. No one can move." Because Guji said that he wanted to spend his whole life using only this pen to write the drop. This pen was slowly being sharpened shorter and shorter, which meant that he was drawing more and more paintings. Guji felt that in the end, he would be able to reach the point where he was satisfied with his own paintings, and he attached great importance to this matter. It's over. Seeing the message, Timothy pinched his brow and looked at Softy again. Seems like trouble. She drifted back to plop down at the trash can and rummage through the garbage, but it suddenly occurred to me that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had just helped take the trash down when they left. She quickly got dressed and told the babysitter to stay home and watch Softy, then went to the neighborhood trash can. Instead, she remembered what the bag over her trash can look like, so after a few rummages, she found her trash, and luckily there was no garbage truck to pick it up at this time of day. Just a lot of passing neighbors in the neighborhood cast surprised glances. Shurching dumped the bag of garbage on the ground regardless, then rummaged through it one by one, and fortunately, she found the pen, though it was already dirty. She ran back home and cleaned the pen, put it back together, and then copied the footage from the surveillance that had the pen onto a flash drive and headed out the door. Sitting in the driver's seat of the car, she made phone calls and contacted a few people before driving to her destination. She started by getting a friend who does 3D printing to follow the length of the pen in the video and print out what the tip of that pen looked like before it broke. In order to restore the original detail and wear, he enlisted a friend who was a researcher to get the length of the nib and body down to the micron. Finally, the same charcoal pencil you bought was sharpened to the same spot and then slightly aged to restore every little bit of wear and tear on the body. Several days had passed by the time Emily had done this. She had sent messages to Guji during this period, and although Guji would reply in time, they were only very brief words. "I'm sure I'm not happy. I can't help it. I've got my own kids. Shirching wrapped the replica charcoal pencil and drove off to the kindergarten. Shirching found the classroom where Guji was and saw Guji in class at the door. She wandered around the door and was afraid of disturbing Guji, so she sat on the chair at the door. When class was over, the children walked out in an orderly line and saw Guji packing up his art supplies in the classroom, and Shirching walked in and helped pack them up together. Guru glanced at Shirchang and asked, "Is there something wrong with little auntie's visit? The other day, your pen was broken by me and Softy. I came to apologize, but it seems to be a little late," said Timothy. Guru lowered his eyes and faintly said, "Little aunt doesn't need to care." He finished packing and headed out. Shirching took Guru's hand. "I already know that pen is very important to you. You only use that pen to write the name of the drop at the end of your paintings, and you've been using it for many years, right? Are all unintelligent ideas? A pen is just a pen. If it breaks, it breaks," Guru said. It was true that he hadn't drawn these days because of that pen, but he didn't blame Shirching, more just a little frustrated that he hadn't taken care of that pen. "How can you call that an unintelligent idea?" Shirching's face was serious and earnest. "This is a bit of your obsession in your love. It was me who almost neglected it. Even if everyone doesn't care or approve of you, I still want to guard the love in your heart." After saying that, she placed the box with the pen in Guji's box. Actually care about this unintelligent obsession of his, still willing to guard the love of his heart. Guru was silent for a long time and opened the box to see the familiar pen. He gently picked it up and opened the cap, a flash of dismay flashing across his eyes as he saw the intact nib. Is this his pen? He ran his fingertips over the marks on it, each one overlapping with the memory. "Auntie, how did you do that?" he asked in surprise. Shirching looked at the surprise in Guji's eyes and instead felt a little uneasy. "I did my best to replicate it, but it's not your original pen." She had told Guji the truth, then lying to Guji that she had repaired the original pen. Even if Guji would believe it, she would be ashamed in her heart. "It's amazing that it can be done so much like," Guru muttered. He also guessed that it wasn't the original pen. He just almost misrecognized it when he first saw it. "It was just too similar. Even if it's not my original pen, it represents Auntie's desire to guard me, and I'm sure that I'll be a good match for it." Guji looked at Shirching, his eyes full of sincerity, and said, "Little auntie, thank you, I really like it." Only after hearing this did Shirching put her heart down and took out a piece of drawing paper from her bag, on which was the very portrait that Guji had drawn for Softy earlier. "This portrait, you left without signing your name after painting it the other day. Do you want to make it up?" she asked. "That's what I thought." Guru used that pen to sign his name at the end, and then after some thought, he wrote Shirching's name next to it. Shirching was a bit puzzled. "Didn't you just use this pen to sign your name? Why did you write mine as well?" It just suddenly seems like those obsessions, they don't seem to matter much, and Auntie's heart is already shining through. Guru smiled, putting the pen away. "Besides, I think the final step in the completion of a painting is the inscription. Without this pen sent by Little Aunt, the painting wouldn't be complete. And now, it's me and Little Aunt who have completed the painting together. You shouldn't be upset anymore now, should you? Of course, my Little Aunt is spoiling me so much that..." Timothy paused, his tone tentative and imploring. "Do you want your aunt to spoil you more?" "Think," Guru naively answered without hesitation, not thinking any more at all. "I'll take that as a yes," Timothy said and headed out the door. Agree to what?" Guru was confused. "Not telling you." Timothy left the kindergarten. When he got into the car, he still had a smile on his face. Chirue started the car, looking at the rearview mirror inside the car, Shirching's full-faced appearance. He couldn't help but remind, "Chairman, the foreign company side is urging us to go back. We really need to go back. You see, should we set the schedule as soon as possible?" Upon hearing this, Shirching's smile faded and she pushed back. "Just wait a little longer. We originally planned that we should go back before the year, but it turned out that you delayed until now. I said that I shouldn't say anything. You are because of your little nephew, right? But what's the point of doing so? Why do you need to spend your time and energy on that kind of fruitless and impossible thing? This kind of thing has no results, and you have to try it to know, right?" Hearing this, Chirue tried to persuade something again, but Shirching looked as if she had made up her mind. "Just this once. As soon as I get that result, for better or for worse, I'll go to a foreign company." "Night," Shirching said with his mouth during the day that he must want a result, yet he still hesitated for the whole day. It was only in the end that he sent a message to Guji during the night. "I want to see you. It's not can we meet or I want to see you. It's I want to see you." Shirching was already prepared to go to Guji if he couldn't come. Tonight she had to see Guji no matter what. Her heart tensed when she saw that the top showed the other party was in the middle of typing. "Gu sure, good." Shirching quickly sent the location to Guji. and then drove over. She had never been in such a mood, perhaps because for 32 years her heart was like a dead pool. After her father's death no one could see her, no one understood her grief. Favorable guru understood her emotions, said she was very good person, said she shines. Those countless moments of being touched piled up in her heart, making that voice in the back of her mind louder and louder. After 32 years, can't you be brave for once? Even after her father's death, she had a hard time dealing with the loss and was afraid that this time it wouldn't turn out the way she wanted. But she also wanted to give the boy who was incredibly warm the courage she had never used in her youth. Lights, tea house. The remote tea house is ancient. The warm yellow light in the tea house, in this night's drizzle, seems particularly bright, just as the name of the tea house. Bright lights, as if deliberately waiting for the arrival of who? Guru came here with an umbrella and walked into the tea house. The heat of the hot tea rose, and there were still a few scattered people in the tea house who were drinking tea, quiet, and sometimes extremely conversational. He only knew that there were quite a lot of taverns in the city. He didn't know, yet, that there was such a rare tea house, and when he walked into it, his whole heart sank into silence. Seeing the familiar figure sitting in the corner, Guji walked over. Little aunt. He sat down across from Timothy and asked, "Did you call me here at this hour for something?" Shirching held a cup of hot tea in her hand, her vision slightly averted. "This tea house, it's good for quieting the mind, isn't it?" she asked casually, easing her nerves. "Yeah, it's reassuring like my parents' medical center," Guru said. "Then if I say anything to you, will you think hard, be quiet, and think before you answer me?" Timothy asked testily. Guru nodded. "Of course, little aunt should know that I'm not flamboyant. Don't call me sister-in-law." "What do you mean?" Guru asked. He always felt that there was something strange about Shirching today. "Anyway, tonight, don't think of me as your sister-in-law," Shirching said, suddenly covering Guji's left hand. Guru felt that Shirching's palm was warmed by the tea, but her fingertips were still cold. It was all because of the rain tonight. It was falling steadily, but it was chilly. "You look really good in that ring." Shirching's cool fingertips stroked the position of Guji's left ring finger. Guji was silent and looked at Shirching. Even he who was very slow to feelings noticed the sentiment in Shirching's eyes at the moment. Only he never thought in that direction. It's a shame that our previous behavior of wearing rings was a fake act. When he held Guji's hand, he finally gathered the courage to look straight at Guji and asked softly, "Can you make feelings real?" The tea next to it boiled for who knows how long. Guru drew back his hand and slowly shook his head. "Fake, can't be real, Guru." The words that Shirching wanted to say almost choked in her throat. She paused and still insisted. "I've already traveled the tougher roads, and I'm ready to fight my way through our path. Are you willing to believe me for once?" "No," Guru said. "Why? Because I'm 9 years older than you?" Timothy pursued anxiously. "Age is not the main thing." Guru sighed deeply, a slight frown between his brows. "You're asking me to accept the expressed feelings of an aunt with children, and that's the way it can go? We're not even related." Shirching was a bit anxious and tried hard to emphasize. "As long as you nod your head I can do anything for you." Shir Soft immediately changed her name to Gu Soft. "I will also go and make things clear on your parents' side. I've always treated you as an aunt and Soft as a sister." Guru was serious and earnest. "Now you want me to suddenly change my status to be a father? I'm not in any way, shape, or form prepared for that. Besides, perhaps it's because you're too easily indulging in affection, treating the perfectly normal feelings between loved ones as love. And this kind of wrong emotion won't last long. I'm 32 and not a child. What wrong emotion would I not be able to distinguish? Then let me tell you, since I, Shirching, can work hard for a goal for more than 10 years, I will never give up on someone I recognize so easily." Meeting Timothy's steely gaze. This is crazy." Guru took something out of his pocket and held it in front of Shirching. "I should go." He stood up with his umbrella. "Wait," Shirching called out to Guji. Guru's footsteps lurched, and he saw Shirching take out a paper and pen, writing something. "I will, tonight, make a note at this tea house," Shirching said, writing furiously on the paper, and left his name at the end after writing. "If you're still single in 2 years, I, Shirching, will never let you go," she said, heading out first, depositing the note at the tea house. "Tonight, it's just that I stopped drinking the tea because it was a little bitter after it was boiled for a long time, but that doesn't mean I won't come back later." She turned her back to Guji, her voice slightly raspy. "Get your chestnuts, annoying child." After saying that, Shirching raised his head and left. On his way out, he also took away Guru's umbrella. Guru looked at the chestnuts on the table that had just been given back to Shirching, hesitated for a moment, but still put them in his pocket and left. Looking at the fine rain that filled the sky, as well as the figure of Shirching running away with her own umbrella, Gushi couldn't help but let out another sigh. Bad as hell. When she returned home and saw Gushi, who was soaked to the skin, Sushi hurriedly brought a towel. What's going on? Didn't you bring an umbrella? How come you're still getting wet? Sushi worriedly said. Guru wanted to say something, but only said, it was stolen. This, still has umbrella stealing Sushi was a bit strange, but didn't ask much. Why no? You forgot about that. Black auto umbrella online. Gu Yunshan looked at the tragic situation of Guji and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Stupid child did not lose it. Guru, frustrated face. Son, come on. Dad will cook you a cold expelling soup. Drink a big bowl of it. Gu Yunshan held a handful of herbs, his face still smiling. I don't drink. Guru rebelled and went back to his room. Late at night with this, the airplane took off from Liuqing Airport and flew to M country. In the business class, Shircheng hugged Softy, looking at the documents in his hand, soulful. It seems that even though people leave Liuqing, their hearts can't go away. Got the results? Zaire asked from the sidelines. Got the results. Didn't get the people. Shircheng sighed somewhat helplessly and jokingly asked Chi Rue, do you think that if I forcefully abducted a young man from a good family, would I be able to run away? Chi Rue was about to explode with anger. Then I'll be the first one to send you in to cure your love brain. On, having an indisputable love brain boss. Then you remember to press that unlucky kid to come and see me. Shircheng's smile deepened. Only the watery light in his eyes was dense. Next day. Achu. Guja lay in bed, sneezing in a daze. In the past years, he didn't even catch a cold once, but this time he had a cold and a fever. He looked over to the other bed a step away, remembering someone, and his foggy head kept looping a phrase. Damn Toki Ching. At that moment, the door to the room was opened. Gu Yunshan brought in a bowl of medicine, looked at the wilting Guji, and scoffed. I told you not to drink the medicine last night. Are you done? Your mom helped you take a leave of absence from the schoolteacher, so hurry up and drink the medicine while it's hot. Guru had a helpless face. I can take my own vacation. I'm not a child. I'm 32 and not a child. A voice of Timothy Ching popped into his head. Guru reached out and pounded his head with his fist. Ouch, what's wrong? Headache? Gu Yunshan touched Guji's head and said sternly. It's so bad you could roast chestnuts. You child. Drink the medicine. Get your chestnuts. Annoying children. Once again, it was Timothy's voice. Guru couldn't help but ask. Dad. Little. Before the words came out, Gu Yunshan gave him a mouthful of medicine. Drink it before you talk. Gu Yunshan said, but also muttered while saying, still drinking medicine like when I was a child is laborious. Tons and tons and tons and tons. A bowl of medicine went down, and Guji's eyes were dull. What was he about to say? The dizziness made him fall right back to sleep, because of the fear that the disease may infect children. Guji, the pathogen, was required to be completely well before going to work. Bored and weak bedtime, Guji opened his cell phone and played You Draw Me Guess. He glanced at his friend list, and the online time of his friend QQ was already a month ago. Looks busy. He's got himself a few games of solo volleyball. At that moment, the sound of voices coming up the stairs came from outside. I thought it was Mom and Dad coming up, but I didn't expect to see Xia Huanning. What brings you here? Guji's voice was still muffled, and he covered the lower half of his face with the quilt while reminding. I'm sick. Stay away from me or I'll infect you. What kind of sister is afraid of being infected by her brother? Xia Huanning sat on the edge of the bed, eyeing Guji. Why are you looking at me like that? Guru asked. Xia Huanning smiled. It's just that it's been a while since I've seen you sick, and it feels so cute. Aw, what kind of person calls someone sick and cute? I'm clearly pathetic in this way. Guru spoke listlessly. Then I'll peel you an orange and you won't be miserable if you eat it. Xia Huanning said, peeling the oranges she bought on the way to Guji. I purposely tasted them at the fruit store before I bought them. Guru tasted a petal of orange. So sweet. The mood is all better. That's good. Eat a little more. Sleep a lot. And get well soon. You're cute when you're healthy. Well, by the way, I heard my aunt and uncle say today that my aunt left the country. It was so sudden. Did you go to see her off? Xia Huanning asked. So it's really gone. No, she's always been thunderous. I don't know when she'll be back next. I've been meaning to pay her a visit. Perhaps 2 years? Guru said. How do you know? Guessed. At this time, country M, a certain detached villa area. What? You actually took the initiative to confess to Guji and got rejected? Suman's voice came out of the cell phone like a bolt of lightning splitting into the room. Deafening. Why all the fuss? Isn't it normal to fail? Shircheng said faintly. Guji, this kid is really something. You can't even look at a rich woman with big boobs and a nice ass like you. He wants to go to heaven, doesn't he? He's got a good face for nothing. He's a fool. Suman said a few words about Gu Ji, then asked Shurching in a low voice. My Chung Chung, you didn't cry and cry, did you? She thought to herself that after all, Shurching was maternally single and had been working on her career, and to be rejected for the first time in her life for confessing her love might have been a bit of a shock for anyone else. Who cried? Can't talk, so talk less. Timothy was still organizing the bedroom in his hands, setting up the soft crib. In short, you strong woman can never be affected by emotional matters. Women of our age, the most important thing is to be in a good mood and slow down the aging process. It'll probably affect me more or less, but when I get busy with work on my end, I shouldn't have time to think about it. Besides, I told him ahead of time that I'd go back in 2 years. Looks like you're still not dead set on it? I can't tell, but our Ching is quite persistent. Suman flirted, but also did not forget to persuade Shurching. I know that what you have decided will not be easily changed, so I suggest that you relax, take your time, and in the future, let Gu Ji and soft contact more, cultivate feelings, and maybe it will go with the flow. Tim Ching on the other end of the phone sighed deeply. Hopefully. A few days later, Sunshine Kindergarten. I don't know how long it's been, but Gu Ji realized that no matter what he did for kindergarten meals, there was never a milky bun missing. Not only that, the dishes are getting better. Guru found out early on that the cooks had been replaced by a different batch. What salmon tuna grilled lamb chop steak king crab oysters. 8 dishes of Chinese and Western combination. Every day does not repeat. After dinner fruits are also more plentiful than before, and there are even those flown in from abroad. Blueberries, grapes, durian, lychee, cherries. Even the desserts have gone up a few notches. It seems that a couple of new dessert makers have been hired and the desserts are beautifully made and delicious. It smells so good. This also made Gu Ji work even harder and harder. He was afraid that he would be fired if he didn't perform well. Usually, people often take pictures and videos in the cafeteria for parents to record their own children's dry meals in kindergarten. But somehow there was always a camera intentionally or unintentionally pointed at him. Make it sound like he's in kindergarten too. At this time Country sitting in the office of the Time Ching is using a small number in the parents group flipping through the video. Seeing Guru's dry rice appearance, he grunted coldly. It's nice to eat when you're well. You've forgotten all about me, haven't you? She clicked on the chat page with Gu Ji, typed, hesitated for a moment and then deleted it. Knock on the door. Enter. Zaire pushed open the door to his office, followed by a blonde man behind him. When she saw the visitor, she smiled and stood up, inviting the man to take the seat across the desk. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came, so I could invite you to dinner? She asked Chi Rue to pour a cup of tea for the man. When I heard you were back, I wanted to take the initiative to see you. The man took out a handful of flowers from behind him, all red roses, and he said in broken Chinese, flowers for the beauty, and I hope that our new project will be completed successfully. Shurching looked at the bouquet and didn't take it, just smiled politely and pointed to the ring on his left ring finger. I'm afraid I can't accept roses anymore since I already have a family. Thank you for the thought. The flowers will be placed in a vase in the lobby of the company. At these words, the man was slightly disappointed, but still didn't show it too much on his face, and only said, well, I didn't expect Sherdong to pay so much attention to details even if her husband wasn't around. She really deserves to be a good wife and mother. I can't help it. My husband is very jealous. Shurching smiled helplessly, then took the opportunity to have Chi Rue take out the flowers and sit across from him. Let's continue talking about the project, shall we? Of course. Late in the night when Shurching's work was over and Softy was asleep, he finally sort of had some time to himself. He sat on the sofa and drank the nourishing herb packets that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had given him. For some reason, she always felt like time was passing slowly, and she never seemed to feel that way before when she was at home. 2 years, when Chang looked at the calendar on his phone. 730 days. 730 days as long as today? A little long. That's when she looked at one of the days on the calendar and seemed to think of something. I think the kid's birthday is this day, she muttered, quickly jumping to the shopping app and picking out a gift. It's better if you don't choose, but you'll directly fill up your shopping cart with this choice. From clothes, to Guxi's favorite painting tools, all kinds of paints. She thought of almost everything, but it was hard to choose the best one. What do little boys his age really like? Shurching could not make up his mind, and in annoyance, he simply opened his cell phone's Udrami guess game and began to play with it. Suddenly, she noticed in her friends list that her only friend C was online. This guy seems to be a boy, hey. So Shurching, who basically wouldn't actively want to chat with her gaming friends, took the initiative to send a message to her friend C. Q, is it in? Cliché opening. Gu Shi, who was preparing to hypnotize before bed, saw this message and replied smoothly, in. Q, I see on your profile that you are 23. Is that true? C. Yes. This best friend, C, gave Ching the impression that she had always been high and cold with few words, except that it wasn't difficult to get close, and she could sense that the other party was an easygoing person. Q. I would like to ask what kind of gifts would make a boy your age happier to receive? I don't mean anything else. I just want to give gifts to my favorite boys. Gu Shi, who saw this message, froze, and with some uncertainty, re-looked over this friend's profile. C. Is your age also true? Q. Yeah. Good guy. Guji is straight up good guy. His best friend actually likes 9 years younger than himself. True love? He didn't think much about it. After all, it was someone else's business. C. Do you live together? You can't go wrong by throwing yourself at it. There was a moment of silence on Timothy's side. Q. Long distance relationship. C. So, I've heard that you can get a pet for a long distance relationship. Q. Pets? Do boys your age like pets? C. Anyone who has a loving heart would love a small pet, right? Besides, there are a lot of pet owners nowadays. Seeing this, Timothy pondered for a moment. She didn't really seem to have seen Guji keep a pet, and Gu Yunshan and Su Shi didn't seem to have pets either. It was just that she had previously heard Gu Yunshan and Su Shi say that a cat owned by an unknown family in the neighborhood had run into the vicinity of the medical center, and the two of them had even fed the kitten some food. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi didn't hate small animals, and Guji shouldn't hate them either. Q. Thank you. I've already made up my mind. Ching began to jump to the major platforms to buy, because she was afraid that the same gift Guji would not like, so she bought a whole lot, so it would be more unlikely to go wrong, right? See, aha, I wish you all the happiness in the world. Guru symbolically replied back and then continued to play the game. He saw QQ go offline and guessed that the probability was that he had gone to buy a gift for his favorite person. Suddenly remembered. Although nowadays many people like to keep pets, but he has never had it. The only energy he spent with small animals when he was a child was to feed the neighbor's kittens, although he quite like it, but because of his studies, he has always been busy. Unlike after graduation when he was a little bit more leisure, and he has never tried it. On the day of the birthday of Guzheng, after Guru finished his wish, he looked at the big fruitcake in front of him and was touched. Dad, Mom, I've said you don't need to buy me such a big cake. You guys love me too much. Your mom loves it. Gu Yunshan said that he couldn't wait to cut the cake and serve Su Shi a piece. What a huge piece. Guru was a little helpless. He knew that Su Shi loved cake, but the family had birthday cake 3 times a year, and usually Gu Yunshan would buy cupcakes for Su Shi, and he didn't expect that these two were still looking forward to him having cake on his birthday. But the good thing is that today's meals are all his favorites. He chucked in a piece of ribs. Mom, why do I get the feeling you put too much sugar in? As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Yunshan glared at him. When you go to kindergarten and come home, you're a picky eater. Your mom cooks so well. Eat honestly. It seemed as if Guji was going to smack Guji before her birthday if she nitpicked a few more times. Guru could only honestly dry his rice, reflecting that he was indeed a bit picky when he came home because the kindergarten meals were so delicious. But he couldn't help but ponder. Was he really a labor of love? Not an accident? Knock knock. Knock on the door. Gu resigned and went to open the door to find that it was the courier. Guru, right? The courier asked. Right. Guru nodded, his mouth still chewing on the ribs. Here, this load is all yours. Carry it yourself. I'll deliver it to the other houses first. The courier pointed to the minivan behind him. Guru's movements of chewing the ribs all paused for a moment. Are you sure that all these are mine? He gestured to the cart that was as tall as the others and snapped a little uncertainly. Yeah, hurry up and move. I'll come back to help you after I finish delivering the others. The courier hurriedly ran off to another house holding several deliveries. Guru had to hold the delivery boxes one by one, and to the words on them, it was indeed his home address, and his name, clear as day. Guji transported one trip after another, and the courier boy helped him move a few more times, which emptied the cart. Seeing the things piled up in one corner of the room, Su Shi was a bit surprised. Son, did you buy this? This chopping ability how to see is not like Guji should have. After all, Guji rarely buy things. Home delivery is mostly Su Shi. Guji have the necessary things to buy, and you didn't buy it either? Guru was dumbfounded as he unwrapped the couriers one by one. It was found to be filled with designer clothes and shoes, some of which were young styles and some of which were the styles of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. Only a large part of it, making painting paints, drawing paper, brushes, miscellaneous demolished to a lot, and all very expensive brands. Gu Yunshan slapped his thigh. Oops, it couldn't be that Ching bought it, right? Once she heard this, Su Shi also helped open a few couriers and found that there were really clothes and pants for him and Gu Yunshan, as well as a lady's handbag. This Ching is really something. She's busy working abroad with her own child, and she even made a special effort to buy things for us. How much money does this cost? Su Shi said, while using her cell phone to send a message to Shi Qing that she had received the item. Unexpectedly, Tim Ching called on the video phone right after receiving the message. Hearing Shi Qing's voice, Guji was slightly stunned. When he did the math, it seemed like Shi Qing had been out of the country for almost a month, and he hadn't heard Shi Qing's voice for a month. Big brother and sister-in-law. All these things are from my friends abroad. Some of them I can't wear, so I sent them to you without spending any money. The video showed Timothy smiling and sounding in a good mood. Doesn't seem to be unhappy, and giving gifts to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi at the same time. It seems there is no anger towards him because of that incident, Guji thought in his heart, and surprisingly, he felt a little more relaxed. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were on a video call with Shi Qing, exchanging pleasantries, and kept asking how the weather was on Shi Qing's side, if she was tired from work, and if Softy had behaved herself. There was a lot of conversation. Guru opened the courier on the side and listened quietly. The questions that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi asked also happened to be all that he wanted to ask, as if he was making this phone call with Shi Qing, except that the phone was in the hands of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, and he couldn't see Shi Qing's face. Yeah, we're having dinner with words. I'll let him have a word with you. At this time, Su Shi stood up with her cell phone, wanting to give it to Gu Ji. After a long period of time without any conversation, Guru was still a little nervous. He walked over, his mind still thinking about the opening line. He had to thank Shi Qing for the gift before he could. Big brother and sister-in-law, I'm a bit busy here so I'll leave it at that. The moment Guru just got his cell phone, Shi Qing hung up the phone. Guru pressed not even see the shadow of Shi Qing, not to mention the soft, just heard a sound. I let you dawdle and didn't talk to your aunt, did I? Gu Yunshan scoffed. Cut, there'll be plenty of opportunities later. As Guru organized the gifts, he suddenly thought of something and asked, say, what day is little auntie's birthday? He realized it seemed like he had never seen Tokihei have a birthday before. Su Shi, who heard this question, sighed deeply. Gu Yunshan also had a heavy face and seriously reminded Gu Ji, don't mention her birthday in front of your aunt in the future. Do you hear me? Seeing that Pops was so serious, Guru also seriously inquired, why? Alas. Su Shi face sad. Xingqing, her father, is in Xingqing birthday day did not. How can she live with the fact that her own birthday is also the anniversary of her own dad's death? Your mom and I know about it, and we can only avoid talking about it, not mentioning it as much as possible, so that she won't be sad. There are some things that, to put it bluntly, are shadows that you can't look away from for the rest of your life. Gu Yunshan said, sighing repeatedly, his face showing heartache. Can't look away for the rest of your life? So, what day is it? Guru asked. Gu Yunshan opened his cell phone calendar and found the marked day. Guji looked at that day and silently memorized it. It was just a pity that on Shi Qing's birthday, the person would still be abroad. He put away the things that looked like they were all for him, and how they didn't look like they were from a friend. He had a vague suspicion. Maybe, it was bought for his birthday especially? Early morning of the next day of a beautiful weekend, Guru woke up early in the morning, and the family of 3 slept in unison on the weekend, then ate breakfast slowly. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It's not the courier again, is it? After experiencing last night's express delivery bombardment, Gushi subconsciously had such a thought. He opened the door to see a man in civilian clothes. May I ask for Guru's home? The man smiled and inquired politely. Who are you looking for? Guru sized up the man, noting that there was a nice car behind the man. He wondered if it was one of Mom and Dad's previous patients who had come back to thank them, but how could they say his name? Here's a gift for your special shipment. Please sign for it, the man said, taking out a cloth-covered object from the back seat of the car. It also had a portable hand on it and unidentified items in a sack. Did Shi Qing give it to you? Guru asked the man. The man smiled and nodded in acquiescence. The items have been delivered, so we'll leave you to it. Have a nice life. Aha, thanks. Guru pushed the sack and took the strange suitcase into the house and placed it on the table in the living room. What are these again? They're not from Qingqing again, are they? Su Shi asked. I don't know. It was sent to be shipped here by a special person, Guru said. Gu Yunshan curiously came over to look and lifted the black cloth on top of the suitcase. Father and son were unsurprisingly shocked by the emojis. Nice guy. Shipped a rat. Just a tiny pudding hamster squatting in that portable cage. Ha ha ha. Your aunt actually sent you a little pet? It's good that you can raise it for yourself to understand, Gu Yunshan said, teasing the little hamster with the other end of his chopsticks. This hamster was so timid that he cowered himself right into a corner. Su Shi heard that it was a pet. She also curiously came over to look at it. Seeing that it was a small furry mass, her face showed her love. It's really a small pet. It's so cute. Son, you give it a name. Ah, this is the little pet your aunt sent you to relieve your boredom. Guru and that little rat looked at each other. Frustrated face. Just call. Good luck. Guru finalized the name without hesitation and casually. Of course, the name certainly didn't originate from nice guy shipped a rat, but rather good luck coming to the house for good luck. Good luck. Good luck. The name pleasant. Gu Yunshan was worthy of being Guru's father, and the father and son reached a consensus. He poked the little hamsters but with his chopsticks again enchanted. Gulak? Gulak? Guru, _. When did he say he'd let the little thing take Gu's name? Ouch. This bag is full of good luck household items. Su Shi opened the sack on the side and took out the things inside. Xingqing is thoughtful. The things are all ready. Look, there are also instructions for raising hamsters. The sack is full of hamster food, cages, bowls, drinking bottles, and wood shavings, all kinds of food for hamsters, small clothes, teething cookies. Guru glanced at the good luck and then at the whole bag of hamster supplies. So yesterday was just padding and today's is the real gift? It looks like a lot of work went into it. At this time, in Country M, in the chairman's office, everything delivered? During break time, Shirqing was sitting on the sofa in his office drinking tea, and an identical cage was placed on the coffee table in front of the sofa, a small silver and white hamster in the cage. Delivered. Does he look like he likes it? Just a little surprised to hear that? Doesn't seem to like it too much then. Shirqing took out the little hamster in the cage and put it in his hand to play with it. Could it be that he doesn't like the color? Should we give him Lian Lian? Lian Lian is too white to resist dirt. Don't you want that pudding hamster to accompany Gu Ji in his painting? That color is just fine, Shi Ruwei said. Shirqing pitched the lotus in her hand and faintly said, if he doesn't like it, it's no good. At those words, Shi Ruwei was silent for a moment and sat down next to Shirqing. Don't you realize that you've been giving too much importance to caring about results? Results are important, Shirqing said, pointing to the folder on his body. Just like this program, even if it's perfect, it won't work if there are typos in the final version. But you don't have to be so rational about relationships. You're in a relationship, not a business. You're trying to have shared memories with him and build up emotions in dribs and drabs. Just like when you gave Guji a hamster. You gave it because you simply wanted to give him a gift. The thought has already been given out, so don't go thinking about it too much. Didn't you talk me out of liking that kid before? How come you changed your mind? Shirqing asked. Shi Ruwei scratched his head and laughed. The main thing is that Guru is quite good at business. After all, the two of you had a good press conference last time. Hoping your head is still working. Timothy smashed Zaire with a pillow. Zaire dodged it with both hands. Learned from you. Seeing Shi Ruwei running away in a huff, Shirqing picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Lian Lian in his hand. She was about to send a friend post when she saw a familiar avatar in her circle of friends. Gugu, welcome and good luck. The accompanying picture below is the very same pudding hamster that Shirqing gave to Guru. The little hamster seems to have been unafraid of Guru. Guru's right hand was drawing. The hamster was lying on the back of Guru's left hand. Good luck. Shirqing couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the lotus in her hand. She quickly sent a friend post as well. Shirqing, welcome, Lian Lian. Same sentence. Same accompanying picture. Guru heard the ringing of WeChat and casually glanced at his phone to see that friend circle of Shirqing. Lotus? He glanced at the good fortune of sleeping on the back of his hand. Good luck. Lotus? So Shirqing bought a pair of rats? And his hamster cage is blue. Toki's is pink. He clicked on Lian Lian's picture and placed it in front of good luck. Good luck. Wake up. Do you know Lotus? Good luck, _. Soon. Approaching Shirqing's birthday, Guru packed his bags early on a weekend and then took an extra Monday off, a total of 3 days. On Friday night, he finished dinner and went upstairs to get his backpack. Just finished dinner. Where are you rushing off to? Gu Yunshan asked. Hearing this, Gu Yunshan still looked like he didn't believe it. Guji hadn't even said it in advance, and he thought Guji was joking with him. But the next moment he saw Guji take his papers and passport. Hey, brat! Gu Yunshan busily called out to Guji. Really go? Why are you going? You didn't even tell me and your mom. Going to my little aunt. 3 days? Soon. So it's not said. Su Shi, who heard the commotion, also came out from the kitchen. You kid, when you say you're leaving, you just bring a backpack? Why don't you take a suitcase? Didn't want to bring too much stuff. Guji never likes to go out with big bags and small bags, so he just brings the necessary things. Your aunt, too, probably didn't bring much of a medicine bag with her, so it's just as well if you make the trip and bring her some. Gu Yunshan said and joined Su Shi in loading Shirqing's things. Good. Guru also agreed without even thinking about it. He went to M country this time because he wanted to accompany Shirqing, regardless of what Shirqing had in mind for him. Shirching was also regarded as a sister by Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. And soon it would be Shirching's birthday, the anniversary of Shirching's father's death. He knew that Shirching might have had many such bad days in the past, and remembered what Gu Yunshan had said, that some things could never be looked away from. But Tokihei is his family. He didn't want her to look away. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi nagged Guji a few more times like before, and then they sent Guji all the way far away until Guji got into the car before the two of them turned back. Guru carried brushes and drawing books in his backpack and drew all the way. He liked to pass the time with drawing. When he was tired of drawing, he opened You Draw Me. He hadn't been online for a few days and saw a red dot on his friends list. QQ, thanks for the offer. He likes the pet I gave him. Looks like his best friend's love was a success? What kind of pet was given? He couldn't help but think about it for a moment, but didn't ask QQ. He'd never been curious about other people's love. Guru took a nap midway through the flight, and it didn't take long to wake up before the plane was about to arrive. When he got off the plane, he followed the navigation to find the company where Shirching was working. Would Shirching be working at the company at this time of the weekend? Mainly he didn't know where Shirching lived. It was also the first time he came to a foreign country and wasn't too familiar with it. It was already the limit to find Shirwei. Instead of going straight in, he sent a message to Shirching from the company's main building. Guru, Auntie, are you at the office? At this moment, Shirching, who had received the news, was puzzled. What's this kid's stupidity again? She muttered a sentence, not thinking at all that Gugu would come abroad to look for her. Gushi, I'm downstairs at my sister-in-law's company. Can she come to pick me up? There are strange people looking at me. Because Guru was sneaking around the entrance of the company building, he was being looked back and forth by two security guards. When she received this message, she realized that something seemed to be wrong. She immediately walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office and took her binoculars and looked down. This look, just to see Guji was with a small bag foolishly stood in the company downstairs, from time to time to look back at the security guards. Timothy quickly ran outside and thought of something else. A break. She returned to her desk, picked up the phone and called the people in the lobby on the first floor, and asked them to let Guru into the lobby first. Instead, she ran all the way, too slow for the elevator, and took the stairs straight down. When the people on these floors of the company saw Shirching, who was the chairman of the board, running so fast and taking the stairs, they all thought that the roof of the building was on fire. As she descended to the first floor lobby, she saw the familiar figure among the comings and goings. For a moment, it was like a dream. Heart and soul. This meets. She subconsciously wanted to call out Guji's name, but in the end, she didn't because there were other people in the way, and she had wanted to hide Guji from the others. She just ran over quickly, then suppressed the desire to hug Guji and coughed gently twice as a reminder. At the sound of the voice, Guji turned back to his head. The same understanding did not say anything, and also purposely wore a hat and mask, did not reveal his name to anyone. Follow me, Shirching said, taking Guji up the private elevator and pressing the button for the chairman's office on the top floor. The moment the elevator doors closed, she hugged Guji tightly. Guru was unpredictably hit by that soft mass, because Shirching was wearing high heels and the two of them were about the same height. It was easy for Shirching to lean her head on Guji's shoulder. Guru looked at Shirching, the way he had no intention of letting go, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. How's the little ant doing these days? He asked tentatively, because he guessed that in the days approaching the anniversary of Shirching's father's death, it was possible that Shirching would be in a low mood. Not good. Timothy spat out two words in a low voice. Is it really sad? Guru comfortingly patted Shirching's back. Only the words of comfort circled around his mouth, none of which seemed to be able to outweigh the peace and quiet of making the hug last. Why did you come after saying 2 years? After calming down, Shirching finally asked. Guru froze. Ah, you feel bad because of that? Don't want to see me? No, I'm not. Shirching lowered his head. The emotions in his heart were like boiling water churning, and the heat made his nose sore. She was prepared for 2 years of not being able to see Guji. Prepared for 2 years. 730 days of missing Guji. But Guji suddenly came to see her, which made her feel that when Guji left, the rest of her days alone would be even harder than before. She whispered in Guji's ear, asking the question that she had wanted to ask countless times by text message. It's been so long, have you? Ding! The elevator is here. The word miss me was not yet finished. Shirching quickly separated from Guji, keeping a step away from Guji in the elevator. The elevator door opened, and Shirching walked out of the elevator first, followed closely by Guji. Although it was the floor where the chairman's office was located, there was actually an area where employees worked. Under the occasional glances of the employees, Guji followed Shirching into the office. I can finally unload my gear. Guru sat on the sofa and noticed the little guy in the hamster cage, poking around curiously. He took out his cell phone and opened the picture he had taken of Lucky earlier and placed it in front of Lian. Lillian, good luck asked me to say hello for him. You didn't come to see me. Why are you looking at Lotus? Shirching sat on the sidelines, his words inexplicably a little sour. I'm here to keep you company, Guru said. So what day are you leaving? Monday. That fast? Shirching blurted out something as an afterthought, and turned the conversation around to say, I almost forgot. You came here on leave, didn't you? Guru nodded. Seeing that Shirching had been sitting next to him, the two of them were speechless for a while. Auntie, why don't you go to work? He finally couldn't help but speak. I don't want to be too far away from you. How could Shirching still have the heart to work? In such a short period of time, she only wanted to scramble to stay by Guji's side. Is that even far? Guru looked at the distance from the sofa to the desk, which was only a few steps away. How is it not far? I can't see or touch it. It's like I'm on this end of the cell phone screen and you're on that end of the screen. You say it's not far? Shirching said and moved closer to Guji again. Guru tactically leaned back. So you still want to touch me? Nonsense. You know full well that I. As she spoke, Shirching once again remembered the day they parted. I'll move a chair to sit next to you. You can busy yourself. So it's close, right? Guru asked. After all, he didn't want to make a trip to delay Shirching's work. Alright then. Timothy had to sit at his desk, suddenly hating work again. Guji, on the other hand, moved the chair across the room next to Shirching and brought Lian to accompany Shirching. Only, Guru realized that this guy didn't work properly at all. Auntie, do you have to touch my leg? He was slightly helpless. Did you have to touch Lotus? It's obvious you came to see me, but you've been touching her the whole time. You're actually jealous of a little hamster? Yeah, I'm just jealous. Jealous as hell. Okay, I won't touch it then. Guji put Lian back into the cage, then lay down on the table and watched Shirching work. He hadn't rested well on the road and was a bit sleepy. Shirching looked at Guji, like a deer in headlights, her mind not on work at all. Can I hold hands? She asked. You're working. How's this for holding hands? I work with my right hand and hold you with my left, Shirching said, already extending her hand towards Guru. Guru was unmoved. That would affect work efficiency, right? That would only increase efficiency, Timothy said with great certainty. It's too fake. Guru yawned. If you're not in a hurry, take your time and get busy. It's just that my time with you is limited. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes to take a nap, and Shirching was anxious, not expecting Guji to really reject her heartlessly. She didn't believe she'd lived long enough to be held by a child. She quickly reached for her cell phone and dialed a number. It wasn't long before Zaire walked in with a large bag of takeout. The fragrant smell spread throughout the office. It also woke up Guru, finally willing to wake up. Ha! Shirching looked at Guji with one hand resting on her cheek. When did you buy so much stuff? Guru looked at the takeout in front of him. It was all fried chicken, burgers, Coke and the like. Almost all the categories of food in the burger store were bought once. Trying to get you to eat something before you go to sleep. I'll make you dinner when I get home from work tonight. Are you done with work? You have some too. Guru pushed the burger toward Shirching. I, said Tim Ching, wanting to speak, have not been busy. You feed me? She tried. How am I going to feed you this? Guru took the big burger and couldn't do anything about it. Then feed me fries. Feed me whatever's good. I'm not picky. Timothy smiled. Okay. Guru used a small fork to fork up fries and feed them to Shirching. Then chicken nuggets, hash browns, and other foods. Seeing that Guji had been guarding the dish of sauce in front of her, not dipping her in it even once, Shirching couldn't help but speak up. I want dipping sauce too. This is ketchup, Guru faintly said. Timothy was stunned. How do you know I can't eat tomatoes? Just that one time, at the Junsheng group. Overheard it and wrote it down. It was only then that it occurred to Shirching that those days when Guji helped her cook, there were indeed never any tomatoes. So it turned out that she knew about it already? She was in a bad emotional state at Junsheng group that day, and didn't pay attention to how much Guji had heard. It's hard for you to actually remember. Say, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll reward you, Shirching said. Get some groceries and I'll do it. Guji thought to himself that he was here to accompany Shirching after all. How could he let Shirching work hard to cook for him? Besides, it was possible that Shirching was in bad shape these days. Yeah, then you write it down on the side. It's a good time for Zaire to be idle, just so she can go grocery shopping. Shirching casually took a copy of the document and flipped it to the back, then handed the signing pen to Guru. Can you write on the back of this document? Guru tried to ask. Shirching looked at Guji with eyes full of favor. It's okay, don't worry about writing, even if you draw on it. Guru just wrote down some of the dishes he needed to buy in the corner. Shirching took it over and looked at it. That's all you're buying? Well, I'll buy these today, and when the last day comes, I'll buy more when I'm leaving and make a few meals to put in your refrigerator so you won't have to cook for a few days afterward, Guru said. At those words, Timothy was silent for a moment. Do you want me to feel relieved that I don't have to cook for a few days while you're gone? Or do you want to spend a few more days with me, too? She asked tentatively, looking at Gushir with anticipation in her eyes. Guru did not give it much thought and said bluntly, there are both reasons. After all, it was not easy for me to come here, so of course I want to do more for you. Shirching seemed like she wanted to ask something else, but thinking that 2 years hadn't come and gone yet, she didn't want to spoil this precious bit of good time they had between them. When the time comes, why don't you prepare me a little more fruit that you've washed yourself? That way I'll be in a good mood when you're gone and for a longer period of time. So I'll peel your pomegranate. And mangosteen? Guru ate while jotting down notes on a piece of paper, and Shirching quietly watched him. If Guru could say she misses him at this time in Liucheng, perhaps she would really return to the country without hesitation. When Shiru Waitsai came back from shopping, Guji had almost eaten, and his drowsiness had dispersed a bit. Seeing that Shirching was still busy, Guji didn't disturb and waited quietly, and it was only in the evening that he saw Shirching stand up. It's over? Guru asked. Tomorrow's is done too. Timothy stretched, slightly tired. When did you get tomorrow's work done too? I thought you had been doing today's. Guru was a bit surprised. Probably when I ordered takeout for you. Oh, you'd long been busy by that time. And you were deliberately making me feed you. Guru frowned. Tricked. Timothy laughed. Tomorrow's work isn't work? Guru, equals. Okay, let's go. Let's go home. Shirching put on her clothes and grabbed her bag. It was the first time since she came abroad that she felt so worthy of being happy to be off work. Won't you take Lotus with you? Guru pointed at the poor little mouse on the desk. She's staying at the company. Someone will take care of him. Don't worry, Shirching said. Okay, oddly pathetic. I'm more pathetic than her when you're not around. It's better for you to feel sorry for me. Back at Shirching's place, Guji helped with the cooking. He found Timothy's place cold. Toki seems to have moved all the soft stuff to the bedroom, leaving almost nothing in the living room but the working computer, which doesn't look like much of a life. He remembered that Shirching would still keep some flowers and plants in the living room when he was in China, and would also occasionally dress up the decoration of the living room. Seems to be a big dislike of coming to work abroad. Does little Ant have any arrangements for the next 2 days? Guru asked. He remembers that tomorrow is Shirching's birthday, the anniversary of Shirching's father's death. Well, tomorrow I want to stay at home and not go anywhere else. Shirching lowered her eyes, a touch of melancholy crossing her eyes. Guru guessed that Shirching would just want to spend tomorrow at home. He didn't object. He just suggested, how about I teach you to paint at home tomorrow? Yeah, but I'm pretty dumb at this. That's okay. I'm a competent kindergarten art teacher. You're going to teach me like a kindergartner? Taipan. It's always okay, isn't it? The two of them had a full meal, and when it was time to go to bed, Shirching reluctantly called out to Guji, that, me and Softy have a big room. Timothy mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. I know. After Guru finished speaking, he walked into the next room and closed the door. Timothy huffed and puffed his way back to his room. She felt like wasting time sleeping now and wanted to spend every second with Guji, but there was no way Guji turned her away, so she could only cuddle Softy to sleep. Only she set a very early alarm, yet she tossed and turned all night just thinking about it. Early in the morning when he heard the alarm clock go off, Shirching couldn't wait to get up. Unexpectedly, she walked out of the bedroom and found that Guji had gotten up even earlier than her and was already preparing breakfast. Why are you awake so early? Shirching asked in surprise. Since I guessed you'd be awake early, I made breakfast for you even earlier. Upon hearing this, Shirching walked behind Gushir and hugged Gushir's waist while he was cooking. I'll like you more and more when you're like this, Timothy said. Auntie, let go. I have to cook. Guru was washing the vegetables. Unexpectedly, when Shirching saw Guji calling her little aunt with a stern face, she directly and excessively pinched Guji's waist. Tokihi-I. Guru dipped into the water from the faucet and flung Shirching. Yikes. It's cold. Shirching rubbed the water on her face and defiantly dipped her hand in the cool water and put her hand in Guji's collar. Guru was so iced up that he shrank a bit, helpless as Shirching slipped away quickly. Really? And calling me childish? Where do you look like you're in your 30s? He spat. Shirching poked her head out of the bedroom and said, meeting someone you like just makes you childish. She went back to her room to change into a piece of home clothes, lazy milk white, long hair falling down smooth shoulders, holding soft when she walked out, a gentle and virtuous wife and mother look. When Softy saw Gushir, she grinned and stretched out her little hand towards Gushir. Baba. Softly had already pronounced the words very clearly. and her hair was much longer than what she had seen before, and seemed to have inherited Shurching's genes, with dark and thick hair. I'm not your father. Guru took out the egg cake he had prepared for Softy and placed it on the table, along with a bit of vegetable noodles. Timothy put Softy in the baby seat. Softy called you daddy, so why don't you just answer? She laughed. Is this something you can just agree to? Guru put the baby utensils in Softy's hand. Be good and eat now. Baba eat gao gao. Softly used a spoon to scoop up a bit of the egg cake in front of herself, then handed it to Guru. Guru refused. You eat it, I have my own. Softly nuzzled her mouth in aggravation and looked at Shurching. Mama. Then give it to mommy. Mommy will eat it. Timothy handed the bowl over and told Softy to put the little piece of cake in his bowl. Softy speared another bit of noodles with a small fork and handed it to Guji. Baba face. You call brother and I'll eat. Guru guided Softy. Soft. Shurching directly took Guji's bowl over and had Softy put the noodles in it. Softy is going to share the goodies, aren't you? So good. Timothy smiled and stroked Softy's hair. Aha! Want! Softy's two short legs under the table rocked back and forth happily. Guji ate the small piece of noodles in the bowl, although he shouldn't have let Softy call him dad, but the soft and warm feeling in his heart, he liked it. It was a meal where Softy was in an excellent mood and ate a lot, and volunteered to eat fruit afterward. Only she always wanted to follow Guji. She was still not walking too steadily, dragging her favorite doll in her hand, trying to find Guji to play with. Guji is still going back and forth to clean up the dining table. Softy walks slowly after all. Reckless can't keep up with Guji's footsteps. Tim Ching watched the scene with a smile from the couch. Why don't you hug your daughter instead? She muttered vaguely. How do I? If my hands aren't clean? Guru reacted halfway through his sentence. This is your daughter. She misses you. You haven't even hugged her this time. She'll cry later, Shurching reminded. Only then did Guji turn back to look at Softy, who was gripping the pink doll with one hand and reaching upward with one hand with great effort, as if she wanted to try and get Guji to notice the tiny her. The eyes full of anticipation are so cute and adorable. A hug then? Guji washed his hands and squatted down to pick up Softy. Soft, After being picked up, Softy happily hugged Guji's neck, and seemed to be a bit shy as if she buried her head into Guji's shoulder. Guru patted the soft buttocks. So much in love with food. It was really more rounded than before. Didn't we agree to teach me how to draw? Come on. I'm ready. Timothy sat on a blanket in the living room as if she was ready to learn to paint. Not learn to draw. Guru walked over with Softy in his arms, and when he saw the array of things on the floor, he asked, when did you even buy paintbrushes? Some of them are for Softy, because I taught her about a lot of color shapes and such, so I just stopped by and bought some more paintbrushes. Let's teach you to draw peach blossoms. The kids in the older classes are learning that, Guru said, placing Softy on the blanket and letting Softy hold the doll and play by herself next to it. District Taipan? Don't you look down on me. Timothy clamped the drawing paper to the board and took a pink crayon. Then I'll teach you to paint peach trees first. Guru picked up a dark brown crayon, took a piece of paper, and after a few casual strokes, the form of a tree jumped out onto the paper. Tokihi's eyes would go. She picked up the brush and drew on the paper as she was supposed to. Perhaps you have a talent for drawing bugs. Guru gave a precise evaluation. No wonder Chi Lao used Shurching's paintings to paste the walls. Worms? Are you complimenting me or scolding me? Shurching's eyes held doubt. She wasn't sure if bugs were more difficult or less difficult. Didn't praise you or scold you. I just think you're suitable for drawing uglier things, Guru said. Shurching glared at Guji. This tree is skipped first. You taught me to draw peach blossoms. Peach blossoms, I can definitely do it. Okay. Guru directly dipped his index finger into some peach color paint, then dotted the trunk of the tree. 5 times for each flower. Exactly 5 petals. That's it? That's too easy. Shurching followed Guji's example and also pointed out a peach blossom. Guru nodded. Aha, not ugly. Shurching, who had been waiting for Guru's compliments, suddenly frowned. Can't you say something nice? It's just a little bit short of looking good, Guru seriously said. Shurching huffed and puffed, suddenly thought of something and proposed. You grabbed my hand and taught me to draw once. I can't find my hand just imitating your drawing. Okay, then I'll teach you again. Guru held Shurching's right hand, then drew on the paper. What you just drew is too raw, just like what the older kids drew, but the petals need to be heavier and then lighter, so they will be more layered. Listening to Guji's voice in her ear, Shurching's heart was in turmoil for a few beats. She turned her head slightly sideways and bent her eyes to look at Guji, her voice soft and gentle. If I paint peach blossoms well, can the people who like them like me? That moving cheek. Anyone who looks at it will have to say that it is more beautiful than a peach blossom. Guru just blinked in disbelief. When did you become so superstitious? It's just a painting. Ha! Shurching smiled bitterly. The romantic atmosphere just collapsed in an instant. The high light in her eyes was gone. At this time, Guji noticed Softy on the side, coloring those blank papers. Her two little hands and her body were covered in paint. Softy has a talent for matching colors. Guru Itwan thought about the colorful paintings that Softy had drawn. Oh my god! It was only then that Timothy noticed the equally colorful softness. I told you how this kid is so quiet when no one is holding him. She picked up Softy and ran toward the bathroom. Wait, I'll wash the baby first. Guru continued to look over the soft painting and muttered, if this painting was given to Chi Lao, it wouldn't even be glued to the wall. In no time, Shurching skillfully washed Softy white and fragrant, changed into clean clothes, and placed them on the sofa. But Softy was clearly still intent on grabbing the crayons. Seeing this, Guru suggested, you can buy Softy a dress to wear while painting, so that she can paint to her heart's content. Today is the first time she took a brush to draw. Maybe it's just a momentary interest. If he really likes it in the future, it's not too late to buy it for him, except that it always seems like she shouldn't like drawing. It's more or less the same as if she liked boxing as much as I do. Soft looks very quiet. Shouldn't like boxing, Guru analyzed. You've seen my talent for drawing, and even if she likes it later, she'll probably be just as bad as I am. It's not always the case. Like me, my parents couldn't draw, but my grandpa could draw. He taught me a little bit when I was a kid and I loved it then. That's right too. Timothy nodded in agreement. There was really no way to tell about this kind of thing. Say, are you scheduled to stay home today? Nothing else you want to do? Gu Resource asked tentatively. Today is the anniversary of the death of Shurching's father. It is unlikely that Shurching will forget. Even if now still talking and laughing, perhaps the heart will be uncomfortable. He wanted to use the limited time to accompany Shurching again to do something she wanted to do. My dad is in the country, and I know that's why you came to stay with me this time. Too bad I can't go back to see him right now. But then, Timothy took out a small wallet from a drawer in the living room and opened it to reveal a picture inside. It's enough to see a picture of him. It was an ID photo of a man whose face was expressionless, but you could see the kind brows, like a softer person, and still of a spirited age. Only the photo was a little old and faded. This is your father? Guru asked. It was vaguely obvious from her eyebrows that Shurching looked a lot like her father. Aha, that's the only picture I have with me, and a lot of the rest of them are in the country. And my dad took a lot of pictures of himself and his life, and a lot of pictures of us together, just to leave them with me, so I'd have something to think about later on when I'm alone. No wonder you're so good looking. Your dad is very handsome. Guru recalled the appearance of Shurching's mother that he had seen in Juncheng group before. Although Shurching's mother was very fierce, but you could also see that the features were very standard. Shurching this has inherited the excellent genes of his parents. Really? Can't you just praise me for looking good? Obviously very good words have changed in your mouth. Shurching muttered with a resigned face. At that moment, Softy, who was on the side, reached out her little hand and grabbed it carelessly, wailing as she did so. Softy seems hungry. I'll go feed him. Timothy got up and went to make food for Softy. Guru, on the other hand, picked up that wallet and eyed the picture of Shurching's dad. He picked up a blank piece of paper and found the pen he had brought with him when he arrived, and traced the lines. When Shurching made the baby meal and fed Softy, she smoothly put Softy to sleep. It was only then that she realized that Guji was brushing and painting on the drawing paper. Seeing the side face of Guji's serious painting, Shurching's heart seemed to jump a beat wrongly. No wonder the man who reads seriously is the most handsome. She kind of understood today. What are you drawing here in peace and quiet? She moved over and sat next to Guji. The moment she saw the contents of the drawing paper, her gaze was slightly stunned. The familiar face, the familiar form, put her in a trance for a moment. You looked at a picture of my father's front face when he was young and drew a full-body portrait of him later? Shurching was a bit surprised. It's just that he's drawn older and thinner. And I guessed he'd be thinner than he was before when I heard you say that life used to be hard, and that he'd be tired of taking care of you all by himself. It's really similar. Shurching looked at the figure on the paper. Memories from when she lived with her father flooded her mind and filled her eyes. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and asked Guji with a smile, "Can you draw another one? I have a lot of good memories with my dad in my head, but no one helped take pictures of them back then, so I feel bad." "Yeah, you describe it. It was in a small house, with only one typhoon on to save electricity, and there was a wooden table, and my dad and I sat at the table, and well, there was a storybook." "Does your dad read you bedtime stories?" "Yeah, he said that other little kids have people telling bedtime stories, and his Emily has to have one too. By the way, there are strawberries on the table that he bought me. He knows I love them." "So good. Of course, there are many more." Unconsciously, the two chatted for a long time, and the soft originally came together to stick beside Guji, and at the moment had fallen asleep leaning against Guji, with her small hand still grasping the corner of Guji's coat. Say, since you know that today is the anniversary of my dad's death, you should also know that it's my birthday, right? Shurching looked at Guji with a slight anticipation in her eyes. Aha, but I didn't prepare a birthday present. Mom and Dad said you don't celebrate birthdays. Guru was honest. Stupid, Timothy muttered. Guru drew the scene that Shurching had described to him casually on the drawing paper, because he seriously imagined the coziness and the kind of scene that Shurching was talking about, and wanted to express the warmth that Shurching recalled in his mind with a paintbrush. So in the process of painting, it was as if he had walked step by step into Shurching's memories, into the warmest depths of Shurching's memories. You're leaving tomorrow, right? Time had never felt like it was going so fast, and how she wanted it to stop for the night. Longer and longer. You can leave at noon, and I'll help you make lunchboxes for a couple extra days during the day and put them in the fridge. There's no class in the morning of the day after tomorrow, so it's not too late, Guru said. The moonlight gently shines into the living room, this corner of heaven and earth where the two Manhwa are located. Quiet, only the tiny sound of the paintbrush rubbing on the paper, which every minute and every second are being experienced by the time Ching in detail. Will you be able to return to the country by this time next year? Guru suddenly asked. Try to, because I want to go see my dad. Where is he? Tranquil Mausoleum. At those words, Guji nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I am not going to forget what I told you at the tea house, and when the time comes, I will come and find you, if you are still single. Shurching said. Ah, looks like I'm going to have to run for cover. I'll find you wherever you run. And what if I get a girlfriend? You'll be my aunt like you used to be, right? Guru looked at Shurching, and the question made her thoughts stall. If Guru really has a girlfriend, Shurching hadn't really thought about it that way, and it seemed that in this matter with Guji, she, the one who did everything twice, subconsciously didn't dare to think of a bad outcome. I'm going to eat meat the first day you're gone, and you're going to prepare me a lunchbox of meat. She changed the subject, just not wanting to make the chat too hurtful on this last night. What about the next day? Meat too. Day 3? Meat. Do you like meat that much? What if you get tired of eating it? Guru remembered that when Shurching went to eat at home, she still only ate lean meat, so she should be very afraid of getting tired of it. You don't understand. I'm turning my grief into an appetite. Sad? You're sad because you miss your dad? Guru asked. Guru, you're really stupid. Shurching looked at Guji in anger. Why do you say that? I guessed wrong? Guru was a bit puzzled. When you saw your father's portrait, your eyes were clearly filled with longing. At those words, Shurching turned to Guji, both hands caressing Guji's face, and the silent living room resounded with a soft voice. Take another good look at what's in my eyes. Those slightly glowing eyes, holding the color of the moon, reflected Guji's appearance. Guru met those eyes, wanting to speak, and only said, lens, snap, a soft thud. Shurching slapped Guji's face. You hit me. Guru covered her face, looking stunned. I'm going back to bed. He stood up and was about to leave when he realized that Softy, who had been leaning against him next to him, was about to collapse onto the blanket without support. Subconsciously, he held his hand over his soft face. That fleshy cheek flesh, warm and soft, was in the palm of his hand. Softy was still asleep. Sit down for a while longer. Timothy spoke softly. Guru sat back down and put Softy in his arms, letting Softy lean against him comfortably. Looking at this cozy scene, Shurching suggested, there's no camera here. Why don't you draw us as well? Painting the moment you slapped me in the face? Shurching glared angrily at Guji and said grimly, I'm going to beat you up sooner or later. I'm kidding. Guru regretted saying that. Where could he, a painter, beat a boxer? He honestly drew the scene of the three sitting in the living room, though on this visit, he hadn't brought any paints, only charcoal pencils, and his drawings were all in black and white, but to the eyes of both men, one sheet, all in glorious color. Don't touch me, you. Guru felt that while painting, Shurching's hand had been restlessly reaching into his arms, intentionally or unintentionally touching his chest. Don't be self-absorbed. I'm touching the baby. Tim Ching laughed. Guru moved Softy, who had slept in a heap, into Shurching's arms. Touch it. Bigger kids don't get touched? No. Guru did not hesitate. Che, Shurching said disdainfully, when I return home, you don't want me to catch me out, caught in the act. Rua to baloney. Then I'll protect myself. Guru said, drawing the Shurching in the portrait in a ferocious manner. You painted me so ugly. Shurching blankly eyed Guru. Aha. Guru had a rebellious look on his face. Don't you dare next time. Childish ghosts. Watching Guji drawing, Shurching got sleepy in no time. hugging the softness in his arms and slowly leaning on Guji's shoulder. Guru placed a pillow on the floor and let Shirching lie down smoothly on the blanket, then covered Shirching and Softy with a quilt. He himself walked into the kitchen, moving gingerly. Next day, morning, when Shirching woke up, she saw the shimmering light shining through the curtains on the drawing board next to her. The three of them on the drawing board were snuggling, and she was originally drawn as fierce. It was also modified into a gentle look, but when I looked around, the person who had drawn the picture was gone. Guru? She called out softly, thinking that Gu Chu had gone to his room to sleep, but when she walked into the room, she only saw a note on the bed. Skip the goodbye step. There's a lunchbox in the fridge for the next few days. Shirching went to open the refrigerator, and saw the neatly arranged bento boxes, some of which were still warm to the touch. The self-interested child. Shirching changed, dressed Softy, ran out of the house with Softy in his arms, and drove to the airport. The accommodation is secluded, not too far from the airport, and the journey is unobstructed. She anxiously called Gu Ji, and after a few busy line tones, she only heard a voice prompt. The number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please dial again later. At that point, Timothy slowed his car down to pull over. She looked up, to a passing airplane overhead. Hang up and jump to WeChat. It seemed that what she wanted to say could not be typed phonetically for a long time. She could not, indeed, say goodbye. It wasn't until the plane was out of sight that Shirching returned the way he came and jumped his phone to the calendar screen. It turns out that every minute, every second of Guru's absence can become so long. Upon returning to his place, Timothy looked at the empty house. As far as the eye could see, there were traces of where Guji had stayed. Such a feeling of falling short made Tokihi gasp. It's as if a whole piece of my heart is empty. She soulfully organized the paintings left behind by Guji, clipped it in a book and kept it. Softy grabbed her sleeve and blinked her big eyes. Daddy! Shirching sighed helplessly. It flew away. Softy pouted, upset, as if she was going to cry. Shirching suddenly thought of something and took out her cell phone to leave a message on Guji's WeChat. Softy can't find you. She's been crying. Call me back afterward. Perfection. Guji, who got off the airplane, rushed to the kindergarten and slept the whole way, but his spirit was a little better. He then had a free moment to look at his phone, turning off its airplane mode as a WeChat message from Timothy Ching popped up above him. He replied, I just got to kindergarten. Shirching seemed to have been waiting, and when she saw Guji reply, she directly popped the video call in seconds. When he answered, he saw that Shirching was wearing pajamas and was holding Softy in his arms. Baba. Softy was so happy to see Guji that she danced around. Told you to call me brother. Guru's eyes had been on the road in front of him, and he hadn't looked at the screen at all. Brother is going to go teach the kids a lesson, so we'll talk next time. Be good. He waved, then hung up. Yikes. Softy was so anxious that she was about to cry when she saw Guji disappear. Shirching was also a bit lost, not expecting Guji to hang up so quickly. Softy, good boy. When you grow up a little more, you can go to kindergarten to find him. Shirching coaxed Softy, nah, soft to grow up fast. Be a good boy and go to bed. And eat more meals tomorrow too. Ho. Softy lay down obediently and tucked herself into bed. Shirching, on the other hand, sent another message to Guji. Soft just did not want to go to sleep, crying and saying that tomorrow you want a video with you. /sigh.jpg. After a long time, Guji, who was busy with his work in the evening, replied. Shirching was in the middle of a meeting. When he heard the special tone, he paused in his unfinished words and directly opened his cell phone to read the message. Guji, I'll record a video of myself and send it to you. You can show it to her every day. Gujin, video. Guru was very quick to send a 30s positive face video. Or not talking. Sitting on the bed to read a book in his spare time to shoot. The whole time did not look at the camera a few times. Bang! Timothy slapped the conference table with his big hand. Good one. Guru. Really smart. She pinched her brow and exuded a somber aura around her. And the conference room was like a dark cloud that no one dared to speak. Looks like someone owes her $8 million. Or like she just came out of a meeting at home after a fight with her husband. Dismissed. Throughout the day, Shirching was puffed up and looked at nothing in particular. She carefully planned to use Softy to talk to Guji more, but it turned out that no setup worked for Guji. Although she was angry, she ate the bento that Guji had made for her cleanly, with nothing left over. And she, who would normally look at her computer while eating, was focused and extremely engaged while eating the bento made by Guji. This bento was the faggot she had dreamed of experiencing. But Softy didn't have the bento that Guji had made for her, so she could only stare blearily at the bento box in front of Shirching. She knew it was Guji's doing. What's wrong? Be a good boy and eat from your own bowl, Timothy said. Thinking of Dad. softly stirred the noodles in the bowl. Daddy go. The noodles don't smell good anymore. Didn't we agree to eat more and grow up faster? Shirching reasoned with Softy. You will definitely see him again in the future. Your task now is to eat obediently. To video. Softy blinked her big eyes at Timothy. Thinking of something, Shirching picked up his cell phone and turned on the video function. Softy, say that again. Dad. Want the video. Want Daddy. I want Daddy to hold. Daddy come back soon. Softly cooperating with the hilarity, Shirching successfully sent the video to Gu Shi. At this moment, Gu Shi, who was watching a TV series with Gu Yunshan Su Shi after dinner, had his cell phone ring a little. Seeing that it was a message from Shirching, Guru casually clicked on it. A milky cry of Daddy was extremely noticeable in the living room. Guru quickly lowered the volume of his cell phone. Who is this? Su Shi, who was not far away, asked. I'm brushing up on my video. Guru noticed Gu Yunshan next to him coming over as he fumbled to view the screen. Gu Yunshan pointed at Gu Ji's demeanor and analyzed it with a detective-like acumen. Look at how vain you are. Who has a weak heart? Guru smiled awkwardly. If his parents see Softy calling him dad, it's hard to say anything with his mouth open. Don't I know you well enough? Gu Yunshan leaned back on the sofa with his arms wrapped around his chest, his gaze like a torch as he sized up Gu Ji. Son, tell the truth. Are you, WH? What? Guru was slightly nervous when he met Gu Yunshan's serious eyes, and thought that he had really given Gu Yunshan a guess or two or three. Are you starting to like kids and want to fall in love? Gu Yunshan asked. Maybe after becoming a kindergarten teacher just. Big data well. Just push these little children to me. Guru was visibly relieved. You know what I just thought of? Gu Yunshan sighed emotionally. Hearing you holding your cell phone and listening to the child inside calling for his father. I felt like seeing you become a father in the future. And then I'll be a grandfather. Hey, it's beautiful to think about it. Guru faked a smile. Then you can take your time to think about it here. And when you've thought about it enough, accept the reality before it's too late. He finished and took his cell phone back inside, only to hear Gu Yunshan shout behind him. Bastard boy. It's not just a matter of time before you get a wife. Gu Shi, who had returned to his room, then opened his cell phone and helplessly sent a message back to Shirching. Gu Shi, I won't video until you teach Softy to call her brother. Seeing the message, Shirching also gagged and stopped talking to Gu Ji. It was just that there were quite a few bento lunches Gu Ji had made for her, and her refrigerator was still huge. Being angry with Gu Ji, and still eating the delicious bento that Gu Ji had made, it seems to eat and then it just takes the edge off again. She opened the video Gu Ji had sent earlier, and there was only a small nightlight above her bed before she went to sleep. Gu Ji was reading a book with thin-framed glasses, concentrating seriously, glancing perfunctorily at the camera from time to time. It was perfunctory, but she favored it. It even felt like the kid couldn't get enough of it. Is it a durable look? She never gave up easily on what she had made up her mind, and since there was no way to start now, and the path she could take was blocked by Gu Ji, a straight man, it was always okay for her to ask someone else for advice, right? She quickly went online to the game and sent a message to her friend CC God, do you know how to get close to the opposite sex? I don't know how long it took to get a reply sometime after that avatar lit up. See, if it were me, I would let the other person see me all the time without disturbing him, her, and make him, her think of me even if she is in a different place. When she saw this message, Shirching instantly had a sense of epiphany of a village in the dark. Worthy of a CC God. I've come to my senses. /likes.jpg. CC is so knowledgeable. Is he already in a stable relationship? She imagined her best friend, to be a young man of rare composure, who now seemed to have a knack for relationships. So how could such a person be single? I've never been in love. Tim Chang, equals? No way. And someone like that would be single? It was hard for her to think of a reason. It couldn't be that someone so nice to talk to would be a super unbeatable rare big straight guy, could it? Back to her mind. She now remembered the chat with her best friend but there is a kind of, one dare to say and one dare to believe. However, after thinking about it internally, she agreed with what her friend said about this method and decided to give it a try. Keywords, let the other person see it all the time. Let the other person's mind always think of it. Good. She learned. For a while, Guru did not receive any news from Shirching. I thought I would go my own way until my 2-year appointment, but I didn't realize. On that very morning, Guru went to work at the kindergarten after breakfast as usual. However, just as he walked on the road to the kindergarten, his entire body was subconsciously stunned in place. On his way to work, the billboards on both sides of the street were all replaced with pictures of Shirching for some reason. Guru stood still and rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had gotten up violently. However, a poster, Walk 2 steps for 3 hours secretary. All of them are various advertisements and endorsements, ranging from daily necessities such as toothpaste and facial cleanser, food and juice, to national products such as clothing and jewelry. Along the way, nearly 100 posters. Guru, who had always had a strong memory, surprisingly did not see any duplicates. What's going on? Clearly yesterday it wasn't. Guru walked towards the kindergarten in puzzlement, wondering and speculating the whole way. Are times running out? Who is too busy to hate the chairman of the 8-legged film and television company personally come out to shoot this kind of miscellaneous endorsements? He spat in his heart brokenly, only feeling that the bald man washing his head must have a reason. Arriving at the kindergarten and walking into the office, Guru once again froze in place. The entire office of the art team, the original empty space on the wall, were all hung with Shurching's endorsement posters, again in an unseen style. Not even on the light-blocking curtains in the office. Guru was in the middle of it, and had the feeling that the kindergarten he was in had been overrun and completely reduced to someone's showplace. Seeing that the other teachers were ignoring him, he didn't ask any questions and went to the art classroom with his paraphernalia normally. Unbeknownst to me, the art classroom has also fallen in. After finishing the morning class against a circle of posters of Shurching, Gu resigned and went to the cafeteria to eat. It turned out that the small display in the teacher's cafeteria was also full of Toki Hiromi, only this time it's a motion commercial with lines in style. Throughout the meal, when you look up, you can hear Shurching, and when you don't look up, you can hear Shurching's voice. Thoroughly unable to understand this behavior, he went to ask the head gardener, who wanted to know what was going on. The director of the garden just prevaricated. Oops, will not affect anything. In addition to the streets outside, our garden posters can be put away at any time. It is not thinking of earning a little bit of it. That can't be posted that much, right? Guru had a helpless look on his face. There's even one in front of the toilet. Cough cough. The director pushed his glasses. You can rest assured that the money earned, all used in the children. You also know, our garden is after all private. The corner of the land is remote, but also small. The years are also long. Indoor needs renovation. The teacher said that the office wall skin falling off have said several times, and the outdoor facilities are all faded. It's time to replace them. The kindergarten cafeteria has been eating significantly richer food for a while now. And it's also the director who makes money off of that? Yes. Didn't you see someone come to videotape it before? That was to promote the kindergarten. And in the future I want to expand the area and take in more children. The head of the garden said in a serious tone. If you think it's too much, I'll try to get them to remove some of it. You think it's okay, don't you? Okay. Guji didn't say anything more. Only that this whole day, even if he worked seriously and didn't think about Shurching, his sight would break into that figure. Each poster, collected and held, is mature and atmospheric. The only ones that hung near his desk were the ones he looked at long enough to realize they were a little different from the others. That slightly raised expression and winking eyes and a couple of moves with a little heart. Ruffling hair, hooking fingers, touching lips. It's really evocative. He couldn't help but open Shurching's circle of friends with some curiosity, wanting to see what Shurching had been up to for a while. I didn't expect to click on it and have a flurry of updates. All day long, all sharing life. Each entry comes with a selfie of yourself and a soft photo. Because he doesn't usually brush his friend circle, he doesn't pay attention to any of his friends posting anything until he thinks about it. This is also in business? Guru scratched his head, uncertain, but he vaguely realized there was a hint of something wrong. When Shurching was open for business before, she would block out Softy's face. How could she send out Softy's photo directly? That's setting permissions? Guru casually clicked on the dynamics, and sure enough, there were so many that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had liked. He just flipped through it without looking at it again. Only every day after that he looked at Shurching's posters on his way to work, listened to Shurching's voice in the cafeteria at noon, and saw Shurching's circle of friends at night. Even on weekends, when you're at home and swiping your phone, you can see the timeless movie promotion on which Timothy shows up. The days without Shurching were all about Shurching. He knows Shurching's daily movements and all her recent developments. Days like this passed by and seemed to go by much faster than usual. That 2-year appointment set by Shurching was quickly approaching. Gu Shi, who had almost forgotten about this matter, still saw the friend circle that Shurching had posted, a picture of a calendar, and only then suddenly remembered. At the same time, he remembered the note that Shurching had made at the tea house back then. Should not come for Real? Deep cell phone message. Unprecedentedly, Guji received a short WeChat message from Shurching. Shiching, see you at the tea house tomorrow night. Really remember that. Guru scratched his hair. Where was he going to find a girlfriend to block the arrow in such a short time? Suddenly, he remembered something and opened his phone, logging into the game. For the first time in a rare while, he took the initiative to send a message to his friend QQ. See, can you do me a favor? I'd like to tie you up as a couple, deal with some stuff, and get out of it when it's over. It's okay if I can't. Because of the message reminder turned on, Shirching saw the pop-up notification after a while, and when she came online, she saw Guji's message, which she agreed to without much hesitation. QQ, you can. After all, you've helped me before. How do I do it? See, application for relationship. QQ, bound to be in a relationship. With that, both of them simultaneously saw an additional pink heart icon above their names. See, thank you. I'll contact you later. Guru breathed a sigh of relief. This would prove that there was a girlfriend, right? Just need to make some guy die tomorrow night. Shirching on the other end looked at the logo and seemed to understand something. Cope with things with this? I'm afraid I'm not going to cope with the girls. No wonder you're single. Next day, evening, Guru went to that lighted tea house at that time of the year. Still in that corner spot. It was just that Shirching seemed to pigeonhole him on purpose, making him wait at the tea house for quite a while. It wasn't until the night had made the tea house's lights look like one of 10,000 lights that they finally saw Shirching walking and appearing in front of the tea house. There was also an umbrella in his hand, the very same umbrella that was taken away from Guru during that year. Shirching walked over and sat across from Guji. The two stared at each other wordlessly for a few seconds, as if gauging the other for any changes. When the owner of the tea house saw Guru and Shirching, he quickly served tea to the two of them, and placed the note Shirching had written back then on the table in passing and left. Let's get right to the point. You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? Shirching spoke confidently with the look of knowing everything already. The same goes for Guru. Sorry, kinda. A sentence that made Shirching's face stiffen. How? How is that possible? You lied to me, didn't you? She had obviously asked around at Gu Yunshan and Su Shi that Guji had always been alone and kept her distance from all the female teachers at the kindergarten. It's true, Guru said with conviction. Timothy was silent and took a sip of tea. Ryoga asked, is it your childhood friend's little girl? Guru shook his head. No. Tokihei was even more surprised. Meeting someone new and getting together so quickly? Is it one of those love at first sight? Like it very much? Inexplicably, the heart was bitter. You don't believe it? Guru asked. Not quite convinced. Timothy's voice sank. Instead of not believing it, I don't want to believe it. Then I'll show you. Watching Guru take out his cell phone, which did look like something was wrong, Shirching's entire heart went cold. And the hot tea that had been cooked just right was flooded with bitterness. She thought Guji would open her girlfriend's picture to show her, but she didn't expect Guji to jump her phone to the game lover's relationship page. Timothy glanced at it and his eyes were pulled back. Seems like I see something familiar. Take another look at. When he saw that familiar avatar, and the familiar game interface, cough, she choked, and the tea in her hand accidentally spilled on her dress. Guru drew out a few paper towels and helped Shirching wipe it off. You don't have to be so surprised that I have a girlfriend, isn't that normal? He said. Are you sure this is your girlfriend? Timothy pointed to that avatar of himself on his cell phone screen. Yeah, what's the problem? Then I want to see your chats. Oi, no. Guru quickly pressed his cell phone. None of the fake records of him and his friend QQ had been deleted yet. It's private, he emphasized. Privacy? Who knows if you're lying to me? Shirching changed her loss just now. Her face couldn't hide her smile. What if you just found a random person to tie up a game relationship to bring over to cheat me? Do you think my head is stupid? In fact, she almost believed it just now. Guji immediately had a feeling that he was going to reveal himself and stammered. Anyway, I can't look at it now, because I just chatted with him last night about some private topics. It's very private content. You just need to know that I have a girlfriend. The chat log or don't look at it. You had a private conversation with her? Shirching laughed and looked at Guji. You still talk about private topics? Guru frowned. Why are you asking so much? Yeah, I won't ask about that. Let me ask. Do your parents know about you having a girlfriend? Shirching asked. They don't know yet. Guru's brain raced as he explained. Because my girlfriend and I have been dating for a relatively short period of time. I plan to tell them after a while. Oh so? Tokihei covered her face with one hand and laughed even more. You've been laughing like that since a while ago. I'm just getting a girlfriend. Is that so funny? Guru looked at Shirchang with a puzzled face. He didn't understand. What was so funny about this? No, I just think that you've made a good girlfriend. Well, she is indeed very good. I like her very much, Guru said. Really? You like her a lot? When, of course, if I don't like it, how can I be with her? Guji was slightly vain on his face. I still don't believe it. When will you show me your chat records with her? Then I can believe you. Otherwise, I'll have to tell your parents about this good news. No way. Guru hurriedly dissuaded. She and I have just been dating for a short while. We haven't even gotten started yet. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. He thought to himself that if he told his parents this lie, his parents might actually believe that he had a girlfriend, and then he wouldn't be able to explain it. Then I'll have to help you keep your secret? This thing is really troublesome. Shurching pretended to have a difficult face. Guru took a red ticket from his jacket pocket and put it in Shurching's hand. This is all the cash, as hush money. Hush money? Shurching returned the $100 to Gu Shur. Don't. Can't you seal $100? Guru asked. He felt like he was going to lose the other 100 in his pocket. Forget about the hush money. I'm also back in the country now, so you can spend more time with me, Shurching said. No, I have a kindergarten class to teach. It's not like I said I wanted you to stay with me every day. Didn't you ask me to come back before my birthday this year before? I worked hard for a long time to make it back for that comment of yours, and in a few days it will be time for you to come and stay with me. I was just asking you then. I didn't say I had to have you back as soon as possible. I feel it. You miss me, don't you? Timothy bent his eyes and smiled. Guru gave a helpless heave. That's not true. It's just that I see you every day and I'm about to be brainwashed by you. You see those pictures of me every day, but you don't send me a message to compliment me once. My heart is so cold. Then I'll try to stay away from you and not ice you. Guru got up and was just about to leave when Shurching called out to him. The umbrella is back to you. Shurching gave the umbrella to Guji. Aha, I'll see you on your birthday. After Guru finished speaking, he took his umbrella and left. Today's tea, is it still bitter? The tea house owner asked Shurching. Not bitter. Timothy shook his head and laughed. It's sweet. Back home, Guji opened the mobile game to play. He all the way to think about how to create some fake chat records with the game friend QQ. This kind of favor is not too difficult to say out. But just then, his game buddy QQ sent him a message. QQ, did things go well? Seeing this, Guji had no choice but to be honest. See, it's not going well, because there were no chat records. The other party didn't believe we were a couple. QQ, I can be a good guy to the end. What do you think? Guru unexpectedly, his friend QQ said something like this. See, will you help me? QQ, you can. It's easy, we just need to talk about some intimate topics. Then you can delete the irrelevant words. It's perfect. See, intimate words? Like what? QQ, I really miss you. See, that's it? QQ, of course not. We have to use intimate terms of address, so as to appear to be on good terms. See, what should I call you? The QQ on the opposite side looked like it had guessed that Guji would ask this, and returned a message in seconds. Sister. For some reason, Guji inexplicably felt as if something was strange, but thinking that QQ was also there to help him, he typed cooperatively, in order to create the right chat. See, sister. This time there was a pause across the room for a few moments. QQ, it's too hard. You have to say good evening and miss me. See, good evening sis. I miss you. QQ, baby is good. Guru frowned slightly between his brows. Not that he resented it, but he always felt that his best friend, whom he had known for many years, had a sense of trustworthiness in this area. QQ, I'll send you a sexy dress. You wear it and take pictures for me. How about it? Guru realized that his friend QQ was deliberately saying such things to rack up the chat logs. He racked his brain and tried to say things he never would. See, I'll send one to my sister too. Do you want it? Guji, who had sent this message, couldn't wait to give himself 3 big mouths. He wanted to vomit when he read this himself. QQ address is X Street XXX no. X Street, X District, Liuqing City, Tel 135 ****** 6868. At the end of this message, a fraud prevention warning popped up for the platform. Guji at this end of the screen froze in place. Good guy. How did he really send the address over? And, or is it the same city? Just as he was thinking, another message came from the QQ on the other side. QQ, I wear XL. I want black lace, not too much fabric. You like it. The platform popped up again and even reminded Guru that he could report it. QQ, baby, what size do you wear? Send me both your upper and lower body sizes. It was a fake anyway, so Guru hesitated and then gave it a go. See, XXL. You can buy whatever you want. I like everything you buy. I don't know. But then sent an address of a courier station near his home medical center. QQ, yeah, we're in the same city, baby, and I'd love to meet up and show you what I'm wearing. See, I want to see you in black lace too. Guru's hands were shaking. QQ, we'll make a date for tomorrow night. I'll go to your neighborhood and find a hotel to wait for you. 8 o'clock. QQ/flyingkisses.jpg. Seeing this one flying kiss emoji, Guji felt that the kiss went straight through the screen and booped him on the face. His whole body froze in place. This was too real, wasn't it? It was said with style. His best friend is an actor? See okay sis. I'll be there. QQ, do you mind if I bring my camera over? I'd love to take pictures of us in love. See, I'll do whatever you want. Sister. Guru has given up struggling. What the opposite side says is what it is. He only needs to agree. This chat record is even a success. QQ picture. Baby, I've already booked a car for tomorrow. Guru clicked to take a look. The whole person froze in place. The opposite side of the friend QQ actually really booked a car. Exactly tomorrow night. He finally couldn't resist the outburst of drama and asked, "See, are you serious?" QQ. "See, I won't go. You have someone you like. It won't work out." Guru's tone was serious, but it was paired with an emoticon that hit the bleat. QQ, you say that He made me angry. I broke up with him, and now I'm single. Oh. QQ/flyingkisses.jpg. You were clearly acting so fond of it before, and then you just fell out? Inexplicably. He felt that his friend QQ seems to have suddenly changed, like a stolen number. QQ, how about you come to me? Let's take a picture together. It's more useful than any chat logs. See, don't be ridiculous. This is enough. Thank you. Guru declined decisively without even thinking about it. He deleted the chat log and then took a screenshot and sent it to Shirching. Guji, should you believe me? I already have a girlfriend. Don't think about chasing me in the future. Opposite seconds back. Shirching, can't you chase after your girlfriend? Guru stopped replying. He felt that this little aunt of his was getting crazier and crazier. He also had to be busy preparing to meet and bond with the new kids afterward. And when he finished giving Shirching his birthday, it was time for him to distance himself from him. A few days later, the tranquil mausoleum. Shirching got off the car alone and walked into the mausoleum. And just as he got off the car, he saw a figure at the entrance of the mausoleum. Auntie, good morning, Guru said. Why did you come earlier than me? Shirching was a bit surprised, because it was just now dawn. She had wanted to come to see her father at sunrise, and although Guji had promised to accompany her, she hadn't expected Guji to come as early as she did. Guru faintly said, "It just so happened that I wanted to watch the sunrise, so I came a little early." You'd want to do something romantic like that too? I'm actually not boring. Guru followed behind Shirching. He felt that today's Shirching was obviously a lot more serious, talking less and not joking. He didn't know how Timothy's father had died on Timothy's birthday, but it was obvious that the knot weighed disproportionately heavy on Timothy, only to see Shirching holding a large bouquet of white chrysanthemums and stopping in front of a tombstone. Father, Shirwei Chen's grave. She was just about to put the white chrysanthemum down when she saw a cake in front of the headstone. Who's that? Put the cake here. Auntie, I want to eat it. You open it, Guru said. Shirching blankly eyed Guru. Why are you so greedy? This may be someone else. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Guji unwrapping the cake. Hey, you, look, Auntie. Guru pointed to the small sign decorating the cake with the words printed on it. To my baby girl, Ching Ching, happy birthday. Shirching put the white chrysanthemum aside and looked at the words on it with a stunned expression. So it's your dad's birthday cake for you, Guru said. Shirching looked at Guji and clearly understood everything. Do I look stupid? She asked. Don't break it. Anyway, your dad would definitely want to give you another birthday and would want yours to be a fun, relaxing one. The self-interested child, Shirching said, looking at the photo on the tombstone, a touch of wetness crossing the bottom of his eyes. The day her father left this world, she was already convinced in her mind that he would never be able to spend her birthday with her again. But I didn't expect that today. Gu resigned to let her re-feel the happiness that was once about to dissipate. Well, I get to hug you as a little nephew. Guji walked forward and gently hugged Shirching, while reminding, if you wail and cry in front of the juniors, I'm going to laugh at you. Who oinks and cries? Shirching's tears froze and she pummeled Guji twice in indignation. The soft warm yellow light of sunrise poured down on the two men, but it was extraordinarily warm. Can we have cake now? I came on an empty stomach, Guru asked. He asked the cake maker in advance. Early in the morning specially made the cake. Is afraid that Shirching will come very early. He was afraid to be too late. He did not even eat before coming. Then you cut it. It had been too long since Timothy had a birthday. You're so stupid. You haven't made a wish yet. Guru strictly followed the process to celebrate Shirching's birthday, putting in the candles prepared in advance and then putting on Shirching's birthday hat. You have a big head. He kept adjusting his birthday hat. Looking for a fight, aren't you? Forget I said that. By the way, I didn't bring a lighter. Shirching suddenly remembered. Guru then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the candle. Make a wish, he said. It's pretty well prepared. Timothy sat on the ground and made a wishing gesture with his hands. Soon, she slowly blew out the candle, which was mixed with a warm breeze. It's like the old days when her dad was there for her birthday and blew out the candles with her. I was short on time this time and the cake was made a little small, so I'll get your dad a big piece. Guru directly cut out half of the cake, put it on a plate, and set it in front of the tombstone. The rest was half for him and half for Shurching. Shurching took the cake in her hand and ate it, the long-lost feeling taking her out of her mind. Cake, also her favorite strawberry cake. Guru shared a few more of his strawberries with Shi Chen. Looking at Guji's docile demeanor, Shurching couldn't help but snicker. You're being filial to your father-in-law? Don't you talk nonsense. Guru frowned. As soon as she swept Guru, Shurching said to the picture on the tombstone, Dad, this is the person I like. Oh. What for? You're babbling again. Look at him. Dad. He's not quite there yet. Go to his dreams and help me persuade him. Shurching. Ha ha. The two walked out of the mausoleum, and Chi Rui, who was waiting outside the car, could not help but be stunned for a moment when he saw Shurching. After so many years, it was the first time she had seen Shurching come out of the mausoleum with a smile on this day of the year. It's like not coming to pay your respects, but reuniting with a loved one for a moment. Sure Dong, back at the office? She asked. Send him to kindergarten first. Timothy smiled and got into the back seat of the car. Guru followed closely behind. What do you mean send me to kindergarten? I'm going to work. Okay. The car had just pulled away from the mausoleum when another car pulled up at the entrance to the mausoleum. The woman, all in black, got out of the car. She walked right in, stopping purposefully at the tombstone with the cake on it. Then he drew a white rose from his sleeve. For Sam, it's been a long time since I came to see you. Song Jun Rhythm gazed at the picture on the tombstone, then placed the white rose behind it. It's like they're afraid to put it out in the open and want to hide it. She stood in front of the tombstone for a long time, looked at the cake, and said faintly, Go back. Won't you stay a little longer like you used to? The assistant asked. After all these years, all that needs to be said, and all that shouldn't be said, has been said. Song Jun Rhythm decisively left, as if unwilling to stay longer. Only when a wisp of warm and balmy wind crossed his face, the memories of the deceased once again surged to his heart. Besides, she came by. I didn't think she'd be able to spend her birthday here, so she doesn't need my company, she said, getting in the car. The car was far away, and the sight that lingered on that tombstone slowly skimmed over it. Bye, Auntie. Guru reached the kindergarten door and waved his hand. Shurching rolled down the window and didn't say anything, but smiled and kissed Guji through the air. Guru tactically leaned back and waved away that kiss in the air before trotting into the kindergarten. Timeless films and television. Where's Softy? Timothy walked into the office. Since she was going to the mausoleum early in the morning and the babysitter wasn't there, she left Softy at the office, and she remembered that she had asked Softy to wait for her in the office. Chi-Rui smiled helplessly. You didn't read the company group, did you? That little ancestor you gave birth to can't stay at all and is running around the company. Ask what floor the run is on. I'll go over there now. Timothy walked out of the office. Softy is now 3.5 years old, somehow not as well behaved as when he was a child, more and more mischievous and bold, like a boy. Based on what the employees in the group had replied, she quickly made her way to the third floor pantry. It turned out to be a punt. Where are the people? The chairman of the board. Softy knew you were coming to see her, and she went up in the elevator, the employee said. Shurching sighed helplessly and then took the elevator to the 4th floor. Turns out the employee on the 4th floor said Softy went to the 6th floor. Shurching chased him to the 6th floor, only to see walls that had been scribbled on. Chairman. That. Soft said she was going to see Little Flower, and should be downstairs. At the company, the employee reported carefully. Timothy took a deep breath and pointed to the wall. Have housekeeping come and clean it up. She pinched her brow, then took the elevator downstairs. The company's employees all couldn't help but snicker as they watched their own chairman running around. I didn't realize that the usually fierce Shurching also had moments when she was being walked around. This is also the elevator. No elevator this a handful of years old are estimated to run broken legs. However, when she returned to the office, she changed her heels, and in her haste to find Softy, she didn't change her shoes, and at the moment she was already out of breath from the walk. Tim Dong, you really should be practicing. You haven't been working out and boxing much since you had kids, have you? Chi-Rui sent a scoff. Keep laughing if you want to eat my punch right now. Shurching was currently looking for the child in the garden below the company, his face gloomy beyond recognition. Ahem. I'll help you find it together. Chi-Rui stifled a laugh and helped pick at the grass. Although the company reimbursed the medical expenses, she didn't want to eat a punch from this female boxing champion of the year. The two searched and hadn't seen Softy yet, but it was obvious that there were lots of little flowers that had been pulled off, and tiny human cub footprints, and that Softy had indeed been here. At that moment, the downstairs gardener, with a bereaved face, came over and asked, Chairman, you're looking for a child? You saw it? Timothy asked. Instantly, the gardener loudly complained. She just pulled out all the flowers I planted. Surveillance can all watch it. She just grabbed them and ran away. Here, and over there. All the flowers in this circle were not spared. I didn't say I was going to dock your paycheck. First tell me where she went again. Timothy asked. The gardener breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the company building with a smile. Reporting to the old boss. She's gone up. Shirching couldn't hold back completely and gritted her teeth as she slapped Chirue. Send a message to all at the company 8. Whoever sees Softy, hold her down for me. Don't let her run away again. Roger that. Chirue suppressed his laughter and immediately sent a message in the large company group. Soon an employee volunteered to report that he had Softy under control on the 10th floor. Shirching took the elevator up again and finally saw the small group of figures. Only, all covered in mud. Toki soft, Timothy shouted in exasperation. Soft fried hair, shrinking in the arms of an employee miss, still eating egg rolls in her hands, covered with egg roll crumbs, blinking her big eyes looking at Shirching, as if she was still quite aggrieved. But apparently, Softy is mixing like a fish in water in the company, hugging this young lady at one moment, minding another little brother to order snacks at another moment, and then ordering the manager to help make milk tea in the pantry at another moment. And the employees who had been robbed by Softy all had a small flower on their desk that had wilted a bit. You're still eating here? Shirching pointed at Softy and snapped. Come here. Softy nuzzled, like she was unhappy after being found at hide and seek, and reluctantly went down from her little sister's arms. Didn't I tell you to wait in the office? Why are you wandering off? Timothy patted the dirt on Softy. Don't like it. Boring. Softy still had a haughty look on her face. Didn't I put toys in the office for you? Shirching wiped the crumbs of the egg cylinder around Softy's mouth, and the brand new clothes on Softy were also full of mud. She felt that the whole wa needed to be washed. Tired of playing, Softy said, forgetting to stuff her mouth with snacks. Have you been asking around for food again? I've told you that this is not good. Did I say thank you? Shirching felt like she was worrying herself to death. There is, and I gave them little flowers. Soft little hand pointed. That young lady's table there are 2 small flowers. Perhaps eating this young lady's stuff is more. She atmosphere gave the young lady 2 flowers, all from the company's downstairs garden. You're gripping the flowers downstairs bald. Who taught you to trade flowers for things? Shirching grabbed the dirty Softy with both hands and lifted it up the elevator and back to the office. In order to usually spend more time with Softy after work, she purposely enclosed a space in the office, put a small bed, installed a small bathroom, even the dining table, her own exclusive closet in the office, also piled up Softy's clothes. Usually her office is spotless. Now her office is littered with toys, not to mention snack crumbs and food waste everywhere, and it's impossible not to clean up after a while. Sure soft, Mom tell you once again, you want to go where to tell Mom in advance, and also, not to just reach out and ask for things from other people. Mom's company employees, people around you are not allowed. You have what you want to eat and want to buy can tell Mom. Also, no spoiling your new clothes. Shirching said, took out new clothes from the closet for Soft to wear, while continuing, clothes are all bought by Mom's hard work to earn money, and you have to wash them when they get dirty and spoiled. Although you have a lot of clothes, you can't just spoil them. You have to cherish what you have. Got it? Got it. Softy muttered. Chirue, who was on the side, smiled helplessly and helped Shirching change Softy's clothes, while suggesting, I think this little ancestor really should be sent to kindergarten. Kindergarten? What kindergarten can cure her? Timothy said, motioning with a start. Kindergarten? Kindergarten. She suddenly smiled. Yeah, it's time to send Softy to kindergarten. She spent almost $1 billion for a certain kindergarten before and after, so it's always okay to have one of their kindergarten teachers help out with the kids, right? Go make the arrangements. The sooner the better, Shirching said to Chirue. Okay, I'll go now, Zirai answered and walked out of the office. What's a kindergarten? Softy blinked her eyes and innocently asked Shirching. Kindergartens, are very fun places, Tokihei affirmed. Softy was half convinced. Really? Mama, don't lie to me. Really? You're going to really like it there. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to yeah. Softy is going to kindergarten. A few days later, Sunshine Kindergarten. The head gardener was waiting at the door early. After a while, a car pulled up, and Shirching got out of the business car with Softy in his arms. Soft, listen to the teacher. Study hard. If you can't learn, eat more food. Mom spends a lot of money. With a great feeling of complete relief, Shirching cheerfully led Softy to the head gardener. My Softy is a little bit naughty, so the director and teachers will have to pay more attention to her. She quickly got into the car when she finished speaking, and with a kick of the gas, Zirai's car disappeared from sight. How these two look like they finally sent a little devil away. Come on Softy, you're going to kindergarten starting today. The gardener reached out his hand and tried to hold Softy. Softy threw her small hands behind her back and walked into the garden herself. The director of the garden felt embarrassed. He also felt that he was quite kind. The children in the garden love him. I did not expect that there are times when he was ignored. Softy was brought into the second class of the small group by the headmaster. As the children in this class are considered to be the better behaved ones in several classes, Shirching told him about Softy not being very obedient, so put Softy in the obedient children. And with time, it might make Softy well behaved as well. In the younger classes, the main focus is on improving the children's self-care skills. Teachers usually need to correct the children's ability to dress and undress, eat and drink correctly, and go to the toilet. The second is good living habits, such as keeping school bags and clothes organized, throwing garbage in the trash can, washing hands carefully before and after meals, as well as not picking up things on the ground and not eating indiscriminately, which are hygienic habits. Then it is to develop the children's sense of rules, to listen to the teacher's instructions, to know the order, as well as safety awareness, anti-abduction and so on, as well as the ability to express themselves and social skills. Finally, there is the discipline. Little ones need to recognize shapes, know some numbers, knowledge of the 5 domains, read books, draw, sing, do crafts, etc. However, Softy does what she wants, doesn't follow the teacher's instructions at all, and messes up the second class, which is otherwise fairly obedient. After a morning of lessons, the teachers of the second class suffered and gathered to discuss teaching methods. Mr. Rhetoric, you have the second class art class this afternoon, right? Guru was about to go to the cafeteria to eat when he was called by a female teacher. Yes, in the smaller classes, second and third. What's going on? He asked. Mind you, the new kid in class 2 is particularly naughty. Yeah, I was teaching them crafts this morning, and she threw the craft someone else made into the trash, saying they were ugly, and the honest kid wailed in aggravation. And when I let her read a book, she rips it up and plays with it and crumples it up and hits other kids. She can make a mess washing her hands, scratching the mirror with water all over it, and even getting dressed, which I didn't expect. She deliberately taught the other kids to put on their socks and shoes backwards. A few female teachers spoke, and Gushi couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened. There were plenty of troublesome kids in kindergarten, so he was used to it, except that it was rare when several teachers complained together. Really that naughty? It's a little boy, isn't it? He guessed. No, it's the little girl. Ha, Guru was surprised. Anyway, be careful when you're in art class, the female teacher kindly reminded. Guru walked with a few teachers and went to the teacher's cafeteria. Because the teacher's cafeteria where the teacher ate was very close to the children's, Gushi was still thinking about what he should do if he encountered that little girl making trouble when he ate. I've met so many kids who've been coaxed into it, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that a small group of figures, taking advantage of the turn of the teacher who was serving food in the cafeteria, had sneaked in from the other side and wandered underneath the tables in the teacher's cafeteria. He looked down at his meal as he flipped through the lesson plan on his phone. At that moment, a small hand suddenly reached out at his side and groped around his dining table. Fast, precise, tough. One of the milky buns on Guru's plate disappeared. When he finished the dish on the left and tried to eat the one on the right, he glanced over and realized that the milky buns were missing from his plate. Guru froze in place as he confirmed that he had taken a milky bun when he punched his meal. When did he eat it? Just as he was thinking about it, the fried shrimp ball on his left, which he had eaten with just one left, also suffered miserably. Gushi was feeling out of place when he noticed a few teachers running around over at the kids' cafeteria. After working in a kindergarten for a long time, there is a wonderful body language between teachers. Guru inquired about what had happened, and saw the teacher on the other end gesticulating, her hand like she was making a seal. What? There's a baby missing. When Guru put down his chopsticks to help find it, his chair pulled back just in time to see a small group of figures under the table, sitting on the floor with their backs to him, their mouths full of something. He gave the teachers a hand signal, then crouched down and poked the small mass of figures with his hand. Upon learning that they had been discovered, the small group scattered. The teacher's cafeteria had a lot of long tables, and she was running around under several of them. From time to time, he even did a king of Chin walking around the pillar with the teachers. A couple of teachers were walking her even when they spotted her. Seeing this, Guji burrowed under the table, and because of the height under the table, it was too cramped for an adult to burrow in, and he almost curled up his body. Spotting the small group of figures, he moved over after them, then called out in a whisper, "Little friend, do you like custard buns?" Hearing a fairly good voice, Soft then turned back his head resentfully. It was this turn back that Soft's originally disdainful eyes instantly turned into starry eyes. She looked at Guru under the table in a daze. As she froze, a female teacher quickly hugged her from behind. Successful capture. Guru also sighed with relief and drilled out under the table. Just always felt that the child seemed a little familiar. The cot softness was still dancing around towards Guji's side. Be a good boy. We're going back to dinner. No drilling the table. Oh. The female teacher carried Softy back. Softy, however, was riveted to stomping her legs, yelling all the while, Dad, Dad, there's no daddy here. Oh, let's be good and eat. Okay. The female teacher wasn't angry at being kicked by Softy and smiled as she carried Softy back to her seat. Guru was far away and didn't look over there again, quickly finishing his meal and going back to prepare for the afternoon class. When Softy saw Guji leaving, she became even more anxious and pointed in Guji's direction. Mom wasn't lying to her. Kindergarten was a great place where she found her dad. Seeing this, the female teacher had no choice but to coax. Be good. You'll be able to see him when you go to class this afternoon, so be good and eat first, okay? Unexpectedly, Softy did quiet down when she heard this. Really? Softy asked seriously. A look at the validity. The female teacher nodded repeatedly. He is the art teacher. Oh, you have art class in the afternoon. You have to be good to eat. Teachers like nothing better than well-behaved children. Dad likes well-behaved kids? Softy immediately took the spoon in her little hands and ate like the other children. A couple of female teachers were so moved they were on the verge of tears. It's so hard to see this little devil obey. However, since the meal, Softy has been surprisingly well-behaved. Not only does she not make trouble anymore, but she also listens to the teacher's arrangements and also reads books carefully, and cooperates in performing talents when she is called upon. Is this still the same little devil from the morning? All the way through art class, Softy stayed well-behaved. She couldn't wait to follow the line to the art classroom in an orderly fashion. When she saw Guji's figure in the classroom, she directly broke away from the group, jogged over, and hugged Guji's thigh. Leg pendant get. Guru smoothly stroked the soft head. Little friend, don't hug the teacher's leg, be good and sit in your seat. He tried to peel Softy off, only to have Softy cling to his leg, unable to shake him off. Softy wants daddy to hold him, Softy pouted in a milky voice. Soft, soft, soft. Guru froze for a moment and carefully surveyed the pendant on his lap, only then realizing that there was a familiar little scented bag on this pendant. No way. He knelt down and asked in a whisper, Your mom send you here? Softly nodded her head and saw Guji crouch down and smoothly jumped into Guji's arms, her two small hands encircling Guji's neck. Softy, be good. It's time for class, so sit in your seat. Guru did not expect Sher Ching to send Softy to Sunshine Kindergarten. No. Soft don't want. Soft want to be by daddy's side. Soft wouldn't let go at all. And the whole Soft hung around Guji's neck. You can't call daddy. You have to call your brother. Or your teacher. This is a kindergarten. And I'm the art teacher who teaches you to draw. Guji reasoned with Softy. Daddy don't want to be soft anymore. Soft commiserated so much that he was about to cry. No, is not. Guru helplessly took out a small stool and placed it forward. Then coaxed. Let Softy sit closer to me. Okay? I have to go to class or I'll be docked. You don't want me to get docked, do you? Softy thought hard about it and remembered that her mom had told her that money was something that had to be earned the hard way. She nodded vigorously, then walked herself over to that seat and sat down, looking at Guji in a well-behaved manner. Guru thought to herself that she could only let Softy sit forward a little before slowly integrating her into the children. During the lesson he drew some shapes on the whiteboard and one by one taught the children below to recognize them. But every time he turned around, Softy quietly moved his stool forward. In no time at all, Softy had arrived in front of him, still feeling proud as if she hadn't been discovered. Pretend the stool grew legs of its own? Guru cried and laughed. He moved Softy, even with the stool, back some more. He was afraid that once he gave Softy a special exception, the other children would want to sit forward as well. Soft, dash. She still moved her stool forward while Guru turned to draw on the whiteboard. Guru also moved her back over and over again. It was hard to finish the lecture, and when it was the children's turn to draw on their own, Guji again found that Softy didn't draw according to what he had told her, but instead, she was seriously creating her own work. Instead of interrupting Softy, he watched as Softy continued to draw carefully until he was finished. Softly stood up with the painting in her hand with a proud face and handed it to Gushur. It was a scribbled-out flower shape in bright colors, using the colors that Softy thought were the prettiest. For daddy, said Softy. Guru took the painting and surveyed it. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Soft is really talented in painting. Usually children of this age can draw some shapes and randomly apply some colors. It's already very good. It's really rare that Soft can draw the first fledgling plants. Softy painted it really well. I love the picture. I'll put it away. He first praised it without mincing words. After all, It was a serious creation of the children, and he, as a teacher, could not discourage them in any way. But then, Guru turned his words around. What I just taught, Softy has to draw it as well. Well, Softy didn't like drawing those boring shapes, but thinking that this was what her dad had asked her to do, she started drawing on the paper. Sure enough, she drew those shapes with ease. Softy is awesome. In the future, you have to draw what I teach first in class, okay? Guru coaxed. Softy nodded, then looked at Guru with those grape-like starry eyes. Softy is very good and wants Daddy to hold her. Is this to be rewarded? Guru crouched down and picked up Softy. Softly cherished Guji's hug very much. Her two little hands wrapped around Guji's neck, her head leaning on Guji's shoulder, happy as can be. However, this also aroused the jealousy of the other children. After all, the children in the small class were very young, and when they saw Softy being hugged, they wanted to be hugged too. Guru laughed bitterly and could only coax one by one. Be good and draw what the teacher teaches you, and the teacher will hug them one by one. Soon the other children turned in their work, and Guji hugged those children as promised. The whole soft was bad when the soft was put aside. Soft. She stood to the side and waiting for Guji to finish hugging the other children, and immediately reached out with her two little hands again. Ah, didn't I already hugged it just now? Guru stroked the soft head. Be good. Class is over. It's time to go to the outdoor activities. Daddy accompany Softy. Softy grabbed Guru's fingers and tilted her head blearily at Guru. But there are other classes. Guji squatted down and touched the soft face. Be good. Follow the teacher to play. Outdoor activities are fun. Softy was taken away in aggravation, but a perfect plan had already been thought up in her little head. Perhaps because she had run all over the kindergarten, she had memorized the route in the classroom where Gushur was. At the beginning of the outdoor activity, he first pretended to be good, following the large group of children. Then when the two teachers turned around, he followed the blind spot of his vision and got into the grass next to them again, following the route she had memorized. It was back to the hallway of the art classroom. Softy thought she had seamlessly blended into another class that was going to have an art class, only to be caught red-handed. Softy, who couldn't see Guji, was in upset mode again. Outdoor activities. Other people planting flowers, she turned the soil. Back to the classroom. Other people reading books, she tore books. Other people eating fruit, she buy ubu kernels everywhere. The end of a rebellious day, and for the first time a kindergarten teacher looks forward to the end of her shift so much. Yet Softy didn't wait at the door for her parents to pick her up like the other children. Instead she wandered around the garden. It wasn't until she saw Guji come out that she gleefully pounced on him. Dad! Softly held Guru's hand and tugged hard. Go with Softly. Softy, good boy. Let go. I have to get home. Guru was still holding the delicious food packed from the cafeteria. Because the cafeteria had a large volume, the teachers and also the staff would share a portion of some of the leftover food that could be taken away every day. This has also led to a slight weight gain and plans to get a gym membership at a nearby gym tomorrow weekend. Softy can take Daddy to Mommy. Softly pulled Guji all the way and soon arrived at the door. When he saw the car, he stopped and said, I have to go. You go home with your mom. Softy didn't let go at all and even hugged him tighter. Daddy's coming home with Softy. No way. Guru helplessly picked up Softy and carried Softy to the front of the car. Shurching opened the car door, saw Guru holding Softy, and smiled. Teacher Xiaoru, is our Softy well behaved in kindergarten? Guru was just about to say something when he suddenly reacted and frowned. What ours? It's yours. Take it. He handed the soft to Timothy. Shurching smiled and took it, and just as she wanted to put Softy into the car, she realized that Softy's hand was tightly gripping Guji's collar. As she yanked, Guji's collar was ripped wide open, showing some skin. Ha ha! Shurching didn't hold back her laughter, her hands helping Guji cover her clothes, her mouth flirting. I've only seen the back of you before, but now I've seen the front as well. Do you have to say it? Guru was helpless to snatch his collar from Softy and was about to leave when he heard Shurching call out to him. Why don't you get in the car? I'll take you back. No need. Guru finished and waved his hand again. Little auntie, goodbye. Looking at Gushur's back, Shurching's smile faded. That little ant always managed to keep the distance between the two at an intimate level, and she didn't know when she didn't like it. Why doesn't Daddy come home? Softy looked at Timothy aggressively. He has his own home to return to now. Shurching hugged Softy to the car while asking, you were naughty at kindergarten today, weren't you? There is no. Soft sad face 3, I've heard it all. Soft, be good in the future. Not only because Mommy spends a lot of money on kindergarten, but the kindergarten teachers will prefer well-behaved and obedient children. Daddy too? Softy asked a little seriously. Tim Ching wanted to say something and smiled, stroking the soft head. Maybe. However, She knew deep in her heart that it was hard to like what she didn't like, even if the other person tried to change. On the other hand, after returning home, Guru, after eating, was in the house preparing for the lesson, except that a soft cry of daddy was still echoing in his mind. What's it like? It wasn't supposed to feel like much, it was just a misnomer after all, but when Timothy was present, there was a trance-like feeling of a family of three. It's just a flash of thought in the back of my mind, and it's still wrong. Finishing his work, he was then ready to rest and was about to go to bed when he inadvertently glanced at a chestnut in the corner of the table. He tucked the chestnut casually into a drawer, then leaned back on the bed, still in the habit of playing You Draw Me before bed. As soon as he went online, he noticed the icon of the lovers' relationship, and his friend QQ was online, but not in the game. I think they're collecting game props, right? After all, after they tied up their romance, they were rewarded a bit more for signing in every day, which was equivalent to whoring for nothing. It's just that the relationship doesn't seem to hang on all the time. Just in time to be online, he messaged his friend QQ. Before Guru finished typing, the other party sent a message first. QQ, are you free to play games tomorrow? After all, the opposite party had sent the message first, so Guji had to reply first. No, I'm going out tomorrow. QQ, weekend is still so busy? It's not work. Guru didn't say much, and briefly summarized straight to the point. Let's dissolve our relationship. Thanks for helping me before. I'll send you a game prop later. Application for dissolution of relationship. As a result, after this message was sent out, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea and nothing was heard. Guru gazed at the screen and waited in a daze for 2 minutes. A quick look at the friends list showed that the other person's avatar had turned gray and had gone offline. Did something happen and you suddenly went offline and didn't see the message? That will have to wait until next time. Knock knock on the door. Gu Yunshan went upstairs and walked into the room. What's wrong, Dad? Not sleeping at night? Guru asked. Only Gu Yunshan was seen holding a black gift box with an indescribably strange expression. What's with the sudden gift? Guru thought Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had bought him something. It's not a gift, it's your delivery. Gu Yunshan put that box on the bed, added, you said before that you do not buy online. If online shopping is also to buy things for me and your mother. Just now the courier station called to say that there is a courier to the... I went to get it. I thought it was you buy for me and your mother. It was opened. There was still a big silk bow on that box, but it had obviously been unwrapped. I haven't bought anything for myself. Guru recalled that he really hadn't bought anything in the past few days, and opened that box with some doubt. There's another layer inside, and it's very well packaged. When the last layer was opened, Gushi's entire body flaxed and froze. Inside was a man's underwear, hollowed out except for the satin fabric in the center, looking sexy, size XXL, as if it was still custom made, with 3 big words printed on it. Baby, rhetoric. Gushi's cerebellum atrophied for a moment. He looked at Gu Yunshan and wanted to say something, but his brain didn't seem to know how to dominate the language system to explain this matter. Son, there's no need to say anything. Gu Yunshan looked like he understood, and patted Guji's shoulder in a serious manner, with some heartiness on his face. It's a relief for your mom and I that you have a girlfriend, but in the future, for this kind of delivery, at least say it in advance. Fortunately, your father I am taking home to open. This if in the courier station demolished. This 10 miles 8 villages. You can be famous. Guru this snapped to mind something. His best friend QQ seemed to say that he was going to send him something, and he also happened to tell his best friend QQ the address of the nearby courier station. It can't really be her. Really? Guru forced a smile and tried to explain. Dad, actually, well, there's no need to say anymore. Don't let the girl down. So hurry up and try it. Gu Yunshan quickly walked to the door and reminded slightly gossipy as he left. Don't forget to wait until tomorrow to tell your mom and I where the girl is. It's really not what you think. Guru's explanation paled in this moment, but he thanked God that his Lord Father hadn't unwrapped the damn thing at the delivery station. He angrily took a picture of his underwear and sent it to his friend QQ. Break the bank. Please don't send me strange things in the future. Thank you. And remember to disengage your relationship when you go online. Thank you. Guji wasn't very good at saying harsh words, but in his anger and fear of losing his temper, he also remained as polite as possible. He finished his message and went offline. As for the panties, even though they are his size and seem to fit, he absolutely would not wear them, but the underwear still had his name on it. It was obviously customized, and he'd have a hard time trying to resell it. He could only hide the underwear at the bottom of the closet for the time being. Looks really cannot see the light. At this time, Shirqing was looking at Gu Chu's account on the small number she had purposely opened, and she came online only when she saw that avatar go dark. When she saw the message sent by Guru, she expected it. It's just that the application to dissolve the relationship is a bit of an eyesore. What if Guji sends another application afterward? She can't keep pretending to be blind, can she? After a few moments of contemplation, she was struck by an idea. She long pressed the picture of the panties that Guru had sent, selected it, and clicked report. Reason, pornographic vulgarity. The platform is very efficient, and it didn't take long for the audit to pass, and Guru's account was banned for 3 days, just in time for the weekend. When Ching did this and went to bed, Softy fell asleep early and slept well, mother and daughter in the same sleeping position, except that Ching liked to stir the covers. The next day, early in the morning, just 7 o'clock. Mama, the sun is handsome ass. Softly, 2 little hands shook the sleeping Ching. Ching looked sleepily at Softy. What's the matter? Want to shush? Softy got himself dressed at some point. Mama, I want to go to kindergarten, Softy said seriously. She went to bed early last night just to go to kindergarten early to find Guji. Ching reacted for a moment, then laughed. Silly child. What kindergarten to go to on the weekend? Yikes. Going to go. Softy arched her head against Timothy. Kindergartens don't open on weekends, and all the teachers are off. Then where am I going to find Daddy? Said Softy, uttering his heartfelt little plea. But those words were also an instant wake-up call for Timothy's consciousness. What does she seem to be up to today? Suddenly, she sat up, rubbed his messy hair. That's right, she was also trying to find Guji today. Thinking of this, Ching quickly got dressed. Go, depart. Based on the clues provided by Detective Chi, Ching hugged Softy and quickly arrived at a gym. I can't believe I know about fitness. Ching thought that Guji only knew how to dry rice, but he didn't expect that there was also a time when he focused on his physique. Since they hadn't eaten breakfast yet, Ching and Softy dabbled in a workout meal at the gym. When they found Guru, they changed to a mode of hiding and observing from a distance. It was only because there were 2 young and beautiful female coaches beside Guru. One of the female coaches even went up to help Guru. Raise your hand here. It's okay, you can take your time. You don't have to go for efficiency at first. The 2 were close together. Not far away, Toki Ching watched with bated breath, his back teeth clenched. Thanks to her, she's wearing a nice, figure highlighting workout outfit today. This Guji in the gym with the meat and potatoes like, I guess the heart of the beauty cannot find the north. Softy, action. Timothy stroked the soft head. Softy understood and ran upside down to Guru. Daddy, what are you doing? Softly poked Guji's squeezed out muscles. Ha! Guru turned around and saw Softy and froze. Why is this child here? The 2 female coaches on the sidelines also facepalmed in unison. Mama's waiting for you on the side. Softy pointed in Timothy's direction. Guru looked over along, just in time to meet Ching's line of sight, only to see when Ching is resting on the bench sitting, a pair of long legs extremely eye-catching, upper body slightly back, chest proud curve dripping, long hair like waterfall hanging down. Around the body seems to have a fragrant wind gust. She placed 2 fingers on her lips and made a flying kissing motion to Gugu, accompanied by a seductive look. The kiss flew away. Pia on Guji's face. Guru frowned. Why was this guy here too? You've got kids. One of the female coaches looked at Guji with some surprise. If it was not for the fact that when she was instructing the use of the equipment just now, she talked to Guji for a couple of minutes and knew that Guji was a teacher. And just by looking at Guji's face alone, a change of clothes and saying that it was a male high school would probably be believed by some people. However, the baby running on this ground can hit the sauce, right? And a wife with a front and back? That big, not droopy, playful cup size made both female coaches a little envious. It's not me. Guru once again felt the pallor of words. He didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say that the doll that called him daddy was his sister and the sexy baby mama was his sister-in-law. Could he? This is the extent to which passers-by are going to call the police when they hear it. Softly pulling Guji's hand, she kept shaking it, urging, Daddy, Mama is looking for you. Hurry up. The 2 female coaches were not good enough to coach Guji any more closely. After all, people's children and children's mothers were watching. Guru was also quickly dragged to Ching's front. Auntie, you're not following me, are you? He asked. After all, the gym he was at wasn't very big. It was a small gym near his home. And he couldn't believe how he couldn't believe that Ching Fitness would come to a place like this. How difficult to say tracking. I just want to care about you When I found out that you're coming to the gym, I just happened to want to practice for a long time. No, I just got a card, Ching said with a smile, shaking the membership card in her hand. This place can be some distance from the hospital, so be careful. Don't flash your back, Guji kindly reminded. Well, know how to care about me. Not bad, not bad. Ching didn't care at all, and obediently took Gusher's arm. The pair of warm and soft just pinned Gusher's arm. Avoid me getting hurt, and you'll guide me as well. I'm not a trainer. I don't know how. Guru honestly said that he used to exercise enough in school to not even come to the gym. Then the kids and I will watch you practice. Timothy and Softy sat in their chairs with the good behavior of a good wife. Guru also didn't care about Shi Chang, so he exercised by himself on the gym equipment not far away. Go daddy! Softly cheered Guji from time to time in between bites, which made some female coaches stop coaching Guji, and only 1 or 2 male coaches would coach when they passed by. Even when the white flowery muscles passed by, Shi Chang's eyes stayed on Guji. How can you even look so handsome when you are seriously exercising? By the time he took a break midway through, Guji was already sweating profusely, and his prolonged low level of exercise had caused him to lose a lot of his physical strength. Daddy, drink water. Softly handed Guji a bottle of water. Call your brother, you child. Without hesitation, Guru took the water and took a sip, casually placing it beside him. Softly picked up the bottle of water and turned her head to hand it back to Timothy. Mama, drink and drink too. Yeah. Seeing Shi Chang laughing extraordinarily, Guji looked to the side and suddenly reacted, hastily stopping Shi Chang's movement to drink water. Reacting quickly, Shi Chang switched hands and twisted the lid right off and took a sip. Guru froze in place and reminded, that's what I drank. He was sure that Tokihei must have known that when he flashed that smile. I forgot to tell you, this was originally my water. Before you drank it, I already drank it. Shi Chang screwed on the lid and put it next to him again. Guru completely dumbfounded. That is to say, just now he also, you're perverted, aren't you? He'd never had a bottle of water with anyone before. With an innocent face, Shi Chang even wiped the sweat of the dumbfounded Guru with a towel and said, it was Softy who handed you the water. Softly looked at Guru, and then at Shi Chang. Softy doesn't know. Softy wants to pee. Take Softy to the bathroom. Shi Chang picked up Softy and vanished. Guji stayed in place. Why did he always feel that there was a flavor of conspiracy in this? This mother and daughter sang together and cooperated really well? Leaving the gym, Shi Chang still had Softy with her and followed Gushi all the way. Seeing Guji stop in front of a dessert station on the street and then walk straight over, Shi Chang called out to him. You want to buy a cone? Timothy asked. Yeah. I'm still here. And you didn't ask me if I'd eat? So, are you going to eat it, little auntie? Guru asked. Shi Chang smiled. I can't eat lately. You go buy it. I'll wait here with the child. Guru was helpless. He was teasing him again. He walked to the entrance of the dessert station and stood in line, just as the crowds were building up behind him one by one. After buying the ice cream, one turned around and the next customer behind him saw him and reached out to pull him in. Guru? Su Linging took off her sunglasses and said in surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here. Well, I'll go first. Gushi took the cone and was about to leave. He was calm. After all, everyone is in Liucheng. Isn't it normal to meet? Wait. Su Linging called out to Gushi once again and said with a smile. It's all so fateful. Don't you treat me to a cone? Don't. I have to go. Guru said. After all, his old aunt was still waiting with her baby. We haven't seen each other in ages. I was before at least. You buy it or not? Hurry up. The older woman in the back who was anxious to buy ice cream for her grandson urged and nudged Su Linging. When Su Linging turned back, she didn't pay attention to her feet. There was a short step in front of the dessert station and she tripped. Subconsciously, she reached out to grab Gushi. But in an instant, Gushi urgently avoided the danger, almost bouncing to quickly dodge. His hand carefully protecting the freshly made cone in his hand. Scared to death, I just bought it and almost lost it. He mumbled, only to see Su Linging fall to the ground doggy style. You should be fine, right? Be careful in the future. I'm leaving first. Guru was still afraid of not being too polite, and after a perfunctory remark, he took the cone and walked away quickly. It's too gutsy to try to get a cone. After all, if this cone fell on the floor, not only would it be a waste of money, but it would also affect his mood, and he didn't want to buy another one. So slow. Shi Chang was all but sitting on the curb waiting for Guji, and when she saw Guji's face of beautiful juice, she asked, what happened? The cone was almost gone, but there was a scare, Guru said, and even took a picture of the cone with his cell phone. Shi Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why did you even take a picture of a cone? It's still the original flavor. Because the process of eating it was bumpy, I wanted to record it, Guru said. Oh, Shi Chang looked like she had realized. I'll make sure to take a picture to record it when I eat you in the future. What the heck? Where do you get your confidence? Guru gave Shi Chang a blank look and was about to take a bite of the cone when she was suddenly stopped by Shi Chang. Look over there. That guy looks familiar. Shi Chang pointed in a direction, and Guji looked over after him. Which one? He didn't think anyone looked familiar in that direction even after half a day of looking. Turning her head in some confusion, She only saw Shurching say as if nothing had happened. Yeah, that could be me looking at it wrong. Guru's gaze fell on the corner of Shurching's mouth, only to see that the corner of her mouth was stained with a little bit of white. He looked down at his cone and the little tip on it was missing a bit. Did you steal my ice cream? Guru looked at Shurching with sad eyes. No, I guess. The corners of Shurching's mouth were still stained with that bit of white, contrasting sharply with his rosy, sexy lips, which was inexplicably evocative. Gushi took down the paper underneath the cone, then glued it on Shurching's mouth. Wipe your mouth first. He was slightly helpless as he handed the cone to Shurching. You clearly said you couldn't eat it and lied to me again. If I had said so earlier, wouldn't I have bought an extra one? It's true I can't eat it. It's just a bit of a craving. Ah, what about this cone? Guja said. You dislike me that much, don't you? I just tasted a little bit. Shurching compared the one small tip with his hand and added. Besides, we even drank a bottle of water together before. That won't work either. Gushi said, felt the hem of his shirt being tugged, and looked down to find Softy looking pitifully at Guji. Cone in hand. Shurching guessed what soft means, bluntly said, you are not allowed to eat. Forget the last bellyache? Oh, just a little bit. Softy looked like he was about to start making a scene. No means no. Even if you lie on the ground and roll around, crying and making a big fuss, it's useless. Shurching's face was serious. His tone was not hesitant. He didn't eat this set at all. Looking at Soft's mouth watering but not daring to speak, Guji broke off a section of the cone's tail and then squarely shoveled away the tip that Shurching had eaten, making a super miniature version of the cone for Soft. Here, Guru handed the mini cone to Softy and instructed, eat it slowly. Wow. Thanks Daddy. Softy took the mini cones with stars in her eyes and ate them bit by bit. Shurching but frowned. Why spoil her awe? You will make her feel that some things that cannot be done still have room for maneuver. There is a time, there is a second time. She is easy to psychologically develop a habit in the future. I have just said no. Just a little bit. Besides, Softy is already very well behaved compared to other little kids. I didn't realize that you're quite spoiled to your child. If you were a father, wouldn't you spoil her to the skies? Looking at Shurching's somewhat displeased appearance, Gushi did not feel that his behavior was wrong. You're the one who didn't set a good example for her in the first place. As he ate the cone, he said lightly, you stole a bite recently even though you obviously can't eat cold ones. And when Softy saw it, of course she would want it too. Not to mention that both of us ate it, and she's the only one who couldn't eat it, so she'll be unhappy in her heart. At those words, Shurching suddenly became a bit unreasonable. I'm not like her. I thought to tease you before I tasted it, and I'm an adult. I'll take responsibility for my actions, she whispered, not knowing how to weasel out of it. As you said, what's not okay is not okay, and even if this is just a very, very small thing, even if you have the ability to be responsible, your behavior is still wrong. You should be setting an example for her, not treating her like that special case that needs to be taught more strictly just because you're an adult, as we all are, Guru said, flicking Shurching's forehead, feigning a warning, no eating cold food at special times in the future. Forget it this time, it won't happen again. Softly plausibly listened and watched Guji's behavior. In the next moment, Guji looked at Soft again. And you, Soft, just this once, not allowed next time. Softly saw that Shurching had also been educated a bit, and obviously understood the importance of this matter. Immediately promised, softly, all listen to Daddy. In the future, I won't eat cold again to make my belly ache. Mama, you can't steal food either. Oh. Softy tugged on Shurching's hand. Alright, I promise I won't. Shurching said, adding in a whisper beside Softy, all at your father's behest. Being close, Guji of course heard it, and he frowned. Told you to make her call her brother. The three of them walked back into the dusk. Shurching looked sideways at Guji, quietly, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. She thought wrong. Guji has always been very special. From the very beginning, Guji is rational and calm. Only that occasional childishness, and the age gap between the two people, so that she felt that Guji is a child in front of her. But the mature, fatherly light on Guji's body, which could not always be hidden, had also, long ago, shone into her heart. She had imagined, while she was pregnant with Softy, what it would take for her future significant other, Softy's father, to reassure her 100%, so that she would be able to rely on herself and Softy without fear, though she had never thought before that it would be a mature and childish boy, 9 years younger than herself. But on the contrary, this kind of guru was incomparably perfect for her imagination. If she could, she would like Guji to be the person she imagined. To be the person she imagined just like that. Little ant, little nun. A few calls from Guji caused Shurching to fall from fantasy into reality in an instant. How? What's wrong? The sense of falling out made her voice laced with lassitude. It's close to home, so I'll walk back. Little auntie, go back early too. Be safe on the road, Guru said. That, Shirching subconsciously called out to Guji. In fact, Softy also gripped Shirching's hand hard, seemingly wanting Shirching to retain Guji, and heard Shirching call out to Guji, looking at the two with an expectant look on her face. What's wrong, little aunt? Guru asked. Because of those imaginings she had just imagined that even she was a bit ashamed of. Her face was a bit unnatural, and her head was slightly lowered when she spoke. It seems like you haven't come over to East City for a long time. If you are free, would you like to? She prompted in place, leaving half a sentence wanting to wait for Guji to agree. Even if Guji refused, she could be a little less disappointed. However, Guru was silent for 2 seconds, not agreeing or refusing. Little aunt, did you, miss me a lot? The sudden, blunt question made Shirching's brain go down for a moment. She responded quickly though, pointing to Softy. Yes, it's Softy. Softy misses you. At that, Softy nodded her head hard in cooperation, as if she was worried sick. I thought there was hope for mother and daughter to work together, but Guru just shook his head slowly. Hated? Shirching still cannot avoid a sinking heart, and even regret that today the thought that can make Guji slightly different feelings for her, can draw closer to the behavior. Because unsurprisingly, I am going to make a trip soon as well, Guru said. Ha! At that moment, Shirching's brain sluggishly reacted carefully to what Gushir said, and then looked at Gushir in surprise, almost thinking that she had misheard him, and couldn't hide the smile on her face. Are you going to get me? When? Did big brother and sister-in-law tell you to go over there? She asked eagerly. It's, like, next Friday? It's not like my parents made me go. Anyway, you'll see me afterward, Guru said, then waved his hand and ran back to the house, and he deliberately retained a little bit of mystery, letting Shirching guess away. He did not expect that Shirching would be so happy because he went to visit, as if, being strongly, warmly expected by a person, but a little unexplained good mood. Really? Surely there's still a boy's cunning streak, Shirching muttered, and although her mouth complained that Guji didn't make her words clear, she didn't feel annoyed at all in her heart. It's so nice. Daddy can come and play with me now. Softy also jumped up and down happily, while asking anxiously, what day is it? How long will it take? She was a little annoyed at the moment because she hadn't learned how to count well, and she didn't even know exactly what day it was when Guji told her the time. There are still 4 days. Shirching had long been counting down in her heart with anticipation. Softy and Mom say goodnight 4 times and then we'll be there. Oh, goodnight, 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 goodnight. Softy shouted impatiently. Timothy smiled and stroked her head. Little fool, it takes 4 nights to get through. Oh, softly counted her fingers, then looked up. For a long time. Oh, Guji, who went home, didn't see both Gu Yunshan and Sushi, so he went straight upstairs, intending to take a shower. His sweaty body was really unbearable. Up on the 2nd floor, he was undressing when he saw a familiar figure. The other man saw him, too, and turned his head quickly. Xia Huan Ning, why are you free to come over? Guru put his clothes in order and poured a glass of water for Xia Huan Ning. Xia Huan Ning is still like when she was a child. Every time she comes to his home, when she is in his room, she always sits obediently on the chair, not on the bed, and she does not move around, does not look around or move around. She is just peaceful and quiet, and she is very knowledgeable in her appearance. It just happens to be the weekend. I haven't come to see my uncle and aunt for a long time, so I came. Xia Huan Ning spoke, but never looked at Gu resignation. My parents just left the house? Guru asked, because he knew that Xia Huan Ning wouldn't enter the room without permission if Mom and Dad weren't home. Yes, Uncle took my pulse and said that my body was heavy with dampness. He wanted to make soup for me, but there was no more cypress at home, so he went to the medical center to get it. Auntie in the kitchen probably didn't pay attention to you coming back. I would have wanted to help her, but she didn't allow it, and drove me up here. Aha, come and have a meal before you go, Guru said, took a set of clothes from the closet and headed for the bathroom, saying to Xia Huan Ning, I just came back from working out. I'll take a shower first. Then I'll go down first. Xia Huan Ning then realized that she was in the way here and scrambled to her feet. Guru was the one who stopped her. It's fine. You sit your ass down. I'll be done soon. Hearing the sound of water coming out of the bathroom soon, Xia Huan Ning then continued to sit on the chair. Even though she looked unruffled on her face, inside she was already in waves and her heart was beating violently. Sure enough, it's still heartwarming for someone who has occupied an entire youth. In about 5 or 6 minutes, Gu came out of the bathroom, coming out already dressed and wiping the water from his hair. I heard you went back to your internship. Did it go well? Planning to stay local after that? Guru poured himself a glass of water and sat down on another chair not far away to drink it. It's okay. There's a lot I don't know, but it's good that my seniors are willing to teach me. I am thinking of always developing over here. After all, I really like fashion designing, which is my major now. As Xia Huan-ning spoke, it seemed that she still had some special constraints when facing Gu Ji. That's good. Gu Ji noticed that Xia Huan-ning's line of sight kept falling on the hamster cage on his nightstand. He got up and carried the hamster cage over and placed it on the small table for Xia Huan-ning to see. Is Uncle Shay still busy these days? He asked. Yeah, he's been busy, running around town. When Xia Huan-ning saw the furry little hamster, the constraint dissipated a bit, and there was a smile on her face. Is it just good luck? I saw you post that friend circle earlier. I'm surprised you still recognize it. It's put on a few pounds. Guru laughed bitterly. It's cute to be round, too. Xia Huan-ning put her finger into the cage and gently tapped the sleeping good luck, whose round ass was Duong. Guru remembered something and mentioned with a smile. I suddenly remembered that once upon a time, there was a summer night when you asked me to go with you to the river to see the lights, and it turned out that not only did I feed a swarm of mosquitoes, but there was also a very fat and big frog that jumped up, scaring you to the point that you almost cried out. That night, he wore short sleeves and shorts. Xia Huan-ning wore a long dress. Okay? He was miserable. When he came home full of mosquito bags, his face were not spared, big and red. It is the mosquito's most poisonous time. He coded for a long time of medicine. That day it was all my fault, causing you to feel bad for a long time. Xia Huan-ning blamed herself a little. She certainly remembered all the memories of her and Gu Ji. She had taken them out in her mind from time to time over the years to think about them. I remember you crying the next day when you saw how miserable I looked with medicine all over me. Here, right here, crying at the foot of my bed. Guru talked about this, still with a smile on his face. I didn't blame you, ever. After all, the lights that night were really beautiful. The most humiliating things were all seen by you. You later drew the lamp that night and gave it to me, and I still have it all. Xia Huan-ning said. She was too stupid at that time. She just thought of going to the river with Gu Ji to see the beautiful lights, and left everything else behind. Although she was also bitten by mosquitoes that night, she saw the mosquito bags on Gu Ji's body, and felt even worse than being bitten on her own body. Yes, my hand is almost swollen to a pig's hoof from mosquito bites, and I still have to draw to coax you. Guru smiled helplessly. It was rare for him to be able to sit in one place with his childhood playmate and talk about the past. How many people with time, washed away in the sea of people, and even slowly forget the name and face of old friends, even under the same sky, and finally can only sigh a time has changed. Things are not the same, but both he and Xia Huan-ning were still here, right here in this tiny Liuqing city, in the old familiar place, looking at the familiar each other. Well, that's because I have a super nice brother. Xia Huan-ning smiled as she looked at Guru. They're lucky. Ta. Footsteps came from outside, and Su Shi went upstairs to tell the two to go down for dinner. At the dinner table, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had a chat with Xia Huaning. From study to work, from work to home, asking Xia Huaning how her parents were doing. Back and forth cannot catch the shadow of your father. Really busy. Your aunt and I are also, always have to go to the medical center. Just afraid that someone to diagnose the disease cannot find someone. Someday really have to make an appointment with Lao Xie to eat dinner. Gu Yunshan said. My father knows that my aunt and uncle are very busy treating the sick and saving people. That's why he didn't take the initiative to look for you. He said that although he can't see you often, the friendship between the two families is there. Yes. Friendship is in the future. If your father can't come, you come to visit often, and uncle and auntie will make you delicious food. Good. Xia Huan-ning drank the soup Su Shi had made. It still tasted the same as before. The three of them chatted while Gu Ji was quietly burying his head in dry rice, bowl after bowl. After all, it was only when they were full that they had the strength to continue working out. By the way, Huan-ning, have you met a boy you like since you joined the company as an intern? It's almost time for you to fall in love at your age, Su Shi asked. Gu Yunshan smiled. Old Xie, that a cute person, must not have pushed Huan-ning much. Xia Huan-ning nodded. Dad did rush me, but I don't have any plans for now, she said, and without thinking, she looked at Gu Ji, who was eating deliciously, and turned to say, besides, Gu Ji isn't even in a relationship yet, so I'm not in a hurry. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi looked at Guru and sighed in unison. Guru, you eat yours. Gu Yunshan served Gu Ji another bowl of soup. Your uncle and I are in a hurry too, Su Shi said, but whenever a girl looks at him, and he thinks it's okay, and their family agrees, then I'm sure your aunt and I won't have any problems at all. The key is, Gu Yunshan glanced at his own foolish son, Gu Ji, with hatred. Ever since he was a child, Guji was way ahead in terms of grades, but he had a feeling of being out of his league when it came to relationships. However, in the past, Guji was still young, and at that time, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi only felt that Guji was very provincial. What early love? It wouldn't even appear on Guji. Just this comfort with time into a worry. Now Guji has reached the age of love. Even the same age have been in girls dating for a long time, and then after 2 years is estimated to talk about marriage. But the silly son of his own family is still so clear. Uncle and aunt don't need to be too anxious. Guji must know it in his heart as well. It's just that he's not good at expressing it. This kind of thing, he probably wants to wait until he's completely sure before he tells you, Xia Huanning said. After all, since she grew up with Guji, she knew that Guji was the most calm and steady, and although she seemed to be doing nothing in a hurry, she understood that Guji was saving for a rainy day, and her heart was thinking more carefully than anyone else. After Xia Huanning left, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi sat on the sofa in deep thought, and after the evening dinner, Guru was about to go back to the house when he was called by the two men. Son, come. Gu Yunshan patted the sofa. Guru's heart felt bad. Looking at this look most likely guessed what the two people were going to say. Still sitting over, he said directly, go ahead, don't beat around the bush. When do you plan to let your mom and I hold grandchildren? Gu Yunshan also asked straight out. On the side, Su Shi added, granddaughter is fine too. Guru looked at the two in silence. After a long time, Gu Yunshan gave Guru an elbow and asked, what kind of eyes are you looking at? It's just that I find it quite refreshing that the two of you are actually hyped up about marriage. Guru said, how old are you? Not to mention hyped up. Can you at least have a girlfriend? No plans for now. I want to focus on being a teacher. Although Guru had been working for a long time, he still remained enthusiastic. Huan Ning is about the same age as you. You grew up together. I asked her at the dinner table today, and she doesn't have a boyfriend right now, so I always feel that she's interested in you. Su Shi analyzed. Gu Yunshan also chimed in. Yes, Huan Ning, how good this girl is. You two simply get along more often. I have no problem with your mom at all. As he spoke, his mind was already imagining Guru and Xia Huan Ning getting married. Imagining being in-laws with old Xia. It's so beautiful. Stop. Guru directly interrupted the spellcasting and emphasized. I've said it all. I treat Xia Huan Ning as my sister, since I was a child. Even if she treats me differently, I won't be with her. As the words fell, Gu Yunshan wanted to advise something else, and Gu Ji added, you and my mom, you're also together because you love each other, so you should understand best how to be happy. When he finished, he stopped sitting and stood up to head upstairs, leaving only one sentence. I have this in mind, so don't worry about it. At those words, Su Shi and Gu Yunshan looked at each other. I knew I wouldn't be persuaded. Guru returned to his room, also a bit despondent, simply because he might have to deal with Gu Yunshan and Su Shi's prodding a lot in the future. With that in mind, feeding good luck, it was almost time for bed and he turned on You Draw, You Guess. His best friend QQ seemed to have figured out his online time and was online at the moment, and invited him to play with him. He agreed to the invitation just in time to mention the dissolution of the relationship to QQ again. However, just as he finished typing and clicked send, you have been banned for 72 hours for violating platform norms. The very clueless Guru was a bit confused. At that moment, a message came from his friend QQ. QQ, why don't you say anything? Is it because you don't want to? Guji's side was silent, but in fact, he was hysterical inside. He could have guessed how he was banned even if he was stupid, because he had only ever chatted with QQ before, but he was still angry and finished the game. He just really didn't expect QQ to backstab him. Why? Users in the same game see Guji, who has the highest points, and Shi Chang, who has the lowest points, as he draws his and she guesses hers. Only the couple tag of the two seem to match. User *****, miss your boyfriend is so cool, and he's so good at drawing, I'm envious. However, the highly cold Gu resignation was on the verge of gnashing his back teeth on this side of the screen. QQ, aha, he's like that, he doesn't talk much. Mr. Gu, inaudible. He had never been so eager to open the microphone and communicate as he was tonight. After the game was over, he played with a belly full of anger and quit the group. Soon, QQ sent another message. QQ, the other day when you sent a message, the platform popped up a reminder. I accidentally clicked on /boingboing.jpg. Guru had a do you see me believing it look on his face, but he couldn't send a message. He could only look at QQ and talk to himself. QQ, it's a beautiful night in Liuqing. Such a sudden remark made Guji subconsciously glance out the window. It's still true. The night was deep tonight, setting off the stars that shone brightly in the sky. QQ, I actually like this lover's logo. Another message popped up on his cell phone. Guru looked at it and thought to himself that since he liked it, wouldn't it be better to tie one up with someone else? The other party, however, seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. QQ, but I only want to be with you. What how to say this kind of thing? Guru was a bit puzzled. Once upon a time QQ clearly didn't talk like this. QQ, don't be mad, I'll be waiting for you to send me the sexiest lingerie/flying kisses.jpg. QQ, good night, sweet dreams. Guzue, ring in equal to ring in equal to ring in equal to. Sure enough, this guy wasn't very decent in the first place. He looked at the message from QQ, and suddenly, a light came on, almost as fast as he could. He long pressed the QQ message with the underwear. Successful reporting. Guru had a smug look on his face. He had deleted a lot of the hot ones before in order to take screenshots of the chats. I was so refreshed that I fell asleep at ease. On Monday, Guru could not wait to go to work in the kindergarten, and he spent the 2 days of the weekend working out, preparing for classes, reading books, and learning design. Although it was full, he still wanted to teach small children to draw, and accompany a group of small children after a group of small children to grow up. If once upon a time he hadn't felt much for small children, now he could say he loved them. Since he didn't have class in the morning, he went to a small meeting with a couple of teachers. The content is the small group parent-teacher conferences that were scheduled last week. At the end of the meeting, the homeroom teacher sent out a message to the group. At all parents of small class babies, the kindergarten is scheduled to hold a small class parents meeting this Friday to discuss the children's performance after coming to the kindergarten and to inform our teachers about their educational methods. Some babies will be selected for home visits. Please wait for the follow-up news. Please be informed. Has the list of children for the home visit been finalized? Guru asked. I don't know about the other classes, but there's definitely going to be a Toki softie in the second class, and the whole class is full of murdered kids except for her. At those words, Guji was dumbfounded. Kinda made him guess right. I've heard that Softie only listens to teacher little rhetoric, so I'll leave Softie's home visit to you then, and I'll send the home visit to your phone afterward. Okay. At this point in time, timeless pictures. Shirching was sitting in her office, because Softie went to kindergarten from Monday to Friday. It cleared her up a lot. She didn't have to take care of the kids, and her work efficiency increased. Knock knock on the door. Enter. Chairman, there is an important message for you. Chiroy walked into the office with Shirching's cell phone, because the main phone that Shirching used to log in on was the big WeChat number, and the small number that she used to enter the parent group was on another phone, and she usually didn't have time to look at it that much, so she gave the small number to Chiroy to look after. Who's that? Timothy asked faintly. After all, she used a big number to add Gugu, and she wasn't really interested in other people's news. Sunnyside Kindergarten P2 parent group. Give it to me. Shirching almost forgot about the whole parent group thing. She never read the messages in the group. What could be so important about a kid who's just a little kid? Parent-teacher conferences? Shirching looked incredulous. Chairman, look carefully. There's a home visit. Chiruei reminded. Shirching scanned the message again and said helplessly, a bunch of small potatoes still need a home visit? What's there to visit? Chiruei skimmed his mouth, carelessly said. I inquired. That side set down the second-class home visit teacher. Seems to be the art teacher to come. Actually a visit would be fine. Shirching's attitude directly 180 degrees big change. The group that notice forwarded to the WeChat big, like reading the contract carefully review. No wonder someone said they would go to her. It's because of this. To set aside a schedule for you? Ziri asked. She had already guessed that Tokihei would be babbling over. Set aside Friday for the whole day. Timothy didn't hesitate. Well, I'll warn you in advance that if you're free on Friday, you're going to be busy for 2 days over the weekend. No. Tim Ching looked impatient, obviously already full of plans for Friday. She tugged at a contract and jotted it down on the back, while asking Zaire, say, what should I prepare better for a date? Flowers? Red wine? Getting him drunk won't help. What? Date? Chiruei a black line. Her memory is wrong. Obviously parent-teacher conferences and home visits. What the hell is this date? Swish swish swish. Shirching wrote down a series of lists and handed them to Chiruei. Prepare these for me at the times listed above. Good man. It's quite a snappy thing to write. Chiruei took a look and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Big project and so on. Oi, this looks like a contract to be used. Ziri exclaimed. Oops, sorry. I didn't pay attention just now. Shirching smiled. She had just been in a hurry and had just yanked a random one and written it. Chiruei finally couldn't hold back his outburst and broke down and spat. Why don't you prepare a book every time you take the back of the contract to write something? Please reprint it for me to sign. I give you a raise in your base salary. Your attention next time. I would like to reason with the time Ching Chiruei. The final anger. become a plus money juicer, gas dissipated to a clean honest part-time job, the main fight and no temper. Sunshine Kindergarten. Softy is still a bit mischievous and resentful of the teacher's schedule outside of art class, but it's much better compared to before. Only when the morning art class was in another class, Softy looked forward to the noon mealtime, but because of her previous deeds, the teachers had already taken her in as a key subject of observation. When the teacher called for food, Softy tried her best to make movements to get Guji's attention. Guji of course saw it, only his position was far away, and he returned to his seat after typing his meal and glanced in the direction of the softness again. He's not even eating, that little eye is on him. Contemplating for a moment, Guru moved his chair to the area where the second class ate and sat down near the softness. None of the other teachers had ever done this before. Guru was the first, and in no time at all he blended in with the kids, some of whom, of course, were eyeing his large-size food. Softly, on the other hand, happily picked up one of the fried shrimp balls in the small dish, and then handed that fried shrimp ball to Guji's mouth in full view of everyone. Daddy, eat. Soft little hands grasped the tails of the fried shrimp balls for fear of dropping them. Guru twisted his head. Call your brother. Call brother and I'll eat. He was bound to change Softy's habit of calling his father names. However, Softy looked at Guji and nuzzled a little unhappily. The next moment she withdrew a fried shrimp ball. She put the fried shrimp ball in her own mouth and ate it. Guru, why is this kid out of line? Apparently this point follows Shirching, with a set of tricks, and then Softy switched to other food for Guji, who didn't eat any of it. Softy was also stubborn and ate it all herself. He had a good appetite, and he even secretly shoveled the large balls on Guji's plate from time to time. Teachers eat larger balls, and if Softy can't shovel it all at once, she'll do it in several batches until that ball is polygonal. Guru laughed helplessly and pointed to the soft bowl. You have your own small balls, why are you eating mine? The ones in Daddy's bowl smell a little better, Softy said. I've been told to call my brother. Guru looked at the small balls in the soft bowl and scooped away 2 of them with a spoon, saying with a vengeance, I'm going to eat yours too. Softly, however, smiled smugly and generously shared her miniature pills with Guji. Daddy likes to eat more often. It was only then that the afterthought Guji reacted. Set up again. In the afternoon, during art class, Softy was the first to finish drawing what Guji had taught her, and then rightfully gave free rein to draw many colorful pictures for Guji. Softy handed the painting to Guji, and whispered next to Guji, next time Daddy comes home, buy cotton candy. Oh, why do you want to buy cotton candy? Guru asked. Because Mama wants to eat cotton candy. Softly looked at Guji expectantly. Guji couldn't help but feel strange. Shirching wanted to eat cotton candy? Then does Softy have any wants? Guru asked again. Softy pondered for a while. Softy wants flowers, pretty flowers, colorful flowers, super duper. Softy likes flowers? Love love love. Good, I'll buy it. Then be good this week except for art class. Softy. Guji knew that girls liked flowers, but he didn't expect Softy to know that she liked flowers at such a young age. I love you, Daddy. You have to call your brother. If you don't call your brother, there will be no little flower. Guru once again took the opportunity to teach Softy. Soft. She gritted her teeth, and for Hannah's sake, still called out extremely quietly and quickly and without emotion. Brother. Guru was satisfied and stroked the soft head. Good boy. After school, still a little puffed up and soft, but still waiting for Gushir to come out. Waiting for brother again? Guru stroked the soft head and said, your mom is coming to pick you up. Come home quickly. Softly standing on the side of the car without moving, she looked at Guru and said, you said princess please get in. Ha? You said, princess please get in the car. Softy insisted. Princess, please get in the car. Guru cooperated and made a please motion in front of the car door. Soft, asterisk. Softy was then satisfied to get in the car. Timothy watched the scene and closed the car door before rolling down the window. She flew a kiss at Guji. A step away. I'll see you on Friday, my highness the king. Only after the car drove away did Guji react. This mother and daughter have discussed this. Friday. As an art teacher, Guru could participate in the parent-teacher conference, but he chose to stay with the class teacher. Parents walked in one after another. Guji was in charge of reception, and he saw Shirchang in the crowd in the corridor at a glance. Even in an understated casual outfit, that aura stood out in a crowd of plain parents. Toki Softy's parents? Guru asked knowingly. Shirchang took off her sunglasses and smiled. The child's father is here too? Guru frowned and pointed in a direction without any good humor. Sure, Softy's seat is at the very front. Timothy froze for a moment and saw the numerous locations, with a single one at the top. This position, not the teacher's beloved. It's the heart of the matter. Parents. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to this parent-teacher conference. And as the teacher of class 2, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The homeroom teacher was speaking in the front, and Guji was sitting on the sides, looking at Shurching, who was sitting at the very front of the room. Was kinda new to him. I didn't realize that Shurching would have his day. Originally that aura also turned negative at this moment. Through the guidance and education of all teachers, the children have made remarkable progress during this period, especially when it comes to eating. Originally there were a few children who needed to be fed by their teachers in order to eat, but now they also have the ability to eat on their own, and there are no more cases of snatching, except for the time-soft kids, who are slower to progress in this area. After being named, Shurching couldn't help but frown, a sense of urgency rising from the soles of her feet. She'd never been named in public when she was in school. Guji looked at Shurching's embarrassment and laughed in the corner. Shurching quickly noticed Guji and threw a warning look over. Only then did Guji shut his mouth. Next I would like to introduce to all parents the content and objectives of our main teaching activities, which are in 8 areas: language, science, art. While the class teacher was speaking, Guji was handing out all the children's drawings and handicrafts to the parents, which had been prepared in advance. When it was sent to Toki Ching, there was a huge pile of drawing paper and a huge mess of crafts. Toki Ching, degree. She looked at Guji with an incredulous face, as if asking, are these all Softy's masterpieces? Zun do fake do? Guru just gave an affirmative nod. In the hands of all parents is the work of their own babies during this time, in which they would like to commend the soft children of the time for being extremely excited about art. But, the classroom teacher turned the tables. Softy often creates on the walls, tables and chairs in the garden, and every day is different. I believe her progress will also change every day. And I hope that the parents of Tokisoft and the teachers in the garden will work together to teach her. As the words fell out, some of the parents in the rows behind them clammed up and giggled quietly in the background. Shurching held his forehead with one hand and thought to himself that he had never been so humiliated in his life. But if the child has a father, she won't have to lose this face. She thought of this and glanced at Guru. Finally, we hope that all parents will communicate with us in a timely manner, and we are confident that our children will grow up happy and healthy as we work together. Once again, thank you for your support. The homeroom teacher made a closing statement and then turned the conversation. Next, we will announce the list of our second class for this home visit. Tim Ching was already numb. She had expected it to be soft at times. Toki Soft. The homeroom teacher did name names. That's the one. Timothy? She thought there just must be a softy, but she didn't realize it was just a softy. After the parent-teacher conference, Shurching walked out of the classroom disheveled. This parent-teacher conference was harder than any she had ever had. Toki Soft parents, I'm going to pay a home visit in the evening. Oh, Guru reminded. Remember to dress up nice, Shurching said, and where no one else could see, he secretly slapped Guji's butt with his hand, then raised his hand and left. Guja, ring in equal to ring in equal to ring in equal to. He's not going on a date. Why get dressed up? The flap of ass being slapped was inexplicably uncomfortable. It seems that in the future, he will have to protect his sister-in-law against fire and theft. Night. Once Timothy was ready for everything, she hovered at the entry door. She was good at waiting, but she had never looked forward to it as eagerly as this. Ta-ta-ta. There were footsteps at the door, and she crept closer to it. Knock knock. Guru knocked on the door. Time soft parent. I'm here for a home visit. Oh, Guru said. Instead of opening the door immediately, Timothy was symbolically a few seconds late before opening the door. Coming. Shurching's voice was casually lazy. Guru walked in and realized that the room was a bit dim. Why don't you turn on the lights? Just as he asked, his leg was bumped, and when he looked down, Softy had once again transformed into a leg pendant, looking blearily at Guru. Of course Guru knew that, and took out a bag of strawberry sandwich marshmallows from his pocket, as well as a bunch of flowers. Unexpectedly Softy took the marshmallows and ran back inside, closing the door. This kid isn't going to spend. Guru held the large bouquet of colorful flowers, and only then did he look at Shurching as an afterthought. Screwed again. Flowers for me? When Shurching reached out for it, Guji was still unwilling to give it, and she directly and vigorously snatched the flowers away. Thank you. She happily placed the flowers on the coffee table and pulled out the kitchen seat. Mr. Xiaoru, please take a seat. She was elegantly dressed in a long dress and her hair was carefully styled, and on the dining table, 2 candelabras, candles moving slightly, with steaks, wine, and various styles of cuisine on the table. Guru froze in place, asking himself over and over in his mind. He's here tonight for a home visit, right? Guru was flattered to sit down and watched as Shurching shook the liquor in the sober. I'm here on a home visit. Not to drink, Guru said with a serious face. took out a pen and filled in the home visit situation record sheet. Is a little bit okay? Shirching poured a bit of wine for Guji, poured a bit for himself, raised his glass to touch Guji's, and said, Teacher Xiaoji, give me some face. No give, drink it yourself. Seeing Guji making records, Shirching came over to look at it. Guji had just filled in Softy's name, as well as the name of the teacher of the home visit, as well as the time and form of the home visit. Guji suddenly paused and glanced downward, spotting Shirching's hand, which was resting on his leg, sliding around restlessly. He frowned tightly, the hand clutching the pen tightened. One word, when soft parents, please, self, wait, you can touch me too. Touch what? It's a home visit. A home visit. Guji couldn't bear it, and the pen was about to be crushed. Ring and equal to, okay, you tell me. Only then did Timothy withdraw his hand and turn to cutting the steak in front of him. Aha, Timmy Softy is active and outgoing in kindergarten and is generally good, except that he often goes his own way, doesn't follow his teacher's instructions, and doesn't like to make friends, Guru said, and saw Shirching replacing the cut plate of steak in front of him. He looked at Shirchang and his thoughts drifted away for a moment. Timothy smiled at him. I was listening. The purpose of this home visit is mainly to try to understand the family situation of our young children and their living habits at home, and to try to understand enough so that we can better achieve home coeducation, Guru said. Upon hearing this, Shirching sighed, put down her knife and fork, and with a look of acting on her face, she excitedly held Guji's hand. Teacher, my Softy is indeed all anticlimactic, but only her father can control her. Teacher, do you think I should chase her father back? Guru was momentarily speechless and stammered. There are other children in the garden, who are single parents, and even if they don't have a father, it won't have an effect. But my Softy asks for her daddy every day. It's all my fault for saying that I didn't make her daddy like me enough, or else Softy would definitely be able to have a complete home. Shirching feigned a sad look. Guru helplessly propped up his forehead, continued to write on the form and said, after this home visit, I hope you can spend some time, quietly chatting with Softy, so that she understands that to live in a group she has to abide by the rules of the group, and praise Softy as much as you can for her development in all aspects. I understand. I won't blow her little mind, Shirching said, picking up a piece of steak with his fork. If you don't eat it, it'll get cold. And Mr. Xiaorui, don't discourage my cooking skills. Guji sniffed and had to take the fork and take a bite. It's pretty tasty. He finished the plate of steaks in a few bites, then stood up. That's it. I'm ready to go. The home visit is over? Are you sure? Timothy stood up as well. Yeah, how? As soon as Gushir's words fell, Shirching jumped onto Gushir and hugged him tightly. Why? Let go. Quickly, Gushi pickpocketed Shirching. Shirching froze and did not let go of his hand. Just now Soft's teacher came to the home visit. Said Soft need to father it. When you from me you drama queen. How do you listen to words? When did I say anything like that? Guru was furious, thinking that Shirching was worthy of being the boss of a movie and television company. And this acting skill could be an actor. It is not easy to come to a trip, just stay for such a while. I prepare a few days of things you do not look at. The meal did not eat much. Shirchang is very lost, leaning against Guru, tone despondent. These things have been prepared for a long time? Yeah, specially flown in ingredients. I made it myself. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Guru did not expect that Shirchang would prepare so much for a meal. You haven't been around much since I made my feelings known to you and went back home. So whether or not I get any results from all this, don't hate me, okay? Shirching rubbed Guji's hand, her fingers stealing warmth in its palm. How can I hate you? Guru absently withdrew his hand and gently pushed Shirching away, then sat back in his seat at the table, eating the meal on the table, and faintly said, Softy has grown up and understands a lot, so of course I have no reason to come back. Must you need a reason to come to me? Are you so afraid of being found out that I like you? Timothy asked. Guru seemed to be spoken to. The hand holding the cutlery paused and only said, there is always a suitable distance between people, and there is a boundary between close family members. Shirching was silent, knowing that Guji was still reminding that there was that line of aunt and nephew between them, which could not be crossed, nor could they turn a blind eye to it. She sat back down as well and cut into the steak on her plate. There was silence between the two for a while, the knife in Shirching's hand like his own mind. The steak in front of him had been cut in a messy way, more and more. It was a long time before he heard Shirching break the silence. I'm not giving up. At those words, Guji looked at Shirching. In the dimly lit living room, Shirching's determined eyes were more striking than the candlelight. Guru does not recognize Wal Cheng's obsession in this regard. Obviously the sky is the limit. Why bother? The two men looked at each other, like a momentary brush of lightning and flint. One still calm, the other long ago growing more and more passionate. Throughout the meal, Guji was very facetious and ate some of the meals on the table, while Shurching watched quietly. The red wine was not less. Thanks for the hospitality. It was delicious. I should get going. Guji stood up and walked to the door, when Shurching smoothly pulled a rose from the table and shoved it to Guji. Flowers are also flown in, Timothy said. Okay, I'll take it then. Guru walked out and waved politely. Bye, little. Bang. Before little ant could be uttered, Guru ate a closed door. Angry, Guji took that rose and went downstairs, and Shurching behind the door listened to the sound of Guji's footsteps going downstairs getting farther and farther away, and sighed long and hard. She didn't want to hear Guji call her little ant. Every time Guji called her little ant, she felt that the line between them became higher and higher. The next day, the weekend, Guru still went to the gym to work out. Only when he drank water in the same spot, he unconsciously remembered the indirect kiss of that day. His mind rambled. I think it's the first time. The WeChat beep pulled Guji's thoughts back. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was from Gu Yunshan. Gu Yunshan, your aunt said that Softy likes painting and wants Softy to learn painting from you. So go there tonight if you have time. Still really not giving up, Guru thought and left the gym. Evening. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were busy at the medical center tonight, and Guru went out after dinner, messaging Shurching on the way. Guji, I'm going out. I'll be there soon. Less than 2 minutes later, the message came back from across the room. Toki Ching, come to the office. There are only 3 succinct words. Still at the office at this time of the weekend? Guru then went to the time and place, still wearing the mask and hat, and moved quickly to pass through the access control with his finger ring before getting on the private elevator. In the office, Shurching was busy working, the small table on the side. Chi Rui was also busy. The soft in the corner crib was playing with toys by himself. Dad. Seeing Guji, Softy pounced on Guji without even putting on her shoes, stretching out her little hands and begging for a hug. Guru picked up Softy, walked over to the chair across from the desk, placed Softy in the chair and sat down, and asked Shurching, how long until you get off work? Not really, I'm going to have to work an impromptu extra shift tonight. As Shurching spoke, her eyes unconsciously crossed over the computer screen and looked at Gushur. Have you eaten? Perhaps a little tired. Her voice was soft and soft. Guru, on the other hand, opened his accompanying backpack and placed the purchases on the desk in his office. You didn't eat, did you? He sounded almost certain. When she smelled the scent, she couldn't help but stare. How did you know? Guru wanted to speak and said, my parents said so. Liar, big brother and sister-in-law told me today that they would be busy at the medical center in the evening. It's obvious that you bought it for me specially because you were worried that I didn't eat, right? Well, you're too good a guess for a workaholic. Guru opened the bag and took out a bag of snow-coated bean paste, placing it in front of Soft. Wow, thank you Daddy. Softy swayed back and forth on his 2 little legs in delight. Softy ate earlier. I wanted to finish my work before I ate, otherwise it's very delayed, said Shurching. It's time to eat when it's time to eat, Guru said, taking out another packing box and pushing it toward Shurching. It's still hot. Have some. Shurching pushed the keyboard to the side and opened the box, finding that it was meat bun rice, as well as bones and sauce and kanji, all of which were single small portions. So it was clear that Guji really expected her not to eat. Not far away Chiroi saw Shurching pick up a spoon and eat, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Didn't think that this workaholic chairman of the family could still have a time when he turned his head to eat on the way to work. These are the ones I eat often. Do they taste okay? Guru asked. In fact, he still had a lot of gourmet snacks that he wanted to share with Shurching, so he only bought this for fear that she wouldn't be able to finish them all, or that he would delay her work for too long to eat them. Shurching nodded. It's delicious. It just feels like I'm getting fat again. I don't think you're fat. You just eat normally. Guru was honest. The meat on Shurching's body was very long, plump where it should be plump, slender where it should be slender, and that sexy deep career line always made Guji unable to look straight. So do you like my body? Timothy asked coldly. Chiroi on the side couldn't help but stare in disbelief. His ears perked up like antennae. Nice guy. Is this something she can listen to? No man would not like a sexy woman. I'm asking you if you like my body? Timothy pursued. Zyre not far from here, winking winking winking. Can't press the corners of my mouth anymore. Well, quite like it, Guru said. He didn't understand why Tokihei was getting to the bottom of it. That's good. I'll show my body in front of you more often in the future. Shurching threw an ambiguous look at Guji. Guru knew this guy didn't have a straight face and spat. Can't you get your mouth shut with rice? Shurching smiled badly. Only your mouth can gag me. Guji couldn't bear it and stood up with Softy in his arms. I'll take the child home first. Knowing that Guru couldn't help but tease, Shurching said, I'll have Chi-Rue give you a ride. However, Guru asked Chi-Rue for a car key and said to Chi-Rue, after work, you send this hooligan back, don't let her drive. Zaire made a serious saluting gesture. Copy that. Sis. Guru, it's true that you can't get two kinds of people out of the same office. He hugged Softy and walked away quickly. Perhaps the meat bun rice and sauce bones were too delicious, or perhaps Guji could heal the soul better than any food. And Shurching's stress from working overtime was dispelled in a flash, and she was filled with spring. Zaire, raise your paycheck. Thanks, Shay, Toki-san. That night, Zaire discovered the path to riches. Guru drove the car back to the neighborhood and carried Softy into the house. He left Softy to paint in the living room while he cleaned the room by hand. Softy seemed to be harboring doubts all the way and couldn't help but ask out. Daddy, what does hooligan mean? Why is mommy a hooligan? The broom in Guji's hand couldn't help but stop, and the CPU smoked on the spot. How is he going to explain this to an innocent child? A rogue. Rogue is. He stammered. A flash of light in his head. Rascal is. Say she's like. Runny, mango butter. Like that. Lovely yellow color. And tart? It's delicious meaning. He made up some nonsense. But yellow this? He felt that Shurching was not wrongly accused. Softly looked like she had an epiphany. As if she understood. But there was still some doubt in her eyes. How does daddy know mommy is delicious? Where did daddy eat mommy? Guru was immediately startled. As if he was on the verge of an attack. No. No Softy. No food. He explained bitterly. It just means she looks nice and wonderful. Daddy likes mommy. Good yeah. Seeing the soft and happy hands and feet, Gushi gave up struggling. The more he explained, the more chaotic. He cleaned up the room and then sat down next to Softy. The only sound in the quiet living room was the sound of a large and small painting. Chatting with Softy, Gushi realized that Softy was not only very talented at drawing, but also really loved drawing. Shurching seemed to have bought a lot of drawing paper for Softy, all of which were filled with Softy's drawings. What does Softy want to do in the future? Guru asked casually. Want to draw where there's mommy and daddy. Softy didn't hesitate and seemed to have thought about it for a long time. So does Softy want to be an art teacher? Like me? No. Softy shook her head decisively. Softy don't teach stupid little kids. Guru couldn't help but laugh out loud. Softy thinks the other kids don't draw well? Softy looked proud. Softy draws the best. Guru can't help but think to himself. Shurching has no talent for painting and drawing, but the soft-born is gifted in art. Is it possible that the soft's father is a love of painting and drawing like him? Daddy? Daddy! Softly poking and prodding Guru, her little finger pointing at the drawing paper. Look at the picture I drew. On the screen, softly painted 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, and a reddish sunset, like a family walking in the dusk. Hearing the soft call, Gushi came back to his senses in a trance. Only inexplicably, he was in a somewhat bad mood. What's going on? Naughty, how many times have I told you to call your brother? Slightly. After another long time, Guji had cleaned up the living room and put Softy to sleep. It was nearly 10:30 at night before Shurching returned. Why are you so late? Guji walked to the door and looked at Shurching, who had a tired face and was still yawning. He was afraid of disturbing Shurching, and hadn't sent Shurching any messages during this period, so he just waited. It's okay, I've been working a bit too much lately. Shurching smiled reluctantly. Softy is already asleep. I'll go back first. You have an early night. After Guru finished, he grabbed his backpack and left. Brushing shoulders, Shurching suddenly grabbed Guji's hand. It's late. Rest here tonight, she said. No, I'll go back. Guru almost didn't even think about it and didn't hesitate. Shurching also seemed to guess that Guru would refuse. So she said, your parents saw that you didn't go back very late, and knowing that I'm busy at work, they asked you to stay and help me take care of Soft. Is it really what my parents said? Guru was a bit unconvinced. After all, Shurching was always tricking him. Shurching then took out the chat log and showed it to Guji. It's still true. I have to be at the office at 5 tomorrow, so you can stay in the next room tonight and wait for the babysitter in the morning, Shurching said. 5 o'clock. Busy as this ah? Guru was a bit surprised. He hadn't seen Shurching busy like this in the previous 2 years. It's been a special few days, and I haven't been back in the country long enough to catch an old acquaintance's birthday, so I'm going to socialize tomorrow night. Ah, there's still a social engagement ah? Guru scratched his head and finally agreed. Then I'll sleep next door tonight. That's right. It's not like we haven't slept together before. Tokihei couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Guru, _. He recalled the memory of that time he woke up drunk and naked from Tokihei's bed. Right, I'll be out early tomorrow, and I'll be going to the office for breakfast. So don't be a fool and prepare breakfast for me. Aha, sleeping. Can't you just say goodnight? Good night, auntie. Really? Next day, 7 o'clock. When Guru woke up, he found a warm mass on his side. He squinted and Softy was sleeping next to him, like a little gas tank. It seems to be that Shirching put Softy in his room before he left this morning. Originally scheduled for a full weekend. Should get up and eat breakfast and work out. But as a result of the small ball of gas canisters, Guru rarely lied down a little more. But Softy slept for a long time, and in the morning, she only fell asleep shallowly, and woke up in no time, stretching, her little hands blossomed, and Pia to Guji's face. Softy rubbed his eyes and, "Good morning, Dad." Seeing Guji's clear and good-looking face, she happily buried her head into Guji's chest to stick it. "Get up." Guru touched Softy's head. Softy's fluffy hair was messed up by his rubbing. Fluffy and static. Softy was still giggling with his little teeth exposed. He couldn't help but laugh along with him, and then brought the clothes that Shirching had placed beside him ahead of time to put on Softy, including the socks. Softy, who had always disliked wearing socks, obediently let Guji put her socks on at the moment. Seeing Guji get out of bed, Softy also got out of bed and followed closely behind Guji. At this time, Guji noticed that there was an additional multi-layered lunchbox on the originally empty dining table. He walked over to it and there was a light pink sticky note on it. "It's not breakfast, it's my love for you." Silly. Guru recognized Shirching's handwriting and couldn't help but murmur. Last night also said don't let him stupidly prepare breakfast. Fruit himself instead of doing so. Obviously still have to go to the company so early. After breakfast with Softy, the babysitter arrived. "I'm going to the gym, so Softy can play at home." Guji took his things and was about to leave, when he didn't expect Softy to jump on him and turn into a pendant. "Daddy won't go," Softy sputtered. Her hair still messy and a little funny. Guru smiled. It has to go. He didn't like change when it came to what was planned. After all, if he didn't go once, he'd go twice or 3 times. "Will you come back afterward?" Softy asked expectantly. Guru shook his head. Softy also saw Guji's firmness and said with some loss, "Daddy, tie Softy's hair before you go." Tie your hair. Although Guru was not very good at it, he could barely do the simplest ones, so he brushed Softy's hair, then took a small leather strap and tied Softy's hair, ending up with a slightly rusty little ponytail, still crooked. After Guru slipped away, Softy was still looking in the mirror, twisting left and looking right, kinda like it. When Guru finished his time at home after working out, he always received a message from the nanny at Shirching's house. It was Softy who asked the nanny to use her cell phone to video with Guru. The soft and chirpy look on the screen was adorable, as if there was always a lot to talk about with Guji. Only Guru wore headphones and videoed with Softy in his room, fearing that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi would hear Softy always call him dad and not be able to explain it when the time came. After dinner, every once in a while, Guji would ask the nanny if Shirching had come home, but until 10 o'clock, Shirching didn't go back. Guji was supposed to go to bed early, but when he learned that Shirching hadn't come home so late, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Finally, he got up from his bed, and fearing that he would disturb Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, he tiptoed downstairs to change his clothes and made a voice call to Chi Rui outside. Seeing that it was Guji calling, Chi Rui quickly answered the phone. "Assistant Chi, is Shirching at your place?" Guru stood on the side of the street in the dead of night and asked bluntly. "On, the socializing isn't over yet. She's still drinking in the private room, and those guys are too tough to get out of tonight for a while." It was noisy on Zaire's side, and he spoke as if he was deliberately keeping his voice down. "Send me the location." Guru hung up the phone after saying that. Instead, he doubled back home to make some more preparations, then took the keys to Shirching's car and, based on the location sent by Chi Rui, started the car and kicked the gas, purposefully taking a shortcut, in the silence of the night, only to hear a roaring engine, see a speeding car exhaust. The car pulls up to the ginormous restaurant. At this hour, there are still some suits coming in and out. Guru arrived at the private room that Chi Rui had said he would be in, and instead found a waiter. "Room 888, Martel Blue Ribbon," he said. The waiter subconsciously answered, and because it was busy, the waiter quickly brought out the waking wine. "Thanks, give it to me." Guru casually took the tray and left. When he came, he purposely pulled a suit out of Gu Yunshan's closet and looked decent. He poured one glass of wine back into the sober, and replaced the other with a similarly colored drink. Skimming through the crowds of people coming and going in the corridor, he stopped at the door of the unoccupied 888 booth. Guru's right hand brushed across the top of one of the glasses of wine, imperceptibly sprinkling unknown medicinal powder into the wine, then naturally straightened his left sleeve. As he opened the door with his right hand, Guji again inadvertently hid the medicine wrapper in his sleeve. Pushing his way in, he quickly scanned the booth, locking onto a man who looked to be in his 50s in the main seat. At this time in the private room, the wine over 3 rounds of the atmosphere, When Chang and Chi Rue, and a few people, the line of sight is almost all on that old man. And this old man is still sitting in the main seat. More than likely is the one that is difficult to deal with. He walked right up to the old man, placed the drug-laced wine on the table, picked up another glass for himself, and then drank it all down. Which one of you? The old man was confused, and everyone else at the table was confused and unresponsive. I'm Tokihi's husband, Guru said without hesitation, and with one sentence, the whole room was in an uproar, with a few people whispering as if they hadn't reacted yet. I heard that my wife was catching up with an old friend tonight, so I rushed over here. A little late, this cup is considered a forfeit. Feel free to do as you please. He put his words straight into this, then stood next to Shiqing's seat and took Shiqing in his arms, unobtrusively revealing the male ring on his left ring finger, a pair with Shiqing. Shiqing looked up, drunkenly looking at Gu Ji, and blinked hard a few times, thinking she was hallucinating. The old man was close enough to see clearly. Tokido's husband? Perhaps because he had drunk a lot, the old man looked exaggerated, seemingly surprised. After all, Gu Ji's only public appearance was at that press conference. In the end, it was too mysterious. Many people in the business circle thought Gu Ji was very hung up. Some people wanted to get acquainted with Gu Ji through Shiqing. All were politely refused by Shiqing, but the result was that he appeared here today? The dumbfounded old man felt instantly honored, and in his delight he did not hesitate to take the glass of wine. This one has to be drunk. Even though the old man drank a little reluctantly, he still drank it all in one go just like Guru, his face red from drinking. Happy today, sure dong, come, we are drinking a few cups. The old man finished a cup and then crossed Gu, resigned to find Shiqing again, his mouth still chattering, his movements exaggerated. Do you still remember back then, when you just set up Shichi? There was no recommendation for the new movie at all, no endorsement. At that time, you came to me once, begging me to sign a contract with you. And we also drank a round of wine so freely. You were a much better drinker back then than you are now. The old man poured another glass of wine to drink with Timothy. Shiqing smiled faintly and raised his glass, while Chi Rue, who was still sober, blocked the wine in time. Only Shiqing still smiled and took a sip of wine. Gu Ji looked down at Shiqing, and there was nothing but bitterness in that smile. After that, the people at the table chatted and drank several rounds of drinks, and Gu Ji was inevitably asked questions such as where do you work and who is the father of the family. Guru, of course, to the death of bragging rights. From time to time two of the rest is not convenient to inform. To retain the mystery, a few still sober directly be fooled by the stunned, one by one to drink with Guru. Guru politely refused, and ultimately gave his own small number of WeChat to a few people. The few people are also happy to blossom. Before and after not more than 10 minutes of work, the old man at the wine table suddenly looked pained, while greeting his assistant. But the sensation came with such force that the old man was helped to his feet within a few steps before he turned his head and vomited. The crowd looked at this old man finally vomited into such thought finally cannot drink, and hastily have taken the opportunity to leave the table, have said goodbye. The old man was vomiting in the private room for a long time, and was about to lose strength before being helped back by the assistant. Guru also took this opportunity to help Shiqing walk out the door, with Chi Rue following behind, holding Shiqing's bag. I'll call a valet. Still barely conscious, Ziri pulled out his cell phone and fiddled with it. No, I'll drive. Guru put Shiqing on the passenger side and got into the driver's seat himself. Ziri sat in the back seat and hesitated, directing which roads were unchecked in the back. Guru always felt that Chi Rue was a repeat offender, and with a helpless face, he said, what I just drank was a drink. Chi Rue was then relieved, leaning against the back seat of the car, and muttering, I didn't expect to be able to leave so soon. As the car moved, Gu Ji drove slowly and steadily, observing from time to time whether the co-pilot Shiqing was uncomfortable. However, Shiqing just quietly leaned against the car window and looked out the window, speechless all the way. Guru sent Chi Rue back first. Seeing the car stop in front of the door, a short-haired girl in her pajamas ran over to the car, and seeing Ziri, who was already asleep and sprawled out in the back seat of the car, she rushed to carry Ziri out of the car. Thank you. The short-haired girl solemnly thanked Gu Ji, then shouldered Chi Rue and ran into the house. Guru drove towards the East City, and on the road, Shiqing suddenly touched him with her hand. He immediately stopped at the side of the road. What are you doing? He thought that Shiqing wanted to throw up. However, Shiqing just pointed to the bag in the back seat in a daze. Guru reached out and held the bag out to Shiqing. Shiqing opened her bag and rummaged around, her head stuck in it, and after a long time, she took out a card and handed it to Gu Ji. Go. Here, said Timothy. Guru took a look and narrowed his eyes. Tanwo International Hotel VIP card. Your baby is still at home. Guru spoke bitterly. Don't go home. Shurching grabbed the suit on Guji with one hand and said seriously, don't let her see me drinking like this. Guru was silent for a moment and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Softy is probably asleep, he said. Shurching, however, shook his head. We are all away. She will. We'll wait, she said firmly and handed the card to Guji. Listen to me. To go to the hotel, you call again. Tell her that we have something tonight. We won't go back. You coax her well. Upon hearing this, Guji had no choice but to agree. Okay. Guru accepted the card and drove to the big hotel in the center of the city. He went to the front desk and presented his VIP card, and used Timothy's ID card again to make a note. The receptionist courteously brought Guji to the senior suite, and could not help but gossip with colleagues when they left. After all, they recognized Shurching, the two hands of that pair of rings unique and exquisite, sparkling. Anyone can see that this is the couple to open the room. Guru, on the other hand, put Shurching on the bed and then called the nanny to give the phone to Softy. Soft was surprisingly really still waiting. Asked Guji a bunch of questions. Guji responded to each of them, just as Shurching said. He let Soft sleep well by himself and said he would go back tomorrow, although Softy pouted for kisses and goodnights again. It was good that Guji coaxed him and didn't make a scene. After settling the matter of the child, Guji then planned to speak to Shurching and then leave. I didn't expect a phone call, but when I turned my head, I realized that Shurching had disappeared. Hearing sounds coming from the bathroom, Guji thought that Shurching finally couldn't help but throw up. He immediately walked towards the bathroom, his mind thinking that he had to go to the convenience store to buy antidotes, honey water. Unexpectedly pushed open the bathroom door. In the bathroom, Shurching actually stood under the shower and undressed like no one was watching. The shirt revealed a graceful swan neck, and the fragrant shoulders glowing under the lamp broke into Guji's line of sight, and he subconsciously turned his back. You're still bathing when you're drunk like this. Aren't you afraid you'll break your front teeth? I'm going to go now. Before Guru finished his sentence, he felt his back hit two soft masses, and warmth gradually penetrated. A shudder ran through him as he watched those white, slender hands grabbing his shirt from behind, white arms, tightly wrapped around his upper body. You're drunk, Guru reminded gently and patted Shurching's hand. Take your time to wash. Be careful not to fall. I should go. Those hands, however, were still wrapped tightly around him, his left hand groping for his left hand. Two pair rings look best when they are close together. It's just that the ring on Tim Ching's hand may already have a faint ring mark on it, and he's just playing along with the show. Auntie, let go, Guru said, removing Shurching's hand. Guru, just a few steps out. Timothy's voice sounded behind him. Look at me. Footsteps came from behind him. Guji turned around and saw the drenched Shurching, her long hair draped in wetness, not knowing whether it was tears or water from the shower. Beads of water were hanging on her long eyelashes. She raised her head slightly to look straight at Guji, her gaze mesmerized, and slowly came closer. Barefoot, only a little shorter than Guji, her hands resting on Guji's shoulders. Guru wanted to leave, should have left, but at the moment, his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, allowing Shurching to get so close to him. The moment the tips of their noses touched, Guji twisted his head. I know you're having a bad day. It's late. I'll see you tomorrow after work. Looking at Shurching, who had lost all her aura at the moment and was leaning miserably in his arms, his tone softened. He hadn't seen how much the former Shurching had traveled alone, how much suffering he had endured, and had only seen Shurching at the wine table, drinking with a bitter smile under the blinding light. At that moment he somehow felt a stabbing pain in his heart. When he learned that Shurching was not coming home very late, his heart was also worried as never before, and even he, who always drove smoothly, sped on the way there. Only when he received Shurching, on the way back, and saw that she was in the passenger seat, did his heart feel settled. Thank you for tonight. Shurching was silent for a long time, her eyes red, gently holding Guji's hand, once again looking at the male ring on Guji's ring finger. It should. Guru's line of sight, however, fell on Shurching's bare feet. There is no one who fits this ring better than you, murmured Timothy. Or maybe she just wanted the person wearing the ring to be Guji the most to feel incredibly appropriate. Guji listened to Shurching's broken thoughts, and finally picked up Shurching horizontally and walked into the bathroom, brought a chair for Shurching to sit on, and turned on the bath heater. Don't catch a cold, he said, crouching down to look at Timothy. I'm leaving? The idea of leaving didn't seem so strong when he looked at such a soft and weak Shurching. If I don't let you go, will you stay? Timothy asked. The warm yellow light of the bathtub heater, with its warmth, illuminated Shurching's shoulders in a white and reddish color. The two men's passionate glances went back and forth, a few degrees hotter than the temperature of the bathtub, shining a hot light on their hearts. Guru opened his mouth and was just about to say something when Shirching said, "Can't you wear this ring tonight? Even if it's just for fun, and stay with me again in the name of my husband?" Guru was silent for a long time, thinking for a moment. "I'll leave when you fall asleep." He stepped out of the shower and waited outside for Timothy. Shirching quickly finished his shower and walked out, the smell of alcohol dissipating a bit, but the drunkenness was still there. She sat on the bed and naturally handed the hairdryer to Guji. Guji was blowing Shirching's hair behind her, like a hallucination caused by drunkenness. Even the subtle sensation of hair touched by Guji was infinitely amplified. It was as if time had slowed down. Shirching seemed to be on the verge of falling asleep, her head always leaning against Guji's body. Soon, Timothy fell into a deep sleep. Guji turned off the hairdryer and stood in place to let Shirching lean on it for a while before he gently placed Shirching on the bed and covered her with the quilt. He left the room and instructed the front desk to bring Timothy honey water in the morning before walking out of the hotel. Silent late night, thoughts in complete disarray. The next day, early morning, Guru woke up and went to work, his mind still recalling last night, and he was so careless when he ate breakfast that he didn't even notice Gu Yunshan and Su Shi walking around the living room. "You went out last night?" Gu Yunshan asked casually. Guru didn't respond. Gu Yunshan walked up to Gu Ji, shook his hand, and shouted, "Hi harm hi." It was only then that Guru came back to his senses. "What for?" "Scaring me. What are you thinking about you? I asked if you went out last night," Gu Yunshan pursued. "Not far away." Su Shi also looked in Gu Shi's direction. No. Guru was not good at lying in front of the two. Gu Yunshan narrowed his eyes, walked to Gu Ji's left side, and unexpectedly placed 2 fingers on Gu Ji's pulse. "I'm not uncomfortable." Guru thought Gu Yunshan when he was sick. However, Gu Yunshan just sat across the dining table and slowly said, "You recently, the fire is a bit big." Guru's movement of eating breakfast was stunned, explaining, "It may be staying up all night. Plus, there are more things in the kindergarten lately." He couldn't help but think again of Shirching's soaked shirt and waist last night. Gu Yunshan quietly asked in Guji's ear, "Did you steal that suit of mine?" Guru laughed awkwardly. How? Your mom was interrogating me this morning and said the suit smelled like heavy shampoo and had lipstick marks on the back." "Don't screw your own father." Gu Yunshan disliked Guru with his elbow, not daring to look in Su Shi's direction. Guru pretended to be unaware of the appearance, dazzled the mouth of breakfast, raised the volume of voice, shouted, "Dad, you are not through, then forget Shouting, he ruffled out the door with the uneaten bread. "It's nice to have a top bag delivered to your door. Bastard net nonsense." Gu Yunshan shouted from the back, but it was already inevitable that he would be interrogated for the whole day. Sunshine Kindergarten. Guru purposely went to the window of the second classroom to look at Soft. Little Softy sits up bored and is nice and spry. "I just don't know how someone is doing," he thought this, not realizing he had been spotted by Softy. Dad! Softy yelled out, then scampered out of the classroom so fast that neither teacher caught it. "Softy, be good. Go back to class now." Guru picked up Softy with both hands and moved towards the classroom. Softy, however, innocently asked, "Where did Daddy go with Mommy last night?" Auntie Nanny said the place in Daddy's video was a hotel. "Is that true? Where is the hotel?" For a moment, the 2 female teachers in the classroom looked at each other. Guru was so embarrassed that he wanted to vaporize in place. "Softy, don't talk nonsense. No such thing." He laughed bitterly and quickly fled the scene. He also heard a smart kid in the classroom behind him yell, "My dad says hotels are places to sleep." Guzue, Shirching left her hotel room and muddled her way down the elevator. And just as she reached the lobby, she was stopped by the front desk. "Director Toki, your husband specially instructed us to prepare breakfast and honey water for you when he left last night. Would you like to stay and dine?" At those words, Shirching's footsteps paused. Good. Never one to dine in a hotel. She turned her head and headed for the hotel restaurant, calling in Ziriai, who was waiting outside. In the process, sipping the warm honey water, she thought back to a frame of memory from last night. "I didn't kiss you." Hearing Chirue let out a big yawn, Shirching was able to wave away the chaotic thoughts in her head. "I was told I could have a half day off the day after the socializing, and you're still here so early to tell me to go to work," she said. "I left early last night, and I still have some work to take care of," Zaire said, looking at the schedule on his phone. "Have some together." Shirching pointed to the breakfast on the table. Chirue shook his head. Pan made me breakfast this morning and drank the honey water. That bun in your house was just nice to you, and you ended up calling me up when you were full." Frustrated face, "What a bun. Doesn't brother-in-law treat you well? He called me last night and drove over when he heard you were still drinking. Besides, I didn't keep you from drinking last night," Zaire muttered. "But it did get lucky. It ended earlier than expected." Shirching paused, remembering the clip from last night's wine table, the security of that warm palm taking her into its embrace. Too unforgettable. Mr. Yao collapsed first last night? She asked. Yeah, it wasn't long after brother-in-law arrived that Mr. Yao collapsed. In all these years, it's the first time I've seen that wine pot drink until he vomited. Upon hearing this, Shirching pondered for a moment, thought of something, and asked. He gave a toast to Mr. Yao? A toast to a blue ribbon, but he switched his glass for a drink. Really? Shirching seemed to have guessed something and couldn't help but smile, saying to Chi Rue, now have the company side send someone to visit Yao's house and send some tonic to Mr. Yao. After leaving the hotel, Shirching briefly wrapped up the previous day's work with Chi Rue in her office before she was both sleepy. You go back to your afternoon off. Bonuses as usual. When Shirching finished, Chi Rue also finally nodded wearily before packing up his things. Knock knock came from outside the office. Enter. Chairman. The latest hot search. Take a look. One of the secretaries walked in with a pad and handed it to Timothy. Shirching glanced at it, and then her whole body went mental. Yo! Hearing Shirching's shocked voice, Chi Rue also moved over to take a look. The photos on the hot search, obviously taken secretly by the paparazzi, were a little blurry at night, but because the hotel entrance was bright, the figure of Shirching being swept into the hotel by Guji was clear. Hey! Chi Rue pointed to the photo on the hotspot and looked at Shirching with disbelief again. You stayed in the hotel with your brother-in-law for more than 2 hours last night? Didn't you say he sent you in and left? She instantly went from being the assistant to the chairman of the board, to being the same as those netizens under the hot search who were eating the same thing. It's true that it was more than 2 hours, but it didn't do anything. Shirching looked helpless and muttered. Not even a kiss. Chairman, should we pull the hot search? The secretary wearing glasses asked. After all, it was well known in the company and the business community that Shirching was notorious for disliking this type of gossip about himself. However, when Shirching was about to speak, Chi Rue jumped ahead. Don't spend money for nothing. What's there to undo about her going to a room with her man? It makes perfect sense. Zaire, get the hell out of here when you get off work. Timothy shoved Zaire impatiently. After Chi Rue left, Shirching suppressed her laughter and tried her best to hide the blush on her face as she snapped at the secretary. There's not much impact. No need to withdraw. In Gu's medical center, Sushi sat drinking tea and looking at her cell phone, and Gu Yunshan was grinding herbs on the side, while still chanting. I'm telling you, last night, it must have been our son who put the clothes on out, and after stealing and wearing them, he put them back in their original position. At this moment, Sushi's gaze stopped on her cell phone, and she found that in her phone's message push, there was an additional familiar name. Ching, this is on the hot search again. She clicked on the photo and noticed the person next to Timothy. Gu Yunshan heard said Shirching and came over to take a look, and with this glance, he also noticed Shirching beside him. Why does this dress look so much like that suit of mine? As soon as he said this, both of them all stared solemnly at the screen. After a long time, Gu Yunshan slapped his thigh. It must be a collision. How could Ching go to a hotel with that silly boy of ours? Don't be ridiculous. It's probably just gossip and happened to bump into each other's shirts. But that's too much of a resemblance. I'll ask my son. Sushi always had an indefinable intuition and quickly sent a message to Guji. At this time, the kindergarten Guji did not pay attention to the hot search, and saw the photos sent by Sushi before snapping to attention. He was so shocked that he denied it outright. Mom, you're mistaken. It's not me. I have to go to class. Let's leave it for now. Seeing that Sushi didn't ask anything more, he quickly sent another message to Shirching. Guji, are you there? Auntie? Quickly explain to my parents that I was just borrowing clothes last night /please.jpg. Shirching, give me a kiss and I'll talk for you. As if she had anticipated that Guji would come to her, Shirching replied almost in seconds. Guji, why? I even helped you last night. Shirching, help me drug someone? Guru, it's just the powder of dandelion and lonicera. It makes him look like he drank too much and vomited. It's not that I want to take you away earlier. Shirching, I don't care. Give me a kiss or I won't be able to help. Guru was helpless. How to have time to chat with him? No time to help say a word. But he posted a random emoji anyway. /boing.jpg. Shirching on the other end of the screen looked at the adorable emoticons with a peachy face. Guji, okay? Shirching, I should have let you kiss me in front of me. Although poorly spoken, Shirching quickly explained last night's events with Gu Yunshan and Sushi. He only said that the company was open for business and temporarily needed a suit, so he asked Guji to send it over. Gu Yunshan and Sushi didn't ask anything else, while Shirching retweeted the microblogging hot search dynamic. That photo in and out of the hotel. Not a word about it, only paired with a sheepish emoji. At this time, Jun Chung Group, Song Jun Ro sat in his office, looking at the photos of Shirching and Guji on the hot search. Are you sure the woman in the photo is Toki Ching? Song Junrouge looked through the photos on the hotspot over and over again. She'd only seen obsolete Ching when he was a child, and wasn't really sure if it was by just a stumbling back. The secretary standing across the desk said, "Just now, Shi Ching herself retweeted the microblogging, and there are also paparazzi who saw Shi Ching leaving in a car at the social gathering with General Manager Yao, and the car appeared in the parking lot of the Tan Desire Hotel. The probability is yes. 11:00. Clock is Yao always dying. I remember that he used to be famous in the business circle for being able to drink. How did he fall down in less than 11 o'clock? Song Jun Rhythm asked. I heard that Shi Ching's boyfriend went there for a short while, and the socializing ended after just a few minutes of work. I purposely asked the other people at the table who were with me, and it was said that Shi Ching's boyfriend toasted Mr. Yao. I see. What a gutsy find. Song Junro zoomed in on Guji's figure in the photo, carefully recalled it, and murmured, 2 years ago, when Shi Ching came to see me, that driver, it seemed to be about the same height and build as him. Her eyes have always remembered people she's seen. Does Shi Ching still live in that old housing area now? Song Jun Rhythm asked. She had never understood how Shi Ching, who obviously had other houses in Liaocheng, had to live in that neighborhood that was so old. Yes, she's only been in and out of there. She hasn't been to any of the other properties once. Your previous investigation said she didn't buy this old house, did she? Yes. There is a family close to Timothy, and it seems that they are the ones who let Timothy live there. Upon hearing this, Song Jun Rhythm put her cell phone on her desk, leaned back in her chair, and coldly grunted. After earning so much money over the years, you don't live in your own house, but live in a shabby house given to you by someone else? You go and find out where this man is coming from. I don't believe a man approaches a woman with a girl he doesn't want anything. Yes, I'm on my way. Evening, Sunshine Nursery. Shi Ching came to pick up Softy from school, and Softy still waited for Guji to come out before heading out. Ma-aya. Softy hadn't seen Shi Ching all day and was excited to pounce for a hug. Shi Ching also petted Softy's head, only to hear Softy speak in the next moment. Did Mommy and Daddy go to a hotel and sleep together last night? I heard from Strong. Shi Ching glanced at Guru, then said to Softy, last night Mom stayed out because she was too tired and didn't want to go home. Couples are meant to sleep together. Hey, you don't talk nonsense to children, Guru reminded. Shi Ching walked to Guji's ear, with a smile on her face, and whispered, I'm talking about you as my husband last night. What are you vain about now? Gu resigned and took 2 steps back. You'd better keep your distance from me. Don't get photographed again. I don't want to be famous. What's the point? We're family. Shi Ching smooched in Guji's direction. Back to you with a kiss. Who wants you back? Guru watched Shi Ching leave, and the memories of last night came tumbling back again. No wonder Gu Yunshan said he was on fire. When he got home, Guji saw the suit was washed and dried on the balcony. Gu Yunshan couldn't help but kick Guji as soon as he saw him return. Borrowing clothes is borrowing clothes. Brat. And not telling the truth this morning. Come on, it's just a joke. Guru snorted. In fact, this morning he's cerebellum atrophy. Froze cannot think of reasons to explain, can only take the help of going to work first walk for respect. At that moment, he noticed several large packages sitting on the coffee table in the living room, and he then changed the subject. For my mom? After all, Gu Yunshan would always buy a bunch of things to please Su Shi when she was in a bad mood. Old Xia bought it for you, Gu Yunshan said. Thanks, uncle. Guru was a bit surprised. He sat on the sofa and opened the package, and found that it was quite a lot of imported snacks, and a few luxury goods, watch pendants and the like, because Xia Huanning's father was always walking around at home and abroad, and when he was a child he often received imported goods from the Xia family. Is Uncle Xia in the country these days? He asked. I heard it's back, but it's over in the north side, and it's still busy. I'll pay him a visit when he gets back. Guru thought to himself that so many things, after all, were not like what he had casually given as a child. He had to go and thank them properly. Gu Yunshan sat on his butt across the sofa, casually took a bag of snacks and ate them, lamenting, old Xia is really something this time. Not only did he buy so many things for you, but your mom and I also received quite a few, and those who didn't know thought that they were going to let you be a door-to-door son-in-law. At those words, Gu Shi paused. A door-to-door son-in-law? What does that mean? He asked. I told you this child is stupid, right? Huan Ning only came before and said such obvious words. Not long after that, old Xia came to deliver something again. The meaning is too obvious. Isn't it just to let you and Huan Ning interact more? To set up the two of you? Guru pondered for a moment and tied the package. If Uncle Xia meant it as a gift in this way, then it's better to return these things. Hey, don't. Seeing Guru carrying the package and about to head to the Xia family, Gu Yunshan hurriedly stopped it. Guru was helpless. I'll buy you whatever you want. These, and the ones you've collected, will have to be returned. We have to meet in a few days. You can't return it now if you want to. Meet? Guru put down the package. Sushi washed the fruits from the kitchen and walked out, saying to Guji, your uncle said to bring Huan Ning over in a few days, so let's have a meal together. This is a matchmaking bureau too, isn't it? You and my dad agreed to this? Guru stood up with an incredulous look on his face. That definitely has to be agreed. Even if we don't talk about you and Huan Ning, how long has it been since your mom and I have seen your uncle say? They're all old friends. We definitely need to have a meal. Gu Yunshan said. Then if Uncle Xie brings this up at that time, you two must firmly refuse. Guru reminded. Gu Yunshan laughed. You're that afraid that the two of us will sell you over as door-to-door son-in-laws? Guzue, ring in equal to ring in equal to ring in equal to. Even if you don't want to, you have to say it properly. Your Uncle Xie praised you since you were a child. Looked at you as if you were looking at his own son. I guess he has long wanted to set you and Huan Ning up. No. Guru cannot help but feel difficult to get. Xie family and Gu family, how many years of friendship? Although Uncle Xie atmosphere, even if the refusal will not be how, but also always have to be euphemistic, and let Uncle Xie dead heart to do so. At this time, Gu Yunshan suddenly remembered something and pulled out his cell phone. Right, I almost forgot. I had to send a message to tell your aunt. Guru froze. Why did you tell her? How can you talk? He's your aunt. How can we not tell her when our family is having a dinner with old friends? Besides, it's lively with a lot of people. Gu Yunshan was already excited to send a message to Shiqing. Yes, besides, we know full well that your Uncle Xia wants to talk about marriage. Qingqing is a member of our family, and she doesn't live far away, so of course we have to call it in. It also looks formal. Well, Guru sighed. How did it make it seem like both parties were betrothed? At night, Guru, who hadn't played Udromi for a few days, opened the game on his bed, just logged into the game and got a group invite. He took a look at the name and it was actually Buddy QQ. This guy can't have been squatting on me. He agreed to the invitation, after all, and wanted to use the opportunity to get his best friend QQ to agree to dissolve the relationship. In the game board dialog box, he directly stated his wishes. However, his friend QQ did not reply. The whole game Buddy QQ, the beginning is based on the title to the crooked painting, and then more and more excessive, deliberately writing on the drawing board. The writing still isn't the answer to the question, but rather, CC I love you. There's a time limit on each game of painting, and Buddy QQ just filled the screen with these words and drew hearts all over the screen in those tens of seconds. There were 8 other passerby players in the entire game besides her and Guru, but since a player drawing couldn't be interrupted, they could only eat dog food quietly and then grit their teeth and send angry emoticons on the public screen as a way of venting their frustration. 2 players couldn't help but say a few words, with the air of wanting to start cursing, but seemed to be quiet when they saw a bunch of medals and achievements on Guji's homepage, as well as the title of number 1 in the entire region. Got it. Big Brother's little stepford wife is just having a little tantrum. What can a single dog do? This bowl of dog food, dry. Guji, on the other hand, was like a wrong seed, saving the crooked painting and pulling the score back a bit. Once the game was over, Gushi questioned his friend QQ with great incomprehension. Why don't you draw properly? Why did you pull me if you didn't want to play? Also, please agree to the request to dissolve the relationship. Guji's tone was still nice, but it was cold and emotionless between the lines. QQ, I didn't play the game properly, but I seriously wrote my confession on the drawing board. See, this is a drawing game, and you're not having fun writing. Don't change the subject and break up the relationship immediately. He had seen many people who wrote out the questions directly on the drawing board in order to make the other players guess correctly. He felt bummed out every time he met someone like that. QQ, you try on what I bought you last time and I'll lift it right away. How about that? If it wasn't for his best friend QQ mentioning it, Guji would have almost forgotten that there was a sexy nene hidden under the bed. See, 1 minute, if you don't unfriend me, I'll delete my friend. Where would he be threatened by such words? He wasn't a fool to give a direct and unflinching ultimatum, and he wouldn't have taken so long if they hadn't been gaming buddies years ago. At this moment, Shiqing at the other end of the screen, looking at Guji's words, as if she hadn't reacted yet. What's wrong with this kid? He's got a lot of nerve. However, she quickly reacted, scrambling to find the disassociation button and sent Guji a request to disassociate, muttering damn under her breath. Receiving the application to dissolve the relationship, Guji clicked agree in seconds, and without hesitation, he exited the chat interface and played a few more games alone by himself, not paying any attention to Shiqing at all. Guju Guru, wait for me. Sooner or later, one day, you still have to beg for me to tie up with you. Shi Cheng on the other end of the screen was furious. She didn't expect that she was actually taken by her smelly brother who was 9 years younger than her. But she still watched Guji and watched Guji draw until Guji went offline. Tim Dong, can you not play games while you're in a voice conference? The sound is really loud. Chi Rui's complaint came from the computer in front of Shi Cheng, and it spoke to the rest of the people in the meeting. Because Shi Cheng had to look at the computer, she used her cell phone voice to text when she sent a message to Guji, and she wore a Bluetooth headset for the meeting. So even if the sound was low, the people in the meeting more or less heard a little bit of it. Everyone couldn't help but wonder in their hearts what sins they had committed in their past life. This life voice phone listening to their boss flirting with someone. Ahem, where were you guys talking about? Shi Cheng immediately threw herself into her work wholeheartedly. Only when the voice conference was over did Chi Rui send a separate message to Shi Cheng. Chia, this weekend is already free for you, and you'll have to work overtime again in the next 2 days. What is it that makes you use your annual leave? Shi Cheng, it's a family gathering. My brother and sister-in-law are having a dinner with old friends at their house, and they want me to come along. She was so full of joy and anticipation in her words, that it seemed to her that this small and ordinary thing was a great happiness. Good. But don't hit on your brother-in-law in front of his parents. Good night. Chi Rui also knew that Shi Cheng was concerned about this, and just gave a friendly reminder and slipped away. Shi Cheng, however, was giggling, and his face had some redness on it. The sleeping softy on the side seemed to hear Shi Cheng's laughter, took off the rabbit eye mask, rubbed her eyes with her small hands, and leaned her head on Shi Cheng's arm in a daze. Why isn't Ma going to bed yet? Is it because you want to sleep with daddy and you can't sleep because you want to? At the sound of his voice Toki Ching froze, then quickly turned the computer off in case the light from the screen shook Softy. Softly, go to bed first. Shi Cheng was a little weak. For a moment he didn't know how to explain. He just rubbed the soft little face, then coaxed the soft to sleep. When Softy mentioned it like that, she remembered what happened yesterday in the hotel. It seems that Dolwood like Guji is the hardest to get. Even if she forces a boink with Guji, Guji will still hang on. A few days in a row. Soon came to the weekend. Guji's life is still 2 points in one line. Home and kindergarten, both sides of the run, and occasionally look at someone's still frequent release of the circle of friends, but also do not feel boring. On the other hand, Shi Cheng had been refused the invitation to the game team by Guji for several nights in a row, and the poor girl could only watch Guji's battles. The rest of the time she spent in the check room picking out clothes. Although Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were both close to her, this time she was gathering with friends of the Gu family as a member of the Gu family, and she wanted to dress formally, but after thinking about it, she wore a simpler attire for fear that it wouldn't look too intimate. She purposely asked Chi Rui to come and accompany Softy, then drove herself to Guji's house. The car was parked outside, and I could see from a great distance that the house was bustling. In addition to Gu Ru, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, there were two others. One was Xia Huaning, and one was a somewhat older man sitting with Xia Huaning, who Shi Cheng guessed was probably Xia Huaning's father. So that's where you see this little girl's home. For some reason, she suddenly had some speculations in her heart, and she was originally wearing a smile all the way, but now she was quiet. Still, she had a smile on her face as she got out of the car and walked into the house with gifts from the trunk. Several people in the house saw her and quickly welcomed her. Ching is here. Oops, buying things again. Come in and sit down. Gu Yunshan took the things in Shi Cheng's hand. After greeting the two Xia family members, Shi Cheng swept the room and naturally took the seat next to Gu Ru. At the dinner table Xia Huanning's father and Guji's parents, exchanging pleasantries about trivial things over the years. Xia Huanning has remained silent, elegantly taking small bites of rice, and from time to time saying a few words to Guji's parents. Gu Shi, on the other hand, was eating right along, taking big gulps of dry rice, bowl after bowl, and Shi Cheng just smiled and watched, because Guji had stayed at the gym a little longer during the day today. The large amount of exercise had left him with an empty stomach, and it looked as if he was going to starve to death if he stayed a little later. It's that this craft is still the flavor of the year and remember when we lived in the village, living closer than now. It's like living in a home. Xia Hong spoke in praise. Gu Yunshan lamented. Yes, so many years have passed in a flash. This gathering seems like yesterday. We're getting old and the kids are growing up. Xia Hong said, his eyes looking towards Gu Ru and Xia Huanning. Your family Xiao Ru, the more I look at it, the more I like it, and our family Ning Ning sitting towards here. This is a boarding pair. Hearing this, Shi Cheng's movements subconsciously lurched, and sure enough, his guess was right. This is a betrothal bureau. That's for sure. Your girl is beautiful, and this son of mine isn't ugly either. Gu Yunshan picked up the conversation. Xia Hang also no longer speak polite words, directly said, circle words I do not say. I come today. is to talk about our two families. 20 years of friendship. The two children age similar. Ning Ning childhood like Gu rhetoric. I am a father, although not often accompanied by children, but still hope that the child will be able to do as they wish, so that I am also relieved. Our Xia family doesn't have the slightest problem with it. It's up to your family to see what Gu Rue means. When the words fell, the table was quiet for a few seconds. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi seemed to have not expected Xia Hong to be so direct and forthcoming with his intentions, but they made a timely statement. As for your sister-in-law and I, we don't have any problems either. This girl Huan Ning, your sister-in-law and I both like her from the bottom of our hearts. But then again, this is after all the child's own lifelong matter. The two of us still have to see what Gu Rue means. Gu Yunshan, according to the wishes of the care resignation, did not directly agree, and politely left room for maneuver. This gift money and so on, but it is just a number. Our Xia family intends to leave it all to you to decide. Entrusting my daughter to your family, I am most assured. Xia Hong today seems to be different from previous years. Extraordinarily a bit anxious, which has not said two sentences, and already talked about the gift. At the dinner table, Xia Huanning kept looking in Gu Shi's direction, then looked down again. She was too selfish. She had clearly agreed to be brother and sister with Gu Ji, but she was silent when her own father brought up the matter of marriage. In the end, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart about the matter with Gu Ji, so much so that she didn't dare to meet Gu Ji's eyes. I have questions. When the words came to this point, Gu Ji had to come out and show his attitude, and he spoke as politely and calmly as possible. Uncle Xie, you haven't asked Xia Huanning what she means, have you? I know in my heart even if I don't ask her what she means, right? Gnome. Xia Hong looked at Xia Huanning, who only bowed her head slightly, biting her lips nervously and twisting and clenching the corner of her coat with both hands under the table. Before coming here, Xia Hong really hadn't asked her, but here, she should have denied it. But somehow, when she opened her mouth to speak, the words stopped in a circle, and she couldn't get them out. Guru also saw it and simply explained himself. Uncle Xie, I only consider Xia Huanning as my sister. This is too forced. That's not when you were a kid, now you both are grown up. As long as it's not get along with how can't you? Xia Hong smiled, as if he expected his own daughter to like the matter of Gu Ji. Not Shi Qing, who was on the side, glanced at Gu Ji and thought to herself that she and Gu Ji weren't close aunts and nephews. Xia Hong continued, what about this matter? Xiao Ru, you should agree to it first, and then spend more time with our family Ning Ning to get along with each other. Suddenly, Shi Qing, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. In my opinion, just set it down. She glanced at Gu Ji, then said to Xia Hong, as Gu Ji's aunt, I have the ability to do so I definitely have to give more. Regardless of how much gift money my big brother and sister-in-law give, I'll contribute $2 million. Guru looked at Shi Qing in surprise, as if to say, what the hell are you up to? $1 million? No, don't need that much. Xia Hong waved his hand repeatedly. You also said that the gift is nothing more than a number. In my opinion, the two families have been friends for more than 20 years, and this 1 million is nothing more than a small token of appreciation. Shi Qing looked at Gu Yunshan and Su Shi again. As far as I know, big brother and sister-in-law also like this Xia Huaning child, right? Might as well just set a date. Hearing this, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were also a bit surprised. Not expecting such a big thing, Shi Qing actually said it was settled. The two of them in this situation can only wait for Guru's decision. That dares to be. Good. Xia Hong was satisfied. Unbeknownst to him, the fingers under Shi Qing's desk were pressed with many nail marks from the tension. She was afraid of the eventuality that Gu Ji wouldn't firmly refuse. Wait. Finally, Guru stood up urgently and spoke bluntly. I disagree. As the words fell, Shi Qing let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. Ha, you don't want to, always have to give a reason nah, Xia Hong said. Reason. Many stupid reasons popped up in Guru's mind. Don't like women? Not planning on having a family? It doesn't seem like a good idea to say it anyway. The pressure was on and the table fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, Shi Qing raised his hand and slapped the table, as if he suddenly thought of something, with a smile on his face. I'm so sorry I forgot something very important, she said. What is it? Xia Hong asked. Shi Qing looked at Gu Ji and smiled with an uncertain meaning. I remember. Xiao Ru has a girlfriend At these words, several people at the table fell silent once again. He has a girlfriend? Gu Yunshan was a bit incredulous, pointing at Gu Ji and asking Shi Qing. His stupid son has a girlfriend and he, the father, doesn't even know? Su Shi was also surprised and happy. After all, she and Gu Yunshan knew Gu Ji best. Guji had a girlfriend and did not tell the two of them. It must be more or less some want to develop in the long run. What are you babbling about? Guru almost gritted his teeth as he reminded Shurcheng not to talk nonsense. For his part, Timothy's smile deepened. Little nephew, it's about time, so don't hide it. Didn't you show me the chat records of you and your girlfriend? How intimate the chat was. Hearing that Guji has a girlfriend, Xia Huanning's tightly clenched hand loosened, seemingly grateful that he would not make things difficult for Guji, but also like a huge stone smashed into the heart, crushing the sporadic delusions of grandeur. Don't be ridiculous, you. Guji gave Shurcheng a wink, yet the latter had no intention of shutting up. It's been so long, it's time for you to come clean. Aren't you tied up in a romantic relationship with your girlfriend? Just take it out and see. Timing frantically arched his fire at the side. Has it been a long time? When was that? You're such a child that you don't reveal anything at all. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were both a bit surprised, even Xia Hong on the side, but Xia Hong was very persistent. How come I don't believe it a bit? Xiaoru, show uncle if it's true. Gu Ru hesitated. If we can really borrow this method to make Xia Hong die, it's not bad, only, he just broke off his relationship with his best friend QQ a few days ago. Hiss. Guru suddenly stood up and slipped his cell phone into his pocket in passing. I suddenly had a bit of an internal emergency. I'm sorry. We'll talk again in a while. After saying that, he fled to the restroom in a huff. On the side, Shurcheng smiled knowingly and took out his cell phone and flipped through it a few times before standing up as well. Excuse me for a moment. There's something at work to take care of and I'm going to make a phone call. She took her cell phone and walked outside. Sure enough, as she expected, Guji quickly sent a message from the game. See, yes? It's an emergency. See, let's get back together. Please. At this time, when she saw the message, she smiled a little, and then typed without slowing down. QQ, why? Didn't you say you wanted to break up the relationship before? Guji on the other end paused for a moment, then seemed to feel that typing was a waste of time, and was so anxious that he sent a voice directly over. See, anyway, it's just that I've been screwed over by a bad woman, and it's an emergency, so I need to confirm that I have a girlfriend. QQ, please beg me. See, I beg you. I'm begging you. Guru was almost gritting his teeth in his tone. QQ, then I can't help you for nothing. See, what do you want? Game props? Whatever you want. Come on. Shurcheng on this side of the screen thought for a moment and quickly gave a meaningful smile before typing. QQ, give you two choices. Either wear what I bought you before and take a picture of it and send it to me, or buy me one of the same couple's model and send it to the address I sent you before. Guru was silent for a while. So this guy is a pervert? It's killing me. However, Shurcheng was still urging. You have to choose quickly. I still have work to do. See, I'll take the second one. You'll send me the size afterward. So let me deal with this side of things first. He quickly sent a request to his friend QQ to bind the relationship of lovers. Seeing this application once more, Shurcheng nodded with satisfaction before agreeing to the application, and was much more comfortable when she saw the familiar pink heart logo. Not long after she returned to the dining table, Gu Shi, who had dealt with the chat logs, also returned. Ahem, this is my girlfriend. Guru showed the chat records with his friends QQ to a few people. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were not surprised to see that Guji's girlfriend was a close friend from Udrami. I guess, their son did manage to do this. Xia Huanning didn't bother to look at Guchu's cell phone. It seemed that the brother that she had been running after since she was a child was completely getting farther and farther away from her. It turns out that the person she always thought she could have will also one day fall in love with someone else and have a family. Xia Hong saw that it was an in-game lover and simply retorted, "You're in an online relationship. Through the screen, how can this be considered a serious girlfriend?" Guru immediately changed his words. "We only met on the internet. We've actually met in person. She's also in Liucheng." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were hopeful, and if they hadn't said that they were in the same city and had also met, both of them felt that their foolish son must have been tricked. "Where are you from in Liucheng? What's your name? How old are you? Where do you work? How is the person?" The two asked a series of questions. Xia Huanning listened quietly and couldn't eat anymore, suddenly feeling that she and her father seemed a bit redundant here. Shurcheng then quietly watched Guji make it up down the line. Her name is Dawn. Guru made up a surname out of thin air simply because the name of his best friend QQ always reminded him of QQ Candy. "She is a few years older than me. Quite nice. Very good looking. White. Long hair." Listening to Guji's haphazard description, Shurcheng subconsciously felt that this was the best imaginable picture of her other half in Guji's mind. She couldn't help but lean those words towards herself and finally nodded in approval. Wasn't that what was being said about her? How many years older than you? Where do you live? Su Shi continued to pursue the question. I won't tell you the rest. What about her and I going towards the stage? I'm still not going to tell you guys until we get to the end. In fact, Gu Shi couldn't make it up. He was afraid that if he said more, it would be easy to reveal. This, Xia Hong was obviously extremely lost, and sorrow accumulated on his face as if the sky had collapsed. Shirqing quickly stepped forward to round off the conversation. Today, blame me. I forgot about the fact that Xiaozhu has a girlfriend, but big brother and sister-in-law and you guys have been friends for more than 20 years. Even if we can't be in-laws, this friendship is still like a family. After he finished speaking, Gu Yunshan and Su Shini also chimed in with a conversation to change the topic. Old Xia, you came back this trip. I always feel that you have lost weight. Today it is just right. Your sister-in-law and I are here to give you a pulse. We are getting older. The body should start to regulate. Gu Yunshan said, stretching out 2 fingers to take Xia Heng's pulse. Yet Xia Hong retracted his hand as if he was extremely nervous. No need. No need. With such a pulse from you two, I guess you'll have to prescribe me quite a few more toning medicines, which I'm not used to drinking. Xia Hong snorted and evaded the topic. Gu Yunshan, however, pointed at Xia Hong and scoffed. Old Xia, look at you. How old are you? Still afraid of drinking medicine? Xia Hong also grunted and smiled disdainfully. I'm afraid of drinking medicine. And you're still afraid of your wife. Old, thank you. As if he had been spoken to, Gu Yunshan's old face was instantly disgraced, and his face turned red as he fought with Xia Hong. Listening to the few people's topic finally shift, Gu Ji was relieved to continue eating. Just a few bites into the meal, a hand came up on his thigh. Shirqing smiled harmlessly. Do you want another bowl of soup? Auntie will serve it for you. Don't. Guru directly peeled Shirqing's hand to the side, thinking that this guy really wasn't afraid of being discovered. After the meal, Xia Hong and Xia Huanning didn't stay any longer. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi wanted to take this opportunity to return the previous things to Xia Hong, but Xia Hong refused to do so and left with Xia Huanning. Guru sent the two away and was ready to go back when he was called by Shirqing. Why don't you give me a ride? Timothy said as he stood next to the car door. Auntie, slow down. After Guru finished speaking, he turned his head and left. He was still a bit dissatisfied that this guy had punked him today, what he should have said and what he shouldn't have said. Suddenly, 2 balls of warmth covered his back. Send off hugs. Timothy spoke softly. For a moment, Guji remembered that night in the hotel. Don't hug me. Let go. Guru glanced in the direction of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi in the house and quickly pushed Shirqing away to keep her distance. I'll tell my parents if you keep this up, he warned. I can't wait. Shirqing smiled, quite unconcerned. It's good to confess. Maybe big brother and sister-in-law can agree. Impossible. Give up the fantasy. Guru cast a look of contempt. Shirqing disdained. Look at your fierce eyes. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Guru, carrot. I've been thinking about it for a long time. There is no need to tolerate more than you can tolerate. Yeah. Unexpectedly, Shirqing agreed readily. Just tomorrow night, I'll pick you up. We'll go to the boxing gym to fight. Guru froze. It's not a real fight? What? Wimped out? Shirqing laughed and looked at Guji. If you say sister gently, I can consider letting go of the water. Who's a wimp? Just fight. Gushi didn't believe it anymore. He was a big man who could still be abused. The two of them looked at each other with eyes as electric as if they were little kids on a date. Looking at Guru's running away figure, Shirqing smiled faintly and murmured. Fantasies can have a chance to be realized too. Right. Late night. The Shea family. This wedding dress design is very important. It's your honor that the company appreciates your proposal. And now you're saying you won't give it? Then I'll only say it once. If you don't deliver a program that satisfies the company before the final deadline, you can leave. Duh, the phone was hung up mercilessly. Xia Huanning sighed and put her cell phone down. Her eyes on the wedding dress scheme on the computer screen. 1 men's tuxedo and 1 wedding dress. Gorgeous and romantic. Xia Huanning raised her hand, her fingertips touching the computer screen. A common design element on both wedding dresses is some extremely unusual flowers. Colorless, like the small ice flowers that form when water freezes. She looked down at the flowers painted all over the drawing paper and her memory was pulled back to a time of ignorance. That year, Gu resigned that school uniform, holding a paintbrush, sitting quietly by the river to draw. A scene, a life, a light. Brother, when I first heard people talk about snowflakes, I thought they were really a flower. The young Xia Huanning sat right next to Guji, watching Guji draw all kinds of flowers on the paper, and when she was engaged, she seldom responded to Xia Huanning's words. Brother, what would it be like if the water was full of flowers? Xia Huanning's childishly sweet voice and naive and innocent question made Guji raise his eyes to look at the river in front of him. Did you say lotus? He asked. No, is it a flower like water? bigger than snowflakes. Xia Huanning earnestly compared it with her small hands. Guru traced the paper and stopped writing after a long time. Is that so? He was confronted with some of Xia Huanning's strange imaginings, which he often used as inspiration for his paintings. I saw a transparent flower on the paper, like the posture of a lotus, but the petals were like frozen ice crystals, blooming as if they were pure to the core. So beautiful. Xia Huanning watched as Guji drew one flower after another on the paper. She picked up one and walked to the river. It seemed to imagine a flower of such purity, blooming in full bloom all over the river, carrying the light of that day's sunset, floating on the water's surface like a flower that held a million stars. It's really beautiful. Xia Huanning looked at Gushi excitedly, picked up the painting on the paper, and pointed. Brother, it's a mercury flower, and you gave it a name? Guru laughed and looked at Xia Huanning. Mercury flower, a flower made of water and stars. Xia Huanning happily surrounded Guji. Ni, I'm going to draw you a dress with mercury flowers on it later. Yeah, tick-tock, a tear, falling towards the paper mercury flower, dense open, holding the light in the room, like the naive imagination of that year, tears blurring her vision. Xia Huanning looked at the wedding clothes on the screen and, in a trance, saw her fantasy of her and Guji. But when the tears fell and her vision cleared, she could no longer see her and Guji's shadows on those two wedding dresses. Mercury flowers. It's just a watery grave for her. At this time, outside the room, looking at the tearful Xia Huanning, Xia Hong was gloomy and sad, and left with a light sigh. Late at night, lying in bed playing games, Gushi once again received a message from his friend QQ. QQ, did you buy me a nice dress? See, I'm a man of my word. I've already bought it. QQ, is it a couple's model? See, I think it looks good anyway. QQ, that's good / look forward to .jpg. See, show me when it arrives. A word that made Timothy Ching freeze on this end of the screen. Is this kid this kind? Why is it suddenly so blunt? QQ, do you want to see what I'm wearing? See, aha. Ching let out a bad smile. So Gushi still has this side? QQ, okay / boo-boo.jpg. However, Guru just smiled crookedly with an unknown meaning. Had to make him buy it, didn't he? He picked out a pretty good one. The next day, late afternoon, Guru didn't even eat dinner when he received a message from Ching. Ching, bastard brother, come out and get beaten up. That's right on time. Guru then found a reason to go out, telling Gu Yunshan and Su Shi that they weren't going to be home for dinner before slipping out. He got in the passenger seat and looked at Timothy. You don't want to flash her back later, he cautioned. Ching snorted disdainfully. I'm in good health. You'd better worry about yourself. Don't let me beat you until you beg for mercy. No way. Guru was decisive. You're kidding. Think he went to the gym for nothing? Soon the car pulls up to a very large boxing gym. Guru followed Chang in. The boxing gym was crowded with the sound of fists hitting sandbags. Hey, Sister Emily. A man not far away noticed Timothy and came running over in a huff. You actually came to the boxing gym? Ha! It's been so long since I and Brother Hong and the others have seen you. You've missed me so much. The man bounded over and made a show of hugging Timothy. The man had bright-colored hair, a black and white hair band across his forehead, and a white face that revealed a particular kind of sophistication. Ching quickly raised his hand, pressed down on the man's rushing head, and said in a cold voice, "Get in the ring." Ha? Who? Me and you? Su Renan pointed at herself, both eyes clear. Right. Chang moved his body, pushed Guru beside him over, and said to Su Renan, "Let old Hong take him to warm up, and after I fight you, I'll fight him." Only then did Su Renan look squarely at Guru. Looking so young, doesn't seem like the type that Ching would like. And look, Ching gave Su Renan a blow to the brain. It wouldn't do to look. I'm not seeing you bring anyone else here. Su Renan finished, rubbed his head and handed Guji over to a middle-aged man, then put on his defense gear and got into the ring with Ching. The whole gym knows that every time Ching used to come to the gym, he was in a very bad mood, or it was the anniversary of Ching's father's death. The night after Ching paid his respects to divert his sadness, so Ching never brought anyone else with him. It was the first time Guru followed Ching to the boxing gym. At this point, he followed the man named Hong as he warmed up and put on his protective gear. What is the relationship between you and Dongshi? Hongza finally couldn't help but ask. He saw that Guji was followed by Ching, and thought that Guji was a junior in the family of which big person. Only just now they all saw Guji was very calm and close to the appearance, which made him curious. Family. Guru was blunt. Family? Good guy. He thought Guru was someone else's family, but it turned out to be Ching's family? He didn't dare ask too many more questions, so he just made small talk. How long have you boxed before? Didn't fight. Guru said honestly. Dong has taken the cards. She is very serious in the ring. Even if you and Sherdong are close, you have to be careful. Hongzhe kindly reminded and taught Guji how to defend and admit defeat. However, Guru did not intend to admit defeat. To admit defeat is also Shurcheng admit defeat. He thought this as he watched the ring not far away. I hear you've been doing well in the theater lately? Shurcheng stood across from Su Ranan, moving his fists and feet. Thanks to you, boss. You gave me a good supporting role this year, but because of this supporting role, there are quite a few people talking about me privately. Su Ranan acted like a little green tea who was tattletale. Say what about you? Timothy asked. There are many artists in the company, and the circle is already full of messy gossip. True or false? She never cares. Saying that I eat soft rice, relying on my face and body to accompany you in exchange for this supporting role causing me a lot of pressure. Afraid of bad acting. Completely cool. That's why I came to the boxing gym to relax when I had the time. Su Ranan spoke conspiratorially, as if hinting at something. Currying favor. You see, when I kill this drama, there is a new drama. Can you give a main? Bang! Shurcheng swings through with a punch that misses Su Ranan's guard. Ah! Su Ranan panicked and hid to the side to check her face, and turned back mournfully. I rely on my face to make money. Don't hit my face. Sorry about that. Meant to hit the mouth. When Shurcheng finished, he attacked forward. Su Ranan defended in time and tried to counterattack but was broken the move and slammed to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. Su Ranan kept begging for mercy, protecting her face the whole time. You really want to fight, don't you? Who's going to make you money if you cripple me? He shouted hysterically. The times aren't short on you as an entertainer. Shurcheng pressed the heavy hand and quietly watched Su Ranan act from the sidelines. What a sharp punch and kick. Soon, Guji got into the ring with a grave expression on his face. Seeing Guji come up, Shurcheng changed her previous frown and asked with a smile, Are you ready? Little baby, don't call me that. Guru posed with a serious face. In the next moment, Shurcheng also got serious, placing both fists in front of him, his sharp gaze staring at Guji as if locking onto his prey. Guru could not help but be stunned. This was the first time he had seen Shurcheng show this kind of look. Suddenly, Tim Ching swings a punch. Guru quickly sidesteps. That's a good response. I'm going to get serious, Shurcheng said and attacked with a set of connecting punches. The people under the ring all sweated for Guji. Brother Hong, should we call an ambulance for this kid in advance? Just now, Sherdong followed me that 2 times. Almost broke my waist. Su Ranan looked like he didn't dare to look again, expecting Guji to be beaten. However, Hongza just snorted coldly. What is your status? What is the status of others? The person that Sherdong personally brought here. How is it possible to fight? No sooner had the words been spoken than the ring was heard. And, bang! Guillory takes a kick to the side of the fence. Once he looked at Shurcheng, like an agitated gorilla. He pounded both fists and chased after Guru. Guru had to run around the guardrail, but it didn't take long for him to be held down. Shurcheng directly put down Guru in a smooth manner. Convinced? She rode on top of Guji while pounding the defense gear on Guji's body with her small fists. Unconvinced, Guru didn't feel any pain, but it was true that his entire back was being pressed. Still not convinced? Shurcheng revealed a bad smile and his fist landed on Guji's butt. Guru froze and said in annoyance, What are you doing? Ha ha ha. Shurcheng's small fists continued to land on Guji's buttocks, while reminding, call sister and I'll spare you. The crowd under the ring watched the two men's poses and ambiguous movements with vacant eyes. Is this fucking boxing? Move a bed over here and forget about it. Su Ranan had an aggrieved face. Just now when he hit me so ferociously, but now it's like a joke. This is putting a whole Pacific Ocean of water. At this moment, Guji in the ring still didn't intend to admit defeat, but he promised with his mouth. I'm only calling for you to be alone, so stay close. Hearing that, Shurcheng really moved closer to Guru, thinking of beautifully hearing his sister. As a result, in the next moment, the strong desire to win made Guji lift his leg and press Shurcheng to the ground, rolling over and dominating with his strength, still pressing on Shurcheng's hand. Shurcheng bumped her shoulder and glared back at Guru. Why are you still playing around? Who let you fall for that? Guru had a smug look on his face and wanted to retaliate by whacking Shurcheng as well, but he had no way to do so. Call your brother, he said. What? Call your brother? And this will release you. No way. Scream, or I'll keep pressing on you. Bang. In an instant, Guru was kicked off. Before he could understand where Shurcheng got so much strength from, he saw the other party walking towards him with red eyes and hard fists. Guru swallowed hard and stood up in a panic. We're family, right? However, Shurcheng was in a fit of anger and didn't listen to Guji at all. She rushed up with a single stride and swung her fist indignantly. Guru got up on his hands and knees and fled around the ring, trying to wake up Shurching's lychee as he did so. You calm down first. But Shurching directly caught up with Guji and gave Guji a set of loving caresses. Auntie don't Under the ring, Su Ranan and Hongzhe and the others all looked away, not daring to look at the misery that was to follow, and no one dared to go up and talk them out of it. Only Guji's screams and the sounds of punches and kicks could be heard. 2 minutes later, the paramedics working at the boxing gym checked Guru and Shurching's wounds. Guji's nose was stuffed with a paper ball, and he got a nosebleed from Shurching's solid whack, and Shurching was also injured. His foot knocked. A minor injury. It wasn't Guji who hit him. It was when he was chasing after Guji that he accidentally kicked the air before bumping into it. I can't believe it was just a nosebleed. Su Ranan sized up Guji. He had thought that Guji would be carried down for mocking Shurching, but he didn't expect that he would just get a punch. No god. Is this boxing or flirting? His expression twisted into a voodoo from zombies as he grumbled. Really? We'd better not come to the gym if we're teaching our young lovers a lesson in the future. There are several rings. But we don't want to take this bite of dog food. I'm not a young lover, Guru emphasized. Su Ranan pointed up and down at Guji, commenting, look at your white and clean appearance, and then look at Qingqing's sister, afraid to give you a bad hit as if. How to look at it is like a package with the package of off. Before Su Ranan could finish his sentence, he received a kick from Shurching. Shut up you. Shurching glanced at Su Ranan warningly. Don't say that kind of thing again and you won't want to mix. Su Ranan, carrot. This is my big brother's house, and no one is allowed to say anything strange to him from now on. Shurching swept over Guji's neck, and overly picked Guji's chin, laughing, but what about not being a real nephew? Guji annoyingly picked at her. I'm going home. He hadn't won the fight, and he'd taken a beating, and he was ashamed of himself. It's still early. Aren't you going to stay at my place for a while? Shurching asked. No, I have to work in the morning. Upon hearing this, Su Ranan once again came over to Guji's side and bravely opened her mouth. You're not someone from the company, are you? It feels like I haven't seen you before. No, I'm a kindergarten art teacher, Guru said. Ha? Su Ranan was shocked. Shurching quickly pulled Guji away. Don't talk to him. Let's go. I'll take you home. A few people from the boxing gym looked at the figure of Shurching and Guji pulling and tugging away, and couldn't help but tsk. So Shurdong is good at this? A naive nephew with no blood ties, petulant and only able to draw. What do you guys think Takedo's husband would do if he found out? Then it's over. Guji will be killed alive, right? Upon hearing this, Su Ranan couldn't help but think back and frowned. I saw Shurdong's husband on the live screen of the press conference before. That head is even taller than Shurdong. He speaks very little, and the person looks cold, and at first glance, it's the kind of person who beats up people with a lot of pain. Hey, Huntsman sighed, rich and famous. Hurts you, doesn't it? Let me rub it for you? Shurching in the car extended his claws to Guru in the passenger side. Why are you touching down? Guru helplessly grabbed Shurching's hand. Drive properly. Well. Shurching started the car and drove all the way to Gu's house. The car's in-car music was somewhat familiar, and Guji couldn't help but look at the song title on the list. You like these songs too? Guru asked. He realized that all the songs on Toki Ching's list were his favorites. Almost exactly the same. Yeah. I hadn't heard it before and now I love it. Then how did you find these songs? Guru always felt that it was a bit too much of a coincidence that the song lists were exactly the same. Well, Shurching thought about it. Of course she wouldn't say she secretly looked at the song list on Guji's music software. So she explained. Big Data pushed it. Is that so? Guru was surprised. Timothy curved his eyes and smiled gently. Yeah, Big Data knows I like you then. Soon. Arrive at Gu's house. Shurching had driven as slowly as she could. Perhaps because the time with Guji was always so fast that it made her lose her appetite. Good night, and don't forget to think of me. She waved. Guru waved his hand mournfully and perfunctorily. I won't forget your punch. Behind him, Tim Ching was still laughing as he walked quickly back to the house. Just after returning home, Guji saw that Su Shi was the only one in the living room. Mom, where's my dad? He asked. Normally at this time, Gu Yunshan would be here watching TV. Su Shi quickly relieved him of his doubts and pointed in the direction of the bedroom. Your uncle Xia is here, talking to your father in the house, and has unlocked the door. Talk about locking your doors. Guru scratched his head, thought of something, and said seriously, could it be that I'm not born of you too? Am I actually Uncle Xia's son? Su Shi froze for a moment, then blankly glanced at Guru and said in annoyance. Yeah, picked it up in the trash. Seeing that Gu Yunshan and Xia Hong didn't come out for a long time, Guji sat on the sofa and watched TV with Su Shi. Snap. Suddenly, A loud sound of porcelain breaking came from Gu Yunshan's bedroom. Guru stood up and headed for Gu Yunshan's bedroom door. "Dad!" he shouted, thinking something was broken and trying to get in to clean it up. But after shouting, there was a delayed response. "Dad! Dad!" Still no response, and a faint sound of noise. Bang! Bang bang! Guru thought something had happened, then gripped the door handle, then kicked the door hard. Snap! There was a loud bang and a hole shattered where the doorknob had been. Guru crouched down and was about to look into the hole when it clicked. The door opened. When he stood up, he was bounced on the head by Gu Yunshan. "My door!" Gu Yunshan complained. Xia Han walked out right after him, and both of them were similarly, with somewhat stony faces. "I'll, go first." As Xia Han passed by Guru, he heavily patted Gu Yunshan's shoulder before leaving at a brisk pace. Looking at the always smiling Xia Han so grave, Guji always felt strange. "Dad, what did you and Uncle Xia talk about?" As he took a broom to clean up the debris in the house, he didn't know what had just happened. Gu Yunshan's cup shattered on the ground. "It's nothing, go to bed when you're done cleaning up." Gu Yunshan was sitting on the sofa, looking at the television somewhat absent-mindedly, a look that even Su Shi was a bit at a loss for words. Guru, on the other hand, sat over with some concern. "Dad, am I really not your biological child?" Gu Yunshan glanced at Guru and slapped him over. "You kid is looking for a fight, aren't you? Go and sleep your sleep." Seeing Guru collapse and finish packing up the debris before heading upstairs, Su Shi then sat down next to Gu Yunshan and slowly opened her mouth to chat with him. The sound of the TV drowned out the sound of two very low conversations. "Is this something to tell my son?" Su Shi's eyes reddened slightly. Gu Yunshan, however, shook his head. "If he tells him now, he will also be guilty. Let's leave it for now. I also want to find another way. Should we ask our dad?" Su Shi suggested. "I'll ask in the morning. The old man is shallow, so don't let him get the message in the middle of the night." After Gu Yunshan finished, he let out another sigh and seemed unable to sit down anymore, so he returned to the bedroom with slow steps. The next day, Gu Shi went downstairs for breakfast and didn't see Gu Yunshan. Only Su Shi. "Where did my dad go so early?" "Your father went to the medical center and had some business to attend to," Su Shi said calmly. "Oh." Guja ate his breakfast carelessly, during which he observed Su Shi's expression, who had the same sad face as Gu Yunshan last night. He couldn't help but think of the broken tea light last night and guessed that it could be that his own father didn't agree with Uncle Xia on something and the two of them got into a fight. However, he quickly denied this conjecture because usually when Gu Yunshan encountered something that didn't go his way, he would often explain it to Su Shi, who usually acted as a diversionary and persuasive role. And last night, Su Shi and Gu Yunshan had almost the same look on their faces, so it was evident that the two of them had encountered a problem together. Xian seemed to do the same thing when he left. What exactly was said? Guru was curious without a head. Godless. Finished breakfast, went to kindergarten, and spent the whole day's free time thinking. Even eating in the cafeteria at noon was distracted, not even noticing the sudden arrival of Xia Huaning. It wasn't until an extra dessert box came to hand that he pulled back his thoughts. Guji was a bit surprised to see that it was Xia Huaning. "Why are you here?" "I ate this spud near the office and it was delicious, so I wanted you to try it too. So I came over while you guys were on lunch break." Xia Huaning opened the dessert box. There were 3 sticky little spuds inside. "I've been here for a while. You're the one who didn't pay attention. What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Guru tasted a sweet potato, then asked, "Did Uncle Xia say anything to you last night?" "My dad?" Xia Huaning was a bit puzzled. "No. Why are you suddenly asking this?" Guru hesitated for a moment, but still didn't tell Xia Huaning about last night's incident, and just casually said, "It's that when I went back last night, I seemed to have seen Uncle Xia taking a walk around the neighborhood, but it seemed like he didn't see me." "Ha ha. So, my dad's head is also full of work when he's walking. He's often lost in thought, and it's probably dark too, so he's not paying attention." Maybe, Guru said, not talking about this topic, and turned to say, "It's Monday, aren't you busy at work?" Hearing this, Xia Huaning slightly lowered her head, some bitterness on her face, and opened her mouth. "I have not been busy lately." "That's pretty good. I heard from my parents earlier that you have a lot of work over at the company and often stay up until the wee hours of the morning." "Yeah, it's a little exhausting, but I love costume design, so I'll be able to keep going," Xia Huaning said, raising her eyes to look at Guji, her gaze slightly stunned, as if she saw something strange from Guji's face. "Wait," she interrupted Guji, who was eating, and cupped Guji's face, her fingertips carefully touching the little bit of red on the bridge of Guji's nose. "How did this happen?" "It's all broken skin," Xia Huaning said, with a nervous face. rummaging for something from the small bag she was carrying. Ah, Guru touched his nose. I accidentally bumped into it yesterday. It's nothing. Xia Huanning had already taken out a small cartoon band-aid and stuck it on the bridge of Guji's nose. Be careful in the future. Such a good-looking face. It hurts when you bump it, she said. Aha, I'll keep an eye out. Guji thought to himself that he just needed to mess with someone less, right? Picking up the screen of his cell phone and taking a picture of the band-aid on his nose. He knew Xia Huanning would give him a cartoon. He couldn't help but murmur. Looks a little dull. Xia Huanning hid a smile. You're dorky enough as it is. Not this cartoon band-aid. You're also direct about me being dull now? It was. At the end of the lunch break, Xia Huanning left without staying long. Guru also didn't see that Xia Huanning knew about last night's incident, and thought to himself that there was a possibility that Xia Hong didn't tell Xia Huanning to go to his house last night. This strange feeling accompanied him for a whole day. He only guessed that last night maybe Xia Hong to find Gu Yunshan again to talk about the marriage of the two families, but as far as he knows, Xia Hang is not a person who is forceful. He does not understand why the two people's atmosphere is so stiff. When she got off work in the evening, Shirqing was at the door to pick up Softy from school, and when she saw Guji walking out, her gaze fell on the cartoon band-aid on the bridge of Guji's nose. Is that yesterday's injury? It actually has a cartoon band-aid on it? Oddly cute. She surveyed Guji with interest, as if she couldn't get enough of it. I didn't put it up. Xia Huanning came by during lunch break and she helped me put it up. Oh, so, the smile on Shirqing's face faded a bit as she watched Guji go home. She thought silently the whole way. How good would it be if the band-aid on Gushir's nose was the one she bought? So no, but the injury was from her. Zaire, she called out to Zaire in the driver's seat and instructed. When you come to work tomorrow morning, bring a packet of band-aids. Band-aids? Are you hurt anywhere? Zaire asked. Nope, it just suddenly struck me that it's the kind of thing you can keep on hand. Next day, morning, Zaire pulled into the neighborhood and glanced at his watch, whose chairman is late every day. She muttered, then went upstairs to find Timothy. Walking into the building, at the elevator door, he met an old man. As soon as the elevator came, the old man picked up the two large bags beside him and headed for the elevator. Let me get that for you, Grandpa. Chi Rui came to pick up Shirqing at work so many times, but it was the first time he saw this resident in the neighborhood. But out of kindness, he helped the old man with the two packages and put them in the elevator. Young man, thank you. The old man smiled and stroked his beard. It should. What floor are you going to? Zaire asked. 8th floor. At that, Chi Rui froze. How she did not remember the 8th floor neighbors have such an old man. But she didn't ask many questions, and after pressing the elevator floor, she waited quietly for the elevator. When they reached the 8th floor, the old man walked in front of them, and Sherry picked up the two large bags and followed the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man stopped in front of the door of the room where Toki Ching lived. Knock knock. The old man knocked on the door of the room. Chi Rui was a bit puzzled and asked tentatively, Old Grandpa, are you unable to remember where your home is? She had followed Shirqing for so long, and was sure that Shirqing shouldn't have any such relatives. No mistake. Do I look to you like an old man who's so confused that he can't remember where his son's house is? Son home? Zaire was a foggy mess. Soon, Shirqing opened the door a crack, and when she saw that it was Chi Rui, she greeted, You're here just in time. Come over and help me dress Softy. She had gotten up a little late this morning and was busy with her hands and feet, just waiting for Chi Rui to come. At this time, she suddenly noticed the two large bags in Chi Rui's hands, and opened the door only to see that there was an old man standing next to her. She went through the circle of people in her head and couldn't remember this person either. And this is? She asked. Chi Rui looked at the old man. Old Grandpa, you must have misremembered where your home is. We don't even know you. The old man seemed to be doubting himself a little too, taking 2 steps back, hands behind his back, looking up and squinting at the door number and then at the floor. East City Neighborhood Unit 6802. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and carefully looked at the address on it, and in his heart he wondered if his own rebellious son had secretly sold the house behind his back. This is indeed the place. Who are you looking for? Timothy asked. I'm looking for my grandson. Last name is Guru. When the old man said this, Shirqing and Chi Rui looked at each other. Only then did Shirqing take a closer look. And when the old man took a closer look, he really did resemble the cloth clothes Gu Yunshan wore when he was in the medical center. And there were some similarities in his appearance as well. She was suddenly solemn and said with a smile on her face, Your grandson is at the Sunshine Kindergarten. Is it okay if I have my assistant send you there now? The old man looked toward the house and saw Softy, who was still in her pajamas behind Shirqing, an old man and a young man, wide-eyed. This Gu family house, why are you here? And whose child is this little dumpling? Gu Tinghai sized up Softy, the hair that just woke up and went straight to the sky, and the round face, white and clean but not like a small dumpling. Ah, I'm sure Chang wanted to say that she was Gu Ji's aunt, but still the words turned. I am the sister recognized by Big Brother Gu. Before, Big Brother and sister-in-law let me live in this house in order to take care of me conveniently. And this, Xiaolong Bao, is my daughter. Hello Grandpa Tai. My name is Toki Soft. Softly hugged Shirching's thigh and looked at Gu Tinghai obediently. An old man and a young woman, once again looking at each other, their soft messy fur and each other's beards having a different look. Gu Tinghai was silent for a moment. It's grandfather. When he finished, he turned and slowly rode down the elevator. Chi Rui hurriedly picked up his bag and followed. Sure Chang is late anyway, not slow to clean up. Sitting in another driver to drive to the company. The road also thought, Guru's grandfather actually came to Liaocheng. Then she the sister-in-law although not pro, should go to the official visit at Sunshine Kindergarten. Guru was still busy, encountering children in the kindergarten with different problems occurring. But what remained the same was that he still couldn't see Gu Yunshan in the morning when he ate breakfast. In the morning Gu Yunshan seemed to be rooted in the medical center, and even the meals were sent over by Su Shi in a lunchbox. He knew there must be something going on, but neither Gu Yunshan nor Su Shi told him, so he didn't ask again, except that Gu Yunshan had been talking a lot less lately, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Mr. Xiaoru, there's an old gentleman outside looking for you. A female teacher walked into the office from outside and called out to Guru, who was preparing for class. Old Mr. Guru walked out of the cafeteria. He could not for a moment remember when he had made the acquaintance of any old gentleman. Thinking this way, Guru quickly walked towards the door. From a distance he looked and saw a figure sitting at the doorman's office. Gray hair, only a back visible. The security guard was talking to him. The cloth coat was especially familiar. Grandpa. As he approached, he looked at the old man in front of him with some uncertainty. Hearing the sound of the old man only then stood up, holding a walking stick in his hand. The creases on his face hide the frost of the years, but a pair of eyes are very bright and righteous. Why are you here? Are you alone? How did you find your way here? Without telling mom and dad? Guru was greatly shocked, and his face was full of worry, because he saw his grandfather only one person. There are two big baggage around him. He is hard to imagine. His grandfather actually came to Liaocheng alone. This road in case something happens. Your father has always praised you to me for your steadiness. Why are you so shocked when you meet? But how many years haven't we met? It's like a buyer's show and a seller's show. Gu Tinghai, still joking, pointed to the bag on the ground. Take it, and take me to where you guys live now. Guji easily lifted his bag and asked after Gu Tinghai, did you come alone? No one gave you a ride? I came alone on the road. I was going to go straight to the house to look for you guys, but I found that neighborhood and saw your aunt with a small cage. He was the one who asked his assistant to drive me here. You came all the way here by yourself? And you went to the east side neighborhood by yourself? With these two big bags? Guru was even more shocked. And at the moment, watching Gu Tinghai take one more step made him feel worried. Are you tired, Grandpa? Why don't you find a place to sit down and rest for a while before you go? He followed him around, and his words immediately increased. No, I can't rest in peace until I get home. Gu Tinghai attached his hands behind his back and walked forward slowly, still observing both sides of the street. Yet the streets are still lined with posters of Toki Cheng. That aunt of yours, just living over there by herself with her little dumpling? Ah yes, she, for the time being, is all alone with the child. Guru reacted that the Xiaolong Bao Gu Tinghai was talking about was probably soft. When he stayed over at Shirching's place before, he saw the softness that woke up in the morning and thought it looked like something too. It's good to go and look after them more then. Gu Tinghai's walking speed slowed down again, and his face became much more serious as he turned his head to ask Guru, your dad, not feeling well? No, I can eat, drink, sleep, I'm in a good mood, and sometimes I can whip me. Not cancer? Gu Tinghai frowned. Guru froze, his mind suddenly remembering his earlier doubts. The large bundle in both of his hands suddenly loosened and fell to the ground, his voice taking on a bit of a choked tone. My dad, is he dying? Looking at Guru's appearance of wanting to cry, Gu Tinghai also sighed. This child of yours has not yet reached the time for you to cry. Guru, oh, he asked with a bereft face as he held back the tears. So when do I cry? Grandpa, they're keeping it all from me. Tell me the truth. How long does my dad have left to live? It's hard to say. It's something you'll have to see. Gu Tinghai sighed. When I asked your father, he didn't seem to be willing to talk to me much, but according to the pulse he described, it's more than likely already in the late stages. The delay is very serious. More than likely, he said, shaking his head. Guru's heart sank, but when he remembered that Gu Yunshan hadn't been in any discomfort, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He lifted the two bundles with one hand and tugged Gu Tinghai with the other, his steps flying. "You kid! Who on earth said you were chronic?" Gu Tinghai was yanked so that his person was in front and his soul was chasing after him. "Luckily it wasn't too far to travel and I was home in no time. I'll call my dad. He's at the medical center. He'll be back soon," Guru said, dialing Gu Yunshan's number. Gu Yunshan on the other end of the phone was originally listless, but after hearing Guru say that Gu Tinghai had come, he directly stormed back home. "Dad!" Seeing the familiar figure on the sofa, Gu Yunshan could no longer suppress the emotions of the past 2 days. Walked over and half-kneeled in front of Gu Tinghai, leaning his head against Gu Tinghai's leg. The strong body that held up the entire home was shaking like a sieve at the moment, but within a few breaths, he was whimpering like a child. Guru hadn't seen his own old man look like this before. In his impression, since childhood, Gu Yunshan had stood on top of the sky and shielded the family from the wind and rain, always with an optimistic face, as if anything was a small matter that could be easily settled in Gu Yunshan's eyes. Gu Yunshan usually do not smoke and do not drink, and never delayed in treating the sick and saving people when he was in a bad mood, but he laughed less, talked less, and cried like this for the first time. Guru stood still with clenched teeth, suppressing the raging tears. All right. Gu Tinghai's brows tightened as he patted Gu Yunshan on his back with one hand and placed one hand on Gu Yunshan's pulse. A moment later, Gu Tinghai's eyes changed slightly. He directly pulled Gu Yunshan's head to the side, then picked up his cane and smacked Gu Yunshan on his buttocks. Ouch! Gu Yunshan hurriedly stood up and blocked his butt with his hand. "Dad, why are you hitting me? Xiaoru is still here." He had no face, but also could only flee in the living room, and Gu Tinghai had 2 rounds of Qin Wang around the pillar. All the nerve to lie to your old man. Gu Tinghai was a bit angry to the point that his walking stick mercilessly hit Gu Yunshan's buttocks. The sound was loud and still had the sound of breaking wind. When? Where is it? Gu Yunshan was wronged in his heart. "Then whose pulse did you tell me about?" Gu Tinghai asked. "It's me." The word brother froze. Gu Yunshan knew that Gu Tinghai misunderstood, so he explained. "It's not me, it's not Shi, and it's not Xiaoru. In short, Dad, you have misunderstood. So it's not Gu Yunshan?" Guru's hanging heart relaxed, but then he thought, if it wasn't Gu Yunshan, then who was it? If it's a patient of the medical center, why is Gu Yunshan reluctant to mention it? "Are you still standing here? Hurry up and go to your class." When Gu Yunshan mentioned it, Guji remembered that he ran out of the kindergarten in a moment of haste, and when he learned that Gu Yunshan was fine, he couldn't care less about anything else and rushed back to the kindergarten first. Only after seeing Guru leave did Gu Tinghai sit down. The two chatted for a while. Gu Yunshan's face grew heavy. "Dad, Lao Xiaohe is not easy. Xiaoru and his family Huan Ning have been playing together since childhood. There must still be feelings. This matter, you see, keep your nose out of the child's feelings." Gu Tinghai made it clear bluntly. "Talking is talking, but how you decide in the end depends on Xiaoju's own thoughts." "Then I'll tell him about it," Gu Yunshan said, took out his cell phone to send a message to Gu Ji, typed the words and some hesitation. For fear that this matter is affecting the teaching class Gu Ji, it has been waiting until the evening. Gu Ji is about to get off work time, only to send the message over. At this time, Gu Ji in the kindergarten, just walked out of the kindergarten with Softy. "It's your Uncle Xia who's sick." For a moment, Gu Ji was stunned in place. He should have thought about it, but subconsciously didn't think about it that way. "What's wrong?" Shirqing noticed that Gu Ji's eyes were a bit red and asked with concern. "No, it's fine." Guru forgot to even say goodbye and walked quickly towards home. Seeing this, Shirqing hugged Softy and left in the car. "And in the car?" asked Softy next to him. "Did Softy notice he was in a bad mood when he was in kindergarten for art class?" she asked. Softy cocked her head, thinking seriously. "Daddy smiled handsomely in kindergarten and wasn't upset. He even fed me at lunch." Speaking of which, Softy had a bit of pride on her face. "Why did you let him feed you again?" Shirqing pinched his soft face. "Didn't I tell you to eat by yourself?" "Mama, bad." Softy covered her face to keep Shirqing from pinching and squeezing. In fact, at lunchtime today at the kindergarten, there was another child who didn't eat properly, and when she saw Guji going to feed that child and whispering, she was a little bit jealous, so she also cried in her seat. And in the end, not only did Guji feed her, but he also let her sit in his lap for a cuddle. "Behave yourself from now on, okay? Don't let me be named at every parent-teacher conference," Shirqing said seriously. "Doesn't Ma like being named?" "I don't like it either, but I like it when Daddy names me." At those words, Shirqing couldn't help but think back to the sound of Guji calling her name, as if it was all a bit of an angry situation. She couldn't help but think what it would be like if Guji called her name gently. Cheeks say red. Leave tomorrow afternoon, schedule free. Timothy said to Chi-Rui in front of him. Good, want to prepare a gift? Chi-Rui knew in her heart that Shir-Ching was taking the opportunity to visit Guru's grandfather to see Guru so many times and for various reasons to go to Guru. She was used to it. Well, you're in charge of getting ready. Then you'll be working overtime again, Zaire reminded. Just working overtime. Shir-Ching didn't care. It seemed that compared to Guji, the overtime work that made her tired was not worth mentioning. Gu family. When Guru returned home, dinner was already ready. Su Shi was in the kitchen bringing out the last dishes, and Gu Yunshan and Gu Tinghai were waiting at the table. Guru sat over and the three of them were silent. On the way back, he thought a lot and probably understood why Gu Yunshan and Xia Hong had an argument that day. Xia Hong hid his condition from Xia Huaning, and must have brought some testament when he told Gu Yunshan that night. Dad, Uncle Xia He. Guru still found it a bit hard to accept until now. He clearly said that the fact that he has the disease cannot be revealed to Huan Ning. All we can do is to do as he wishes. Gu Yunshan's voice remained heavy. Guru nodded, knowing full well that Xia Hong couldn't have only talked to Gu Yunshan about this one thing. So he asked bluntly, Dad, did Uncle Xie, him, tell you something else? Gu Yunshan sighed deeply and looked at Guru. Your uncle said that Huan Ning's mom has been divorced from him for not 1 or 2 years because of his running away from work year after year. And if he is not alive and Huan Ning's mom remarries, Huan Ning's life will be very difficult. He usually doesn't spend much time with his family because of his work. And when he came back this time, he saw your name written all over Huan Ning's drawing paper. And that was the first time he knew what was on his daughter's mind. He wants Huan Ning to marry into our family so that Huan Ning can have something to rely on. At those words, Gu Ji was silent. No wonder. That day, Xia Heng's heart to set him and Xia Huan Ning up was so strong that they talked about marriage on the same day. He wants him to marry Xia Huaning. Seeing Guru's gloomy face, Gu Tinghai picked up his chopsticks. Alright, let's eat first. Seeing Gu Tinghai move his chopsticks, several people also picked up their chopsticks and ate their meals. The atmosphere at the table remained heavy. Gu Ji should have refused, because he didn't have love for Xia Huan Ning. But at this moment, the words of refusal were like a thorn stuck in the throat. Unable to speak, unable to swallow. After a quiet meal, Gu Ji helped clear the table. At this time, Gu Yunshan walked into the kitchen. I'll help your mom clean up. And you go out in the yard and keep your master company. He took the dishcloth from Guji's hand. Guru was a bit soulful, so he had to wash his hands and leave the kitchen. In the yard, Gu Tinghai like when he was a child, liked to lie down in that rocking chair to see the sky, look at the door passing neighbors. The day just sun-dried herbs soaked in water, steaming on the side, as in the past, the only familiar people aging. Guru sat down next to Gu Tinghai with a small horse sipper. How's the painting going these days? Gu Tinghai smiled amiably, almost pulling Gu Ji's entire being into memories of how Gu Tinghai had taught him to draw when he was young. Between one brush stroke and another, his childhood flowed, creating his love for painting. The person I've dreamed of countless times. The surprise of meeting today overrides the thoughts, but bursts forth at this very moment. He had heard that Gu Tinghai loved painting as much as Guru when he was young, and that love was no less than Guru's. But then he suddenly learned the art of medicine, and practiced medicine all over the place, year in and year out. So much so that for many years, they didn't have a New Year's Eve together, until today. It's pretty good, Guru said. He didn't actually understand why Gu Tinghai had given up painting to study medicine. Gu Tinghai picked up the cup and drank 2 mouthfuls. His voice was full of vicissitudes. Death is the most common thing, even if the person who wasn't saved today is your father. Those of us who are alive must learn to let go. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but speak. So, Grandpa, why did you study medicine back then? Hearing this, Gu Tinghai smiled, because Grandpa didn't put it down then. He looked up at the stars in the night sky, unable to come to terms with experiencing the loss of a family member. He studied medicine in grief and anger, and just, well, stuck with it for most of his life. Do you regret it? Obviously you loved painting so much in the beginning. There's nothing to regret. Life? There are so many choices. I just let go of this painting thing, but the love in my heart, as when I was young, has never changed. So it's always with me, Gu Tinghai said, patting the back of Guru's hand in a serious tone. There are some people and things that are yours, will always be yours. When you need to make a choice, 2 choices you want, but once you make a choice is bound to lose when. Do not be anxious, do not be anxious. A person to find a place that will not be affected by the good thinking. Ask your heart in the end what you want the most. When you come up with the answer to the thought, this choice is over. Do not have any hesitation, as long as it's a choice that this heart of yours has made seriously. Whether it's regret or regret, It's nothing more than a necessary part of life. Guru was seen through, and he did hesitate, although he hadn't had any choice regarding his feelings. When this choice of Xia Huanning was placed in front of him, he knew profoundly that it wasn't the one he wanted in his heart. He didn't know what he wanted, but didn't want to make hasty decisions without love. That would not only be irresponsible to himself, but would also definitely aggravate Xia Huanning. Come on, don't fret. Gu Tinghai reached out and touched Guru's face. Whether you marry the neighbor girl or not, you make your own decision. Grandpa won't let anyone interfere with your life's work. The creased, medicinal scented, warm, thick hand covered his face, and Guru had already made up his mind. That one thought Gu Tinghai had spoken of, he had confirmed. Grandpa, thank you, I've already decided. It's just that you won't be able to dip into the joy of the red event this time. Guru's decision to speak out this time was just as firm as it was at first. Being able to say what was on his mind without fear made the pressure instantly disintegrate. At Grandpa's place, a family reunion is the greatest joy. Next day, noon, Guru would have liked to take leave to stay home with Gu Tinghai, but early in the morning he froze and was refused by Gu Tinghai, and the people were pushed out the door. So he went home at noon to have a meal with Gu Tinghai, and although it was brief, Gu Tinghai was happy. However, it was a bit strange that a certain little witch was missing from the kindergarten today, and he made a point of asking the class teacher of the second class before he heard that Softy had taken a leave of absence. After lunch, as he left the house on the front foot to go to work, a car, furtively, drove up to his house. Timothy got out of the car and then carried Softy out as well. A large and small group, with gifts, went straight into the Gu family. Yikes! To Grandpa! Softly ran all the way to Gu Tinghai, who was walking in the yard. Gu Tinghai was slow to react, and when he turned back, he gained a leg pendant. Thai master soft Mrs. Thai Grandpa, soft voice sweet, look up, watery face, black grapes like big eyes, anyone who looks at it will love it. Yo, Gu Tinghai was also a bit fond of it, and took Softy's little hand and led Softy into the house. Shirching put the gifts on the table. At this time, in addition to Gu Tinghai, only Gu Yunshan was at home. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had scheduled a shift change to stay home with the old man. Here's some candy for you. Gu Tinghai took out a small piece of crispy candy from the coffee table and gave it to Softy. Thank you, Thai Grandpa. Soft's little hand took it, opened the ganache and broke half of it, and the remaining half in the bag was handed to Gu Tinghai. Thai Grandpa, you eat it too. Soft likes Thai Grandpa and wants to share it with him. Gu Tinghai suddenly sank in this great grandpa, laughing so hard that he couldn't stop smiling. Where did he care about the name calling? And directly took Softy into his arms. Seeing Softy looking around, Gu Tinghai asked, who is little Softy looking for? Softy munched on the little crispy candies and milked his mouth. Finding Dad. What? Gu Tinghai thought he had heard wrong. Ahem. Cough. Timothy coughed to remind Softy. Softly remembered what Shirching had told her, that in front of other people, she couldn't call Guji Dad. She immediately improvised by saying, Mochi, yummy mochi patties. Softy, this is wanting to eat mochi. Shirching laughed. Mochi? Get some for the kid then. Gu Tinghai put his hand into his jacket pocket as if to get money. Shirching hurriedly blocked. Uncle, no need. Really no need. Soft can be greedy. Want to eat everything? You do not spoil her. Let her eat. Big brother and sister-in-law cooking on the line. Who doesn't have cravings? That Guji watched others eat when he was a kid, and his harums dripped onto the floor. Gu Tinghai insisted on taking some cash and stuffing it into Softy's hand. Buy whatever you want to eat. Buy more if you're craving it. He didn't want Shirching to refuse again, so he simply asked Su Shi to take Softy to a nearby store. Gu Tinghai and Shirching were instantly left alone in the house. Xiaoji often goes to take care of you and the child? Gu Tinghai asked coldly. Ah, yes, big brother and sister-in-law are quite busy with their medical center, so it's usually Xiaoru who goes over to help out, especially when I've just given birth. I heard Yunshan talk about you last night. What? No plans to find a father for the child? Hearing this, Shirching was silent for a moment, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Actually, is looking at one, but after all, I'm carrying a child, and he also has some concerns, so it's still in the getting along stage. Gu Tinghai looked at the newspaper in his hand and didn't speak for a long time. Shirching, who had always considered herself to be good at conversation, actually didn't know what to talk to Gu Tinghai about at the moment, and the quiet atmosphere lasted for quite a while. Stay for dinner with the child, Gu Tinghai said casually. Good. Shirching's head didn't even think about work and subconsciously agreed. In the evening, off-duty Guru rare not to have to send Soft out of the door of the kindergarten. The whole day did not see Soft, but feel a little unaccustomed to. He came home quickly. Ta-da-da-da. A mass of figures came running fast and hung directly on his legs. Softy, Why are you here? Only then did Guru realize that a familiar figure had walked out of the kitchen. Timothy was wearing an apron and had flour on his face. Little ant. You're here. Guru smiled and picked up Softy. He didn't expect Shurching to come out of nowhere and was worried that Softy would suddenly call him daddy. Aha! Shurching smiled in a meaningful way, as if she could see the worry in Guji's heart. Softy missed her brother, so she came with her mom. After Softy finished, she hugged Guji's neck and whispered again, "Does daddy miss Softy?" Guru laughed helplessly, guessing that Shurching had probably told Softy in advance that she couldn't call her dad. He put Softy on the couch and went to the kitchen to help with the dumplings. The moment he passed by Shurching, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Shurching. What? Guru was slightly nervous, and when he saw Gu Tinghai and Softy reading the newspaper and chatting on the sofa, not paying attention to this side, he quickly reminded, "Don't tease me here. Auntie got flour on her face. Help Auntie wipe it off?" Shurching smiled. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were both in the kitchen wrapping dumplings, and no one paid attention to the small area in front of the kitchen. Guru had to bring paper towels and hand them to Shurching. "Wipe yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shurching took his hand that was holding a tissue and wiped her cheek. "Thanks." Timothy looked like he was getting his way. "Really?" Guru quickly went into the kitchen. After the dumplings were wrapped, several people ate their meals, and Shurching still sat next to Guji. She's dumplings just smell good." Gu Tinghai didn't mince words as he complimented the dumplings in front of him. Gu Yunshan hurriedly recommended the cold dish he had made. "Dad, try what I made too." Gu Tinghai glanced at Gu Yunshan and symbolically picked up his chopsticks and tasted a bite, his face flat. It's quite edible." "Dad, that's way too biased." This reminded Gu Yunshan once again of when he was young. "I remember. After she and I got married, you yelled every day that you wanted a great-granddaughter, but as a result, when you later gave birth to Guji, you said that I had no talent for several days in a row." Hearing this, Guji was stunned. It was the first time he had heard that Gu Tinghai liked girls. "You like girls, Grandpa?" he asked. "Not only your grandfather, your mom and I also like girls. At that time our whole family, we look forward to girls." The results. Gu Yunshan's words without the second half of the sentence, just sighed. Inexplicably, Guji's heart, broken beyond repair. Boy, it's okay," Gu Tinghai said, pointing to the soup on the dining table, changing the topic. "I heard your father say you have a bit of a fire, so I specially made you de-fire soup. Drink it." Guru could only turn his grief into an appetite. "Uncle, you guys like girls, isn't there Softy here? I'll bring her here more often from now on," Shurching said, looking at Guru, and said with an unknown meaning, "I think, boys and girls, each has their own good points." That warm gaze looked over, and Guji immediately buried his head and drank the soup. "Right. We're all family. Come often when you have time." Gu Tinghai purposely let Softy sit in the seat next to him, making it easy to pet her head at any time. Softy likes great-grandpa too. Soft could be cute, belonging to the fact that it brought Shurching's goodwill in front of Gu Tinghai to fly as well. "Haha, well, but I'll go back after a while, so don't cry if you're soft," Gu Tinghai said. Softly shook her head. Softly is not crying, because when Softy grows up a bit, she will still go to see great-grandpa. Softy wants to stay with great-grandpa. Gu Tinghai was so happy that the creases on his face grew several layers, and he emotionally took Softy into his arms and looked over at Guji. If my grandson gives birth to a little girl in the future as well, this old man of mine will be satisfied." Guru was about to say something when Shurching spoke up. "I think it's fine. If we have another boy, then we'll keep on having them, and let you enjoy your happiness then." "Uncle." At those words, Guru glared at Shurching. "What do you take him for? A girl is born when he says so? That's just like having food when you're hungry. What kind of coincidence is that?" "Good, Xiaoru. If your aunt has said so, from now on you'll give the family another girl." Gu Tinghai smiled, and Guji suddenly took on the full pressure of the room. The culprit, Toki Ching, also secretly put her hand on his leg while posing her mouth. Help you, born." After dinner was over, Guji was asked to go out to see Shurching off, so he had to walk out and walk alone with Shurching for a while. "Dad, I'll see you in kindergarten tomorrow na." Seeing that there was no one else in the vicinity, softly called out to Guji in a big way. "Stop calling Dad. Wasn't calling brother good today?" Guru said. "No way." Softy looked haughty. "We're going back." Even though Chi Rui in the car was so anxious that he was about to turn into the king of haste, Shurching was still not slow to say goodbye to Guru. "Is that necessary? What can be solved with a goodbye? These two have to stick together." Shurching raised her hand and touched Guji's face. "What for?" Guru took a moment more. "The weather's been a little cool lately, and I've been busy at work. so keep warm and take care of yourself when you can't see me as often as you'd like. When Shurching said this, his tone was serious, like he was admonishing, and his eyes were deep in love. Got it. I'm not a kid. You go back soon. Guru waved his hand and turned around. Still not waiting for Guji to turn around once, Shurching sighed and finally got into the car. Just as he got into the car, he heard Ziri complaining. With all the seriousness of the company's affairs lately, it's a shame that you still have the heart to talk about love. Hey! Shurching pinched his brow and picked up the pad in his car and looked through it. The problem is serious again. It's not because of that Su Ranan. Just a good face. Just no brain. Chi Rue said indignantly. The new movie gave him such an important role, but as a result, just after the greening, when the movie was bursting into flames, he was hacked in the variety show over there, and in the past 2 days, the movie ratings have fallen to nothing, and the comments section is full of cursing Su Ranan. After she killed Su Ranan, she has been letting people pay attention to the variety activities that Su Ranan participated in before, and it turned out that on the variety show, Su Ranan and another female celebrity who speculated the CP speculation of the fiery action intimacy, triangular relationship reached. Su Ranan, that stupid hat, still did not react to it at all. Until now, the three fans cursed inextricably, and even the time situation and its other artists were also denigrated. Again, but it's such a small thing. Shurching was also a bit helpless, but his head had already come up with a few plans to deal with the situation, as well as the work to be arranged next, the meetings to be held, and so on. She put the pad down and looked out the window, thinking hard. At that moment, a familiar figure caught her eye. Stop the car. Ever sharp-eyed, she quickly recognized the man. Zaire stopped the car, a little confused. What's wrong? She followed Shurching's line of sight. Where are you looking? I said in that restaurant. The window seat, Timothy reminded. It was only then that Ziri locked on to one person. Isn't that the little neighbor girl near my brother-in-law's house? Seeing the person, she then recognized Xia Huanning. Who's that across from her? Got a boyfriend? Zaire guessed. Xia Huanning in the restaurant, sitting opposite a man in a suit. The two people did not know what they were talking about. Only Xia Huanning kept her head down the entire time, her expression unnatural. Zaire, you go and bring her here. Shurching's intuition told her that was definitely not Xia Huanning's boyfriend. Chirui quickly got out of the car and ran into that restaurant just in time to see the man fling a document at Xia Huanning. She reached out and blocked it. Ms. Xia, our Shurdong has something for you. Xia Huanning recognized some surprise. The man on the opposite side recognized Chi Rue and quickly stood up. Assistant Chi, you're actually here? Did Dong Shur also come? Chi Rue sized up the man, recognizing the other as a personnel of a certain company, but pretended not to know and asked, which one are you? I'm busy, I'll leave first. After saying that, she pulled Xia Huanning out of the restaurant. When she got into the car and saw Shurching, Xia Huanning lowered her head. Hello auntie? Aha. Shurching watched Xia Huanning organize the documents in her hands and took the initiative to ask, did you encounter anything? Xia Huanning hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. It's nothing. Does the family know about you losing your job? Shurching asked bluntly. She also recognized that the man was from another company, and the fact that Xia Huanning was taking so many old works to meet with another company's personnel was obviously because of work-related matters. Only then did Xia Huanning raise her head and didn't hide it anymore. The family doesn't know. I resigned on my own. Why? The original company looked at a design in my hand. I was not willing to give that design to the company to use. They want me to come up with an additional program. If I do not pass it, I will be dismissed. I've been in bad shape lately, and I can't design anything better than that design, so I simply resigned. Well, you did the right thing. Timothy reached out. Can you show me your design? May. Xia Huanning was flattered and handed the design over with both hands. Shurching looked at the design carefully and was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, it's wedding clothes. She read the details of the design inspirations and thoughts written by Xia Huanning again for a long time. Mercury flowers. The first time Shurching saw such a flower. That men's wedding clothes. Cufflinks used this kind of flower. Slightly embellished. Introspective and not vulgar. The lady's wedding dress is very bold to use a large area. Countless mercury flowers bloom in the wedding dress. Like a blooming, some kind of mysterious language of the flower represented by only the designer knows, show in front of the eyes. She pictured the wedding dress in her mind, not realizing that a timid little girl like Xia Huanning could have such a design. I'll write you a recommendation tonight. It's a clothing design company that Timeless has worked with, and this design is great, so if you don't want to hand it over, keep it to yourself. No one will force you. Shurching said, returning the design to Xia Huanning. How can this work? Xia Huanning was a little reluctant, not for any other reason than this looks like a back door. Shurqing had long guessed Xia Huanning's concern. I won't let anyone know that the recommendation letter is written by me. You can rest assured to go. No one will say anything about you. Even if there is, I will deal with it. What's more, I'm just giving you a chance for an interview. The rest you have to make your own preparations. If you can't pass it, then say it again. Hearing this, Xia Huanning was grateful. Thank you, auntie. I'll do my best. The car quickly drove to Xia's house, and after Xia Huanning got out, she bowed and thanked again before leaving. Rui turned around again and drove toward the east side, while looking in the car's rearview mirror, muttering, that clothing company has many branches and is famous in all directions. You are helping your love rival. Do I look like such a cheapskate? Shurqing snorted coldly. That little girl's design is indeed good. I call this sparing talent. Well. What about the company side of the walk? Rui smiled. She could remember that Shurqing was jealous, several times because of Xia Huanning. Prepare for the meeting tomorrow at noon. Have the relevant teams summarize the last few days during their morning work, and I want to see their simplest and most effective solution, Timothy said. Ma. When Shurqing finished speaking, Softy suddenly tugged on Shurqing's hand and shook it. What's wrong? Want to go to the bathroom? Softly, however, shook her head and whispered, that sister just now, Softly has seen in kindergarten. Really? Aha! She's brought daddy goodies. Shurqing was silent, and Rui, who was driving in the front, stifled his laughter. Fresh vinegar after just helping a love rival? Softy is good at prying for information at this point? Awesome, she said. Softly didn't understand what the intelligence meant, but he stuck to Shurqing's side and murmured, that sister buys them. They're round, colorful, and sandwiched. Softy struggled to describe the food that looked so good. Are you craving again? Shurqing should have known that the boy had grown a heart eater. The following day at noon, when Guru went back for lunch, he had just reached the door of his house when he saw a figure, and then his footsteps lurched and he quickly hid behind a nearby low wall. No way. He watched Xia Hong talking to Gu Yunshan in the courtyard and already guessed the reason. I only saw Xia Hong handing a card to Gu Yunshan, who was unwilling to accept it, and the two of them pushed back and forth, and Gu Tinghai, who was sitting not far away, said something. Although he was far away and didn't hear Xia Hong and Gu Yunshan talking, Guru sighed although he understood Xia Hang. After all, the two families' so long friendship. This situation, Gu Yunshan must be difficult to refuse Xia Hong. He didn't hide anymore and eventually walked over. Thanks uncle. He sat in a side chair. Xiaoru what uncle told you before? Really not work? Xia Hong asked. Obviously, Gu Yunshan and Gu Tinghai both gave the decision to Guru. Aha. Guru's heart remained unshaken. I'm sorry, Uncle Xie. I have a girlfriend and can't marry Huanning. Xia Hang's heart sank, but he still insisted. Alright, I don't want a reply now. I'll put all my savings in your house. So if you and your girlfriend don't make it to the end in the future, marry Huanning. Although in that case, I might not be able to see Huanning in her wedding dress. Old Xie, we must not accept this money. Gu Yunshan once again took a stand. Xia Hong forced the card into Gu Yunshan's hand. If I suddenly give so much money to Ningning, she will definitely be suspicious. The only ones I can trust are you guys. As long as Xiaozhu is not married, this money will be placed in your home. Seeing the situation stalemate, Guji stood out and went out of his way to let Xia Hong die. So he said, who says I'm not married? I'm married. At those words, all three of them were stunned. Xia Hong reacted. Xiaoru, are you lying to uncle again? He also watched Guji grow up and understood Guji's character. How to look at it is not like will suddenly flash marriage. It's true, Guru bit out. So you'd better take the money back. Xia Hong clearly looked like he didn't believe it. Gu Yunshan also walked to the side of Guru. Whispered. Make up a better reason He is the body got sick, but not the head got sick. Gu Yunshan, bad-mouthing me again aren't you? Xia Hong shouted. Oops, which is not. Gu Yunshan laughed and sat back in his chair to placate Xia Hong. Look at you. Your temper has changed for the worse since you got sick. Uncle Xie. I'm really married. I've gotten a license. Guru spoke loudly, and then added, you don't have to worry that after I get married Huanning will have no one to take care of her. In the future she will be my own sister. Her affairs are my affairs. The affairs of the Gu family, even if I don't become a husband and wife to be a brother and sister. I'll still take good care of her. You're getting a license for this? How is this possible? Xia Hong felt incredulous. If the kid says so, how can it be false? Gu Yunshan patted Xia Heng's shoulder, thinking that Guru had most likely prepared a fake marriage license to kill Xia Hong. So he spoke confidently. Xiaoru, quickly show your marriage license. Guru looked at Gu Yunshan in surprise. He had said this and actually wanted him to take it out? Gu Yunshan is also puzzled to look at Guru. Together so dare to say, pressed to prepare props? The two froze and did not think on the frequency. A somewhat saddened Xiahan looked at the two and tried to ask, you father and son, wouldn't be working together to trick me, right? How? How is that possible? That marriage license. Guru's brain raced. My girlfriend took it to show her family. It's not in my hands now. At those words, Xiahan sighed deeply. He hid the sadness under his eyes and turned to squeeze out a smile. Your family has a happy event. Why didn't you tell me? We, Ning, can't enter your Gu family's door. So let us finally dip our hands in the joyous spirit. Find some time to have a meal together. As for me, I watched Xiaoji grow up. He became a family. I have to accompany a gift. Old Xie, we're not planning a wedding here for a while, Gu Yunshan said. He knew that Guru was making it up. How could they make a big change? Consider yourselves advanced. And set a table especially for me. I'm afraid I won't see Yingning become a family, or Xiaozhu become a family. Xiahan sank his voice. This is the last thing I wish for. Seeing this, Guru gritted his teeth and made a decision. Uncle Xie, I will let you see me become a family. This weekend, I invite you and Xia Huanning to come along and be happy. Good. A flash of red crossed the bottom of Xia Heng's eyes as he stood up and walked out of the Gu family home, his back somewhat forlorn. Guru, on the other hand, quickly walked back to his room. He took the account book out of the cupboard and hid it in the backpack he was carrying. When he was younger, he had asked Gu Yunshan and Su Shi if they would meddle in his feelings, and Gu Yunshan and Su Shi seemed to have put the account book directly in his room to appease his weak heart, and said that as long as the girl that Gu Ruyu had set his eyes on was agreeable to the other's family, Gu Ruyu would go to get a license by himself, and they would agree to it as well. Later, because he had never fallen in love early, nor had he been intimate with any girl at school, neither Gu Yunshan nor Su Shi felt that he would take the initiative to fall in love. So this account book remained untouched, and was placed in Guji's second-floor locker. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of going up the stairs came from outside, and sure enough, Gu Yunshan chased after him. The two of them looked at each other. Perhaps because Guji just said something that was too true, Gu Yunshan somewhat believed it. He walked to the bedside table and opened the drawer where the account book was located. Seeing that the account book was gone, it was as if the speculation in Gu Yunshan's heart was confirmed. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Guji's ear, and also raised his leg to kick Guji's ass heavily. Dad, calm down. Brat, you really went and got a license. If it wasn't for old Xia coming today, when would I, as a father, have known about it? At this time, Gu Tinghai also came upstairs and saw Gu Yunshan grabbing Guji's ear, stopping him. Hurry up and let go. We don't hit children in our family. Don't grab my grandson. Dad, you just beat me up the other day. Gu Yunshan was still furious and said to Guji, you dare to take matters into your own hands? Your mom won't whip me to death when she comes back. Guru expected that once he did something bad, Su Shi had first taught Gu Yunshan a lesson to make an example of him. He smiled somewhat unkindly. Gu Yunshan was even more enraged. How dare you laugh? I'm telling you, when your mom comes back, don't say that I agreed to your getting a license. You're on your own for what you've done. Don't drag me into this. Okay. Hurry up and let go. Gu Tinghai saved Guji's ears, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and pulled Guji to sit down. Good grandson, tell grandpa, what kind of girl is it? Is it the little Tang your father told me about? Good lord, remember when he made up Don Jr. off the top of his head? Guru smiled somewhat awkwardly, his tone seeming extremely heartfelt. Her family agreed? When did you meet with the parents? Took a moment to meet. Guru was already having a hard time making things up, so he shrugged it off. Anyway, you guys will see each other on the weekend. I'm going downstairs for dinner first. However, Gu Tinghai and Gu Yunshan still had a lot of questions and chased after Guji for a long time, so Guji could only quickly finish his meal then escape on the pretext of going to work. Throughout the day at work at the kindergarten, Guru was thinking about countermeasures. The best he could come up with was to make a marriage license to fake it, and then find someone to play along with the act for dinner. Not only does the person have to have the last name of Don, but they also have to fit the characteristics he says they have. He is now surrounded by no surname Tang. The only recall, once upon a time there was a classmate surnamed Tang, but unfortunately it was a man. But where was he going to find actors who fit the bill? And it's simply too late to fake it, and it's easy to show. It's hard for him to do it himself. Daddy hugs. Softy was carrying a small bag and reaching out for a hug. Almost every day after school, Softy would ask Guji to leave the kindergarten in her arms. Seeing the soft, Guji has suddenly remembered someone. He walked out of the kindergarten with Softy in his arms. but only saw Chi Rue come to pick up Softy alone. Where's the kid's mom? The chairman has been very busy with work lately and couldn't come over to pick up Softy in person, Chi Rue said. Guru then remembered what Shirching had said when she said goodbye earlier, and didn't realize that she was really busy with work. Can I see her for a minute? He asked. Sure. Chi Rue hurriedly opened the door for Guji, thinking that there was no place in the whole world that Guji couldn't get into. So why ask? There was no place Guji couldn't enter, so there was no need to ask. Find mommy with daddy. Softly danced happily when she saw Guji getting into the car with her. At this time, Timeless Pictures, conference room, chairman, our group after summarizing the noon meeting on the program for the second time to improve. To give the final solution is to control the situation does not completely dump one side of the situation. To the artist Su Ranan prepare lovers as a way to divert the attention of all parties. At the same time, the company's current event in the movie. You can use the company's current related heat before the event to publicize. Let the movie heat back. Specifically, the company's current hot topic is none other than your previous chairman, private gossip. At those words, Shirching put down the folder in his hand, stood up with some impatience, and threw the document casually. Tell me what you think. The air pressure in the conference room decreased dramatically. Everyone knows that Shirching does not like to amplify their own gossip that is messy, but I did not expect that just mentioning it. Not yet said it. Shirching is already unhappy. Outside the conference room, Guji was asked by Chi Rue to wear a mask and duck-tongue cap. Waiting outside the conference room, he was holding Softy in his arms, a big thief looking at Shirching inside. Guji was not too used to Shirching's appearance. After all, the image of being molested by Shirching in his mind was too profound, and suddenly seeing such a serious Dao Shirching, he was still a bit unaccustomed to it. This year's holiday is quickly approaching. The holiday slot on the partner's side has a duo variety show. It only requires you and your husband to be guests to participate in a small segment. The show will be convenient to directly insert our new movie's advertisement. It's not too difficult, not easy to make a mistake, and at worst the result will just be a less than significant publicity effect. Hearing this, Timothy was silent for a while, hesitating. If she really had a loving husband, she would never have had such hesitation. Pity, because it's not something she alone can agree to. Program to be determined. Meeting adjourned. She let out an imperceptible sigh and then headed for the door. With a turn, she met eyes with Guji in the doorway. Even though Guji was wrapped up tightly, she still recognized him at once. In that instant, Shirching's originally despondent eyes flickered with a faint light, and his face also carried a surprise. Why are you here all of a sudden? Ha! She smiled, her brows filled with joy at seeing Guji. Guji truly felt that he was being firmly anticipated and hoped for by a person, and inexplicably, he was also driven by this sentiment. With a smile between his eyebrows, something came up. He said, go to my office. The employees in the conference room walked out one after another, and Shirching naturally took Guji's hand and touched the pathetic ring that represented playing alone. And even though Guji had something to do before he came to her, she still felt vaguely happy. Looking at Guru holding the baby in one hand and holding Shirching in the other, Chi Rue and those employees behind him were stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. An employee couldn't help but spit out. Is there any need for this program to be pending? Where are these two not showing their love? In the chairman's office, Timothy pulled down the blocking curtains around him. Only then did Guji take off his mask and hat and sit on the sofa. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about looking for you. Shirching sat beside him, leaving work behind, moving her hands and smiling badly. Our hearts are in the right place. Guru didn't dodge Shirching's mooching. What if you can't help me with what I said? He asked. Timothy frowned and inhaled in contemplation, leaning back against the couch with both hands still on his chest. What are you, like, in trouble for? She guessed. It's not exactly trouble. Say, whatever it is, I can help you. Seeing Guru's face in difficulty, Shirching even teased and whispered, you don't really want me to give you another daughter, do you? She thought to herself that as long as it was Guji's request, there was nothing she couldn't do. Can you be decent? Guru was having a hard time imagining that the serious and earnest person in the conference room just now was the guy in front of him. Okay, come on. I'm listening. Shirching put on a somewhat exaggeratedly serious face and listened to Guji docilely talk to Shirching about the causes and consequences. Moments. Ha 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 ha. Timothy bent over his lap, shaking with laughter. What's so funny? It's due at the end of the week. Guru made a bitter face. You're playing yourself off. Shirching laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. So, you want me to find an actress in the company to play your girlfriend and then go to your house for a meal? What about the marriage license? What are you going to do? Get a fake one. I don't think they'll look closely. The focus is on the person, Guru said. He remembered that Shirching had built him an identical signing pen before, and he always felt that Shirching might be able to do it in this regard. Well, Shirching pretended to think, but in reality, she was happy in her heart, having already thought of the perfect method, but she still didn't forget to tease Guji. Tell you what, how about you give me a kiss and I'll figure it out for you? Why the kiss? Guru saw Shirching leap over and tactically lean back. If you give me a kiss, I might have a good solution. Shirching said, pointing to the side of his face. You're not being reasonable. Guru still didn't move. If you don't want to, I'll have to get busy with work, and then I won't be available for a few days in a row, so I won't be able to help you with the marriage license. Shirching smiled smugly. Kiss can. Kiss where? I choose myself, Guru said. The two men looked at each other and had to add up to 800 heartbeats. Yeah, Timothy agreed readily, but then stood up, tugging the sleeves of both of his hands down, hiding his hands, and pulling his collar up so that he looked a little funny. Mr. Rhetoric, I feel I need to tell you a little bit about what pro means. Shirching looked at Guji with a smile. Your mouth. You have to touch my skin before you can do it. This action has to last for 3 seconds before you can do it. Oh, nice guy. Is this a case of the Taoist being 1 foot tall and the devil being 10 feet tall? Guji had wanted to kiss the back of Shirching's hand, but it was prejudged. I'm kind of a believer in ginger. He surveyed Timothy. At the moment all that was showing skin was his head, and a little bit of his neck. Come on, I'm ready. Shirching looked like she was ready to be picked up by the king. Guji was close to Shirching, and the two of them subconsciously slowed down their breathing, with only their hearts beating violently. Wayawa! Suddenly, softly came over at some point and pounced on Guji's back, unpredictably, directly causing Guji's entire body to pounce on Shirching. Guru subconsciously used his hand to support himself, but he encountered a large mass of warmth. The feeling of the rapt touch made his mind go blank and he quickly removed his hand. Shirching didn't answer, and only then did Guji notice that Shirching's expression was strange, and her eyes were a bit strangely mesmerized. Yeah, sorry. Guji wanted to get up, but Softy climbed onto his back, and he was afraid that if he got up suddenly, Softy would get hurt if he fell down at this height, but his hands couldn't grab Softy behind him. Suddenly, Shirching wrapped one hand around Guji's neck. Are you kissing or not? Shirching's voice was warm and soft, inexplicably with a bit of a nasal tone, like a pet. Only then did Guru reach out and slowly faded Shirching's collar down a little. The moment she was touched, Shirching's heartbeat went haywire for a beat, and for some reason, a thought popped into her head. Want to be touched more? Chirp. Guji lightly kissed Shirching's neck. His lips touched Shirching's warm neck, and at the same time, he also smelled a faint aroma. Is it body odor? Like a flower. For only an instant, he ended the touch hastily. Your lips feel so good to the touch. I'm getting the urge to bite you, Shirching said, his gaze burning as he stared at Guji's lips. Female hooligans. Guru pointed at Soft who was riding a big horse on his back and said to Shirching, don't take your waifu away yet. Shirching reached out and grabbed Softy's collar, directly lifted Softy down and slapped his butt twice. Naughty. She quickly asked Zaire to carry Softy out. Soft, come on, how do you want to help me out? Guru asked. Shirching stood up unhurriedly and brought a file back up from his desk and handed it to Guji. You should have more or less heard some of the meeting just now. This is the specific content. Guru watched for a while and understood why Shirching hadn't finalized the plan on the spot just now. It turned out that there was no one to cooperate as well. In a nutshell, I need a husband and you happen to need a wife, right? Shirching guided Guji. Guru was rationalizing. No, it's you who needs an actor. I need an actress. But the person is solved. The certificate is not good to solve even if I have the ability to make people fake, but I am at least the chairman of the time. Law-abiding good citizens. How can I do the kind of thing that counterfeiting? Don't you think so? Guru pondered. It is indeed so reasonable. Although the use of this certificate may not cause any impact, but ultimately it is not right. So tell me, what should I do? He asked. This way, actresses. I'll find you good ones, and although the artists of the hour are worth a lot of money, I don't want a penny of them. Seeing Guji's puzzled gaze, Shirching came closer to Guji and laughed. All I want is for you to be my actor and for us to get a license. A legal license. The words fell, and in an instant, Guji stood up. Are you kidding me? Me and you? Getting a license? He was a little incredulous. I'm not kidding. What about us? Get a real license. Then I'll get someone to do a cover-up on the license. Replace the woman's name and face with the actress's. And after you've taken the actress to deal with your family, restore the license to its original form. How nice. Nice big pineapple. When I lied to my dad today that I got a license, my dad almost pulled my ears down. This if he knew that I got a license with you. He'd have to spank my ass into a blooming bun. Still red date flavored, Guru muttered. He could have dumped the pot on Gu Yunshan. Only then Gu Yunshan would be out of luck. And Su Shi would make Gu Yunshan's ass turn into a blooming red date bun. But, ha ha ha, Shirching laughed out loud while comforting Guru. Don't worry, if that day really comes, I'm in the same boat as you. And if Big Brother hits you, I'll definitely stop him. Guji looked at Shirching laughing so cheerfully, always felt that if he was beaten, Shirching would be the one who watched the drama most happily. How about this? You send me the actor's requirements first. I'll help you find an actor first, and as for the license, I'll give you time to think about it. How about that? I'm good, right? Shirching had a look on his face that begged for a quip. I thank you. Guru always felt that he was trying to consider something that he couldn't even consider. Although there is no blood relationship, but they ultimately have a layer of aunt and nephew name. In this case to get a license. Can you really, criminal? The actress should be surnamed Tang, have long hair, and be white and good-looking. Guji recalled the look he had made up at the time, and had he known better, he wouldn't have said so much in the first place. What kind of good-looking ones do you want? Shirching looked at Guji and asked softly, do you think I count as good-looking? You count as horny. Guru did not hesitate. Timothy laughed, leaning back on the couch, his face changing slightly. Damn, when she thought back on it, it seemed like Toki hadn't signed any artists with the last name of Tang. She imperceptibly looked at Guji. How are we going to get this kid to get a license? What's wrong? Guli sensed Shirching's unnaturalness. Ah, nothing. Having come to this, Shirching didn't want to give up. Last name Don, long hair, white and good-looking. Those are the 3 requirements? She asked. Aha, right, with an innocent look on his face. Guru added, and one that can match the performance. Shirching revealed an imperceptible smile. Does that mean that it doesn't matter what kind of person it is as long as those requirements are met? Since the times are not right, can't she just sign one now? I've said all that needs to be said, so I'll go back first. Guru stood up. Hey wait, Shirching took Gushir's hand and quickly let go. Cough, it's dinner time. You came to the company as my husband. If you don't eat dinner and leave, people will think we had a fight. Then I'll send a message to my mom. Guru picked up his cell phone and prepared to send a message to Sushi. His hand stopped on the keyboard but he didn't know what to say. Shirching then suggested, let's just say Softy is crying and won't let you go. She said it with hardly any thought, like she was used to it. Guru also felt that this was an excellent reason. After sending a message home, Guru was eating dinner at Shirching's desk. Shirching sat in the center, with a Gushir on her left and a soft one on her right, as if she was surrounded by happiness, so much so that even though there was a lot of work, she still concentrated on finishing her dinner before continuing. After Guru ate, he thoughtfully fed Lian Lian again. I'll take you back later, Timothy said. In between her work, she looked in the direction of Guji and Softy every now and then, as if work wasn't even that boring anymore. I could have gotten back on my own. Guru played with Lian Lian, and although Lian Lian was trying her hardest to dry rice, she was still clearly no match for the touch of the fat ball of Guluk's classmates. It's so late, how can I let you, a white and tender cutie, go home by yourself? What if you get pounced on by a horny heterosexual? How dangerous, Shirching said with a single slate. Guru, equals. He always felt that it was this aspect of Shirching that was the greatest danger to him. After work, Guru was still sent back. The softness in the car had fallen asleep in a heap. Guru opened the car door, still saying goodbye to Shirching. You go back and get some rest as soon as you can too. Bye, little Pia. Shirching's hand covered Guji's mouth. There's no one else here. Why are you so polite? Guru was silent and left with a wave of his hand. That little auntie was certainly not meant for anyone else. Looking at Guji's departing figure, Shirching still recalled that kiss. Although it only touched her neck, the throbbing in her heart was as if Guji had kissed her lips. She kept stroking the neck Guji had kissed with her hand, her thoughts wandering. She ran in the front passenger side of the car from the car rearview mirror to see when Ching touched the neck. Looking halfway, Tokiwa fell off the pillow? Shut up. The next day, Timeless Pictures, Chairman's office. Whoa, Chairman of the Board of Directors. You do me a favor. I really don't want to tie up my girlfriend. Su Ranan stood in front of the desk, 90-degree bent over, his head clunking against the desk. But Shirching did not even look at a glance. Early in the morning, do not disturb me here. If you do not go, call the security guards. Once I tie up my girlfriend, my aesthetic persona will be ruined. Su Ranan looked at Shirching pitifully. Is persona important? Preserving your persona is what matters. Shirching snorted. Your agent should have instructed you a lot of things. It's you who didn't do a good job. This time let this be a lesson. Otherwise you'll definitely do it again. But, knock on the door. Enter. Outside the office, Zaire walked in. Dong Shi, Miss Xia wants to see you. Because after Shi Qing helped Xia Huanning before, he let Qi Rui add Xia Huanning's contact information. Let her up, Shi Qing said, glaring at Su Ranan. I'm busy, so hurry up. Su Ranan was still not dead, as if he had been babbling for a while. Seeing that Shi Qing didn't give a damn about him, only then did he hang his head down and stand up to go outside. Ta! 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 Just as Xia Huanning walked in from outside, the two brushed shoulders. Su Ranan absently glanced at Xia Huanning, who passed by his side, and with just one glance, his eyes were pulled and glued to Xia Huanning. The movement of his feet toward the outside also stalled in place. Tokyo. Xia Huanning bowed. I came here specifically to thank you. I've already been to that company you recommended me to, so thank you for giving me a chance that day. Aha, how did the interview go? Timothy asked. Xia Huanning faced some embarrassment. I failed your expectations. The interview did not pass. Shi Qing nodded and analyzed. Their company has already recruited in large quantities before and is saturated with staff. And you will definitely be a bit more stringent when you go over during this period. So it's normal that you didn't pass. Have they given you advice? Gave it. It was very detailed and comprehensive advice that was very helpful to me. Xia Huanning said, bowing again to say thank you. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. I'm now going to try out for another company, so I won't bother you anymore. Seeing Xia Huanning heading for the door, Shi Qing thought for a moment, but still called out to Xia Huanning. Wait. She found out a piece of information and handed it to Xia Huanning. This is the recruitment information from before the time. You're here all the time. Try it out before you leave. Xia Huanning received the information with some surprise. Timeless. Is there also clothing design? Sure. Sure has a clothing brand. Shi Qing pointed to Su Ranan, who was standing in a mortar. What he's wearing is clothes from the Timeless clothing brand. Only then did Xia Huanning look back at Su Ranan. The clothes. Su Ranan took this to take 2 steps closer. Right, the design department of Timeless has designs about movies as well as clothing and jewelry. And the jewelry I'm wearing is also from Timeless. So that's how it is. Xia Huanning nodded thoughtfully. I can still give you an interview. The rest is up to you. Feel free to contact Zaire if you're interested. I know. Thank you. Xia Huanning quickly left the office. And when the people had gone out, Su Ranan was still looking on blearily. What are you looking at? Still not going? Shi Qing urged. Only then did Su Ranan return to her senses, coming over to Shi Qing and inquiring, who is that girl? I just thought it was some new artist. At those words, Shi Qing glanced at Su Ranan with a look of disgust. You're really going to get stupid if you don't bump that head of yours in the future. What's another artist coming to Timeless for? Do I dig people? Also right. Su Ranan scratched his head and pursued. Who the hell is she? I just heard. Her last name is Xie? She's... Timothy paused. A relative's child. You still have relatives. Ha? Su Ranan was surprised. Shi Qing frowned. Why ask so many questions? I see that you don't know the seriousness of the problem at all this time. You look like you don't care. If you've had enough experience in this line of work as an actor, you should honestly go back to the Su family and become a young master. Don't look down on my dreams. Su Ranan emphasized. I can make a military order with my dad. I will act well. I don't see how serious you are, since you want to be an actor, and you're not even willing to accept a small arrangement like today. What kind of actor are you? And you came to see me today. You ran out without your agent's knowledge, right? It's not like there's much going on today. Times and times rule. This isn't the Su family. Don't think everyone can spoil you. You made a fool of yourself today. Now, go back and apologize to your agent. Shi Qing's face was extremely cold, and his tone did not carry a trace of emotion. So mean as soon as you arrive at work. Su Ranan muttered away. Remembering before in the boxing gym, Shi Qing looked at Guji's eyes. He felt that the current Shi Qing is like a tigress. Really do not know what kind of man can handle such a strong woman. The next day, Sunnyside Kindergarten. It was the end of the first afternoon class. Dang 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 dang. Softly didn't walk away and came in front of Guji, her little hand clutching a rose folded with paper, the outside painted red with colored pencils, and placed it in front of Guji. For me? Where did you get the flowers? Guru picked up the flower and scrutinized it. It was very delicate, but also very complicated. Obviously not something that Softy could fold. It's folded by Mama Soft and coded for Daddy. Softly and sweetly, she smiled with that look that begged for a quip, resembling someone a few times. She can still fold this? Guru was a bit surprised. Although Shi Qing was a strong woman and talented at work, she sometimes looked clumsy, and when he was at Shi Qing's residence before, he had seen Shi Qing's kitchen after she had finished cooking, with scattered ingredients, dropping a piece to the left and a piece to the right. Yeah. Mom folds them when she's on break. She said she used to have no money and couldn't afford real flowers, so she would fold these for her dad, Softy said. It folds beautifully. Guru paused. Softly coated looks good too. Hearing a satisfied quip, Softy behaved herself and went back to class. Guru, on the other hand, surveyed the flower, touched the folded corners on the flower, folded neatly and folded evenly in size. Must have been folded countless times to be so skillful. He took a picture of the flower and sent it to Shirching with a comment. Thank you, Auntie, it's quite pretty. Then he ate his meal, and not long after, a message came back from Shirching's side. Shirching, oh, why do you have the flowers I folded last night? Why are they colored? Guji, Soft gave it to me after applying it. She said you gave it to me. Shirching, this kid lied again. Turns out it wasn't from Shirching. Somehow, Guji was still a bit lost for no reason. He was about to say something when he saw in progress displayed above. Shirching, give me the flowers after school. Gu sure, He thought to himself, how unorthodox. How can you even ask for it back? In the evening, after school time, Guru still held Softy and walked out of the kindergarten. Shirching did come, and greeted Guru on the car. I have something serious to tell you. When Guru heard it, he guessed that it could be the thing that he asked Shirching to do yesterday, and he didn't expect it to start so soon. Shirching is worthy of being a workaholic. When they reached the car, Guji first returned the flower to Shirching. Shirching took the flowers and put them away in her bag. I like it a lot. Why are you being so? Make it look like I gave you the flowers. Softy gave it to you, and you gave it to me, so isn't that what you gave me? When Guru heard this, good man, playing with words, it was, and he suddenly noticed the car getting farther and farther away. Where am I to be taken? Isn't it going to be business? He asked. Since it's business, of course we should find a place to talk slowly. Well, Guru had thought that with Softy next to him, Shirching should not say anything, but it turned out that Chirue drove the car and sent Softy back home first. Daddy, Softy doesn't want to go yet, but Shirching whispered a few words to Softy, and then Softy's attitude changed. There's no need for Mama to rush back. Softy will be good. Seeing Softy happily being carried up by the nanny, Guji still felt puzzled as to what exactly had been said. Why are you looking at me like that? Afraid I'll sell you out? Shirching looked sideways at Guji, and with no softness between them, she couldn't help but boldly approach. Guru moved toward the car door until there was no way to retreat. His hand was grabbed by Shirching, and the smooth and tender palm covered the back of his hand, constantly transferring warmth and penetrating warmth. What would you do if I forced a kiss on you right now? Guru tactically leaned back and weakly spoke. Report. Hold me? Timothy looked expectant. Guru, call the police. The smile on Shirching's face froze. Chirue, who was driving in front of him, was shaking with laughter. Since his boss met Guru, he had been defeated more than once. It was so rare. What is my crime? Stealing hearts and thieves? Timothy asked. She tried to salvage the situation. Guru was shaking his head. You're counting this as molestation. So relentless. Shirching silently retracted her hand. She looked at Guji's serious expression and always felt that Guji could really do something like that. She sighed and gently leaned against Guji. What for? Guru pushed Shirching. Can't family members care about each other? I work hard and I'm tired. Then don't touch it. Guru picked at Shirching's restless hand the whole way. Chirue, who was driving in the front, quietly endured the ambiguous heating atmosphere in the car with a frown on his face. When he arrived at his destination, Guji got out of the car and realized that it was a couple's restaurant by the sea, opened on a wooden bridge. The sea breeze was just right, and the scenery was beautiful. Talk here? Guru asked. Yeah, it's a good vibe, isn't it? Timothy walked down the hall to the only dining table and sat down. There was no one else in the entire restaurant, or even on the second floor, except the waiter. It's not a wrap, is it? Guji thought in his heart and sat down in the opposite seat. Straight to business, he said. Seeing that Guru was so anxious, Shirching also said bluntly, where's the actress you wanted? I really found one for you. That fast? In line with what I said. Guru was a little surprised. He thought that outdated Ching had a wide range of connections, but he didn't expect it to be so wide. It took some money to find it. Timothy held out 2 fingers. 2,000? Guru tried to ask. He thought it would only be the work of a meal, an hour tops before and after. Shirching shook his head without thinking. $200,000. Guru was shocked. $200,000? Timeless actors are so expensive? That actor is a new signing for me, and knowing that it's a current situation, I naturally asked for a bit more. Shirching was quite unconcerned. She had expected it. The waiter quickly served the food and brought more wine. I wish you two a wonderful evening. The waiter poured the wine and left. Why the sad face? Are you worried about my money? Timothy asked. Of course, $200,000 to play a wife for an hour is way out of place. This is not to help you solve things. You spent it all. So instead of feeling sorry for the money, you should feel sorry for me. Ha! Shirching looked at Guji with a smile, then raised a tall glass. Don't worry, try this wine. Guru casually picked it up and took a sip, the flavors of fruits and spices filling his lips. Well, like this? Timothy asked. Weird. Guru felt less painful than the soda. Actually, you don't have to break the bank so much for me. Well, consider this. I want to share the money I saved all those years alone with the people who matter, including the joy of accomplishment behind every penny of that. Tim Ching said. Okay, this time, thank you for helping me, Guru solemnly said, gently touching the goblet in front of Shirching. Shirching curled her eyes and smiled. She knew Guji wasn't that spoiled sometimes. Speaking of which, I didn't help this to the end. After all, you haven't given me an answer about the marriage license. No, I've thought about it. Guru had thought carefully about it during the daytime at work, and what he had already determined would not be changed. Really think about it? Shirching rested her hands on her cheeks and looked at Guji expectantly. Guru nodded. I've already determined. Good. Shirching then snapped his fingers at the waiter not far away, and the other party brought a file bag. She took the document bag and handed it to Guji, a smile on her face. This is the marriage contract that I personally drew up. Take a look at it and sign it if you have no problem. Guru was stunned. You already knew I would be sure to let you help? He felt like he was being held again, and the meal seemed like a celebration of someone getting their way as well. Shirching hemmed and hawed and said with extreme complacency, besides me, who else can you look for? As she spoke, her leg under the table gently brushed against Guji's leg. Don't move you. Guru took out the contract in the file bag, and the two copies were the same. In addition to what the contract should have been, he found some strange treaties. 1. In a contractual marriage, Party B, the man, is required to meet Party A's, the woman's, living needs as well as her work needs. 2. In contractual marriage, Party B shall not have excessive intimate contact with other persons of the opposite sex. 3. In a contractual marriage, Party B is required to play his or her role as husband and father at certain moments. 4. In a contractual marriage, Party B is required to follow the process of addressing Party A as we request. So much. You're making an unequal treaty. I haven't even said anything yet. Guru always felt that Shirching, this old greaseball, would screw him over at some point. It's not a big deal for me to do you a favor and contribute money and more benefits, right? Shirching took out a signing pen, walked over to Guji, flipped the contract to the end and signed his name, and the other one as well, without hesitation. She purposely gathered Guji in her arms to sign and whispered in Guji's ear. What are your requests? I'll fulfill them all. The voice lingered in his ears, and the rationality of Guji's brain was almost disturbed. What you wrote above, what are the needs of life? He asked. This, Shirching thought about it and laughed. For example, when I'm cooking and realize that there's no soy sauce in the house, you'll have to buy me a bottle of it. That's it? Guru half expected it. Yeah, that's it. Well, I agree with you on these, but one has to be added, Guru said. He looked at the others, and the ones set by Tim Ching were just for him to play the role of a husband, of Softy's dad. Add what? You name it. Timothy's smile deepened. We'll get divorced when you and I are done. When Guru's words fell, Shirching's smile froze. It was a long time before she spoke. Little scumbag. Me? Guru pointed at himself, a little puzzled. Throwing it away in a hurry when you're done using it, crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. What are you if not a scumbag? Shirching feigned a sad sigh. You've drawn up a contract and given it to me. Isn't this a mutually beneficial partnership? Guru handed the contract to Shirching. I'll sign it when you've made up the contents of the contract. I'll leave the marriage license to you. Shirching was silent for a moment, then asked the waiter to pack wine and some dishes, then pulled Guji out. Guru quickly grabbed his cell phone. What for? Go back to the office and change the contract. Now. I can't wait. Waiting again. She was afraid that Guji would come home and react to something. After all, she was in the contract. Timeless films and television. Isn't that the chairman? They both office play again? Wow. Working late and eating dog food. Some of the employees who were still working overtime couldn't help but murmur twice when they saw their own chairman rushing into the office in a hurry pulling a heavily armed man. In the office, Shirching and Guji were eating their uneaten meals in the office. Guru felt pity. You wrapped it up, didn't you? Just like that? Or what? Marrying you is obviously important, Shirching said, taking a few more sips of the unfinished wine. Private space is also good. I've asked Chi Rue to revise the contract. It'll be ready soon. After signing tonight, we'll get a license tomorrow. Looking at Shirching with a look of being happier than New Year's Eve, Guji always felt that something was strange. I have a question I want to ask you. Guru finally spoke. Shirching looked at Guji and smiled. Ask, cutie. Although we are contractually married, after all, the license we received is legal, which means that after receiving the license, we are legally married, right? At those words, Shirching put down his wineglass and leaned against the sofa. Thinking for a moment, I know what you want to ask, she said, coming over to Guji's side and whispering. It can be. Guji always felt that he wasn't on the same channel as Shirching, so he asked, do you really know what I'm going to ask? Timothy smiled imploringly. Of course I know. She then reached out with both hands, one hand making a circle and one hand extending her index finger through. That's what you're talking about, isn't it? Even if Guru was slow, he understood what Shirching meant at this moment. We're only a couple in name, the one you mentioned. Impossible, he said. You're married anyway, so you're really not going to experience it? Shirching said, winking at Guji. I have no intention of doing that. Please ask Chirue to add this one as well. Guru said, returning to the topic. What I want to ask is, after we are contractually married, will you domestically abuse me? As the words fell, Shirching was stunned and couldn't hold back his laughter. What the hell? Why would you think that? She looked at Guji's serious expression and found it extraordinarily cute. You're a professional boxer. Isn't it normal for me to have such doubts? Guru once again recalled his memories of being beaten that time. Don't worry, domestic violence is illegal. I've said it all. I'm a good citizen who abides by the law. Shirching patted Guru's shoulder kindly and asked in a low voice. On the contrary, it's you. You won't drug me one day, right? Guru was also stunned. What nonsense. Look, you know it's nonsense too. Timothy smiled and promised. I'll be a good wife. A moment later, outside the office, Zaire knocked on the door. Let's revise the contract again, Timothy said. Chirue had a helpless face. It was obviously off-duty time. She was working overtime as a driver, not to mention running up and down. Is there anything else? Finish it all at once. She looked tired. Oh yes, and add one more. The contract can be cancelled once both parties have negotiated and agreed. Good. Zaire walked out quickly, rather glad he'd asked. 2 more sips while you wait. Timothy poured himself another drink. Are you enjoying the wine? Look at you drinking a lot tonight, Guru said. Shirching shook his highball glass and leisurely said. This one. It's Chardonnay. Chardonnay is made from a grape variety that grows in Burgundy, France, also known as Chardonnay, one of the 3 major grape varieties, and is loved by many people there. Do you know why? Delicious? Guru guessed, even though he didn't really find it too good because he wasn't used to drinking it. Right. But not only is it full of flavors that can be mixed with sparkling wines and champagnes and paired with a variety of dishes, it's also available in a wide range of price points. So there's always something for people who love wine. Shirching looked at Guji through her wineglass and murmured, it's like picking the right you in a sea of people. Inexplicably, she remembered when they first met. Now that I think about it, it's a rare probability. I'll take you to try the other 2 sometime. Pinot Noir and Pinot Noir varietal Pinot Meunier. There's always something you like, she said. Aha. Soon. Chirue once again took the altered deed and came prancing up, wanting to get off work, making her step as fast as she could at the moment. Shirching took the lead in picking up the pen and signed her name. 17 strokes? She didn't scribble like she usually did when signing a contract, but wrote it neatly, stroke by stroke. Guji didn't revisit the contract and picked up a pen to sign his name. 23 strokes. Making a good wait for Toki Ching. Well, I should get back. Guru put down his pen, and then he saw Shirching picking up his wineglass without slowing down. She looked at Guji and took another sip of wine. Guji was just about to say something when Shirching suddenly moved closer, still holding a small sip of wine. How? Just as he opened his mouth, it was gagged. Guji's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously grabbed Shirching's shoulders to push away. But the other party had his hands around his neck, so he couldn't push away. Feeling the deftly lubricated tongue stirring, the Chardonnay with the temperature of both their mouths slid down their throats, slowly downward, causing both their bodies to heat up with it and their hearts to beat violently. Chirue on the side had already turned around silently, his face extremely ugly, listening to the subtle sound of the 2 pecking and kissing, his heart hysterical, sinning. Suddenly, Guji reached out and pinched Shirching's waist. Ah, finally, the kiss, which lasted but a few seconds, was hastily broken. This petulant voice, so that the side of the Chirue thought to proceed to the next step. Fro's head did not dare to return. The bottom of the feet like oil slipped out of the office, but also intimate in the door to guard. Why are you suddenly pinching me? Shirching touched her waist that had just been pinched, still recalling the sensation she had just experienced. You suddenly kissed me. Guru rubbed his lips, because Shirching had applied a light lipstick. The kiss just now made the lipstick stain his lips, this rubbing, directly making a red mark on the side of his mouth. Looking a little confused, Timothy smiled and didn't say anything, just picked up the contract. It says on the first one that you will fulfill my needs in life. This includes love, and love includes kiss. You punked me again? Didn't you say soy sauce? That's just my example, yeah. Toki Ching, you. Guji pointed at Shi Chang, indignantly looking at that seductive face but unable to say half a word. I'll guard against you later. Now I'm going back. With that, he got up to leave, but Shi Ching quickly pulled his hand. I'm going too. Why are we going separately? Let's go together. Is it possible that I don't want to be with you? But we signed a contract. Now it's in the company. You have to fulfill my work needs. In front of outsiders, we have to be very close to be able to do so. Guru had no choice but to agree and walked out of the office with Shi Ching. Chi Rue, who was guarding the doorway, was still a little surprised, scanning his eyes up and down the two men, muttering, so fast. Guru inexplicably feels victimized by wind reviews. Under the watchful eyes of the company's employees, Guji and Shi Ching left the company. However, because of that kiss, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous after both of them got in the car. Like the strands that tickled between his lips then, they tangled together again. Is tomorrow convenient? Timothy asked. What for? Getting a license. Why don't you look like you care at all? Guru came back to his senses. Apart from weekends, I'm only free at lunchtime. Can you steal the account book in such a short time? At those words, Guji froze. He couldn't say he had already stolen it. That's out of your hands. Just see you tomorrow at noon, he said. Well then, tomorrow at noon, I'll pick you up. The car stopped when it reached the neighborhood of Gu Shi's house, and when she saw Gu Shi about to get off, Shi Ching hurriedly opened her mouth. Just leave? Without a kiss? I need the power of love. I need love. She rushes at Guru and gives a wink. No, Guru was adamant. Shi Ching, however, directly hugged Gu Shi's waist without letting go. Timothy, let go. Guru slapped Shi Ching's hand. Shi Ching still didn't let go of his hand. You don't want to kiss? Then a good hug will always do, right? Guji was silent for a moment, turned around, hugged Shi Ching hard, and also patted Shi Ching's back. Agu so strong. Shi Ching smiled at the figure of Guji's departure. The car started, and Chi Rue, who was driving in front of him, was considered to be full after eating a bellyful of dog food. You're quite active. Zaire was shady, and this evening had been extremely upsetting for her. She doesn't even think she should be here. She should be under the car. That's what you don't understand, is it? I knew he wouldn't actively kiss me, so I changed my mind and asked him to hug me. And the contrast between kissing and hugging made it much more acceptable to him, although he still doesn't accept kisses. I took his first time by force. And once, there's a second time, so he'll get used to it sooner or later. Tim Ching looked like he was planning a strategy plan. Hiya, how did you suddenly become a master of love? Chi Rue asked. It's just simple mall thinking, and it's just right for a guy like Guru. Besides, Shi Ching turned his words around and laughed. Anyone who meets someone they like is a master of love. Brother-in-law too? It's hard to imagine. Ziri, I muttered. But Chi Rue's words had piqued Shi Ching's curiosity. If Guru takes the initiative, what will it look like? Arriving at the East City neighborhood, she got out of the car and instructed Chi Rue, come pick me up early tomorrow. Okay. Can Chi Rue still not know? The guy was trying to hurry up and finish his morning work so he could get his license at noon. With eyes full of envy, she drove back to her place, the day finally over. Taking out her cell phone, she sent a message to her only top contact. Pan, come out and get me. The other side seemed to be waiting for a long time, and quickly replied with a yes. Not a moment later, a short-haired girl in pajamas ran out of the house, hovering in the doorway, noticing the car and waving her hand. Chi Rue got out of the car, walked straight over, caressed the girl's face, and lowered his head to kiss it. The girl was a little surprised and kissed back caterwaulingly. It took a moment for the two to separate. Why did you kiss me as soon as you came back? Shin Pan asked with a light smile. Suddenly I want a kiss. Chi Rue is too embarrassed to say he was tickled by the show. The candy in your mouth, is it peach flavored? She asked. The crisp sweetness of the fruit left her wanting more. Nope, you'll get a good taste later. Where else are you sweet but in your mouth? I don't say. You taste it little by little. Gu family. At this time, Gu Shi, who had returned home so late, was still discovered by Gu Yunshan even though he tiptoed up the stairs. Stop! Gu Yunshan shouted. Guru, who was just halfway up the stairs, was forced to stop. What for? Gu Yunshan turned on the lights on the stairs, always feeling that Gu Shi's sneaky appearance was a bit suspicious. Doesn't seem to be doing any good. Didn't I send you guys a message saying that I have something to go out for dinner tonight? Guru turned around and smiled with a candid look. I'm a bit tired. I'll go upstairs and sleep first, huh? Later. Gu Yunshan greeted Guru. Come over here. Under the light. He noticed the red mark on the side of Guji's mouth. Sitting on the sofa, Gu Yunshan took out a small mirror from the coffee table drawer and handed it to Guru. What do you mean? Guru glanced at herself in the mirror halfway through her sentence. In an instant, he stood up with his mouth in the way. Where did you go fooling around? Gu Yunshan scrutinized Guji. Guru smiled awkwardly. No, it's just that I drank red wine with my friends and left in a hurry, so I didn't wipe my mouth clean. However, Gu Yunshan looked at Guji at the moment and knew that Guji had not wiped her mouth clean. Only that he felt as if Guji had run off somewhere to eat some kind of cherry on top before she didn't wipe her mouth clean. Which friend? Is it the one called Wei something or other? Gu Yunshan recalled. Yes. Guru directly shrugged it off. That Wei Ji Hung had to drag me out for a drink. Gu Yunshan was silent for a moment and only said, take care of your own health. Don't worry, Dad. I drink very little. Guru snorted. You know in your heart if I'm talking about wine. Guru went upstairs in a hurry. Gu Yunshan in the living room sighed with emotion. Kids are big. Gu Shi, who had returned to his room, looked into the mirror, which wiped the marks clean. Why don't you warn me when you can see it? When he thought of Shirqing's smile as she looked at him, Gu Ji knew that Shirqing was doing it on purpose. This woman is really bad, he thought to himself, looking at the lipstick rubbing off the paper and remembering the kiss once more. First kiss, thoughts are so disorganized that Gu Ji, who can't sleep at all, sits at his desk and draws. The brush casually scratched on the paper. Scratched and scratched. The side of someone's face jumped on the paper, and since then a hair cannot be collected. This night, Gu Ji had a hard time sleeping through the night. Scattered on the desk, drawing a lot of Tokiomi, in laughter, in anger, in tears, the trash can next to the desk, on the other hand, is full of paper towel balls, the dimly lit table lamp that witnessed the fall and rebirth of the Magi. Meanwhile, back at home, Shirqing is having charming dreams because of a kiss. The next day, Guru yawned all morning. During the class, Softy continued to easily finish the class content and then came over to Guji's side. What did Daddy and Mommy do last night? Guru was silent, remembering last night's juvenile scene again. Together, had dinner, he said, turning to stroke Softy's head and asked curiously, what did your mom tell you last night? Softly turning her big round eyes, she put her small hands behind her back and pretended to be mysterious. Don't tell. Well, don't tell. The noon hour was fast approaching. Guru left the kindergarten early and waited for Shirqing on the nearby main road. At that moment, on the road, Shirqing was sitting in her car, fixing her makeup, making sure it was perfect, and sitting on her end this time satisfied. It turns out that the feeling before the license was so intense, more so than any of the big events she'd been involved in. Have the arrangements been made at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Shirqing asked. Don't worry, it's done. Carrie springs to life. You looked in a good mood this morning. Did you win the lottery? Shirqing remembered that Chi Rui had the habit of buying lottery tickets. Nope, was tasting the candy in Pan's mouth one night and it turned out to be a mix of fruit flavors. Chi Rui had a showy tone and smiled like Wang Yuxing in Bright Sword. Showing love? Ha? Who wouldn't? Shirqing was unconvinced and said proudly, someone hasn't gotten a license yet, right? But I can get it today. I was the first to get the other party's heart. You are the first to deceive the other party's person. This can be the same? Show love aspect. Compared to me, you are still early. Pia. ___. Shirqing directly whacked Chi Rui a burnt chestnut. After being punched, Chi Rui obviously much quieter. If you can't say it, do it. Chi Rui said he was used to it. Who let the times be treated well? Endured. The car was parked on the side of the road. Guja got into the car, and when he saw Shirqing, who wasn't wearing formal clothes and was dressed exquisitely, he froze slightly. The wind outside today was a bit strong, but Shirqing's long hair was still combed meticulously, falling neatly on both sides, and her smooth collarbone seemed to be coated with something, and was still vaguely translucent. Shirqing noticed Guji's gaze, feigned high spirits, did not say anything, just straightened the broken hair at her temples, raising her hands and feet in a fragrant breeze. Guru averted his gaze. Some should not remember, still remembered. After getting out of the car, the two took a picture at a photo booth and sat in front of the camera. You can rely on. The photographer was just about to say the come closer that he had been repeating for years when he realized that Shirqing had forcibly pulled Guru to his side, and both of them were pressed together. Caught off guard. A mouthful of dog food. You two don't have to get that close. He'd seen shy ones that didn't come close, but it was the first time he'd seen one that leaned this close, even if the male seemed to be resisting a little. Boy smile. The photographer shouted. Guru adjusted his state and revealed a still natural smile. Click, done. The groom is so good. There's nothing left to fix. The cameraman handed the finished photos to the two men. Looking at the group photo with the red background, Guji fell into a marvelous feeling. Himself and a familiar member of the opposite sex, or a family member, appeared on the photo with a red background, and the familiar faces seemed to be subconsciously one step closer in his heart. Where's the actress? Do I need to take a picture with her as well? Guru asked in a low voice. Shirching also whispered in a low voice. No, oh, I'll let her shoot away alone. The words were more or less sour. Shirching put the photos away, moving skillfully as if she knew everything by heart, and wrapped her arms around Guru, saying impassionedly, next stop Civil Affairs Bureau. It always feels like you're familiar with the door. Guru said. What? You suspect I've been married? Timothy teased. That's not true. Don't worry, Shirching smiled meaningfully, pointing down at Guji's shoes. Don't worry. You're tying your laces tightly today. They won't be loose. Guru was confused. To the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before getting out of the car, Shirching handed the mask and hat to Guji, and covered himself tightly. Is there a feeling of underground love? Timothy asked coldly. Since it came during a quick break at the civil office, there were hardly any people. It's pretty underground. Guru thought to himself. I never thought in my life that he could get a license and still be so sneaky. The two men followed the process of registering at the window, signing and stamping. The moment they got the red book, both Shirchang and Guji looked down at the small book in unison. Seeing the two people's names and photos appear on that red book made Guru almost forget about the contract of contractual marriage. Hard work, guys. Hearing Shirching's voice, Guji then pulled back his thoughts, only to see Shirching take out 2 boxes of exquisite candies from her bag and hand them to the staff. And then the staff took out a bunch of lottery tickets. I'll choose. You shave. Is that okay? Shirching asked Guji's opinion with a sideways glance, her eyes full of anticipation. Anything. Guji didn't care. He thought that this kind of lottery ticket could just scratch out some small amount of money. Shirching picked up those lottery tickets and seemed to be counting something, then drew 2 out of them and handed one to Guji. Guru took his fingernails and scratched a few times without scratching it off, casually picking up the prongs of the red book. But in the next moment he was warned by Shirching's fist. Give it to me for safekeeping first, and don't make me whack you here. When Shirching saw Guji treating the red book so casually, she was already smiling. Guru honestly gave that red book of his to Shirching. Shirching, on the other hand, took out 2 coins and handed one to Guji. I can't believe you carry coins with you? Why does it look like it's pre-prepared? Guji thought in his mind and scraped the coating with a coin. He glanced absently at the numbers on it, at the awards, and then the whole thing went into stasis. How much? Shirching came over and took a look, then said with eyes full of surprise. Wow, $200,000. Guru scratched his head with a confused face, always feeling that something was wrong. Not to mention 200,000. It's unlikely he'll even win 2,000. He's not that lucky. There's no mistake about it. Guru muttered, handing the lottery ticket to the staff. The staff looked over and smiled politely. That's right, sir. Congratulations to you and to your wife. Both of you. Happy wedding. Thanks. Without waiting for Gushir to say anything, Shirching took the lottery ticket and dragged Gushir out of the room while praising. You're so lucky. I only won $88 on that one. It always felt less real. Guru had never won such a big prize in his life, but the lottery ticket was obviously real. Let's split it equally. Just under $100,000 each, he said. Shirching froze. You still want to share me? Of course. If we hadn't gotten married by deed, we wouldn't have had this opportunity, let alone won the lottery. That's good, thanks to my family Guji for sharing my joy. Guru can't argue with a few people? Indeed. Leave the Civil Affairs Bureau. Get in the car. Are you going back to kindergarten? Timothy asked. I have class this afternoon. Seeing Shirching's desire to speak, Gushi took the initiative to ask, is there anything else that needs to be done? Tonight, can you get off early if that's okay? Upon hearing this, Guru thought for a moment. It's possible to take a vacation if the course is over. What do you have to do? Seeing Shirching stammering at this time, Chi Rue, who was driving in front of him, became anxious. What's wrong with you? You've got a license and you're still shy? It's just a date. What's wrong with that? Wei, although it's a contract marriage, but after all, it's all each other's first time. Should we take this opportunity to experience the license benefits? Shirching tried to ask. There are benefits to getting a license? Guru has not learned about it and does not know anything about it. And Big Data knows that he is a single dog and never pushes related videos. There is, and there's a lot of it. Shirching said, looking sideways at Guji, her eyes flowing, her voice gentle and soft. Whether this is important to you or not, it's important in my heart. and today is the day I get my license with the person I love, and I don't want to look back on it later and feel regret. This, Guru was just about to say that he wasn't a fan of these. Suddenly, Chi Rue, who was driving in front, turned the steering wheel and the car made a sharp turn. The seated Shurching was swung over to Guji's side without warning. Two soft, warm, full globes, with a fragrant breeze, entered his arms. The two looked at each other and quickly separated. Guji's original words froze and subconsciously swallowed back. It's not impossible, he said. Shurching beamed with joy. Then it's a deal. I'll see you at night. I'll come pick you up. Good. When they arrived at the kindergarten, Guji got out of the car and left. Shurching in the car took out 2 marriage licenses, put them on his lap and took a picture. Then mosaicked the personal information related to Guji, and in turn, he sent out a microblog. She thought of a lot of things to say, but ended up sending a shy emoji like she did before. Nothing was said, but everything was said. It didn't take long for the tweet to be sent, but his cell phone dinged and Takiking simply muted it. How big a red packet are you going to give me once you get the license? Zaire asked from the front. After all, she thought she could take credit for it. Shurching also didn't hesitate. The $200,000 I gave to Guru. He'll share 100,000 with me, and I'll share 50,000 with you. Chi Rue was overjoyed. Although $50,000 was nothing to Shurching, it was already too much for her. I can buy a lot of sexy and beautiful clothes for her Pan. Don't forget to wrap up a copy of Timothy's wedding benefits for me, Timothy said. Chi Rue froze. Good guy. When the chairman of the board of directors also want to eat their own company's welfare, get a license. Wool gathering everywhere? Not even your own company. Evening, Sunshine Nursery. Guru had just walked out of the kindergarten when he saw a figure hovering at the door. Not like Tokihei. Xia Huaning? Only Xia Huaning would like to wear fluffy clothes. Well, brother. Xia Huaning called out very quietly. Are you waiting for me? Guru asked. Xia Huaning nodded. Yes, there is good news I want to share with you. What is it? I passed the interview with Tokiwa. Now I've joined the design department. Xia Huaning smiled sweetly. That smile was the same as when she was a child. When did you go to the Times? Guru was surprised but not surprised because Xia Huaning had always reported good news. I suddenly didn't like my previous job very much, so I changed it. But it's still thanks to my aunt's introduction, Xia Huaning said. Yes, my sister-in-law asked you to go to Tokyo? Guru did not expect Shurching to take the initiative to help Xia Huaning. Aha! She gave me an interview. That's great. Congratulations. Guru thought to herself, then today is really a good day. All the happy events are gathered together. I made a reservation for a submarine restaurant that has super good reviews. Should we go celebrate tonight? I originally asked my dad, but he said he didn't like the food. Xia Huaning looked at Guji expectantly. I can't tonight. I've got things to do and I can't go. Sorry, Guru said. No, it's fine. Blame me for asking so suddenly. Xia Huaning smiled. We're going to have dinner together on the weekend anyway. Dad said you'd bring a girlfriend. Wife, right? When she said the word wife, her smile was still not without some bitterness. Guji was also a bit uncomfortable with the fact that he had a wife for a moment, and reacted for a moment before nodding. I'll see you at the weekend then. I'll be off. Guru said goodbye and left, and Shurching wouldn't even park the car in front of the kindergarten now, but on the main road farther away, which also avoided attracting attention. It'll be a little while before Softy gets out of school, so remember to have someone pick her up, Guru reminded. Shurching looked at Guji and just smiled without saying anything. What's wrong? Guru asked. You know what you look like now? Like what? The baby's father. Guru now felt that his reminder was superfluous. This guy was more shrewd than anyone else. What's the plan for tonight? He changed the subject. You're like my man again now. Shurching smiled while taking out 2 red books. You'll know in a moment. Ziri, who was driving in front of him, sighed softly. Another night of eating dog food. The car quickly arrived at a milk tea store. Shurching pulled Guji out of the car, and the two of them were able to receive 2 cups of milk tea with their marriage license. Shurching just chose a very ordinary juice. Guru, on the other hand, does not choose the right one, but only the expensive one. You pick this one? He tried. Shurching guessed what Guru was thinking, so she whispered, I'll just pick the ones I like. She looked at Guji with those amorous eyes when she said this, as if Guji smelled better than milk tea. May you both have a son soon. The intern receptionist at the milk tea store warmly blessed Guji and Shurching. Upon hearing this, Gushur was silent, but Shurching elegantly smiled at the receptionist and said, Thanks, we're preparing for our second child now. Ahem. Guru almost choked on his pearls, thinking how this guy opened his mouth. Who is going to have a second child? Under the envious gazes of the milk tea store employees and scattered customers, The two returned to the car. Shirching thoughtfully bought extra large glasses of lemonade for Chi-Rui and handed them over. Ziri's face darkened with delight. How does it feel to show love with me? Shirching asked Guji, who was at the side. White whoring feels good. Guru usually didn't often buy milk tea that cost more than $20, so today it was comfortable to have a cup for nothing. Haha, there's still places you can whore out for nothing next. What place? Guru felt that the door to a new world had been opened. Seaside. Can you whore yourself out at the bottom of the sea too? Guru felt it was impossible. Silly, Seabiscuit just has a discount. And the white whoring is the swag there. Oh, that's not bad either. Let me treat you. After all, I won the lottery today, Guru said. Yes, yes, yes. Shirching was overjoyed. She was never bad at paying for a meal, but as long as it was Guji's treat, she felt extraordinarily expectant. In fact, Guji sipped his milk tea, thinking in his heart that getting a license actually had so many benefits, making him want to get it a few more times. To the bottom of the sea, the two still showed the marriage certificate. The staff liked their own wedding so happy, and then choose a very good seat for the two. A female employee also sent Shirching a bouquet of flowers and a few words of blessing. Not a moment too soon. It was the unavoidable singing session of wedding-related songs, as loud as they could be, because it was so striking. Other customers throughout the store also came together to look this way, and some of the customers who came with their children even asked for candy from Shirching. And not far away, a few tables away, on a seat at a table for four, a person's chopsticks in his hand stopped in midair, silently looking in the direction of Gu Shi and Shircheng. Hello, excuse me, this is for you. A waiter pulled back her thoughts and placed a large stuffed doll at the table across from her. Well, Xia Huanning nodded in disbelief, once again looking in the direction of Gu Shi and Shircheng's table. How can? Shircheng looked at Guji's I want to run away so badly look and remembered that she used to dislike coming to this kind of crowded place to celebrate something as well. And now that she looked at Guji sitting beside her, it dawned on her. What's the point of celebrating a happy event if you're alone? But when the one you love is around, even if there is no one around, as long as they are together, the joy reaches its peak at that moment. Taking advantage of Guru's inattention, Shircheng made a wink at one of the people on the staff. The man nodded vigorously, then took a deep breath and shouted impassionately, "Give me a kiss! Give me a kiss! Give me a kiss!" That voice all but drowned out the chorus of a group of staff members. A couple of staff members looked at the source of the sound with some confusion. Who's this guy? Why don't you follow the procedure? The man, however, shouted louder and louder, like a social cow, tilting his head back and shouting at the top of his lungs. You guys stop yelling, my husband is shy. Shircheng smiled triumphantly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Guji suddenly stand up. She had just tilted her head to look at Guji when he bent down and cupped her face at the same time. With one hand as a cover, he pressed the knuckle of his thumb to Timothy's lips in a kiss, separated by less than a centimeter. Shircheng looked at Guji and her breath caught for a moment. Splat! A crowd of hoots and hollers drowned out the two subtle sounds of chopsticks falling. Inside the bustling store, these shouts of approval were the only thing that was getting farther and farther away from one person's ears, and only the sound of the chopsticks falling echoed in her mind like an alarm bell, over and over again, reminding her that she shouldn't be here any more than the other customers watching. How are you? Let me change your chopsticks. The staff quickly picked up the chopsticks that had fallen on the floor. Xia Huanning has long been tasteless, just like that, obsessively looking at the direction of Gu Shi and Shircheng, his chest like being pressed by something, getting heavier and heavier. His breathing messed up the rhythm, and his eyes reddened. It's true that what you've loved deeply can't be put down quickly. She overestimated herself, thinking she could get over it with time, but she also underestimated her love for Guji. When the staff returned with new chopsticks, Xia Huanning was nowhere to be found, and on that table for four, the food was hot and rising, with only a lone doll left on the seat. Some people, even if they sit across from their dolls and outwardly look like they have company, the loneliness in their hearts never dissipates. Please get me another pair of chopsticks. Timothy smiled at the staff. That sudden kiss just now made the chopsticks in her hand come off, but the violent sound of her heartbeat made her not even hear the chopsticks fall, and she didn't realize it until the crowd dispersed. You actually faked a kiss just now. So cunning. Shircheng's mind recalled those few seconds of springtime just now. Or what? It's weird to have someone who keeps getting up in arms. The more Guru thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. How come that employee was shouting as if he had been given a raise? And he didn't want to die. You're going to die too? Timothy asked. I still want to ask you. You've seen a lot of big scenes. You're not afraid of social death at all. And as a result, you tortured me. Guru's tone was mournful. It's because you're here that I'm not afraid. Not afraid of anything. Shircheng looked at Guji with deep love in her eyes. Ahem. this cup and picture frame. You take it. After the staff sang the song just now, Guru also received a pair of couple mugs and a pair of photo frames to put the marriage license in, which were gifts from the store. Don't you want one? Timothy asked. No, I have cups at home. After all, it was a couple's model, so Guru felt it was better not to accept it. Timothy thought for a moment. Good. In fact, she was already planning in her mind how to get Guru to accept it. Right, the marriage license. Remember not to put it in plain sight, Guru reminded. It would be hard to tell if someone saw him and Shurching getting a license. I know underground romance. I know best. Shurching threw a wink to Guji. Guru smiled bitterly. Where is the love? Who says unrequited love isn't love? The two men had a word to say, when a few staff members not far away exchanged pleasantries. One of the staff members bent down and picked up a small, milky child. Which one is your mom and dad? Little friend? Because it is a small potato. Plus people come and go around. The soft side was blocked and couldn't see above, so they had to let the staff help. Softly being lifted up, her little head looked around and quickly locked onto Guji and Shurching. It's daddy. Softy pointed with her little hand, signaling the staff to carry her over. A few staff members also thought that Soft must have recognized the wrong. After all, they have just finished celebrating for Guru and Shurching. How can a couple that has just received a license have? Mama! Softy called out to Shurching again, who then picked up Softy and booped her on the sticky, twittering cheeks. Seeing the staff dumbfounded, Shurching then laughed. This is our first child, and when the child's father takes a breather, we'll have a second. Cough. Guru choked and helplessly held his forehead. What do you mean? Wait for him to slow down? Does it mean he can't? Wait, why does he care about that? The staff cast envious glances. At this time, Softy reached out her hand towards Guji. Daddy hug. Guru took the softness. Daddy wants to kiss Softy too. Softy sidled over to where Shurching had just kissed her. It's so hard to go to kindergarten. I want daddy to kiss me. Kissing the same place? Guru adjusted his angle and just kissed Softy on the forehead. He always felt that with Softy's level of mischievousness, the ones who had a hard time should be those kindergarten teachers. Where's big sister? Softy looked around. What big sister? Guru asked. Softy just saw the big sister she knew, Softy said in a milky voice. Shurching frowned and laughed. You're a self-centered child. I'm afraid you're not mistaken. Guji didn't care too much, and the three of them left Hadileo after dinner, walking outside like a family of three. Accompany me on a trip to the supermarket near my home, Shurching proposed. Guru looked at Shurching meaningfully. What? What's on your mind? Timothy asked. Guru shook his head. It's nothing. It's just that I think you're kinda clingy. Tired of me? That's not true. It's just that you look completely different than you did in the office. Doesn't being with someone you like make you double-cross? Shurching laughed as she looked at Guji and lowered her voice. Do I have to press you to the bed one day and say I like you 10,000 times before you remember? You? Guru made a silent gesture and gritted his teeth. The child is beside you. How dare you say anything? Soft, asterisk. Softy didn't hear anything. Did she? Timothy winked at Softy. Softly then leaned towards Guji and closed her eyes with her acting skills. Softly wants to sleep. She purposely sat on the side seat today so that Shurching and Guji were next to each other. Accompany me, okay? Shurching leaned against Guji in a sticky manner. Do you want me to be pampered? Why don't you let Assistant Chi accompany you? Guru asked. Before Shurching could say anything, Chi Rue reacted quickly. I've already worked long enough overtime tonight, and my pan is still waiting for me at home, so I can't go back that late. I'm almost there. I'll leave when I arrive. Guru was silent as the car quickly drove to Chi Rue's place. Chi Rue got out of the car and coldly called out to Guru. Brother-in-law, help me with the stuff in the trunk. It's what I bought for Pan. Guru got out of the car, but found that the trunk was just two small packages, like Chi Rue had bought them somewhere along the way. It was only when he closed the trunk that Zaire spoke in a whisper. Brother-in-law, sure Dawn stayed up all night last night, don't let her drive later. It's dangerous this late, she reminded. She was up all night? Why? Guru was a bit puzzled, and in his mind, he subconsciously assumed that he was busy working. Of course it is to do strategy. Get a license such a big thing. Our time Dawn although more than 30, but it is the first time. She in order to smoothly receive the license, and then spend a happy night with you. The size of the matter to do all the preparations. Stayed up all night, early in the morning but also carefully make up, and you receive the license. The afternoon hurriedly deal with the work. Tomorrow also have to work overtime, Chi Rue said. Guja sniffed, recalling today's scene about Shurching, from using half the time faster than him to skillfully fill out the form, giving the staff wedding candies, preparing coins in advance to draw lottery tickets without any mistakes, and the evening all the way to the White John. The plan is quite clear. Brother-in-law, Taquito is as rational as you are, always have been. With those words, Ziri walked into the house with his things. Guru was in a whirlwind of thoughts. Is Tokihei as rational as he is? Does it only mean sensual to him? He sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and from the rearview mirror of the car looked at the sneaky yawning Shirching, and only then realized that the face of the exquisite makeup. It is always difficult to hide the eyes of a little tired, but he didn't mention the idea of letting Shirching go straight home to rest, even though in his thinking, he should go back in such a tired situation. But when he learned to try to think emotionally like Shirching did, perhaps, Shirching was looking forward to the day, and he should listen to Shirching's arrangement, because it's fake between them, but the marriage license is real. Soon, the car drove to the supermarket near the East Side neighborhood. The lights are on and people are still coming and going, many in pairs, just shopping for family needs. It was windy at night, and when he got out of the car, Gushi put a plush hat on Softy. Since having Softy, Shirching's car always had a lot of miscellaneous things in it, mostly all for kids. Guru pushed the shopping cart and the three of them walked into the supermarket. The bright lights made Shirching's sleepy consciousness in the car awake for a few minutes. Softy wants chocolate. Softly and excitedly ran in front. She knew that Guji was not as strict as Shirching, and would spoil her the most. Usually Shirching did not allow to buy chocolates. She had to buy enough. However, she still underestimated Shirching's empire. You're definitely going to eat it after you buy it, so no buying it at night. Shirching had always been strict with Softy on some things, such as protecting her teeth from a young age. Soft little hands clutched the clothes and looked blearily at Guji. Why don't you buy a little less? Buy it and leave it here with me, and don't let her eat it at night, Gushi said. Timothy sighed and compromised. Then buy a little bit. Watching softly run ahead, Shirching glanced sideways at Guji and asked, so, it's fulfilling life's needs now, right? Aha, something like a hit and run kind of thing, I guess. What about love? Do you want to force a kiss on me here? Guru was surprised. Nonsense. A little blush tinged her face as she remembered how close she'd been at dinner, and she wasn't going to say that she did miss it. She just stretched her hand towards Guji's hand, her fingertips touching intentionally or unintentionally, carefully testing it out, her fingertips rubbing against each other several times. Itching. Guru understood, hesitated, and took the initiative to take Shirching's hand. Anything as long as it's not a forced kiss, he said lightly. So sleeping is okay? Tokihei was getting smarter and smarter in that regard. Sleeping doesn't work either. Despite this, Tokihei was satisfied, and now they had one more reason to touch than before. Not in the name of a family member who was an aunt or nephew, but in the name of a family member who was a husband and wife. The same, yet different. Shirching's heart rejoiced and she couldn't suppress her smile, so she smoothly and boldly interlocked her fingers with Guji. Side by side, the two walked through the crowds of pairs, brushing past countless families finagling for a living. Neither of them expected that the biggest feeling of the change of becoming a family after being licensed would be in this ordinary supermarket. I've kissed on the mouth, and I can't believe my heart races at the simple act of holding hands. The two interlocked hands were slightly stiff, as if any slight movement of the other and himself would be infinitely magnified. You usually come here to shop? Guru broke the silent atmosphere between the two. Come when you need to, but mostly when I come by myself. I'll make a list ahead of time and buy more because it's convenient to be close by, Tim Ching said. As soon as the words were out of their mouths, silence fell between the two again, and they watched as Softy bounced in front of them. Shirching was on the verge of cracking her head open, but because of a nervousness, her thinking was not working, or maybe it was caused by her staying up all night. How could she not think of the rest of the topic except for the only remaining desire for Guji? Suddenly, Guru stopped in his tracks and looked at Shirching. When Shirching froze, Guji pointed to the refrigerated cabinet on the side, signaling that he was going to get something. It was only then that she let her hands go afterward, uninterested, and watched Guji pick out the yogurts, looking at the dates one by one. I saw you always had yogurt in the refrigerator before. I don't know if you still have any recently, so buy less, Guru said. Shirching looked at Guji's appearance as a husband and her child's father, and her thoughts drifted again. Seeing that Shirching was dumbfounded and didn't know what she was thinking, Guji used her own slightly cool finger and tapped Shirching's forehead. For a moment, the icy cold touch made Shirching's expression crinkle as she quickly snapped back to her senses. Buy it. I'll take the check. She stumbled. Guru couldn't help but feel amused. It was rare to see Shirching nervous and shy. He put his selection of yogurt in the cart, and with a sideways glance, he saw Shirching's eyes blearily, just staring at his hand. Shirching's heart is broken. Can we still continue to hold each other? Is it still possible? If it couldn't, she would hate yogurt. Just as he was thinking, he saw Guji casually extend his hand towards the side. In a flash, Shurching's hand was faster than her head, and she quickly put her hand up and continued to interlock her fingers with Guji. That, perhaps not wanting to give up such a special and beautiful day like today, Shurching tentatively proposed. Will you, tonight, address me as sister? It's a little hard for me to say. Guru was a bit hesitant. I'm older than you. You should call me sister. We still have a child with us. Isn't it a bit too exciting for you to call me sister-in-law? In the future, when there's no one else, just call me sister, okay? Shurching looked at Guji with anticipation. Well, only when there's no one else, Guru agreed. He also did feel that the current situation of calling Shurching little aunt was a bit. Of course, he, Guji, was a decent man and definitely didn't have a fetish for this. Do you want strawberry cake? Guji saw the strawberry cake on the shelf that hadn't been sold out that day and asked Shurching. Shurching acted as if she didn't hear. Who are you calling na? Don't know Guru, _ sister, want some strawberry cake? He repeated. To be. Tokihei responded gleefully. Guru then asked the salesman to fill 2 cupcakes. Sister, would you like a chocolate croissant? Eat. As long as Guru was called sister, no matter what was asked, Shurching agreed. Softy, who was tired of running ahead, took the chocolate she had picked out and sat down in the shopping cart. This image, and for the first time, Shurching didn't envy the people around him. Like a person with a family blended into this kind of place where families go in and out, she couldn't help but buy more. And even among them were things she didn't need for a while. She just wanted to stay with Guji for a little longer and hold hands for a little longer. It eventually took a long time before they reached the checkout. Tim Ching once again presented his marriage license and exchanged it for firewood and rice at the supermarket. That's okay? Guru was stunned. It means that life is nourishing. One of the reasons why Shurching wanted to come to the supermarket was also this. Perhaps she cared more about creating memories with Guru than white whoring. At the checkout, Guru bought the bill. So generous? Shurching's heart was filled with happiness. I'm not cheap. Guru was just because he remembered the prize he won. Walking out of the supermarket, Softy had already fallen asleep holding the chocolates. Guji held Softy in the back seat and then went to the front to drive. Shurching sat in the back, one hand wrapped around Softy, and eyed Guji in front. How much happiness is followed by a sense of falling short? The ride went extraordinarily fast in her eyes, and she was downstairs before she'd seen enough. Guru carried his things and sent Shurching and Softy upstairs. When they were in the doorway, both of them inexplicably stood there a little longer. Is sister happy today? Guru asked. Timothy nodded. I'm glad. I will never forget this day. So, I go? Guru asked. But his feet did not move a step. It was like habitually waiting for every sticky goodbye from Toki Ching, waiting for that every reluctance. Tokiomi surely hooked his finger and offered. You give me a kiss? Like you did today at the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing this, Gushi met Shurching's gleaming gaze for a moment, lifting his hand to stroke Shurching's cheek, placing his fingertips over Shurching's lips and moving closer. A slight weight pressed against his fingertips, against his lips, 2 breaths entwined and intertwined. Perhaps in this moment it is not the fingers that separate them, but the taboo of the relationship. Rest well. After Guru finished speaking, he got on the elevator and didn't cut off the sight of the two of them looking at each other until the elevator door closed. When Shurching returned to the house and fell short, he realized that Softy had woken up at some point, rubbed her eyes, and came over for a cuddle. Keep sleeping. Why are you up? Shurching picked up Softy. Ma, you said before that you would try to make daddy a real daddy to Softy. Have you succeeded now? Even though Softy was sleepy, there was still an expectant look in her eyes. Shurching couldn't bear to disappoint Softy, so he took out the marriage license and showed it to Softy. Look, it's already together. It's going to work soon. She feels like a dream when she says it herself. Can she really have a day of success? Go Ma. I want my dad to be my dad forever. Softly wrapped her arms around Shurching's neck and happily pressed against him. Shurching carried Softy back to the bedroom and coaxed Softy. Mommy will try her best. After returning home, Guru, lying on his bed, his mind still reverberated with this day. Everything about being with Tokihei was too natural, except for the unexplained nervousness, so natural that he couldn't be sure if it was still affection, or perhaps another emotion he had never felt before. He has not liked the opposite sex, not the so-called love of him, at the moment, but faced with such a passionate feelings, but because of that layer of relationship and vague, ambiguous, so that he did not know what to do, even if he asked himself over and over again, but still do not have the most resolute answer. A night of heavy and tedious dreams. The following day, Sunshine Kindergarten. In art class, Softy took the opportunity to show Guji his work and asked in a small voice, Daddy, where's Softy's chocolate? Guru froze for a moment. he really did bring it. He had put the chocolate in his backpack casually last night. He quickly went and brought a small chocolate ball and quietly slipped it to Softy, afraid that the other children would be jealous if they saw it. Just give one. Your mom doesn't let you eat much. Can I have one every day? Softly looked at Guji expectantly. Could be. Guru stroked the soft head, and every day after that, he would give Softy a chocolate in the right portion. And Softy had behaved a lot better in kindergarten since the day he and Shurching got their license. When Guji was in the office, he often heard teachers praising Softy. Inexplicably, he had an indefinable sense of pride. Time went by and soon it was the weekend. The day has come to invite the Shea family to dinner. In the evening, Shurching came early to pick up Softy from school and let Shirue send Softy back home, while he himself gave Guru the processed marriage license and then sat down at the dessert store near Gu's house. You're all set? Guru looked at the frank Shurching and asked curiously. Call me what? Shurching gave a flirtatious smile. Sister, have the actors been arranged? Guru asked. Only then did Shurching nod. Don't worry, you go home first. Tang Tang will be here soon. Okay. Before Guru left, he also paid for the desserts that Shurching had ordered, so that Shurching could eat here happily. Back home, Gushi saw Xia Hong and Xia Huanning come over early and chatting in the living room. Just this kind of scene. The non-verbal Xia Huanning has always been quiet. Just like at this moment, Xia Huanning sat in the small courtyard at the entrance, and Gu Tinghai sat and blew the wind. Seeing Guru come back, Xia Huanning gave a shallow smile as a greeting. She watched Guji walk into the house. Her mind was full of thoughts and so many questions clogged her mouth. Guji went into the kitchen to help Sushi, and the meal was soon ready. A few people were seated, and just in time, a figure walked in through the door. Ta-ta-ta. Only to see a long curly hair woman stepped on high heels, twisted padded I do not know how many layers of the buttocks walked in. Strapless fur plus black silk tight leather pants, the only thing that sexy career line, confidently exhibited, while a variety of jewelry to wear a fancy, perfume smell heavy. The silence at the table was deafening. It was only at this time that Guru felt that something was wrong. This Shurching wouldn't be punking him here, right? The woman is seen removing her sunglasses to reveal her heavy makeup and face, counting her as a success among plastic surgery faces. She scanned the crowd and immediately locked onto the young and handsome Guji. Old Gong. Guru? Before he could react, the scent of perfume embraced him and he was held hard. Tiny Don? He tried. The woman smiled brightly at Guji, and her hand with red-painted nails slapped Guji on his chest. Bugger me. Tang Tang had a shy look on her face, and then she naturally sat beside Guji, intimately wrapped her arms around Guji, and introduced herself. Hello guys, I'm Guji's baby, I'm Tang Tang. Just call me Xiao Tang La. The air was quiet for a few seconds. A few people as if caught in a non-still frame. Gu Tinghai imperceptibly pressed his human center and squeezed out a polite smile. This girl, so saucy, he almost used the vocabulary he had learned in his life. Thank you, Grandpa said Tang Tang, her person still leaning on Guji's shoulder. It's all here. Let's eat. Gu Tinghai broke the silence. The rest of them also moved their chopsticks. And Gu Yunshan and Sushi couldn't stop sizing up Tang Tang, their brows slightly furrowed, as if they were taken aback by their son's preferences. But they didn't say anything. Xia Han unabashedly frowned, and in his heart he could not help but think, what the hell? Xia Huanning, on the other hand, didn't react much and lowered her head to eat, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, Tang Tang took the public chopsticks and caught a piece of meat, feeding it to Guji while continuing it with her hand. Here comes the little flying stick. The standard clipboard sound made a few people in the room eat a little bit of food at once, avoiding revealing himself. Guji cooperated by opening his mouth and eating it. One sip and it just felt like ants were crawling all over my body. Wow, baby. You're so great. Tang Tang rested her face and looked at Guji with deep affection. Guji felt like he was going to suffocate. He could only maintain a fake smile. The only lychee was to keep greeting someone in his heart. And he, who had never been able to curse, exploded in his heart. Toki Ching, you big shot. At this point, in the neighborhood dessert store, Achoo, Shurching sneezed, then continued to eat the dessert prettily, while pressing the Bluetooth headset attached to her ear, listening to the movements of the Gu family at the moment, smiling with a smile on her face and nodding her head uncontrollably. It's so delicious. Should we open one near the office? Meanwhile, whoa, it's so delicious. Tang Tang savored the medicinal food on the table and was full of praise. Daddy and Mommy's craftsmanship is so great. It was true that it was delicious, but it was also true that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi's faces were hideous. That, Don Jr., right? How old is he this year? Su Shi tried to ask business. Tang Tang also replied seriously. Mommy, I'm 18. Raiders of the Young. Guru turned his head, shocked into an emoji. The rest of the few people were also stunned, then shifted their gazes to Guru. Gu Yunshan is now more and more sure of an idea in his heart. That is that it is very likely that Guji has tricked a young girl with an incomplete mind to get a license. Don, this is your first time with a boy, isn't it? He asked sideways. Guru lowered his head, sweating, not daring to squeak, only feeling the light of the criminal law and a few family laws like laser rays aimed at his dog's head. Yes, Daddy. Tang Tang gave an affirmative reply before squirming to speak. For having just turned 8 years old. Bang! Guru slapped the table and got up, laughing harder than crying. Sorry, I'm going to the restroom. Gu Tinghai, who also wanted to urinate, was preempted by this grandson, so he had to continue to dry his rice. In the restroom, Guji gritted his teeth and called Shi Cheng. As soon as the call was connected, Guji lowered his voice and questioned. What the hell did you do? What's wrong? Shi Cheng had an innocent tone and was still eating the cupcake beautifully. What kind of person are you looking for? Why don't I believe you have such a talent in your company? Guji was hysterical. His teeth were about to be clenched. Whisper it to you. We are in the moment. Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Hey! Hearing Shi Cheng's laughter, Guji was burning with rage, his dull hairs smoking. Did you do that on purpose? My parents now think I tricked a big smartass into coming home. Oops, I can't hear you. There's no signal. No signal. Tim Ching kept holding the phone away from him, and halfway through his sentence, Pia, hung up. Crooked? Crooked. Guru. He had to return to the table with his head hanging down and sit back down, ready to continue the torture. I'm going to go out on a limb and ask you, what do you like about my son? Just now, he heard Gu Yunshan ask Tang Tang this question. After all, Gu Yunshan clear. Guji since childhood only loved painting. School time will not be able to coax the girl happy. Boys of the same age and teasing the girl when he was painting. Other people caught early love. He painted in class to be reminded of other people to fall in love. He soaked in the studio. Has always been slow and rational. How to see how to look at it does not seem to be will take the initiative in the feelings of the people. Well, Tang Tang paused for a moment before speaking. Although Xiao Ru is not good at expressing his feelings, I can feel that he is a warm, gentle and dedicated person. In some of the things I needed him for, even though he didn't prepare ahead of time and didn't know what to do, he was willing to learn for me, and that touched me time and time again. His sense of responsibility and commitment also convinced me that he is the one who is worth committing my life to. The one who will work with me no matter how poor or rich. I love him, deeply. As the words fell, several people at the table looked at each other. Xia Huaning, who hadn't raised her head much, looked over at Guru in a rare moment, and then dropped her eyes on Tang Tang. She seemed to be able to see her own self, who also knew Gu Shi, through Tang Tang, and at the same time, seemed to see others as well. The chopsticks in Guji's hand beside Tang Tang were halted in midair and silent. As if he had been touched by someone he knew well to the soft spot in his heart. Is this a pre-written line? Just as he was surprised, his afterglow noticed Tang Tang tidying up the broken hair around her ears. His sight was pulled over, and with a jolt, he saw a Bluetooth headset, hidden under Tang Tang's long hair. Sure enough, someone was giving Tang Tang his lines. Could it be Toki Ching? The near-perfect answer also made Gu Yunshan and Su Shi's impression of Tang Tang change quite a bit. Words. What about you? What do you like about me? Tang Tang suddenly turned her head to look at Guji. Guru was silent for a moment, already guessing that it was Shi Cheng who asked. He scanned a few people and found eyes falling on him, so he had to think as hard as he could. Thinking back, he, who had no interactions with Tang Tang, subconsciously thought of a scene he had spent with Shi Cheng. Though, you're not exactly my ideal of gentle. Guru paused. His voice, from the Bluetooth headset, came into the ears of Shi Cheng, who was at the dessert store at the moment. But you're really considerate. Just a little too forceful some days. With that, he remembered that time in the men's restroom and the countless times his aura was all over the place, trying to take control of his appearance. In fact, you seem to be fierce, but in fact it is clear that you are a person who tries to hide your weak side. I see your admirable strength, and unyielding tenacity, but also see your thirst for love inside. Such a you, in my eyes, always shine. Word by word, a trickle of water, but it made Shi Cheng's inner waves so turbulent that it was difficult to suppress. I, for one, appreciate that about you. Hearing that, Shi Cheng took the opportunity to follow up. Then how much do you like me? Tang Tang repeated what Shi Cheng had said. Guru pondered for a moment. As much as I love painting until the end of my life. As the words fell, a few people at the table couldn't help but be a little stunned. As someone who was familiar with Guji, hearing Guji, the painting nerd, say this, it looked like he was in love anyways. Shi Cheng in the dessert store. Her mind kept echoing the words of Guji, her heart that had been silent for many years. Only Guji could make her ripples. On the dining table, Xia Huanning clutched her chopsticks for a long time. She kind of realized where she lost. Between some people, even if they know each other better, it's not always possible to fix things. Because knowing each other a million times is not as good as loving each other a time or two. What day did you get your license? Did you bring the marriage license today? Su Shi asked. Bring it on. Tang Tang took out the marriage license from her bag and handed it to Su Shi with both hands. Gu Yunshan also went over to look at it. What was written on it was indeed Tang Tang's name. And the photo was also Tang Tang's appearance. Looking much smoother with light makeup than it does now. And the date was 2 days before Guji said he had gotten a license. Since both of you are so serious, we won't say anything else. Gu Yunshan looked at that marriage license with emotion. Uncle too, bless you. Xia Hong exhaled deeply, his eyes vaguely red. Gu Yunshan and the others naturally knew what Xia Hong was thinking, only that they were in the way of Xia Huaning also being present, so they were ultimately unanimously silent. Dad, are you crying? What's wrong? Xia Huaning noticed that Xia Hong was in a somewhat strange state and asked with concern. It's okay, Dad is just happy for Xiaozue. Xia Hong smiled and comforted Xia Huaning. Old Xia, don't worry, all those worries of yours, put them all down. Gu Yunshan said meaningfully. Xia Hong understood Gu Yunshan's meaning and turned to smile. Good. Wait for the day, if our family Ning Ning also gets married. Xia Hong took a deep breath. Our two families will have a few good drinks. Xia Huaning still looked at Xia Hong with some concern. Gu Tinghai promptly changed the topic and joked. Just chatting. You guys haven't eaten as much as an old man like me. What? My daughter-in-law doesn't cook well? Who says it's not good? It's delicious. I'll pack up the fried fish on the table later. Xia Hong took a big bite out of it with great gusto. Gu Yunshan laughed. Okay. Your sister-in-law made all these pastries for you to load up on as well. At this time, Guji's cell phone rang. He opened WeChat and realized it was a message from Shiqing. Shiqing, I also want to eat pastries, /cute.jpg. Guru, I know, /blankstare.jpg. A glutton for punishment. He thought to himself. Puppy berry powder taro yam cake is so delicious, I love it so much. Tang Tang suddenly took Guji's arm. Guji, his aunt didn't come today. This was originally made for his aunt. His aunt likes strawberry-flavored things. Little Tang, if you like it, Auntie will fill it for you later. Come often in the future, Su Shi said. Thank you mommy, said Tang Tang sweetly. Guru had a helpless look on his face, not realizing that Shiqing's people hadn't come, and that he was still so painstakingly thinking about food. After a meal, Tang Tang was ready to leave, and Guji symbolically went out to see him off. When he packed something for Xia Hong, he packed one for Shiqing as well, then walked out with Tang Tang with the packed pastries. To no one's place, Tang Tang patted the arm of Guji, voice drastically changed. Small guy, let your sister nimbly to me to end the money AO. Let me organize such a dead movement, child. Really do not know how to think of. Guji looked at Tang Tang in surprise. What are you looking at? Your sister told me that she will pay me immediately after the performance, and she wants to pay me less. Tang Tang said seriously. Did she make you act like that? Guru's tiny eyes were filled with great doubt. Not good. Tang Tang returned the pastries that Shiqing had asked for to Guji, then wrapped both hands around her chest, seemingly freezing. Are you really an actor of the times? Guru finally asked his biggest doubt. What actor? How can a woman like me be an actress? Tang Tang pointed to himself, vigorously patted Guru's arm, smiled pompously, and whispered beside Guru, I am a rubbing anchor. Today to me nervous ruined. Good hanging did not let me perform talent. I will be well reconcile with the subject 3. This day, to freeze to death individuals. Elbows up rub, erase. I rub. Guji was stunned, looking at Tang Tang's back, his entire body petrified. What happened to the promised professional actor? He's being lied to again? Good for you Toki Ching. He huffed and puffed his way to a nearby dessert store, and when he saw Shiqing, who was comfortably eating her dessert, he walked over to her and set the pastry down on the table. Why did you make Tang Tang act so over the top? He asked. Shiqing opened the pastry box and saw the pink strawberry-flavored pastry at a glance, and couldn't wait to pick it up and taste a piece. How fun, she said, gushing over the pastries. Yum, I knew my sister-in-law would add lots of strawberry powder. It's not fun. It's torture. Guru had a sad face, his mind still echoing because I just turned 18. At those words, Shiqing looked up at Gu Shi and said seriously, is it possible that you want me to listen to the person I like? Seriously play husband and wife with other people of the opposite sex and behave intimately to meet my parents? You are really not afraid that I will die of acid alive? Meeting Shiqing's affectionate gaze, Guji's heart moved slightly and he quickly averted his gaze again. I'll go back first. You eat slowly, he said, about to head out. Wait, Timothy called out to him. She wanted to ask if there was even a little bit of truth in what Guji said today. Even a little bit. However, the words stopped at the edge of his mouth. Not wanting to make things difficult for Guji. What you said today was more moving than I expected. She thought long and hard, and said only this. Guru also recalled those words of Shurchin to an unforgettable extent. You say it, and it's good, too. After saying that, he left the dessert store with a quick step. Timothy rubbed his chin and murmured, good to hear. It can mean like, right? She thought this, and was in a good mood, if a little self-defeating. During this meal at Gu's house today, she and Tang Tang were connected to Bluetooth, and when Tang Tang repeated those few words of hers, it was as if she was beside Guji. She began to look forward to the day when she could sit next to Guji brightly. The following evening, timeless films and television. The office door was pushed open and Zaire walked in with his cell phone. Sure Dong, there's a call for you. She handed her cell phone to Sure Ching. Timothy took it and froze. Remarks, class 2 teacher. An ominous feeling. Her good boy in trouble? It was hard for her not to think in that direction. Putting down her work, she picked up the phone. Then in an excellent tone, she chatted with her homeroom teacher. Speaking of chatting, most of what Sure Ching said was almost like good, teacher. You're right, I understand. A few minutes later, Timothy frowned. What did the little princess do? Ziri asked with a smile. She had already guessed it wasn't good. Timothy sighed and just blandly said, when you go to pick up Softy later, pick up the baby's father too. Perhaps because the Soft always called Guji father. Over time, she has been extremely accustomed to Guji as the child's father. Called that a smooth. So did Zaire. Brother-in-law. Sure Dong has something for you. At this time, Sunshine Kindergarten. Chirue made a pleased gesture and said nothing else. Okay. Guru held Softy in his arms as he got into the car, curious as to what Shurchin would have to find him while looking at Softy beside him. For some reason, Softy didn't look too happy today, sitting in the back seat with a collapsed little face that seemed to be bulging from eating too much lately. Soon the car was parked in the time zone. Although Softy wasn't in a good mood and didn't say a word, she still held out her hands for Guji to hug. Guru picked up Softy and went all the way to the chairman's office. He set Softy down on the cot in the corner and then sat across the desk. Say, what are the orders again? He asked. Shurching looked at Gushur and smiled meaningfully. Why don't you go see the Soft homeroom teacher for me tomorrow? Why do you want to see the homeroom teacher? Shurching opened her mouth. The homeroom teacher said that our family's Soft performance has been fantastic lately, and she wants to praise it in person. I really don't have time tomorrow. You go for me. You still have to meet your parents for good behavior? Guru asked with an innocent look on his face. It could be. Curious about our parenting methods. It just so happens that you're in kindergarten. So cope with it for me, okay? Shurchin blinks her big eyes and tries to budge through, muttering in a small voice. Don't forget our contract. You're going to serve as the child's father. Oh, okay. Seeing as it was very convenient, Guru agreed. He turned around and said, say, why did you make a special trip for me to come here when you can just send me a tweet about this kind of thing? I thought you were asking me to accompany you to the supermarket again, because I miss you. Timothy raised his eyes and spoke very seriously. Ahem. Got it. I'm going back, Guru said. Although he was a straight man, he was still a little embarrassed when faced with Shurching's expression of playing straight ball. He was heading out the door when Timothy's petulant voice came from behind him. Can you give me a hug before you go? I work so hard. I need the power of love. After a pause in his steps, Gushi walked back, perfunctorily reaching out and gently hugging Shurching. I wanted to end it there, but unexpectedly, all of a sudden, Shurching hugged him tightly, revealing a triumphant smile. What for? Gushi struggled as hard as he could, but Shurching wrapped her arms tightly around his neck like a pendant softness and wouldn't let him go. You're so reluctant to give me a hug. I've been working all afternoon and my ass is sitting on the floor. Why don't you have any heart at all? Shurching said, smoothly kissing Guji on his neck, leaving a faint red on his lips, like a hickey. It's none of my business if your ass is flat. Let go. We are legally married. You should at least care about your wife's ass, Shurching said in a reasonable manner. Guru broke his voice. How do I care? You tell me how to care? Want me to have a chat with your ass? Yes. The owner of the ass agrees. Or, you want to get on and care? Shurching lowered his voice and whispered in Guji's ear so that only the two could hear. Guru was silent, subconsciously thinking of something, and his ears unconsciously reddened. Don't let go. I'll tickle you, he whispered a warning. Timothy was unmoved. Call your sister and say you miss me or I won't let go. Guru directly pinched Shurching's waist. Yeah. Timothy shrank a little, but still wouldn't let go. Let go you. Guru was furious and moved his hand up again, pinching the flesh on the inside of Shurching's arm. This time, Shirching loosened her grip a bit, and Guru was about to break free when she was hugged again. And then she heard Shirching speak in a delicate manner. "You've touched my boobs. Is it on purpose or on purpose?" Shirching asked with a smile. "Who's doing it on purpose? You're the one who pestered me first." "I don't care. You just did it on purpose. You must like sister's big breasts, right? How about pampering sister and reluctantly letting you touch them? Sister is good to you, right?" Shirching's smile deepened, and her words were full of words to flirt with Guji. Guru was silent for a moment, looking at the two warm masses close at hand, and said faintly, "Even if I don't scream now, I can still touch your breasts. If you don't let go, I'll really touch it." He thought that this kind of words would make Shirching honestly let go, but he didn't know that Shirching was undaunted. "If you can touch me, I can touch you." Shirching's sentence made Guji realize something, and he glanced down a bit as Shirching rubbed Guji's leg with that big long leg. Guru was like a big enemy. There is a kind of premonition to chicken and egg. Want to rely on brute force to break free and afraid that Shirching will be injured. Can only compromise. Kindly said, "Sister. Okay? Quickly let go. You haven't said you want me." "Thinking of you." Guru squeezed out two words. "Who wants me?" "I." Connect the dots. "I want you." Guru gritted his teeth. "I miss you too. Boo." Shirching kissed Guji on the cheek again before finally letting go. Guru rubbed his face hard. Shirching looked at it with her cheeks resting on her head and complimented. "So good. You've smeared your sister's kisses evenly. Do you want some elsewhere?" "No need." Guru smoothly drew a tissue. "Don't ask me to come in the future if there's nothing major." He fled quickly. This is clearly a den of wolves. The next day, after Guru finished the whole day's art class and organized the art classroom's utensils, he returned to the office and heard several teachers chatting about the children's conditions again. "Another fight?" a female teacher asked another teacher in surprise. The other teacher laughed somewhat helplessly. "Yeah, in my class, there was a sudden fight, like over grabbing something. The homeroom teacher wants to call the parents." "Call the parents? Is the kid hurt?" "It was checked and there were no injuries. It's just that the boy who was hit cried a lot, and I got them to apologize to each other during class and taught them correctly. But the boy went back and told his parents, who were very angry and said they wanted to see the parents of the girl who hit him." "Ouch. Beaten by a girl?" "Yeah. Well, I saw the girl slap the boy on the head a couple times on the monitor." Listening to the chat between the two teachers, Guji acted like a melon eater and had images floating in his mind. For some reason, he associated it with catfights, where the shorter-legged one couldn't beat the longer-legged one and got hit with a set of consecutive blows. He looked like he was watching the fun, and even wanted to go to the surveillance room to check the monitor and see how the two little potatoes fought. Near the end of the day, he went to the office of the second shift teacher. He hadn't forgotten that he was going to meet the homeroom teacher instead of Timothy. Walking into the office, he saw another parent and a child sitting in front of the second-class teacher, and he suddenly felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. "Hey, why are you here, Mr. Xiaoru?" The class teacher of class 2 was still a bit unresponsive for a moment when she saw Guji come. "Ah, that, Toki-Softa's little friend's mom can't conveniently come today, so if there's anything you want to tell me, I'm Softa's older brother," Guji said. Before the classroom teacher could say anything, a parent on the sidelines took the lead. "What's the matter with your time, Soft? Look what it's done to our boy. He's gone home all quiet and cried all night." "Fight? Fight?" Guru was dumbfounded. What was said to be good behavior to receive praise? You don't know, do you? How can you be a parent? If you can't, call the child's mother over. Why should my son get beaten up for nothing? Guru glanced doubtfully at the class 2 teacher, and the other nodded, acquiescing to this fact. Softly hitting people? Well, just calm down. I really didn't know this happened. I'm an art teacher. It probably didn't happen in my class. Why don't you wait for me to look at the surveillance first? Guru said calmly. What's the point of looking at the CCTVs? The facts are here. My son was beaten and cried. The parent was agitated, as if he had waited for today to seek justice. My family, Softy, will definitely not initiate a fight, Guru said, and although he was a bit vain and unsure, he decided to watch the surveillance before saying anything. So he quickly went to the surveillance room and checked yesterday's surveillance. The little boy in the monitor seems to have said a few words to the Soft, and then to grab the things in the Soft's hand. The result is that the Soft does not give. The little boy went to pull the Soft clothes on the three-dimensional dolls, the Soft which patted the little boy's head 3 times. He was much relieved at this look. It was obviously not Softy's fault. It was only now that he realized why Softy looked unhappy yesterday, and he figured it must have been because of this. My Softy did nothing wrong. Guru returned to his office, bottoming out. This has not done wrong. My son told me many times, class 2 on your family when the Soft most naughty. Not her fault, who else's fault? My son's eyes are crying red. Parents are reluctant to relent. Softy has been much better behaved lately, as all the teachers can see for themselves. Just because you cry a lot doesn't mean you're innocent. You should take your son to the CCTV and ask why your son grabbed Softy's chocolate and why he tugged on Softy's clothes. When Guru's words fell, the boy's parents froze for a moment, obviously on fire after learning that their child had been beaten, indiscriminately feeling that it was Softy's fault. And then after a conversation, Guji just walked out of the kindergarten. Only that the boy's parents are still being talked to. Today itself is to let both parents to understand the situation at the same time. Praise the soft recent performance. To parents to teach the soft to continue to maintain. It's a compliment. Except that someone must have let him come on purpose and not made it clear before he came. He walked out of the kindergarten, and it didn't take him long to get a message from Timothy. Shurching, is it over? Tough luck baby, thanks to you going over there for me. I had time for a meeting. /kiss.jpg. It's like suddenly there's no temper. Guji, soft was aggrieved yesterday. Remember to comfort her. Also, tell her that the homeroom teacher is very pleased with her recent performance. Keep it up. Shurching, okay /kiss.jpg. Perhaps because of the contract between the two of them, Gushi suddenly had a feeling of being a father. Although he had it before, but now it was getting better. And even though it wasn't good, he had to admit that he had gained a different kind of warmth from it. Time passes day by day. Since the city of Liuqing soundly after the first snow, it is more and more unrestrained day by day, has been painfully down for a week. Kindergarten vacation. Gushi stayed at home to use this time to continue to study the design. Shurching had recently messaged him much less frequently, and it seemed that it was time for another busy year-end. Having been quiet for 3 days in a row, somehow, not receiving the harassing messages from Shurching, Guji was still a bit uncomfortable. A message beep. Guru glanced at the cell phone screen. Remarks Tim Ching. Good man. Say when the secretary arrives. The secretary arrives. Toki Ching, tonight, I need my husband to pick me up from work. Straight up. Guru also agreed readily. Shurching, don't come to my office. Come to the next pantry. Guji okay. Although he didn't quite understand why Shurching asked him to go to the pantry, he didn't think much of it. He was dressed thickly for the evening, ready to go out, and paused when he saw Good Luck in the hamster cage before he left. It seems like a long time since he took Lucky out, because before, when Gu Tinghai went to the medical center to sneak around, he and Good Luck were also in the medical center, and when one didn't watch out, Good Luck chewed quite a few medicine baskets into a hornet's nest, and Gu Tinghai immediately gave Good Luck a grounding order. He even inscribed an inscription on the medical center, Gu Good Luck. No entry. Since then, Gu Ji hadn't brought Luck to the medical center. When he played at home, Gu Tinghai still always stared at Good Luck, with dislike written all over his face, and he also seemed to be uncomfortable with fluffy things, but Guru could still see Gu Tinghai feeding Good Luck very smoothly sometimes. Pick a day. Today you'll be taking you to face off with Lotus, Guru said, opening the closet of Good Luck. A man and a mouse studied the face of the wearer. Boy mice can't dress like mice when they're over a year old. Guru decisively passed on the light-colored clothes in the closet, then took out a small mini-suit that looked serious in black and white. That's a nice outfit. Very much like Chief Buster. He then changed into this little suit for Good Luck, complete with a red tie that looked bright and festive, only slightly bulky. Good Luck. You've been told to eat less. Look at your stomach. Gucci put Good Luck in front of the small mirror. That round body with this suit, like a beer belly. Good Luck. Because the weather outside was too cold, Gucci was afraid that Good Luck would freeze into a rat cake, and purposely gave Good Luck another small yellow plush hat to protect the most important brain. Once that was done, he slipped his good fortune into his pocket, then went downstairs to the kitchen to stop by and load up on some of today's homemade dumplings. A big smart and his handsome bully, Chief Mouse, set off. When the time came, Guru still traveled unimpeded to the top floor, because he'd been in and out of the time zone more than once. The front desk recognized his outfit, and even if he sometimes forgot his card and ring, someone opened the door for him and even greeted him. The top floor only had the chairman's office, with a small private pantry next to it, reserved for Shurching. He had gone in before, and the space was much smaller than he had imagined, like the spot by the window in a convenience store, enclosing a corner of the world, a small chair in the center, a circle of tables for things, and just enough to be able to move around for two people. He had once asked Shurching why he had made the pantry so small when there was obviously so much open space, and Shurching had only said that he needed such a small, secure place. Knocked gently on the pantry door. Timothy opened the pantry door. Come on, I made you some milk tea. She greeted Gu Ji, as if she was busy with two people's private time. Finished with work? Guru asked. Yeah, been thinking about you for days. Shurching leaned in Gu Ji's arms. The small space, still soundproof, It was really like a two-person world. It's the winter solstice, Guru said, unzipping his shirt and taking out a box of dumplings. Warm it up. You and Softy eat it. And brought dumplings? Shirching was a little surprised. She was all set to buy some frozen ones for dinner. More than dumplings. Guru took out a pile of fluff from his pocket. And good luck. Did you buy him a suit? Shirching touched her good luck. She remembered those clothes she gave Guji. They were all cute styles. There didn't seem to be any suits. Well, I bought it. All males should have a suit. My dad said so. Guru had a serious look on his face. Not bad, it's just as cute as you. Shirching used the microwave to heat up the dumplings. Just looking at the box of dumplings already increased his appetite. And it was true that food like dumplings, home ones, smelled the best. While waiting for the dumplings, the two of them drank milk tea, and Shirching glued herself to Guji's left shoulder. Looking at Guji's left hand that was wearing a ring, she couldn't help but touch it. Your hands are a bit cold, Guru said, shoving the good luck into Shirching's hand. You take him and cover him up. Shirching looked helpless and laughed. You're my husband now. Can't you warm my hands? How can I warm your hands? Guru asked with eyes full of clarity. There's a natural way to do that if you're willing. Could be. What way? Then close your eyes, Timothy said. Guru closed his eyes innocently, and Shirching glanced at Guru's clothes and smiled like a villain. A moment later, a coolness that burrowed into his clothes. Hiss. Gushi sucked in a breath of cool air and pressed down on Shirching's hand that was reaching in and fidgeting. Is that what you call a hand warmer? He asked. Yeah, you're so warm on you. Guru was just about to say something when Shirching made a gesture of silence. You listen. Shirching's gaze fell on Guji's chest. Your heart is beating so fast. It was iced, Guru said. In the next moment, Shirching held Guji's hand and placed it on his chest. And guess why my heart, too, is beating so fast? The two of them looked at each other and met the affectionate eyes. Guji shifted his gaze to Shirching's wrist, then slowly touched it over. Took a pulse. Didn't take good care of your health again, did you? Next time I come, I'll bring you some herbs. Guji had a sincere face. Shirching has long been accustomed to it, bending her eyes, holding Guru's face. No amount of medicine can compare to one you. I don't believe you don't understand what I need the most. The two of them closed the distance, and Shirching's line of sight fell inch by inch closer to Guji's lips. His body was so close that Guji could even wrap Shirching into his arms with the jacket on his body, and then embraced and kissed each other. The romantic bridge that only existed in love movies seemed to be easily achievable at this moment, and while he looked at Shirching, his mind was wildly windy and rippling, which actually made him fail to make any reaction at such a time. Warm breath, with fragrance, close at hand. Ding! Suddenly, the microwave went off. The dumplings are ready. Guru's thoughts were pulled back. The atmosphere was suddenly interrupted as Shirching hung her head and leaned into Guji's chest, both hands grasping the collar of Guji's jacket. When Guchu was about to go get the dumplings, almost simultaneously, Shirching yanked him back. Before he could react, the scent lingered between his nostrils once again. The softness on his lips. Guji suddenly knew the source of the aroma. It's Toki Ching's lipstick with a floral scent. Dumplings. Dumplings are ready. Guru twisted his head and pointed behind Shirching. When I want to kiss you, the sky is falling. Shirching murmured, forcibly cupping Guji's face and kissing it again. Guru's back hit the pantry door with a thud, and the door sounded slightly. The secretary passing outside thought something had been dropped and knocked on the pantry door. Chairman, are you in there? However, Tokihei smoothly unlocked the door. Guji kept dodging Shirching's kisses, and being rubbed with cinnamon-flavored lipstick, she quickly pushed Shirching away. Shirching, I'm leaving if you keep this up. You're going home by yourself, he cautioned. Okay, Shirching didn't have the slightest intention of changing her mind, and even went overboard. Then next time it's your turn to kiss me. A couple times will do. No wonder you're in business. Too much of an inch. Guru pulled on the mask and got to the root of the problem. He always felt like he was going to be tricked into bed at the next step, and it would be the screaming kind. With a satisfied look, Shirching walked out with the dumplings. Good luck, and Lianlian's face-off ended in failure. And across the cage, Lianlian stood up in shock at the sight of Good Luck in a suit, and the two rats were at a standstill for a while. Apparently, Lianlian didn't like bully. Guru and Shirching left the company with Softy. Getting in the car, Soft sat in Guji's arms and snuggled obediently. Suddenly, she seemed to smell something and the tip of her nose twitched. Daddy, your mouth smells like Mama's lipstick. It smells so good, Softy said innocently. Ahem, I actually have the same lipstick. Guru wiped the edge of his mouth, the cinnamon aroma deepening the memory of that kiss. That's quite a coincidence. This lipstick was handmade by my friend, smiled Timothy. Guru, have to break it up, huh? Ziri, who was driving in front of him, was shown up again. Zip, the cell phone vibrates. Shurching picked up his cell phone and saw a string of unfamiliar numbers. Same city. She picked up and didn't say anything as Song Joon Rhythm's voice came from the opposite side. Off work, right? Come over for dinner tonight? Timothy paused. As you know, I'm off duty. Please contact my assistant tomorrow for an appointment if you need anything. With that, she hung up. Looking at Shurching's cold demeanor, Guji was a bit puzzled. What would make Shurching look like this? Those who didn't know thought it was an enemy. Zip. Not a moment later, there was another vibration on the phone. The same call. Again. Shurching hung up the phone with some annoyance. His eyebrows slightly knitted, not knowing what he was thinking. It didn't take long for the phone to end up ringing once again. This time, Shurching picked up the phone, and she was about to speak when the person on the phone beat her to it. Today is the winter solstice. I made your dad's favorite dumplings stuffed with lotus root. Song Joon Rhythm paused. Bring your family and come over. I'll be waiting for you. After the call ended, Shurching glanced sideways at Guru, still not saying anything. It's something at work? Guru asked. Shurching shook her head, and after a moment of silence, she said to Softy beside her, Softy, go home first. Mommy will go back later. Okay? Softly looked at Shurching and then at Guji, and seemed to understand something, nodding her head obediently. When they arrived at the east side, Shurching sent Softy up and asked the nanny to accompany Softy for the time being, while returning to the car. The call just now, it was from Song Joon Rouge. Shurching said, looking at Guru. She said she wanted to see me, and my family. Guru pondered for a moment. So, is this the moment you need a husband? But I don't know what to say when I go. If that's okay, then go. Timothy froze for a moment. Are you really willing to go with me to see her? Even if it's because of something as meaningless as me just wanting her to see that I'm doing well? How is it pointless when the reason you want to go is already there? Guru then said to Chi Rue, who was in the driver's seat in front of him, let's go to Junching Group. Roger that, brother-in-law, Zaire said. Shurching looked at Guji. A sense of solidity surged to her heart, as if Guji's presence could always increase her bottom line in an invisible way. Junchang Group, private dining room, a long lacquered table, reflecting Song Joon Ro's figure alone. It's not too late if you want to wish me a happy wedding. Shurching walked in and sat at the other end of the long table, then moved a chair from the side and put it beside himself, signaling Guji to sit down. Song Joon Rhythm was silent for a moment, frowning slightly. Where is this sitting? Is it bad to let him sit on the side? You don't know anything. He sticks to me, Shurching said, smiling and looking at Guji. Guji cooperated by sticking to Shurching, and with that clean and handsome face, how did he look like a soft-eating little petite husband? The partner you picked is quite a surprise. Song Joon Ro sized up Guji, looking at him as if he couldn't see across the board. Shurching laughed and disliked back. I didn't expect it either. You abandoned my father and found an old man. Song Joon Ruya was so angry that her right hand clenched her fork, but she calmed down and changed the topic. Where's Soft? Why didn't you bring her? I don't usually bring my daughter to such occasions, Shurching said indifferently, placing the cut steak in front of Guji, completely treating this meeting as a pastime. Guji scanned the dishes on the table, pointed to the dish in front of Song Joon Ro, and said to Shurching, Sister, I want to eat that. Yeah. This sister's voice made Shurching's heart burst with joy. She directly stood up, walked over to Song Joon Ro's side, and brought the whole dish over, placing it in front of Gu Shur. Eat up, baby, and tell your sister if you want any more. She took her own chopsticks and gave them to Guji to eat. This scene made Song Joon Rouge stare blankly. How old is he? Looks pretty small. It's not going to be after 00, is it? Song Joon Rhythm asked. He's 98, Timothy said. 98. Song Joon Rhythm let out a laugh. He's even younger than your brother. I'm the only child my father has. I don't recognize the children in your messed up home, Shurching said, wrapping her arms around Guji. Of course, I like it when he calls me sister. Song Joon Rhythm is still the first time to understand the preferences of Shurching in this regard. Cannot help but some difficult to understand. But where Shurching find an older she can understand. Still, she didn't forget the business and spoke. I have, today, also a matter of great benefit to the times that I would like to talk to you about. Shurching looked interested. Go ahead. I'm listening. Gushi did not hear both ears, buried his head to dry rice. The dishes on the table are large plates. Small amount of food. He directly performs a wave of CD-ROM action. After all, do not eat for nothing. I hope that Timeless Pictures comes under the umbrella of Junching Group. That way, I guarantee that Timeless will have an unprecedented breakthrough. Song Joon Rumor said. The expression on Shurching's face faded, and he looked at Song Joon Rouge and couldn't help but feel a little amused. You left me and my dad with all that debt and walked away, and now you come back and have the nerve to have thoughts about my stuff? You won't understand. For so many years, what I have endured and paid for. Just how much. Now, let's not mention the old days. As long as you listen to my arrangements, I'll help you continue to grow in time. I'll be behind you to support you in anything you want to do. I'll make you a shareholder of Junsheng. In the entire Junsheng, only you and I are blood relatives. Song Jun Rhythm looked straight at Shurching from across the long table, lowered his voice, and said word for word, "Don't worry. Your brother in the Junsheng group will never be able to threaten you." At those words, Shurching's face remained without any ripples. "You really still don't understand what father and I want." Shurching's face was filled with grief. There wasn't even a trace of anger anymore. Only grief. "When you say these words today, do you remember the short-lived happiness, the set eternity of our family of 3 decades ago? What my father and I wanted was never money or status, but the quiet, uneventful days of the good old days, the bond that comes from family love, the reunion meal that I dreamed of as a child, which is far more precious than any glory or riches. Perhaps I came here today because my heart still had that tiny bit of expectation of you, thinking that you were still thinking of my father, but not anymore," Shurching said, taking out the marriage license from her bag, standing up, walking across the room, and showing the marriage license to Song Jun Rouge. Looking at the name and surname on the red book, and the group photo with the red background, Song Jun Rouge was in a bit of a trance. It's still a real rush of years. Her memories of Shurching are still stuck in that childish face and crybaby look. "You're really not doing this on a whim?" Song Jun Ro put the marriage license on the table and pointed at Gu Ji, who was eating deliciously. "I don't see what a father should look like from him at all. Do you really want to form a family with someone like that? Don't you think it's too pathetic?" As the words fell, Gu Ji's dry rice movement paused. He was just about to say something when he heard Shurching speak loudly and somewhat angrily. "Not on a whim," she almost yelled out. The originally unperturbed her, she herself did not expect that she would be unable to control her emotions at this moment. Hearing Song Jun Rhythm say bad things about Gu Ji, "Though I am related to you by blood, my family is not related to you. He, and my daughter, are not related to you, and I can't hear you. An outsider, judging my family here. Outsiders?" Song Jun Ro looked at Shurching with some surprise. "I carried you to term and gave birth to you, and now you're like this because you don't want to recognize me as your mother? Can you afford to let your father teach you for so many years?" "Affordable." Shurching didn't hesitate. "I forgot to tell you, before my dad left, he specifically told me one thing, that is, don't come looking for you." The words fell, and in an instant, Song Jun Rhythm's mind buzzed. He said that? No way, how could he? "I'm your own mother." She couldn't imagine that someone as gentle as Shi Wei Chun, who hadn't even said anything hard to her even when she was going through a divorce, would be so determined to treat her. However, Shurching's words broke through her doubts. "My dad's heart was the first to die for you before he left." She took a deep breath and picked up the marriage license, caressing it lovingly, still feeling heavy. "I just want to tell you today that I long for the happiness that my husband has given me, the ones you can't see. It's him, who has given me lots and lots of love, and has freed me from the shadow that you single-handedly created in the past. And now I am no longer resistant to marriage, and have my own home, and have a lovely baby, and we'll raise her together, and we'll give her all the love we can, and I'll take the responsibilities of a mother. I finally have the happiness I want. From now on, let's cut ties completely. You'll only cause me pain." When Shurching finished speaking, she walked over to Gu Ji, took Gu Ji's hand and headed out, and when she reached the door, she paused and looked at the lotus root stuffed dumplings in the center of the long table. "My father wouldn't have touched that plate of dumplings if he were here, just as I will never forgive you. I hope that every time you spend a holiday alone for the rest of your life, you will have an ounce of remorse for what you did in the first place." The two left the Junsheng group at a quick pace, and all that was left in that private dining room was a table of leftovers and dumplings that had already gotten cold, as well as low sobbing. The evening breeze brushed her face and pushed down the tears in Timothy's eyes. She turned to Gu Ji and murmured, "I'm sorry." Guru gazed at Shurching's somewhat reddened eyes. "Why did you say you're sorry? I shouldn't have brought negativity to you." Shurching hung her head. How much aura she had just now. How small she was in front of Gu Ji at the moment. Like she was afraid of being hated. Once upon a time she easily did not talk to people about the past. Only Guru. She left no stone unturned and let Gu Ji walk into her former self. She let Gu Ji see all of her handicaps, imperfections, badness, as well as humility and vulnerability. At this moment, she felt that all her achievements over the years were like dissipating clouds, going nowhere. Such a pathetic and small her. Just now to Song Jun Rhythm uttered lofty words, said what has the happiness. Now think of it are like self-deception. Obviously in Gu Ji everything is false. The future and dissipation of the cloud is no different, but she still have the luxury of hope. Sorry, I'm sorry. Shirching drew back the hand holding Gu Ji, both hands blocking her face, her emotions like a big wave collapsing the dam. Gu Ji looked at her for a moment and bent down to hug Shirching horizontally. Shirching simply wrapped her arms around Gu Ji's neck, hiding her wretched appearance in Gu Ji's chest. Guru placed her in the car, then without saying anything, took the initiative to hold Shirching's hand. He waited for Timothy to calm down for a few minutes before he spoke. You're acting like I'm the one who should be apologizing. Why? Timothy's voice was all nasally. It must be that my parents and I haven't given you enough love, making you feel insecure again. Guru spoke faintly. He'd noticed and seen Tokihi's uneasiness a long time ago. That's only for people who don't have a home behind them. Even if Gu Yunshan and Su Shi treated Shirching as family, Shirching's reasoning would remind her that she was still a human being at the end of the day, and that apart from her children, there was nothing that could be like a biological father who would allow her to rely on and accept her with all her imperfections. The contract between us. That's all for now. I'm not in a good position to explain it to the family side for now. If I have someone I like someday, or if you don't need this contract anymore, we'll break it, Guru said. Shirching froze for a moment, looking somewhat flattered, and asked, what do you mean? It means, for every day that the contract is in effect, think of me as your husband, and think of the Gu family as your home, as the home your father gave you, as the home you've come to expect. Don't have any qualms about it, because your past is nothing, and I'm perfectly capable of accepting it, as are my parents. When Gushir's words fell, Shirching stared at Gushir in a daze for a while. Did I not make myself clear? Halfway through Gushir's sentence, Shirching suddenly jumped into Gushir's arms. If I can't live without you one day, I should again. Her words trailed off, the answer already in her mind, but it was just herself and her children moving on with their lives. There's no need to leave. Guru spoke softly. You were meant to be family to me and mom and dad. It's the family that if you run far away and disappear, we'll all go get you and bring you home. A single sentence made Shirching's heart settle down completely. It's as if fluttering leaves are suddenly rooted to the ground, surrounded and encircled. The chairman of the board of directors has been very hard and busy for several days again lately. This cry, directly tired to fall asleep. The car stopped in the East City neighborhood, and Chi Rui turned back to look at Shirching, who was sleeping in Guru's arms. What a rare image. She was sincerely happy for Shirching that she could one day lean on another person's arms with peace of mind like this and have a place to return to in this world. Brother-in-law, you carry her up. I can't, Chi Rui said. However, Chi Rui, as Shirching's personal assistant, was a good scholar and a good soldier, so this was obviously a clumsy lie. Guru, however, still agreed and sent Shirching back to the bedroom properly. When he got home, he was still a little disoriented. Something, it seems, has quietly changed, just like his feet, up the steps, step after step. The next day, Guru changed a set of light-colored sweater and white hat for good luck, and his style changed from a bully to a creamy mouse, and one person and one mouse had resolute eyes, striving to take Lian next time. Then he took the rare initiative to send a message to Shirching. What are you doing? He probably guessed that Shirching was at work at this time, and just casually asked. After all, after last night's incident, always felt that Shirching might be in a bad mood. In less than 2 minutes of work, the message came back from the other side. Toki Ching, fighting at a boxing gym. Guru was a bit surprised, not realizing that he had actually guessed wrong. But on second thought, Shirching might be exactly in a bad mood to go to the boxing gym to vent, right? He didn't send any more messages, and it was nice for Timothy to put down his work to let out some bad feelings. What the? A word and it's gone. Shirching looked at the chat interface on his cell phone and waited for a long time without seeing any other messages. She tapped the input box, typed a line and deleted it, seemed to think of something, put down her phone, greeted a few men practicing boxing not far away, and shouted, "Come to someone, practice with me." A few people looked at each other like they were a little hesitant. "Make it fast," Timothy urged, and the men quickly pushed out a man who was the most resistant of them all. Once in the ring, Shirching took up a stance and said to the man, "No conceding, don't even think about going down until you've injured me." The man immediately panicked, trembling his voice, Sure Dong, please be merciful." After all, what Shirching said was like a fight to the death. Begin. Shirching still followed his own style of play, attacking strongly first, and the opponent could only defend. Only all of a sudden, Shirching was full of holes, and the opposite fighter didn't think too much about it, taking advantage of the opportunity to go straight for an overhand slam. Timothy fell to the ground, a stabbing pain coming from his shoulder. The boxer on the opposite side hurriedly unloaded his equipment and helped Shirching up. Yes, I'm sorry Dong. Are you okay? The onlookers not far away were quick to come up. I'll call the doctor. Coach said. Don't call the doctor. Shurching stops it, gets out of the ring, walks straight to the rest area, picks up his cell phone, and calls Guji directly. When she got through on the other side, she spoke. I'm hurt. Injured? Where? Guru asked. I'm not sure. Anyway, I just had a fight and now I'm sore. Shurching's tone was aggrieved, and it was heartbreaking to hear. A group of big men in the boxing gym watched Shurching's maneuver only afterward, and they were all dumbfounded. Oh my god. Hearing that Shurching was injured in the ring, a shocked whisper came from Guji's side. Didn't even know where it hurt? Was this already all over the place? Then stay in the gym and don't move. I'll be right there, he said. Aha, I'll wait. Timothy responded good-naturedly, then sat back in a good mood and waited. Not long after, Guru drove his car and parked in front of the boxing gym, his footsteps a little anxious. I'm here. Shurching waved her hand at Guru. Guru walked over, his eyes carefully surveying Shurching's body. Injured how? Where was it hit? He asked eagerly. It was just a fall. Shurching looked at Guji's worried gaze and suddenly felt that the injury was too worth it. Can you walk? Get in the car and I'll help you look, Guru asked. Shurching shook her head without hesitation. I can't walk, and my feet hurt a bit. At those words, Guji bent down to pick up Shurching and left the boxing gym. He placed Shurching in the back seat of the car, then got into the back of the car himself and checked Shurching's feet. Does it hurt here? Guru pressed Timing Ching's ankle. Timothy shook his head. It didn't hurt. I bumped my heel. Guru checked and found nothing wrong. Not even a little red. Did it really feel like it hurt? He asked tentatively. Do you think I'm lying to you? Shurching became even more aggravated and pointed to her shoulder. My shoulder hurts here too. If you don't believe me, forget it and send me to the company. I didn't mean it that way. Guru touched Shurching's injured shoulder, and Shurching exaggerated the pain. This is it. It hurts. Fade your collar down a bit and I'll take a look for you. Is there anywhere else? Well, and the waist. Shurching was worried. Will I fall into any after effects in the future? Will it be disabled? It shouldn't be that bad. Don't you be afraid. Guji looked at the obvious red color on one of Shurching's shoulders and touched and pressed it, with a serious face, checking whether Shurching had hurt any bones. Shurching, on the other hand, was enjoying herself, feeling Guji's hand across her skin. It's okay. No bones were hurt, but there might be bruises for the next 2 days. Is there any medicine left over there in the East End? I'll help you apply it, Guru said. I haven't been injured for a long time, and the stumbling medicine from before seems to have expired. After Shurching said that, she hastily pointed at her waist again. Help me look at my waist again. My back hurts when I fell. Guru touched the area of Shurching's back waist again. The dress is so thick. Can you feel it? I'll lift the dress up. Before Guji could say anything, Shurching had already lifted up the clothing on her rear waist. Guji used his jacket as a cover and put his hand to Shurching's back waist, carefully touching it. The two of them were in the back of the car at the moment. Like the beginning of Guji's embrace of Shurching, the beginning of the sauce. The car was warm with the heater on early. Shurching hugged Guji and felt that the cold winter had become beautiful. Once upon a time she hated winter. Now she was hating winter without Guji. You can rest assured. With the protective gear in place, the fall wasn't too bad. Didn't hurt any bones, only the shoulder stress point was slightly worse. Guji put down Shurching's clothes, but Shurching's clothes were tucked into her pants just now. So he reminded, tuck in your own clothes. Don't catch a cold when you get off later. My shoulder hurts and I can't use one arm. You help me. Shurching looked at Gushir with big watery eyes, showing a pitiful look. I'll help you? Sure, Guru asked. Aha, okay. Shurching had thought that Guji would hesitate, but she didn't realize that Guji directly reached out to help. Coolness cut across his backside, and Shurching suddenly pressed Guji's hand. You, tuck where? Just tuck to the second level. She blushed a little. What a stupid kid. Oh. Guru tucked in Shurching's clothes and slowly put on his jacket before sitting in the front driver's seat. Take you back to the East End to rest? I'll stop by the neighborhood and get you some medicine, he asked. Go to the office. I have contracts to sign. Okay, then have Assistant Chi come down and pick you up while I get my medicine. Tough luck. When they arrived downstairs at the company, Chiroy helped Shurching up the stairs, and Guru quickly bought the bruising medicine up at the drugstore near the company. Guru contracted the job of administering medicine, and after treating the shoulder, apply it to your back too. It's quite painful, Timothy said. Good. Gushi's palm was dipped in the medicine and applied it to Shurching's affected area. The temperature spreading, making Shurching's entire body feel comfortable and relaxing as she leaned her head against Guji. I'm all hurt. Can you talk to your big brother and sister-in-law lately about coming to stay at my place to take care of me and help me with my medicine? Shurching didn't wait for Guru to refuse. blinking pitifully. I need the power of love to get better faster. Yet Guru was not as hesitant as expected. Aha, I'll talk to my parents about it. Guji's face was expressionless as he earnestly applied the medicine to Shurching while saying flatly, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you and Softy. Shurching was so happy that she didn't know why. Really? You can really stay together? For a few days? Like a husband? We signed a contract, didn't we? Guru said. At that, Shurching quickly signed the contracts, one after the other, as if she was in much of a hurry. Go! We're going home now. She was a bit impatient, pulling on Guji and going downstairs. With the signed contract in hand, he took the elevator downstairs, passing the design department on the way. As he was about to leave, Guji saw Su Ranan. Su Ranan is giving out free milk tea to employees in the design department. With just a quick glance, Guji saw a familiar figure at the design department's workstation. None other than Xia Huan-ning at work, and Su Ranan stopped by Xia Huan-ning's side, then put several cups of milk tea in front of Xia Huan-ning for her to pick. The moment the elevator door closed, Xia Huan-ning looked up and saw Shurching and Guji in the elevator. Because Guji was wearing a hat and mask, blocking it tightly, just a hurried glance, she felt some familiarity, but didn't recognize it. Leaving the company, Guji drove while silent, seemingly thinking about something. Xio Ranan took a long break because of what happened earlier, and as soon as he was free, he came to the company to deliver warmth. He sends it to everyone, Shurching said. However, Guru was able to see and understand that there is no such thing as an idle person who sends to all people. It is clearly for one person to send to all people. Was Su Ranan an actor before? I don't pay much attention to that, he asked. Not before. A male son, although his nature is not bad, but his family is spoiled, and he lacks honing, says he wants to be an actor, but whether he'll give it up later, inherit the family fortune, or act on unenthusiastically, no one can say. After hearing this, Guru pondered for a moment and then asked, when I usually don't come to the company, you help me pay more attention to Xia Huan-ning. You don't need to give her a backdoor, as long as you don't let her be bullied on the line. She grew up with a sullen nature, and when she was bullied, she didn't fight back or complain. She always cried alone in secret, and when she was little, I was the one who realized she was in a bad mood, and then helped to teach the bullies a lesson. Don't worry, I've explained all the people in the design department. No one will bully her. Besides, the quality amongst the employees of Tokiwa is very good. Basically nothing bad will happen. If you don't want Su Ranan to get close to her, I'll let someone beat Su Ranan out right now, Shurching said. That won't be necessary, just let nature take its course. If Xia Huan-ning resents Su Ranan, it won't be too late to get rid of him again. Well, listen to you. Shurching smiled and asked in turn, when you said that you helped Xia Huan-ning out when you were a child, did you mean fighting? Aren't you a small painter? How can you still fight? Little kids are just fighting randomly. There's not much of a pattern, Guru said. In fact, he remembered vividly, when someone bullied Xia Huan-ning, he took the herbs or rattan in Gu Yunshan's medicinal garden and flung them around aggressively. He still had some advantage in strength compared to his peers, so every time he looked at him, those naughty kids scattered. Then it's logical that you shouldn't be weak now. How come that time when we fought, I didn't even take it seriously and you were still beaten so badly? Shurching asked. That time when he and Guji fought, she had no serious thoughts at all, and completely and indiscriminately, but Guji was holding his head and running around the ring, only defending, not attacking. Wasn't it because you were angry that time, and to make you feel better, wouldn't I have to be beaten? Guru said. Although he was a straight man, but not a stupid man, how could he fight so seriously with a person of the opposite sex, or his own family? Not to mention that he also guessed that Shurching would not lay a deadly hand on him. It was just a matter of taking a little beating. A few days would be fine. That's so. Timothy grinned with a smirk on his face. But if it was me as a child, I would have fought tooth and nail to beat you. Guru tried to build up an image. When I was a kid, no one in the whole village dared to mess with me except for my dad who would whip me at home. When you were a kid? You were in elementary school when I was in high school, right? Shurching looked smug. Looking at you is like looking at small potatoes. Maybe you were still peeing and playing with mud back then. Ha? What the heck? How is it possible? My parents have said that I was very quiet as a child. I just liked to draw alone. How could I possibly do something like that? Guru spat across the room, desperately trying to explain. How is it impossible? I can remember. You got drunk before and created with your pants down in the East Side neighborhood. Shurching spoke lightly, recalling that day, which she would remember for the rest of her life. It was also on that day that she saw a different Guru, even if it was a bit outrageous. Guru was dumbfounded and his tone dropped. IVU 50. Can you forget about that? Just know, you owe me 500 million and I won't forget it. What's up with that? Guji always felt that his little handle had been pinched by Shirchang. Instead, Shirching was happy that she knew another side of Guji. It was like unlocking a new phase. Back to the East City neighborhood. Guji stopped by to buy food up. The nanny left early, and the three of them sat at a table to eat. Like a family of three. Can daddy stay here all the time? When Softy saw Guji cooking here, she was so happy that her appetite increased and she ate a lot more than usual. It can probably stay for a week, Guru said. Good Softy was already satisfied. When he was about to go to sleep at night, Softy suddenly pulled Guji, as if he was waiting for this moment. Daddy! Sleep together. Her grip wouldn't let go, and she grabbed Timothy with her other hand. Daddy has to go to the other room, Guru said. No way. Mommy, Daddy, and Softy want to sleep together. Guru looked at Shirching, who was also looking at him with an expectant face. Okay then, you can be a good sleeper, he said. Yeah. Softy bounced onto the bed gleefully. Timothy was also pleasantly surprised. The three of them were lying on the bed, Soft in the center, Guji and Shirching on the two sides. Guji didn't change his clothes, so he laid on the edge of the bed, intending to wait for Soft to fall asleep before going next door. Soft little hands grasped Guji and Shirching. Good night mommy and daddy. Softy loves daddy and mommy. After a milky sentence, Softy was good enough to close her eyes and go to sleep. Only Guru and Shirching were the only two people whose thoughts were fluttering. The more beautiful everything in front of her, the more Shirching worries about losing it. Like a dream in a mirror. She is afraid that the contract will be lifted one day, and she is afraid that she will not be able to keep Guji. Guji looked at the small hand that was holding his own tightly, and watched as Shirchang, who was on the side, slowly covered his other hand in his hand, as if suddenly, it was so close to the once distant imagination. Vaguely, he seemed to know what it was that had quietly changed. It was the initial aunt-nephew relationship, the kinship that was becoming hot, invisibly catapulting him over and over again. He is playing the wrong role in this difficult situation, and he is playing it with ease when it is clear that he can't be so logical. It's as if, in the movie, the character's soul overlapped with him as an actor, seamlessly, and he was meant to be the character. Thinking about what? Shirching looked at Guji and asked gently. I was thinking. Guji wanted to speak. The guest performance for the variety show. What day does it start? Soon, if it goes well. We'll go the same day and come back the same day. In the mountains of Forest City? Don't feel pressured. Think of it as, well, a field trip with me. Aha. Why don't you sleep here tonight? Well, next day, 6 a.m. Nanny Auntie Zhang left early last night and came in early in the morning. Seeing that the bedroom door was closed, she tidied up the room and prepared the breakfast ingredients. And about an hour later there was a knock on the door outside. Opening the door and seeing that it was Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, she hurriedly invited them in. Su Shi asked very quietly, is Qingqing still not awake? Yes, she worked so hard overtime the other day. She'll probably take a nap, Auntie Zhang said. Well then, let's help prepare breakfast together. At 7:30, in the bedroom, Soft Top's disheveled hair was plastered next to Guji, who had also woken up, and Shirchang, who habitually got up for a drink of water, also put on a piece of clothing and got out of bed. Shirching, who had just woken up, saw Guji get out of bed, and she followed suit. Breakfast should be ready. Come down for breakfast. Timothy yawned. She walked to the door and as soon as she opened it, she saw Su Shi who was busy in the kitchen. For a moment, consciousness cleared. Qingqing, you're awake. Before Su Shi could finish her sentence, Shirching retreated back into the room like a shadow, because he was in too much of a hurry. He stepped on Guji who was following behind him to come out. Dazed and confused, he backed up and fell back onto the bed. He clutched his foot. What happened? Your parents are here. Just outside, Timothy said. What's with the suddenness? Guru also sobered up. My parents know I'm here, but they don't know I'm in your room. Now how am I going to get out? Sounding off. Timothy was calm and collected, pushing the door open and walking out. Sister-in-law, why are you guys coming over so early? She walked over and saw Gu Yunshan and the nanny busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and Su Shi sitting on the sofa, placing a medicine jar on the coffee table. It's not that yesterday I heard Xiaoji say that you were injured, and your big brother and I were worried, so we came over today. Su Shi took out the medicine jar. This is especially good for treating bruises. Come, go inside. I'll put it on you. Seeing Su Shi pulling herself towards the bedroom, Shirching hurriedly stopped it. Didn't I just get up? I have to wash my face. I have a hard time getting up without washing my face, she said, in turn pulling Su Shi into the bathroom. Sister-in-law, I see that your skin has been a bit dry lately. I have a particularly good hydrating lotion. Try using it. If it's good, I'll bring you 2 bottles later. With that, she found her own hydrating lotion and shoved it to Sushi. Sister-in-law, you try it first. I'll go back to the house to get a mask. Oh good. Sushi smiled, still strangely delicate. When she returned to the house, Shirching said to Guji, later, I'll turn on the bathroom faucet as a signal, and you take the opportunity to go to the next room. Guru nodded solemnly. Roger. Soon, Shirching took the mask and closed the kitchen door in his hand. Soft is still asleep. Big brother, you guys take your time to prepare, then go back to the bathroom. Turn the faucet on as high as it will go, and wash your face under running water. Hearing the sound of water, Guji carefully opened the door to his room and was about to walk out when the sliding door to the kitchen opened and Gu Yunshan came out with a plate of dishes. Guru quickly retreated back into the room, and when she saw Gu Yunshan come out, Shirching improvised and pulled Gu Yunshan. Big brother, come and take a look. Hasn't sister-in-law looked much younger after using this hydrating lotion? She said, not forgetting to drag Auntie Zhang over as well. Auntie Zhang, you take a look too. Auntie Chang agreed. It's still true. Your face is permeated with light. Gu Yunshan also complimented. In the end, these smears are still useful. The ones you bought for your sister-in-law before, she always forgets to use them. Big brother, you have to remind the more you use it, the better it looks. As Shirching stalled for time, Guji opened the door to see Shirching attracting the attention of several people. Quickly crouched down, slipped to the door of the room next to him, opened and closed the door, and entered quickly and accurately. This one is new. I'll load it up for my sister-in-law later, Shirching said, glancing back at her bedroom door, and her soft little hand gave an okay, which made her drop her heart. Hey, is Xiaoru still awake? Oddly enough, he can sleep. Gu Yunshan glanced back at the bedroom door behind him. As soon as the words fell, Guji walked out, pretending to yawn and stretch. Seeing Gu Yunshan still looking surprised, Dad, you guys are here? He rubbed his eyes and sat on the couch. Seeing the jar of medicine, I gave it to Toki yesterday. Got the ointment for the bruises for my sister-in-law. She just has a shoulder. It's heavier. The rest of her is fine. Sweating so hard, I almost forgot to address it. It's cool and windy now. Even though it didn't hurt the bones, then it's still necessary to take care of it. In case the wind blows and it's serious, then it's going to fall sick. Sushi said. Yes, have your mom apply the medicine to your aunt later? It's too big a deal to ignore. Gu Yunshan said, greeting Guji. Still sitting? Come over and serve your Aunt Kanji. There's a sick person in the house who doesn't know how to be active. Got it. Gushi got up to serve the porridge, while Shirching on the side had a smile on her face. After breakfast, Sushi applied the medicine to Shirching and then instructed Guji a few more times before going back with Gu Yunshan. Guru ate the fruit and watched Softy draw by the window, while Shirching sat on the sofa and dealt with looking at the computer. Shirching looked toward Guji and spoke coldly. What about the way you just addressed me made me feel special? Do you still have this fetish? Guru narrowed his eyes, smelling a hint of something wrong. Timothy really imagined it in his mind. If you called me that at some specific time, maybe it would actually. Stop it. Guru felt that if he let Shirching talk any longer, he wouldn't know where to go. He changed the subject, picking his way through the bowl of fruit salad with a small fork, spearing a piece of cantaloupe. Want some? Look at you. Again. You don't even have an address when you speak. Shirching bristled. Sister. Guru replaced a petal of orange. Open your mouth. Shirching ate it contentedly, but the next moment, her features crumpled together. So sour. Seeing Gusher's triumphant smile, Shirching knew she had been tricked. She turned to regain a calm face and called to Softy, who was drawing. Softy, come and eat the fruit. Good. Softly put down her brush and ran over to her. With that, Shirching forked up a piece of orange and put it in Softy's mouth. Softly and innocently, he chewed, and soon had tears in his eyes from the acid. And Timothy laughed his head off. Mommy's so bad. Softy ignored Shirching and continued to the side to draw. This must not be a satsuma. It's so sour. Shirching said. There are sour satsumas. It's just that I happen to meet a more sour one. Guru said. When you say it like that, I suddenly don't feel sour anymore, but sweet instead. Then you can eat all the oranges. Yeah. Shirching forked up several pieces of orange from the bowl and put them in her mouth. And Guji looked at Shirching in shock. Just in the next moment when he was watching the fun, Shirching reached out and swept him over. His warm lips covered him, and what followed was the deadly sour taste of that orange. Guji pushed Shirching away in time, but he still couldn't help but share some of the sour taste equally. Softy is right. You are indeed too bad, Guji said. Shirching laughed and put one leg on Guji's leg. Help me press it. I exercised a bit too much yesterday, and now I'm sore and achy. Guru glanced at Shirching's leg, then covered his hand over it and deliberately pressed the meridians on Shurchin's leg hard. Shurchin frowned, gently leaning on Guji, whispering, "Did you push harder because you wanted to hear my voice?" A sentence that made Guji's hand movements pause. A sentence that really made people think. Ahem. I'm leaving later. He changed the subject. Where to? I thought you said you were going to stay here for a few days. Shurchin's face, which was originally with a smile, was a bit overwhelmed at the moment, and Soft also looked back at Guji. Go back and get some necessities. Guru laughed. Oh. Timothy was then relieved. Come back early? Guru nodded his head and quickly packed up his things and went out, leaving under Shurchin's fond eyes. Guru returned home, and after grabbing some commonly used items, he was about to get into his car when two people blocked his way, only to see two people in suits appear beside his car. He glanced along behind the two and his gaze was slightly stunned. It was actually Song Junyao. Hello again. Song Junro took off his sunglasses and looked at Guji with the same disdain as that day. What can I do for you? Guji's car door was blocked by two people. I heard that you'll be participating in a variety show with Toki Ching afterward, right? Aha, that's right. After the variety show, don't interact with her anymore, Song Jun Rhythm said bluntly. Guru was silent for a moment and nodded. Got it. He tried to get to the car door, but was still stopped. I want you to do it. Not just a simple sentence of knowing, Song Jun Rhythm said. Why should I do it? Guru asked. Because I'm giving you advice. In what capacity are you giving me advice? Guru's eyes remained clear. Song Junro snorted coldly. Of course it's as Shurchin's mother, but she disowned you, Guru said honestly. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shurchin was disappointed in Song Jun Rouge to the extreme. This has nothing to do with you. Song Jun Rumor's words were strong. I'm legally married to her. How does that have nothing to do with me? Guru asked. Song Jun Rhythm frowned, taking out a check and signing it. Name a number. It's considered the hard-earned money for accompanying her before you coaxed her. With a thoughtful look, Guru spoke. 99,999,999. In his heart, Song Jun Rhythm thought that Guji hadn't seen the world, but immediately afterward, I heard Guji add two more words. Billions and billions. Raider? The pen in Song Junyao's hand paused. Guru repeated. 999,999 billion. Song Junro's face turned ashen, and he said with a smile on his face, Child, who in the world do you think can give this amount? You can't afford to give it, so why do you want me to say it? Guru's clear eyes held doubt. Song Jun Rhythm's chest rose and fell, and after a deep breath, the pen in his hand clenched. Still writing a number on the check, she said, $900,000. Will you stay away from my daughter? She doesn't recognize you at all. Guru's tone was emphatic. 1 million. Song Jun Rhythm was still persistent. This look, in turn, made Gushi think that Shurchin's persistence was inherited from Song Junro. He shook his head lightly. You'd better go back to earning more money. Seeing Guru push away the two assistants to get into the car, Song Junro only said in a low voice, One day, you'll regret what you said today. Gushi sat in the driver's seat, pulled down the glass of the car, and looked at Song Junro, his gaze austere. Would you regret leaving Shurchin and my dad back then? If you were to start over, you still wouldn't change either, right? After saying that, Gushi took off with a kick of the gas. A lot of regrets in this world are not really regrets. When going back to the time when they made the choice, the ones who are willing to choose another path are called real regrets. But even if they are, the ending won't change. Song Junro was asked by Guji with this last sentence, and when he slowed down, he only saw the faraway car. She left a little disoriented, but the persistence in her eyes remained undiminished. At noon, Guru returned to the East Side neighborhood. Wow, you bought a lot of stuff. Aha, it's rare to live here, so of course I have to cook something sumptuous for you and the child. Gushi said. Hardly? Are you looking forward to living with me? Timothy asked in a small voice. Guru followed the conversation and said, Who wouldn't want to live with a beautiful woman? At that moment, Softy shook his hand from side to side and corrected. It's two. Oh yeah, a big beauty and a little beauty, Guru said. When Cheng was complimented, she bent her eyes and smiled, adding, It's also rare for me to take 2 days off to work from home. There's an express delivery tomorrow. Will you go and get it for me? Yeah. Late afternoon. Soft still pulled Guji, wanting the three to sleep together. Gushi stayed with Soft in Shurchin's bedroom until Soft fell asleep. Then he went next door. Although the three of them slept reasonably well last night, he was taking up a lot of space, and small children always have to leave a large space to sleep comfortably, and it was more or less a squeeze, so he had to go next door, and as soon as he had left in front of him, Shurchin was browsing a couple of oversized beds on her cell phone. The next day, Guru woke up relatively early. Shirching and Softy had not yet woken up, and breakfast was not ready. He remembered what Shirching said yesterday about the express delivery, so he took advantage of this time to go downstairs to get the express delivery. This was the first time he helped Shirching get a courier, and when he arrived at the courier station, he reported Shirching's last name and cell phone tail number, and then the station's employee checked the machine for a while and pointed to a direction of the cabinet. Guru picked up that box, glanced at the name, and was about to leave when he was called back. Don't go away. There's more. The employee took down the other deliveries on the counter and shoved them to Guru. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gushi couldn't hold them in his hand for a while, so he put them all on the ground. However, the employees are still taking the courier. Guru was afraid of where to get it wrong. Every one of them looked at the name, and it was indeed Shirching's. The ground has piled up a pile of express boxes. Various online shopping platforms. There are dozens of them, all gathered here. Doesn't she usually pick up deliveries? Guru looked at the employee who was still getting the courier and spoke weakly. She's your daughter-in-law, isn't she? She takes as much as she can in one trip each time, and takes the rest next time. And sometimes when she comes with a baby in her arms, she takes even less, and over time she saves it up. Employees are not surprised, said the words but happy. You as a man usually more help your daughter-in-law to take the courier well. You see, your family express a takeaway. Our site are a lot tidier. Is there any more? Guru looked at the courier that had piled up into a mountain, and his head pondered how he was going to ship these up, and he couldn't help but have a bitter look on his face. There's another one, the employee said, going to the large warehouse inside to look for it, then holding a huge courier package out and placing it in front of Guru. Guru looked at the express package that was almost catching up to his height, his gaze frozen. Did Shirching buy a savage back? Seeing Guru look at the express face full of love, the staff brother enthusiastically brought a bundle of tape, as if finally to say goodbye to these shelved for a long time express. Joy overflowing in words, cheerfully helped to those small express box all stick together, and that the largest, can only be Guru hugged. After Guru thanked him, he carried those scattered express boxes as hard as he could, and then half-dragged the biggest one, which looked like a rag collector from a distance. Because the stuff takes up too much space, the elevator goes back and forth with neighbors who want to take it, and he's sure to affect others by squeezing in, so he has to climb the stairs. From picking up the courier to going upstairs, nearly half an hour. Shirching opened the door and saw Guji loaded. Oh my god, you got them all back? Tim Ching froze in place, his lips slightly parted. She had thought that she was asking Guji to bring some of it up, but she didn't expect Guji to bring it all back. Softy also blinked her big eyes, having never seen such a scene before, and murmured, Daddy is so powerful. The people at the site said these are all yours, Guru said, piling up the stuff at the door, taking up a good chunk of space. Then you don't have to get it all back. Are you stupid? Shirching looked at the sweaty Guji with anger and heartache, guessing that Guji was taking the stairs, and marveled that this child was a bit too honest. Some of the express delivery are a few months ago. Is the trend of those brand parties to send goods? Not important. I just have not been taken, placed in the site for so long, I guess lost all do not know. You also give all back. Go and wash your hands. We eat first. As she spoke, she brought Guji bowls and chopsticks to serve the soup, still marveling at Guji's physical strength in her mind. Your stuff takes up a lot of space on the site, so I've got it back anyway, so I'll just unpack it all. I'll take whichever you let me take next time. Guji also realized with hindsight that he had done something stupid. The message he received was take the express, so he didn't do any other thinking at all. He only thought about helping Shirching bring up all the expresses. Yeah, it's long overdue to get it back. Thanks for your hard work. It's good to have you. Shirching stroked Guji's hair. Although she had a bit of a headache about the pile of rags, she was happy to face Guji, because Guji was so serious about doing what she had asked her to do, and was reliable. Speaking of which, working out really does work, doesn't it? Guru sat down to eat after washing his hands. His appetite increased after exercising early in the morning. Right, boyfriend power is overflowing. Shirching didn't mince words in her praise, and while doing so, she asked, guess what the biggest one is? Guru glanced at the large package, thinking that the idea of it being a savage lingered, pondering not a bit, and could only shake his head in ignorance. Shirching said bluntly, it's a trio. A tree? Are you going to use it to decorate your home? Did you forget? Christmas is coming, Timothy reminded. Guru then snapped to attention. For Christmas, he had only eaten peace fruits with Gu Yunshan sushi in previous years, meaning a little bit, and it wasn't considered an official holiday at all, so much so that he had always been very neglectful of this holiday. I didn't think you'd take Christmas so seriously, he said. When she guessed Guru's thoughts, she explained, My previous Christmases, even when I was abroad, were all just a bit of welfare for the employees of Timeless, and I never celebrated them myself. But after having Softy, I basically let her feel all the big and small festivals, just as a way to enrich her life. Softy loves the holidays, to which Softy was also very excited. It's true that kids love to have a good time. Guru also felt that it made sense. It wasn't that those little festivals weren't fun, it was just that he hadn't chosen to make that one fun. On this e.g. he can buy a Christmas beanie for good luck. After the meal, Guru helped Shir-Ching to open the courier together. The two laid a mat and sat on the ground to work. Soft also came over. Took half a day to open one. Although it was a boring process of unpacking the courier, after each courier was unpacked, Shir-Ching would talk to Guji about the reason why he bought such a thing and where he was going to use it. Sentence after sentence, as if the two of them were doing something very entertaining. Guji listened like that, watching Shir-Ching colorfully talking, sometimes demolished some chicken ribs in funny style of household items. He also cannot help but feel that Shir-Ching in front of him, the skin under the interesting soul glittering, so that he could not move his eyes. Deep in the heart, turns out there are times when boring things, done with interesting people, can be so pleasurable. Suddenly, the idea of wanting to know more about Shir-Ching arose in Guji's heart. This includes all sorts of odd views on Tokihei, and the way he handles trouble in life, and the unique way he celebrates past, present, and future. He did indeed become curious. That so-called desire to explore, quietly planted deep. Guru and Shir-Ching put the Christmas tree by the window, decorated it, and then hung lights for the living room, which was considered to have some festive atmosphere. On Christmas night, Softy harvested 2 Christmas presents by the bedside, and Guji followed Shir-Ching's example and prepared a gift for Softy, using both Christmas socks. Only a very small sock and an oversized sock, the oversized sock that was still vaguely shaped. Shir-Ching looked amazed. How did one get something that big into a sock? This big one must be from Daddy. Softly and accurately prophesied and pulled out that gift, because every time Shir-Ching gave her a gift, it was a small, delicate object. Aha, sending you blocks, Guru said. Thank you Daddy. Hey, Timothy sighed, a little sadly. Gushi smiled faintly and deliberately joked. Does Softy like me a little more than you? Cut. If she likes you more, you have to like me more. Shir-Ching brought the prepared food from the kitchen, and Guji noticed that there were milky buns among them. What wishing day is today? He asked. Shir-Ching whispered in Guji's ear. Whispering to you, when you're with me, you can make a wish every single day. Then I'll make a promise. Guru casually closed his eyes and made a silent wish. What was the wish? Timothy asked. Aren't wishes not to be spoken? Then you write it on my hand. Shir-Ching said, spreading his hands toward Guru. Guru wrote 2 words in a single stroke on Shir-Ching's palm. Happiness. Who? Timothy asked. Guru pointed at Shir-Ching. You made a wish for me? Timothy was a little surprised, curved his eyes and smiled. I don't lack anything, and there's nothing I want, Guru said. So, Shir-Ching was silent for a moment, then took out a small sock from under the sofa and pretended to think. Then who should I give this gift to? Ha! Guru froze, reacted, and asked. You got me a Christmas present? Yeah, but someone just said there's no shortage of anything. Now that you're ready, I'm sure I want it. Guru reached for it, but Shir-Ching put the little sock in her hand and held it away. No thanks to me? Timothy said. Thank you. Who? Timothy didn't hear what he wanted to hear. Guru understood and restated. Thank you, sister. So good. Shir-Ching handed the gift to Guji, who couldn't wait to open it. It was a pink box. It can't be anything weird. Guru somehow subconsciously thought in that direction. He carefully opened the box. That moment of snap. A bill wrapped in plastic film popped in the face, as well as love origami. Originally thought it was a whole lot of fun. Guru froze in silence and smiled. He ignored the money and rummaged down, finally finding a small envelope with a love sticker on it. He was about to open it when Timothy stopped him. This can't be read now, Timothy said. Why? I can't look at the gift you gave me? Guru was already curious. Anyway, it's a very special gift and you have to open it when you're by yourself. Shir-Ching said this with a serious face, as if handing over some confidential document. Guru hesitated for a moment, and although he was unsure, he still nodded. All right, I'll keep it for now. He organized the money again and returned it to Shir-Ching. I'll keep the box and origami. I don't want the money. At a glance, it's at least $20,000. Why don't you want it? Sister's giving you your allowance. If this was given to other men, they could just take it, Shir-Ching said. Guru froze for a moment. Could it be that Shir-Ching had given money to someone else? Too much. Besides, I don't have much to spend, Guru said, subconsciously adding, you give it to the others. At that, Timothy laughed out loud. Yeah, I've tipped male models before. About that much, she said, observing Guji's expression. That look of resignation. Like a male model who didn't get a tip. Well, actually, that time I was brought there by some business partners. They just like to order male models. I just gave some perfunctorily, and did nothing else. Oh, she swept Guru. See how honest I am. From now on, I won't spend money on other men either. Only you. Guru inexplicably felt a little better. Then, there's no need to give me so much. Good. Shirching painfully took the money back, then whispered in Guji's ear. I'll change other gifts for you? A slender hand, imperceptibly, climbed up Guji's thigh. Guru glanced at Shirchang and gently pressed Shirchang's hand, saying in the same low voice, your hand is a bit cold. Wouldn't it be hot to touch you? Timothy said. Guru was dumbfounded and wanted to speak, so he coughed lightly twice and stood up, changing the topic. Let's eat. Today's dinner was prepared by Shirching. Guru helped a little. The production is almost always Shirching. I have to say, the taste is quite good. The taste of a good wife. After the three of them ate, Guji cleaned up the dining table and the kitchen. After all, the meal was made by Shirching. Softy pulled out the blocks and fiddled with them intently. I'm going over to Forest City tomorrow, and I'll probably get there at night, Shirching said. That's 3 days, counting the travel. To get back, pretty quick. That's all you're focusing on? Shirching smiled and reminded. The filming crew will let us stay in a hotel. Oh, because you're my husband. Ah, then I'll sleep on the couch? Guru asked. Wrong again. Shirching smiled with an uncertain meaning and patted Guji's shoulder. To avoid being suspected, we have to stick together all the time and look in love in order to do so. Besides sleeping together, what else do you have to do to look in love? Guru asked. She thought that Shirching should be very experienced in this aspect of dealing with the camera. Well, there is indeed. What is it? Try to love me from the bottom of your heart for 3 days, Timothy said. Guru was surprised, but on second thought, he did. And to act true, wasn't it just a matter of substituting for the character? Night. After coaxing Softy to sleep, Guji went to the next room and was about to go to sleep when he remembered the gift from Shirching. His curiosity couldn't be stopped, and he opened that envelope right away. A hand-drawn picture came into view of a boy, and from the haircut, it was vaguely obvious that it seemed to be him. Rusty and even a little childish. The drawing style is meticulously colored, although the overall look is ugly. It's not too cute. Guru smiled and put the painting away. That's when he noticed, again, that there was something else in the envelope. He took it out and froze on the bed, his eyes fluttering, a flash of red crossing his ears. Inside the envelope, in addition to the paintings, there were a couple of photos of Toki Ching, but it's not the same as what's online or on billboards, like a private room. Guru didn't look at it carefully and directly stuffed it back into the envelope. He lay in bed asleep, but the pictures lingered in his mind. Shouldn't watch it before bed. The next day, the three of them got up and finished breakfast. Guji took the dishes back to the kitchen and inadvertently noticed the corner. And you bought this? I saw it online. Guru picked up the yellow yolk separator and remembered the comical video he swiped in a short video of pinching it, inhaling the yolk, and then letting go and spitting it out. Yeah, I saw it at the time and thought it was hilarious, so I thought I'd buy it for fun. Shirching said inside softly. Maybe the delivery was too slow, and my desire to have fun was just washed away by life and work. And when I saw it today, I just felt like I wasted my money. How come? Joy doesn't expire. Guru picked up that yolk separator. Use this for cooking in the future. Shirching smiled. Don't you think I'm childish? Obviously. I'm over 30 and still, it is right that people should be childish. If you don't have fun for yourself, do you wait for happiness to come to you? People who feel happy and excited for no reason, that's most likely to have a problem in their head. Guru said. The one who sits around and gazes at nothing, and then giggles for no apparent reason, is Bean. That's right too. Shirching walked over to Guji and asked in a low voice, did you open that envelope last night? Guru once again remembered that spring light, and he faintly said, no. Seeing Shirching staring at him, he prevaricated. One last bit of packing. We'll be leaving in a little while. Okay. Shirching went back to the bedroom to get a cell phone charger, rechargeable treasure or something like that. As the two men were leaving, Softy was reluctant to leave. When will mommy and daddy be back? She asked. Shirching squatted in front of Softy and stroked Softy's head. Very soon. Didn't mom buy you a cell phone? You can send messages to mommy, and you can play videos at night. If you need anything in the next few days, mommy will have Auntie Chi Rue come over to deliver it, and she can also stay here to read you bedtime stories. One day tomorrow, and the night after that we'll be back, but you'll probably be asleep by then, and you'll definitely be able to see us at breakfast time the day after that. Guru said. Daddy, Then I want the good food over there. And the fun. Softly looked at Guji with an expectant face. Okay, buy them all for you, Guru said. The two of them went downstairs and sat in the car. Guji drifted off to sleep. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? Shurching touched Guji's face, looking at the vague dark circles under her eyes. She was a little distressed. Do you recognize the bed? Are you not used to sleeping? Why don't you? Guru shook his head. I was just a little rambunctious, so I slept a little late last night. Hocus pocus? Shurching came over to Guji's side and whispered. In the future, if you can't sleep at night, you can send me a message, and as long as the child is asleep, I'll be there to keep you company. How's that? Is not good, Guru thought to himself. In that case, I'm afraid he wouldn't need to sleep all night. The blood is spurting, blood boiling. Take a nap on the way. You can lean on your sister. Oh. Shurching took Guru and let him lean on her shoulder. You'll be uncomfortable, Guru said. After all, he was so heavy a big man. Let Shurching sit in a board and let him lean on him. Such a long distance. Think about it is tired. Then you lie on my lap. Shurching patted his leg. Come on. On the way to send tweets to show love. Just to take a picture. Okay. Guru gently laid one of Shurching's legs. The soft touch, with the scent from his clothes, made his heart incomparably stable. Shurching took another picture of her and Guru holding hands, which she posted on Weibo. Say, does big brother and sister-in-law know that you and I are going to Forest City? Shurching asked. All I told them was that it was something at work for you that required a trip out of the house. Chances are they'll go to see Softy. Well, don't worry. I put the marriage license away. As Shurching said, he couldn't help but lament. The two of us like this, it's really a bit like we're in an underground romance. Guji's eyes were closed and drowsy, and Shurching unconsciously reached out and stroked Guji's brow. Will there ever come a day when this man beside her, in his eyes, in his heart, will be able to truly hold her? Will. Evening, Forest City. Guru followed Shurching and arrived at the hotel prepared by the filming crew. It really is a double bed. The couch is still two separate, individual couches. Timothy turned on the air conditioner first. Lin City is a bit warmer than Liaoqing, but it's still snowing, so don't catch a cold in the next 2 days, she said. I'm in good health. Don't worry. Guru organized his suitcase and took out the usual things, while asking, I just saw a lot of people gathering downstairs at the hotel. It's the filming crew, right? Don't you need to go down and say hello and say something? I'm not going. Timothy thought to himself. Where else would she go when there's a dainty little baby in the room? The filming team arranged a reception banquet for the other actors. Their filming time is longer than ours, more or less ritualistic and troublesome, but we're different. We're just participating a little bit on behalf of the Times for the sake of advertisement and publicity. And I said I don't like crowded occasions, so the director won't bother us, she said. Then do you want to go out for a spin? Guru asked. Instead, Timothy shook his head. I want to stay with you, that's all. Well, is there anything you want to eat? I'll go out and buy it for you. The filming crew will have the hotel send up dinner. So let's do something until then, Timothy suggested. Do what? Guru looked around, not understanding what could be done in this room. Shurching sat on the bed and patted the seat beside her, signaling Guji to sit over. Guja sat over, and Shurching wrapped her arms around him and said, think about it, we're in the same room together. What do you want to do the most? The first thing you think of must be what you want to do. Guru pondered for a moment. Play the game. What game? Shurching assumed that Guru was talking about another game called Play. But Guru spoke without hesitation. You draw and I'll guess. Timothy was silent. Guli thought that Shurching didn't like to play, so he asked, don't you want to play? After all, he hadn't really seen Shurching play games. It seemed that Shurching's greatest pleasure, aside from work, was boxing. I'd like to. Speaking of which, I haven't played a game with you yet, Timothy said, taking out his cell phone. Suddenly, she thought of something and paused. Did she have to sign up for a smaller number? Wait, how to register? You have this game on your phone? Guru was a bit surprised to see the You Draw Me Guess game icon in Shurching's phone. I downloaded it off the top of my head earlier and haven't played it yet, Shurching said, standing up with her phone and heading for the bathroom. I'll wash my hands before I play. Guru froze for a moment, thinking that this game still needed luck. At this moment, Shurching in the bathroom dialed Chi Rui's phone. There's an emergency. Shurching's tone was serious. Chi Rui, who was studying the biological human body structure, had to put down his hand movement for the time being. Go ahead. She walked outside the bedroom and talked to Timothy on the phone. Now, immediately, sign up for a You Draw Me Guess game app and send me the account password. Shurching's tone remained serious. Zaire? Ziri on the other end of the line was silent for several seconds. I didn't even wash my hands out to answer the phone. And that's what you're talking about? Chi Rue's voice was suppressed with dissatisfaction, the gnashing of teeth of the beaten worker about to spill over the screen. It's important, Timothy said. Zaire took a deep breath. Got it, right away. Soon after, an account number and password were received on Shurching's side. On the other hand, when the bitter Chi Rue came back to the bedroom again, the beautiful person had already fallen asleep. She was hysterical, but there was nothing she could do. Shurching, on the other hand, logged into Chi Rue's game account and started playing the game with Guru. It's really a new account. Guru looked at Shurching's cell phone screen. The account was new and couldn't be any newer. Even the name was still garbled. The two of them teamed up for a game, and Guji looked at the question seriously while Shurching dropped her gaze on Guji. Although she had known for a long time that Guru was her best friend C, her initial impression of her best friend C in her heart was very different from Guru's, and to put it mildly, this was indeed the first time she had ever played a game face-to-face like this with Guru's representative of her best friend C. There's a wonderful feeling all over the heart. What are you drawing? Guru looked at Shurching's canvas, his brows furrowed slightly as if he was thinking about something. Mantis, Timothy said. Perhaps because he was so nervous, his mind was not on the game at all, and he drew oddly, worse than he usually played. If you hadn't said so I would have thought it was a god of war with two sides. Guru observed Shurching's painting. Looking at it horizontally and vertically there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. You're drawing a picture that reminds me of an old friend, he said. It's not pretty? Timothy asked. She didn't expect Guji to recognize the painting style at a glance. Just how ugly was her painting? Not ugly. Guru had a sincere face. It's very special. Shurching had expected Guji to say something bad like not very good looking, but she didn't expect to say that she was special. Teach me how to draw. The people in the back are going to draw crooked, she said, handing her cell phone to Guji. Unexpectedly, Guji was directly holding Shurching's hand, using Shurching's finger to draw on the screen. It's the kind of sketch that you draw once and realize how easy it is, being held in a warm palm. Shurching, who had always had self-control, couldn't control her attention at all and felt Guji's body heat the entire time. Knock knock, until a low knock on the door brought Timothy back to his senses. I'll get the door. She quickly walked to the door, looked through the cat's eye and realized it was an employee of the filming crew as she opened the door. Sure Dong, how are you living here? The environment in this neighborhood is simple, so please bear with me, the employee said, bringing some snacks from the neighborhood and handing them to Shurching along with the dinner staple. Thanks, I'm living fine. Shurching smiled faintly, without the slightest hint of the nervousness and consternation she had felt around Gushur before. Then I will leave you alone. You and your husband have a good rest, and I will come for you both at 6 in the morning. The employee finished and bowed to leave. Guji in the room heard the key words. 6 o'clock? He thought to himself, who good people get up so early? Because we have to go into the mountains. We have to be early, and we have to eat breakfast on the way, Shurching said. She put the food down and instructed. We'll have to go to bed early tonight for that. Aha! Guru felt a twinge of nervousness and contemplated the fact that he would have to bring some carry-on supplies for tomorrow. The two of them ate dinner and then played games for a while before getting ready for bed. The moment the lights were turned off, the two men's violent heartbeats felt like they were turned on. Although the two of them were separated by a distance of 2 fists, it was rare for them to lie so close to each other, and Shurching was so nervous that she lay flat on her back, her head rambling and sleepy. I'm having a little trouble sleeping, she whispered. Come here some. Guru tapped the gap in the center. When Shurching moved over, she saw Guji turn sideways. What's going on? Timothy's voice was even lower. Thinking about the last time she had laid so close, it seemed like it was the time Guji was drunk. When I was in college before, I read Wei Zhiheng's book in the sculpture department, and I still found it quite interesting. I want to tell you about it, Guru said. Good. Shurching didn't know why Guji suddenly said this, but she was still subconsciously curious about everything Guji was interested in. Sculpture, then, is divided into 3 production methods: carving, molding. From the image display method, divided into round carving and relief carving, there is also an relief carving on the basis of hollowing out the background part of the baseplate sculpture, perspective carving, and according to the material, it can be divided into clay sculpture, wood sculpture. As Guru spoke, Shurching, who was on the side, suddenly yawned. Slowly, Shurching's eyelids sank shut, her consciousness fading in Guji's slow words. Early the next morning, ding, the sound of an alarm clock. Guru casually turned off the alarm clock, then sat up from the bed with his eyes closed, awake for a minute or so before he went to call Shurching. Shurching's sleeping position was still as he expected. Half of his body was occupied by Shurching last night. Knock knock, 2 tiny knocks on the door. He got out of bed and walked to the door. slipping on his mask and opening it. "I'll wake her up. Go about your business." With a faint remark, he closed the door. Seeing that Shirching was still in a deep sleep, inexplicably, Guji had a feeling that he didn't want to wake Shirching up. This feeling, he had only ever had when Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were sleeping. He went ahead and loaded up the backpacks for the two of them, packed himself with a few things he could use, then brought breakfast and took out the clothes that Shirching had picked out last night and put them under the covers to warm them up before he woke Shirching up. Shirching woke up and looked at the time and thought she had overslept, but Guji was already dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for her. Well, in a daze, she came over and hugged Guji. "How come you're so well behaved? I actually cleaned up before calling me." Guru gazed ahead, his eyes clear, and said lightly, "You're showing some." The crew began filming along with them, and because it was a duo, every two people would be accompanied by two cameramen and an assistant, the equivalent of 5 people walking together. The road through the mountains and forests was bumpy, with occasional chunks of gravel, and the snow was a bit chilly without sunny hours. Guru and Shirchang walked ahead, and he remembered what Shirching had said about showing love as well as trying to really love in order to act like a good couple, so he tried to do that, while bending down and picking up Toki Ching as the 3 staff members watched. "What's up?" Shirching didn't expect Guji to suddenly hug her and couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. A competent husband would not let his wife walk in such thick snow, so what else does a qualified husband do then? Tokihi asked. "A lot, infinitely more." "Really? Then I'll have to discover it bit by bit." "Curious about me?" "Of course, because love must explore desire," Timothy said. "Desire to explore?" Guru was silent, and suddenly, Shirching pointed in a direction. "There's a badge over there," she shouted. Badges are placed in the woods ahead of time by the filming crew, and everyone follows the map markings to a cabin to pick up game cards. Collecting badges that have been affixed to trees on the way, badges increase the duo's score and ranking. Guru hugged Shirching and walked over to him, and Shirching took the badge off the tree and put it away in her bag. "Well, the division of labor is clear. I'll carry you around while you collect the badges." Guru quickened his pace and walked in the direction directed by Shirching, collecting 9 badges along the way. "It's easy." Shirching looked proud. She had been deeply bored with the games on the variety show, but she had never expected that this time, together with Guji, she had a feeling of being energized and full of anticipation. And surprisingly, she really felt the experience of a field trip with Guji. "It's like dating at public expense." Arrived, Guru placed Shirching in the doorway of the hut, then dusted the snow off his calves. Shirching pushed open the door to the cabin and found a sign clasped on the table inside. She picked it up, flipped it over, and it said 2 words, "Ski." Sure enough, it was just as promised at the beginning. However, Guru was silent when he saw the words on the sign. "It's simple." When Shirching saw Guji's silence, she thought Guji was worried that she couldn't slide well. She hadn't skied in a long time, but she used to be able to, and bringing Guji shouldn't be much of a problem. Soon, Guru found another map from the hut, which led to the game area. There was also food and water in the hut, supplies left behind by the filming crew. "I'd better walk on my own, or you'll be exerting too much physical strength," Shirching said. Guji squatted down in front of Shirching, pointed to his back, and said directly, "Come up." Shirching froze. When did this kid become so high-strung? There was also that tone of voice that could not be refused, which made her still honestly go onto Guji's back. In fact, Guji was really a bit cold, but after carrying Shirching on his back, he felt much better. The two walked a little further, collecting 4 badges before arriving at a temporarily cleared ski slope, not too steep, and at a glance the path was straight, so it didn't look like much of a challenge to follow the signs, presumably to ski to the end of the line, and then get their badges to the next location. "Never seen me ski, have you? I'll show you today." With a confident look, Shirching put on the protective gear while teaching Guji, who earnestly memorized all that Shirching said. But after all, it was his first time with Shirching, and he was going to take it slow, not too hard, or it would definitely hurt. The nearby trees are so thick, so big, and so brown that even the hardest person would have to be starry-eyed when they hit it, and the more brittle ones are afraid to see too much milk directly. "Just follow me in the back." After Timothy finished speaking, he set off. Guru followed closely behind, and although he was a bit nervous, he quickly became accustomed to it. Even though Guji was silky smooth all the way, Shirching still looked back at Guji on a regular basis. Skiing Guji was simply not too handsome in her eyes. Suddenly, Shirching, who was obsessed with looking at handsome men, didn't pay attention to the curve ahead and almost hit a tree. It was a good thing she had reacted so quickly to the reversal, just as she was relieved. However, she realized in hindsight that she had veered off course. She didn't stop for a moment because she was going so fast. The cameraman directly followed Shirching, leaving only the aerial shots on Guru's head. Noticing that Shurching in front of him had disappeared, Gushi quickly stopped and then returned the same way. If he hadn't been wrong just now, Shurching had lost it around the corner. Seeing that there was still a ways to go before he reached the end of the road, he still chose to go to find Shurching and was running furiously all the way. Who in the family understands? The wife is lost. How can you do that? It's not a game. Gushi whooshed and ran, and I don't know whether it was freezing or a temporary burst of potential. He ran faster than a wild minion in this mountain forest. Luckily, soon enough, he spotted the flipping Toki Ching. Timothy Ching was covered in snow, sitting humanly under a tree. He didn't hold back a laugh, then quickly crouched down. Where's it hurt? Is your head okay? He asked with concern. Are these words of concern? Shurching looked unhappy and muttered. Why doesn't it sound good? Of course it is. Heads are important. That's why I'm asking you, Guru said with a sincere face, then checked Shurching's head. The protective gear had done a great job. The head was not injured, but the legs were hurt. Hiss. Shurching cringed in pain and explained. I used to be a good skier. I know. Guru nodded in approval. You're the best in my heart. This time it was just a small mistake. Guru said all the words that Shurching wanted to weasel out of. We might be losing. Tim Ching couldn't help but feel weak and self-conscious. Didn't you say that you told me not to be pressurized and treat this as a tour? Why are you getting serious yourself? Guru asked. Timothy was a little frustrated. Still, you'd be happier if you won, right? It's you being happy that makes me happy, Guru said, signaling Shurching to get on his back. Shurching, however, shook her head. She had just seen Guji running all the way over here furiously, and at the moment, Guji was also a bit out of breath, so how could she let Guji continue to carry her? I can walk, it's just going to be a slow walk, so just hold me up a bit, she said. Okay. Guru supported Shurching and slowly walked forward. They would now have to take a detour to the lodge at the end of the line, but surely they wouldn't be able to get their badges. But Tokihei was still looking around. Over there, there's one. She pointed to a tree not far away. Go get it without me. Seeing that Shurching was still working hard to win the game, Gushi said, then I'll go over and get it, so don't run around. After saying that, he walked towards the tree over there, thinking that since Shurching wanted to win so badly, he would take more on the way. Even if you can't win, at least you can't lose too badly. He took down a badge and returned to see Toki Ching walking to a nearby tree, holding onto it and walking slowly, at the speed of a small snail. Suddenly, he noticed the snow cover moving slightly a few steps in front of Shurching. Hey! He shouted, but Shurching, who had just fallen dumbfounded, apparently still hadn't regained some of her strength, and when she heard Guji's voice, she still reacted sluggishly and took a step forward. The timeless Ching people landed suddenly, and the spirit seemed to linger up there for a few seconds, using it to respond to Guru's words. In reaction, she realized there was a hole in front of her. Almost instantly, Guji lunged over and grabbed Shurching, pressing him into his arms as he followed suit, and the two tumbled down. Because the two didn't take the official recommended route, the neighborhood would not have been approached by other actors under normal circumstances. Moreover, the nearby terrain was undulating and uneven, and obviously wouldn't be used as a filming location. And the hole that Guru and Shurching fell into at the moment looked like a ruined pit. Good thing there was no trapping device, with some slope, and the end seemed to be connected to the other side of the other way, but blocked like a naturally occurring cavern. Shurching was startled as an afterthought and cowered in Guji's arms. Didn't I tell you not to run around? Guru asked. I didn't run, Timothy mumbled. It's true that he didn't run, he was just unlucky to be capped. Noticing that Shurching was blushing badly, Guji let out a laugh and asked, have you noticed something? He said, and in his heart, he was a little glad that he had just hugged Shurching, so much so that the injury was all on himself, and Shurching only suffered a little bruise. Found it. We fell into a hole, Timothy whispered, looking around at the pitch blackness. Not this one. Now is there anything bigger than this? There is. Guru had a serious face. Sister, you seem to be a bit watery this month. Let me go back and ask for a lucky charm for you. You still have the heart to joke about it, don't you? Shurching was bereft. And in her heart, she did also feel that her luck was bad this month. Stay here and don't move while I look around, Guru emphasized, then bent over the hole. There was no sound from outside, so he guessed that the cameraman had gone to report the situation, and they could just wait for someone to come and administer help, except that it was too cold in this cave. Whoa! Suddenly, there was a sound at his feet. Guru lowered his head and crouched down. A plastic bag came into view, looking new. He didn't touch it with his hand as words from some type of short video popped into his head. In the bag in the wild, it's either the yuan or the people. With that, he kicked the bag with his foot. Thankfully, It's not one of those not-so-fabulous feet. After the bag was unraveled, Gushi saw what was inside, and afterward, he couldn't help but smile. More than half of his heart had a guess. He inverted the bag into his backpack and dumped the contents into it, then took the plastic bag in his hand and picked up some branches nearby, still dry. Returning to Timothy, he piled the branches together, then took out one of them, wrapped it around a plastic bag, and took out his lighter to light it. It seems like the wilderness adventure of the two of us has just begun at this moment, Guru joked. The moment she saw the lighter, Toki-Ching's cerebellum shriveled. Why did you even bring this? She asked, sneaking it in. After all, it's not a real wilderness adventure, and there's no camera here, so there's no need to be so strict. So let's be the old six for now. Guru smiled. With the fire, the temperature around it moderated a bit. Tokihei also took out the food he had smuggled in. Ooh, so rich? Guji looked at the ham, cookies, and bread in Shurching's bag and was a little surprised. No wonder Shurching was carrying such a large bag. In comparison, the supplies given in the hut were at best a companion. I was going to eat it when there were no cameras, too, Timothy said. Normally, she doesn't suffer herself. The two of them ate and drank, but Shurching was still a bit worried. This bit of tree branch can't burn for long. This place is a bit far away from the original road. We'd better find a way to go up later. Don't worry. It should be easy to get up there. I just looked. It's not too high. Just find something to pad your feet, Guru said. The two of them tacitly opened up in this cave, eating and drinking, and both of them were much more comfortable. But Shurching was still very uneasy, and seemed to feel nervous in such a small space. Go. Guru helped Shurching up. The two men followed the slope of the cavern up to where they could see out, and there was a very short stand, closest to the top, but the edges don't lend themselves well to climbing up. Come. Guru crouched down at the edge and patted his shoulder. What for? Timothy wondered. Step on my shoulder to go up, Guru said. Shurching was stunned. She had never even thought of this method. If you're going to step on it, you should step on my shoulder to get up there. I'm not strong enough with my injured leg. You can pull me up after you go up, she said. Aren't you afraid I'll leave you behind? And then the filming crew won't be able to find you? Guru thought he could bluff Shurching. However, Shurching opened his mouth without any concern. No fear, that way, there won't be a divorce between us. As the words fell, Guru was silent for a moment, thoughts flashing through his mind. Well, come on up. Avoiding another refusal from Shurching, he handed Shurching his own bag as well. You step on my shoulder and send the backpack up first. I have something very important in my bag. Upon hearing this, Shurching had to agree and took the backpack, holding onto the wall and stepping on Guji's shoulders. Guru frowned slightly. The injuries on his body hurt a bit, but he still laughed. You should gain weight. It's still so light. For his part, Timothy threw both of his backpacks on with force to lighten the weight. She was just about to go down when Guji suddenly stood up and let her reach the hole. You go up first. I'll find something to pad my feet, Guru said. Nonsense. Where's the padding coming from? I'm only going to run out of energy if you keep nagging, Guru said, his hand protecting Shurching to prevent her from falling down again. The cave entrance was close at hand. Shurching climbed upwards with both hands propped up. Guji cooperated and lifted upwards, finally sort of going up. But all of a sudden, a very short standing place under Guru's feet collapsed due to 2 points of force. He slipped on his feet, but was able to anticipate it and brace himself with his hands. Timothy was shocked, his heart hanging in the air. She reached out her hand. I'll pull you up. Yet Guru was sitting down at the slope. Wait for someone to come. I'm a little tired. He looked up just in time to see Timothy. Seeing that Guji was still able to show that nice smile in this situation, Shurching became even more anxious. She looked around. There was nothing that could be used. Only the camera sitting next to her. Thought she was in a hurry to leave. The camera was heavy and put it down, and didn't know how long it would take. Right now, she could only stay up there with Guji. Guru? She shouted. Aha! Still alive. Guru leaned underneath and waved his hand. He felt like his bones were broken from the fall, and every second he was holding back. It was all he could say to say something like he was still alive. I have a question for you. Shurching said this coldly, seemingly faster with his mouth than his head, and then hesitated a little when he finished. Ask. Guru was the one listening. In his mind, he also joked to himself that in this situation, Shurching wouldn't ask any questions that would send him to death, right? The Timothy above was silent for a few seconds and opened his mouth. Would you accept me more easily if I didn't have Softy as a child? Guru did not answer and was silent. When Shurching was disheartened, she heard Guji finally speak. To accept someone in love, one would have to go through meeting, knowing, believing, and falling in love. Maybe a lot of things that stall the steps in that are what hold me back. But, Guru paused and said in a deep voice, no one can control whether they love or don't love another, right? Even though they know that certain feelings can't and shouldn't be there, it's still like they've taken root, and the countless times they've tried to remove them, they've gotten so convoluted that they can't find the source. Though, it was slow and too long. But as usual, we got to know and trust each other. The words fell, and for a while, the only sound left between the two was the sound of the cold wind sweeping by. Guru closed his eyes and rested his mind. A fine sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face gradually became a bit ugly. Suddenly, with a cool liquid, it crossed the side of his face. Like a drop of thought flowed in his place. It landed on the clothes again, making a sound that was hard to ignore. Guru braced himself and touched his face, then raised his head. Above him, Shurching's eyes were red and teary-eyed. When did this guy? Why is he still mooing and crying on his own? I thought you were drooling. Guru deliberately snickered. Shurching haphazardly wiped the tears on his face. His voice hoarse. What how can it be drooling? Then what are you doing raining on my head? It wasn't for no reason that Guru joked that it was drooling. After all, the way Shurching looked at him, she always made her desire known, with crave him written all over her eyes. I want to go down to. Shurching looked into her tear-filled eyes, which were filled with eagerness. Then you might as well make it rain. Guli refused without even thinking, righteously saying, you'll smash me to death if you come down. So, what you just said. Shurching stammered, as if the thoughts in her head had suddenly been disturbed by those few words that Guji had said seriously. It's just as you thought. It doesn't matter what the answer is or isn't to that hypothesis of yours. Guru looked up at Shurching, seriousness in his eyes, and said word for word, because in this world, there is nothing that can stop love from arising. So are we, to the last step? Or are you just substituting for the role you have to play today? Timothy asked tentatively. How could she not remember that initially? She met Guji as a stranger, met as an aunt and nephew, and knew and trusted each other as a family member. I don't know when she started, and she didn't stop this feeling from arising. Two people, both of whom were unpredictable, were caught off guard. Guru looked at Shurching, wanting to speak, half a day before holding out a sentence. I look very talented to be an actor? He recalled the thoughts that ran through his mind the moment he saw Tokihei fall, practically empty. The moment was so quick that he could have made his move without thinking about anything. But if he were to make the choice over again, he couldn't seem to do it watching Shurching fall into danger in front of him. It seemed that in matters related to Shurching, his choices were always unusual. Even when he saw that Shurching was not seriously injured, the celebration in his heart, as well as the countless times he had worried and taken into account Shurching before. Was he a self-sacrificer? His reason told him, of course not. And the reason? Is this a question? Or a rhetorical question? Shurching rigorously got up at this moment, word by word, trying to analyze the real meaning of Guchu's words. I can't act. Guru's light words entered Shurching's ears. Seeing the slightly agitated Shurching, he reminded, well, stop raining like you're watering mushrooms. When Ching wiped his eyes, after the tear tracks were blown, his face was cool, but his heart was warm, little by little, and did not go down the drain. So we are now. She was halfway through her inquiry. Take a nap. Guru's voice was a bit breathless, his eyes closed and his consciousness groggy. Why are you suddenly sleeping? Shurching looked at the quiet Guru, and was silent for a few seconds. Somehow she remembered what her father had said before he left. Guru? She shouted, but Guji didn't respond. Unease surging through her heart, Shurching picked up a small stone and threw it next to Guji, trying to get Guji's attention. Hurry up and pay attention to me or I'll be pouring mushrooms again. At those words, Guji at the bottom slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shurching above him. Backpack. Don't lose it. He finished the sentence and closed his eyes again, his face pale to the naked eye. Suddenly, the sound of a car came from the distance, and then, a few of the filming crew, and the crew's backup rescue team. Here, Timothy shouted, waving his hands. Seeing Shurching's reddened eyes, the filming crew's hearts tightened, and they thought they were going to open the table. The rescue team moved sharply and quickly went down to two people, racked up Guji, and brought the person up. Shurching eagerly held Guji's hand, but felt the abnormal temperature of Guji's body. He has a fever? The accompanying paramedics quickly came up to check. The probability is that it was caused by a fracture. They quickly carried Guji to the car. Shurching but a long time back to God. She afterthought. Why she fell down is a minor injury. What a fool. She followed in the car, accompanying Guji all the way. It was also at this time that she remembered what Guru said about the very important backpack. She opened Guru's backpack and found it full of badges, in addition to her carry-on supplies, in a single grab. Geez, Where did you two collect so many badges? The director of the filming crew looked at the badge in Shurching's hand and was a bit surprised that there were like hundreds of them in Guji's bag. The other members involved in the variety show only had a dozen or so far today. At this point, one of the filming crew reported, when we were setting up the grounds earlier and attaching badges to the trees, someone accidentally lost a pack of badges, probably into the snow, and didn't find it for a while, so it's probably this. Hearing this, Shurching looked at the badge in her hand and then looked at Gushur. Is happy because of her line about winning. Forest City Hospital, ward. Guru woke up feeling hot at his hands. With a sideways glance, Shurching's face was lying on his hand, as if he was asleep. He didn't move, lying still, and the memories from before gradually surfaced in his mind. What a bumpy ride, but those few calls of Toki Ching's were extraordinarily moving. Suddenly, the person at hand moved, raised his head and saw the awake Guji. Shurching rubbed his eyes and thought that he had risen violently. The two of them looked at each other, and Shurching hugged Guji. You idiot! Exasperated and distressed, Shurching leaned her head on Guji's shoulder. Guru remembered his backpack and changed the topic. Didn't lose my backpack. Did you? Did you see what's inside? Saw it. The filming crew said that although the badge was left behind by their crew, we did find it in the mountains and we won. That's nice. A blessing in disguise. Good for what? Woe is woe. You were so badly injured and you didn't even tell me at the time. I was heartbroken when I heard the paramedics say you broke your bones. Shurching hugged Guji gently like that, as if he was drawing in a sense of security. It doesn't hurt. Guji felt Shurching's unconcealable, scorching emotions as he asked softly, did the sudden suspension of filming delay the progress? You're worried about that now? Shurching touched Guru's head. Just rest and recuperate here first. Our part of the shoot can be postponed. Wouldn't that be a missed appointment? I all promised Softy that I would go back soon, Guru said. It's all my fault this time. Don't worry. I'll explain it to her. At those words, Guru was shaking his head. It's been promised. And she's so looking forward to my return that a sudden change of heart would disappoint her. I guess. He was adamant. I'll just go back at the time I said I would. It's going to be better to go home as I'm going to be recuperating from my injuries anyway. Good. Shurching hesitated, but agreed. So on the last day, the two of them returned home fully loaded with the specialties of Forest City and the injuries they had sustained in Forest City. And, of course, more than a little precious emotion. Late at night, Liao Chang. The two returned, late at night as expected, and Softy was already asleep. You've had a tiring journey. Go back to bed. Guru watched as Shurching stayed by his side and couldn't help but open his mouth to offer. He was in his room at the moment, but it seemed that just in the few days they had been gone, Shurching had had the bed in his room replaced with an oversized double bed that was still round. Don't want to go. Shurching moved the chair in the bedroom to sit beside the bed and placed her hand on Guji's hand. Do you have something to say? Guru asked. You've been weird ever since I talked to you in Forest City. He pointed out the basis for his doubts. Tokihi pondered for a moment. No. She still didn't say anything. Ever since she heard Guji say those words, she didn't care about the answer she had been desperately wanting before. Perhaps they had already taken steps towards that love for each other that Guji had talked about. Only there was no stable result yet. It's not right. There must be. Guru was adamant. Shurching thought for a moment. Okay, I admit it. There is indeed. Say it. Only to see Shurching come up to Guji's ear and whisper, I want to kiss you forcibly. Guru knew that this wasn't what Shurching originally wanted to say, but he still cooperated and smiled. Let alone the fact that I'm a sick man. Even if I'm not a sick man, I can't beat you. And if you want to forcibly kiss me, it's not as simple as drinking water. Hearing this, Shurching really moved closer to Guji and gently touched Guji's lips. Guru was a bit unexpected. I thought you'd be as deeply, as you always are. What? Disappointed? That's not true. A light kiss is a kiss, Guru said, putting his hand, which was originally pressed underneath by Shurching, back onto it and gently holding Shurching's hand. I know what you want to say and what you want to ask. I can't give you an absolute answer to what is destined to be a difficult path when I'm not sure I'll be 100% successful, he said, turning to look at Timothy seriously again. But what I can promise is that I will do everything I can along the way. Give me a little more time, and I'll find a chance to talk to you properly when the near future is over. Gu resource in the relationship for the first time only feel that there should be a sense of ceremony. He thought to himself, this kind of thing should be formal, well-dressed, and then with a bouquet of flowers, face to face to sit down to say, rather than he was miserable in bed, woeful, even if finished, the two people but cannot do anything. Good, I'd also like to wait until you've recovered and have a nice chat with you when the shoot is over. Shurching also had the exact same intention, because this trip to Linchang, even though the main event was not accomplished and came back halfway, It was good that the trip was not in vain. She finally heard Guji's heart after the two of them experienced an accident. This matter struck him as more valuable than her original purpose of going to Forest City. Well, you bought that big bed and you're not coming up here to lie down? Guru patted with his hand the bed that still had a large place on his side, and issued an invitation. She knew that when Chang was clinging to his side, not going to the kids' room, and making such a big bed, she meant it. Shurching was guest in the heart, high and happy to lie down in Guzi, beside the fear of touching Guji's wounds. Keeping a good distance, she leaned her head gently against Guji's side and murmured, "At that time, you should have gone up first. Why did you send me up first and aggravate your injury?" Once again, when she remembered the situation, and thought that Guji had even broken his bones and still braced himself to stand up and send her up, she felt her heart ache terribly. Unexpectedly, Guji spoke gently, "Aren't you scared down there? In that case, of course I'll send you up." When he saw how nervous Shurching was in the cave, he felt extraordinarily hard inside. The kind of feeling that was hard to feel every minute. He seemed to be afraid of the slightest bit of badness in Shurching, not only physically, but also in his mood. Thinking of the situation, he didn't know where he got the strength. Obviously in pain, he froze and stood up to send Shurching up. "What about you? It was already cold. You broke your bone and caused a fever. You also stepped out of the air and almost fell again. And you're lying in the cave by yourself. Aren't you afraid?" Shurching asked rhetorically. In fact, at that time, she did fear that she would have gotten off track and messed everything up due to her own reasons. As a result, she also fell down the pit, dragging Guji down. And while her mind was in a mess, she was also worried if something worse could happen. She, who had always planned for a rainy day, became an exhaustive fool after her accident with Guji. "I can see you when I look up." Guru's face was calm. "So don't be afraid." He was telling the truth. And when he saw that Shurching had arrived at the top unharmed, his hanging heart was completely put down. At that moment, not to mention the broken bones, it was like he wasn't afraid of anything. It was like a dream. Shurching put her hand on Gushir's palm and interlocked her fingers. "Such beautiful words. They came from you. Is it very moving?" Guru was not the slightest bit aware of the fact that his subliminal nature had been changed. "Enough to make my heart sing again." After listening to a few more of Shurching's exaggerated and extremely heartfelt expositions, Gushi soon fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Fearing that her restless sleep would touch Guji's wounds, Shurching went back to her room after Guji fell asleep. In the next period of time, Guji recuperated from his injuries, and Shurching, the workaholic, even stayed at home, almost inseparable from Guji, because he was afraid that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi would be worried, coupled with the fact that the two old men were busy with the medical center and had to visit the Xie family often. Guji didn't inform them of his injuries, and only said that he would temporarily stay in Linchang for a while longer. After Guru recovered from his injuries and was able to move, the two set off for Linchang again, and the filming team temporarily changed the content of the game cards that both of them were going to play, which was much simpler than before, and it was considered to be a smooth completion. After the shoot, the days rushed into the new year. That spring festival, Shurching took Softy to the Gu family, and she made extra efforts to become closer to Gu Yunshan Su Shi, as well as letting Softy stick to them. Guji also had a heart-to-heart, talking to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi about what happened between himself and Shurching and Lin Chang. Between the lines, he couldn't hide his praise for Shurching, as well as revealing that the two of them were on even better terms. But Gu Yunshan and Su Shi didn't seem to think in that direction. And even though Guru and Shurching were desperately trying to lay the groundwork, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi just felt that the family was in harmony, and that it was an extraordinarily lively and joyful year. When the snow and ice melt, it will be springtime and the flowers will bloom again, like a symbol of the beginning of everything. In the Sunshine Kindergarten, the teachers of the art group had a meeting, and Guru was among them. "That's the situation. You're the only art teachers in our garden. I'll post more specific things about the mission trip to the group afterward, so you guys can discuss it." After the meeting, Guji also got off work. He walked out of the kindergarten with a lot on his mind. To teach children in the mountains to paint, he was willing, and he really didn't want to separate. With that thought, he had walked over to the flower store, picking out roses. It was Friday, and he wanted to meet Timothy today. Picked today for the simple reason that the weekend is next and it should be wonderful. He sent a message to Shurching as he carefully selected the roses. "Guji, are you free tonight?" Shurching, "Yes. I was just about to type the next line when the call popped up at the top of my phone." He answered the phone first, while continuing to pick out the roses. The one on the other end of the phone came into earshot. Suddenly, Guji's heart sank. He dropped the carefully selected roses and raced away from the florist, stopping a car on the way and heading straight for the hospital. Meanwhile, in the office, Shirching looked at the words sent by Gu Ji, which had an upper sentence but no lower sentence, and fell into a wild thought. The program on the computer in front of you is full of words. It was the word that was looking at her, looking at the pair of eyes that she was thinking about Gu Ji, and there was no longer room for anything else. Even his ears shut off for a moment, and he didn't even hear Ziri approaching. Have you finished reading the program? Chi Rue glanced at Shirching's computer. Only 2 pages in? What's doing? She exclaimed. What's all the shouting about? Timothy returned to his senses and quickly looked at the program on the computer before signing it in a flowing manner. Chi Rue had had enough of Shirching's love brain dominating his entire body. Why don't you just get a room at the hotel? She suggested. Shirching didn't know what Chi Rue was talking about and looked puzzled. What's the point of having a room? Tricked my brother-in-law into going over there to get raw, Ziri said bluntly. Shirching was so angry that he couldn't speak. You, me, I really can't figure out how guys like you find girlfriends. Is it by cheating? Chi Rue bristled, a proud smile on his face. It's not like you don't know. When Pan Pan was down and out, I was the one who picked her up and then adopted her. She first liked my money. Then she liked me. I think you just see color. Shirching slapped the fact on Chi Rue's face. After all, Shin Pan Pan is not only beautiful, powdered and carved, her body is even more sexy. Pearl and jade. She knew it was Chi Rue's dish the first time she saw it. One sees color, the other sees money. She only felt pity. If only there was some sort of connection like this between her and Gu Ji. I see you too. You're still kind of seeing color regardless, Zaire said. Timothy stood up and simply stopped looking. You finish reading it for me. She sat on a couch off to the side of the office, holding her cell phone and staring at it. No way. Chi Rue regretted his behavior of finding things for himself, but he could only sit down and read the program, while asking Shirchang, did brother-in-law not send you a good morning and good afternoon? My Pan Pan can send it on time every day, and report to me what he did every day. It's sticky. She couldn't keep the corners of her mouth pressed down. A smug, springy look on her face. Shirching's teeth soured as she tried to speak, thinking back to the fact that Gu Ji only seemed to ask for peace in passing when he had something to find her. His heart soured. He asked me if I was free tonight. After I got back to him, he stopped getting back to me. I was wondering if I should ask him, she said. Ziri frowned slightly, clearly overanalyzing. How does that sound like trolling for your words? Why don't you stop babbling and ask? Go over to him after work and then just say it's on your way and mention it casually. Hearing this, Shirching analyzed it and felt that it was indeed a feasible method. So, after finishing her work, as soon as she got off work, she drove straight to Gu's house. On the way, he passed by Gu's medical center, but found that the medical center was actually locked, and it was dark inside. To her understanding, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi couldn't close the medical center once or twice a year. Right now she actually locked the medical center. She was a little puzzled, must drive forward, and soon arrived at the Gu family. As it turned out, the Gu family's yard was empty and the lights in the house were off. Gu Tinghai wasn't in the yard either. Where has this man gone? When she didn't see anyone, she planned to make a U-turn at the intersection in front of her, and just as she drove past, she happened to see 2 figures in the Xia family's yard. Guru and Xia Huan Ning, just like that, sat quietly under the moonlight. The 2 of them didn't know what they were talking about. So calm. The car was driving forward and suddenly it was time to turn around. She had to turn the steering wheel to redirect and drift away. It is still inevitable that even the most deserving of calmness will have unsettling moments. At this moment, Gu Ji's afterglow seemed to notice the familiar car. He looked along, but the car was far away and he wasn't sure. So, my dad specifically asked you to come over and talk to me? Xia Huan Ning asked. Ah, right. Guru returned to his senses and calmly explained. Uncle Xia's job this time is a bit sudden and troublesome. He has to transfer to a lot of places. He said that you shouldn't miss him too much and that he'll often buy you gifts. In that case, Xia Huan Ning nodded inside feeling some regret. What a pity. Unfortunately what? Guru asked. My dad promised me we'd go to the amusement park tonight, and I've got all the tickets. He's done so many things with me since he came back last time that he hasn't done before, and I'm really happy. It's just that he has to go to work again and stay busy for a long time. Amusement park? When I come back from my teaching trip, let's invite you to go there once, so you shouldn't feel too bad, right? Guru said. Tonight's events. It happened too suddenly. He is now looking at Xia Huaning. Unprecedented heartache. Xia Hong had set the emergency contact to Gu Yunshan, so Gu Yunshan knew about it in the first place. Then Su Shi called to tell him, because Xia Hong had an appointment with Xia Huan Ning tonight, while Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, as well as Gu Tinghai, had all gone to the hospital to help prepare for the aftermath. He could only be responsible for explaining to Xia Huan Ning. Good, you've decided to go on a mission trip? That far away? Xia Huaning was a little worried. I'm only on a short-term mission trip. I'll be back in 2 months. Guru took a deep breath and looked towards the evening clouds. But it's just trying to be like my parents. Even if it's small, I want to give a new meaning to what I love. Just like adding a touch of haze on top of a million clouds. I'm with you. The brother shall ruin my memory has always been a shining person. Xia Huaning smiled and said. And didn't forget to remind. Remember to bring clothes, injury medicine in advance. Those places must be very poor. I know you're kind, but after you go, you must, first of all, take care of yourself. I will. Guru looked at Xia Huaning, who still didn't know anything and was still concerned about herself. Fearing that her emotions would reveal themselves, she tried her best to calm down and change the topic. Is the work of the time situation still going well? Aha! This month has been officially turned into a full-time job and also participated in the company's new project. Xia Huaning revealed a smile. I was thinking of telling my dad the good news tonight when we went to the amusement park, but I sent him a message and he hasn't replied yet. Maybe Uncle Xia will be busy working this time. After all, leaving so suddenly, Guru desperately tried to maintain a breezy appearance, with a forced smile on his face, afraid of being seen. Also, just say go. Xia Huaning pouted, feigning unhappiness. He never used to be like this. Even if he's in a hurry, he'll say goodbye to me properly and then instruct me in a long-winded manner. This time when he comes back, I'm going to let him stay with me for a while. Well, Guru's chest felt like it was pressed against a boulder, and he was almost on the verge of losing his breath. Finally, he stood up. Xia Huaning, I still have something to do tonight. I have to go back first. Next time I'll come back to accompany you. Call me anytime if anything happens. Good, just don't call me by my full name from now on. Aren't you treating me as your sister? Why so strange? Xia Huaning muttered. Her name, harmonically, is a bit like you. It was Xia Hong who had racked his brains to express his fondness for her mother, and for her, and had come up with this name. She used to love hearing Guji call her by her full name, even though calling out her full name was an unfamiliar behavior in the eyes of the onlookers. Because of her little mind, she felt, instead, that her full name coming out of Guji's mouth was extraordinarily melodious. But now every time Guji called out, it was easy to rekindle the dead ashes in her heart. Well, then it's called condensation? Guru tried. Yeah, bye, brother. Xia Huaning smiled and waved her hand. Guru also smiled faintly and waved his hand. Only when he turned around, the meaning in his smile quickly changed to bitterness before completely dissipating. He got in the car and looked at his cell phone. It was almost 8 o'clock. Jumped to the top chat box, typed on my phone and deleted it. Shirqing hadn't said anything to him since he had messaged him in the evening. Guru thought about it, but in the end, he didn't send a message and drove directly to the east side neighborhood. When he got downstairs, he parked the car in the garage and walked downstairs to look outside at the lights on Timothy's floor. Inside the house, the living room light was on and the curtains were drawn. But he wasn't sure if Shirqing was working late tonight, and had meant to ask at that time in the evening when he was interrupted. He sent another message to Timothy. Guji, are you at home? Do you have time to meet? There's something I want to talk to you about. There was a gap of several minutes before the message came back from the other side. Shirqing, I'm giving the baby a bath. Don't meet tonight. It feels like you've been quite busy lately. There is a sour taste between the lines. Guji, who saw the message, was a bit puzzled as to why Shirqing thought he was busy. Only he didn't have the heart to think about it right now. The situation was clearly no longer suitable for expressing emotions, and Tokihei couldn't come down to meet him. He could only change what he had originally intended to say. Guru, I'm going to the mountains next week to do teaching. In the village of Yangshan Township, the nearest road 1849.6 kilometers. This time, it took nearly 10 minutes before the other party returned the message. Shirqing, be safe. Just those 4 words. Guji realized that the text he sent was too cold and uninteresting. But in actuality, he had a whole bunch of words in his heart that he wanted to say, and at a time like this, it made him feel like he had a lump in his throat. Afraid that Shirqing would hear the sadness in his voice and worry, he didn't dare to call or send a voice. There was nothing he could do but try desperately to say a few more words and words. Explained exactly what day to go, how to go, which co-workers to go with, where to stay if you go, what the arrangements are, and how long to return. He babbled on and on, still feeling that the words were incredibly cold. Unable to convey the love he felt for Tokihei, who wanted to make sure he knew exactly where he was going with everything, and the emotion of wanting some testament. However, the top shows input in progress. Gushi stood downstairs holding his cell phone like that, standing straight, surrounded by people passing by casting strange gazes. Shirqing, take care of yourself. 5 words. There was nothing Guru to be dissatisfied with, and although it was only 5 words, Shirqing did say it. he drove off in his car. Tonight's original plan was to hold the flowers to see Shurching, formally and grandly express his heart, and then say that he wanted to go to teach, and listen to Shurching instruct his miscellaneous things as he usually did. But when a bad news came, there was no more time to prepare. He could only promise to teach, rush to the hospital, listen to Xia Hong say a lot of things, and then first come to explain to Xia Huaning about Xia Hang's missed appointment, although Xia Huaning became the first person to instruct him. To him, these 9 words from Shurching were equally important. That's enough. Late night, do it simply, according to Xia Hong, and go into the ground. Unfortunately, like a gust of wind, it went away quietly. Not only Xia Huaning does not know, Xia Huaning's mother in the field also does not know yet, can only later let it together to hide Xia Huaning. This is Xia Hang's greatest wish. The original words are, if you can make Ning Ning less sad for one day, you will be less sad for one day. Guru looked at the grave that was buried overnight and sighed deeply. When people leave, memories rage and ravage the heart. Thinking back to the sentence of Uncle Xia from childhood, recalling that tone of voice and smile, Guru only felt sourness between his nose and warmth in his eyes. How sad he was. How many times more painful Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were, especially Gu Yunshan. Gu Yunshan, who has never been a drinker, froze when he was a child and persuaded Xia Hong, who was originally a drinker, to quit drinking, saying that it is important to take care of your health before it is too late. However, Gu Yunshan went to the winery in the middle of the night today and hid a big bucket of white wine in 2 glasses, 1 cup for himself and 1 cup to spill to Xia Hong. Guru had never seen such a calm Gu Yunshan, although he had always been despondent from time to time ever since he learned that Xia Hong was ill. But at the moment, once Xia Hong was gone, Gu Yunshan was instead calm and a bit over the top, smelling the strong scent of alcohol in the air. He suddenly wanted to drink a few glasses of it as well, but stopped there. Grandpa, Mom, Guru whispered to Su Shi and Gu Tinghai, it's too late. I'll drive you back. Don't hurt your bodies. I'll come back later to pick up my dad. Gu Tinghai sighed and nodded. Su Shi also wanted to give Gu Yunshan alone space, so she got into the car. Shortly after the 3 left, the figure in front of the tomb trembled slightly. On the way, Guji looked into the car's rearview mirror and could see Su Shi, who couldn't hide her tears. Who can see a mother cry? His eyes were also wet once again, and for fear of tears blurring his vision, he bit his lower lip tightly, forcing the pain to suppress his tears as he drove steadily, sending Su Shi and Gu Tinghai back home. Back at the cemetery, Gu Yunshan was already completely drunk. The only tears in the corners of my eyes, dried over and over again by the evening breeze, were because of the sobering truth. Guji didn't say anything, so he quietly watched Gu Yunshan drink until he was completely drunk, and only then did he silently help Gu Yunshan up. East Side neighborhood. After Shurching gave Softy a bath, he sat by the window and looked out. In her heart, she clearly knew that she should trust Gu Shi, but her mind was full of images of Gu Shi and Xia Huaning sitting together, curious as to why they were together, curious as to what they said, curious as to why Guji asked her if she was free tonight, like a lousy program in front of her. There were so many problems, but she was paraphrasing it word for word, trying to prove that every word of it was not wrong, that the owner of the program had done nothing wrong. Ma! Softy came over with a wet head and shook Shurching's hand, then pointed to her head. Mama forgot to blow dry my hair. Oh, right, sit here, now blow you. Shurching gave Softy an intermittent bath, which was a mess due to frequent checking of his cell phone. She quickly blow-dried Softy's hair, and Softy smoothed out her shaggy locks. Mama kept looking at her phone when she was giving me a bath today. Was it a message from Daddy? Softy guessed wisely, because she often observed that if it was a work message, Shurching should be looking at the computer right now, not looking out the window. Besides, it was only Guji's message that could make Shurching go and reply no matter what she was doing. Well, Shurching was a little soulful. He's leaving for a job far away. He won't be back for 2 months. Upon hearing this, Softy was a bit flustered and hurriedly asked. Dad would talk to Softy when he left last time. Why didn't he come this time? Mama, you let Daddy come tomorrow. Aren't you sleepy after your bath? You should go to bed. Hurry back to your room, Shurching urged. When she saw Gu Shi and Xia Huaning together tonight, and only later received the news that Gu Shi said she was going to teach, she guessed that she might not be the first to know, and that what she should say must have been said to Gu Shi for her. She doesn't know what to say. Did Mama have a fight with Daddy? Softy could see the unhappiness on Shurching's face. Kids don't ask so many questions. It's late. Be a good boy and go to bed. Shurching directly picked up Softy, put Softy on the bed and covered her with the quilt, and without any sleep, she flung herself into the next door, the bed where Guji had slept. On the other side, Guji looked at Gu Yunshan, who had turned his head out the window in the back seat of the car to hide his pain, and Guji's heart which had long been twisted into a ball, was almost cut to pieces. He still drove the car back steadily, helping Gu Yunshan into the bedroom and settling in. He returned to the car alone, wandering aimlessly, yet on the road near the east side, looking in the direction of Shiqing's neighborhood. Gu Xi for some reason felt that his current self needed Shiqing immensely, even if Shiqing didn't say a word, didn't do anything, just sat on the passenger side like he usually did when he was picked up from work. It was enough to calm him down. The silence of being alone in the car made Gu Xi's breathing wrongly rhythmic. He dropped his head on the steering wheel, and in this moment, the tears finally fell uncontrollably and uncontrollably. Blurred vision glimpsed the white wine sitting on the passenger side. Gu Xi, who originally thought that he would drink a lot after escorting his family, now thought of Shiqing, and felt that in comparison, wine was not as good as Shiqing to relieve his sorrows. Thinking about it, he finally picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Shiqing. Good night. It was already 3:30 in the morning, 1,000 words that come together in two. The next day, the alarm clock went off, and Guru woke up from the car, aching from his sleep. He calmly drove the car back and bought breakfast for the 3 people in the house. After last night, I guess there's not much heart to make breakfast. At the dinner table, too, there was a silence that weighed heavily on the mind and body. At this time, Guji's cell phone screen lit up. Thinking it was a message from Shiqing, he quickly picked it up, only to find it was from Softy. After Shiqing bought a cell phone for Softy before, Softy couldn't wait to add WeChat with him, and sometimes Softy would suddenly send an emoticon or something like that, or maybe send a sweet voice. This time it was also a voice. He spun words out of habit. Dad, can you come and see me? I'm at home with my aunt. Mom's not here. I miss you. Guru's line of sight fell on the phrase Mom isn't home. It seemed that anything related to Shiqing got his attention. So early for work? He thought, taking a few brief bites of breakfast before driving over. Push open a door. As soon as Softy saw Guji, she pounced over and hugged him, tilting her head and asking, Mama said you're going to work somewhere far away. I don't want to not see you for so long. Can I not go? Guru smiled and shook his head. It won't work. The work is going to be there. There are probably a lot of kids there who like drawing like you, and I'm there to teach them. Hearing this, Softy didn't continue to be pouty, but only asked weakly, Daddy, do you like me? Like Guru stroked Softy's head, feeling that Softy was rambling, so he comforted, it's really just to go to work, then you promise me to be my father for the rest of my life, or I won't let you go. Softly made a move to hug Guji's leg. Guru was silent. For life? He doesn't commit to what he can't do, let alone to a small child, even if he had the desire to honor his promise. The bumps in the road, all of which made it impossible to cross easily. He was willing, but unsure if the outcome would be what he wanted it to be. Woo! Suddenly, soft cries reached his ears. Guji came back to his senses and saw Softy almost letting out a cry, tears falling as if they were broken. What's wrong? Why are you crying? A little flustered, he bent down and picked up Softy, patting Softy's back with his hand. Mommy says I'm not your baby, says I have another daddy, but we'll never know who the other daddy is. Soft's eyes were red from crying and she choked. Are you, because of this, is that why you don't want me? There's no such thing as not wanting you. Guji didn't know how to explain his hesitation to Softy. It was just that he didn't expect that Shiqing would tell Softy these things so early. It seemed that he wanted Softy to recognize the truth earlier. Softly hugged Guji's neck tightly again, sobbing somewhat incoherently. Softy can promise Daddy, no matter who the other daddy is, Softy will always have only you as a daddy. Can you not want me? If Daddy doesn't like me, I'll live with the nanny in Mom's other house. At those words, Guji's heart shook. He wiped Softy's tears with some heartache and coaxed. How can you think so much? Don't think nonsense. That tender little face was filled with tears that couldn't be wiped away. Softy will never be naughty again. Softy will be good from now on. I won't mess up anymore. Mommy and Daddy, please don't separate. Soft bawling, crying cannot stop. Guji coaxed so many children in kindergarten, but at this moment so overwhelmed. What else did your mom tell you? Guru changed the subject and took a tissue to wipe his soft little face. Mommy says, Softy is here at Daddy's, and Daddy's house. Be the most understanding, otherwise Daddy won't like me. Softy said, she's full of shit, don't listen to her. Guru did not expect that Shiqing would let Softy be this understanding in front of him, like a parasite expecting to be accommodated by his home. Thinking about it, one could understand the reason why Tokihei did this. Because, Timothy himself. That's the mentality. Thinking back to Softy's well-behaved and understanding appearance in the Gu family, he knew that Shiqing had felt very early on that the biggest problem between them lay in Softy, a small child. Behave and stop crying. Guru hugged Softy, feeling the little bit of weight in his arms, and suddenly remembered watching Shiqing give birth back then. That little ball of ungrown, still wrinkled baby. Time flies too fast. That little pink ball has grown so big. When he recognized Softy, he still saw the scented bag on Softy's body, as well as the long life lock that he had bought for Softy with his scholarship in the beginning, which Softy always wore and never left his body. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh softly, thinking that it was no wonder that it was Shurching's daughter. Both mother and daughter were so stupid that it was heartbreaking. Softy will listen to Daddy in everything from now on. Can Daddy always be Softy's daddy? Softly hugged Guji tightly and wouldn't let go, as if desperately wanting the comfort that answer would bring. When there's no one else, you can call me that and I'll oblige, Guru said. Softy followed up with, and will Daddy come back? Will he still be with Mommy? Of course I will. In 2 months, I will definitely come back, and I will still bring you gifts as well. Guji finally gave his promise. Hearing this, softly gave Guji a kiss on the cheek. Softy loves Daddy the most, she said sweetly, while also promising, Softy will wait at home with Mommy for Daddy to come back. Aha, no more crying. Guru coaxed Softy well before leaving. On the way he took the long way around, but as if by the way, he passed the building of the time and looked in the direction of the topmost floor. Beep, cell phone vibrates. Guru answered the phone. It was a colleague who went to support fellow teachers who called. Mr. Gu, the park booked our flights for us, a day early because of the bad weather next Monday. Good, I got it. When Guru did this math, he would be leaving tomorrow. He had to go home and pack. Throughout the day, the house continued to have a heavy atmosphere. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had already used Xia Hang's cell phone to contact Xia Huanning's mother and informed her of Xia Hang's illness and death. Xia Huanning's mother is a violent temper. Acute. Unlike Xia Hongwen and Xia mother almost and Xia Hong quarrel half a lifetime. Small and large things are fighting, mostly because Xia Hong is always going out, and even the divorce has not less trouble. At this moment, when hearing the news of Xia Hang's illness and death, the person on the other end of the phone, but could not say a word, only intermittent crying, lasted for a long time. Hearing the cries, Su Shi and Gu Yunshan, who had managed to suppress their emotions, both wet their eyes once again. There was a time when divorce was most wanted, and every time it didn't work out, and now a death notice has dissipated decades of conjugal relations, and the yin and yang have been separated ever since. It was hard for Xia Huanning's mother to act as if nothing had happened in front of Xia Huanning, so she simply excused herself and moved out, sending messages to Xia Huanning on a regular basis. On Xia Hang's side, Gu Yunshan could only keep using Xia Hang's cell phone, mimicking Xia Hang's tone of voice when Xia Huanning sent a message to Xia Hang. Like a father, Xia Hang's departure had given Gu Yunshan an additional daughter. It was just hard for the heavy atmosphere to fade away, and Guru packed his bags and lay down on his bed early, taking out his cell phone and marking the day 2 months later. It was only 2 months, but at the moment he felt as if he had to go for 2 years. When Shurching left the country, was he in the same mood? He thought, looking at the quiet chat screen and sending another good night. Once upon a time, he had found the good morning, good afternoon, and good night between the young lovers to be too stiff and uninteresting. Now, he only found his former self uninteresting. Good morning, good afternoon and good night. The meaning behind, all stops at the lips and teeth of the Miss Ah. Meanwhile, Shurching, who had received the message, pondered, then sent a message to Chi Rue. Monday morning is free. When she finished, she opened the calendar on her phone and marked 2 months from now, muttering, really, it's been a long time. The next day, early morning, Guru went downstairs with his suitcase, but only saw Su Shi at home. Mom, where are my dad and grandpa? Guru asked. Su Shi wanted to say something inside. To the hospital. Hospital? Guru was shocked and subconsciously thought that Gu Yunshan had injured his body from drinking. Su Shi quickly explained, it's a pet hospital. At those words, Guji froze for a moment and quickly realized what was going on. He then remembered that he didn't seem to see good luck on the table this morning. Your dad had insomnia for the past 2 days, so he was in the living room with good luck, and he realized that good luck had been wilting. Your grandpa checked luck early in the morning and it was not good, so he and your dad rushed to the pet hospital, Su Shi said. Guru was stunned in place, glancing at his watch, only feeling helpless. Mom, his voice trembled a little, help me, call my little aunt and ship Gu Hao over, meet with Lian again. Su Shi looked at Guji heartbreakingly. Then you, the earliest airplanes, I gotta go. Guji tried his best to suppress his emotions, not wanting Su Shi to worry, but the reddened circles under his eyes were still hard to hide. You guys are home, take care of yourselves too. He finished and walked out quickly as the tears were about to fall. The spring breeze was blowing in his face, but he couldn't feel a trace of spring. It was like he was trapped in the cold winter. In fact, when Shurching gave him the pet, when he saw Gu Luck, It had already occurred to him that it was a seed of sadness, but he didn't expect this day to come so suddenly, and it was harder for him to bear than he thought, and he didn't even think that he would not be able to see Guluk for the last time. These days, one thing after another, Guji even when walking on the road, his face trying his best to appear calm, the tears still fell uncontrollably. The moment he was about to board the plane, he subconsciously looked back. At the same moment, inside Timeless, when Timeless heard the sad news on the phone that Goodluck was dying, she quickly had Chi-Rui pick Goodluck up and bring him upstairs to meet with Lian Lian. Lian Lian sniffs Luck through the cage. Guji is he okay? Timothy asked with worry in his heart. Ugh, I was already depressed, and I was crying today, Su Shi said. Crying away? Is it because of Goodluck? Where did he go? Timothy asked. Yangshan City, you don't know? Su Shi sighed again. Because the day before yesterday, Huan Ning his father left. Just do not allow to tell Huan Ning. Xiao Ru went to the night before and Huan Ning explained a good pass, most of the night to send us back, and their own car and go out, said to take a break from the world, yesterday early in the morning as well, and went out again, today is about to go, and learned that Goodluck cannot. Hearing this, Shiqing abruptly recalled that she saw Guji and Xia Huaning sitting together, so it was because, didn't he say he was leaving next Monday? Why is he leaving today? Shiqing asked sharply. The weather's bad next week, they've arranged it at the park, a day early, just this morning, the earliest flight. At that, Shiqing glanced at her office watch, and it was obviously too late. I didn't finish my words that day, and I didn't tell her about the temporary rescheduling, but I didn't realize it was because of all that had happened. Her mind was racing with thoughts, imagining Guji going through all this alone, not seeing her when they parted, would be very disappointed. Shiqing took the initiative to contract Luck's afterlife, and after sending Su Shi away, she took Luck and went to the yard of her other house in Liuqing. She buried Goodluck there, then planted a pine next to it, and hand-carved a small sign with Goodluck Gu's name on it. By this time, Guji had already boarded the airplane. Shiqing then left a message for Guji, informing her of the fact that she had buried her good fortune in the yard. She waited for Guji to get off the plane and see the message would reply to her. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to Guji. Separation is nothing. 2 months can wait, but they shouldn't have separated with misunderstanding. She drove back to the neighborhood alone, intending to work from home and wait for news from Guji. The car drove into the parking lot of the district, and happened to meet the parking lot security uncle. Shiqing has already mixed well with the people in the neighborhood, and after a friendly greeting, he was about to leave, when he was called by the security uncle. Why isn't your man off duty? The security uncle asked inexplicably. He went out of town, Timothy said faintly. Oh, you left yesterday? That's tough, the security uncle said. Timothy paused in his steps. Yesterday? Yeah, he came by yesterday morning, and the night before that, he drove up in his car, and I thought whoever it was, Gu, your man was so well behaved. He just stood there, didn't move a muscle, looked upstairs, watched for a while and then left. Upon hearing this, Shiqing thought of something and hurriedly said, Can I see the parking records? Okay. Uncle pulled up the records to show Shiqing, who saw the parking records from the night before and realized that the time was exactly when Guru sent her a message, as well as yesterday's. It turned out that Guji had already come to her when he asked her if it was convenient to meet her. At night, Guru and his colleague Xiaosong got off the plane and had to hitchhike into the city and then to the village. Sitting in the car, Guji turned off the flight mode of his cell phone and then logged into WeChat, intending to report peace with his family. That's when a message at the top caught his attention. He hadn't expected to be so happy to receive news from Shiqing. So much so that he didn't even look at it carefully, instead prioritizing sending a message to Gu Yunshan Su Shi and also Gu Tinghai to report that he had already arrived outside of Yangshan City. And then he couldn't wait to open the chat box with Shiqing and read that message with all seriousness. Thinking about it, weighing the wording, he sent a reply. Gushir, thank you for your hard work. It was a very official answer, but it was what Guji most wanted to say in his heart. He also brought a piece of good luck clothing with him on this trip, wanting to use it as a missed object. But he never thought that missing would turn into nostalgia. At this time, Shiqing in Liucheng, who was drowsy on the sofa, heard the special message beep and quickly became conscious. Shiqing, where are we? Guru received the message and sent a location to Shiqing. Guja and now I'm in the car with my colleagues. We'll get to Yangshan City tonight. We'll enter the village tomorrow. Can you pick up the phone? Guji, who saw this message, was stunned for a moment, and then quickly found the headset and plugged it in, because colleague Xiaosong is a bit weak, airsick on the plane, did not eat much food on the plane, and did not sleep well. At the moment has been in the car drowsy sleep. When Shiqing on the other end saw Guji pausing, she thought Guji was inconvenienced and was about to type. When Gushi sent a single word, yes, immediately afterward, a voice call came through, and Guru connected in seconds. There was obviously a lot to say, but both were silent for a few seconds. Why aren't you asleep? Guru broke the silence. Thinking of you. Shurching's one sentence, across the cell phone, but it instantly hit Guji's heart, as if the heartbreak of the past few days had eased. I miss you too. Guru lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing Xiao Song. There was another few seconds of silence on Shurching's side, echoing the phrase I miss you too, but in his heart, he blamed himself and felt guilty. I'm sorry, she whispered. Guru froze for a moment. What's wrong? Why did you say sorry? I know all about it. Shurching said, narrating the events of that night. I received your message that day, and I went to look for you after work, but I saw you and Xia Huanning together, and I thought that you had forgotten about the agreement with me, and I was momentarily acidic and fainted, which is why I was so capricious and cold to you. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Shurching said sincerely, and it was only at this moment that Guji realized that the car he saw that night was really Shurching's. If you want to count it that way, I should be the one to say I'm sorry, and for whatever reason, I shouldn't have said half the words, made you miss it, and made you jealous, but I did prepare to meet you that night, Guru said, but I avoided you when you needed me so much, Shurching said, his voice choked a little. I'm too impetuous, too petty, too calculating, a small thing but not willing to ask you properly, did not show up when you needed me the most, did not go to see you off, am I, let you down, are you crying? Gushi suddenly felt how powerless he was across the cell phone. Stop crying. Okay, I can coax a child when he cries, but I really don't know what to do when you cry. You should just scold me a bunch of times. Obviously I should understand your situation the most should talk to you calmly, but still let you go through so many things alone. Shurching also suppressed her sobs, afraid of disturbing the softness in the room. Guru listened to Shurching's crying, and it was just as heartbreaking as hearing Softy cry. I don't blame you, rather I'm glad you said it. Otherwise I really wouldn't have known I'd actually made you misunderstand. I've never forgotten an agreement, and I won't forget it 2 months later, Guru solemnly said. Perhaps because they were so close to expressing their feelings, so close to hearing the most anticipated words, both of them felt that these 2 months, 60 days, were extraordinarily itchy and incomparably torturous. The kids and I will be waiting for you to come back, and I hope that every day you all think of me appropriately, Timothy said. Appropriately not. It might not be 2 days before I'm uncontrollably thinking about you every second of every day. The mouth has become sweet yet. Shurching's heart warmed. It's true, about you. I remember it all. Like when you said you liked French Chardonnay. I can hardly agree. But luckily I've read a work by André Gide in France that expresses what I want to say to you right now. If I love you, then the further away I am from you, the more I love you. So how much do you love me now? Timothy asked curiously. Well, is full of love. That's full? And when you get to the village, then it's overflowing. At those words, Shurching smiled softly. If I had gone to see you off today, I would have hugged you properly. Unfortunately, I can't wait now. I'll be sure to let you know when I get back. And even though you didn't come to drop me off, you could have picked me up. Guji and Shurching were chatting mushily, when suddenly, Guji's afterglow caught a glimpse of his colleague Xiaosong, who was looking at him with a lifeless face. Was it noisy? Noisy for you? Guru tried to ask with some embarrassment. I want to puke, coworker Xiaosong said breathlessly. Ha? Guji didn't respond, but the next moment, he saw his colleague Xiaosong face ugly, then shook his head. This is really want to vomit. He fumbled to get out the bag he had prepared ahead of time and handed it over, which prevented him from incurring a 200 fine. Xiaosong, who threw up, seemed to have thrown up his soul. Mr. Gu, aren't you dizzy? This road is also too bumpy. Xiaosong's face was pale, and her lips had little blood. Her forehead was covered in false sweat. I'm okay, Guru said, handing Xiaosong water. When Shurching on the other end of the phone heard the conversation between the two, she asked Guji worriedly, is it really not uncomfortable? You'd better get some sleep. I won't talk about it. I've calculated the distance, and you're estimated to arrive at the village only tomorrow afternoon. No, don't worry, I'm in good health, Guru said in a breezy manner. In fact, a road like this, bumped around for a long time, would be uncomfortable for anyone but the driver. Then get some sleep too. I'll be around anytime you want to talk to me. Hearing Shurching say this, Guji then hung up the phone, and both of them were a bit reluctant to part. Xiaosong, who had eaten dog food with hindsight, looked at Guji with some surprise. Mr. Gu originally had a girlfriend? He asked. Guru nodded his head as a form of acquiescence. Song, a single dog, closed his eyes peacefully. In the wee hours of the morning, the car finally entered Yongshan City. Guji and Xiaosong also woke up from sleep. In the way of a little crispy Xiaosong, Guji proposed to land in Yangshan City, ate a hot wontons to renew the life of Xiaosong. The two only then continue to catch up with the road. Shicheng also woke up early, very early, to send messages to Guji, concerned about Guji's situation, and then reported on their own arrangements for the day. Like a long-distance relationship, couples have endless words. Guru and Xiaosong finally arrived at their destination, a small remote village in Yangshan City. In the afternoon, there is a kindergarten and an elementary school there, crammed together, with the common denominator being that they are both run down. But the teachers and students there were surprisingly warm, and they welcomed Guru and Xiaosong before taking the two to their residence. It was only then that Guru and Xiaosong were finally able to rest, even though the environment was harsh. Xiaosong, who had a hard time along the way, fell asleep regardless. Guru, on the other hand, told Gu Yunshan and Su Shi about his arrival at his destination, and then reported back with Shicheng. Gu Yunshan seemed to still be worried about Guji, so he returned a message. Gu Yunshan Blausia praised our good luck as cute. Good luck is probably going to accompany him now. You're poor over there. Take care of yourself, and let me know when you're back someday. Guji, I'm fine, just take care of yourselves. He knew that Gu Yunshan was not good with words, and when he was aggrieved as a child, it was Su Shi who comforted him, but between father and son, even if it was only in words, he could always understand what Gu Yunshan meant. He and Shicheng chatted about the village, and although it was two people chatting, it was mostly Shicheng asking Guji a lot of questions, and letting Guji take pictures. Guji initially didn't understand Shicheng's intention of asking for that much detail, but it didn't take long for him to understand. One day, half a month later, a shipment of supplies came to the village, 3 truckloads of them, with a note on each. The Times film and TV gift. Guru then realized that Shicheng had asked him so many detailed questions before, asking what all was needed for the situation here. He messaged Timothy again that day. Guji, I thank you for the people here. Shicheng, how do you want to thank me? Guji, give you what you want, can you? Images came to Timothy's mind when he saw the message. Shicheng, yes. Every day that followed, although sometimes Guji was busy and didn't return the messages, and the two of them always returned the messages with a long time difference, Shicheng was still full of anticipation. The full days always flew by, and Guru Xiaosong was busy for a while helping to place the supplies, because some of the children in the village lived far away, and they would often get up early to pick up those children, escort them to school, and then finish their lessons, and then occasionally go on a home visit to make a note of a few of the poorest ones, and send out some supplies individually. Guru got along well with the children and developed feelings for them, and even if he wasn't here to teach this time, he still wanted to help. And looking at the light that represented hope in those children lifted his heart, which had been so low before he came, once more, and also brought him to complete peace. 2 months away, just 1 week, Liao City, Su family flat floor. Su Man was putting on her makeup, and Wei Zhihong was sitting quietly at the side. He'd been waiting for Su Man to put on her makeup and go out for more than 2 hours, and his bladder was about to explode and still wasn't ready. Looking at Wei Zhihong as if he was sitting on pins and needles, Su Man glanced at him. In a hurry? There's no rush. Take your time, I'll borrow your restroom first. Wei Zhihong was about to leave when he was called back. You go to the guest room's toilet for me, Su Man said. Okay. Wei Zhihong was already content. Before he came to Su Man's house, he was still only worthy of fertilizing behind the tree. When Wei Zhihong finished solving his life matters, Su Man finally went downstairs and changed into a sexy sarong. Wei Zhihong swept his gaze up and down, and the more he looked, the more energized he became. Going to that stinky tofu place? Or the new snail food? He asked. Who can imagine? This full of fragrance sexy mature woman. Good that bite. Wei Zhihong and Su Man close relationship, but also all rely on him to force himself and Su Man odor. Unexpectedly, Su Man was different this time. Go to the Chinese restaurant on the east side. You've asked Sherdong to have dinner with you? Wei Zhihong asked. A few families doing business with each other some understanding. He knew that Shicheng does not live in their own big house, living in a neighborhood in the east side. She can't be bothered to go to dinner with me. Su Man and Wei Zhihong sat on the car and said with some despondency, the last time I went to see her, she spent the whole day, checking her cell phone every few minutes, really treating Guji as a long-distance boyfriend. Is your gossip accurate? How far along are they? Wei Zhihong didn't know where to smooth the melon from and looked like he was listening to the gossip. Not officially together yet. I'm anxious for her. Is this an intention to just grow old together? Su Lingyin looked as if the emperor was in a hurry. I believe my brother. For so many years, I haven't seen him flirting with anyone else, only with Sherdong. That's really different. I feel like there's something going on. Wei Zhihong analyzed seriously. Even though Guru looks like he's compelling and easy to believe. Why am I so unconvinced that anyone can fully embrace painless fatherhood? Su-man expressed a hint of skepticism. After all, Shirching is a good girlfriend that she has known for many years, and Shirching's situation is clear to her. It would not have been easy. She still sincerely hoped that Shirching can be truly happy and have a beautiful home. You don't believe me? Wei Zhihong rolled his eyes, seemingly thinking of something, then smiled and said to Su-man, how about we make a bet? What's the bet? It's easy to find out Guji's attitude towards the child. I've asked Guji before, and he'll be returning to Liaoqing in almost a week. So if he confesses his feelings to Dongshi upon his return and makes it clear that he's willing to accept the child, then with his character, he'll definitely do what he says he's going to do. Wei Zhihong is quite firm. He has known a lot of people at school in his 4 years of college, and the one he trusts the most is Guru, and he is also most aware of Guru's character. And the bet with Su-man is only for some selfishness. And what if he's not that willing to accept the baby? Su-man asked. Then it seems to me that he's just still considering it. After all, he's a cautious person. I'll change a fake paternity test this week, and if he's really not so determined next week, I'll show him the fake paternity test, and if he accepts Shirching and the child immediately after reading the paternity test, then your suspicions will be proven right. Of course, I believe my brother would never be like that. Hearing this, Su-man frowned slightly, somewhat hesitant. If Uncle Wei knows that you made a false certificate, he shall not beat you to death? Wei Zhihong made a silent gesture. This thing, you know I know. Heaven knows the earth knows, and is not taken to do bad things. Just give Guji a look. The main thing is to need a real test record, and I'm afraid to get the details wrong. Just need a real do comparison. Change the results of non-biological on the line. After all, Guji, that guy is just straight, not stupid. Only then did Su-man give it some serious thought, all along the way, until the two of them arrived at the Chinese restaurant in Dongcheng and entered the private room, when she finally asked, so, what if my suspicions about Guji are right? Then I'll be at your disposal for once, and I'll do whatever you want me to do, no matter what. I promise you everything. Wei Zhihong did not hesitate. You trust Guji so much? Su-man's head had already thought of several extremely humiliating things she wanted Wei Zhihong to do. That's for sure. I've told you, the one I trust the most is Guji, Wei Zhihong said, unable to hide his purpose in his eyes, and said to Su-man, then if it's you who loses and wrongly blames Guji, how about marrying me? Hearing this, Su-man frowned. You think I'm a child? Do I look that gullible? Marry if you lose? Who's playing house with you? She yelled. What's your hurry? Just hear me out first. Wei Zhihong poured a glass of water for Su-man and respectfully sent it over. Didn't Uncle Su say before that as long as you got married, he would buy you your favorite car? Although so much time has passed, if you go and mention it to Uncle Su will definitely agree. Let me help you at that time. We'll get a license to get married and then take that car, and you'll just share some of my money. Listening to Wei Zhihong's perfect plan, Su-man is also a bit moved. She looked at the car as the museum co-branded. Need special channels to buy. If not, really no way. She will not until now can only think about. Get the car and I'll split $1 million with you. Then it's an immediate divorce. Su-man said. She thought to herself, as long as Wei Zhihong agreed, this bet would do no harm whether she lost or won. Deal. Dinner. Wei Zhihong slapped the table and shouted, afraid that Su-man would regret it. With a winning smile on his face, he thought to himself, as long as the certificate is received, he will give up this face. Su-man still wants to get rid of him? No way. As he ate the food on the table, he remembered something and casually asked, say, why did you suddenly come here for dinner today? It's the weekend now. Su-man doesn't have to go to the museum to do the interpretation. Every weekends, usually is a great day for Su-man to eat all kinds of stinky food. The time is limited. It is reasonable to say that Su-man should cherish it. Why would she come to such a formal place? This place was booked for me by my dad, Su-man lightly said. Uncle Su? Wei Zhihong was a bit surprised. Su-man's father had made a reservation for Su-man at the restaurant, and Su-man would actually bring him here? Could it be that he was already interested in him? Or is Uncle Su trying to set up the two of them again? However, Su-man's next words shattered his delusion, because it's a matchmaking bureau. Cough. Ahem. Wei Zhihong choked, put down his chopsticks, and said in surprise, blind date bureau? Who? Where is it? Su-man looked at the time on her cell phone. It should be here soon. We arrived early. Not blind dates. Why did you bring me on a blind date? Wei Zhihong was a bit incoherent. Also, with which family? Didn't Uncle Su say he thought highly of me before? Why did he suddenly? I'm not too familiar with the LV family that deals with new energy, so I don't want to be too embarrassed. I didn't want to be embarrassed, so I brought you along. My dad did say that he looked favorably on you, but I didn't look at you. and he didn't want to wait around. So of course he introduced me to other people, Su-man said. Wei Jihong immediately felt that the meal did not smell good, and his original happy mood was somewhat lost at this time. When he thought that Su-man had put on her makeup for so long and dressed up so beautifully today, his heart felt blocked. Since the day he met Su-man, until such a long time ago, he could no longer see other women in his eyes, used all the methods of coaxing girls from the old days, and also spent all his efforts to understand Su-man, casting his eyes on him, trying hard to make Su-man notice him, and produce some emotions for him. But it seems to be because of the age gap. He often felt that his former tricks, the means to tease the girl, to Su-man such a mature, clear purpose in everything, strong sense of autonomy, never cared about other people's eyes, never deviate from the path of their own feet. Such a woman. He instantly became a novice in the love field, but he had to admit, because of that so-called love at first sight, Su-man understood a lot, in which the like of Su-man more and more, until, accustomed to Su-man's habits, for Su-man has a lot of changes, like attached to another soul, has been difficult to part with. Between the two, so silent for a good period of time, Si Wei Jihong cannot eat, face with bitter. Su-man wanted to speak, finally opened his mouth. Anyway, you help me get rid of him. At those words, Wei Jihong froze for a moment. Drive away? He thought he heard wrong. Aren't you going on a blind date with him? Stupid, I told you it was my father's arrangement. Do you really think I'm happy to make his acquaintance? Su-man glanced at Wei Jihong, who had a renewed light in his eyes. She subconsciously felt that this kind of Wei Jihong was much smoother than just now. The very next moment she thought this, Wei Jihong sat down next to her from across the room. What for? She asked. Didn't you ask me to help get rid of him? Then listen to me. Wei Jihong and took out the mask to wear. Su-man always have a kind of ominous premonition. Wei Jihong once put on the mask, that proves to do shameless things. Soon, LV came to the restaurant room, saw the original two-person blind date residence more than a large living person. He politely asked, Miss Su, this is? Before Su-man could answer, Wei Jihong took Su-man's arm and leaned his head lightly on Su-man's shoulder, brightly pasting. I'm the male model that Miss Su ordered for the night. It's my work time now, so please don't mind. As soon as these words came out, Lu Mao's small brain atrophied as he looked at the two. Miss Su, there's still this kind of hobby out of politeness. He sat down across the table anyway, and, as if he had a cleanliness fetish, took out a paper towel and wiped it around on the table in front of him. Sister, try this. Wei Jihong picked up a piece of sticky dessert with his mouth and handed it to Su-man. Su-man froze for a moment, symbolically keeping her distance, and took a light bite of that dessert. She was just eating over here and was it that sweet just now? He only saw Wei Jihong eat the dessert that Su-man had bitten into, then picked up his chopsticks again and fed Su-man. Is it good? Sis. Wei Jihong deliberately clamped his voice. Su-man couldn't help but wonder if this guy had really been a male model. Lu Mao and Su-man took the initiative to strike up a conversation, chatting about East and West, while Su-man made eye contact with Wei Jihong, telling Wei Jihong to get rid of the people on the other side as soon as possible. Wei Jihong understood in a second, used the public chopsticks to clip a pill, and with a swift and precise throw, threw it into the small dish in front of Lu. There was just enough sauce on the plate to hear a pia sound. The balls fell, the soup splashed up, and Lu's white shirt suddenly had a few more spots on it. LOU, non-still image. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wei Jihong's tone was a green tea flavor, and he also looked at Su-man with innocent eyes, completely taking the essence. Let me pin another one on you, he said, and then used the official chopsticks to clip a larger piece of red meat. The opposite side of the LV reacted faster this time, as if the enemy stood up, silently pick up the briefcase. I'm sorry Miss Su, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do today, so I'll leave first. Enjoy yourselves. Lu ran out of the booth as if he were running for his life. Wei Jihong sked. If this was stinky tofu, would he have fainted in anger? Stop it, I want to eat again. If it wasn't for my dad having to book this place for me, I wouldn't have come over on the weekend. Su-man said. Want to eat stinky tofu again? Then why are you still sitting? Walk. Wei Jihong directly picked up Su-man's bag for her, with an air of saying that he would leave. What about these? It's a waste. Su-man looked at the dishes on the table and still felt that they were also quite tasty. Wait, I'll pack them. I'll meet you tomorrow and you can heat them up for me and I'll eat them all. Wei Jihong quickly ran out and asked for a packing box to pack all the dishes, and then the two of them continued to plunge into the stinky food. Say, how are you going to get a fake paternity test? Guja is not in Liuqing right now? Su-man asked. It's still not easy to do? It just so happens that I haven't visited Uncle Gu and Auntie for a long time. Wait and see. I'll do the job. You can rest assured. Let's not talk about this for the weekend. Business is important. The two had a heart-to-heart and not only went for fried stinky tofu, but also snail noodles, with durian as their after-dinner fruit. A few days later, Wei Jihong found a time to pay a visit to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi recognized Wei Jihong, and Gu Ru also talked to them. The two warmly entertained Wei Jihong, even though Wei Jihong didn't say it in advance before he came. But after all, he had received so many gifts from Wei Jihong, and personally cooked a meal for Wei Jihong. Uncle and auntie, you guys cook too good. I really regret not coming more often. Wei Jihong was telling the truth. Eating the delicious food, he almost forgot the purpose of his visit today. Then you can come often from now on, and say whatever you want to eat. Guru should be back soon as well, so you can get together more often then. Yes, by the way, you said you came to borrow a book from Guji. Which book was it? Those books of his are laid out in a mess. I'll help you look for them later, Su Shi said. Well, it's a book I saw him read in college. I think it was The Narrow Gate by André Gide from France. Wei Jihong didn't talk nonsense. He did see Guji reading all kinds of books in school except for drawing time, and he just happened to think of this one because Guji read this one a lot, almost over and over again. Somewhat impressed. Let's eat first, and afterward I'll walk you upstairs to look for it. After the meal, Wei Jihong followed Su Shi upstairs, and while Su Shi was rummaging through her books, he inadvertently sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at the book on the nightstand, but actually glanced at Guji's bed, crying out in his heart that Guji was too clean, and that he couldn't even find a single hair on the bed. After a few moments of searching, he reached under the pillow again, which led him to a hair that had been stuck into the pillow and ignored. He squeezed it in a death grip and slipped it into his pocket. Hong, do you think it's this one? Su Shi also found Guji's book. Yeah, this is the book. Wei Jihong took the book and suddenly remembered something. Auntie, I'm in time this time. I haven't told Gu Sure about borrowing the book yet. Why don't I come back when he's back? You've come all the way here. Isn't it just to read this book? You take it first. I'll tell Xiaoru that he's coming back soon too, so you can just bring it back to me then. That's fine. Thank you, auntie. I'll come back to visit when Gushi comes back. Wei Jihong quickly bid farewell to the two gurus' parents, walked outside, saved his hair in a small bag, and turned his head to go to Su Man's place again. I've got Gushi's hair. It's your turn, Wei Jihong said. Wait. Su Man then went to Shi Qing's place and took the opportunity to look at Softy and got a few hairs of Softy. She gave her hair to Wei Jihong, who quickly sent the head to the hospital for a paternity test. The rest of the time is waiting. A few days later, Guru's teaching time ended, and after saying goodbye to the teachers and students in the village, he and Xiao Song took a plane and flew back to Liucheng. He didn't tell Shi Qing that he was back today because he knew that she would definitely remember this day. He wanted to wait until he got back to Liucheng, go home and sleep for a while, then the next day get dressed up, buy flowers, and ask Shi Qing to meet him in the evening at the Lamplighter tea house. The perfect plan. When he got off the plane and arrived at the airport in Liucheng, it was already late at night. Teacher Gu, my family has come to pick me up, so I won't be traveling with you, so be safe on your way. Song stood by the car and waved. Good, you too. Guru said goodbye to Xiao Song and was pulling his suitcase out when a car pulled up on the side of the road. Where to, lad? The driver smiled warmly. Liucheng, Guru said. The driver got out of the car and immediately helped Guji with his luggage. Go. It just so happens that another passenger in my car is also going to Liucheng. Good. Guru was also very tired and didn't have the heart to compare the prices, so he directly got into the car. Habitually sitting in the back seat of the car, Guru realized that there was another passenger in the front seat, both male. I thought there was another passenger. Why is there another one? He didn't think much of it, assuming the driver was wrong, and buckled his seatbelt and closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he squinted his eyes and glanced out the window. Suddenly, it felt that something was wrong somewhere, and when I fixed my eyes on it, the car drove to an extremely remote place, which was not at all the landscape that Liucheng should have. No way. A bad feeling arose. Only Guji didn't think that he, a big man, would encounter such a thing near Liucheng. Putting his hand to the door, he tried to jump out of the car and run while the road was uneven and the car was going slow, but almost at the same time, there was a click and the sound of a falling lock reached his ears. The road is bad. Mr. Gu mustn't fall out. The man in the front passenger seat smiled imploringly. Guru didn't know who these three were, but knowing his name right now, they were obviously running towards him. Just as he quickly pulls out his cell phone and tries to make a call, the man next to him in the back seat is quick to grab his phone. Guru let go of his hand, gave the man Shikuzawa and Shaohai, 2 acupoints, a blow. The man stifled a grunt and was immediately incapacitated. Guru took the opportunity to lock the driver's throat. Stop the car. The force was not small, and the man driving the car felt like he was about to be strangled alive. Just then, the man in the passenger side helped to break Guru's hand. The car swerved around and thumped. The ground crashed into the corner of a tiled room. Under the impact, Guru backhanded a punch towards the carotid sinus of the co-pilot man. The man on the passenger side reacted faster and ducked backward, but was still hit and threw his body backward off his feet. Guru reached his hand to the driver's area to unlock it and quickly got out of the car. He was not familiar with the surrounding environment, and could only use his cell phone to navigate. But strangely enough, there was no signal from the phone at all. According to this distance, it should not be driven to a particularly far place, right? There is only one possibility. The car has something to shield the signal. He didn't even want his luggage, and ran wildly into the distance. But within a few steps, his feet braked, and a few waiting men came out from behind the trees, all wearing masks and sunglasses, so he couldn't see their faces. Just want to go home to see a wife, ah? Guru put down his carry-on bag and took a few steps back to keep his distance. The three men from the previous car also staggered out of the car, looking at Guru with a look of revenge. Get him. The man in the co-pilot gave the order, and the rest of the men then came towards Guru aggressively, with twine in their hands. Guji blocked the fist swung over by the leader, pulled it to his side, and raised his leg to kick at the fengshui point on his leg. The man's lower body was unsteady, and his entire body crouched down, retreating a few steps and paralyzed on the ground. The two men on the side saw this and restrained Guji's arms, trying to forcefully tie up Guji. Guji immediately wrapped both hands around the rope and yanked one of the men into a stagger, while the third man took advantage of the situation and kicked Guji's ankle. Guru landed on one knee, grabbed a handful of sandy soil on the ground in passing, and directly raised it out as his opponent approached, catching an elbow strike to the inbow point. At once, the limbs of the few people around who were hit were numb for a short time, each with their own pain, and they did not come any closer for a long time. Isn't it a painting? One of the men grumbled a word with the person next to him, as if evil was written all over his face. Guru was surrounded and couldn't walk out. The man at the head of the passenger side took the initiative to approach Guji. Bang! Guji swung over with a punch, and the posture and angle were all fairly standard. It was still something he had learned from watching Shirching beat up Su Ranan earlier. Suddenly, there was a pain in Guru's leg, and as the man fell, a tranquilizer shot hit his leg. He pressed a few inches to the side of the pinhole, crouched down and, just then, he saw that not far away, behind a few men, a figure walked out. In a flash Guji understood everything. It still didn't stop the effects of the drug, and he was weak all over, his hands tied by several people holding him down. The figure walked towards him on her heels as well. Guru smiled amicably. It's mother-in-law. Long time no see. Song Jun Rhythm took off her mask and let out a cold snort with her hands wrapped around her chest, and that gesture was like the even more icy and merciless Shirching. That's not what you called me before. Ching is not happy with you. If I call you that, she should be unhappy with me here, Guru said. He was now a man under a roof and had to bow his head. Song Jun-ro walked up to Guji, squatted down, and patted the dust-staining Guji's clothes with her red nail-painted hand, and faintly said, "It seems that you're not only eloquent, but you're also quite capable of fighting." After saying that, she took away the cell phone that Guji was carrying. "As for me, I'm not trying to do anything to you. I just wanted to give you a suggestion and didn't want to be overheard before I brought you here in this way." Another suggestion. Guru had already predicted in his mind that it was definitely not a good suggestion. Go ahead. He had a good face. Song Jun Rhythm opened Guji's cell phone, placed it in front of Guji, and asked, "What's the password?" Guru only wanted to stall for time, so he was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "The password. It's your daughter's birthday." Song Jun Rhythm then pressed the numbers with his hand, resulting in the screen displaying an incorrect password. "The password is wrong." She grimaced. "Ah, sorry. I made a mistake. The password is your daughter's and your ex-husband's birthdays." Hearing the word ex-husband, Song Jun Rouge was stunned for a moment that was visible to the naked eye. How long has it been? The man was spoken before her in the name of her ex-husband. It's been too long. She drifted off for a moment, still not hesitating, and entered her password smoothly. It still shows an incorrect password. "You're shitting me, aren't you?" Song Jun-ro looked at Guji angrily and said threateningly, "It seems like I should let you have an accident in the middle of nowhere. Now isn't that enough of a surprise?" Guru smiled at Song Jun-ro. "What do you want? Just tell me." Seeing that Gu's resignation was still playful, Song Jun Rouge narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and commanded, "Throw him down." Seeing the two men beside him dragging him, really heading towards the edge of the cliff, Guru quickly opened his mouth. "Come to think of it, I remember the password. It's so vicious." Guru couldn't help but be afraid that Shir Chang would blacken one day as well. Say it. I'll give you one last chance, Song Joon Rhythm said. The password is. Guru spoke slowly, word for word, 277-1314. Song Joon-ro understood the implication, and her brows furrowed in disgust. And then, Gushi saw Song Joon-ro tapping on his phone a few times, and as he watched, he saw that Song Joon-ro seemed to be pointing the camera at him. He subconsciously ducked his head to avoid the camera, but still heard the sound effect of a successful cell phone photo. This flow made his heart feel bad, and sure enough, the next moment, he heard Song Joon-ro spoke. Now, I'm going to give you two choices. 1. I will now send this wretched look of yours to Shirching to look at, so that she can distribute all these years of hard work, the whole of Shirching's shares to me, so that I can become a shareholder of Shirching. 2. I dial her phone now. You mentioned divorce to her. After the matter is accomplished, I will give you $5 million. After that, you have to cut off with her and do not communicate with each other. At those words, Guji was silent once again. These two choices were in front of him. If he chose two, not to mention the fact that he couldn't give up at all. At that time, Qing 100% killed him first to let him taste the power of the Fist King. If he chooses one, with his knowledge of Shirching will really give. I'll give you 3 minutes to make your choice. Otherwise, I'll default you to the first one, Song Joon Rhythm said. The unflinching look seemed to indicate a run on the clock. Gushi still looked at Song Joon-ro with a smile as if he wasn't giving up. Qing and I are both married, so it's reasonable to say that you're her mother. And now you're also considered my mother-in-law. My other mom, so why make such a mess, right? He spoke kindly, but Song Joon-ro did not eat it at all. You're a funny kid. You had that attitude towards me before, and now you know I'm your mother-in-law? I've never heard you call me that. Then can you let me go if I call out to you? Guru had a sincere face. Song Joon Rhythm wanted to say something. Call out and listen. This look is truly worthy of being Shirching's own mother. Mom. Guru had the look of a great filial son. The heart of a naked child. Mom, you untie me first. Let's sit down as a family and have a good heart-to-heart chat, okay? Song Joon Rhythm hooked the corner of his mouth. It seemed that listening to Guji call out these few times Mom, there was a different kind of emotion in his heart, and he was even a little bit happy about it. No, but she still had no intention of releasing Guji. Guji's smile froze, so he had been tricked by Shirching all day long. Even if he had been tricked by Shirching's mom, he paused and added, the last time I went to see you with Qingqing, you purposely asked Qingqing to bring the child, and you still looked disappointed when you didn't see it. You also want to see the child. You want to see your own granddaughter, don't you? Hearing this, Song Joon Rhythm was silent and did not reply. Gushi continued. Softy is very understanding and obedient. In kindergarten, Soft doesn't play with other kids, and she's a bit like Qingqing in her maverick behavior. And when Softy goes to my house, she is not mischievous at all, and she especially gets along well with my grandfather. So if you hadn't abandoned Qingqing, Softy would have liked to stick to you as her grandmother. Song Joon Rhythm's thoughts were in disarray for a few moments, dawned on her, and reminded her in a low voice. Jun Shang, that one, is already dying. As long as Shirchang and I cooperate, I will find her a partner with a strong family and background, and I will also be able to make the time she cares about grow bigger and bigger. If you really like her, you should be looking forward to her being good, and don't be an obstacle for her. Repartner Toki Ching? Don't be a hindrance to her? The fire in Guji's heart went straight to the sky and could no longer be suppressed. So, in the beginning, Tokihi's father, as well as Tokihi, was a hindrance to you, wasn't it? Guji spoke bluntly, thoroughly aroused by Song Joon-ro's words, and said indignantly, what I consider a treasure, you consider a liability? What is your status? A different man similar to you, but whoever is not stupid, will also change his ways to please when he meets a woman like Shirching who owns a movie and television company. Song Joon-ro looked as if he had seen through Guji. Guru directly retorted, once upon a time, when Shirching's father was so poor, what about the reason why you were initially with him? It's the same as the current me facing Shirching, right? The only difference is that I won't forget this initial heart like you did. Are you judging me? Song Joon-ro was exasperated as if she had been spoken to. For so many years, I've taken the entire Jun Shang for Shirching, and I can make sure film and television, which she cares about the most, go even further, breaking through the limits to reach unprecedented heights. Don't I want her to be better? Why else would I have let her come back to me two at a time? She came back to you? It was clearly you who left her, not her who left you. In his heart, Guru only felt that Song Joon Rhythm was pathetic. He smiled, and asked rhetorically, you keep saying that she cares about the times. Then do you know, why did she initially want to set up the times? Song Joon Rouge didn't think twice, because that's her dream. Wrong. Big mistake. What dream? Guru looked straight at Song Joon-ro and emphasized, "That's her obsession." At those words, Song Joon-ro frowned, not understanding Guru's meaning at all. "You must not know. Countless times when she was a young girl, she wandered in and out of school just to see you, only to see you in a new family, taking someone else's child to the movies, a movie that she and her father never bothered to go to, and she wanted to go with you, but you got in the way of the others being there, and wouldn't even acknowledge her, and dismissed her with a few words. That one time was the first time you, utterly and completely, let her down." She set up a time and place to let go of her obsession with that movie she wanted to see the most. "Hurt is hurt, and you're just now trying to make up for it, but no amount of making up will ever be love again." The words fell, like 1,000 pounds, smashing into the bottom of Song Joon-ro's heart. She remembers that time and remembers it clearly. Because of that time, because Shurching called her mom, she was almost suspected by the heir of the Juncheng group who had fallen for her in the first place. "I just didn't realize that incident would be remembered by Timothy for decades. It's been decades." A glint of moisture crossed her eyes and was blown away again by the winds of this barren mountain. "It is just like the barrenness of the heart that could not give birth to half an inch of fragrance for so many years, because love is dead and kinship is broken. The karma is right for what you sow with your own hands." She had also thought that she would be punished while getting money, but she hadn't realized that the punishment would be right between the eyes. "Don't waste your time." Song Junyao knew deep down that the road had come to this, exhaled deeply of his pent-up emotions, and slowly said, "Gu Shi, choose, you only have 1 minute left." With those words out of the way, Gu Shi no longer had any hesitation. "It won't take a minute. I've already chosen. I'll take 2. Guru had dragged his feet until now, just wanting to hear Song Joon Rhythm's thoughts, and in reality, a choice that was unfavorable to Shurching couldn't even be considered a choice in his case. Seeing Song Joon-ro take out his cell phone to call Shurching, Guji interrupted. "The 5 million you said, is it true?" Song Joon-ro thought that Guji was blinded by money and couldn't help but snort. "Don't worry, it will be given to you." Instead, she felt at the moment that people like Guji didn't deserve to be beside Shurching. "You'll remit it to me now, or I won't talk about it," Guru said. "Sure enough, you're still going to go with the 5 million. Song Joon Rhythm said, took out his device and sent $5 million to Guji's account, and showed the result of the remittance to Guji before he was relieved. "I didn't choose $5 million, I chose to guard her life's work." Guru has already thought of a plan in his mind. His agreement to Shurching has not yet been reached. He can't just die here. He has to retain the maximum benefit for Shurching, even if he has to act out a divorce to Song Joon Rhythm. It's that time of year, so don't pretend to say such nice things. Song Joon Rhythm had already dialed Shurching's number using Guru's cell phone. "Say what you need to say and have her send the divorce papers to this address." She took out a piece of paper with the address on it and placed it on the floor in front of Guji. The call was quickly answered, and Shurching's voice came from the other end. "Where are you going?" "I'll wait for you at the tea house." "Okay, I've finished all my work for the past few days, so we have plenty of time to, let's get a divorce." Guru spoke in a low voice. Timothy Ching on the other end of the line was silent for a few seconds. "What did you just say?" She thought she had misheard. "I say we, get a divorce." Even though Guru knew that his words were false, he hadn't expected that actually saying them to Shurching would be this difficult to calm down. It's as if every word, every breath, carries pain. "Don't joke about that." Shurching's tone was a bit displeased, but she still spoke calmly to Guji. "Where are you now? I'll go pick you up." "I'm not kidding. Timothy, get a divorce." Guru read out the address Song Joon-ro gave. "Do you hear me clearly? Send the divorce papers to this address. I asked you where you were." Shurching got a little anxious and sounded exasperated. "I don't want to see you," Guru said. He had to get out of there early so he could get to Shurching. As long as he was alive, there was hope, and as long as he was still around, even if Shurching was sad because of him, he would definitely explain as soon as possible and coax Shurching again. "I'm asking you again, are you serious?" Shurching's voice was calm, but it was like he was suppressing emotions that were about to explode. "Yes." Guru almost squeezed out this word through clenched teeth. "There are problems we can figure out. Do you have to be like this?" Shurching was still desperately trying to hold back. "Can't solve it. Aren't you very efficient at work? A divorce agreement is just a divorce agreement. Can't you get it out?" Guru urged. "Is it because of the baby? Or, you still don't like me?" Tim Ching plowed through it like he had to have a reason. Song Joon-ro, who was listening to the phone call next to her, changed her face slightly. She didn't expect her daughter to be so persistent in redeeming such an ordinary member of the opposite sex. "Anyway, many reasons, stop talking about it." After Guru finished speaking, he let Song Joon-ro hang up the phone. He was taken to a nearby shabby tiled house and saw that someone had prepared a signing pen and a box of sealing clay. "I thought Song Joon Rhythm was just letting him finish this, But I never thought Song Joon Rhythm was so cautious that he had to divorce him and Shurching completely and utterly. Meanwhile, the East Side neighborhood. Suman looked at the bespectacled Shurching and asked weakly, "What happened? Who's calling?" She was invited by Shurching today, because Shurching said that today was a very important day and wanted to dress up to meet Guji, but she was not satisfied with how she matched her clothes, so she asked her to come and help. Seeing Shurching looking at the cell phone screen, stunned in place, red eyes, Suman put down the clothes in her hand in some panic. "What's going on? What's going on? Say something." She anxiously pointed at the pile of clothes laid out on the bed. "Don't you still have to go see Guji today? Aren't you going to choose your clothes?" "No need to choose." Shurching almost uttered the words with her breath, then took her bag and walked out of the room, leaving behind only a forlorn figure. Suman was worried and quickly followed up, following Shurching into the car. She was afraid that Shurching was in a bad mood and offered to help drive. "Where are you going?" Suman asked. Tokihei answered after a long interval. "Company." Like a lost soul, he hung his head and looked at his cell phone, tears dripping down the screen. She wiped the screen with her hand and inadvertently tapped on the chat interface with Guji, slowly tapping down a few words in a smooth motion. "I want to see you." 4 words, sent out in a flash. The red exclamation point comes into view. "Don't you even give a chance to talk about it face to face?" Shurching's heart trembled as she leaned her head against the seat's backrest and closed her eyes. Guji's face all over the darkness. Why on earth? She doesn't understand. The car quickly arrived downstairs at the Times. Shurching got out of the car and rode the elevator up the stairs, silent the entire time. Suman followed closely and went into the office with Shurching. Chirui realizes what's happening when he sees that Shurching, who was supposed to go on a mushy date, has reappeared at the office with a look of dismay. Immediately afterward, he heard Shurching speak, "Get a lawyer in here and draw up a divorce decree." When these words came out, both Chirui and Suman were stunned in place. "Whose? For?" Zaire tried to ask. Toki added in a single word. "My, and Guji's, divorce papers." Chirui froze in place for a long time without moving, with a confused face, not knowing at all what had happened. "What? You and Guji? Could it be that Guji called just now? He mentioned divorce to you?" Suman asked anxiously. "Why don't you hurry up and go?" Timothy urged Zaire. Zaire had to do as he was told to go out and get a lawyer. Because of what? Did he say it? Why so sudden? Suman asked. She did doubt that Guji would be able to go all the way with Shurching, but she didn't expect Guji to take the initiative to end it with Shurching so suddenly. Did she really? Bet right? Don't ask. Shurching sat on the sofa in her office, her mind flashing through the entire experience of her and Guji. Unexpected encounter in the dark. Was set aunt-and-nephew relationship. In the night talk, the inner vulnerability of all revealed. There have been promises. Gave a comforting hug. How wonderful it was once upon a time, and how self-serving it seemed when she remembered what Guru said. Looking at Shurching as if she was dying of heart, Suman sent a message to Wei Jihung from the side. "Manga, I think I've won the bet." "Wei, what's going on?" /question.jpg. Manga Egu resigned himself and said he wants to end it completely with Qingqing. My Qingqing is crying because she's so upset. "I'm sorry, but I don't know how to do this to you. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say." "Wei, how can?" Manga, I think it's because of the baby. "How's the paternity test going over there?" "Wei, the results have been out for a long time. I believe in Guji, so I haven't gone to prepare for it." "Man, go ahead. I'd like to see if it's because of the baby or not. At least we can't let Qingqing break her heart for Gushi for no reason at all." Wei Jihung on the other end of the screen was silent for a moment, unable to understand how Guji would do this. He took the car keys and went downstairs to drive, still believing in his heart that Guji wouldn't do something like that, but he also wanted to know why. Sprinted all the way to the city hospital, and at that moment, the lawyer had already prepared the divorce agreement and placed it in front of Shurching. Tim Ching didn't dare to look at that one ordinance. Flip right to the end, pick up your pen, and stop it in mid-air. It was definitely the hardest thing she had ever signed in her entire life. The original smooth signature is now halting and crooked, and the ink flowing out is filled with bitterness. She handed Chirui the divorce papers, her voice raspy. "I'll send you the address, so send it over." "You are not going?" "Brother-in-law. He is likely to be there. You no longer talk to him well?" Ziri tried. Shurching shook his head, slightly helpless. "He said he doesn't want to see me. Let's talk about it afterward." Chirui had to take the divorce agreement to leave the company. Delivered so many contracts. This trip is the most worried. She was also curious to know why Guji was suddenly like this. So the car drove fast and arrived at that address. It's a remote alley. She observed that there were only 2 men in civilian clothes waiting there, wearing masks. "Here to serve divorce papers?" One of the men spoke, then reached out. "Give it to me." Where is Guru? Shi Rui asked. He's the one who sent us to get the divorce papers. One of the men simply snatched the divorce papers and rode off on his motorcycle. Zaire tried to follow but was stopped by another. Stay back, Mr. Gu doesn't want to see anyone. The man didn't leave until the motorcycle drove away. Shi Rui had no choice but to fight his way back home. It didn't take long for the divorce papers to be delivered outside the city and placed in front of Guru. Song Jun-ro turned the divorce agreement to the last signature page and urged, "Don't waste time, sign it and I'll let you go." Guru was on that last page, as if he had smelled Shi Cheng's commonly used hand cream, and it seemed that his hand had lingered on it for a long time. Looking at the stiff, unnatural handwriting, it was like seeing Shi Cheng struggle when she signed. He picked up the pen with the same torment, but finally signed his name in one breath. Satisfied, Song Jun-ro drew away the agreement, had Guru's bound feet untied, and reminded again, "Remember, she'll have a better marriage, so don't get in her way." When Song Jun-ro and those people left, they even stomped on Guji's cell phone, as if they were deliberately trying to prevent Guji from contacting Shi Cheng in time. Guru's body still didn't have much strength. He picked at the shattered cell phone and simply smashed it, taking away the memory card inside, then step by step, slowly walking towards the city. At this time, Liucheng, the city hospital. Wei Jihong picked up the paternity test results. He took the dossier bag containing the paternity test, walked outside the hospital, and found a corner to make a phone call. "Hello? Dude, I'm coming to you now. The one I told you about earlier. Get me a fake copy." He informed that side and hung up, sighing as he headed for the parking lot near the hospital. Guru. Although he had made the bet for his own selfish reasons, in order to marry Su Man, he did believe in Gu Ji, and did not want Gu Ji to do anything that would disappoint. He thought this as he walked away, casually opening the dossier. Taking out the paternity report, Wei Jihong flipped through it carelessly and turned to the last page. The eye glanced up and was pulled back, settling on an extremely prominent line of numbers. The cumulative probability of paternity, RCP, is 99.99999999999%. Wei Jihong froze for a moment, bringing his face closer and looking at it again with wide eyes. After confirming that the number was 99.99999999999%, he looked down again. Identification result, according to the results of DNA analysis in our hospital, without considering identical multiple births and close relatives, it is supported that Gu Ji is the biological father of Tokisoft. Crap! Wei Jihong messed up in the wind for 3 seconds, then snorted, looked back at the hospital behind him, pointed, "This hospital is interesting. No, I want a fake. All give me P good." Halfway through his sentence, he looked at the words Liucheng City People's Hospital and his smile froze on his face. This seems like a regular hospital. Wei Jihong came back to his senses, hands a little trembling, flipping through the first few pages of the paternity report, looking at the detailed analysis of the various data. Crap! Wei Jihong funfong on the street again. Then he took out his cell phone and called Su Man, running furiously all the way, looking at the results of the last page of the paternity report in his hand, like discovering a new continent, unprecedentedly excited. When the call came through, he yelled, "I got the paternity report. Where are you? I'm coming to see you now." The sound shook the ears of Su Man on the other end. "It's just a paternity report. Why are you making such a fuss? Why are you yelling so loud?" Su Man pulled out her ears. She was afraid of disturbing Shi Cheng, so she walked out of the office to answer the phone. Wei Jihong on the other end was still running all the way, still excited. "Listen to me. I've just discovered something great. There's absolutely no mistake. In fact, Guru is..." Bang! Suddenly, with a loud crash, Wei Jihong's words came to an abrupt end, and a piercing murmur came before returning to calm. "Hello? Hello? Wei Jihong?" Su Man shouted in the corridor outside the office and heard the faint crowd talking on the other end of the phone, but Wei Jihong's cell phone seemed to be broken and couldn't be heard clearly. Inexplicably, there was some uneasiness in Su Man's heart. She hung up and returned to her office. "Ching, something seems to have happened on Wei Jihong's side. I'm going to check on him. Don't feel too bad yourself. I'll go pick up the kids for you in the evening and then come over to keep you company." Su Man finished. See Shi Cheng still no reaction. Can only explain again the secretary must be at this juncture to look after Shi Cheng? This only left the company building, driving the car all the way speeding. She remembered Wei Jihong said before, is in the city hospital to do the paternity report? That should be in the city hospital near it, the edge of Liao City. Guru found a police station, then walked in to borrow a phone. The enthusiastic police officer saw Guji's wretched appearance and asked over and over again if something had happened to Guji and that they could seek their help. "No, just a domestic dispute." Guru prevaricated. After all, although he received a needle, but did not suffer any injuries, The other party is the real mother of his beloved. He will not trespass on what to do. He also now just want to contact Shurching first. This is the most urgent. He skillfully dialed Timothy's phone. The phone rang a few times and no one answered. He continued to fight. This time, it rang a few times, but hung up. Guru had expected this and continued to call Shurching while sitting at the police station. At this moment, Shurching in the office looked at the cell phone screen, her finger hesitating on the screen. After a long time, she suppressed a low cry and pressed the answer button. Both were silent for a few seconds. Guru spoke first. Are you more angry or sad now? The unexpected words made Timothy freeze. Does it matter? Shurching tried his best to hide the raspiness in his voice. Listening to the voice that had obviously cried in pain, Guji's heart felt like it had been stabbed by countless needles. Important. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and said seriously, because it determines whether I'm going to be ready for a beating when I see you later, or whether I'm going to coax you first. What? Shurching was slightly stunned. Not yet dazed. Wait for me. I'll see you now. Guru said and emphasized again. Be sure to wait for me. He then hung up and asked the police to help get him into town. Luckily, the ring Takiking had given him hadn't been broken, and he ran furiously all the way into Toki's building, got on the elevator, and made it to the top floor. When Shurching was still lost in her office, thinking about what Gushur had said, Guru pushed the door in and unlocked it, traveling in a cloud. Turn around. Shurching saw Guji, who was covered in mud and dust and had a grimy face. She stood up and looked at Guji with her crying red eyes. At this moment, Guji had already understood without asking whether he had to prepare for a beating or a coaxing first. He walked straight over and took Timothy into his arms tightly. It's all sadness. He stroked Shurching's hair and heard the person in his arms sob as she couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. This reunion, as imagined by both men, was clearly not even supposed to be like this. Why did you hang up once? I had thought you were angry, Guru asked. He did, indeed, wish that Tokihei had been a little more angry than he was now, crying as if his entire being had been abandoned by the world. I'm afraid, choked Timothy. Afraid of what? I'm afraid you're going to say something that breaks my heart again. People's hearts seem to actually break. Shurching grabbed Guji's dirty clothes and cried so hard that her body trembled slightly. When she heard the person she loved the most say the most hurtful words to her, grief had long since swept over her in that moment, wrapping around her whole person, which still had any heart to be angry. She didn't dare to take Guji's call again, even though she wanted to ask everything clearly, but the thought that the person she loved so much might continue to stab her like a knife with every word, where else would she dare to take? I'm sorry. Guji had long wanted to get away after dealing with Song Junro first and come to explain to Shurching at the first opportunity, but now that he saw Shurching's heart aching like this, he suddenly felt that it was no different from him being thrown off a cliff by Song Junro. What is it about? Tell me. Is it the softness? Shurching spoke urgently. She thought for a long time alone, turning those memories over and over, and still couldn't figure out what in the world caused Guji to break with her, and also plainly allowed herself to be tossed around by those memories with recurring heartaches. Soft ah. Guru sighed softly. During these 2 months when I went to teach, I took a moment to think carefully. For the matter of her not being my child, my feeling is pity, because I am in love with you. That's why I feel pity. She only belongs to you, not to us. Once upon a time I distanced myself from you and stayed away from you because of her. Until now, when I realized that I fell in love with you. If I back away again because of her, I can fall back into place. So where do I put this extra love? I don't know. And I don't want to fail this feeling against my will. You said you. Tokihei, I thought he had heard wrongly. I said, I love you. Guru restated, explaining, I have no choice but to speak to you like that today. I will explain to you why. But until then, I have to express my feelings, and I can no longer wait. Even if I come to confess I am a mess, and I did not buy the flowers. Upon hearing this, Shurching asked after him as if he was dreaming, somewhat incoherent and in a trance. Are you really willing to accept me? And also willing to accept the child? Once upon a time I really couldn't accept it, and could imagine what it would look like to an onlooker to accept a woman with a child. Guru said and smiled in relief. At that time, I really didn't understand in this aspect of feelings, but now, I am very clear and understand. If you love, you must love the house. He looked at Shurching and his eyes traveled downward, landing on the small of Shurching's back. Nowadays, I always think of that year when I accompanied you to the labor and saw that little, somewhat ugly baby that you, whom I loved so much, had worked so hard to conceive in this body. Every time I think of that, I can't hate Softy, the baby. When I heard her call me daddy and say that I was all I needed as a father, I suddenly felt that nothing else mattered, that we had a deep love for each other. And wasn't that what it took to make a family? Tokihei. Guru looked seriously at Shurcheng and solemnly said, I'm ready to be a husband and a father at the same time. You, Shurcheng wanted to speak, but still asked, are you serious? Seriously, no matter what the end result is, I'm going to do everything I can to fight for this relationship to work out. When Guru said this, he was already ready to try to get his family to accept Shurcheng and Softy as well. Have I finally waited for this promise from you? Shurcheng gently leaned into Guji's arms. A mess is a mess. No flower is a flower. In her opinion, Guji, the man who came, was worth all the romance. And one more thing, I hope to marry you formally once in a while, openly, with a full house of family and friends, and I'll work towards that. When Guru's words fell, Shurcheng wrapped her arms around his neck and gently covered her lips with tears the moment they crossed her face. For only 2 seconds, just after separating, Guji clasped the back of Shurcheng's head with his hand, kissing back and going deeper. Guji stroked Shurcheng's long hair, and step by step, she brought Shurcheng closer to the sofa, and the two of them went with the flow, sinking into the sofa. At this point, outside the office, Ziri leaned over the door and listened, but the soundproofing was too good to hear anything. I just went out. Was the chairman in there the whole time? She grabbed an employee and asked. It seems to be. We heard that the chairman was in a bad mood today, so we didn't even bother, the employee said. Chirue gently knocked on the door. There was no response, then used his hand to open the door, only to find that it was unlocked. She was instantly flustered and rapped vigorously on the door somewhat uneasily. It was loud enough to make the two men who were having a hard time getting away from each other in the office stop for a moment. Shurcheng's cheeks carried a touch of red and quickly ran to open the door before changing her face to glare at Chirue outside the door. Her clothes still dirty from Guji's rubbing. Chirue was confused, and when he looked in, he saw Guru, and then looked at Shurcheng's slightly red lips, and felt bad luck. People are locking their dog food in the house and she's still up for a dry bite. You're busy. Chirue closed the door as soon as he could, still somewhat puzzled as to why there was a cold burst of heat between these two. In the office, Timothy locked the door again. She sat back down on the couch and asked softly, what in the world made you say that to me today? Guru wanted to say something and turned to say, didn't kiss enough. Shurcheng froze for a moment, and was swept into Guji's arms again, continuing the deep kiss. I don't know how long it took before the two had to separate. It was hard to even have a calm conversation if they continued any longer. Actually, today, on my way back, I was taken by your mother. Guru told Shurcheng everything that happened on the way back. However, after hearing Guji's words, Shurcheng still rose up in indignation and walked straight towards the outside. What for? Guru took Shurcheng's hand. Find her. Shurcheng was furious. It was hard to imagine Song Jun-ro actually meddling in her affairs like this. You calm down first. She already has ideas about the current situation. If she catches you in the act and releases negative news, it will be unfavorable to you, and it will also affect the current situation. Guru persuaded. On my way back, I let the police send me back. I didn't report to the police to arrest your mother, but came back to tell you in the first place, because I want to give you the choice of how to solve this matter, and I don't want to see you mother and daughter keep hurting each other all the time. That will only make you think of the past in a cycle, and once again, you will be grieved and disappointed with her. So, no matter how you solve this matter, I will support you. Resolve this matter. I support you. Shurcheng calmed down for a moment, calming the anger that was about to erupt, and said in a deep voice, aren't you angry that she pushed you like that? I did get angry, but for no other reason than she was trying to keep us apart, trying to set you up for a better marriage, and I was upset at that point, Guru said, then snickered. You're going to have to protect me next. I screwed your mom over by signing the divorce papers and taking her money, but not leaving you. However, Tokihi calmed down and still decided, I'm still going to find her. With that, she walked quickly out of the office. Guji also had to return home to change his clothes, and after dealing with his family's concerns, he went to buy a new cell phone. He purposely picked the same phone as Shurcheng's, a different color number, and it looked like a good match. Finding that in his WeChat top, both Shurcheng and Softy were gone. Guji realized that they had been deleted by Song Jun-ro. He sighed and went back to Shurcheng's office to wait for Shurcheng to come back. I don't know how long it took, but the secretary had delivered several rounds of tea and snacks before Shurcheng came back unsteadily. Keep you waiting. Shurcheng seemed to have come straight back from Song Juanyao's place, picking up the cup Guji had been drinking from and drinking the rest of the tea in it. Suddenly, Guji noticed the blood on Shurcheng's hands. Are you hurt? Guru held Shurcheng's hand and examined it carefully, only to freeze. This is not your blood. He looked over at Timothy and tried, somewhat uncertainly, you beat up your mom? No, Timothy said. And whose blood is this? Guru took the sterilized wipes on the table to wipe Shurcheng's hands while he did so. That son of hers. When Qing's face looked better than before, like a good meal out of gas. She bullied you. I cannot tolerate. She and her dying man and cannot be beaten. I can only go to beat her son. After beating her, I said a few words to her and grabbed the divorce papers and tore them up. That's all. What did you tell her? Guru asked. As he looked at the blood on Shurqing's hands and the soaking wetness on his black clothes, he could imagine how badly that unlucky son of Song Juing's had been beaten. Shurqing wanted to say something, but in the end, she just faintly said, "It's nothing. Anyway, she should be busy right now." Guru also didn't intend to intervene any further, but he could just imagine that Shurqing might have made a big fuss over Jun Shang Group. "I won't put you in danger in the future, so will you promise me you won't say anything like that again?" Shurqing reached out and held Guru's hand. "That's really worse than killing me." "Never again," Guru assured. In his life, since he was a child, Guji has been a good student and a good boy, quiet and introverted, and has not done anything bold and crazy. But when he decides to make an effort to be together for Tokihei, he realizes that counts for one thing. Knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. "Enter." Zaire pushed his way in. "If you two are finished, I'll bring the baby in?" "Just picked her up." "Well," Shurqing responded, suddenly remembering something, and asked, "Didn't Suman say she was going to help me pick up the baby? Where is she?" Although she was depressed and her thoughts were a mess before, she had a good memory and remembered Suman's words. "Miss Su sent me a message not long ago saying that Mr. Wei was seriously injured and still in resuscitation. So she asked me to go pick up the child first." Shi Ruwei said. "Mr. Wei? Which Mr. Wei?" Guru asked. "Wei Ziheng," Shi Ruwei said. "Wei Ziheng?" Guji stood up and walked outside with some anxiety. He didn't know what had happened. How did Wei Ziheng end up in the resuscitation room for good reason? Suman seemed to say before that there was a problem on Wei Ziheng's side to come. "I'm not sure about the rest." Shurqing followed Guji closely while ordering the driver to pull the car out, then rushed to the hospital with Guji. In the city hospital, when Guru and Shurqing arrived, the lights in the resuscitation room were still on, and there were a few suits from the Wei family hovering in front of the door, as well as Suman. "What the hell happened?" Guru asked Suman somewhat anxiously. Suman's face was very unattractive. "He was fine when I called him, and then all of a sudden," she remembered the blood she had seen near the hospital, and the shocking sight of it disturbed her whole being. Shurqing asked the Wei family about the situation, and the Wei family did check the surveillance and learned that the owner of the car Wei Ziheng crashed into was a member of the LV family. Surveillance shows Wei Ziheng all the way like a madman rampage. That surnamed LV driving a car, saw Wei Ziheng in front of the run. The heart remembered the previous revenge, wanted to scare Wei Ziheng, did not want to really hit. The results of the Wei Ziheng himself rushed to the front of the road, did not break the car. There was an accident. After waiting for a few hours, the Wei family couldn't stay here all the time, so they left one person waiting at the hospital. The rest went back to the company. Only Suman has been standing at the door of the rescue room waiting. Shurqing also followed Gushur and sat at the door of the resuscitation room. Suman was so anxious that she paced back and forth in front of the two. "It's going to be okay," Timothy said soothingly. Suman looked at the two. "You too." The line of sight fell on the hands of the two people interlocked with their fingers, and somehow, she, who had always claimed that lovelessness was a god, and who was waiting for Wei Ziheng, who was still alive or dead, was envious when she saw this scene. Kinda made him bet right. Suman has understood. It's just that the winner of the bet is still lying in the resuscitation room, oblivious, while the loser is out there suffering. "What's the bet?" Guru asked. Suman shook her head faintly, still standing at the door of the resuscitation room, looking at the light that was on, but her heart felt like a gray. She had to wait for Wei Ziheng to come out and listen to Wei Ziheng's own words. Just as she thought that, the lights in the resuscitation room went out. Wei Ziheng was pushed all the way out and transferred to the operating room. The three of them only saw Wei Ziheng lying there motionless, and followed them all the way there, again waiting at the door of the operating room. Guji wanted to let Suman and Shurqing go back to rest first, and wait here himself, and tell the two of them when there was news. But Suman froze and wouldn't go. All three had to all wait in front of the operating room until all three were so exhausted that they passed out. The lights in the operating room dimmed. Suman stood up in an instant, blocking the doorway, and when she saw the doctor walk out she anxiously inquired, "How is it?" "It's out of life-threatening condition, and you can start staying in the hospital for observation." Hearing these words, the three of them then let go, but Suman still didn't leave and followed to the ward, guarding Wei Ziheng's side. "You guys go on back. I want to wait for him to wake up." The person she had once found raucous and noisy was now lying quietly in her hospital bed, and she felt distracted. "When he wakes up, remember to let me know I'm coming to see him." After Guru finished speaking, he and Shurqing left the hospital. the worry still wouldn't dissipate until late the next night. In the hospital room, Wei Jihang's eyelids flickered slightly. Images from before he was hit flashed through his mind, and finally his fingers moved. Beside the hospital bed, the shallowly sleeping Su-man slowly woke up, glimpsed Wei Jihang's brows slightly furrowed, and realized something. Wei Jihang? She called out and shook Wei Jihang's hand. Wei Jihang's hand, subtle movements, let Su-man feel. She was sure Wei Jihang moved. She continued to call out again. The familiar voice that tugged at Wei Jihang's consciousness, like an invisible hand grabbing him and taking him out of the endless abyss. Out of nowhere, Wei Jihang opened his eyes and unconsciously looked at the ceiling, his eyes somewhat empty. Awake, really awake. Su-man did not have time to be happy and immediately ran out of the hospital room to call the doctor. Wei Jihang accepted the doctor's series of examinations with a numb expression. It can't be ruled out that there will be after effects. Keep staying in the hospital for observation. Talk to him more often. And if there is any abnormality, make sure to inform him in time. The doctor finished and left the room. Su-man's gaze fell on Wei Jihang's face that had little spirit, and only then did he seem to slow down in joy and worry, and the two of them looked at each other for a long time. You guy really? Do you know how many people are worried about you? What makes you so anxious like that? You still have the guts to run across the road with so many cars. Su-man grumbled with her mouth, but she couldn't hide the heartache under her eyes. At that moment, she saw Wei Jihang's mouth open and close as if he was saying something. She couldn't hear much because of the oxygen mask, so she had to lean in close and listen sideways. Suddenly, Wei Jihang raised his hand and yanked down the oxygen mask with force, and did his best to raise his body slightly, on the side of Su-man's face, and kissed lightly. In just a moment, his body sank back onto the bed. Feeling that gentle touch, Su-man's gaze was slightly stunned, and then she quickly returned to her senses. You, her eyes fluttered a bit, if you weren't a patient right now, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to spare you. The cheeks that had been kissed seemed to be vaguely hot, and his heart followed suit. She picked up her cell phone, then remembered to tell the others about Wei Jihang waking up. Before I got hit, what was I doing? Wei Jihang was still a bit breathless. At those words, Su-man was stunned and surprised. You don't remember? Headache. Wei Jihang always felt that he had overlooked something very important. Su-man quickly solved his doubts. You forgot? The bet you made with me, taking Guji and Softy's hair for a paternity test, then trying to change a fake one, only to have a sudden accident when you called me after picking up the paternity test. She looked at Wei Jihang's somewhat confused eyes and called for the doctor once again. The doctor examined and questioned him again before concluding. It's possible that it's a post-traumatic transient amnesia. His condition isn't serious, and he'll slowly recover over time. After the doctor left, Su-man asked Wei Jihang again. Then do you remember that the one who bumped into you was the one from the Lu family? Wei Jihang's brain worked slowly, then cursed. Dead cleanliness. Yeah, that's him. Looks like you just temporarily forgot what happened before the accident? Hiss. Wei Jihang rubbed his head. I definitely forgot something very important. I can't think of it, and I feel bad all over. Su-man recalled what Wei Jihang had said at that time, guiding Wei Jihang's thinking. Then think back. You that day, went to the hospital, got the paternity report, and then on the way was very excited to give me a phone call. Said half a sentence. You said, Guji is actually. Listening to Su-man's words, Wei Jihang's mind seemed to replay the events of that day, the scene in front of him, and the emotions that were hard to ignore. Gu rhetoric, guru. Wei Jihang suddenly remembered something, grabbed Su-man's hand and anxiously said, you quickly find him. Tomorrow, you recuperate in peace. It's a big night. Your father can't even come. Su-man said. Wei Jihang was hysterical. I'm his father. The next day, early in the morning, Guru and Shi came to the hospital room with tonic to visit. Wei Jihang slept for a long time in the past 2 days. Plus there was something on his mind. He didn't sleep for the whole night last night, but when he saw Guji, his eyes lit up. Come on, come here. Seeing Wei Jihang beckoning him over with an excited look on his face, Guji was a bit confused and always felt that Wei Jihang was weird. He had just walked over and placed the tonic beside the bed when Wei Jihang yanked him to his heels. Fuck. What? Guru almost had a face-to-face exchange with Wei Jihang. I have something to say to you alone. Wei Jihang was persistent. Guru glanced at Su-man and Shi, who were also a bit puzzled, but still walked out of the hospital room, giving Wei Jihang and Guru space. Guru sat on the edge of the hospital bed. What do you have to say to me alone? You should thank Ms. Su properly. She's been by your side day and night. I got hit this time because of this thing with you, and if I don't talk to you about it, I'm not going to have the heart for absolutely anything. Me? What's up? It's been a while since we've seen each other, and the moment we meet you're lying here. Guru was a bit puzzled. You remember I went to your house to borrow a copy of the Narrow Gate. don't you? That was the day I took a hair of yours from your bed. And Suman went to Tokodong's house to get the soft hair. What are you two up to? Guru still didn't associate himself with that. Instead he felt that Wei Zhiheng was diverting his attention. You didn't lose that book of mine, did you? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhiheng broke out into a yell. Gu Zhi, you little cutie. Wei Zhiheng only felt collapsed. He had hinted so obviously. But this brainstalker actually still didn't understand? Why are you scolding me? Guru still felt wronged. Hair. Take the hair of you too. Of course, to do a paternity test. Wei Zhiheng reminded in a lowered voice. Guru froze with the naked eye. The two are wide-eyed, non-static images. After a long time, Gushi tried to ask. You mean, you took my hair, and Miss Su took Softy's hair, and then went for a paternity test? Right, Wei Zhiheng emphasized. I just crashed my car when I got overly excited after getting the paternity test results. Why do that? What's there to get excited about? Are you not aware that Softy is a test tube baby made by Shiqing, and is not related to me by blood? Guru didn't understand which of Wei Zhiheng's tendons was wrong, that he was idly doing a paternity test for him and Softy. It's not because you filed for divorce with Sherdong. Miss Su suspected that you were disliking the child. I made a bet with her and that's why I went to do the paternity test. Wei Zhiheng said. Who dislikes the child? I'm fine with Shiqing. Besides, I've already decided to accept the child. Even if there's no blood relationship, I'll still treat her as my daughter. No need to be. She's your own daughter. Wei Zhiheng's powerful words caused Guji to freeze again. What nonsense, how can that be? Guru's first reaction was disbelief. Wei Zhiheng had expected this and said bluntly. I did the paternity test in this hospital. I'm sure that Soft is your own daughter. This time it really made me stumble upon it. You can go and check the records. I remember you donated sperm back then. There was still some disbelief on Guru's face. He did donate sperm, but according to Wei Zhiheng, doesn't that mean he donated sperm and donated it to Shiqing? How is this possible? Could you be looking at it wrong? Guru always felt that this was too outrageous. Although he had imagined how nice it would be for Softy to be his own daughter, it wasn't, and his love for Softy would remain undiminished. It's impossible to be wrong. Wei Zhiheng cut his teeth and swore without hesitation. If I lie to you, our old Wei family company will all go out of business. Guru hurriedly covered Wei Zhiheng's mouth. Don't say anything obscure. After all, Wei Zhiheng was already so miserable this time. Really, like a crackpot. It's a pity that report is gone. If you believe me, go for another appraisal. Wei Zhiheng said, while revealing a smirk of uncertainty. You have 3 dads in your life. Guru gave Wei Zhiheng a blank stare before walking out of the hospital room. After visiting and Wei Zhiheng still needed to recuperate, Guji left the hospital with Shiqing. Only along the way, Guji was thinking about what Wei Zhiheng had told him. He did believe that Wei Zhiheng wouldn't lie to him with such a thing. Only that. Can it really be that coincidental? Thinking about what Wei Zhiheng told you, Shiqing noticed Guji's expression. Well, Guru was thoughtful. I thought that Shiqing would ask him what Wei Zhiheng said just now, but I didn't think that Shiqing's words were missing the second half of the sentence and didn't inquire about it. Why don't you ask me? Guru said. What? I say, why don't you ask me what Wei Zhiheng just said to me alone? If he's going to talk to you alone, it must be something he can't let anyone else know about. So if you want to talk about it, you'll definitely take the initiative to tell me. Shiqing said. Guji couldn't help but laugh as he watched Shiqing look like she was seriously analyzing the situation. Laughing at what? Timothy asked. I just thought that I would be perfect for a relationship with a mature big sister like you. Guru was honest. Shiqing was just too smart and could understand his thoughts many times. Do you think it's a benefit for me to be mature? If you do anything behind my back, I'm the first to find out. Timothy cast a sharp glance. Guru was very frank. Then you should see me more often. I still want you to have me in your eyes and heart and head 24 hours a day. Wouldn't that be easy to do? Timothy said, smiling imploringly. How? Guru asked. Let's, get a little closer. Shiqing looked sideways at Guji, who moved to Shiqing's side. Is that all right? He asked. Timothy was shaking his head. Not close enough? Still not close? Guji pressed close to Shiqing. This isn't close enough. Then how close is close enough? Shiqing spoke in a whisper. Word for word. In Guji's ear. Negative. Distance. Distance. A flash of red crossed the tip of Guru's ear. He should have thought that this guy would be a meathead anytime. Anywhere. The driver of the car in front of him. His aunt's smile welded to his face. Wei Zhiheng did tell me something, but I'm not sure if it's true or not yet. I'll definitely let you know when I verify it. Guru said. Yeah. Shiqing remembered something and asked. By the way, do you want to go stay at my place for a while? You want to sleep with me? Isn't that the obvious thing to do? Timothy asked. What about Softy? Guru thought to himself. It was always inconvenient for him and Shurching to kiss in front of Softy. I mean my other house. We can go over and stay there from time to time, Shurching whispered. I want to hide a golden house. Oh, Guru nodded in agreement. He turned to look at Shurching seriously again. It's just a pity that we can't tell my parents about us yet. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it for a while. In the future, if you are free, you can often bring Softy over to walk around. Aha, Timothy said confidently. I'll work hard for the brightening day. 2. Because of Shurching's impatience, she took Gu's resignation to her other house in Liaoqing on the same day. Guru looked at the garden in front of him, froze slightly, and asked, have you lived here before? Lived there a long time ago when I was alone. Then when I had Softy, your parents let me live there on the east side. So I moved there, and sure enough it was a lot better than living here alone. Shurching led Guji into the garden. Guru observed that although this place had been empty for a long time, Shurching had arranged someone in charge of cleaning here, so much so that it was still neat and tidy, quiet and restful, and pleasing to the eye in every way. Before he could visit much, however, Shurching led him straight to the bedroom. What a big bed. Want to come up and lie down? Timothy lay down on the soft bed and patted the spot beside him. Guru sat on the edge of the bed, then lay down next to Shurching. He smelled Shurching's scent on the bed, the kind of scent that always appeared on Shurching's body and clothes, a light Taoist scent. How does it feel to want to? Shurching hadn't finished his sentence. Guru then spoke. It feels like I'm experiencing traces of your former loneliness alone. He seemed to really imagine the former Shurching, after losing his family, being alone, and waking up from this bed countless times in loneliness. Thinking so, he unconsciously took Shurching's hand and held it tightly. You're really lovely. Shurching looked at Guji's side face and listened to Guji's simple and warm words, and suddenly felt that the little juvenile thoughts in her heart were vulgar. She moved closer to Guru. Suddenly, a message beep made Shurching lie back. Guru sat up and saw a message from Xia Huanning pop up on his cell phone screen. Xia Huanning, Auntie and Uncle said you're back. How's everything going? Guji, very good. The park has given a vacation these days, so I'll remember the appointment and contact you afterward. Seeing Guru concentrating on typing, Shurching, who was lying on the side, casually asked, is it news from your parents? No, it's Xia Huanning's, Guru explained, because Uncle Xia promised her before that he would take her to an amusement park, and it turned out, she felt sorry for it, so I promised her before I went on the mission trip that I would accompany her once. This way Shurching sighed. Now that I think about it, if I had someone by my side back then, I wouldn't have to experience that feeling of being surrounded by roads but not knowing where to go after my father's death. Hearing this, Guru opened his arms and gave Shurching a hug. Shurching enjoyed the warmth of Guru's embrace, but explained, I just thought of it and said it casually, not to pipe in and ask you for a hug. Guru then gently kissed Shurching on the forehead. It's not a hug, so it's a kiss, right? A smile appeared on Timothy's face. When are you planning to go to the amusement park with her? Take advantage of the vacation. Just for a couple of days. Do you want to go? Guru asked. If I really want to go, is it hard for you to take me with you? No. Guru did think that they could go together. There were many people. No way. Shurching stroked Guru's hair. You promised to accompany her to the amusement park. If you bring me along, won't she become a light bulb? Who else could have fun? Good thing too. I'll go alone with her then. Well, it's almost the Dragon Boat Festival recently, so I just happened to bring Softy to your house for the festival. Well, Guji's face was a little less than happy. What for? Weren't you the one who told me to take the kids for more walks? Timothy said. I just feel that our time for two has become less. Guru sighed. Shurching had to use her great time management skills and thought for a moment. After dinner at your house, you can come find me in the evening and we'll play together. Is that okay? Play? Guru froze for a moment. Playing games? He remembered playing You Draw Me with Shurching earlier. Shurching, however, smiled triumphantly. That's right, play the game, be sure to come. Good. Guru nodded her head obediently and pressed her mind to think in strange places. Right. I'll show you the exclusive area of the house dedicated to you. Shurching cheerfully pulled Guji, which has the appearance of 30-something years old, as if he had stayed with Guji for a long time, also followed the young. Guru followed Shurching around and down several more flights of stairs. It's not going to be a basement for him, is it? A thought flashed through his mind and quickly disappeared. It was only because Shurching had brought him to that place. Dang it! Shurching displayed a pure white house. This is the drawing room I set aside for you. In the future, you can design every corner of this place yourself and come here to draw any time. Guji looked at the spacious and bright room with good lighting, as well as the countless painting utensils that he had bought at an unknown time, all of which were unopened. It was hard for him to imagine when Shurching had started preparing for him. There's still open space out here. So in the future all your paintings can be framed and put outside, like a private museum. Isn't that great? Shirching was talking about the design she had thought up for Guji a long time ago in the room, and Guji's gaze followed Shirching. This pure white room, at the moment, in his eyes, was like a pure white wedding dress, set against the colorful Shirching, this most beautiful color, so that he could not move his eyes. He was already thinking about what he was going to paint on the walls of this room. In the evening, he and Shirching went back to the East City, and Softy liked sticking to Guji even more than before, since Guji resolved to treat Soft as his own daughter. He frankly responded to Soft's every call for dad and got along like a real father and daughter. He also remembered Wei Zhiheng's words at this time, although he didn't care at all now if Softy was his own, and didn't really believe in the probability, but thinking of Wei Zhiheng's words of faith, he still picked up 2 strands of Softy's hair in his hand, and went back to stow them away in a small bag. Day 2. In the amusement park, Guji's face was slightly forced, because of the thought of having a good time. He called Xia Huanning out early in the morning and went to the amusement park together. But I did not expect that Xia Huanning specializes in picking exciting projects to play, even if he is not afraid of these, but after playing for a few hours, it is more or less difficult to bear. I remember when you didn't used to play these, taking advantage of the time when the two of them were eating in the amusement park. Guru asked about his doubts. Xia Huanning just smiled and laughed, her eyes crossing with emotion. Once upon a time I liked something, I would always like it until I got tired of it, and I was not even willing to try anything else, and on many things, it was one way to the black. It's like when I liked the carousel, even if there were a lot of little kids playing on it, I'd rather wait in line and squeeze on it. But now, maybe there's always someone else on the merry-go-round, maybe I've waited too many times, or maybe, the results of the agonizing wait aren't proportional to the time spent, and I've just finally decided to switch it up. At those words, Guji was silent for a moment. Any favorites after the change? He asked. Xia Huanning looked at the merry-go-round in the distance where small children were scrambling to play, and then shifted her line of sight to Guji. Like, none of it is as good as the carousel, she said, releasing a smile and eating the durian pizza in front of her. Guru was silent, quietly watching Xia Huanning take a big bite of her durian pizza. Xia Huanning never ate durian when she was growing up. He could feel that Xia Huanning was changing more and more, including Xia Huanning's style of dress. Once upon a time extraordinarily conservative and ladylike, and today, perhaps because of the hot weather, Xia Huanning braided her hair up, wearing a sexy halter dress in black silk, revealing her formerly covered body to the fullest. Along the way he and Xia Huanning walked together, and Xia Huanning attracted the gaze of an unknown number of people who turned around. I still hope that you are happy from the bottom of your heart. Guru looked at Xia Huanning and added, don't forget how happy you were in the old days. Once upon a time. Ah me. Xia Huanning laughed and shook her head, snickering, but whenever I think of the old days, what I think of is not me. But us. Guru pondered. It does seem to be the case. There are so many memories between them. This is the cruelest of all to those who have given their love. For Xia Huanning, Guji was a part of her memories that was hard to detach, glued to all the goodness in her own memories. If you still want to ride the carousel, I'll help you line up later, Guru proposed. Xia Huanning hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. You used to sit with me. This time, take my picture, she said. Guru readily agreed. No problem. It was still a little dull between the two. Guru took the initiative to change the topic. Is the work at Timeless still going well? Will Su Ranan still go to the design department now? When Xia Huanning had talked to him about the company before, he had said that Su Ranan always went to the design department and had become the most eye-catching actor. Plus he had seen it with his own eyes. He comes almost every week. Sometimes when he's too busy to get away, he'll ask others to help bring food and drinks over. Everyone thinks he's strange, and no one does anything about it. Xia Huanning spoke as if she did not notice Su Ranan's true intentions in the slightest. He gives food to everyone like that, and it's possible that he's only giving it to everyone for just one person. That person must have been initiated by him a lot to strike up a conversation. Guru reminded. Xia Huanning was stunned for a moment. She then recalled that Su Ranan seemed to talk to her every time she came, and she was initially excited because she got to talk to the actor. But over time she got used to it and didn't feel much emotion. So that's it. Xia Huanning looked like she only realized it afterward. I finally understand how you feel. Guru's eating motion paused. Me? Why are we talking about him again? It's that kind of thing. A show of affection in the face of someone you don't like how Xio Ranan is still more than a passerby in my eyes to this day. Someone I don't know well? Xia Huanning smiled bitterly, both glad that there is a close friend this layer of relationship between her and Guji, but also feel pity. Is this layer of relationship so that she has not been able to see Guji to her? If Su Ranan does something in the future that makes you feel burdened, remember to say so and you can make him go to the company less often, Guru said. Xia Huan-ning nodded. Let it all go. As she ate, Guji helped out early as promised to get in line over at the carousel. When she got on the carousel and then looked at Guji, who was taking pictures, Xia Huan-ning only felt that the time had gone by really fast. Once upon a time, the two small children who only dared to sit on the merry-go-round were photographed countless times by the adults of both families. Now she was the one sitting alone, with Guji photographing her. It's kinda like she's stuck alone in the old days. When the food and drink were over, the two of them wandered around the amusement park's souvenir store. Guji had been thinking about what to bring to Shiqing all this way, and now he was dazzled by the variety of couples jewelry he saw. In the end, he picked the maple leaf pattern because he and Shiqing met in the fall. Xia Huan-ning was rare in not being as frugal as before and bought quite a lot. At checkout, the cashier scanned the two men and, couples wearing jewelry can get a discount for taking a picture together in our store. Do you need it? Hearing this, Guru was just about to refuse when Xia Huan-ning snatched her mouth open. No way. This is my brother. The cashier then realized that he had been mistaken and apologized, giving the two men another discount. You bought all the couple's jewelry. Is it something you want to wear with Ms. Tang? Xia Huan-ning and Guji left the amusement park. Ah, right. Guru almost didn't react, almost forgetting that Ms. Tang was his own emperor's bride. Xia Huan-ning also just asked and did not continue the topic. Thank you for coming with me today. I had a great time. Aha. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Guru sent Xia Huan-ning back to his home. He passed by the entrance of his house and didn't go home. He turned his head and went to find Shiqing. By this time, Softy had just fallen asleep. Why did you suddenly come over? Shiqing looked at Guji with eyes full of surprise. Because I didn't see you today. Guru spread his palms and handed over that maple leaf charm. Bought it at the amusement park. Going out and thinking about me. Shiqing smoothly hung the small maple leaf on a set of keys, then looked at Gushir expectantly. What else is good? She asked. Guru was silent for 2 seconds. No more. Specially came over just to deliver this? Shiqing couldn't help but be amused by Guji's dullness and feigned aggression as she muttered. You've got so much money now. Why don't you spare a bit more for me to spend? Other people's boyfriends can send a lot of gifts. Thinking that Shiqing was dissatisfied, Guru assured him, next time, I'll bring a gift that will surely satisfy you. Really? Although Shiqing felt that she liked whatever Guji gave her, she would never get tired of this kind of surprise either. Tomorrow at noon, I'll meet you at the coffee shop downstairs from your office, just in time to pick you up for Dragon Boat Festival. Guru was very confident. And what if you're not satisfied? Timothy asked deliberately. If you're not satisfied, then I'll just have to do what you want. Hearing this, Shiqing hooked the corner of her mouth. No matter what Guru sends, she can want to do something about it. After all, she's been thinking about it for too long. The next day, at noon, Shiqing went downstairs early and sat down at her exclusive seat in the cafe to wait for Guru. Guji was also on time and saw Shiqing through the glass, then stopped and walked sideways instead, hiding something behind him. He didn't put a small bouquet of flowers on the table until he walked into the coffee shop. While like it, Shiqing had guessed that Guji would buy flowers, but still acted surprised. Where's my gift? She looked at Guji expectantly. Guru took out a gift box and placed it on the table. Shiqing thought to herself that this straight man finally knew how to send some jewelry, although she had received a lot of more expensive jewelry. But at this moment, what Guji had sent her must have touched her heart more than all the rare jewels. Carefully unwrapping the box, for a moment, the smile on Shiqing's face was fixed. Only in that box lay a white little genius phone watch. After a long time, Shiqing asked with some uncertainty, "This is the gift for me? You carefully prepared it?" Guru nodded and pointed to the black model on his wrist. It's still a couple's model. He thought to himself that an object like a watch that would be used at any time. Buying a couple's model for Shiqing would be great to think about. It's really weird to give it away. Shiqing was completely unexpected, and asked Guru rhetorically, "You were so confident last night, and it turned out that you wanted to send me a little genius phone watch? How does she look like she would wear such a childish thing? But anything like a necklace and earrings would make her happier than this." Noticing that Shiqing's face wasn't happy, Guji was a bit frustrated. "You don't like it, huh?" he asked. As the words fell out, Shiqing stood up and took her bag to go. Stopping again next to Guji, Guru watched as Shiqing stood next to him for a moment. Then he saw Shiqing stretch out his left wrist towards him, his tone slightly helpless and with a bit of doting. "Put it on me." Guru froze for a moment and immediately put the watch on Shiqing. "If you don't like it, I can re-buy you a gift next time," Guru said. "Also, it's okay." Shiqing was helpless in her heart, but after all, It was from her own man, and she finally accepted this childish gift. Although childish, she was still a bit angry when she first saw it, but looking at Guji's face, she still couldn't say no. However, Guru could more or less see that Shurchang was a bit reluctant about this gift, so he said, "Then I'll try to give a better gift next time." "Next time you'll send it?" A bit of skepticism showed on Shurchang's face. "It won't send any cute and adorable little things again, right? If time passes, will she be dressed up like Guji and become more and more childish? If I don't give it to you, who will I give it to? You're the only girlfriend I have." Guru had already thought about what to send next time, only to see Shurchang silently take off the little genius phone watch on his wrist again. "Don't let your parents see it yet." Guru agreed. Only this time it was a real underground, real romance, with moments to hide. The two returned to the Gu family. At home, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were wrapping dumplings, perhaps because Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were present, plus the fact that this underground romance was really heartbreaking. Guju was a bit unnatural. However, Shurchang was enjoying the feeling of wrapping dumplings together as a family. At this time, Su Shi noticed that Shurchang's long hair was stained with water, so she touched Guru with her elbow. "It's inconvenient for your aunt to have long hair. Go upstairs and get a headband." "Ah, well." Guru then got up and headed upstairs. However, Shurchang stood up right after him as well. "I'm going to pick a headband." So the two went back and forth, all the way upstairs. Guji rummaged through the drawer to find the headband he had previously bought for Sushi, and just as he took it out, he turned around and was pounced upon by Shurchang. "What for?" Guru looked in the direction of downstairs and reminded Shurchang in a low voice. Shurchang, however, was even bolder and kissed Guji's lips. In an instant, Guji subconsciously closed the door. "I just want to kiss you so bad." Before Guru asked why he kissed so suddenly, Shurchang had already given an explanation. The logical reason. "I'd love to." Guji picked up Shurchang, pressed her against the wall, and kissed her deeply, inside the door, forgetting to move to kiss, even with two groups of warmth together into the arms. The temperature between the two rose. Outside the door, downstairs is still wrapped in dumplings. A door, like a two-person world. Guji stroked Shurchang's hair, his fingers crossing, extremely smooth, as if he truly felt that every inch of the person in his arms, every strand of hair belonged to him. Under the thin clothes, the soft body evoked unquenchable desire every second. All that remained between the two was the sound of intertwined breathing and kissing. "Come see me early tonight." Between kisses, Timothy slurred, "All as you wish." Guji hugged Shurchang tightly and couldn't help but start to overly imagine the scenery under Shurchang's clothes. It wasn't the first time he'd had such imaginings, but it was the first time he'd turned them over in his head in a bright, calling sister. Shurchang had long been going up and down on Guji, and if she hadn't been held up, how could she have more than touched the top? "Sister." Guji felt Shurchang's hand restlessly touching his upper body. The palm of his hand was still so smooth and tender, and his movements were still so unbridled, because now every inch of him, too, belonged to Shurchang's. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairs, interrupting their intertwining. Guji took a few deep breaths to calm down. However, Shurchang just laughed at Guji's obviously red lips, because she forgot to wipe her lipstick. The lipstick on Shurchang's mouth froze in the kiss just now and was evenly distributed to Guji. Click, the door opens. Sushi was downstairs for a long time without seeing the two of them come down, so she looked for them. "You're so slow to find a headband. Did you find it?" She swept her gaze over the two people in the room, her eyes settling on Guji's mouth as she surveyed it. "Found it." Guru handed the small box of headbands to Shurchang. "Which one does little auntie like already pick? Which one do you like?" While Shurchang picked the headband in her hand, her eyes looked towards Gushur, and where Sushi couldn't see, she posed her mouth to Gushur, like, "Happy. You. Ahem." Gushi made one wink for Shurchang to choose quickly. Sushi finally couldn't help but ask, "Son, what's wrong with your mouth? Wasn't it fine just now?" Read into this. Upon hearing this, Gushi immediately blocked his mouth with his hand and turned back to take his cell phone to take a picture of his mouth. Only then did he realize what he looked like at the moment. It's like being kissed by some crazy woman until the whole thing is a mess. This, Guru brain CPU turned to smoke on the spot. "This is, me just now. Let the little ant to me make up. Did not make good. Wipe also did not wipe clean. It became this. Right. Is this?" Sushi looked at Gushur and then at Shurchang, as if she was a bit puzzled. "You child, still letting your aunt put makeup on you? Go downstairs and wrap the dumplings quickly. No slacking off." Sushi seemed to be convinced, and with a couple of instructions, she went downstairs. The theater goer, Toki Ching, was watching the show. "Why don't you remind me to wipe my mouth?" Guru complained. "You need reminding about something so trivial? I'd like to remind you of something else." What is it? I'll tell you later. Shirching took away a headband, gathered her long hair and tied it up. Then she went downstairs to continue wrapping the dumplings. This year's Dragon Boat Festival, the family wrapped more dumplings than before, not because someone came to the house, but because someone left in a hurry. Of those dumplings, some were wrapped for Xia Hang, some were for Xia Huan Ning, and some were intended for Wei Ji Hang, all of which were only more or less. After the family dumplings were cooked, several people sat around the table and ate the dumplings. Everyone in the family is full of praise and is 100% satisfied with the dumplings they made. Beep, message beep. Just as several people at the table were eating and drinking, Guji's cell phone rang for a moment. A WeChat message. He glanced casually and saw that the sender of that message was Shirching, and the movement of his hand to eat paused as he clicked on the chat box. Just a reminder to come tonight with your pussy. But Guru saw that line and performed a squirt directly on the dining table. Gu Yunshan immediately revealed a look of disgust and felt ashamed. Geez, slow down. Shirching took the paper and wiped Guji, looking at Guji's eyes, silent. This entire meal, Guji could no longer be calm. After the meal, Guji took the dumplings and sent some to Xia Huan Ning, then went to the hospital and brought some to Wei Jiheng. Ever since Gu Yunshan and Su Shi learned about Wei Jiheng's accident, as soon as there was anything good to eat, they asked Guru to send some over. When he went to the hospital, he put the soft hair in his pocket by hand, and now gathers his own hair, sends it to the hospital together, and makes a paternity test. It would be a week or two or so before he could get the results, and while he still didn't believe that there could be such a low probability, it was hard not to think about it uncontrollably, more or less acknowledging the almost delusional expectation in his mind. Leaving the hospital, he looked at the 2 days of vacation left, and really wanted to spend more time with Shirching, so he drove directly to Timeless. The news in the car, broadcasting the sad news that the heir to the AXA group was hospitalized with serious injuries, and that the first director's condition had worsened, and Shirching, who had left Gu's house at noon and returned to the company, was in the company for the afternoon meeting. Shirching wore the little genius phone watch that Guru gave her on her wrist after she left Gu's house. It was too obvious and very different from her style, so much so that several of the distracted employees in the meeting put their eyes on Shirching's wrist. Your own chairman wears a genius phone watch? Is it possible that someone has inspired a childlike spirit? Outside the conference room, Guji looked at Shirching's meeting and was once again captivated, because in the eyes of others, this is a disc hair, pretty face, workability of the chairman of the film and television company, and in his eyes, it's the wife on his pillow, the mother of his children, the family who knows everything. Such was Toki Ching in his eyes, and he could not describe the beauty in any words, except to say that it was equally as glittering as the love he held on to. But he still has an urge to send a message to Shirching's little genius phone watch at this moment. On second thought, I might get beaten up or forget it. He sat dutifully in the waiting room outside the conference room and waited. Not a moment later, it seemed to be over inside. Footsteps came, the door was pushed open, and Shirching walked out first. The two men looked at each other. The moment she saw Gu Shirching, who originally had no expression on her face, suddenly unfolded a smile. What brings you here? Shirching couldn't care less and walked straight over to hug Guji. The people in the conference room walked out one after another, and Guji coughed softly to remind Shirching, before the two of them returned to the office. Isn't it about the evening? You so suddenly come, also to surprise. Obviously only met at noon. Shirching's face cannot hide the delight. Maybe it's because the meeting at noon was so memorable that I couldn't wait until the evening, Guru said, then sighed and laughed. I didn't disturb sister's work by coming suddenly, did I? At those words, Shirching moved closer to Guji and sniffed at him. Why does it smell like tea? But I like it. Shirching was on the verge of sinking by Guji's call of sister. Whenever you come, I'll be free. She casually pulled a thin rope out of her pocket. Guji looked a bit familiar, so he asked, what kind of rope is this? What's it for? I took it from your house at lunch. When Shirching said this, Guji came to a realization. He seemed to know what kind of rope it was. This is the rope for wrapping dumplings. Ah, what are you doing with this? Guru asked with an innocent look on his face. Because I've heard it's fun. With that, Shirching tied Guji's hands with the rope used to wrap the dumplings. Guru's eyes were clear and his brain seemed to still be loading. The next moment, Shirching kissed Guji and pressed Guji onto the sofa. Guji couldn't move his hands, so he could only let Shirching kiss him. I want to touch you, Shirching whispered in Guji's ear. Here? Guru glanced at the office door, mainly because it was weird for people to be embarrassed when someone suddenly barged in. However, Shirching was only asking him, and had actually reached under Guji's clothes. No one will bother this time. Shirching's hand wandered over Guji's abs as she said, you went on a mission trip for those 2 months, and came back as if you'd lost weight. and the meat was all firmer. Guru was silent. Being touched by those slippery hands always tends to make him think. Why don't you say anything? Shurching pinched Guji's face. You tied me up because you want to touch me unilaterally and not let me touch you? Guru asked. The feeling of calling out, wanting to touch but not being able to, tormented every second of the day. But, how am I going to get out of here if you mess me up here? Shurching wrapped her hands around Guji's neck and moved closer, deliberately sipping and kissing Guji's neck, leaving a small red mark. Are you planting strawberries? Guru spoke weakly. Yeah. Shurching looked at the little bit of red on Guji's neck with satisfaction. Guru's line of sight also fell on Shurching's slightly open neckline, her white and chiseled collarbone, soft and beautiful to the extreme. He grabbed the silk tie on Shurching's collar with his hand and yanked Shurching into his arms, and then he followed suit, leaving a bit of red on Shurching's neck. It was faint, but Shurching's fair skin set off the bit of red. Shurching rubbed his fingertips against Guji's lips and said condescendingly, I can leave you untied tonight. Guru blinked, meaning I can move? Tim Ching laughed. How do you want to move? How do you want me to move? Guru asked rhetorically. These blunt words directly made Shurching shy, and she kissed Gushur again to hide a blush on her cheeks. Who on earth said you had no emotional intelligence? I see you clearly do. She slurred. Because it's with you. That's why I am. Guru nibbled on Shurching's soft lips. Since he and Shurching had kissed, he had only deeply felt what kissing felt like two people taking their time, melting each other down. Zip. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated. Whose? Timothy frowned. It seems to be yours. Guru pointed to the cell phone on the coffee table. Shurching had to pick up her cell phone and sit on Guji's waist and stomach, and when she saw that the caller ID was Chi Rue, she helplessly answered it. You better be something. Her face was grim, but her hand was still absently tracing over Guji's upper body. Guji, who was lying flat on his back, was suddenly pinched and barely managed to hold down the disruptive hand. What Chi Rue on the other end of the phone was saying, he didn't hear. He only saw a slight frown between Shurching's eyebrows and his eyes became a bit more serious. Got it. Check thoroughly first. Don't issue a statement. I'll go over there. Shurching hung up the phone and was about to leave, when she lowered her head and gave Guji another heavy smooch on the face, then ran out of the office in a huff. Guji's upper body was still cool. He sat up and snapped back to his senses. Why don't you untie me first? Having no choice but to tie a dead-end knot, Timothy could only make his way to the door and open the office door with his bound hands. Guru saw that Chi Rue was not far away, explaining things to his employees, and he called out in a small voice as if he had seen a savior. Chi assistant. A ghostly voice. Chi Rue turned around and saw Guji poking his head out to call out to her. She was still a bit puzzled why Guji didn't come out. As a result, it was only after getting closer that she saw Guji's tied hands. She tied a dead end. You find a pair of scissors, Guru said. Chi Rue to the staff group borrowed scissors back. The heart felt incredulous. When the Qing surface seems to be quite serious, did not expect to really play so flower. What kind of rope is this? Why does it look familiar? Zaire observed the cut rope. It's the rope used for wrapping dumplings, Guru said. It still works like this. Zaire held the piece of rope with an expression on his face that seemed to say learned. Don't throw away the rope left over from eating dumplings. Tie up your baby for a hearty. After all, it was work time, so she promptly waved away the yellow waste in her mind and turned to send a message to Shinpanpan. Chi, today is Dragon Boat Festival. Go to the supermarket and buy some dumplings. Pan, okay, baby. Chi Rue hooked up the corner of his mouth. Having a virtuous wife at home was good. By the way, Xingqing just received a call. Was it Assistant Chi who called? Did something happen? Gushi asked. I hit it. Chi Rue sighed, and since there was no one else in the office, she said bluntly, it's not that ancestor Su Ranan. I feel like he just doesn't have the life to be an entertainer. From the time he came to Timeless, the accidents kept coming. He was told to speculate on CP, but it turned out that he's always been indifferent to his partner. And this time, his private student found out that it was a speculation, and the video of him cursing was also taken. Seeing Guru's frown, Chi Rue quickly said, don't worry, work is work and life is life. She can definitely come home at night to play with you. If you think she's having a hard time, you just need to give her some relief. How do you relieve the boredom? Guru's eyes were filled with curiosity, a look of willingness to hear more. Chi Rue, at this point, was in the posture of a senior, pouring out his heart and lungs, pointing out, first you, then, and finally, as Chi Rue spoke, Guji listened attentively, and the more he listened, the redder the tips of his ears became. This is not good. Guru always felt that what Chi Rue said was a bit too quick. It's like a just learning to crawl trying to match Bolt. What's wrong with that? Chi Rue slapped Guru's arm and reminded him with hatred. Your wife. Legitimate. Guru was silent for a moment, still deliberating. Ching looks, as if she likes to be on top of it. Will she really like the kind of thing you're talking about? Anyway, my pan is very popular. It was as if there was an invisible tail behind Shirui that went up to the sky, full of pride. Well, then I'll give it a slight try, Guru half-heartedly said. At night, Gushi accompanied Softy to stay in Shirching's big house until he put Softy to sleep, but Shirching hadn't come back yet. He stood right by the window, looking out at the gate of the neighborhood, as if he were a stone looking out for his wife. After a while, headlights came on faintly outside. A car drove into the neighborhood. Gushi watched carefully and realized that it was Shirching's car. He then went out to greet it. Walking outside, Shirching came in with his head hanging down, and only lifted his spirits a bit when he saw Gushi. I thought you went back, she said. Guli took the bag in Shirching's hand. I told my parents that you've been working harder lately, so I stayed to take care of you. At those words, Shirching jumped into Gushir's arms. Then shouldn't you be soothing my broken heart right now? There was a hint of petulance in her tone. Was it hard to deal with Seo Ranan? Gushi picked up Shirching and simply didn't let Shirching take one more step, directly placing Shirching on the sofa. I asked him why he didn't cooperate with the previous CP firing and he said he couldn't do it in the face of someone he didn't like. I then said a few words to him. If he can't even do that, he shouldn't be an actor, and told him to get the hell out of there and go home. But he refused to go, and said something like, he's willing to make amends, and he's willing to refire the CP, but the person has to be his choice. Shirching paused when she said this, then leaned against Gushir. Guru was silent for a moment and asked, is he trying to get Xiaohuan Ning to help him fry CP? Hearing this, Shirching looked up at Guru. Chi Rui told you that? I did ask Assistant Chi what happened, but she only said the problem, not the solution you guys finalized. I just guessed when I thought about how attentive Su Ranan was all those days. I didn't agree to this matter. If everything goes along with him, wouldn't it be a backlash? Not to mention the other party is Xiaohuan Ning. Shirching looked at Gu Ji. What do you think? I won't make decisions for Xiaohuan Ning, but if it's something she doesn't want, I will definitely disagree. Okay, I'll see what she wants then, Shirching said, reaching out to touch Gu Ji's leg, and smiled. Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? No. Why don't you bring it? Did you not get the right one for you? Shirching snickered, while whispering in Guru's ear. The child is already asleep. Guru's mind recalled what Chi Rui had said, and he held Shirching in his arms. Shirching sat on top of Guji and wrapped her hands around Guji's neck, and was about to take the dominant position again when Guji stood up and carried Shirching towards the bedroom. Just as Shirching was about to open his mouth, his lips were covered and attacked with a nibble. Guja hugged Shirching and kissed each other while entering the bedroom. The two of them sank into the large, soft bed. Guru didn't turn on the lights because the hazy moonlight inside the house reflected Shirching extra softly. He leaned in and kissed Timothy's neck, leaving a trail like he had done in the office during the day, and then massaged Timothy, just as Ziri had said he would. Perhaps it was the warmth of Guji's palm that came in so abruptly that Shirching couldn't help but stifle a grunt. The soft touch that he had never felt before made Guji couldn't help but make his heart beat faster, and the faint body scent of Shirching's body seemed to intensify with his touch. Sister smells so good, Guru muttered. You're so hot, Shirching said, her cheeks flushed with a natural blush, like the evening sunlight at dusktime, coloring half the sky with flaming clouds. Hot? Where is it hot? I don't know where it's hot, but I know where it's the hottest. As Shirching spoke, her fingertips traced over Guji's body, gradually moving downward. Guji pressed Shirching's hand and kissed Shirching's palm. The smooth and tender touch was mesmerizing. Sister has been working hard lately. I'll give sis another massage, he said. Why are you asking me when you've touched it? Shirching laughed and reminded in a small voice. Move a little less. Why? Guru asked. He thought to himself that this wasn't the east side, and the room was large and soundproof, so Softy shouldn't be woken up next door. I have to get up early tomorrow. Shirching touched Guji's face and jokingly said, do you want me to be the faint king? I want to see you every second. Guru spoke what was in his heart. Ever since he confessed his love to Shirching and they confirmed their relationship, he went from being one person to two. Obviously he always had something to do in his usual free time. Now not only did he think about Shirching every minute of the day, but he also spilled his guts over at his home to come and live with Shirching. It seems that since he met love, he's done a lot of things he wouldn't have done before. Tokihei had changed him, and he didn't resent the change. Come to my office, Shirching said seriously. I wanted you to come before. That way, we'll have more time to spend together. But if I go to your company in that capacity, won't I not be able to be close to you? Hearing Guji voice her concerns, Shirching couldn't help but smile. It's okay when no one's around. Shirching nudged Guji's head, Stupid, we're sneaking around. It just so happens that Softy will be graduating from kindergarten soon. So you can come to the company to accompany me. If you still want to teach the kids how to draw when you're free, I'll tell the kindergarten side so you can go over anytime. As for your parents, we can go back every weekend. And I'll be at your beck and call if you need any help during the week. Family matters outweigh everything. Listening to Shurching's arrangement, Guji only felt perfect, because he had previously said that he liked to teach children how to draw, and Shurching had taken it to heart. And even though he wanted to go to the company to accompany Shurching now, Shurching still thought of a way for him to have the best of both worlds. Good. Guru also readily agreed. I'll just hand over the work on the kindergarten side recently, and then prepare the gifts. Another gift? What are you going to get me this time? Shurching asked. Not for you. And who are you going to give it to? For Softy, Guru explained. Since I've taken on the role of father, and my daughter graduated from kindergarten, of course I have to prepare a graduation gift, he said, gradually increasing the intensity in his hands, and added, of course, 2 gifts for 2 babies. Nonetheless, hearing the words she wanted to hear, Shurching smiled heartily. But I'm not graduating, and if you're giving gifts, there has to be a reason for it to be romantic. Reason? Guru pretended to think seriously. I love you a few more points, so it's okay to celebrate, isn't it? Can to ya. Shurching kissed Guji's lips lightly. Press again? Then press again. A week rushed by. Guru walked out of the Sunshine Kindergarten. He has already handed over his job to another teacher and done his resignation. Only, when he was leaving, the gardener cried bitterly. Those who knew it was his resignation, but those who didn't thought he had died with the world. He promised over and over again that he would come back to see the gardener and the children, and only then did the gardener reluctantly follow him to the door to say goodbye. Gifts for Softy and a resume ready to be pitched to Timeless are also ready. Guru went straight to the company. In the office, Shurching was busy and was lying in the sun on the new rocking chair Guji had bought for her. Hearing the footsteps of someone coming in, Timothy narrowed his eyes and looked over. Disturbing the rest of this beautiful woman? Guru thought he had come in gently enough. Shurching reached out and held Guru's hand, interlocking her fingers, and said seriously, because once you came, the warm sun today was a few points less, and it was easy to notice. Guru knew that the rocking chair was the right gift as soon as he heard it. Gu Tinghai honestly does not deceive him. It's true that the older you get, the more you like a slow rocking chair. Would you believe me when I say that I actually walked here on the wrong road? Guru smiled. So where did you originally want to go? Personnel department. Guru said, squatting down and tilting his head to look at Shurching. Sure Dong, do you know how to get to the personnel department? Personnel department. Timothy shook his head. I don't know, but I know how the path in my heart goes. There's someone else beside us, and Dong sure still wants to dive in? Please, it's fine looking, just let me dive. Shurching ravaged Guji's face with both hands. At this moment, not far away, Zaire at the other desk sad face, _ Chi Rue's face was as ugly as shit. If this Guru is inducted, will there be any good juice in the future? Do we have to leave her here to die of acid? Never in her life did she think that she, who thought she was bursting with happiness, would be shown the door during work hours. Want to dive in anyway? I'll do anything. The two of them, Guru and Shurching, seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles. Shurching was about to open his mouth when Chi Rue, who was shrouded in a cloud of darkness on the side, finally erupted into a roar of anger as he beat the workers. I beg you first to stop the show. Ahem. Guru gently kissed the back of Shurching's hand. I'll go to the interview. Wait for me. Go for it, I'm still waiting to dive you. Watching Guji walk out of the office, it was only once Shurching and Guji separated that Chi Rue felt the world had gone quiet. She turned her head and took out her cell phone, tapping on WeChat and sending a message to Shin Pan Pan. Chi, it's been a long time since we've been on a date. Pan, I'll pick you up from work tonight. Shin Pan Pan still never refused any of Chi Rue's requests. Seeing that Shin Pan Pan said she would come to pick herself up from work, Chi Rue instantly felt more energized to work. She definitely didn't want to work overtime tonight. Evening. Downstairs at Timeless, the short-haired girl in the sexy dress, holding a large bouquet of flowers, stood motionless in the doorway, looking at the crowds of people coming and going, her eyes skimming over each face and locking onto Chi Rue in his suit. With a smile like a flower, she ran towards Chi Rue and jumped right into his arms. The baby worked hard. Shin Pan Pan secretly kissed Chi Rue on the side of his face and said, I've booked a restaurant. After dinner, we'll go to the nearby mall. Then I've booked a hotel, so I'm sure we can have a fun night. I'm happy with you. Anyway, Chi Rue and Shin Pan Pan got into the car holding hands. She had already gotten used to Shin Pan Pan, who would pay attention to her every word and arrange everything for her, and she was sure that she would never be able to live a life without Shin Pan Pan in her life. It's only with her panacea around that she can have something to look forward to in her life. Liaoqing Garden. Guru and Shiqing rode back home together in the car. You really didn't backdoor me today? How come it felt so easy to get through? He always felt that today's interview was a little too easy. Nonsense. I'm fair in this regard. Shiqing had a serious face. You've won so many awards at the university and done so much extra preparation. And there's also a letter of recommendation from Elder Qi. If you don't pass, you can even come to me to air your grievances, Shiqing said. Guru nodded. Then I'm relieved. Why? Are you so afraid I'll give you a back door? If I enter your company through the back door, it will only add to your troubles, and I'd rather help you than that, Guru said seriously. I know, don't worry. I'll treat everyone equally, Shiqing assured. Well, then I can work with you tomorrow? Guru was a bit expectant. Yeah, what about later? You work hard at the company during the day and at night. Shiqing reached out, touched Guji's earlobe and rubbed it. Work hard at home. Hopefully, you won't squeeze the employees. Gu resigned with meaning. I'll just squeeze my husband. Shiqing's words caused Guji to freeze for a moment. It was the first time he had ever heard Tokihei say that title. Seeing Guru look at herself, still with a smile on her face, she guessed, do you want to hear me call out again? Would you like to scream again? I'm willing if you want to hear it. Then let's wait for you to scream when you squeeze me at night. Guru's abacus beads seemed to boom all over the place. Dad! When Softy saw Guji and Shiqing return, she couldn't wait to run out and jumped onto Guji for a hug. Guru kissed the soft little cheeks and smiled. Congratulations to the little baby for graduating kindergarten. Softly sticking Guru, hinted. What about the little baby's gift? It's ready. Guru shoved Softy to Shiqing, then took out a huge box from the trunk of the car. Since Shiqing didn't ask Guji what he bought for Softy, she wasn't sure if Guji would buy any straight gifts. What a big box! Softly curiously came over and circled around waiting for Guji to open the large box that was taller than her person. When it was opened, several light tender-colored balloons flew out. Along with pretty ribbons, the box was placed in a children's car, the whole body pink, and a variety of small decorations of the girl's heart. The back seat and Guji previously sent to the soft plush toys, but also the only soft favorite plush toys. Whoa! Softly surprised, she got into the car and started it up under Guru's teaching, then circled around the yard again and again. Just as the house, Shiqing, had enough space for Softly to drive around freely. Looking at Softy's gleeful appearance, Shiqing couldn't help but speak. I didn't realize you were quite good at giving gifts to small children. The little baby is great to coax. I just don't know if the big baby is, Guru said, holding onto Shiqing's hand. Shiqing felt what appeared to be a small, cold object in Guji's palm, and she fumbled to take the object in her hand. It's a pair of delicate pearl earrings. Eh? She looked at Gushur with some surprise, unable to hide the smile on her face. For me? Well, thought it would look better on you, Guru said. Then help me put it on. Shiqing put the pair of small pearls in Guru's hand. Guli put on earrings for Shiqing. Although the usual Shiqing wear earrings or relatively large style or tassel earrings, looks very imposing. But at the moment this pair of delicate earrings, lining Shiqing is not at all like a strong female chairman, but like a good wife and mother who will teach her children. Was it good? Timothy asked. She was overly satisfied with this gift from Guji. She even imagined Guji walking into a store with all kinds of jewelry, picking up one after another and imagining how she would look on it. It was just too heartwarming. It's even better looking than I thought it would be. Guru touched Shiqing's earlobe. Timothy's ears were soft, like the standard for that soft-eared person from the older generation. Except he thought it symbolized gentleness. The warm touch spread from the earlobe, making Shiqing's heart follow suit. I only like the jewelry you gave me, and from now on, if you give me the same, I'll replace the old one with the same, she said. But I bought it, and it's probably a lot cheaper than what you had before. Then I don't care. I like it from you. Meaning I get to dress up my wife myself? Guru's sudden wife made Shiqing instantly shy. Why are you calling me that all of a sudden? She muttered, her eyes a little averted. Guru hugged Shiqing from behind and whispered in Shiqing's ear. That I'll tell you in advance next time so you can be prepared. What would you like me to prepare? Prepare a kiss, okay? Guru crouched his head between Shiqing's collarbones and kissed him lightly. Yeah, Shiqing sidled up and quickly booped Guji on the cheek. Seeing Guru holding her with intent to deepen the kiss, Shiqing reminded in a low voice, the baby is still there. At those words, Guji looked at the softness on the cart in the distance, and when his position was back to the two, he took the opportunity to renew the kiss with Shiqing. The two quickly separated again as Soft turned around. Come to my office tomorrow, Shiqing said, her fingertips drawing circles on Guji's chest. I'm the one who's going to be called to the office by my boss before I even get to work? Guru asked. Of course it's going to be subliminal. No one is allowed to tell anyone. Oh. When Shurching said this, her two fingers picked Guji's chin, serious and earnest, speaking as if it were true. Then, when the boss can be gentle with me. Guru had the look of a little petite husband. Shurching smiled cheerfully and said atmospherically, don't worry. Next day, morning, Guji Shurching got up and had breakfast with Softy, and the two of them had to take 2 cars to work in order not to be discovered. Shurching couldn't even resist the loneliness on the road, having to talk to Guji on the voice phone. The two arrived at the company at the same time, and since there were many people in the lobby, and Guru came to work as an employee, the two could only look at each other and then keep a distance. Only Shurching, who would normally take the private elevator to the upper floors, was following the employees to squeeze the elevator today. Dong Shi, it's clock-in time, it's crowded over here. Why are you over here? The manager of one of the floors asked. He has been working for so many years, or the first time to see Shurching sitting in the staff elevator. Which gust of wind is blowing wrong? The chairman of the board of directors with them to squeeze the staff elevator? The private elevator is malfunctioning. Shurching had learned to open her mouth and talk straight nonsense in order to be on the same elevator as Guru. In that case, I'll go arrange a repairman for you later. At those words, Shurching took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chirue. Emergency mission. Knock down one of the private elevator buttons. Cherry, are you okay? Chirue had 10,000 question marks in his mind. And at this moment in the elevator, because of the large number of people inadvertently leaning towards Guji's side, and no one found the end. The eyes of the two kept pulling at the ambiguous silk in this crowded elevator. Only Guji left when he arrived at the design department, and Real could only fondly go to the top floor by himself. When the manager took him to his workstation to explain a few things, he got to work. The workstation happens to be next to Xia Huanning. Xia Huanning was also a little surprised to see Guji. You're really here? I was a little disbelieving when my aunt and uncle said you were quitting kindergarten, she asked. I'll still go over to the kindergarten side. The headmaster seems particularly sad to see me go. So, Xia Huanning smiled. I didn't realize we were going to be co-workers? Duh. The text message beep broke the conversation between the two. Guru glanced at his cell phone and realized that it was a notification from the hospital that the report of the paternity test had come out. Guru planned to pick up the report after work, although he still didn't believe the outrageous things Wei Zhiheng had said. But after all, he had spent the money, so he had to get it back. He familiarized himself with the work at his station, directly following the A-team of the design department involved in the program. Not long after the morning hours had passed, the leader of Team A approached. Everyone bring your things and follow me to the conference room. The chairman has called a meeting at short notice. Upon hearing this, the few people in the office of Group O all frantically recalled if there was something wrong with their latest submitted proposal, or if they had made any mistakes in the recent past. After all, a small design group of them, and also Group A, had always performed well, never had any problems, and rarely had they been given temporary notice of a meeting, not to mention the chairman of the board. Really, such bad luck this early in the morning. Colleagues of Group A, who were a little sleepy at their workstations but hadn't had time to drink a cup of coffee, had a black line on their faces at the moment. I always have a feeling I'm going to get a lecture. Another co-worker gave Guji a look as he walked by with a thermos, as if to say, just get used to it. Guru was feeling funny in his heart. Shurching was that scary. Why was she like a tigress in the eyes of this group of co-workers? He grabbed his stuff and went to the conference room with a few people from the group. And out of the group, he was the only one with a happy face. As if see wife, happy was written on his face. When they arrived at the conference room, Shurching's eyes swept around, stopping briefly on Guji. Ahem, it's not a big deal. Group A did a good job on the previous program. The whole team will get a bonus increase this month. But we might have to work overtime on the new project recently. When Shurching finished speaking, several people in Group A looked at each other. Is that what this is about? Although overtime, but after all, plus the bonus was also praised. A group of everyone in the heart of the beautiful. Just at this time, when the Qing turned the tables, and then said, you stay, I have to explain something. Seeing Shurching looking at Guji with a clear target, the leader of Team A immediately stepped forward. Chairman. He's new and hasn't familiarized himself with the project yet. You tell me. As he said that, he passed a look towards Guru, as if to say no thanks. You should withdraw. Guru glanced at Shurching, who once again said clearly, the newcomer is nothing, so let him stay. He can't, he's new here, a lot of unskilled, and I've given him a task to do, so you'd better talk to me. The team leader said as he pushed Guji outward, not giving Shurching a chance to touch Guji at all, as if he was a hero who snatched the cub from the tiger's mouth. Guru was also directly pulled away by the other group members, and the two of them looked at each other with a slightly helpless look. In the office, Shih-ching looked at the head of Group A, so angry that he could not speak half a day, and dismissed the head of the group with a cursory perfunctory sentence. Next to Chi-Rue gloating smile, picking up the pastries on Shih-ching's desk. The secretary often sends Shih-ching some gifts brought from outside, which in addition to wine. Shih-ching quickly stood up ground and slapped Chi-Rue's hand. No eating. I thought you didn't like these? Chi-Rue still took away a piece of pastry and put it in her mouth with a quick hand, because Shih-ching was very picky about sweets, and also usually didn't have the habit of eating while working, so every time in the past, as long as the secretary sent something in, Shih-ching let her, the meal assistant, take care of it, so she ate brightly every time, as she did now, and took another piece as soon as she finished one. Shih-ching reacted faster this time, directly slapping Chi-Rue's hand away and carrying the plate away. What for? Chi-Rue looked aggrieved, not understanding why Shih-ching's love for her had suddenly disappeared. From now on, you're not allowed to eat if I didn't give it to you, and if you want to eat it, you can find your family's buns. With a look of food protection, Shih-ching arranged the pastries on her plate neatly. Take it or leave it. Ziri held his tongue. Sure enough, love fades. Shih-ching, on the other hand, put the plate of pastries back on the table and then picked up her cell phone to send a message to Guji. Guru's cell phone at the workstation rang. Toki-ching, come to my office. Guru smiled and replied back. Missed me? Shih-ching, I've thought about it. Gu sure, where do you think? Shih-ching, come here and I'll tell you where you want to go. Guji looked at the few words sent by Shih-ching and thought in his heart about what reason would be better to go later. Xia Huaning, who was at the workstation next to her, looked at the heartfelt smile in Guji's eyes and felt that Guji at this moment was wrapped in a light of happiness all around him. The day when the light that had made her heart flutter countless times in her youth, shone on others, had finally come. Is that the keychain I bought at the last amusement park? Xia Huaning looked at the string of keys on Guji's desk, on which there was clearly an additional string of maple leaves. Yeah, this one. I love it. Guru picked up the maple leaf and thought to himself that this maple leaf was actually quite ordinary. But when he went to buy a pair of them with such a moral to commemorate the season when he and Shih-ching met, then this maple leaf was completely different. What's more, he and Shih-ching used this maple leaf together, as if a sense of intimacy only understood by each other. Well, Xia Huaning said faintly, Guji liked it, and that alone should make her happy for Guji. The message tone pulled Xia Huaning's thoughts back. She glanced at her phone and realized that it was a voice from Su Ranan. She directly tapped on it. Are you busy? I have an impromptu interview at noon today. Can you take some pictures? The recent refiring of CP is not bad. As a thank you, I'd also like to treat you to a meal. Gu Shi, who was next to him, also heard it clearly. You agreed to help with the CP firing? He asked. Xia Huaning nodded her head and smiled rather unconcernedly. I can help the company and earn a nice extra income. Of course I'm happy to do so. So, will it be hard? No la, the job content is very simple. Is to block yourself tightly, and Su Ranan from time to take a few pictures. Sometimes also can rub rice. Besides, and so a big handsome actor traveling to take pictures, begged for it. Xia Huaning said, her smile faint. How could she not understand that? She had a casual attitude towards any option other than Guru. It was like the tiredness of hitting a basket with nothing after spending all the seriousness on Guji. Okay. Guru took the folder and casually said, I'm going to the chairman's office. There's something I want to ask for advice. If the team leader asks, you can pass it on for me. Good. Xia Huaning watched Guji walk towards the chairman's office with mixed emotions. That person. Will it really be the person Guru identified? What took you so long? As soon as Guru entered the office, he was hugged by Shih-ching. It's my first day on the job, and you're calling me before a morning has passed. So how can anyone work properly? Guji raised his hand to straighten the broken hair around Shih-ching's ear, and Shih-ching pressed her hand against his affectionately. Serving your boss, isn't that part of the job? Shih-ching held Guji's hand, her fingertips drawing circles on Guji's palm. It tickles. Where does it itch? Shih-ching moved closer to Guji and wrapped her hands around Guji's neck. How long has it been since you called your sister? A flash of red crossed the tip of Guru's ear. Sister, my tongue itches. An itchy tongue. What about that? Shih-ching kissed Guji's cheek lightly, rubbing it gently against her lips, and when Guji was about to kiss it, she dodged it with a dodge, then walked over to the desk and hooked her finger. Guru thought that Shih-ching wanted to be at his desk, but no sooner had he walked over to him than Shih-ching handed him a plate of pastries, then picked up a piece and, open your mouth. Guru obediently opened his mouth and took a bite of that pastry, kissing Shih-ching's hand in the process. Is it good? Shih-ching rubbed her hand against the pastry crumbs around Gusher's mouth. It's not as sweet as sister eating it, Guru said. Really? I'm a little unsure again when you ask that. Why don't you let me taste it again, sis? Guru wrapped his arm around Shurching's waist and caressed the voluptuous body. Too bad I don't have a bed in my office, Shurching said. His heart has already planned whether to redecorate a bit. Get a place where you can hide Guji, so that every day, anytime, anywhere, you can, and Guji saw sauce brewing. Isn't that something? Guru pointed to the soft crib in the corner, which had been sitting idle since Soft was on vacation. What if she cries in case she collapses the soft crib? Shurching laughed. I'll buy her a new one. Guru hugged Shurching and placed her on the bed, whispering, last time you said you were leaving, you didn't even help me untie it, or I asked Assistant Chi to get the scissors. Oh, Shurching pretended to think about it. Last time, I just took a dumpling rope by hand. This time we'll change the same. Change what? Guru watched as Shurching rode up, knowing that Shurching was going to be condescending again, and couldn't help but feel a little aggravated. His hand easily touched Shurching's thigh and stroked it. Timothy reached under the children's bed and pulled out a black bag, bringing out the pair of rose gold bracelets inside. Guru looked at Shurching, and the two of them stared wide-eyed. So that's what you're like as a sister-in-law. He glanced at the office door. What if someone comes looking for me later? Who dares to come to you? Shurching directly handcuffed one of Guru's hands to the bed. There was a lot of commotion coming from the tiny bed. How to take off my pants, sister? The blouse should not be taken off. This is an office after all. Do you want me to be naked? Your hands are a bit cold. Don't stick them in. Guji broke into pieces. You're talking more than you used to. It's cute. I like it. Shurching kissed Guji's lips, and the room temperature, which was obviously just right, gradually became hotter at this moment, and every inch of the air carried the ambiguous atmosphere of the two intertwined. Aha! A hand reached in under her clothes, and Shurching subconsciously pressed Guji's hand and coaxed. When we get back home, you can touch wherever you want. You have touched me all over, Guru said. He and Shurching were on point several times, kissing and cuddling. Either that or Shurching gave him a full body massage. Didn't I let you touch it too? Tim Ching asked. Guru confessed. There's still one place that hasn't been touched. Cough. Shurching's cheeks suddenly crossed a blush. Then don't forget tonight. Shurching whispered the latter half of the sentence in Guji's ear. All listen to sister. Guru responded. Before returning the kiss deeply, the two of them didn't know how long they had been close, until the leader of Team A saw that Guji didn't come back for a long time and asked after him outside the office. Help me untie it. I have to go out to work, Guru said, picking up the cell phone on the side to take a picture of his current appearance, then pulling the collar up to cover the hickey. Well, Shurching suddenly froze for a moment, her gaze falling on Guji's handcuffs. What's that look in your eye? Guru vaguely felt that something was not quite right, and tried to ask. You want to lose the key to the handcuffs, right? Seeing Shurching's look of weakness plus the action of rummaging around, Guru became more certain of his suspicions. He was anxious. To kicking you. Oops, I'll fix you up. However, Shurching looked around for the key but couldn't find it. This thing is sturdy. Why don't you hurry up and find a repairman to come up with a chainsaw? Guru suggested. No way. It's easy to get hurt. If it hurts you, it's enough to give me heartburn, Timothy said, taking out his cell phone. Crooked? 119? Guru instantly had a feeling of wanting to flee the scene. Love. A look of unhappiness. I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident, Shurching said somewhat sheepishly. The key was too small. She didn't remember where she lost it, and she was so anxious to enjoy herself with Guji that she forgot about it. Help me get my hat and mask. Guru had a helpless look on his face. What do you need a hat mask for? Timothy asked. It's so embarrassing. I want to block my face. Ha, ha ha ha, Timothy scoffed mercilessly. It wasn't until the firefighters helped Guji untie himself with specialized tools that Guji finally regained his freedom. Only before leaving, he also reminded the young couple, Guru and Shurching, that in the future, when playing this kind of game, they must remember to put the key away. Seeing that Shurching was still laughing, Guji muttered, I won't play with you next time. Don't, baby. Shurching coaxed Guji, and in 2 sentences, he coaxed Guji, who was no good, and said that he would continue next time. Late afternoon. After work, Shurching and Guji walked out of the company together. Just as he was about to get into the car, Guji stopped in his tracks. Go ahead. I won't be going back with you tonight for now. Why? Timothy was a little puzzled. Guru is not yet going to tell Shurching about that uncertainty, so he prevaricated. The hospital. Wei Zhiheng is looking for me. I'll go see him. Oh, so, go ahead then. Timothy got in the car and instructed. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Good. Guru watched Shurching leave, then called a car and headed to the city hospital. Meanwhile, Shurching in the car looked out the window and saw a familiar car. She motioned for Zaira, who was driving, to catch up and then pulled down the window. Su-man? Seeing Su-man in the back seat, Shi-Ching looked over in passing and saw Wei Jihan also in the back seat. Ching-chan. Su-man reached out towards Shi-Ching. You guys are out of the hospital? Timothy asked. Yeah, but it's still important to recuperate and recover slowly. Upon hearing this, Shi-Ching paused and asked, what about my family's Guji? Gu sure? Isn't he with you? Su-man was a bit puzzled. He didn't go to the hospital? No, we left tonight after we were discharged. We didn't see him. Oh, got it. Shi-Ching didn't ask anything else, but was only a little confused as to why Gu Ziqi was using Wei Jihang as an excuse to say he was going to the hospital. She can't help but be a little worried about whether Gu Ji is not physically where uncomfortable to hide from her. So when she thought about it, she was a little godless all the way. At this time, the city hospital. Guru had already gotten that paternity test and walked out of the hospital. When he reached the hospital entrance, he looked through the dense sheets of paper and turned to the last page, which was all he could read. It was obviously hard to imagine such a thing happening to him, but for some reason, Guji's palms were vaguely sweating a bit at the moment. He took a deep breath and dropped his eyes to the last page, scrutinizing it. Line after line of words came into view, a string of numbers that are especially obvious. The cumulative probability of paternity, RCP, is 99.99999999999%. Guru's gaze stalled on the two lines and settled on the string of the number 9. In a flash, his mind exploded and he almost held his breath as he looked down. Identification result, according to the results of DNA analysis in our hospital, without considering identical multiple births and close relatives, it is supported that Gu Ji is the biological father of Tokisoft. Gu Gu is the biological father of Shirzhua. Gu Ji's gaze was fixed on this one sentence, his hands trembling at this moment, his breathing disorganized in rhythm, forcing his eyes to focus, reviewing it over and over again. It's the biological father of Tokusatsu. It was as if a firework had suddenly exploded in his mind, and sparks in all directions clashed and stirred in his mind over and over again, as if every word burned him. Is he the father of? Time soft? Silence seemed to fall around him, leaving him and the words before him. He's Softy's real dad. The clear, factual words felt like they were hitting his ever so subdued heart one at a time, leaving him, in an instant, completely square. With trembling hands, he folded the paternity report and slipped it into his pocket. After forcibly suppressing the raging waves at the bottom of his heart, Guji rode in the car and returned to the Gu family. Perhaps his emotions were too much, and he suddenly didn't know how to face Shi-Ching. He just came home and rummaged through an old cabinet. Looking for what? Gu Yunshan heard the sound and walked out of the bedroom, seeing Guji half kneeling on the floor looking for something. How come the bracelet grandma left behind before is gone? Guru asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunshan sat nonchalantly on the sofa and was silent for a moment. You want to give that girl Don? He asked. Because that bracelet was left behind by Guji's grandmother who wanted Guji to give it to her daughter-in-law to wear in the future. Gu Yunshan knew that once Guji wanted to give that bracelet away, he must have chosen the one who would accompany him for life. Guru opened his mouth to speak. It was hard for him to say that he was going to give it to his little aunt, for my wife to wear. Guru said, your mom and I asked you so many times before about the wedding, and you kept putting it off. So why are you suddenly looking for that bracelet in the middle of the night? Have you decided to have a wedding? It's going to be done. Guru thought for a moment and turned his words around. Not now, but, firmness crossed the bottom of his eyes as he looked towards Gu Yunshan, and his tone was solemn. No matter what, I want to give her as many promises as possible. As the words fell, father and son looked at each other. After a long time, Gu Yunshan only stood up, sighed deeply, and spat helplessly. I really don't know what you two are dragging on, but don't suddenly let me hold a grandchild one day, he said, getting up and from the drawer. He took out a delicate wooden box and handed it to Guru. Take it. Looking at Gu Yunshan's back as he returned to his bedroom, Guru was thoughtful. Dad, I'm fighting for you to have your granddaughter first. After saying that, before Gu Yunshan could react, Guji ran away in a puff of smoke. Granddaughter? Gu Yunshan imagined for a moment, his face smiling, saying it like it's true. Guru arrived at Shi-Ching's garden. It's getting a little late, yet it is not too late. Softy is already asleep, Shi-Ching whispered, then naturally took Gusher's hand. Guru looked at Shi-Ching, and the two of them looked at each other, but neither of them said anything. What's wrong? You're a little strange tonight. Shi-Ching broke the silence between the two. She raised her hand and touched Guji's cheek with a gentle smile on her face, but her smile quickly faded. Only Guji didn't gaze at her for long before his eyes reddened. Are you going to cry? What happened? Shi-Ching remembered that Guji had gone to the hospital tonight without her knowledge, and her heart became even more flustered. However, Guji favored not saying a word. He really didn't know how to express his current mood. Until now, his head was still messed up. A paternity report? Results he wouldn't dare dream of. Such beauty that it could actually happen to him. Why don't you say something? Shurching's eyes were full of worry, and she eagerly pursued. Tell me, did something bad happen? Guru shook his head, and his voice took on a bit of a muffled tone. No, on the contrary, it's a very good thing. Is it really a good thing? Why are you so? Just as Shurching's words were asked, Guji hugged her. I didn't realize until tonight that I love you more than I thought. Guji's voice was mixed with choking. He had originally accepted Softy because of his love for Shurching, wanting to raise Softy as his own daughter. But when he learned the truth and realized that his expectations, which were almost considered delusional, had come true, he realized one thing. He wasn't at the maximum limit of what he could love when he decided to accept Softy because he loved Timothy Ching. Love that never ends. At this moment, he only felt the emotion of love rising, strong, and endless, like it was going to melt both him and Shurching into one. Tonight? What the hell is going on? Timothy asked, and his words were once again interrupted. A kiss covered it, and the moonlight, with a few lingering moments, accompanied the two of them from the living room window, to the bed in the bedroom. Caught in that soft round bed, a moment of physical and mental relaxation. The touch between the two people, every inch of it so tickled the heartstrings, and every part of the mutual strokes, all driven by the passionate emotions of fever. Early morning, when Guru woke up, he looked sideways at his side, and Shurching was still asleep. He thought back to last night and it still felt like a dream, and it was only when he reached out and held Shurching in his arms, feeling the scent of her body, that he felt incredibly relieved. Gently, Guji obediently placed the bracelet left behind by his grandmother on Shurching's wrist. Seeing that Shurching was still asleep, Guji got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. In the dining room, Softy behaved herself and ate her breakfast. Daddy, where's mommy? Softy asked. Ah, your mom's a little tired, so let her sleep more today, Guru said, and after eating briefly, he took a breakfast for Shurching and went upstairs. Seemingly because she heard the sound, Shurching sat up sleepily, and the two of them just happened to look at each other, and for a split second, Shurching's eyes averted and she tugged the quilt upward to cover the hickey on her shoulder and neck. Where are my clothes? It was only when she opened her mouth that she realized her voice had a bit of a muffled, evocative quality to it. Washed, and the sheets too. Guru put breakfast on the bedside table, then sat on the edge of the bed and said, you eat something first, and if you are tired, you will sleep more. His gaze was glued to Shurching, looking at it like admiring a piece of artwork. The long, slightly disheveled hair, the lowered eyebrows, the lips that were reddened from a long kiss, and the neck that was vaguely marked with traces, all signaled his creative process last night. Bed sheets? It was only then that Shurching noticed that the sheets had been changed. Did you change them last night? Actually, there's no need. After all, it was already very late at that time. I changed it for fear that you wouldn't sleep well, Guru said. Last night, by midnight, when Tim drifted off to sleep, he had not only changed the sheets, washed the clothes strewn on the floor, and cleaned up the trash. Ah, maybe, I'm sweating a lot. Shurching, for some reason, looked slightly unnatural and stammered a bit in her speech. Guru smiled. Maybe, ahem. Shurching tactics ate breakfast while saying, get me some clothes. Guru then brought the clothes that had already been prepared and handed them to Shurching. Not going to sleep for a while? I'm not that delicate. When Shurching finished breakfast in Guji's company and had to get dressed, Guji was still sitting next to her. She retreated under the covers and quickly put her clothes back on before getting out of bed. Looks like you'll be working from home on the weekends too? Guji thought like this, and suddenly, Shurching stumbled, and he was quick to scoop her up into his arms. He only saw Shurching covering his waist with one hand, his expression complicated. Is it back pain? Guru tried to ask. He asked as he thought back over his actions last night, reflecting on if there was something he did wrong. Not at all. Shurching straightened his back and walked towards the bathroom as if nothing had happened, his back somewhat falling away. I'm going to take a shower first. Seeing this, Guru had to go downstairs and wait first. In the bathroom, however, Shurching's heart was still beating non-stop. A blush brushed her cheeks as she, too, recalled last night's flip-flop. To die for, she mumbled, covering her still aching back, feeling like she had internal injuries. It hurts, but I have to say, it's a blessing. Longer than usual. Shurching took quite a while to finish her shower because of her sore back. Out of the water like a lotus flower, reflected in the eyes of Guji. Guji, who was originally reading a book with Softy, had his eyes glued to Shurching once again. It was like watching a blooming flower that was in full bloom, exuding its flavor uncontrollably in front of him. Why do you always look at me like that? Shurching sat on the couch and took out his computer to try to take care of some work, but he couldn't focus. Seeing Guru sit beside her, she averted her gaze and suddenly noticed an extra bracelet on her hand. She was a bit surprised and asked, "Where did this come from?" "I gave it to you for grandma," Guru said. "Your grandmother? Not already." Shurching remembered that Gu Yunshan and Su Shi had said that Guru's grandmother had died of an illness when she was young, and that Gu Tinghai had grieved for many years before he could barely walk out. Only after that he had been alone, and was unwilling to look for more, and had dedicated himself to studying medicine and treating the sick and saving people. Grandpa said that this is the bracelet she had left behind and wanted my mom to pass it on to the Gu family's daughter-in-law when I start a family, Guru said, and was afraid that Shurching wouldn't like it. "The style is a bit old, so if you don't like it, put it away. In short, it's for you." Shurching looked at the bracelet on her hand and listened to Guji's words, her heart heating up. But soon, she shook herself. "Guru, you stole it?" she asked sharply. Her relationship with Guji was hidden from Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. "How did Guji get this bracelet?" "Nope, I took it out fair and square. I told my dad I'd give it to their daughter-in-law. Only, they still think it's Ms. Tang," Guru said. Shurching froze. "Good guy. So it's not stealing, it's cheating." Why do you have to give me such an expensive item? Even without it, I would still be your daughter-in-law." She counted on her lips, but in actuality, after listening to what Gushir said and looking at the bracelet, her heart was so happy that it felt like it was blossoming. "Not the same." Guru was serious. "What should be given, I will give you." At the moment he could not wait to give more, better, and more enthusiastic, all to Shurching, and it was still not enough. "I love it." Shurching fingertips stroked the hidden color bracelet, as if feeling the love between once Guji's grandmother and Gu Tinghai. This bracelet bearing blessings, beautiful symbols, her husband's hands for her to wear. Is she once thought not even dare to think? "When I'm done, I'll go back home with you today. I haven't gone to see my big brother and sister-in-law for a few days. My parents will also be your parents," Guru said. "Until then, it's better not to tell them. I'm afraid they'll have a hard time accepting it for a while." Shurching sighed softly, and how had she ever not wanted to be honorable with Guji? Guru was silent for a moment, then turned and added, "Actually, last night, I wanted to say something to you after that, but you slept through it." Shurching was once again evoked memories, lightly biting her lips, and spoke in a small voice. "You last night? It was too sudden. I wasn't even ready." "Then I'll tell you in advance next time." Guru had a serious face, while thinking about how to say this kind of thing in advance, and he thought back to last night. He felt that Shurching had prepared quite well. At least he felt that everything went well. Next time? Surprise flashed slightly in Shurching's eyes. "There's only a 9-year difference. Is this kid that strong?" "No." Guru moved closer to Shurching and murmured in a low voice in her ear, "Sister?" Seeing Shurching hesitate, Guru thought about it and decisively spoke again. "Little." Shurching raised her hand to cover Guru's mouth and laughed. "This one is better off. After all, that sounds criminal." "Why?" Guru held Shurching's hand and kissed Shurching's palm lightly. "You were clearly in your element when you first teased me. You're not touching me where I shouldn't, so I'll give it back, okay?" Shurching still can't forget the embarrassing incident of her breasts rising even after being grabbed by Guji, although she also touched Guji before that. "Sure thing, now you can touch it as many times as you want, wherever you want." Guru put Shurching's hand on his cheek. "I'm yours." Shurching smiled knowingly and held a video conference in the company of Guji. She purposely put on her little genius phone watch, and on the side, Guji was extremely virtuous in handing fruits to Shurching, and 2 little genius phone watches appeared in the video. The white tender hand of Guru, even if it is the style of the seriousness of the Timeching but also wear, seemingly a great contrast, so that several people in the conference room are a little surprised, although it is very inconsistent with the style of the Timeching, but still feel that these two inexplicably on the right. Only, it seemed that she had been sitting for a long time, and Shurching's waist started to hurt again, the soreness making her fidget a bit. Seeing that Shurching was squeezing her waist with her hands, Guji didn't even think about it and took Shurching in his arms, letting Shurching lean against his chest, and in the process, helped Shurching press the place at her back waist where she had stroked last night. The two were close together, heartbeats intertwined, messing with his breathing once more, and his mind recalled last night's all-night warmth. Shurching looked back at Guji and covered the tablet's camera downward. Then, touching Guji's face, he whispered, "Don't make a fuss, there's a meeting going on. Just don't move or you'll have to drive," Guru said, earnestly helping Shurching massage her waist with a technique that was called professional. Shurching's mind had long since drifted elsewhere, but nay, the meeting was not yet over, so he could only quickly bring it to a close. "Hard work," Guru said, Come on, take Softy with you today too. She hadn't worked as hard as she had last night, Timothy thought to himself. Guru looked at Softy, who was reading seriously in the distance, and decided, I can't wait to let my parents know something. I'll try to lay it out for them today. Hearing Gushir mention it like this, Shirching also remembered. Right, didn't you have something you wanted to say to me last night? Why don't you say it now? Guru paused. That matter is very important. I'll talk to you properly after we return. Okay then. Although Shirching was a bit curious, she still planned to wait until she and Guji returned from the Gu family. The two of them took Softy, got in the car, and soon arrived at Gu's house. It was just about lunchtime and a few people had a meal together. Xing, I haven't asked you yet. Our family Xiaozui didn't cause you any trouble at the company, did he? If he dares to deliberately upset you, feel free to talk about him, Su Shi said. Shirching should have decisively denied it, but she hesitated. Guji cast a puzzled look. Can't be? You don't still want to snitch on him for fun, do you? He's fine. It's just, when Xing really turned the words, if you can stay more to help me deal with some work, it would be good. After all, it's our own family. Hearing this, Gu Yunshan looked at Su Shi, and only after seeing Su Shi nod her head did he open his mouth, saying to Guru, in the future, if your little aunt needs it, you can live over there. It's close by anyway, and we'll call you back if we have anything to do. Guru nodded in silence, thinking how Gu Yunshan and Su Shi would feel if they knew that Shirching's need was that need. A few people were watching TV in the living room, and Su Shi took the remote control and randomly changed the channel, stopping at a family drama. But after a few minutes, the ethical drama with a little bit of excitement appeared. Su Shi directly changed the channel. Guru watched silently, his thoughts still stuck in that ethical drama. He didn't know where he got the courage to open his mouth and ask, Dad, Mom, would you be happy if I had a baby right now? Who's not happy to have a grandchild? Gu Yunshan grunted, seeming to only think that Guru was just talking off the cuff, and even if he was expecting it, he didn't even think in his heart that this would happen. Is the granddaughter okay? Guru tried to ask. When Shirching heard this, she vaguely sensed something in her heart. Gu Shi, this stupid kid, wouldn't come straight to the point of asking Gu Yunshan and Su Shi to raise Softy as Guji's child, would he? She shook her head vigorously at Guji, signaling Guji not to be so hasty. A granddaughter? It would be nice to really have that blessing. After all, our Gu family has had boys for generations. It would be nice to have a little girl. Gu Yunshan imagined and couldn't help but sigh, as if he always felt that Guji didn't have that ability. Yes, however, Guru's eyes were firm, and ignoring Shirching's gesture, he directly pointed at the soft on the sofa and said to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, Dad, Mom, let Softy be your granddaughter. The words fell silent in the parlor. Softy raised a smile, her eyes full of anticipation, while Shirching was helplessly holding her forehead, aiming in the direction of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, thinking it's over and done with. After a moment of silence in the living room, Gu Yunshan slowly stood up, and after making eye contact with Su Shi, he copied the itchy scratch hanging on the wall, holding it in his hand in reverse, and walked straight over towards Guji. Guru was still frozen when his thigh was jerked. Why are you hitting me? He quickly went around behind the sofa and had a chinwang around the pillar walk with Gu Yunshan. How dare you ask? Gu Yunshan took the itchy scratch and pointed at Guji, so angry that his hands were shaking, and said angrily, Soft is your little aunt's daughter. You bastard kid don't even understand the relationship of seniority anymore? I have to whip you today. She's not my real aunt. Gu Shi shouted, still feeling that he was in the right, simply went out on a limb and said, and she doesn't have a boyfriend. As long as she's willing, I'll take care of her for the rest of her life. Why can't I? Bah! Gu Yunshan was furious. Do you deserve you? Your little aunt is possessed to be able to look at you? You didn't ask her. What if you look at it? Guru sputtered and spoke anxiously. Gu Yunshan was completely anxious, took off his shoes and stepped onto the sofa, crossed over and chased after Guji, and just in case, you first think about what you should do in case Lao Zi smokes you to death. After all, in his opinion, Shirching is not only the benefactor who helped revitalize the medical center, but also his sister who he regards as a family member, and his own son is talking so jerky in front of other people. Whoever else would have itchy hands. Shirching, on the other hand, secretly snickered from the sidelines, her mind echoing Gushir's phrase take care of her for the rest of her life, and she couldn't help it. A touch of otherworldly gentleness crossed the bottom of her eyes. Su Shi, who had originally acquiesced to educating her son, unintentionally glimpsed Shirching's expression, and the movement of the melon seeds in her hand was slightly stunned. A suspicion flashed vaguely in her mind, only to dissipate in an instant. Should not, in the evening, Gu Ji and Shirqing had another meal, and then at the suggestion of Su Shi and Gu Yunshan, Gu Ji once again followed Shirqing. Guru ultimately did not escape a family law, and even though he had expected it, he was still a bit surprised. The last time my dad smacked me that hard was when I was a kid. Guru sighed and met Shirqing's gentle gaze on the side with a sidelong glance. As eager as I am to go public with you, I'm willing to wait if I can't for a while. Shirqing lightly held Guji's hand and softly asked, "It hurts you, doesn't it? I'll rub it for you when we get home." "It doesn't hurt," Guru said as if nothing had happened. But in reality, his ass was still on fire. He miscalculated today. He really did not expect Gu Yunshan and Su Shi stuck the family relationship so dead, although he once also stuck very dead. After today, he also suddenly felt that even if he told Gu Yunshan and Su Shi about the paternity test, the two of them were afraid that for a moment, they wouldn't be able to call Shirqing, whom they regarded as their sister, their daughter-in-law. "Don't be a crybaby, I won't let you work hard alone, and I'll try as much as possible to make big brother and sister-in-law's orientation towards me change a little bit. Of course I won't use too direct methods like you did today." Shirqing comforted. Were my words today really that direct? Gu Ji thought back repeatedly, thinking how could he be considered direct when he hadn't even said what he had gotten into with Shirqing yet. "I'll leave that aspect to my mature sister." Shirqing looked like he was winning, patting his chest with confidence. And Softy, who was sitting in the middle of the two, raised her small hand, her eyes sparkling with confidence just like Shirqing. Seeing the persistence of this mother and daughter, Gu Ji's heart, which was originally a bit disheveled, also rekindled its fighting spirit. Once again, he was certain in his heart that even if there were more obstacles, even if at the end of the day, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi still couldn't accept them together, he would never leave Shirqing and Softy. At night, Softy takes the initiative to read and study, and when it's time to go to bed, she puts her things away by herself. "Can I sleep with mommy and daddy today?" Softy asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Ji wanted to say that he would go over later, but Shirqing spoke before him. "Softy, good boy. Mommy and daddy have something to talk about tonight and will sleep with you tomorrow night." I didn't realize that Shirqing still remembered Gu Ji saying that important thing clearly. Good. Softly looked at Guru and Shirqing and revealed a pleased smile, patting her chest like a little adult. Softly has grown up. Softly can sleep by herself. Mom and dad go and get busy. She had heard from a certain unknown assistant surnamed Chi that when Gu Ji and Shirqing wanted to be alone together and also said that they had something to talk about, that was when the two were drawing closer together, and that she was a little kid and couldn't bother. Seeing Softy obediently return to the house, Shirqing beautifully sat on the sofa and put those long legs on Gu Ji's lap. "You don't actually have something to say, do you?" Unexpectedly, as if possessed by Sherlock Holmes, Shirqing hooked Guru's chin and said knowingly, "I know what you're thinking." "What?" Guru's two eyes cleared. Shirqing wrapped her hands around Gu Ji's neck and whispered in his ear. "Sex." Guru froze. Together with Shirqing was thinking about this? "You tonight, want to as well?" He tried, his gaze falling to Timothy's waist. "Don't you need to rest? You pressed me well today. I'm not in pain anymore." Shirqing looked like she was full of blood and waiting to dip her bean. "But I do have something to tell you." Guru's eyes were still clear. His hand wrapped around Shirqing's soft waist. It's a lie to say that he was calm. As Shirqing sat on his lap and said sex, he had already recalled last night's flirtation once again. Shirqing made an error in judgment and couldn't help but be a little surprised. She really thought that Guru was not being tight-lipped and was actually drunk. Why, she's still a little disappointed. The yellow cloud-dense head was rambling, and when he returned to his senses, he realized that Gu Ji had walked over to the cabinet at some point and pulled out a filing bag. Guru handed the dossier bag to Shirqing and sat beside him. "You open it?" he said. "Let me guess." Shirqing held the file in one hand and thought for a moment. "You didn't secretly find Chi Rui and renew our contract of contractual marriage for many years, did you?" Guru froze again, and it was obvious that Shirqing had never thought that Softy would be his biological daughter, nor had he thought that he would bring the paternity test. But Tokihei did remind him of that. "Keep that contract of indenture. It doesn't need to be touched. That's a memory for every wedding anniversary we have going forward," Guru said. "Then I'll go back and lock my locker," Timothy said, unwrapping the dossier bag in his hand. "So what the hell is this?" She took out the several pieces of paper inside that had been read over and over again by Guru, with sweat in her palms and tears in her eyes. Paternity report. A few large words came into view, and Shirqing's smile froze. She turned her head to look at Gu Ji, and her heart felt like something was churning in the bottom of her heart. Even though she was not slow or stupid, it was difficult at the moment to be sure of what her mind was guessing. The living room fell quietly into silence, the only sound being that of papers being turned over. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, The dense text flashes the memories and countless expectations of the two along the way. Finally, to the last page, Shurching's eyes swept over the words on it, as well as the clear and unambiguous test results. 99.999999999% Support Guru is the biological father of Toki Soft. She held the paternity report for a long time. This is the paternity report from the city hospital. I got it last night. Wei Jihang said it to me before, and initially I didn't believe it, and went to do another appraisal to realize this result. Guru said, looking at Shurching's eyes once again flooded with a bit of wet light. This is what made me red-eyed last night. Shurching held that paternity report, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and his voice was hoarse. Why? She shuddered. Why didn't we find out a little earlier? Then we might not have. The words going through so many ups and downs were interrupted by Guru before he could say them. If I had known about this at an earlier time, said yes to you because of the blood relationship shown by the results of the paternity test, and got a license with you, it really wouldn't have been any different from the state I'm in now. But what is this? Is that love? Guru stood up and walked over to Shurching, raising his hand to gently wipe the tear tracks on Shurching's face. I have decided to go on with you, and being able to see this heart of mine clearly, there is no bump in the road that can stop me. Even without this paternity test, I, Gu Shi, will definitely raise Softy as my own daughter in this life. As far as I'm concerned, this paternity test is just the icing on the cake. The really precious ones are you and Softy. As the words fell, Gu Shi embraced Shurching into his arms. The sheets of icing on the cake seemed heavy and light as they landed on the living room floor. The evening breeze outside the window swept lazily around the sides of the two people, swept away all the cowardice and worries, leaving behind the endless bravery that originated from love. What was once a mist of uncertainty looking over the road was nothing more than that in this moment when the two were embracing each other. The probability that this road would go all the way to the end, and on this night, increased a little more. Guru, thank you for your love. Shurching grabbed the clothes on Gusher's back, her whole body sinking into Gusher's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. She had been completely and utterly illuminated by Gu Ji. Whether it's the shadows of youth, the old days of being alone with no one to turn to, or the frequent sufferings, she was like a drifting boat with a little tiny boat, surviving the waves alone again and again, bruised and battered as she passed by all the lights, circling around and around, finding the harbor that would shelter her for the rest of her life. It was Guji's love that allowed her to have one of her own among the 10,000 lights, and thank you, too, for giving me an icing on the cake of joy in October. Guru stroked Shurching's long hair and couldn't help but sigh. I'm even more sorry now that I didn't meet you earlier, because I wasn't by your side during your pregnancy. Now that he thinks about it, he'll walk on the road even if he thinks about things will be eyeballed. But on that day on the road to open the Never Watched the News platform, he still cannot figure out that day God did not know the state of mind. But that accident, which allowed him to have the opportunity to give Shurching to accompany the labor, and to see his own daughter born, is now like a blessing in misfortune, he thought, seeing Shurching in his arms looking up at him with eyes glistening with tears. I'm still in good health and I'll give you another one if you want. Like a son? Shurching stroked Guru's cheeks. The tenderness under his eyes seemed like the bright moonlight outside the window, and he said this, which extraordinarily messed up people's minds. Guru almost nodded his head, but finally summoned back his senses and shook his head. Don't want it. It was thanks to that accident that he heard Shurching's cries of labor and saw her pallid and sweaty face being pushed out of the delivery room, as well as the vivid memory of a large area of dark blood on the mattress pad. It wasn't one more child he didn't want. It was the fact that he didn't want Shurching to be in danger again. Don't mention it again. Guli tidied the tear-stained broken hair around Shurching's ears and said seriously, I just want you to be safe. Before Shurching could speak again, Guji lowered himself to kiss those tender lips. Between the lips, is the salt of tears, and the sweetness of love. Thump! A few sounds of feet on the floor came, and Guji's consciousness slowly cleared. Opening his eyes, a residual shadow, he rushed into the bathroom and his bedroom. He looked down at the floor and realized that Shurching wasn't even wearing shoes. With that, he followed suit and got out of bed, taking Shurching's slippers and walking to the bathroom door. I woke you up? A somewhat disheveled voice came from inside from Shurching, as if he hadn't woken up. No, I suddenly missed you and woke up, Guru said, and pursued. Uncomfortable? I'll hand you the slippers first? Shurching was still breathless. You'd better help me get the sanitary napkin first. Gushi suddenly realized and turned his head to the drawer where Shurching kept her tampons and took out a packet. After a moment's hesitation among the many lengths, he chose the longest. Longer is better. The longer, the more comfortable. That's the idea, isn't it? Shurching opened the door a crack, and Guji obediently handed over the sanitary napkins and slippers. He'd heard that women's emotions were a little out of control during these days of the month. Not daring to fart, he went downstairs, upside down, to have the cook prepare breakfast. When Shurching came out, she saw breakfast on the small table by the bedroom window, steaming hot brown sugar round seed congee, as well as an after-dinner dessert cupcake. There were even a few flowers plucked from nowhere, scribbled and misted with water. Princess, please eat. Guru made a pleased gesture, then helped Shurching pull open the stool, and in Shurching's smile reported with a flourish, the little princess has already gone downstairs to eat. I will arrange for her to read and study later, and I've already called to let Assistant Chi deal with a part of the work on behalf of the work, so what else do you command? Please instruct me. Shurching was in a good mood, and her originally sullen face showed a smile as she picked up a spoon and took a sip of the slightly sweet porridge, slowly saying, next time, take the daily use ones first. There are no other instructions. Ah, I sure do. I just wanted you to sleep in a bit after breakfast, Guru said, silently noting down the daily sanitary napkins, realizing that he had taken the wrong ones, but it seemed that Shurching had already used them. Are you on time this time? He asked. After all, Tokihi's flustered look was like he hadn't expected it. Sure enough, Timothy shook his head. A week early. Guru seemed to understand something. Is it because of that? At those words, Tokiomi's cheeks reddened. It's not much, she muttered. Then she suggested to Guji, you can go home today. You don't have to stay at my place. Guru froze, a little lost in his heart. Why? I'd love to live with you. I can take care of you even if you're not feeling well right now. And I won't do anything rash. I promise, he said bluntly. It's not that. Timothy's face reddened a few more degrees. It's kind of for that reason too. But I also wanted you to go back for a few days. Just so I have plans I haven't implemented yet. And you'll have to go back for that. What plan still wants me to go back? Guru still looked reluctant to leave. Shurching cupped Guji's face with both hands. So sticky now? Then I'll video you when I get back. Right? Then I want uninterrupted video. I want to see you, Guru said. Good. Shurchang and Guji reached a consensus. And then Guji bid farewell to Shurchang and Softy and returned home reluctantly. Just after he got home, he sent a message to Timothy. Video. Not long after the message was sent, Shurching made a video call to Guji as promised. What is your plan? Guru asked curiously. Well, there should be a delivery arriving at your house later and you open it in front of your big brother and sister-in-law. What delivery? You bought it for me? Why did it even have to be in front of the two of them? Guru floated around, always thinking it would be something strange. Don't worry, it's a very normal household item, Shurching said. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Guru and Shurching hadn't been on the phone for a while, but sure enough, there was a knock on the door from downstairs. He slipped the cell phone he was videoing with Timothy into his pocket then went downstairs. Your delivery. After Gu Yunshan signed on behalf of the delivery, he placed the delivery on the floor of the living room. At this time, it just so happened that Su Shi was cooking in the kitchen, and Gu Yunshan was helping in the kitchen. Guji deliberately dragged his feet a bit, and only when Su Shi and Gu Yunshan came out of the kitchen, and a few people were ready to eat, did Guji slowly go to unwrap the courier. It's time to eat before you open the courier. What did you just do? Gu Yunshan was still angry at Guji because of yesterday's incident, and even felt that Guji's sudden return must have upset Shurching somewhere and was kicked out. Thinking this way, they saw Guji unwrapping the delivery box not far from them. Guru didn't know what was inside, only a high-class looking box. He opened it and took out the contents. Upon seeing what was in the box, he, as well as Su Shi and Gu Yunshan, who were eating, all fell into a non-still frame. Inside the box, it was a pair of men's underwear that looked light and airy with just the right amount of lace trim used for embellishment. Guru's brain went down and he looked at Gu Yunshan and Su Shi with the same dismay. Now you're wearing this kind now? Su Shi said. Guru reacted for a moment and quickly understood Shurchang's intention. So he said, this is what my little aunt bought for me. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were silent once again when they heard this. Nonsense. Your little aunt can buy this for you? Gu Yunshan cast a questioning look. She said she wanted to care for me more. Buying some daily necessities is just a normal thing between family members. As Guru spoke in a serious manner, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi's faces changed slightly as their CPUs ran wild. I'll go up and try it on. My little aunt is asking me if it fits. Guru took the bitter tea and went upstairs. And the way he looked as if he had something to do with it really made Gu Yunshan and Su Shi mutter in their hearts. Is Toki Ching and her own son already this close? I don't think so. Gu Yunshan consoled himself. Maybe it's just that Shurching, as an elder, cares about our son. And even though it's personal clothing, it should mean the same thing as you buying it for our son. Su Shi nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything else. Gu Shi, who had returned to his room at this time, looked at the bitter tea box and only felt inexplicably familiar. Looking at the box, he snapped to mind his best friend Q, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. Didn't that guy send him a sexy bitter tea earlier? With this in mind, he got down and took the box that had fallen into a thin layer of dust from under the bed, wiping it down and laying the two boxes together. It was only then that I realized that it was an item from the same store. What a coincidence, Guru muttered, and immediately afterward, he heard Shurching's voice coming from his cell phone. Did you get the stuff? Timothy asked. Received. Guru couldn't help but marvel. Still, you're smart, personally buying me private clothes and deliberately showing them to my parents. There must be less speculation in their hearts. This is also a kind of precautionary shot for them. Shurching on the other end of the phone let out a light laugh. What if I really want to buy it for you too? Guru was silent for a moment. But I never wear this. Then can you wear it once for me? I want to see you in person wearing the one I gave you. At those words, Guji had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, always feeling that this scene was déjà vu. He looked at the other box and said out of the blue, I'd like to see you in the clothes I bought, too. Fine. Then buy it for me and I'll wear it for you when you come to my place next time. When Shurching said this, her voice was intentionally clipped in a delicate and coquettish manner that was about to melt Guji's heart. Say yes? No matter what I buy, you'll wear it? Guru asked. Sure, I'll do what I say. Shurching was already guessing in his mind. What would Guji buy her? Guji will definitely buy her favorite style, right? Lace? Thin gauze? Fishnet? She's a little curious. Do you want to wear what I got you first? I can't wait to see it. But you're not with me, Tim Ching muttered, and in the video she was lounging on the couch, winking. Do you want me to video you like that? Guru tried to ask. He didn't realize that Tokihei was so impatient. What's to be afraid of? It's not like there are any outsiders. The desire in Shurching's eyes was about to overflow the screen, as if she wanted to swallow Guji into her stomach. Seeing that Guru was a bit hesitant, Shurching directly zoomed in, her tone spilling over. Okay, baby, ahem. The original resistance to LL in Guru's heart was crushed at this moment. I'll go lock a door. Seeing Guru get out of bed and lock the door, Shurching also slipped back into the house, then got under the covers and put on one earphone. She Wenqing this life, from childhood to adulthood, reserved convergence, has never done to ask for LL things, although only Gu rhetoric unilateral coaxed by her. I'm back. Guru climbed into bed and at some point had replaced the bitter tea that Shurching had bought. Don't get in the way. Lift up your shirt. Shurching's eyes looked like they had been installed with a GPS, blearily locking onto Gu Xiaoshu, whom he had just met last night. It's not blocked. It's not visible, Guru said. The room is on the bedside table lamp. He knelt on the bed, supporting the phone in front of him, wearing the bitter tea bought by Shurching himself to show the camera. But it is also a bit like LL. The top is so loose. It's all blocked. I bought you something. You have to let me see if it fits. Shurching continued to output. Upon hearing this, Guji also had no choice but to lift up his shirt, revealing his muscular lines for Shurching to have an unobstructed view. I thought you'd be small in this, but I didn't think it would hold up. Shurching's eyes wrapped around a spot like they could pull silk, making Guji feel hot for no reason. For boys, wear it for a long time. Don't worry, I'll tame it, Guru said. Then I'll buy you some more, and you're only allowed to wear the ones I buy. Yeah. Guji was a little embarrassed by Shurching's look, leaning on the bed and pulling the covers upwards. Shurching, who still hadn't seen enough at all, had a look of intent. Let me see it again tomorrow in person, she said. Guru froze. Didn't you not let me stay at your place? But I could come over to you. After all, there's your parents to be vaccinated. So I'll have to go around a lot. Then I'll cook tomorrow and make you something delicious. So good? With sweetness in her smile, Shurching asked, do you know what my favorite food is? Guru did not think twice. Of course I know. I'll make all those dishes and pastries you like. Oh. Timothy feigned disappointment. What's wrong? If you're tired of those, just tell me what you want to eat. You should know what I want to eat the most, Shurching said meaningfully, her gaze fixed on Guji's lips. Guru reacted for a moment, then his eyes averted. He had a guess in his mind. Only compared to Shurching, he was silent for a while. Are you sure? Going to eat it? He asked tentatively. What's uncertain about that? Without the slightest notice that Guji was not on the same channel as her, Shurching added, remember, I want strawberry flavor. Good. Gu resignation brainside moment has been active out of shape, until the two connected to the microphone to a very long time. The opposite side of the timeching are asleep, but he is still difficult to calm. Froze insomnia. Early the next morning, although Guji was a bit sleepy, he still went downstairs according to the time he set his alarm. Hey, why are you going? To eat breakfast. Sushi couldn't help but feel strange when she saw Gusher coming down from upstairs and heading out. You and Dad eat first. I suddenly want to go for a morning run. Guru was not good at lying in front of the two old men. Morning run? Sushi didn't think much about it, but just instructed. Your little aunt said this morning that she'll be coming over today, so go add some fruits by the way. Try to come back early, or you'll have to heat up the rice when it's cold. Got it. Only then did Guru run out with a sense of relief. Heading straight to the convenience store near his home, he stopped by the register for a moment after buying a lot of Toki Ching's and Softy's favorite fruits. It just so happened that there were many customers in the store, so Guru stood in front of those rows of small boxes, his eyes scanning them one by one. Handsome? Is there a model you want? There seemed to be a new female clerk who enthusiastically came over to inquire. Guru pulled the mask upwards. Make it the best. Strawberry flavor. There were so many people lined up at the cashier's office to one side, both old and young, that he could only keep his voice down. There are several here that are strawberry flavored. Do you want the ultra thin or the pellet? And the latest model. The female sales clerk introduced the goods in a flat voice, which was clearly heard by the people around her. And when she saw that Guru was still staring, she then asked in a low voice, was it your girlfriend who said she wanted strawberry flavor? Guru didn't know why the clerk asked, and nodded uncertainly. Then I recommend this. The clerk pulled out a box of the newest of the many strawberry flavors, ultra thin rich strawberry. Looking at the certainty on the store clerk's face, Guru took it and put it in the cart. After checking out, he took his stuff home and put the little box in his best-kept pocket. As soon as he got home, his mind was still thinking about what Shirching said last night, and it seemed that Shirching was already flirting with him in his mind even before she came. Come back. The familiar voice hooked him out of the flirtation in his mind, and Guru followed the voice and saw Shirching and Softy at the dining table. Several people seemed to be waiting for him to come back for dinner without moving their chopsticks. He was slightly stunned, surprised, warm, and flooded. If one day he can hold Shirching's hand openly and honestly, such a day, how happy. Brother, softly ran over a long time ago, pounced into Guji's arms, tilted her head back to look at Guji again with a sweet smile, and quietly called out daddy with her mouth. Guru smiled heartily and stroked the soft hair. Let's eat. Bought you your favorite Cheerios. I'll wash them for you later. He went to the supermarket and bought not only the Cheerios that Softy loved, but also the strawberries that Shirching loved, as well as the pomelo and grapes that Gu Yunshan and Sushi liked. Softy loves Cheerios too? Xiaoru also loves to eat. Sushi smiled, chatting with Shirching, especially when he was a kid, when it was in season. When he went back to the fruit store, he didn't want anything else. He wanted Cheerios. Gu Yunshan was also aroused to memories. I bought it for him year after year back then. Only then he grew up a bit and said he was tired of eating it, and when your sister-in-law and I bought it for him again, he stopped eating it. Timothy listened and nodded thoughtfully, and then she joked, that Softy and Xiaoru are quite similar. It's true. If it's not a family, you don't enter a family. Gu Yunshan and Sushi laughed heartily, not even noticing Shirching's joke that didn't look like a joke. Guji inadvertently met Shirching's gaze, knowingly the two-faced convergence but could not hide the happiness of the bottom of the eyes. At the dinner table, because of Shirching and Soft, the time of a meal seemed to be stretched out, and a few people chatted and ate at the same time. No, big brother Gu, I suddenly let Xiaozue back this week. In fact, it's because Wandering is in a bad mood and went to live in my house. Xiaozhu is a man after all. It's not very convenient, and I'm also worried that no one will help me deal with the work, so I'll let Xiaozhu go back to help me next week. Shirching was extremely frank and pulled Suman, who was far away from Su's house, out to block a shot. Good. A member of the family. You can use him as you please. Don't ever be polite. That body of his is good. Gu Yunshan said. After all, his own son has a mom and dad who know medicine. Nothing to be played by his pulse. Perennial carrying the flag of healthcare. Is a word. Hard. Yes. Xiaoru is young. Good body. Good mind. Everything is good. Just one thing is not so good. Tokihei wanted to say something. Gu Yunshan frowned slightly, looked at the innocent-looking Guru, and then gently looked at Shirching. Ching, tell me where this brat is bad. With a helpless smile on his face, Timothy Ching slowly opened his mouth. My little nephew. He lies when he goes to bed. Cough. Cough. Gushi almost choked to death, pounding his chest and looking at Shirching with eyes full of surprise. Not. Is this something you can say? Is this something you can say right now? Is that something you can say in front of the kid? Is this something you can say in front of his mom and dad? A series of question marks flew through his mind, and the CPU smoked, but he couldn't figure out why Shirching opened his mouth to King Bum. Gu Yunshan and Sushi were caught in a non-static image for a while before the two of them faintly reacted. Getting on? Getting laid? Lying? Gu Yunshan tried. Yeah, Shirching did not change his face. Before he lived at my place. Sometimes I don't know what he did at night. During the day he woke up later than me and Softy. When I called him, he said he would sleep for 5 more minutes. As a result, he couldn't even wake up for 50 minutes. As the words fell, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi then revealed a look of sudden realization and smiled expansively. This kid, he usually doesn't sleep at home. Why did he start at a different place? Don't stay in bed when you go to your aunt's place, and wait for your aunt to take care of you? It's not too embarrassing, Gu Yunshan said. Guji acquiesced to Shirching's nonsense about him lying in bed, because when he saw Shirching's smug smile, he knew that Shirching was deliberately teasing him. I just get insomnia once in a while. He is also not willing to show weakness. I can do it or not. Auntie, look at my state in the morning is not just no. Say up and get up. Definitely won't intentionally stay in bed. Gu Yunshan froze for a moment. He heard Guru say that it seemed like something was wrong, and he couldn't tell. Yo, you're that good in bed? Shirching feigned surprise as she looked at Guji, and only after a few seconds did she add, could it be that you can lie in bed and insist on staying up all night, without sleeping? Che, Guru laughed disdainfully, a whole night in the district? I can still fight for a few more hours in the morning. Really? With one hand resting on her cheek, Shirching casually took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat to Guji. I haven't seen your morning form yet. Show me next week? Show me how good you are by the way, /kiss.jpg. Guji quickly replied. Sure, it's a deal. The two of them had silky eyes entwined, and Gu Yunshan and Su Shi looked at each other speechlessly. Why do they seem to see two words in the faces of their aunt and nephew? Ambiguous. After the meal, Guji and Gu Yunshan were rightfully contracted to do the heavy lifting of scrubbing the dishes, as well as washing the fruit. Tim Ching and the three of them were just watching TV in the living room. Big brother Gu, come over and rest for a while. When Shirching greeted him, Gu Yunshan immediately went from the kitchen to the living room in a flash. And before Guru reacted, he was the only working man left in the kitchen. Oops. Gu Yunshan sat on the sofa and leaned back, comfortable and bad. After all, if Su Shi didn't let him come over to rest, he wouldn't dare. Now that Shirching had said that he had come over, Su Shi wouldn't say anything. Guji in the kitchen at this time, so? He had to brush one bowl after another indignantly when he saw that Tim Ching was happily chatting in the living room. Perhaps because he was a little aggravated in his heart, coupled with the sound of water in the kitchen. He didn't pay the slightest attention to the fact that Shirching had walked into the kitchen at some point. When Guru turned around, Shirching came over, very close, and his gaze slowly moved down and landed in the sink. Shirching's movement to lean forward just allowed Guji to see the soft white color. Guji made more effort to brush the bowl to divert his attention, not realizing that Shirching slightly tiptoed, came to his ear, and said, "It's just scrubbing the dishes. Why are you going as hard as you are on me?" In an instant, Guji's ears reddened, and even the action of washing the dishes slowed down. How did you just say it? He whispered a reminder to Timothy, glancing in the direction of the living room as he did so. Shirching, however, remained bold. Remember what I said last night? After saying that, she threw Guji a meaningful smile, and then went into the bathroom. Guru washed the dishes and set the fruits on the table in the living room. Then he saw Shirching come out of the bathroom. Little nephew Tim Ching poked his head out from the toilet door there. The faucet in the sink is broken. It keeps running. Let's see. Guru stood up and walked over, without a single doubt in his heart. He had just walked into the bathroom and was about to check the faucet when the door behind him was closed by Shirching and gently unlocked. Guru turned around, and Shirching jumped into his arms. Where's the strawberry candy I asked for? Did you bring it? Shirching came close to Guru's lips. I heard your parents say that you went to the supermarket early this morning. Did you go to buy candy? Strawberry, candy? Guru's CPU is about to explode. Shirching said he wanted to eat. Is it his lips? Right. Shirching looked at the blankness in Guji's eyes and frowned slightly. You didn't buy it, did you? Guji couldn't say that he misunderstood Shirching and bought the little strawberry box. Could he? I can't believe you didn't buy it. What's going on? So uncaring, Shirching said, taking out a candy from his pocket. Luckily, I brought it. Guji watched as Shirching ate the candy, the strawberry flavor spreading between the two, warm and soft lips covering up. Guji subconsciously stroked Shirching's waist, the strawberry flavor lingering between his lips and teeth. What the? You're hurting me. Shirching felt toward Guji's pocket. Wait. Guru was so engrossed in the kiss that he couldn't stop it in time, and Shirching had already taken out the small box. Looking at the strawberry pattern on it, the clever Shirching quickly understood. Good for you, Guru. With a smile on her face, Shirching moved closer to Guji and questioned. Say, what did you think of what I said last night? No, nothing. I bought it off the shelf. Guru took a step back, somewhat as if he was weak, not daring to look directly at Shih-Ching. Bought on the go? Strawberry flavor you didn't buy strawberry candy. You bought this? So am I to understand? Shih-Ching stroked Guji's cheek so that it met her eyes. You're eager for me to taste it. Somewhere other than your lips? Indeed, thought about it. Guru admitted it, dropping his gaze to Shih-Ching's lips, even though he didn't think Shih-Ching would do something like that. However, the next moment, Shih-Ching pushed Guji to the sink. Actually, I can fix the faucet. As Shih-Ching's words fell, her slender hand slid down Guji's chest in circles. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two looked at each other and both seemed to be pulled out of their tenderness. There was a click, and the person outside didn't open the door. Hey, why are you still locking the door? Gu Yunshan muttered in confusion. Ching, is the faucet broken seriously? Do you need me to get someone to take a look? Shih-Ching didn't say anything and pinched Guji's thigh. Guru tilted his breath and adjusted his voice. Little auntie said she could fix the faucet. She just didn't want you guys to come and help, and locked the door for fear of water getting on you. He shouted, his voice caught in his breath and muffled. Your sister-in-law comes for a visit and you ask people to fix the faucet? Can't you fix it yourself? Gu Yunshan said without a trace of anger. Guji wanted to speak and exhaled a heavy breath. Little aunt, she said she wanted to repair it herself. It's very soon. Then you help your aunt and come out for fruit when you're done fixing it. When he finished speaking, he heard Gu Yunshan's footsteps leaving. The bathroom was back to the charming atmosphere of just two people, interspersed with that particular strawberry smell that was slowly spreading due to the rising temperature. Emily, Guru reached out and stroked Shih-Ching's earlobe, sharing the heat of his palm. You have soft ears. He rubbed his fingertips together, savoring the touch, his eyes descending downward onto Shih-Ching's pretty face. He couldn't help but think once again of the original them. Back then, he had never imagined that he would have come this far with Shih-Ching, nor had he ever imagined that this most unlikely of all people, who shouldn't even have been an option, would become the wife he wanted to spend his entire life with. Shih-Ching settled down and didn't reply to Guru's casual remark. I've heard that people with soft ears are gentle and talkative. Now I realize that this saying is completely ridiculous. Guji shattered, seeing Shih-Ching raise her head slightly and raise a puzzled eyebrow, as if she felt that Guji was saying that she wasn't gentle. You were always strong, had your own ideas, and were not at all easy to talk to, Guji said as she expected. And the next moment she saw those two handsome eyebrows of Shih-Ching furrowed, and her hand even twisted Guji's thigh. Guru begged for survival and shifted his words. Although you are not too gentle, I happen to like the less gentle you. Every side of you, I like. He held Shih-Ching's hand that was pinching him and slowly interlocked his fingers. Their body heat mingled and entwined. Guru and Shih-Ching tidied up before walking out of the bathroom. Is it broken badly? I can't believe it took almost half an hour to repair it, Gu Yunshan casually asked. It's okay. Guru was still immersed in what he had just seen, and his expression was slightly unnatural. Little nephew. Suddenly, Shih-Ching called out to Guji in an intimate tone and handed over a strawberry, saying, the strawberries you bought are especially sweet. Quickly taste it. Guru and Shih-Ching's eyes intertwined for a moment. Then they took the strawberries and touched Shih-Ching's water-stained fingertips, and their minds were stirred once again. He ate the strawberry, and the strong strawberry flavor filled his lips and teeth, like a charming moment. Auntie. Guru's mouth was faster than his head, and subconsciously called out to Shih-Ching, saying, if you like it, it's good. Auntie likes strawberry flavor in everything she eats. Shih-Ching froze. She who was eating strawberries properly didn't think of other places, and as a result, when she was mentioned by Guji's words, she instead felt that the strawberries in her hand tasted like what she had just tasted. For just a moment, her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat quickened, and her strawberry eating slowed down considerably. Originally wanting to tease Guji but was instead turned red by a remark, she glanced at Guru, her thoughts winding into a ball. Really? She shouldn't have spoiled Guji. This is good. In the future, when she eats and smells strawberry flavor, she will remember today. Let Dawn come to the house this New Year's Eve. It's time to talk about your wedding. 2. Coldly, Sushi mentioned Tang Tang with a calm face. Mom, Xiao Tang sighed. She said there is no hurry. Guji was pulled back into his thoughts. Casually, he coped with Sushi's words. You've gotten a license with someone. A legal couple. What does it look like if you don't have a wedding? It's not like our family can't make preparations, Sushi said, and then decided. In my opinion, let's start the preparations after the year. Pick a date, and you and Xiao Tang will have a wedding as soon as possible. As the words fell, Gu Yunshan looked at Sushi with some surprise, seemingly not having heard Sushi mention it in advance. He couldn't help but be a little puzzled that Sushi would actually settle on this matter all of a sudden. Guru and Shurching also looked at each other and were unanimously silent. Mom, Xiao Tang Shi. Anyway, it is not convenient to have a wedding for the time being, Guru explained. If she doesn't have time, we can wait, but we have to meet this New Year's Eve and discuss the date so we can prepare in advance. Su Shi glanced at Gu Yunshan and then said to Gu Ji, how much longer can you drag this out? Your father and I aren't urging you to have a child. We just want to organize the banquet earlier. What's the sudden rush? Guru scratched his head, wondering when the old couple had privately discussed his affairs. He and Shurching can't find Tang Tang to play a wedding drama again. After all, Su Shi and Gu Yunshan will definitely invite many friends and relatives. In that case, when the truth comes out, Su Shi and Gu Yunshan will have to be alive and angry. Then I'll go back and give Xiao Tang a call to ask, Guru casually said, still changing the topic. I know you two won't rush little Tang and I into having a child. After all, children are at home. Our softness is so cute. How nice to be your granddaughter. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yunshan cast a warning glance. You kid wants to get beaten again, don't you? Unexpectedly, Shurching also said in a half-joking tone. It's all family. It's not impossible. Ching, don't listen to him. This bastard is always talking nonsense lately, Gu Yunshan said, and glared at Guru. Softy looked left and right, then blurted out. Softy and mommy would be so happy if brother was my daddy. When the words fell, several people looked at each other. However, Shurching just symbolically said soft and naughty, lightly bringing up the topic. But the smile that couldn't be hidden on that face, it looked like he was satisfied with what Softy said anyways. In the time after the meal, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi talked a lot less than before, not knowing what they were thinking about, and before they left, they walked out to send Shurching and Softy away. Auntie, remember to visit me often. Guru walked forward and hugged Shurching with extra boldness and fondness in front of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. Your aunt is so busy working every day. She's not an idle person. How could she have the time to come see you? Gu Yunshan said. If my little nephew misses me, I'll come over even if I'm busy with work. Once again, Shurching intertwined her eyes with Gu Ji's before taking Softy to bid farewell to Gu Yunshan and Su Shi. Gu Ji recalled the warmth in his embrace while walking towards the bedroom with a smile on his face, thinking about continuing the video call with Shurching. The two of them, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, also returned to the bedroom, coincidentally with heavy faces, thoughtfully sitting by the bedside for a long time. It's our son. Is he so close to Qingqing now? Gu Yunshan thought back to what he had seen tonight, as well as Gu Ji and Shurching's conversation with a hint of ambiguity, as well as soft, naughty words, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. When he thought about it, he and Su Shi told Guru and Shurching to strike a good relationship and be as close as a family, but never thought that one day they would be so close. You just realize that? How stupid. Su Shi sighed with a grave expression on her face, and the speculations in her heart seemed to be amplifying. What was found? Gu Yunshan came closer and lowered his voice to ask. Su Shi looked helpless and prompted. Don't you feel as if something has changed between our son and Qingqing? Becoming closer. Gu Yunshan's eyes were clear. Su Shi looked at Gu Yunshan and only felt angry. This aspect of dullness Gu Ji really inherited Gu Yunshan's genes. Still really planning to rush your son into a wedding? Gu Yunshan asked. He and Su Shi had said that they would leave the choice to Gu Ji himself when it came to Gu Ji's lifelong matters. And now that Gu Ji had already received a license with Tang Tang, it was reasonable to say that they should just let nature take its course and wait until the two children wanted to have a wedding. But they didn't expect Su Shi to be in such a hurry. Didn't our son say he liked Xiao Tang? Then we should help organize the banquet and invite all the neighbors over. Su Shi spoke, wanting to stop. Her face did not have joy and expectation, but instead had more inexplicable hesitation and suspicion. Although Gu Yunshan felt strange, he didn't say anything. You are the head of the family. I definitely listen to you, but the son sighed. Follow the prodding. Can't keep clinging to his aunt. After Su Shi finished speaking, she laid down and turned off the bedside lamp. Clinging to his aunt? Gu Yunshan only reacted with hindsight at this time, and patted Su Shi sideways. You don't suspect that our son has something going on with Qingqing, do you? This sentence, once again, caused Su Shi to become distracted, and she glared back at Gu Yunshan. People are going to bed before you figure it out? She grumbled in an uncharacteristic manner and twisted around. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yunshan was lying on the side of the bed, smiling with a folded face. Su Shi turned around, sizing up Gu Yunshan, who was trembling with laughter, and questioned, What are you laughing at? It's like having a seizure. Gu Yunshan laughed for a while before stopping and slowly said, Not me. You don't even use your brain. You use your toes to think about it. Can Qingqing see our son? He continued. The chairman of the other movie company. Excellent since childhood. Good in every way. And has a smart and understanding daughter. Qingqing and our son? We got a girl for nothing. And a granddaughter for nothing. Did our old Gu family's ancestors smoke in their graves? You're not thinking about that at all? The main reason is that Qingqing has been alone for so many years, so she must have high expectations. Our son? I still don't know him? Although our son is not bad, but he is not that capable. Gu Yunshan said. Su Shi silence. Thought for a while. His own intuition as a woman but time and again told her. These two people. There must be a problem. Happy today? Shirqing lay on her side on the bed, smiling as she looked at Gu Ji on the screen, her eyes gently flowing. Happy. Guru nodded, but then sighed, but not enough to enjoy it. At those words, a blush crossed Shirqing's cheeks. How else do you want to enjoy yourself? Guru gave a meaningful laugh. You know. The two stared at each other as if they could turn the tables through the screen. The clothes I bought for you will arrive almost tomorrow, Guru said. So soon? Shirqing's heart was filled with anticipation and she couldn't help but speak. Which family's clothes are they? There's no reluctance to spend money on me, right? Why yes, I'm generous. I bought this dress with great care, Guru said, with a confident look on his face. I can guarantee that this is the best looking dress under the sky, and you'll look even more beautiful in it. Really? That good looking? Shirqing was more expectant and a little worried. You couldn't have privately asked Shi Rui to contact my former costume designer, could you? You don't want to foolishly spend all of that $5 million on me. I can't put a price on that dress I bought you. You'll know when you receive it. Guru was still confident and seemed to be 100% satisfied with the clothes he had sent. Shirqing became even more curious and muttered. What kind of clothes are they anyway? Wait until tomorrow and you'll know, Guru said. And mysterious? Seeing that Guji looked like he was going to surprise her, Shirqing didn't pursue the matter. All she had to do at such a time was to be full of anticipation. Then I'll wear it for you tomorrow when I receive it, Shirqing said, making a flying kiss gesture, her voice sweet and mushy. Neither of them used to understand sleeping in a row, but now, they understand it, and being able to listen to each other's breathing as they fall asleep turns out to be so reassuring, as if their lover is right beside them. The next day, this little box is mine? Receiving a text message the first time to the courier station of the time Qing, holding a courier station employees handed over the courier box. She hadn't asked casually, and even if her name was on it, she really doubted that the delivery was her own. It's too light, and it's a little square box. Where's the promised dress? Of course it's yours, there's no mistaking it. Courier station employees also responded in the affirmative. Shirqing was a bit puzzled, and while messaging Gu Ji on the way, she also shook the courier box to listen for sound, even though there was no sound at all. Qing, the clothes you bought for me have arrived. The box is light, like it's been thrown away. Gu Ji's side quickly replied. Open it. Shirqing returned home and unwrapped the delivery box as instructed. As she expected, it was an empty box. Toki Qing, empty. When the Qing heart cannot help but some anger, but also thought that her baby sent her a surprise just so be lost. But just as she was thinking this, Gu Shi sent a message. Gu Shi, what's in the box is what I gave you. Seeing this, Shirqing still didn't react to what it meant, but immediately afterward, Gu Shi sent a message once again. I remember you promised you'd wear it. It was then that Timothy was enlightened. Gu Shi, this is a gift of the Emperor's new clothes. She made a direct voice call to Gu Ji. When did you learn to be bad? Shirqing's mouth questioned, but her cheeks blushed when she saw the empty box. Is it okay to only be bad to your sister? Guru clipped an extremely exaggerated bubbly sound. What for tempting me? There was a smirk in Timothy's voice. She felt that the Guji at this moment was comical and adorable. However, before she met Guji, she heard all sorts of bubbly sounds pinned out by the opposite sex on the internet, and felt nothing, even through the screen, as if she could be greased. Sure enough, it had to be her own man, who made her rare in every way. Nope, coaxing you to be happy, Guru said. He listened to Shirqing's voice with a smile, and Shirqing's eyebrows with a smile unconsciously appeared in his mind. It's been fun having you, Shirqing subconsciously set out. He himself did not expect that he would actually say such meaty words. Then my goal is to make you happier. As Guru's words fell, a knock came from the phone on Shirqing's end. Shirqing walked over, only to find a takeaway sitting on the doorstep with the word time written on it. She quickly responded and brought the takeout in, asking Gu Ji on the phone, you ordered takeout for me? So smart. Worthy of being my wife. Guru deliberately emphasized the word wife. You actually ordered me dessert? I'll gain weight if I eat it these days. Shirqing looked at the dessert in the takeaway bag. It was the dessert store that she used to eat in the vicinity of Gu Ji's university. At that time, she thought it was very delicious, and regularly bought it a few times, and then she didn't buy it. She didn't think that Gu Ji actually knew about it. But those days every month will be emotionally bad. I want you to eat something sweet and be in a better mood, Guru said in a serious tone. I like to see you happy. That's a lot of buying. And how did you know these are the ones I love? I asked Assistant Chi a lot, not only the desserts you love to eat, including the restaurants you used to go to and the scenery you used to see. I know it all. How much did that Zaire guy tell you anyway? I'm being looked at by you again. Shirching mumbled in a lowered voice. You do remind me. I haven't seen you in over 10 hours. Shall we video? I want to see you smile. Gushi said. Why? Did you miss me? But I haven't even washed my face yet today. It's not like I haven't smiled before. So we'll see next time. Shirching really hadn't freshened up much today since she was at home from the daytime until now. And although she rarely cared about her appearance, she always tried her best to look her best in front of Guji. Then when are you going to try on the clothes I gave you? Guru's tone was serious, as if he had really bought a dress for Shirching. In broad daylight. Just you are in a hurry. Shirching glanced at the emperor's new clothes, thinking that the other party was Guji. Her heart beat violently, and she even felt a hint of novelty and excitement. I'm in no hurry. After Guru finished speaking, the phone on the other end rang. The voice call turned into a video call, and Shirching quickly saw Guru leaning against the window, his hair moving with the wind, and his brows and eyes revealing laziness. The two of them looked at each other, and Shirching was actually shy for no reason. Is it just her? Why was this child growing more and more agreeable? If this were a few years from now, wouldn't it be not only mature, but also, Shirching just thinking about it makes her feel like it's killing her. Ching Ching is listening? Gushi smiled at the wandering Shirching and called out in a long drawn-out voice. Shirching came back to her senses, remembering what she had just floated around, and was somewhat unable to look at Guja directly. Guru feigned a sigh. Is it because I'm not attractive anymore? How come you still get lost in thought when you look at me? At those words, Shirching's mind shattered. It was because she was looking at Guji that she was lost in thought. What were you thinking about just now? Was there work to be done? Guru asked. After all, if that was the case, he couldn't afford to disturb Shirching's work. No, I'm all done with work. What did you just say? Shirching sat on the sofa and listened attentively to Guji. I said, I want to show you something. You evaluate it. What is it? Take it out and take a look. Shirching thought to herself that Guji might want to ask the Timeless Design Team side about the design plans. The very next moment she thought this, she saw Guji on the other side of the screen take out a flower. Timothy froze for a moment, peering closer at the flower. The petals are haloed in peachy red, so pink and delicate that at first glance they are thought to be real flowers. Paper folded? She asked in surprise. Another surprise out of the blue took her by surprise. Does it look good? Guru asked tentatively. Because he couldn't see Shirching, he could only judge whether she liked it through her tone. Shirching looked at it seriously. Why does this paper look a bit familiar? Good eye. This is what Elder Chi gave me. When I went to visit that day, I saw that the paper he had there seemed good for folding flowers. So I asked for a little bit, and Elder Chi thought I wanted to paint. So he gave me a box of paper directly, and told me to bring more works over for tea. You take this paper and fold flowers for me? Shirching was shocked, and seemed to have thought about how Chi Lao would feel when he learned that his treasured paper had been used by some kid to fold roses. This paper is resilient, and the colors of the haloed petals are naturally beautiful, and it lasts for a long time. I've only used a little bit of it, and I have a lot more at home. Guru said and inquired again. Do you like it? Of course I like it. It's beautiful. I almost didn't realize it was paper folded at first glance. Shirching was honest. Only after hearing this did Guji put his heart down. Then you get the door, he said. Open the door? Timothy was a little confused, but did as he was told. Opening the door. For a moment, the surprise overflowed. A bouquet of the same flowers that Guji had just taken was placed on the cabinet by the door. When was it delivered? So much? Shirching surprised to pick up the bouquet of flowers. Close to look at the color of the halo above and the form of the petals. Close to, but also found that emits a faint rose smell. Much? Folded when I missed you. I can still fold a lot. Guru said. A lot is how much? How much did you miss me? Upon hearing this, Guji thought for 2 seconds and replied offhandedly. From now on, I'll give you one every day until the day I marry you. Hearing the word marry, Shirching's heart thumped for a long time. She and Guji hardly talked about the two of them getting married, and both seemed to have a heart-to-heart and patient willingness to wait for a public moment. But at this moment, when she heard Guji's words, somehow, she always felt as if that day was close at hand. Suppressing her heart's delight, Shirching asked, do you still send flowers after you marry? Let alone the flowers. I'm yours in person. Even if you want the moon in the sky, I'll find a way. Guru said. Getting greasy. Is the cake good? Guru suddenly changed the topic. Yummy. Tastes just like it used to. Shirching was in a happy mood, savoring the various desserts that Guji had bought for her. I bought a lot. You and the child can't eat it all. Put it in the refrigerator. But next time you eat, remember to take it out in advance and put it away. I don't want to see my two babies greedy for a cold tummy ache, Guru said. Which is so delicate. I'm in good health. Don't believe me? Take my pulse next time you come. Big brother Gu hasn't often praised you for being good. Actually, I don't think I'm the best at taking a pulse. What's that? Touching bones? Shurching heard that the touching the bones Guji said was not really touching the bones. Ahem. Guru suppressed his laughter and changed the topic. The clothes I bought for you. You're actually in no hurry to wear them. Shurching was just about to say that Guji had finally gotten serious for a moment when she heard Guji speak again. I'll wear it when I come to see you. I'll see it in person and I'll be able to tell if it fits. Really? What's wrong with you today? You don't have a straight face, Shurching muttered. Her heart was tickled by Guji's few words and she could hardly calm down. Knock knock on the door. Shurching took his cell phone and walked to the door to open it. And unexpectedly, it was a delivery to his door. She hasn't bought anything in the last 2 days. What did you get me again? Shurching quickly guessed that this was probably from Guji again. Just open it and see, Guru said. Shurching couldn't wait to open it and saw an exquisite gift box containing a black halter dress that seemed to be from the same store she frequented. She quickly realized and said softly, it seems someone really bought me clothes. Originally, when she received the emperor's new clothes, although Shurching was willing to accept it because of Guji, she was more or less still a little disappointed for a moment. But now, she didn't expect Guji to really take the gift given to her seriously. Of course, when I say I'm going to give you a gift, I'll be sure to prepare it carefully, Guru said, being serious for no more than 3 seconds, or smiled and added, however, the first gift I gave you was also prepared very seriously. Gu, resign. The next day. What time is it before we go downstairs? Gu Yunshan on the sofa glanced at Guji, who was slowly descending the stairs, and secretly scowled, his heart still thinking about last night's conversation with Su Shi. His son doesn't look like he have a little something with his aunt in any way. Didn't sleep well last night, Guru said. Taking bread and milk is a simple breakfast. He couldn't say that he had overslept during the day last night because he had talked too long with Shurching and slept late. Since being with Shurching, there were countless topics of conversation between them, ranging from work life and soft, to news and gossip, entertainment and movies, and even the weather forecast. What's the matter? Not feeling well? Come over here and I'll take a look. Gu Yunshan casually raised 2 fingers about to take Guji's pulse. However, Guru refused as if he had a weak heart and sat down at the table to eat breakfast. Even if the medical center is idle for a while, you don't have to be idle to take my pulse. Really? Gu Yunshan remembered something else and reminded. Your mom made double-skinned milk and mango pastry. Huan Ning loves them. Go and send some to Huan Ning. Hearing this, Guru immediately got up and packed a few of Xia Huan Ning's favorite desserts, then casually grabbed a loaf of bread and headed out the door. The road from the Gu family to the Xia family seemed to move faster than in his youth. Knock knock. It didn't take long for the sound of a series of small, broken steps to approach. Xia Huan Ning opened the door, dressed a little thinly. She wanted to say something, as if she wanted to call out the name, but stopped at her lips and asked with a smile. Uncle just said that you were coming to bring me delicious food. I waited for quite a while. Did you get me a lot more? That's why you were so slow to come over? Slow? Guja went inside and put the desserts on the table. My mom knew that you love these too, so she purposely made a little extra for you. He looked around the living room. Although Uncle Xia was gone and Xia Huan Ning's mother was out of town, Xia Huan Ning was still living well on her own. Every place was neat and tidy. Even the kitchen was clean and dry. It's getting cold. Remember to wear a jacket next time you come out. Guru instructed a sentence and then headed out. I'll go back first. If you need anything then. Before the words left his mouth, the corner of his shirt was gently pinched. Guru turned back, like when he was a child. Whenever Xia Huan Ning was in trouble at school and didn't talk to her family, she would always look for him, carefully pinching the corners of his coat or cuffs and voicing out her pleas. At that time he felt that Xia Huan Ning was a girl who was very afraid of causing trouble to others and extraordinarily understanding. You say. Guru knew that Xia Huan Ning must have something to say. You, want to sit down for a while? I'll make you cocoa, Xia Huan Ning asked tentatively, her eyes looking like they had uneasiness hidden for a long time. Aha! Guru reached out and closed the door, shutting out the cold air, and sat down on the sofa. The Xia family's kitchen was close to the living room, so Xia Huaning's figure was always in Guji's line of sight. It seemed that the two of them were too quiet together, so Xia Huaning took the initiative to speak up, knowing that Guji was short on words. I remember when I was a kid, the first time I was a guest at your house. I wanted to help out during dinner, so I stood on my tiptoes to get the rice bowl on the counter, and I accidentally broke it. Now that I think about it, it seems like I was always clumsy when I was a kid and screwed up a lot of things, like I still do. The more Xia Huan-ning spoke, the smaller her voice became, drowning in the sound of boiling water. Guru just smiled faintly. This kind of small thing, you still remember it for so long. Xia Huan-ning also let out a laugh and said carelessly, maybe it's because, before I went to your house, I asked my dad a lot of questions because I was nervous. From how to greet your parents, how to be the most polite during dinner, to how to say goodbye when I leave, and how I'm going to refuse a meet and greet gift if your parents send it to me. At those words, Gushi couldn't help but stare. He hadn't expected a meal that had almost faded into his memory to be remembered so fondly by Xia Huan-ning, but it seemed understandable. No matter what, you always have too many worries and concerns, Guru said. He was able to think of the reason. Xia Huan-ning's mother was an irascible temperament, which could be seen in the fact that Xia Huan-ning had perfectly inherited from Xia Heng, calm and peaceful, but Xia's mother was always quarreling with Xia Heng. That kind of environment made Xia Huan-ning often feel uneasy and cautious in everything. For a long time, as if she had formed a habit of fixating herself in the know-it-all range, Xia Huan-ning was silent for a few seconds, seemingly thinking about something, and opened his mouth after a long time. Actually, I don't have concerns about everything. Xia Huan-ning was silent. It dawned on her that the only thing she had been firm and free of scruples about in her most disturbed years was secretly loving the boy who would always put her heart at ease. Love openly and with gusto. Guru looked at Xia Huan-ning, waiting for the latter part of her sentence. Cocoa is cooked. Xia Huan-ning carried a small pot to the coffee table in the living room as if she hadn't said the last word. It seems that because of the reason that it was just boiled and then brought down, even with the heat insulating cloth, it was still a bit hot. Xia Huan-ning turned her head and ran to the corner of the living rooms, picking up a small white cat whose color blended with the wall's color, and gently pinched the cat's ears with her 2 hands. The sleeping cat was still a little confused, only feeling the hidden heat of Xia Huan-ning's hand. Guru was stunned again. There's another cat here? I'm surprised he didn't notice when he came in. Xia Huan-ning smiled, picking up the cat and sitting on the sofa. I picked it up. I had the confidence to take care of it, so I kept it. Guru nodded and analyzed seriously. It seems like you often borrow its ears. Xia Huan-ning covered her face and smiled. The two of them were like childhood. Some of Guji's serious speeches always amused Xia Huan-ning. The cat that was woken up was a little restless in Xia Huan-ning's arms, quickly detached, took little cat steps and walked over to Guji's leg to sniff left and right, stretched out the pink flesh pads, stepped one little paw on Guji's leg, and tiptoed around to observe the hot cocoa in Guji's hand. Haha, it likes you too. Xia Huan-ning blurted out in a relaxed atmosphere, quickly reacted and added, it is very dear to me, and I like to see everyone. Guru glanced at Xia Huan-ning and then at the cat, only saying, it's quite good. He thought to himself, Xia Huan-ning had never raised a small animal before, but now he seems to like it, which can regulate Xia Huan-ning's mood. How's Coco? Xia Huan-ning changed the subject. It's delicious, Guru said, although he drank it a bit on the sweet side. It was okay. Xia Huan-ning then poured Guji another cup. Then her movements lurched as if she suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. She stood up and went to the cabinet next to her and took out a cookie box, placing it in front of Guji. It's a cookie sprinkled with sugar granules and packed in a tin box. Guru glanced at it, and his eyes were pulled back, looking at the cookie box and feeling a bit familiar. Xia Huan-ning smiled. Familiar? This is? I remember you used to love this cookie. Guru remembered. However, Xia Huan-ning shook her head. Have you forgotten? I used to be in bad health and always had low blood sugar, so I brought sweets with me, and once I shared this cookie with you. You ate it and said it was delicious, she said, handing the cookie box over to Guji. Guru almost forgot the flavor of the cookie, so he tasted one, sweet to the point of being a bit of a snoozefest. Early childhood memories are also revealed in this strong sweet flavor. It turned out that Xia Huan-ning thought he liked this, so after that, she only carried this cookie on her body. What's wrong? Xia Huan-ning saw Guji eating a bit slowly. Too sweet. Maybe I have light tastes now, Guru said. He finished the cookie anyway, and silence fell between the two again after those words. It dawned on Xia Huan-ning that the former her was used to Guji's preferences. You have something to say to me, don't you? Guru changed the topic. Xia Huan-ning nodded her head and lowered her eyebrows, her fingers wrapping the corner of her coat around several times. I just wanted to ask, if my dad will be able to come back for New Year's this spring? After asking, she raised her eyes to Guji. The two men's eyes met, causing Guji's heart to sink. You didn't send a message to uncle? Guru did not answer directly. I know he's busy at work, and with this kind of problem, I don't want to bother him or distract him, Xia Huan-ning said. Guru was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to explain, but immediately afterward, Xia Huan-ning spoke again. Ever since I was a kid, The only person I trusted the most, besides my family, was you. The sudden expression made Guru more cautious. Actually, Guru deliberated again and again, said, I heard that Uncle Sia has some problems at work, and it may take quite a lot of time if he wants to solve it, and I am afraid that he can not come back this spring festival. As he said this, he casually stroked the cat by his thighs, and his eyes fell only on the cat. Xia Huan gazed at him for a long time. So, a soft sigh. If Auntie doesn't come back this year either, you'll come to my house for New Year's Eve. Guru comforted. Xia Huan Ning smiled and nodded without asking anything else, and Guji left after sitting for a while. Back home, Guru was the first to ask Gu Yunshan, Dad, has Huan Ning asked you anything in the last few days? Nope. Gu Yunshan put down the newspaper in his hand. She hasn't sent a message to old Sia's cell phone for a few days. What's wrong? Nothing for now, Guru reminded. Just be careful when you return messages and don't say anything wrong. I'm not senile yet. Your father. Gu Yunshan waved his hand as if he felt that Guru's worries were superfluous. In the blink of an eye, snow falls in Liaocheng, flakes blooming on the glass windows, melting into clusters, like a kind of early arrival of blessings. Did you call Dawn? Did she say when she'd be there? Su Shi was cooking the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen and asked Guji next to her. She's been busy with a lot of things for the past 2 days, so she's not sure what time she'll be able to arrive. Guru said. Su Shi sighed and muttered as she burned the vegetables. It's New Year's Eve and it's still so busy. What kind of lackluster company is it? Guru tugged at the corner of his mouth, wondering how Su Shi would feel if she knew that Tang Tang had signed a contract with Sure. As he was thinking about it, the sound of an engine came from far away. Guru would smile, put down the work in his hand and ran out, so fast that Su Shi and Gu Yunshan in the kitchen didn't react. The boy, and furtive. At the gate outside the courtyard, Shiqing drove a festive red car and got out with Softy. Dad. Softy couldn't wait to run over to meet her and jump into Guji's arms. Daddy. Softy tilted her face up and said in a sweet voice, Happy New Year, Daddy. The grape-like eyes gleamed, and the shallow dimples surfaced with a few shades of Shiqing. After all, it was his own precious daughter. Guru had long prepared a big red envelope and handed it to Soft. He stroked the soft hair dotingly. Mommy, did your pill hair? Aha! But Softy used the little fur ball Daddy bought for her. Softy pointed to the headband on her pilled head, from which hung a small fluffy white ball, like a little snowball, and wobbled as she walked. Good looking as your mom, Guru said, his eyes falling on Shiqing. Shiqing today wore an expensive fur. Inside is exactly the black halter dress bought by Guji, white jade like swan neck, even without modification, but also exceptionally striking. Guji walked forward, brushed away the snow that stained Shiqing's hair, touched Shiqing's earlobe in passing, and whispered, This is our first year together. We'll have many more years. Shiqing smiled, then took the soft hand and brought his body closer to Guji. At the door, unnoticed in the clamor, she kissed Guji's cheek lightly. Guru touched the side of his face that had been kissed by Shiqing, and with a feeling of intent, he followed into the house. The New Year's Eve dinner wasn't long in coming, but a few people didn't move their chopsticks because of the delay in seeing Tang Tang. Make another call and ask, Su Shi said to Guji. Good. Guji stood up and went out to make a call, and Shiqing felt strange, so she sent Guji a message at the dinner table. Shiqing, I remembered to give you Tang Tang's contact information. Didn't I tell you to call her in advance to come over for the play? Where is she? Why hasn't she come yet? Guja, I'll talk to Miss Tang and ask her to come back later. Toki Ching, why? Guru did not return this sentence and quickly returned to the table. Dad. Mom, Dawn said she won't be able to make the New Year's Eve dinner and won't be able to come over until later. So let's eat first. This kid is so busy. Gu Yunshan said, picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. It's a few of us again this year. Huan Ning and her mom are at home. They won't be able to come until later. You all eat more. There's more in the kitchen. We purposely left some for Xiao Tang. She's so busy all year long. That's what I'm most dissatisfied with her. Guru said. Gu Yunshan sighed. People have career aspirations and pursuits. It's understandable to be busy. Like your aunt. Isn't she also quite busy? At those words, Guji hurriedly picked up the conversation. She's not like my aunt. He looked at Shiqing, the corners of his eyes carrying a meaningful, faint smile. No matter how busy my aunt is, she will still come home to accompany me on New Year's Day. If I could marry one like my aunt, I would have no regrets in this life. As the words fell, Gu Yunshan and Su Shi fell into a non-static frame for a few seconds. Gu Yunshan slowly opened his mouth. His low voice seemed to be a somewhat intolerable warning. Don't force me to smoke you in the new year. Guru also saw fit to keep his mouth shut in a sensible manner. Seeing this, Shiqing secretly smiled, and then spoke. Little nephew's mouth is so sweet. Pay a New Year's greeting to your aunt. Aunt is going to prepare a red envelope for you. Guru raised his eyebrows, his eyes exchanging glances with Shi Chang as if asking, are you serious? It's necessary to pay respects to your aunt. Gu Yunshan smiled and agreed. Guru coughed lightly twice and muttered in a low voice, congratulations, talking without a clue. What kind of New Year's greeting is that? Su Shi seriously reminded Gu Ji to be more polite. Yeah, say one properly so the red packet can be thick, said Shi Qing. Guru reluctantly glanced at Shi Qing, and when he met those seductive eyes with a look of watching the scene, he inexplicably felt a bit ashamed, but he finally opened his mouth. Little aunt, Happy New Year. Hey good nephew. With a satisfied face, Shi Qing really took out a thick red packet and handed it over. Here, take it. In a flash, Gu Ji froze. Nice guy. This woman is really giving him New Year's money. Did you treat him like a child? How grown up is he? What red envelope for him? No need to give it to him, Gu Yunshan said. Why don't you use it? Gu Ji was angry, but he still quickly took the red envelope away. In his hands, it would end up being Shi Qing's anyway. The two looked at each other and ate their meals. Gu Ji's mind couldn't help but both speculate. Could it be that Shi Qing likes to play? Like this. Which one does Softy like? Gu Yunshan took out a whole bunch of cartoon fireworks for Softy to pick from. His eyes doting, his face smiling out of folds. Want this? Softly hit the bunny's firecracker with a glance. Gu Yunshan took the lighter and lit it at a distance. The cannon roared. Su Shi covered her floppy ears in the back, and a few people had a good time. But Shi Qing's gaze was not on the fireworks. It was on Guru. She looked sideways at Gu Ji, who was looking up at the night sky, before walking over to Su Shi and raising her voice. Sister-in-law, I'm going upstairs to get a camera. Right. I almost forgot. Go get it so we can take pictures. With that, Shi Qing headed upstairs, passing by Gu Ji in the yard and glancing at Gu Ji's ass with a smile. Pia. Shi Qing secretly slapped Gu Ji's butt with her hand. Guru turned around and saw Shi Qing hooking her finger at him and winking. All of a sudden, the sky of fireworks behind him became a companion, and every heartbeat tugged him closer to Shi Qing. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, Gu Ji followed Shi Qing, went upstairs, saw Shi Qing enter his bedroom, and he was about to follow him in, when Shi Qing closed the door. Itchy, knock knock. The New Year's flavor of the small town is too heavy. The sound of firecrackers in the house drowned out the knocking on the door at this moment, the only sound of the heartbeat, which seems to be deafening, pouring out the hard to endure. Guru directly made a voice call to Shi Qing through the door of the room. Both of them had the heart to put on their Bluetooth headphones like they were stepping into a two-person world with just each other. Open the door, Guru said and eagerly pressed the doorknob twice, wanting to fight to cherish the moment, but the door was unlocked and only made the same clicking sound that represented stoicism. I'm changing. Why should I open the door for you? Who are you? Shi Qing deliberately teased verbally. Mature and charming voice. Every word was precisely hooked on Gu Ji's heartstrings, wanting to break. Auntie. With a pleading tone, Guru pressed the doorknob 2 more times. I'm an aunt. A blush flashed across the cheeks of Shi Qing on the other side of the door, and with a click, she opened the door for Gu Ji. In a flash, Gu Ji broke down the door, reversed the lock in a flowing manner, and pinned Shi Qing against the wall. His eyes traveled downward, sweeping over the black halter dress on Shi Qing's body, perfectly revealing the curves of her figure. I thought you said you were changing? Lie to me. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing feigned unhappiness and pinched Gu Ji's face. Spoiled you. What? You're tired of seeing me in my clothes and don't care anymore? How dare I? Gu Ji immediately took hold of Shi Qing's hand and kissed Shi Qing's smooth and tender palm, his heartbeat thumping more and more. I purposely wore the dress you gave me today. Does it look good? Shi Qing asked. Good looking. Guru did not hesitate. He wrapped his arms around Shi Qing's plump waist, buried his head between Shi Qing's collarbones, and his nose was filled with Shi Qing's naturally good-smelling body odor, like being in a sea of flowers in the spring. Just one good-looking sentence? You can't say something nice for the 200 red packets I gave you for nothing? Shi Qing said and nudged Guru. Guru did not move like a mountain, binding Shi Qing tightly in his arms. His voice was laced with laughter. The red envelope you gave to your nephew, what's it got to do with your husband and me? Shi Qing slapped Guru on the back. You mean, I have to prepare another red envelope? Guru thought for a moment. It's not impossible. The words fell, and in a flash Guru felt a tightness, released his hand and took 2 steps back, looking at Shi Qing in surprise, his ears red. What are you doing? In case you scratch it, your happiness will be gone. I'm here waiting to hear your sweet words. Who told you not to say something nice? It's like guarding me from exploding gold coins. Shi Qing blankly glanced at Gu Ji, noticing that Gu Ji's face was full of pain, and thought to herself that she hadn't exerted any effort, either. What's wrong? Did it hurt? She could see Guji's poor acting at a glance, yet she still cooperated and reached out. Come here, let me take a look. The moment she got closer, unexpectedly, Guji once again wrapped his arms around her. Don't you know how sturdy I am? As if he had gotten his way, Guji sucked out a bit of faint red in Shurching's collarbone, like a bit of red plum in the winter snow. As a husband's bonus, I'll give it to you when you go to my place, Shurching said, gently running her slender fingers across her own rosy lips, then seemingly inadvertently rubbing herself against Gushir's neck. Her movements were as gentle as a feather, if not more so, with endless love and attachment, making one's heart flutter. A trace of lipstick was also left on Guji's neck. But then, you have to buy me clothes. Shurching used an almost commanding tone. I'll only wear the clothes you buy me from now on. Guru stroked Shurching's back and kissed the soft earlobe lightly. What if I buy something that doesn't look good? This one on me is just fine. No such thing for you. Why? Timothy was puzzled. Guru sighed deeply. It's not good to take off. He touched half a day in the back of the time chain, froze and did not find where the zipper. He bought the time clearly all round in deathless look over. How to get on the hands of, just touching me, and the zipper's right on your back and you can't find it? When Shurching finished speaking, Guru was about to go look for it when Shurching grabbed his hand and interlocked his fingers. If it's not good enough to take it off, it's not good enough to take it off. Tear it up. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Shurching raised her hand and caressed Guji's cheek, slowly closing her eyes and moving closer to Guji's lips. Time. As if it stood still in this moment, Shurching's breath managed to disrupt Guji's heartbeat. His hands unconsciously roaming over Shurching's body, his tongue gently tracing the line of Shurching's lips as if he was exploring the other party's inner depths. Guji picked up Shurching, the long legs on either side of his waist hooking him in a tangled embrace. The two men's bodies gradually heated up, and the temperature around them seemed to rise and flow slowly. The rhythm of their breathing was thoroughly disorganized, and the two of them sank smoothly into the mattress behind them, the kiss becoming progressively more intense, as if they had abandoned the outside world. I purposely asked Ms. Tang to come later because I didn't want anyone else to act out our happiness. Guru kissed Shurching's skin inch by inch, listening to Shurching's whispers drowned in the sound of the firecrackers. Gently, don't kiss your face, or your makeup will smudge. Going back to your own house and wearing makeup? And a plain face clearly looks good, Guru said. In case you see other people, Timothy said, halfway through his sentence. Meaning it. Guru dawned on him and asked with a smile, want me to take you to the door? I didn't say. Shurching's mouth was arrogant, but in reality, the anticipation in the bottom of her eyes could no longer be hidden. It's me who wants to take you on a visit. A favor? Okay it. Shurching's voice interspersed with gasps and giggles circled his ears as the countdown to New Year's Eve went on downstairs on the TV, the sound of firecrackers drowning out the charming and moving sounds of the bedroom. What took you two so long to get down here? Little Tang has been sitting there for quite a while, Gu Yunshan said, enthusiastically handing Xiao Tang fruits to eat. Several people's eyes looked over to see Guji and Shurching sitting on the sofa, and Shurching had changed her clothes at some point. Still Guji's clothes, a loose sweater. Guru's face was calm. Little Ant couldn't find the camera, so I went up to help look for it. Maybe it's been too long since I'd used the camera. I couldn't find where I put it, so I looked for it for a while longer. Why did you even change your clothes? Su Shi asked. Shurching also didn't change her face. I still want to make dumplings with you guys later. It's not very convenient to wear a skirt. Also, you have to clean up after getting flour on it. Mom, didn't Xia Huaning come? Guru changed the topic, came by, said a few words and left. This year, Huan Ning her mother was not easy to come back once. Huan Ning also did not send messages to the old Xia's cell phone. It is estimated that the mother and the two are at home for New Year's Eve. And we did not stay much, Gu Yunshan said, remembering Xia Hang. The smile on his face faded and his eyes became a little heavy again. The atmosphere was silent for a long time before Gu Yunshan stood up. I'm going out for a walk, so you guys talk and I'll be back later when the dumplings are wrapped. No one stopped, just watched Gu Yunshan's forlorn back gradually walk into the night lit by fireworks, as if the hustle and bustle had nothing to do with him at the moment. Su Shi also had some difficulty suppressing herself, but still self-regulated, and then looked at Tang Tang and spoke. Little Tang. Ah, what auntie asked you before, how have you considered it? Tang Tang had already prepared a set of lines and pretended to be surprised. Auntie, there's no hurry for the wedding. Anyway, Xiao Zhu and I have already gotten a license, so it's okay for the wedding to be a little late. Su Shi is not a nagging person. See Tang Tang a little want to organize the wedding meaning or not. The New Year's Eve she did not urge, turned and asked. Bracelet how did not wear it? Rains? Tang Tang reacted only afterward. Oh, you said bracelet. Oops, that's too valuable. I was afraid of bumping it, so I left it at home. So, at those words, Shurching unconsciously covered the position of his wrist with his sleeve. I think she forgot to take it off. Guji could see Shurching's small movements, so he pulled on Shurching's hand and headed out, turning back as he said, I'm going to go string with my little aunt. Right now? No more TV shows? Su Shi shouted from behind. Tang Tang had the good sense to pull Su Shi. Auntie, I love to watch. I'll watch it with you. At times like this, of course she had to make personal space for the two bosses. No need to hide now. Guru held Shurching's wrist and revealed that bracelet. Shurching's skin was white, and her bones were born beautifully, and her plump physique. Wearing this bracelet was the icing on the cake. Guli couldn't help but kiss Shurching's wrist lightly. Really don't want to hide it for a moment. Alright, didn't you say you'd take me on a string? Shurching stroked Guru's hair. Go! The two interlocked their fingers and walked through the hustle and bustle of the street. Suddenly, a pair of wrinkled hands pulled on Timothy's arm. She stopped and saw familiar faces. Grandma Yen? She tried to ask. Shurching has a good memory and has always had an impression of the people she has seen, especially the one in front of her. The last time I saw Grandma Yen, I remembered the distinctive feature of the back of the ear. Guru also noticed Grandma Yen in the wheelchair and then squatted down to greet her. Yen grandmother than the last time we met. More old, slow movements, speech are more blurred, coupled with the firecrackers are very loud. Guru and Shurching too even close to the hearing is not very clear, but seeing the kindness in Yen grandmother's eyes, and looking at the two gratified smile, can also be seen, mouth murmuring all the blessings. Grandma, this time I've really brought my daughter-in-law back, Guru shouted, causing Shurching, who was on the side, to blush. Grandma Yen nodded her head and smiled amiably as she slowly placed Guji and Shurching's hands together, and then, Grandma Yen was pushed by her old companion, bearing the blessing. The hand that is held brightly can be so hot. Guru and Shurching looked at each other speechless, once again deeply reading love, and the heart in both of their hearts that wanted to make everything public was even stronger and more raging. On the way back, neither Guji nor Shurching let go of their interlocked hands. It wasn't until not far from the front door of the house that Shurching reluctantly stopped. Alright, time to let go. Shurching touched Guji's face and said gently, thank you for taking me to the door. I had a great time tonight. She finished, trying to draw back her hand, but Guji still held it tightly, and when Shurching was about to speak, she was swept into Guji's arms with one hand. Just this year, I'll find a chance to tell my parents. Okay? He said, caressing Shurching's long hair, his tone full of fondness. I want to walk in with my fingers interlocked even more than you do. I know, Shurching said, the tip of her nose rubbing against Guru. They're your most important family members, and they're also important to me. No matter what, I want to get their blessing. For that, I'm willing to wait. It won't be long, trust me. As the words fell, in the midst of all the lights, there stood two figures embracing and kissing each other. Everything except the two seemed to become blurred, except for the clearest love, booming and flourishing too much for the fireworks in the sky. I don't know how long it took before the two slowly separated. When it was still hard to part, a familiar figure came into view. Shurching looked down the end of the street just in time to see Gu Yunshan walking back. Your father is back, Shurching reminded Guji. Guru then glanced back, and sure enough, it was Gu Yunshan returning from his stroll, getting closer and closer. Get loose, Shurching reminded in a low voice. However, Gusher's hand did not have the slightest intention of loosening, but instead gripped tighter, and could not be shaken off no matter how. Gusha held Shurching's hand tightly like that as he watched Gu Yunshan walk towards them. I know the urgency in your heart, as do I, but it's New Year's Eve, and that's not a good time, Timothy still cautioned. She was too afraid that in case the truth came out, Guru's parents did not agree. In this should have been and beautiful day fell out. In that case, not what she wanted. We were both wrong. Guru spoke coldly, and in his eyes was a firmness he had never seen before. What? Timothy was a little puzzled. When Grandma Yen blessed us and put our hands together, when I shallowly tasted that feeling of happiness when all the dust settled, I realized a truth. Guji looked at Shurching, his face extremely serious. What we need is not so much the so-called timing, but the courage to be honest with our friends and family for once. This moment when these two hearts of ours are steadfast in pouring out their love for each other is the best time to do so. At that, the two men looked at each other, and the words they wanted to say seemed to come flooding back with the sizzle of their fingers interlocking. Guru. Shurching didn't break away from Gusher's hand again. The results she was worried about, the obstacles she feared, were completely shattered and dissipated at this moment by the undercurrent Guru gave her. What are you standing here for? Go back and make dumplings. Gu Yunshan had already come face to face and seemed to be in a better mood after the distraction, and was about to walk back. When his afterglow was swept, his sight was pulled back to the hands of the two interlocked fingers. Gu Yunshan was silent for several sounds of fireworks. After a long time, he wanted to say something and looked at Guru. How could a father not see the determination in those eyes? Father and son looked at each other, saying nothing, yet seeming to communicate back and forth several times. Gu Yunshan's heart seemed to be invariably certain of his previous guesses with Su Shi. His face was tinged with disbelief as his gaze kept wandering between the two. It was another long moment before his voice sank. Go back with me first. As the words fell, Gu Yunshan took large strides and walked quickly in front. Guru glanced at Shi Cheng, who had kept her head down just now. Go home. When the three of them went back, Su Shi and Tang Tang were preparing the dumpling skins and dumpling fillings in the kitchen, and Softy was in front of the TV watching the program with full attention. Back, hearing the sound, Su Shi came out of the kitchen and was about to greet the three of them to make dumplings together when she saw a heavy-faced Gu Yunshan. She looked at Gu Ji and Shi Cheng with some confusion, and as an afterthought, she noticed the two's clasped hands. Tang Tang, who had been helping out in the kitchen, also came out and saw the scene, her eyes filled with amazement. It's about to be killed? So suddenly? Several people were silent for a long time. Gu Yunshan didn't say anything and seemed to be waiting for Su Shi to speak. It was only after a long time that Su Shi smiled as if nothing had happened. Why are you still standing? I'll come over and make dumplings. We'll talk about other things after this new year. The meaning of the words was clear. No matter what, don't disturb a happy family day. Several people acquiesced and followed into the kitchen. Although Gu Yunshan and Su Shi were similarly slightly heavy, and their brows were knitted, Guru and Shi Cheng were, at the moment, more relaxed than ever. As if no one else was around, Guji walked behind Shi Cheng, held Shi Cheng's hands in both of his, and whispered in his ear, let's wrap one together. Don't make a scene. Wrapping your own. Timothy blushed uncontrollably. It was even if she and Guji played in private. In front of Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, she was about to evaporate in place. I just wanted to wrap one with you. Guru was more energized, putting a dumpling skin in Shi Cheng's hand and scooping the filling in with a spoon. The two were so close that their breaths intertwined with each other over and over again. Guji took out a strawberry-flavored candy from somewhere and put it into the dumpling filling, then pinched the edges of the dumpling shut in Shi Cheng's hand. Don't think about it. Eat more dinner tonight. Your goal is to get this dumpling with your favorite strawberry flavor of sugar. Guru whispered in Shi Cheng's ear before placing that dumpling into a crowd of dumplings. Don't cajole me like a child. How can I eat? Muttered Shi Cheng. It can. Guru was certain. Shi Cheng narrowed her eyes and asked in a small voice, are you trying to mark the dumplings as you cook them? It won't. Be fair and just. Guru said in a serious manner. The two had a conversation, so that Shi Cheng's original somewhat complicated thoughts were driven by Guji to concentrate on the new year. Although Softy ran over and pinched a few odd-shaped dumplings every now and then, a large number of people wrapped the dumplings quickly, and in no time at all, they were all wrapped up. When the dumplings were being cooked, Guji pulled Shi Cheng out of the kitchen and did not participate. So many dumplings wrapped in one candy, and no marking, so I guess I can't eat it even if I hold out. Shi Cheng was still thinking about what Gushir had said. If you eat it, you'll take the initiative to kiss me? Guru said with a smile. Great, and what if you don't get it? Timothy asked rhetorically. You decide. Guru gave the decision to Shi Cheng. So if you don't get it, Shi Cheng sized up Guji and pondered for a moment. You wear women's clothes for me. Women's clothing? Guru was a bit surprised. Why do you want to see me in women's clothing? I've never seen it before. Shi Cheng moved closer to Guru. I'll change it if you don't dare to wear it. Just wear it. Guru thought to himself that he even wore sexy men's underwear, and he was still afraid of women's clothing? It doesn't exist. Ahem. Tang Tang realized that she had really become a light bulb this time, so she said to Gu Yunshan, Uncle, I won't stay to eat the dumplings. I'll leave first. Gu Yunshan, however, stopped Tang Tang. Eat before you go. Uncle has something to ask you later. Tang Tang was at a loss for words as she looked at Shi Cheng, thinking that Gu Yunshan must have misunderstood something, but she had come here to act today after all, and even though she didn't get much of a part in it, it was fine to come all the way here and have some dumplings. After the dumplings were cooked, Su Shi brought a plate of dumplings to the table, and finally placed 2 plates of dumplings in front of Gushir and Shi Cheng respectively. A few people eating dumplings, eat for a while. Gu Yunshan finally could not resist the doubts in his heart. Not waiting for Su Shi to ask questions, then opened his mouth to ask Tang Tang, you and Xiao Ru in the end is? Tang Tang jumped ahead and replied, Uncle, Mr. Gu and I don't have a license. As the words fell, the chopsticks in Su Shi's hand were stunned in mid-air, and the air stood still once again. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi seemed to think that Guji's statement about getting a marriage license was a lie, and the anger on their faces both increased by a few points. Suddenly, Guji looked at the half-eaten dumplings, and the sweet and sour strawberry flavor lingered between his lips. He handed the other half of the dumpling to Shurching. You taste it. At that, Shurching naturally ate the other half of the dumpling. She was only a little surprised when the sweet flavor blossomed in her mouth. I can't believe I actually ate it? So lucky? Uncle and Auntie. I'm full, so I won't stay much longer. Tang Tang stood up and didn't forget to explain on her way out. I really don't have any relationship with Guji. As for the reason for acting, you two will know if you ask Mr. Gu and Dongsher. Only after Tang Tang left did Gu Yunshan and Su Shi put down their chopsticks. Tell me, what's going on? Su Shi said. Guru did not know when he had put the pair of rings with Shurching on his hand, and handed over the marriage license of the two of them. Although the marriage certificate that I showed you before was tampered with. It's not true that I got a license, only that the person who got a license with me wasn't Tang Tang, it was her, he said, brightly taking hold of Timothy's hand on the tabletop. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi looked at what the marriage license really looked like. The names, the photos, it was none other than Guji and Shurching. The reason why I hid it from you is just that I was afraid that it would be difficult for you to accept it for a while, and that's the reason why I've been laying down my words over and over again, Guru said, and then wanted to tell Gu Yunshan and Su Shi about Softy, not realizing that just as he was about to open his mouth, snap, Gu Yunshan put the marriage license down on the table. He was half angry, looking at Su Shi's face from time to time, and then, with the image of the head of the family, he chided. Getting a license is such a big deal. We who are parents are the last to know. If it wasn't for the fact that I saw it today, how much longer do you plan to hide it? Wasn't it your kid's idea? Speak up. Yes, Guru did not hesitate. He had long thought that this day would come and planned to wrap everything up. Gu Yunshan was so angry that he pointed at Guji and made a gesture to draw the 7 wolves. At the critical moment, Shurchang rushed out. Big brother Gu, you calm down. Guru also stood behind Shurchang. You don't have to speak for him. I think you just believed his sweet words. If I had known that this kid had a crush on you, I would have smacked him long ago, Gu Yunshan said, directly yanking Guji out and lecturing. When exactly did this happen? Did you kid even lie to your aunt? Confessed last June 6th? I really like her. Gu resigned righteously. Shurching chimed in. Brother Gu, I'm serious too. I'm disappointed in you. Suddenly, Su Shi sighed and spoke. A light sentence, but it was like it smashed into the bottom of Shurching's heart in an instant. She thought Su Shi was not able to accept her, and her heart was even more overwhelmed, but she also had to hold up the softness that didn't dare to speak on the side, and her voice was all tinged with frustration. I'll take the child back first. Reflect and reflect, Su Shi said. As the words fell, Guji was also a bit anxious to help Shurching speak, not realizing that before he could open his mouth, Gu Yunshan was tugging him out the door. Didn't you hear your mom? Go out and reflect. Gu Yunshan pushed Guru directly into the courtyard, and the gate was closed. Guru stood in the cold wind, his hair slightly disheveled, half unable to return to his senses. He's pro-life, right? Meanwhile, inside the room, Shurching, who was pulled to sit down, was also a bit confused. How is it that Guji was kicked out? Ching, Su Shi looked at Shurching with concern and inquired, how is Xiaoji treating you? I should have realized the changes between the two of you long ago, blaming both your big brother and I for not asking you properly. Tonight, just tell me everything. Guji is good to me and good to the child, Shurching said seriously, recalling the beginning. A scene between her and Guji flashed through her mind. She smiled, and added another sentence. And, it's me, liked him first. Chu. Guru was sitting in his own yard, his figure slightly desolate. Through the door, he couldn't hear what was being said inside, but not a moment too soon. The door opened. Seeing Gu Yunshan holding his jacket in his hand, Guji was touched for a moment in his heart. Dad, I knew you were right about me. Before the word good could be uttered, Gu Yunshan threw his jacket and car keys to Guru, along with a box of dumplings and a bottle of wine. Don't hang around. Give it to your Uncle Shay, specially stuffed with celery for him. After saying that, Gu Yunshan went back to the house, and once the door was closed, Guru was left alone again. Guji inexplicably had a feeling as if he had become an outsider in this family when sometimes Qing was there. He smiled helplessly and drove off. In fact, from the moment that the only dumpling wrapped in strawberry sugar appeared on the plate in front of him and Shurching, he knew that Su Shi wasn't that angry, or else she wouldn't have left that dumpling alone. Put it in the last pot to cook, and then put it in front of them, just like when he was a child. Every New Year's Eve he looked forward to wanting to eat the sugar and coins in the dumplings, and Su Shi would quietly leave them out for him and put them on the plate in front of him, and let him have them every year. What kind of luck is that? It's love. After Guru came back, He waited in the courtyard for a while longer before seeing Shurcheng holding Softy out. Softy seemed to have waited long enough to fall asleep. "I'll do it." Guru took the softness and held it in his arms, slightly anxious, and asked Shurcheng in a low voice, "What was the conversation about? Did they agree?" Said he needed time to think about it. "Let's go first. Your parents said they won't let you go back tonight," Shurcheng said, getting in the car. His face seemed to relax a lot. Guru did not expect that he would really be kicked out of his house on New Year's Eve. Luckily there's a wife and kids. He put Softy in the back seat of the car and covered her with a blanket, then got in the driver's seat and headed back to Timothy's place. It was a night when both of them had some difficulty sleeping, but not because of uneasiness or worry. "What exactly did we talk about? I've been waiting for a long time." Guru looked sideways at Shurcheng. He also felt an unprecedented sense of relief, and at the moment he said it, he could hold Shurcheng's hand with honor regardless of the outcome. "It's only been half an hour." Shurcheng thought back to Gu Yunshan's and Su Shi's words and laughed. "But it seems like this half hour was just talking about you. I'm still talking about me after my people have been kicked out?" Guru had an innocent look on his face. Timothy thought for a moment. They just have a hard time imagining that you, who is 9 years younger and was once a junior, would be attracted to me. So, Guru came closer to Shurcheng. "In your opinion, what attracted you most about me in the first place? Want to know? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Shurcheng was secretive. "Tell me." Guru was curious. Shurcheng came up to Guji's ear and whispered, "It's your." "Very." Guru was astonished. "Is that what you're focusing on?" Shurcheng asked Guji rhetorically. "What about you?" This question couldn't help but remind Guru of the time he had mistakenly touched Wei Jihong on a blind date instead of him. Seeing that Guji's face was a bit unnatural, Shurcheng suddenly wrapped her arms around Guji and inquired in a low voice, "I know what you're thinking. I don't have. I see that there is clearly no there." Because he hadn't received any news from Gu Yunshan and Su Shi, Guru didn't know if the two had considered it, so he had to accompany Shurcheng and Softy, who just happened to also participate in Shurcheng's online activities. "Did you draw a prize?" Timothy asked. Guru shook his head. "There are too many people attending the event. I don't think I can draw." Shurcheng thought for a moment and reassured. "There's a separate raffle for each department later, so you can try again later." When she finished, she got up and went to the bathroom, and grabbed her cell phone. Not a moment's work, Guji received a background message in his cell phone, which was exactly the award notification. Guru was a bit surprised to find that the prize was actually still a self-selected prize. "What's wrong?" Shurcheng walked next to Guji and looked at the words on Guji's cell phone screen with a look of surprise. "Oops. Winning the prize? Which prize are you going to choose?" Guru vaguely guessed that it might have been Shurcheng who had deliberately asked the person in charge of the event to send the notification, but didn't say anything about it. "Too bad you're not in the prize pool," he sighed. "Me? Didn't we just have sex last night?" Timothy snapped. "Ahem." Guru glanced at Softy, who was fiddling with her New Year's gift not far away, and reminded Shurcheng in a low voice, "The child is still here." Shurcheng made an okay gesture, then leaned against Guji. "Is this the design department's raffle group?" Guru pointed to the group chat interface on the screen. Timothy looked away. "Aha, yeah. I basically have WeChat for several groups in the design department. When I did the statistics before I looked at the number of people in the design department, counting the activity leader, it seems that there is still one less," Guru said. "This you can find out?" When Cheng took the phone, looked through the group chat, puzzled. Years ago when the company notified the raffle activities, 2 days ago also in the big group 8, and the activities do not need to do anything, directly into the raffle group to collect things on the line. It is reasonable to say that everyone should participate in one after another. Guru watched as the business cards of each of his colleagues flashed by, and it dawned on him who was missing. Is Xia Huaning not in the group? His question also made Shurcheng react. Searching through the group members and not really finding Xia Huaning. Could it be that she doesn't want to enter the raffle? Tim Ching guessed. After all, do not let all the employees who participate in the activities return empty-handed. Dipped into the joy, a large part of the prizes are set up as a group red envelope. Unless she is like to give Guru such a special exception to receive expensive gifts do not account for the majority of the people. Some people know this. Do not come to participate in is also normal. However, Guji knew Xia Huaning too well. She won't. Guru knows that Xia Huaning has been thrifty since childhood, and this kind of company organization, directly into the group can draw a prize. Xia Huaning is impossible not to participate. Besides, in the new year, the gift is more or less. Everyone is willing to dip a little bit of joy is right. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a little uneasy, and Guru then called Gu Yunshan with a message. "Guji, Dad, has Huaning contacted you in the past 2 days? Or sent a message to Uncle Xia's cell phone?" After all, It was a matter of business. And even though Gu Yunshan hadn't yet lost his temper with Gu Ji, he still quickly replied. Gu Yunshan, except for the New Year's Day to visit for a while, did not contact me, but I did send a message to Lao Xie, and the content was just a few words of greeting. Guja, nothing else? Gu Yunshan, yes. Early this morning, Huan Ning asked Lao Xie where she put the jade necklace that she took as her dowry, saying that she wanted to take it out for maintenance. I don't know where it is, so I asked her to go through the antique cabinets in Lao Xie's house, and then she said she found it. Gu Yunshan's words evoked memories of Gu Ji's youth. Xia Huaning seems to have taken the initiative to talk to him about the dowry. Nope. The uneasiness in Gu Ru's heart grew stronger. He didn't say anything more to Gu Yunshan, but quickly grabbed a jacket and put it on. What's going on? Where are you going? Shirqing also stood up. She could see that Gu Ji's expression was not right and guessed that something might have happened. Xia Huaning might know about her dad. I'll have to check it out. As Guru put on his shoes, he instructed again. You and the child wait for me at home. And if my parents and they come to ask, tell them that I went out to meet a friend so that they don't have to worry. In less than 2 minutes, Guji grabbed the door and left. If he remembered correctly, then Xia Huaning's dowry wasn't any emerald necklace at all. It's a pair of dragon and phoenix gold bracelets. He vaguely remembers it was high school, and once after school, when the two of them passed by the river that they walked by from time to time, Xia Huaning said she wanted to show him something particularly beautiful. When I think about it, the memories become clearer, and the evening breeze of that night seems to come over me. Summer night full of haze sky, out of the school door on the physical and mental relaxation of the moment. School uniforms to wear no longer constrained. The top zipper is always zipped open. The two figures stride, talking and laughing in that riverside edge, and then stop, sitting on a stone that do not know how many years of existence, eating snacks bought from the kiosk outside the school. Guru watched curiously as Xia Huaning carefully took out a very old wooden box, covered in traces of age. Opening it, the box revealed a man's gold bracelet engraved with a dragon lying inside. I snuck this out. You're not allowed to tell anyone. Xia Huaning hands holding that men's bracelet. Unadorned plain face seems to be also dyed in the sky that feigned haze. When talking or soft, slow and easy, like a babbling brook, but also like a gentle murmur. My dad says dragons are worn by boys. It's pretty, isn't it? I want to know what it looks like on you. Help me try it on. The heavy gold bracelet was brought to Guji by those tiny hands. He still had the chorizo in his hand, his wrist casually running through that bracelet. The teenager's wrist size was unexpectedly ill-fitting and the bracelet was loose. Whose bracelet is this? Dad said they were grandfather and grandmother's. And grandmother's was a phoenix. They were a dowry pair. Maybe if I grow up a little more, my wrists will be a better size. So when we're all grown up, I'll try it on you? Why or why not me? But I can't think of anyone else but you. The weight of that bracelet seemed to be recalled as well. The evening breeze of that summer night seems to be blowing over the banks of this river once again. Only at the moment, the late winter night was dark and the wind was biting. Guru looked at the riverside edge, the single figure sitting on a rock, and finally sighed in relief. Sure enough, Xia Huaning still comes here. He walked over slowly. The familiar sound of footsteps caused Xia Huaning to raise her eyes slightly. She didn't turn around, just spoke in a raspy voice. I didn't realize you remembered the bracelet. Guru walked over and draped his jacket over Xia Huaning. Xia Huaning does not wear a jacket, did not wear gloves, both hands are red with cold, but also holding a very small, like opening the express box with a knife, one after another with the fragile tip of the knife to tie the ice on the river. She was like the little knife lashing out her emotions at the ice, grief but only hopelessly clogging up her heart, her whole being like ice full of scratches, accumulating broken tracks. Uncle Xia died of an illness, and when he found out, it would have been impossible to stay. Guji spoke bluntly, telling the truth. Xia Huaning obviously already knew, and he didn't need to hide it anymore, only to see the small knife in Xia Huaning's hand stop at the ice surface. As if she was stung by something, she sat rigidly in place for a long time before standing up. She raised her head and looked at Guji with eyes that had long been reddened. Why? Why did you hide it from me? The questioning, the disappointment, like a blockage in the throat, the voice trembling. Guja wanted to say, I'm sorry. He didn't choose to explain. The tears that had been suppressed for a long time finally came out with those 3 words. Xia Huaning's right hand holding the knife was clenched tightly. The tip of the knife pierced the palm of the hand, also oblivious to the fact that the left hand vented as if hammering hard at Guji's chest, one after another. On the body of Guji's jacket also slipped with the action. Why did you hide it from me? I obviously asked you. You, liar, liar. Like tears breaking the dike, Xia Huaning's words broke off, also evoking the grief in Guji's heart. Uncle Xia has watched me grow up, and I'm sad to see him go. He whispered, mingled with choking sobs, and let Xia Huanning hit him with the fist that had little strength. Tears blurred their vision, and they couldn't see the familiar each other on this familiar riverbank. Xia Huanning cried without breath. I haven't even seen the last of him. Why did you? Why are you making decisions without authorization? I trusted you so much. I knew you'd be as overwhelmed as you are now. That's why. I don't have a father anymore. What gives you the right? By what right did you hide it from me? By what right? Xia Huanning was so emotional that her limbs were numb. The knife in her hand suddenly fell. Her bloodied right hand clutched her collar, and she sat helplessly on her knees in the snow, trembling and with a pained face. Guru. Isn't it? Oh, you. Hearing Xia Huanning's faint voice was a bit off. Gushi squatted down and unintentionally touched Xia Huanning's hand, which was cold and out of shape. He quickly covered Xia Huanning's mouth tightly with his hand, and whimpering cries came out of Xia Huanning's mouth, still furious and scratching Gushi's hand, but her movements were feeble and her hand was shaking badly. Breathe slowly and calm down. Gushi didn't let go of his hand, waiting for Xia Huanning to calm down. The two of them looked at each other, and time seemed to stand still in this moment, their blurred vision gradually being cleared by gust after gust of wind, and the slightly cool traces of tears sobering them. After a long time, Xia Huanning's breathing only gradually stabilized, and the person also seemed to have lost his strength, so low that he could not move. Gushi didn't say anything, picked up Xia Huanning, brought Xia Huanning to the car, and then started the car. He likewise knew where Xia Huanning most wanted to go at the moment. In the car, the two were half silent. Xia Huanning eyes crying a little red and swollen, just like that staring out of the car window. A long time, only to have been wanting to ask the words. Take this opportunity to ask out. My dad set us up before. The reason you refused. It wasn't Ms. Tang, was it? Guru glanced at the car's rearview mirror and didn't hesitate. You guessed right. There are some things that can't be hidden after a long time. Not only Xia Huanning, he had also long expected Su Shi to have doubts. The one who got a marriage license with me isn't Ms. Tang either, Guru said. Xia Huanning also said bluntly, is time Dong? Yes. Xia Huanning frowned slightly between her eyebrows, as if she still couldn't figure out how Guji could walk together with Shi Cheng. Although it wasn't my intention to get a license initially, I have since loved her with all my heart. Guru's tone was sincere, and after confessing everything with Gu Yunshan Su Shi before, it also made him not intend to hide anything anymore. So he went along with it and told Xia Huanning straight up, Softy is my child. The moment the words fell, Xia Huanjuan's lifeless eyes lifted slightly to look at the person in the driver's seat. You said, what? She thought she had misheard, because only the ambiguity between Gu Ji and Shi Qing, she felt it, but the rest. Guru spoke again and said, Sure Softy, is the daughter of Shi Cheng and I. It was Wei Jihung's mistake of doing a paternity test for me that gave me another surprise, he muttered. A shimmering light flickered in Xia Huanning's eyes once again, her mind imagining what that little child would look like. The original. She choked again. It's actually your child. Only, this time, emotion crossed her eyes. That kid seems to like drawing too? It's just like you. Xia Huanning crumbled. Now that she thought about it, the soft look seemed to have a few shades of Guji, especially when she was obsessed with painting. A lot like her mom, too, stubborn and a little mischievous, cute all the same, Guru said, happiness unconsciously filling his eyes. Xia Huanning looked at the happiness in Guji's eyes and only felt heartbroken, emotional, and mixed feelings. I found him, it's okay, I'll be home later. The car was parked outside the mausoleum, and Gushi sent a message to Shi Qing to report his safety. Not far away, Xia Huanning knelt in front of Xia Hang's tombstone, gently brushing away a layer of fallen snow on it. The tip of her nose was once again sour, and it was difficult to restrain herself from hugging the cold tombstone. The sound of the firecrackers on the fourth day of the year was still loud and clear, drowning out the tiny whimpers. Xia Huanning sat in front of the tombstone for a long time until she was frozen senseless before she staggered to her feet and left with Guji. Guru drove the car to Xia's house and looked at the figure of Xia Huanning walking back without a word, guessing that Xia Huanning might still have anger in her heart, and the grief of losing her father would obviously always be with Xia Huanning. He planned to come back often in the next 2 days to check on Xia Huanning's condition, so he turned back towards Gu's house. Not 2 steps away, the familiar car pulled up in front of the door, and Timothy paced outside. Didn't I tell you and the kids to wait at home? Why are you out in this cold? Guji rubbed Shi Qing's somewhat cold hand and kept giving Shi Qing air. Why is she mad at you? Timothy asked. How do you know? After you left the house, I made a point of contacting people around here to help you look for her, and when I found her here I came. At those words, Gushi sighed. I didn't tell her. Uncle Xia told us to keep it from her. Why? Aren't you letting her misunderstand you? Timothy was puzzled. If we tell her that Uncle Xie told us to hide it, then her stomach of grief and anger will have to be swallowed. If she takes it out on me in pain and anger, the fire will be vented, and it won't be blocked in her heart. You should go see her more often these days. Shirqing thought the same thing as Guru. There's also the fact that your parents have already guessed that it might be the replies to the chats that have revealed the content, and they're worried about it. I'll talk to them. Then Shirqing was a bit reluctant to say anything, but still didn't say anything. I'll take the child back first. Guru nodded and didn't say anything, and was about to head home when a small head poked out of Shirqing's car. Daddy, give me a hug before you go. Softly stretched out her small hand towards Guji. When Guru hugged Softy, he heard Softy whisper in his ear. It was then that he realized what Softy was trying to do, and after saying goodbye to Timothy, he returned home. Gu Yunshan was pacing back and forth in the living room and saw Guji come back before he hurriedly went forward to inquire. How is Huan Ning? I'm really old and confused. She casually asked me about the dowry. I didn't think much about it at all. I should have asked you about it. She's fine, I've already sent her home. Seeing that Gu Yunshan was a bit self-conscious, Guru said in relief. She didn't ask casually. She must have suspected it a long time ago before she tried it. After all, so important bracelet. Once upon a time Xia Huanning could sneak the bracelet out. Obviously Xia Hong had long told Xia Huanning the location of the dowry. How could Xia Huanning not find it? I'll go with your mom tomorrow to take a look. These 2 days I've been thinking only about you and Qingqing. Hey, Gu Yunshan sighed and sat on the sofa. Gushi came over and asked tentatively, so, you guys agree with me and Qingqing? You two have made the first move. And you're still asking the two of us what we think, Su Shi said, seemingly still a little upset about Guji hiding things. Then I'll take that as a yes from you. Guru's face was happy. Sat down in front of Su Shi. I'll have a wedding with Shirqing this year. And then I'll tell you another thing. Brat, what else are you hiding from us? With Gu Yunshan's reaction, it was clear that he didn't know about Softy yet, and Shirqing hadn't told Gu Yunshan about it. Anyway, it's kind of a surprise for you guys. Guru was secretive, deliberately piquing the curiosity of the two. Gu Yunshan looked at Guru, and then shared a glance with Su Shi. There was nothing for the two of them now that they wouldn't dare to guess. Gu Yunshan looked at Guji with some uncertainty, wanting to say something, some guesses in his heart, but finally did not ask. You go upstairs and go to bed first. Tomorrow morning your mom and I will go to Xia's house to check on Huan Ning. After he finished speaking, he watched Guji go upstairs before whispering his suspicions to Su Shi. You don't think this kid's surprise will be the child, right? A child? What child? Su Shi didn't react. You see, Xiao Ru said that he would give us a surprise after the wedding. What kind of surprise can it be at a time like this? In my opinion, Gu Yunshan spoke with a deep expression on his face. Qingqing might have it. Su Shi frowned. You mean, Qingqing may have our son's child in her stomach? The two of them are so raw that I'm ready to take Softy as my own granddaughter. Although one more would be nice. Gu Yunshan smiled with a look of smoke coming from his ancestors' graves, as if he had already imagined the joy of having a granddaughter on his left hand and a granddaughter on his right. The next day, Guru got up early and saw Gu Yunshan and Su Shi about to leave the house when they were eating breakfast. Up so early? Are you going too? Gu Yunshan asked. I'll see Xia Huanning tomorrow. Today, Guji wanted to muddle through, but then he thought that he had already confessed, so what else was there to hide? It's Valentine's Day, I gotta find my wife. He finished, casually took a slice of bread and popped it in his mouth before striding out the door. Gu Yunshan and Su Shi looked at each other. Love, Valentine's Day I certainly remember. Gu Yunshan sweated and curried, but after all, we are an old married couple. Su Shi blankly glanced at Gu Yunshan and went out the door, not saying anything, but it seemed like she had said everything. Guru drove to Shirqing's place, but he pounced. He quickly sent a message to Zaire inquiring about it and got a quick reply. We're all at the office. No way. Guru did not expect that Shirqing actually went back to work so soon, which was not planning to spend Valentine's Day. He went straight to the Times. Employees on several floors were absent, with only a few outside the chairman's office on the top floor. She's busy? He found Zaire and passed a glance toward the chairman's office. Only sometimes Dong and Softy are in there. There's nothing going on. You can just go straight in, Shi Ruwei said. Only then did Guru push the door into the office. Timothy was sitting at his desk, softly reading a book in his little corner with his hand up in the air, and had actually cocked his little head to sleep for a while. Seeing Gusher walk in, Softy couldn't wait to drop the book and jump into Gusher's arms. Daddy, I want to go out and play. Softy was always in high spirits, like he had inexhaustible energy. Ahem. Shirqing coughed twice as if reminding, and Soft had to let go of Guji and continue reading. Guli laughed and walked over to Shirqing. Just let her play for a while? See how sleepy the child is. Last night she played until very late. This morning just arrived at the company also let Chirui take her out to play in the snow. It was hard to call her back. Just watch a few minutes and then want to go out to play again. You less spoil her. Shirching looked at the paper in his hand with a serious face, then pressed the landline by his desk again. Guru sat across the desk and tried to ask, "Do you have a lot of work to take care of today?" "Not a lot." When Shirching finished, Chirui walked into the office and handed her a few more papers. Statements for the last half of the month. There are additional notations for various expenditures during annual leave, Zaire said. Timothy skimmed over the statement for a moment and nodded. Yes. After Chirui left, Shirchang looked at Gu Ji, who was sitting across from him with his head propped up on one hand, and reached his hand over, covering Gu Ji's hand. Why did you come over today? You're my wife. Isn't it only right that I come to you whenever I can? I thought you went to see Xia Huan Ning. Shirching muttered. My parents left for Shays this morning, and after what I told her last night, she shouldn't want to see me today. Besides, today, it's a special holiday. At those words, Shirching pursed her lips, unable to hide the delight in her eyes. Why have Valentine's Day when we have kids? She said this with her mouth, but in reality, her heart was already pressing with anticipation. Tonight I'll drop Softy off at my house. Then I'll take you somewhere, Guru whispered. Guru also knew that Shirchang would definitely not forget the holiday, but only thought that he would go to see Xia Huan Ning and take work to pass the time. What about during the day? Shirching had already thought of some inappropriate places in her mind. Where did she still have the heart to work? Some of those restaurants that assistant she told me earlier that you love to eat at. Some of them we haven't been to yet. Guru saw Shirchang grabbing her jacket and bag, her movements flowing smoothly. There's no rush to deal with it after work resumes. Go. Shirchang said, imperceptibly taking a couple of small wipes from the drawer and quickly stuffing them into her bag. Late afternoon. The car drove to a flat area at the edge of town. The snow on the ground was flat and unmarked, obviously hardly ever trodden on. Stopping the car, Timothy looked around with some confusion. This is where you're taking me? She asked. Guru was the first to get out of the car and said, this was my secret base when I was a child. Shirching some curiosity out of the car. In the car did not pay attention. As soon as she got off the car, she saw the red roses inserted in the snow. Falling snow sprinkled in the core of the flower, but also still difficult to hide the warm red. You can't meet without flowers. Guru held Shirching's hand and made Shirching face the distant sky. Look over there. Above a plain white sky, the sunset comes into view and the haze spreads across the sky. It's the best place in the whole town to watch the sunset. And when I was a kid I always came here alone with my drawing pad once I was in a bad mood. Guja wrapped his arms around Shirching from behind. Even though this place is covered in snow, every blade of grass and tree here is incredibly familiar and carries memories for me. I've imagined you being here countless times, like you've listened to every single time I was troubled in my youth. Not only my present, but my past and my future. I want to have you involved. Shirching's heart fluttered as she held Guru's hand tightly and smiled. If I could have known the teenage you, perhaps you wouldn't have been troubled. Guru also laughed and softly inquired, are you trying to be my soulful big sister? I'm very understanding. Then I'm blessed. Guru and Shirching leaned on the front of the car. Shirching leaned on Guru's shoulder, and the two of them had the most beautiful sunset in their eyes, as well as the brightest future. Regarding the events of his youth, Gushi talked eloquently and knew everything, and the two of them talked and laughed until nightfall, when the two of them reluctantly headed for the car. Guru thoughtfully opened the back door for Shirchang and was about to head for the driver's seat when she was pulled back by Shirching. What's wrong? Guji naturally wrapped his arms around Shirching's waist, and the atmosphere between the two looked a bit ambiguous in the night. Shirching didn't say anything, just wrapped her hands around Gushir's neck and looked at him with those moving eyes. Guru's eyes landed on Shirching's lips and covered them in the next second. It's like a starburst that meets a warm fire and burns to the fullest. Guru picked up Shirching and placed her in the back seat of the car, closing the door with his hand. The smaller space in the back seat of the car prevented big movements, which just so happened to also keep the two close and kissing with abandon. Snap snap. A sound of something falling rang out over the breathing. Guru touched the back seat of the car with his hand, then stopped his movement and found something that had fallen out of Shirching's bag. He couldn't help but smile as he seemed to figure something out. You think I'm going to bring you to a place that has a bed? He asked. Shirching tilted her head, her hand boldly rubbing Guji's ear, her voice carrying compulsion. Isn't it fine without a bed? Of course I do everything you say. Seeing Shirching's intentions, Guji once again gathered Shirching into his arms and inquired with a smile. How many? Well, I guess you brought less. The night, it's still long. The twilight was deepening, and in the dimly lit car there were two folded hands, fingers interlocked, pressed against the window. The next day, Guru got up and stretched, refreshed, He stayed out a little late last night and fell asleep after dropping Shurching off at home. Softly followed Su Shi out of the room. Apparently also just woke up. Her hair was disheveled and she didn't look in good spirits. Guru crouched down and ran his hand briefly through his soft hair. What's wrong, my little baby didn't sleep well? When Softy saw Guji, her mood instantly improved. And she even reached out her hand to hug Guji tightly in a somewhat coy manner. Waiting for daddy for a long time last night. Softy sounded a little aggravated. Gu, I was wrong. How about I take you guys out to play when spring starts? Guru said, carrying Softy to a small stool and brushing Softy's hair. Epsilon, 3, good yeah. Favorite dad. Really? What about mom? Daddy's favorite now. Mommy's favorite next time. Several people ate breakfast. On the dining table, there was also a blooming bouquet of roses, which seemed to have been bought by Gu Yunshan for Su Shi. How is Xia Huaning doing? Guru asked. Su Shi sighed, her face filled with heartache. I guess it will take time. We told her everything. Right. Gu Yunshan remembered something. When we went to Xia's house, Huan Ning's friend was there, looking quite concerned about Huan Ning. Which friend? About the same height as you, although dressed in flowers, but the person is quite polite. Seems to be called Su. Su what? Co Ranan? Yes, that's the name. Gu Yunshan remembered. You recognize it? The company has seen it. So, by the way, you still have to send the child back to her mom later, right? Su Shi asked. In her heart, she was thinking of bringing something to Shurching by the way. Hearing this, Softy looked at Guru, with not having enough fun written all over her face. Let Softy stay here for now. I just happen to want Emily to come over for dinner and by the way, have a chat about that. Hearing the meaning in Guru's words, Gu Yunshan gave a helpless laugh. I knew you were anxious. Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, your mom and I already have plans. You'll be picking up Emily in a little while. She drove here quickly. Guru said. How can she drive? Gu Yunshan looked worried. It's more assured if you go and pick it up. Su Shi agreed. After the two's previous analysis, both couldn't help but be a little worried about Shurching's stomach. In case she really had another one, she wouldn't have to be careful all the time. Well, Guru was confused and didn't know what these two were thinking. How come it didn't work when Shurching drove herself over? Zip, cell phone messages. Guru picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Who is it? Is it Ching? Su Shi asked. Guru shook his head. It's Xia Huaning, she said. Have something to say to me? That's just right. Why don't you go to Xia's house? Bring your mom's steamed meat buns, Gu Yunshan said, and went to the kitchen to help load the boxes. Sighing as he said, old Xia used to always tell me that Huan Ning's mom didn't know a thing about cooking, and always messed up, so he was the one who cooked at home. Now it's just the two of them left, and with old Xia's business, I guess every day's meal is bland. Guru quickly skimmed a few mouthfuls of breakfast and took the buns to Xia's house. Xia Huan Ning received a message from Guji and knew that Guji was coming, so she sat in front of the house early and waited. The undissolved, obsession-like fondness in her heart when she saw Gusher walking over made her heart still subconsciously thump. My mom wrapped the buns. There's some frozen ones you put in the fridge. Guru handed over the 2 bags of buns, like the habit of the two families in their childhood of giving each other things over and over again. Well, Xia Huan Ning put the buns into the house, but saw that Guji didn't follow him in. It's cold outside. Why don't you come in? She asked. I won't sit down today. I have to go to Emily later. Xia Huan Ning hung her head. Some self-blame and spoke. Uncle and aunt told me. I know all. Today is to apologize to you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten mad at you that day. No need to apologize. Guji interrupted Xia Huan Ning's words, fearing that Xia Huan Ning would be burdened. Smiling carelessly. I'm just afraid that you don't have a place to vent your emotions, which isn't good for your body. We've known each other for so long. There's no need to apologize for such a small thing. The two stood in the snow. Xia Huan Ning, heart of the question tangled for a long time, was about to ask the exit, but the line of sight looked behind Guji. Stalled. Guru turned around and realized that Softy had followed him at some point. Oh little ancestor. Guru touched the soft hair, covered the soft little red face and said helplessly, didn't I tell you to wait at home? How cold it is. Why did you still run out? Softy reasoned. When I follow mommy, she's always busy, and when I follow daddy, he's not allowed to play without me. At this time, Xia Huan Ning walked to Softy's front, slowly squatted down, his eyes fixed on Softy's face, his eyes showing complex emotions. Remember me? She inquired softly. Softly nodded her head and said good-naturedly, I remember. You're a sister in mommy's company, and I've picked little flowers for you. So good. Xia Huan Ning touched the soft face, suddenly felt wet eyes, slightly lowered his head, suppressed his emotions, then took off the amethyst bracelet on his hand and put it on the soft hand. Seeing the location of the mole on Softy's arm, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. So pretty, softly fiddled with the amethyst on her wrist. You don't have to give her anything. Didn't Uncle Xia buy this for you? It's too precious, Gushi said seriously, making a gesture to take off the bracelet and return it to Xia Huanning. Xia Huanning stopped Guru. She is your daughter. It's only right that I give her a gift. She smiled, holding the soft little hand with fondness. If Sherdong was here, I wouldn't be able to hold such a gift. Moreover, my father did not only give me this bracelet. There is nothing else to give. Just accept it. Xia Huanning's wrist is very thin. That string of bracelets she wore just right on the soft wrist is also just a few beads loose. Amethyst size style is also very delicate. Why don't you thank me? Guru reminded as he stroked the soft hair. Thank you sister, Softy will keep it well, Softy said sweetly. Then, we'll leave first. You and Auntie take care of yourselves, and keep in touch if anything happens. Guru took the soft little hand and left Xia's house. Xia Huanning looked at that large and small figure and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. That's pretty, it's a lot like him. Guru received Shiqing into the Gu family. After a few people ate at noon, Shiqing wanted to help brush the dishes, but she was pulled aside to the living room by Su Shi. Why are you doing the dishes? Let them do it. Su Shi pulled Shiqing's hand, and Shiqing guessed that Su Shi might have something to say. Only why was she so secretive? Qingqing, I have something to ask you. You have to be honest. Su Shi whispered. Shiqing looked at the figure in the kitchen that was brushing the dishes, thinking that the soft matter would not be discovered. Right? She originally thought that Gushi did not talk to Su Shi Gu Yunshan about this matter, and must want to treat it as a surprise and talk about it later. What is it? Timothy tried. Su Shi's eyes fell on Shiqing's small abdomen, and the more she looked at it, the bigger she felt. Have Gushi's child? At these words, Tokichika was plunged into a non-static image, but noticing Su Shi's line of sight, she realized that Su Shi wasn't talking about softness, but her own stomach which had been a bit rounded recently. No, Shiqing quickly explained. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. I'm not pregnant. Xiaozhu and I didn't plan to have another one at all. How is it possible to be pregnant when the little box doesn't leave your body? Gu, it's all your big brother's fault. Su Shi laughed. He always makes wild guesses. Shiqing also couldn't help but think about the reason why the two were speculating like this. You and big brother, are you still wanting a grandchild? Su Shi froze. How can that be? Aya, you must not think too much. Our family has a soft one is very good. Your big brother and I like little girls the most. Thought you have. Is thinking that can come again a little girl. Right. She gently patted Shiqing's hand, as if she had made some kind of decision, and said in a serious tone, let's wait for spring and set a good date. Shiqing almost didn't react, and in hindsight, exulted. Really? She was unexpected. She didn't think it would be so soon, and her eyes were filled with joy. Gu Shi, who was brushing the dishes, also heard it. How many months? What day? Why don't we set it now? Guru spoke eagerly. When Gu Yunshan saw Gu Ji about to leave, he pulled him back. Finish scrubbing the dishes. Time flies and the winter snow is melting. Timeless films and television. Hey, have you guys heard? We're going to have a happy event in our time. A happy event? What's the good news? A few employees took advantage of the midday break and chatted in the pantry. I heard that it's the chairman of the board who is going to have a wedding. It's been so long. It seems that a certain lucky man has completely gotten the chairman's heart. A few people chatted idly, and at the entrance of the pantry, a passing figure stopped in its tracks and soon took the elevator again to the floor of the chairman's office. Shiqing was on the phone, smiling, when he heard a knock on the door before he hurriedly hung up. Enter. Xia Huanning walked into the office. Sherdong. What is it? Timothy asked. Since the start of the work, Xia Huanning worked a lot more hours than usual, often taking the initiative to ask for overtime work, but her nature has become even more sullen. Even though she often asked the leader of the group that Xia Huanning was in to remind Xia Huanning to take a break, but it no longer helps. It's like Xia Huanning is constantly keeping herself busy. Excuse me, there are two things I shouldn't say that I want to ask you for, Xia Huanning said. Shiqing was a bit surprised. For so long, Xia Huanning, who had originally had little interaction with her, was the first time she had taken the initiative to find her to talk to. Sit down and talk. Just in time to try the tea I just made. Shiqing gestured for Xia Huanning to sit on the opposite side, took a new teacup and placed it in front of Xia Huanning, poured a cup of hot tea, and then said, I heard about the soft gift you sent before, and I haven't even thanked you yet. There's no need. It's not something valuable, Xia Huanning said, holding up the tea and taking a shallow sip. Softy loves it and usually puts it away in a box by itself when she plays with it at home for fear of bumping it. When she grows up, She should wear it a little more appropriately. That's true. Shirching sipped her tea and returned to the topic. Tell me, which two things? There is an official matter. It's about the list of people who have traveled before, and I'd like to ask you to add another slot for me to fight for. At those words, Shirching couldn't help but be stunned. This business trip is abroad. You want to go? Xia Huanning nodded. I heard that I could get the opportunity to learn, so I didn't want to miss it. So, Shirching thought about it. Being willing to learn is quite good. It's just a short-term business trip. There aren't many people fighting for it. If you decide, I'll let the person in charge add your name to it. And pay attention to the schedule and notifications when the time comes. That's great, thank you. What about the other thing? Timothy asked. The other thing. Xia Huanning bit her lip and slightly raised her eyes to look at Shirching. It's a private matter. The two men looked at each other, and Shirching seemed to have guessed which aspect of private affairs Xia Huanning was talking about. The two just talked face to face for a good 10 minutes. Xia Huanning slowly got up, her eyes a little red. She bowed and whispered, consider it my blessing. That design of yours, I felt like it the first time I saw it, so I unilaterally decided on my own set. As for Gu Ji, I still have to seek his opinion. Shirching said, thank you. In that case, I have no regrets. I'll leave you alone then. Xia Huanning voice raspy, a layer of moisture under the eyes, extremely repressed, finished and immediately went out. Shirching hesitated for a moment, and when Xia Huanning was about to walk out of the room, wait, she called out to Xia Huanning and took out a delicate bag from under her office drawer. This, I always keep separate for you. Shirching hangs the bag on Xia Huanning's hand. Originally, I thought it would be better to let Gu Ji give it to you, but I think Gu Ji and I must have the same idea. Although you've had emotions above and beyond friendship for him, you've known each other for over 10 years, so whether you come or not, this invitation will have a piece of you in it. Xia Huanning glanced at the contents of the bag, her hand slightly trembling with complex emotions, shaking her head before she sincerely said, I understand what you mean. Before I leave, I will go. Night. Shirching handed a sample drawing to Guru. Guru swept a glance and was surprised to see a black and white wedding suit. You picked it out so quickly? I thought you'd be picking carefully for a while. It doesn't matter to me what I wear to the wedding. What matters is the person standing next to me at the wedding. Having you is enough. Shirching pasted Guru and added, you open it and take a look. Having said that, I like this set a lot. Hearing this, Guji opened the booklet, and what met his eyes was a set of draft drawings and finished product samples. He instantly recognized the element in the sketch, the familiar flower that he had drawn with his own hands. Who gave you this design? Guru asked. Thank you Huanning. Tim Ching spoke bluntly. She told me two things today. The first thing is that she wants to go abroad on a business trip. The second thing is that she wants me to make a cufflink according to the pattern of the Mercury flower on her design drawing, and if it's possible, let me wear it on the sleeve of your wedding suit as a blessing. You promise? Not only the cufflinks, but I like the whole wedding dress she designed and unilaterally agreed to it. Now it's back to ask your opinion. If you don't want it, just do the cufflinks. Guji was silent, and Shirching thought Guji didn't agree. Doesn't it look good? I think it's pretty. It's simple and atmospheric. And it's special. Guru shook his head. I'm just curious as to why you agreed to her. Shirching thought for a moment and said seriously, her liking for you must be no less than mine. For more than a decade, she grew up with you and saw you as I'd never seen you before. It is an honor for me to have her blessing. Wouldn't you mind? Guru asked. Of course not, because for her, it was the end of everything and the last wish. Hearing this, Guru let out a light laugh. Listen to the wife. Settle on this one. Time passes, and in the middle of spring, when the flowers are at their peak, a red banner outside the garden bears the names of two people. Inside the house, Xia Huanning looked down at the invitation in her hand, lost in thought as she looked at the name on it. Suddenly, the curtain in the locker room pulled back. She looked up and saw Timothy walking out in that wedding dress. For just a moment, red eyes. The wedding dress was customized to perfectly recreate her design, stitch by stitch, outlining what she wanted when she first drew it over and over again. Xia Huanning walked up, looked at the hand-designed wedding dress, for a long time, raised his hand, gently touching the Mercury flower at his waist. So beautiful. She quickly withdrew her hand and took 2 steps back to look at Shirching. Her voice trembled a little. This wedding dress is very suitable for you. The business trip is tonight's flight? Timothy asked. Xia Huanning nodded. I'll leave as soon as the wedding is over. I'll, then, wish you all the best in advance. Timothy said. Thank you, and I wish you, too, much happiness. When Xia Huanning finished speaking, Shirching's cell phone rang and she silently walked out. In fact, She shouldn't have come, but she couldn't go against her heart. Obsessively, still wanting to take one last look at that person. You changed too? Shirching sat in front of the mirror, talking to Gu Ji on the phone. Aha, it's all pretty much ready. There are a lot of people today. It's very lively, and Softy has asked Assistant Chi to take her around to eat and drink. Gu Ji said. Oh, Shirching didn't know what he was thinking, and was a little unfocused. Guru noticed. What's wrong? Not much. Just a little nervous. Timothy smiled. Ah, didn't expect. Our strong woman Sherdong would also be nervous? Guru joked. Strong women are women too. Who wouldn't be nervous in their place? I have a way to keep you from being nervous. What way? Call me husband and I'll tell you. Guji's bad joke came from the other end of the phone. Shirching hadn't even wiped her blush yet, and a faint blush had already appeared on her cheeks. She heard Guji's bad joke and opened her mouth after brewing for a while. Husband. The words fell out, and there was silence on the other end of the line for a few moments. Your 2 words make me want to leave all the process behind and just kiss the bride, Guru said, suppressing the thumping in his heart and said, there's still time now. We haven't played You Draw Me Guess in a long time. Do you want to play for a while? That way you might not be nervous anytime soon. Yeah. Shirching quickly opened the cell phone game. In fact, hearing Guji's voice had greatly reduced her nervousness. Guru looked at the gray user avatar. Why aren't you on? Yet? I've invited you. Come on. When Shirching's words fell, Guji saw the invitation pop up above him. Your friend QQ sends you an invitation to join a team. Guru's finger hung above the screen, and the CPU ran at high speed for a while. Shirching saw Guji enter the room, as the couple's relationship had not been lifted until now, and the careful special effects exclusive to couples once again silenced the two. You have nothing to say? Guru asked. Shirching snorted, knowing that he was exposed, and explained feebly, if I say that I stole this number, do you believe me? Good for you Toki Ching. You knew it was me all along and fooled me for so long. Guru was exasperated and laughed, remembering what happened before with QQ before, and that gift that was sent a little out of bounds. A series of perversions. It turned out to be so. QQ. That's the beginning letters of Ching Ching Ah. Happy? You've known me far longer than you remember. I'm happy as a clam. It turns out that there has long been a red thread connecting them that belongs only to them. It was an unexpected, fated two-way run. The day was filled with family and friends. The warm applause was a blessing as expected. When Guru turned around and saw Shirching in a wedding dress. At that moment, the memories from the first encounter of falling in love flashed by frame, as if in a dream, reuniting the countless times he had imagined. The most beautiful lover. He quickly stepped forward and took Shirching into his arms. Reddened eyes, ultimately because of too much happiness. The petals fell in response, from high above, slowly obscuring the image of the two embracing and kissing. Tears like those of the figure in the distance blurred the vision, blurring the two figures, with only the colors of the white wedding dress and black suit vaguely visible. She could no longer see the couple on stage or that she was a special guest. It's like reuniting the naive fantasies of youth. Wearing a hand-designed wedding dress for myself trapped in my memories. The process is too in your face, but the heart is unmistakably clear. She applauded along with a full house of guests, a faint smile on her face, before turning away in the midst of the clamor. The voices behind us faded away and only the emotions in her mind were deafening, and when they reached her mouth they were soft, murmured, Guru, be happy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying China Airlines to M. Guji, why did you leave without eating a few bites? The plane is about to take off. Please take your seats. Fasten your seatbelts and identify your valuables. Xia Huan Ning, we have to pack. You know, I'm always dawdling. Guja, have a safe trip. Take care of yourself. Xia Huan Ning right. You look so handsome in your suit today. You're such a dazzling groom. Xia Huan Ning, we're taking off. I'll see you soon. The wind and the clouds meet. The rock flies 10,000 miles. All of us at Shenzhou Airlines wish you a safe, comfortable and smooth trip, with the most beautiful encounters in the past, to arrive at the next destination. Happy newlyweds. Snap. The sound of a small gift tube rang through the living room. Where's the snail fondue for both of us? Quickly, quickly. Let me have a bite while it's hot. Wei Zhiheng rushed into the kitchen with glee. Guji disliked Wei Zhiheng with his elbow and said in a bad mood, You're just coming over to dine after the wedding? I didn't have enough to eat and I still had to give you a small meal. You really take me as your righteous father. It's not a temporary thing. Well, at least I'm caught up. How nice for me to be like this. Wei Zhiheng clapped his hands. Look, you directly more than one son. Son and daughter double well this is not. Fuck you. Guru carried the pot and handed it to Wei Zhiheng. Serve it up yourself. I'll get the wine. Wei Zhiheng put the pot on the table and took a small bowl to give Suman a bowl. Here, baby first bite. He scooped up a pill and handed it over. Suman gently kicked Wei Zhiheng. With a smile on her face, "Who is your baby?" She ate the pills, snatched the bowl and ate, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Hey, what's that called, sister? Wei Zhiheng moved his stool towards Suman. Step aside. It's not too hot to stick it that close. Suman muttered under her breath while directing the dishes in the pot for Wei Zhiheng to clip. Guru just happened to come back with a few bottles of low-grade wine and handed them to a few people. Because there were too many people at the wedding, he and Shirching went through all kinds of processes at the wedding, and they were exhausted just by making toasts, so it was hard to send the guests away and pack the wedding dishes. And a few people got together at a separate table, and they finally talked and relaxed a lot. I'll just have juice and drive later, Chi Rui said, took a bottle of wine and put it in front of Shin Pan Pan, whispering, "You can drink some." Good, Shin Pan Pan, because the alcohol is too poor. Usually by Chi Rui control, almost do not drink. Today by the happy event, a rare can be happy to drink. Should I say no? Today Guji, this hair is permed. The suit is worn. I almost did not recognize when I came here. Is a little bit handsome on the body, Wei Zhiheng said with a smile. People, Guji was handsome when he was in college, born with a good base. Much more handsome than you, Suman said. He's superficially handsome. It's easy to confuse people. Wei Zhiheng showed off his muscles and threw a wink to Suman. Look at me. 2 words. Temperament. Suman was amused. Narcissistic ghost. Daddy is really more handsome than uncle. A few laughs were exchanged as a soft little hand on the side compared the measure a throw. That said, Shirching looked at Wei Zhiheng. When are you going to be handsome for once as well? Yeah, Wei Zhiheng. Guru looked like he was watching. Shouldn't the two of you be? Two? Ahem. Wei Zhiheng glanced at Suman beside him, and said in an endearing manner, "This matter, we still have to see what Miss Su means. What are you looking at me for?" Suman's face turned even redder. Guji and Shirching led the way in kowtowing to the CP-like uproar, and their faces were filled with visible happiness. After the gathering, Chi Rui comprehended and sent Wei Zhiheng and Suman, both of them, to Wei Zhiheng's residence. She and Shin Pan Pan in the back seat were the only ones left in the car. Zaire drove the car back and parked it outside the neighborhood. "Why are you getting worse at this drinking? I remember you were only drunk from 2 bottles before," she said, getting out of the car and trying to carry Shin Pan Pan off. Suddenly, Shin Pan Pan tightly wrapped her arms around her neck. "What for?" Chi Rui slapped Shin Pan Pan's buttocks. "Whenever you agree to my drinking, don't you always want to do it?" Before Shin Pan Pan could finish her sentence, she was covered by Chi Rui. "Why do you say everything?" She smiled helplessly, picked up Shin Pan Pan, kicked the car door shut with her foot, and then headed for the residential area. The evening breeze in High Spring is always extremely gentle. Chi Rui Shin Pan Pan leaned on Chi Rui's shoulder, murmuring a sentence in the wind, and her words were tainted with tenderness. "When are you going to marry me?" At those words, Ziri's steps slowed. "How many times?" Shin Pan Pan asked. "Well," Zaire recalled, 352. This was the 352nd time Shin Pan Pan had asked her. "We're 8 years in," Shin Pan Pan said. His voice mixed with a sobbing tone, confusedly muttered. "Are you tired of what I want and not much?" She was the only one who accepted me in the beginning out of so many companies, gave me the chance to join the company. If I abandon you, she has said that she will come to clean me up 100% of the time. Chi Rui smiled and forcefully carried Shin Pan Pan a little bit upwards. "I treat you the same as I did 8 years ago. It's never changed. I just want to do my best to give you the best." "Stupid." Shin Pan Pan pinched Chi Rui's ear and said in a single word, "You are the best." A kiss landed on the side. "I'll marry you next year," Ziri finally said. "Don't get excited. Be careful to fall down. Also not to kiss." Shin Pan Pan. "Are you not drunk?" Drunk. March 2nd, 2024, clear. Yesterday was a special day. My first love. My childhood friend for 20 years. The boy I loved for more than 10 years. The boy who took up my entire youth. Finally entered into marriage. Became a husband, and a father of a lovely daughter. Am I sorry? No. Because, if I could be given a do-over, I'd still give my nowhere love to the one I know ultimately doesn't belong to me. In me, no one is more worthy than he. When I think back to that decade-long crush, it wasn't really bitter. How can loving someone be bitter? What's bitter is when another woman comes along and you realize that you're not the one he's meant to be with and you can't do anything about it. I've been working against that obsessive self that won't let go until the very end. But I have no regrets. It's enough to love someone who deserves to be loved, to love to the fullest. The seed of the Mercury flower, planted with his own hands by the river that year, bloomed on his and her wedding clothes. This is the end. It's time to end that beautiful crush and start a new chapter for me. I should also expect that there will be someone who will call my name with real and sincere fondness. Xia Huaning. Dear travelers, this flight is about to arrive at its final destination at. Swish swish swish. After the tip of the pen finished writing the name at the end, Xia Huaning put away the pen, put away the book in which she had just written the first diary in her bag, and looked sideways out of the airplane window, her brain emptying. You have arrived at your destination. Please take your personal belongings with you. Gathering and parting sometimes, all of us at Shenzhou Flight wish you a safe and smooth trip, and may you live up to the springtime and cherish the encounters. The wind at the airport, skimming over the side, like a passerby. Xia Huaning and her fellow colleagues got off the plane and were in a sea of people. In this moment, only she suddenly felt, after deciding to say goodbye to the past and the people in the past, like returning to the sea of people again, drowned as if following the current. So small. Xia Huaning. An equally drowned-out call came over the din. Xia Huaning thought she had heard wrong and continued to walk forward with the sea of people. Thanks, Joy. Neen. Another cry, an almost broken, hoarse shout. Xia Huaning stopped in her tracks, turning back to her. The mass of brightly colored hair. The man, bouncing through the sea of people, waved his hands at her in a very exaggerated, drastic manner, afraid she wouldn't see them. Those eyes filled with passionate emotions, sparkling with light, and the way they were running toward themselves with great effort at the moment, like countless former selves. When Xia Huaning was slightly out of her mind, she was swooped over and hugged by the man. Su Ranan? She was a bit overwhelmed and stood like a log. Su Ranan reacted and immediately let go of her hand, glancing at her fellow co-workers and running over to hug each of them. Everyone had a hard time on the road. I just happened to apply for a study trip as well and arrived a day earlier than you. Let's go. Both my assistant and I drove a car over to take you all to the company's residence. After Su Ranan finished speaking, a few people walked towards the parking lot. He deliberately slowed down his pace and walked next to Xia Huaning at the end of the line. That sight is familiar to me. I'll help you guys arrange 3 meals a day for these few days. Having come all the way here, I want you guys to have a good time, he said. Xia Huaning was silent for a moment and agreed. Then I'll work hard for you. No hard work. Let's get some rest today and set out tomorrow. Well, but still don't be too happy. Don't forget your work, like coming to travel at public expense. Xia Huaning took the rare initiative to say something. It's not unusual for a company to reimburse you for a little travel on the company's dime. I can teach you how to travel at your own expense perfectly. You do this often? Oops. Don't ever tell Tokido. Ha ha. After a few people arrived at the parking lot, perhaps because of the conspicuous crowd, some passengers on the same flight recognized the conspicuous Su Ranan. Co Ranan? It's Co Ranan. Su Ran. Sign. Several female fans rushed straight towards Su Ranan. Bad. Su Ranan redid his hat mask and pushed the unlucky colleagues who were forced to work suddenly. Break off. Break the back. After saying that, he pulled on Xia Huaning and ran all the way to the car with flying speed. Xia Huaning followed closely, her eyes falling on the hand that gripped her wrist. Perhaps the end between people is not expected. The sea of people, only in the unilateral pursuit of a person, only to forget the same with the flow of their own. There is only one way to avoid falling short upon returning to the sea of people and not being swept away from oneself by the flow of the waves. Go find someone who can hold each other's hands tightly and not let each other drift alone in the sea of people. Book ends.